The decaying alliance, shrouded in the shadows of aristocratic families and conglomerates, is plagued by a sense of stagnation among its mid-level ranks, with narrow avenues for advancement and limited pathways for development. This position of alliance chairman, why should it be the sole domain of the privileged elite? Why can't I, Chiyan Hui, aspire to it? If you refuse to grant me this opportunity, I shall seize it by force. I, Chiyan Hui, will lead the magma team to overthrow this decay. Do noble titles truly determine one's worth? Chapter 1. Chiyan, son of the magma team in the world of Pokémon. In the Hoenn region, there lies Swearin City, where land meets the sea, a vibrant port city flourishing with economic prosperity, adorned with towering skyscrapers and a multitude of social establishments. It can be deemed the economic heart of the eastern Hoenn region. Nestled in the northeastern corner of Swearin City is the base of the magma team, situated on an unnamed island that has since been christened Magma Island. The magma team is a clandestine organization within the Hoenn region, led by a figure known as Chiyan. However, at this juncture, the magma team is in its infancy, feeble and nascent, with Magma Island merely an uninhabited wasteland. The arrival of the magma team has led to the construction of several edifices upon this desolate isle. Chiyan possesses a striking visage, his brow hinting at profound wisdom, accentuated by a pair of bespectacled eyes that lend him an air of scholarly charm. Clad in a crimson uniform coat, his hair, dyed red and slicked back, adds a touch of maturity and gravitas to his demeanor. In this moment, upon Magma Island, Chiyan stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing pensively at a chamber, appearing tranquil, yet the veins protruding from his hands betray his underlying tension. That it is only upon hearing the plaintive wail of an infant that he breathes a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, a revelation dawns upon him. If in the past his ambitions were solely for himself, from this moment forth, he must also strive for the sake of his child. Time swiftly passes, and 15 years flit by like a fleeting breeze. The infant of yesteryear has blossomed into a tall, vigorous young man. His thick, red hair glistens under the sun, reminiscent of flames, exuding an exuberant vitality. His physique is statuesque, with flowing muscle lines that embody the unique vigor of youth. Though still in his formative years, he exhibits an air of composure and maturity. At this moment, he stands by the shores of Magma Island, gazing out at the expansive ocean, his mind awash with thoughts. Has it truly been 15 years since I traversed into this world? I never imagined I would become the son of Chiyan. Yet, fortune has favored me. Despite my ties to a dark faction, I need not worry about sustenance. Moreover, I shall no longer fret over the scarcity of ordinary Pokémon resources. My former self, the one who once lived on Blue Star, must be gone. I am now known as Chiyan Hui. My father, Chiyan, has named me thus, for Hui signifies illumination, embodying the hope that I may one day shine forth like the sun, radiating brilliance. Thus, I shall fulfill my father's wishes, standing at the pinnacle of this Pokémon world, casting my light far and wide. At that moment, a voice calls from afar. Hui, your father is looking for you, hurry. Chiyan Hui turns to see Fire Goose, an officer of the magma team. Draped in the fiery red uniform of the magma team, complete with a hood adorned with 2 yellow tips, Fire Goose's striking beauty adds a tempting allure to her presence. Coming, Sister Fire Goose. Chiyan Hui responds, sprinting towards her. What does my father want? He inquires. With a mischievous glint, Fire Goose replies, I know, but I shan't tell you, he. Chiyan Hui, momentarily speechless, turns and strides towards the base, while Fire Goose calls after him. Hui, plead with me, and I shall reveal it to you. It pertains to the Pokémon information you are most eager to learn. His steps falter for a moment, then hastily he makes his way into the base that a few years after his arrival, Chiyan Hui expressed to his father, Chiyan, his desire to nurture Pokémon. Yet, he was met with a stern reprimand, as his father deemed him too young and incapable of undertaking such a responsibility. At that time, Chiyan Hui could not comprehend the gravity of his father's words, questioning why nurturing Pokémon should be so difficult. Kneeling down, Chiyan gently tousled Chiyan Hui's hair, speaking softly. Hui, a trainer will possess many Pokémon throughout their life, but each Pokémon will typically have only one trainer. For the trainer, the world is vast. They can travel to numerous places, forge friendships, and acquire many Pokémon. However, for a Pokémon, its trainer is its entire world, its sole companion. You are still too young to care for and nurture a Pokémon. You should devote this time to learning about them, understanding their various attributes, their strengths and weaknesses, and their unique traits. You must also work on developing your physical prowess. When you turn 15, I shall surely prepare an initial Pokémon for you. Upon hearing these words, Chiyan Hui fell silent, lost in contemplation for a long while. After his arrival in this world, Chiyan Hui discovered he possessed the ability to discern the capabilities and information of every Pokémon. This revelation he kept from his father, unsure of how to explain it. How could he confess that he was a soul from another realm, blessed with extraordinary insight? Of course, this gift only allowed him to perceive Pokémon's potential. It bore no other utility, merely serving as an auxiliary tool. Yet for Chiyan Hui, this was more than enough. Before his arrival, he had tragically lost his legs in an accident while saving a girl, resulting in amputation due to the catastrophic injuries. From that day forth, he was confined to his bed, left to play on his Switch, experiencing games like Pikachu, Sword and Shield, Pearl, and Arceus, when suddenly he awoke in the Pokémon world to find himself as the son of Chiyan. He harbored no discontent regarding his transmigration. Rather, he felt immense gratitude. Chiyan Hui speculated that this extraordinary ability was not simply a consequence of his gaming experiences. Thus, he has longed to cultivate Pokémon and become a Pokémon trainer. At the tender age of 10, Chiyan believed he was poised to embark on his journey as a Pokémon trainer. However, Chiyan vehemently opposed this notion. Confused yet intrigued, Chiyan's perspective shifted dramatically upon witnessing the gruesome remains of a lava team member, brutally slain by a wild Pokémon. This was not a world of animation or gaming. This was a stark reality where wild Pokémon could indeed take human lives. Chiyan soon grasped that, in this world, travel was indeed possible, but one had to reach the age of 15 and obtain parental consent before setting forth on an adventure. In the Pokémon realm, reaching the age of 15 signifies adulthood, allowing one to venture forth and become a true trainer. Moreover, the nature of such journeys varied significantly. Members of the League's elite could reside in Pokémon centers, enjoying complimentary meals and accommodations, along with free Pokémon treatments. Additionally, they were provided with starter Pokémon specially prepared by the League, ensuring a certain level of safety during their travels. Conversely, the journeys of ordinary individuals required expenditure for every aspect: food, lodging, and transportation, all of which incurred costs. Even healing Pokémon at the Pokémon Center came with a hefty price tag, rendering such trips financially prohibitive for most families. Consequently, concerns over finances and safety often deterred parents from allowing their children to embark on such adventures. Chapter 2. The Choice of Initial Pokémon. Upon grasping the intricacies of this world, Chiyan Hui commenced an earnest endeavor to acquire knowledge regarding Pokémon. Although he had previously engaged with the games in his past life, such experiences merely constituted a superficial engagement. They did not elucidate the habits of individual Pokémon, nor did they convey the expressions of joy, anger, or intent to attack. Pokémon are vibrant, sentient beings, not mere statistics from a game. At the outset, Chiyan Hui immersed himself in the study of the various lifestyles of Pokémon. Gradually, his learning expanded to encompass attributes, moves, and characteristics. Eventually, he delved into the training and development of skills, alongside methods for breeding and training Pokémon, among other advanced knowledge. Of course, this latter information was considered the closely guarded secrets of the Lava Team, knowledge painstakingly acquired by their leader, Chiyan, and even then, it was incomplete. For instance, the types of Pokémon he learned about were limited to a select few from the Hoenn region, and even that knowledge was far from exhaustive. However, these insights were invaluable, as they were vehemently suppressed by noble families and the League alike. Historically, the possession of Pokémon knowledge could empower individuals to cultivate potent Pokémon, and an abundance of strong trainers could easily lead to unrest. This was the official narrative. The underlying motivation was, of course, to prevent the common folk from threatening the established order of the aristocracy and the League. Chiyan had once been an ordinary citizen, and as such, the average person would scarcely encounter such knowledge in their lifetime. Yet by a stroke of fortune, he had acquired some insights into Pokémon breeding, complemented by his own explorations and research. With serendipity on his side, he encountered a Slugma and successfully bred his first Pokémon, subsequently establishing the Lava Team. After years of development and growth, the team now stood shoulder to shoulder with the Ocean Team, dominating the Hoenn region and becoming a formidable force in the shadows. Chiyan Hui himself underwent rigorous training under his father, Chiyan, who imparted these words: "Hui, we may lack innate talent, but as ordinary individuals aspiring to be trainers, we must not neglect our own training. I do not expect you to possess the strength to rival Pokémon. but I do require you to be agile enough to evade their moves. Even if you cannot escape entirely, you must strive to protect your vital areas. We are ordinary people, yet we too have our own means of survival. Unlike those with supernatural abilities who can rely on their gifts, we must depend solely on ourselves and our Pokémon. We cannot become a burden to them, otherwise, we will suffer greatly in battles against wild Pokémon. Thus, I hope you will dedicate yourself to training and cultivate the ability to protect yourself. Upon hearing these words, the young Chiyan Hui was profoundly shaken. Was this truly the Pokémon world? It was so different from what he had envisioned. Yet perhaps this was the authentic essence of the Pokémon realm. Reflecting on his years of study and training, he stepped into the Lava Team's base, greeted warmly by fellow members. Young Master, Young Master. Chiyan Hui acknowledged their salutations with a nod and proceeded to his father Chiyan Song's office. The passage of time had bestowed upon Chiyan Song a mature charm. Yet upon seeing his son enter, he furrowed his brow. How many times must I remind you to knock before entering? Chiyan Hui hastily approached his father, a smile illuminating his face as he nonchalantly replied, "All right, Dad, I'll pay attention next time. Besides, I doubt anyone else would dare to enter your office without knocking. Are you looking for me regarding my initial Pokémon?" Chiyan Song gazed at his fearless son, letting out a sigh. Ever since Chiyan Hui's birth, following the tragic demise of his mother during childbirth, Chiyan Song had indulged his son, leading to some unruly behavior. However, he did not mind. Within the base, everyone exhibited utmost respect towards him, while only his child disregarded such formalities, allowing Chiyan Song to experience the warmth of familial bonds. Well, you are 15 now, and after years of studying Pokémon knowledge, you must have a preference for your initial Pokémon. Feel free to express your desires. Since it is your first Pokémon, I will procure it for you, even if it is a quasi-legendary. Chiyan Hui's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Really, Dad? Indeed, it is true. You have reached an age where you must carve your own path. Regrettably, my Charizard is male and cannot lay eggs, and it has yet to find a suitable mate, which I do not wish to force. Otherwise, given its high potential, the eggs produced would likely also possess exceptional qualities. After listening to his father, Chiyan Hui smiled and replied, "No worries, Dad, I have some thoughts of my own." He then settled onto the sofa in the office, delving into contemplation. Chiyan Song remained patient, quietly observing his son. After a moment of silence, Chiyan Hui suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "Dad, I have an idea I'd like to share with you. What do you think?" Chiyan Song nodded. "Yes, go ahead and express your thoughts." With earnestness, Chiyan Hui stated, "For my first Pokémon, I wish to have a Charmander, and I desire to personally select it. I read in a travelogue about a Charizard Valley in the Johto region, teeming with countless Charmanders, so there must be no shortage of Charmander eggs there. To be frank, Dad, I believe I possess a unique ability to sense the potential of Pokémon. I am uncertain why this is the case, but I would like to ask you for a favor. Please take me to Charizard Valley in Johto, where I can defeat the Guardian and personally choose either a Charmander egg or a young Charmander. For my initial Pokémon, I certainly wish for one of exceptional quality." Chiyan Song, upon hearing his son's words, did not respond immediately but instead stared at Chiyan Hui, his expression grave. "You possess the ability to perceive the quality level of Pokémon?" Chiyan Hui nodded. "Yes, I sensed it from observing your Pokémon." Chiyan Song remained silent, retrieving a Pokeball, pressing the button to release the contained Pokémon. As the white light flickered, a creature materialized in the room. As the light dissipated, a massive bat, towering at 2 meters, appeared. After glancing at the two individuals in the room, it promptly approached Chiyan Hui, nuzzling against him. This was a Crobat, a dual poison flying type, which had played alongside Chiyan Hui since its evolution from Zubat, resulting in their profound familiarity with one another. "All right, enough of the antics. Your father summoned you for a serious matter," Chiyan Song admonished, casting a stern glance at the frolicking Crobat. "Hui, take a moment to assess the potential of this Crobat." Chiyan Hui immediately focused his attention on the Crobat, its information manifesting in his mind. The Crobat's body was entirely purple, while the inner side of its wings was a striking cyan. 3 claws adorned its wings, and its head seamlessly connected with its abdomen. It possessed 2 pairs of wings, forming an X shape, with the lower wings being slightly smaller than the upper ones. Its eyes were yellow, with red pupils, and its mouth was triangular in shape. Upon his head, there were 2 ears protruding backward, resembling a forked bat. This forked bat was at level 72, beginner of the king level, possessing dual attributes of poison and flying. Its ability was penetration, hidden ability. Pokémon with this trait are unaffected by the opponent's reflective wall, light screen, mystical guard, white mist, substitute, or aurora veil status, allowing them to penetrate the opponent's barriers or substitutes to launch attacks. The individual values, 4, boasted an impressive 5v1 U. HP, 31, Attack, 31. Defense, 31, Special Attack, 30, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. The base stats were as follows: HP, 85, Attack, 90, Defense, 80, Special Attack, 70, Special Defense, 80, Speed, 130, totaling 535 points. It carried the item Top-Tier Poison Needle, which enhanced poison-type moves by 17. All held items were designated as special energy concentrating objects, capable of merging within the body and interchangeable with amplification rates: Novice 1, 5, Intermediate 6, 10, Advanced 11, 15, Top Tier 16, 20. Its masterful move was Cross Poison Blade. Proficient techniques included Leech Life, Air Slash, Fly, Mud Bomb, Shadow Ball, Bite, and Brave Bird Charge. Chihuahua was not a stranger to this Pokemon. He was well acquainted with its information. Seeing it had leveled up since their last encounter brought him joy. Dad, this forked bat possesses peak qualifications in 5 categories, with only its special attack failing to reach the pinnacle, albeit just shy of it. The concept of 5 categories at their peak refers to the qualifications of Pokemon in this world. Achieving 31 points in any category signifies reaching the summit. Akin to the notion of V, Chihuahua stared blankly at Chiyan Hui, his voice trembling as he asked, Hui, can you truly perceive a Pokemon's qualifications? Although the forked bat often frolicked alongside Chihuahua Hui, relishing their companionship, the matter of qualifications was a deeply private and critical issue that only Chihuahua himself fully understood. Yet now, Chihuahua Hui spoke of it so effortlessly, stirring a tempest of surprise and astonishment within Chihuahua's heart. Chapter 3, Special Ability, Assessing Pokemon Qualifications. Well, I don't quite grasp the situation either. It must be innate. Chihuahua Hui could not elucidate his traversing experience, thus attributing it to natural ability. Upon hearing this, Chihuahua nodded solemnly. Indeed, there exists such a possibility. During my travels, I encountered individuals born with special abilities, such as psychic powers or healing Pokemon. Additionally, there are some exceedingly unique talents. Yours should be classified as one of them. Compared to other abilities, yours may not be exceedingly formidable, lacking significant enhancement to personal combat prowess. However, its supportive nature is quite substantial. Although our lava team has its own detection personnel, this requires machine cooperation and extensive experience to ascertain a Pokemon's qualifications, and can only assess Pokemon post-juvenile stage, yielding imprecise results for Pokemon eggs. Moreover, the assessment of each Pokemon necessitates considerable time, manpower, and resources. Your ability is immensely important for both your own development and that of the organization. In the future, should we acquire significant Pokemon eggs, I shall entrust you with their evaluation, and you must not be negligent. Suddenly, Chihuahua's expression turned grave as he declared, the fact that you possess a special ability must remain confidential, except to me. Understood? Chihuahua Hui, feeling resigned, replied, Understood, Dad. Chihuahua took a moment to compose himself in his office chair before continuing. By the way, regarding your initial Pokemon, have you made your decision? Since it is your starter, even if it's a semi-divine Pokemon, I will procure it for you. Are you certain you wish to select a juvenile Charmander or a Pokemon egg? Chihuahua Hui resolutely nodded. Yes, Dad, I will procure a semi-divine Pokemon myself in the future. I still desire a Charmander as my starter. It feels safer this way. Having a starter Pokemon accompanied by a semi-divine one could lead to complications. Some might take reckless risks, and I am still quite weak. Upon hearing Chihuahua Hui's words, a glimmer of admiration sparkled in Chihuahua's eyes. Hui, your reasoning is sound. In truth, even if you wanted to select a semi-divine Pokemon, I would not grant it to you, as it would hinder my subsequent efforts on your behalf. I merely wished to tempt you. I did not expect you to possess such clarity of thought. At this remark, Chihuahua Hui remained silent. Chihuahua regarded his son's expression of resignation and could not help but chuckle. Very well, since you desire a Charmander, then you shall have one. I can take you to the Charizard Valley in the Johto region to find a Charmander, but remember, you must be responsible for the Pokemon you choose. Understood? As he spoke, Chihuahua's demeanor turned serious. Yes, understood, Dad. The only companions I can rely on for a lifetime, apart from you, are my Pokemon. Oh, and my future girlfriend. Chihuahua's expression darkened as he chastised his son. At such a tender age, why are you preoccupied with girlfriends? Fostering your Pokemon and enhancing your strength should be your priority. Chihuahua Hui waved his hand dismissively. Got it, Dad. When are we heading to the Johto region? Chihuahua pondered for a moment before responding. I will make the necessary arrangements. There are matters within the organization that require my attention. We shall depart in 3 days. First traveling to Water Quiet City to catch a flight, and then onward to the Johto region. All right, I'll take my leave, Dad. 3 days passed swiftly. On that morning, Chiyan Hui awoke early, having spent 15 years in this Pokemon world, finally on the verge of acquiring his initial Pokemon. This was an event he had long anticipated. Even without a Charmander as his starter, he intended to seek opportunities to journey to the Charizard Valley in the Johto region to obtain a juvenile Charmander or a Pokemon egg. Charmander was considered a rare Pokemon in the Johto region, not due to its scarcity, but because it had been monopolized by the Kanto and Johto regions. Apart from the Pokémon League and Charizard Valley, Chiyan was unaware of any other locations that possessed such Pokemon. Owning a Charizard was truly Chiyan Hui's dream, and this time, that dream was finally set to become a reality. Rushing to his father's office, he swung open the door, immediately noticing several individuals present, all members of the Lava Team's leadership. Morning, Hui Village brother, Hui Yin's sister, Hui Ying brother. Hui Village was a stout man clad in the fiery red uniform of the Lava Team. However, his physique was not that of a gluttonous sort. Instead, he was robust and powerful, exuding a serious demeanor, though his piercing gaze revealed he was not an amiable figure. His ambition was to become the strongest cadre of the Lava Team. A cadre of the Lava Team, Hui Village. Hui Ying was an ordinary-looking man in the Lava Team uniform, so unremarkable that one could easily forget his appearance after a single glance. Despite his seemingly harmless demeanor, he was responsible for handling information within the organization. A cadre of the Lava Team, Hui Ying. Upon seeing Chiyan Hui enter, Hui Yin greeted him with a smile. Hui, good morning. Chiyan Hui merely pursed his lips in response, opting for silence as he took a seat nearby. Hui Village offered a smile in Chiyan Hui's direction, while Hui Ying merely nodded slightly, acknowledging him. As Chiyan Song observed Chiyan Hui's entrance, he chose not to address the matter of entering without knocking. Instead, he turned to the three officers and declared, here at the base, let Huitsuan and Huiyin remain on guard while Hui Ying and I take Hui to capture his initial Pokemon. Upon hearing Chiyan Song's arrangement, Huitsuan, Hui, and Huiyin immediately adopted serious expressions and replied, understood, Chief. Chiyan Song promptly rose and said, if anything arises, contact me directly via the communicator. If it's a provocation from the Ocean Team during my absence, avoid confrontation. As for the Alliance, do not provoke them either while I'm away. Do you understand? Yes. Chief, we will certainly protect the Lava Team, Huitsuan replied solemnly. Each of the three officers had their designated roles. Huitsuan was responsible for combat, while Huiyin handled logistics. Very well, let us depart. Hui Ying, gather a few elite members from your intelligence team. No need for too many. By the way, ensure everyone is in their regular uniforms. Understood, boss. I'll prepare the personnel right away, Hui Ying responded before turning to make the necessary arrangements. Chiyan Song and Chiyan Hui changed into their outfits before exiting the base, where Hui Ying was already waiting with several individuals by a speedboat. As they approached, Hui Ying directed, first, head to Shuijing City, then proceed to the Johto region. You will arrange the route discreetly to avoid drawing attention. Hui Ying immediately signaled to his subordinates, who began steering the boat towards Shuijing City. Chapter 4, Arrival in Johto region, Mankan City. The speedboat traveled swiftly, and soon the outline of Shuijing City appeared before Chiyan Hui's eyes. The towering lighthouse by the seaside and the bustling harbor filled with cruise ships vividly illustrated the city's prosperity. The speedboat did not dock at the main port, but instead approached a private harbor, where a small cabin housed two Lava Team members on standby. Upon seeing the yacht approach, the two members quickly stepped forward to greet them. Upon recognizing Chiyan Song, they stood at attention and shouted, Chief. Chiyan Song nodded in acknowledgement. Hui Ying then stepped forward and instructed, guard the speedboat diligently. We have business in Shuijing City that will take several days. Until our return, ensure the boat is well guarded. Understood, Hui Ying. Upon reaching the shore, two vehicles awaited them, arranged by Hui Ying. Once seated, Hui Ying whispered to Chiyan Song, boss. The tickets to the Johto region are booked, but we have 2 hours until departure. Chiyan Song replied quietly, let us wait at the airport. In times like this, it is best not to stir trouble. Before we depart, Hui Ying, please brief us on the Johto region's situation and its factions, so we can be well informed. Without hesitation, Hui Ying responded, certainly. The destination we are heading to is known as Charizard Valley, situated between Kikyo City and Ilex Forest in the Johto region. Entry is prohibited for ordinary individuals. It is inhabited by numerous Charizards, serving as a gathering and training ground for them. At the valley's peak stands a colossal statue of a Charizard carved from rock, surrounded by rivers and dotted with greenery. According to intelligence reports, the Johto Alliance has stationed some guards there, but specifics on their numbers remain unclear due to the short notice, as our scouts dared not approach. However, with your strength, Chief, I am confident you can overcome any guards present. As he spoke, Hui Ying's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Furthermore, the Johto region currently lacks a unified dark force, rendering it somewhat chaotic. However, the adjacent Kanto region has been unified under a formidable organization known as Team Rocket, whose power should not be underestimated. Kanto is the birthplace of the Pokémon League, and Team Rocket's ability to dominate that area speaks volumes about their capabilities. Our only concern during this mission is the Johto Alliance. Aside from them, no other threats loom in the Johto region. Upon hearing the familiar name Team Rocket, Chiyan Hui paused momentarily but quickly regained his composure, choosing to remain silent as he sat quietly. Chiyan Song remarked, "Well done, Huiying. Your efforts are commendable." "It's my duty, boss," Huiying replied respectfully, bowing his head. Before long, they arrived at the airport. After disembarking, tickets were promptly provided, an advantage of having influence, as it allowed them to delegate tasks and save significant time. Due to their low profile, no incidents occurred, and they boarded the plane safely. As Chiyan Hui gazed out the window, a mixture of anxiety, anticipation, and joy flooded his heart. Observing his son's excited demeanor, Chiyan Song chuckled softly, reminiscing about the time he captured his first Pokémon, an experience that had filled him with elation. Now, however, his son Chiyan Hui was on the verge of his own adventure. "Calm down, Hui. We still have over 8 hours until we reach the Johto region. By the time we arrive, it will already be evening. We'll rest for the night before setting off for Charizard Valley tomorrow," Chiyan Song advised. Upon hearing this, Chiyan Hui sighed, realizing that acquiring his initial Pokémon would have to wait. Noticing his son's dejected expression, Chiyan Song couldn't help but laugh. With an exasperated glance at his mischievous father, Chiyan Hui closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. However, 8 hours proved to be lengthy, and upon awakening, he discovered only 2 hours had passed. Not wishing to sleep further, he prepared for the meal as a flight attendant wheeled a cart down the aisle. Inquiring about meal preferences, this service was complimentary, merely a matter of choice. Thus, Chiyan Hui endured the lengthy flight, which felt interminable. As the plane descended, they arrived in Mankin City, located in the Johto region. Mankin City, a vast metropolis in western Johto, stood as its largest city, rivaling Goldenrod City in Kanto. It serves as the economic and technological hub of the Johto region, boasting attractions such as Mankin Game Center and Mankin Gym that draw the attention of aspiring trainers. From his hotel room, Chiyan Song gazed out through the glass at the bustling Mankin City. Reflecting on Hui Ying's earlier remarks, he contemplated the potential for the lava team to establish a foothold in such a vibrant urban landscape devoid of a unified dark force. "Hui, Huiying, what do you think about establishing a branch of the lava team here? In the Hoenn region, we are evenly matched with the ocean team, and resolving that rivalry will take time. However, if we expand our influence here, we could swiftly surpass the ocean team." Huiying did not respond immediately, instead taking time to ponder before nodding in agreement. "That is indeed a possibility, but we must conduct thorough reconnaissance before making any decisions. Caution is key to avoiding major mistakes." Chiyan Hui remained silent, lost in thought. Historically, the Johto region had been completely consumed by Team Rocket, yet there had been no signs of their encroachment at present. Thus, it might be opportune to seize the initiative and establish a presence in Johto, even if it meant only capturing a few key cities to begin with. Although the Rockets possess formidable strength and Sakaki exudes considerable charisma, Akayanka, hailing from the Magma team, is destined to tread a different path. It would be unthinkable for his father to forsake a lifetime of hard work to ally with Sakaki. Akayanka has yet to attain such greatness, thus it is imperative to strategically position themselves within the Johto region. His father, Akai Matsubusa, toiled tirelessly to establish the Magma team from humble beginnings, and naturally, Akayanka aspires to see the team flourish and ascend to global supremacy. Resolute in his decision, Akayanka promptly addressed his father. "Father, I believe we can make significant moves, even going so far as to relocate the majority of our members to the Johto region. However, we must not abandon Hoenn. We shall develop discreetly there. In Johto, it is essential that we conceal our identities until we have firmly established control over the major cities, at which point we can reveal our affiliation with the Magma team." Chapter 5. Developmental Prospects and Direction of the Magma Team. Akayanka continued, "If our identity is revealed prematurely, the Ocean Team will not permit our development in Johto. Furthermore, the neighboring Kanto region harbors a unified dark power organization. To prevent them from discovering our intentions, we must diligently hide our identities at the outset. In the struggle against the Ocean Team, taking calculated risks is worthwhile. What say you, father?" Akai Matsubusa remained silent, gazing at Akayanka with pride, while the Hokage looked on in astonishment, having never before heard such words from Akayanka. Turning to the Hokage, Akai Matsubusa inquired, "Hokage, what are your thoughts on Akai's proposal?" A tempest of thoughts swirled in the Hokage's mind, recognizing that this decision could present the Magma team with tremendous opportunities or lead them into peril. If mishandled, they could easily find themselves besieged by the Ocean team or the dark forces of Kanto. Moreover, the local dark elements in Johto should not be underestimated. Though lacking a unified presence, various small factions abound, each with their own formidable individuals. After a moment's hesitation, the Hokage responded, "Boss, I concur with Akai. To achieve success, one must embrace a modicum of risk. In Hoenn, we are evenly matched with the Ocean team, and even if we can overcome them, the cost will be substantial, with victory remaining uncertain. Now is indeed the time to explore opportunities beyond Hoenn, and the uncoordinated dark market of Johto presents an auspicious choice." "Very well," Akai Matsubusa proclaimed. "Hokage, retain half of your intelligence team to safeguard Hoenn, while the remainder shall be dispatched to Johto. Their task is to ascertain the situation in Johto's cities. My personal Magma Guard will also participate in this operation to ensure everyone's safety. Hokage, you must strive to infiltrate various cities, gather intel, and identify viable targets for our operations. This infiltration may require considerable time, lasting until we strike in Johto. Our aim is to secure several cities in the region. Moreover, as Akai aptly noted, we must remain incognito. Inform everyone that wearing Magma Team uniforms or carrying any identifying items is strictly forbidden. In short, nothing that could reveal our identity should be brought to Johto." The Hokage exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Understood, boss." As a member of the Dark Forces, the Hokage too aspired to be part of the most formidable organization, and the prospect of expansion was exhilarating, prompting memories of years past when he fought alongside Akai Matsubusa to conquer half of Hoenn. Suddenly, Akai Anka interjected, "Father, we need not rely solely on brute force. We can form alliances with some and confront others. We may even deploy undercover agents. However, all of this hinges on thoroughly understanding the dynamics of Johto's cities, which cannot be rushed. We must prepare for a long-term endeavor." Akai Matsubusa nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, Akai, you articulate your thoughts well. This endeavor cannot be hastened. My intention in sending people is to gather intelligence, not to immediately launch a full-scale assault on Johto. The intelligence team should cultivate connections with the smaller organizations present. Hokage, you may proceed with the arrangements. Ensure your subordinates prepare adequately to travel in groups via planes and ships to Johto. Caution is paramount. Avoid mass gatherings, and conceal your identities to evade detection by the Ocean team and the Hoenn League. We shall rest for the night, and tomorrow, assist Akai in acquiring his initial Pokémon." "Understood, boss." With that, the Hokage departed the room, and Akai Matsubusa turned his gaze to his son, Akai Anka. "Akai, you have truly astonished me. At your age, you already grasp the nuances of these circumstances. Please, father, after years of exposure, it is only natural to contemplate these matters. Such reflections yield clarity," Akai Anka replied modestly. "Haha, Akai, I am proud of you. Keep pushing forward. I await your assent. Also, upon our return to Hoenn, I have a surprise for you." "What kind of surprise?" "Let us save that for our return. It's time to rest. A day of travel is exhausting." With a playful huff, Akai Matsubusa teased as he exited the room, retiring to his quarters for the night. The following morning, the Hokage set forth with Akai Matsubusa and Akai Anka, guided by a prearranged route. Given the vastness and sparsity of the Pokemon world, compounded by the prevalence of wild Pokemon, stable train routes between cities were scarce, often relegating many paths to dirt roads, easily damaged by Pokemon. Thus, they opted to ride Pokemon for their journey. Akai Matsubusa summoned a desert dragonfly, while the Hokage released a large swallow. "Akai, come sit with me," Akai Matsubusa beckoned. Gazing at the desert dragonfly before him, a flicker of excitement crossed Akai Anka's eyes. Although this particular Pokemon was not a powerhouse, boasting only intermediate strength among quasi-Pokemon, it sufficed as a steed. The desert dragonfly exhibited a predominantly green hue, adorned with 2 green antennae atop its head, and bore 2 green wings with red edges. Its tail featured 8 segments of alternating light and dark green. Protective red half-spheres covered its eyes, shielding them from sand. The swallow resembled a common swallow, its plumage primarily deep blue, highlighted by crimson patterns on its neck, tail tip, and forehead, with a white belly. Its 2 tail feathers stood upright, a testament to its health. Its claws were red, and its beak yellow, displaying a keen gaze that surveyed its surroundings. Akai Anka fixated on the swallow, its stats flooding his mind. Swallow, level 69, peak quasi-Pokemon, normal flying type. Ability, Guts, hidden ability. Normal and fighting type moves can affect ghost type Pokemon. It remains unfazed by Intimidate. Stats, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, special defense, 28, speed, 31, base stats, HP, 60, attack, 85, defense, 60, special attack, 75, special defense, 50, speed, 125, total, 455. Carried items, a sophisticated, razor-sharp beak. With a flight-based move amplification rate of 14. Master-level moves, Brave Bird, Air Slash, Reckless Charge, Last Stand, Quick Attack, Steel Wing, Shadow Clone. Proficient-level moves, none. Astonishingly, the Kingfisher of the Fire Shadow has reached the pinnacle of the quasi-champion level, merely a hair's breadth from ascending to the champion tier. Yet, this slender divide may very well signify eternity. However, this Kingfisher possesses commendable potential, making it quite likely to advance to the champion level. With a 5-4 rating, its physical and special attack individual values are maximized, rendering it particularly suited for the Kingfisher, given that its attack base stat is 85, while its special attack base stat stands at 75. The only subpar aspect is its special defense base stat, a mere 50 points. Yet, this is of little concern, as it remains vulnerable to special attacks. Furthermore, the Kingfisher boasts an impressive speed-based stat of 125, which proves crucial in real battles, allowing for both offensive strikes and evasive maneuvers. Hitting a Kingfisher with a speed-based stat of 125 using a special attack is evidently a daunting task. Chapter 6, Arrival at Dragonfire Valley. Chihuahua ascended onto the back of the desert dragonfly. Do not underestimate the desert dragonfly, for it is a dual-type ground dragon Pokémon. Typically, Pokémon of the dragon type are formidable, and the desert dragonfly is no exception. To facilitate Chihuahua's ascent, the desert dragonfly lowered its body and lay flat on the ground. Clearly, this desert dragonfly was familiar with Chihuahua. In fact, it could be said that all of Chihuahua's Pokémon knew him, being the son of their master. In his youth, Chihuahua often played with the Pokémon belonging to his father, Chihuahua. On the back of the desert dragonfly, Chihuahua had carefully arranged handrails and other securing devices. Once he observed that Chihuahua was securely seated, Chihuahua softly instructed, Desert Dragonfly, set forth, following closely behind the Kingfisher. The Desert Dragonfly nodded and took to the skies, while the Fire Shadow swiftly mounted the Kingfisher, leading the way ahead. Both Pokémon exhibited remarkable flight speed. However, it was evident that the Kingfisher was superior. It deliberately reduced its speed, awaiting the Desert Dragonfly. The Desert Dragonfly's slower pace was relative to the Kingfisher. Otherwise, with a speed-based stat of 100, the Desert Dragonfly was far from slow. As time elapsed, from the moment the sun first rose to when it hung high in the sky, the Kingfisher finally descended towards the ground. The Desert Dragonfly followed suit, bringing Chihuahua and his son down to the earth. At this point, the Fire Shadow had already dismounted from the Kingfisher's body. Upon seeing Chihuahua and Chihuahua land, he immediately whispered, Boss, Hui, Dragonfire Valley is merely 3 kilometers ahead. To avoid detection, let us land here. Should we devise a plan? Chihuahua pondered for a moment before decisively stating, no need for a plan. We shall charge straight in, leaving 2 alive, while eliminating the rest of the guards. We will then interrogate them about the location of the dragon eggs produced by the Dragonfire, as well as the young fire dragons within. Since we are here, we might as well take everything in one go. After all, we are bound to offend the Johto League. Previously, we might have been cautious, but having decided to develop in the Johto region, we must offend the League regardless. Therefore, let us eradicate them here. Fire Shadow, you will monitor the perimeter for any escapees and eliminate them directly. I will engage head-on, and Hui, you will remain outside with Fire Shadow. I will leave 1 Pokémon specifically to protect you. Upon hearing Chihuahua's words, Chihuahua had no objections. This was not the time for mercy. If word got out, the Johto region would shift its focus onto the Magma team, complicating their efforts to establish a foothold there. Fire Shadow resolutely affirmed, Rest assured, boss. I shall not allow a single enemy to escape from Dragonfire Valley. Very well, let us rest for half an hour, then we shall proceed. Your Kingfisher also needs a brief respite after such an extensive flight. Observing the slightly fatigued Kingfisher nearby, Fire Shadow nodded in agreement. Chihuahua then produced a Pokeball. Handing it to Chihuahua. Hui, this is the Pokeball for the crossbat. In case of any emergencies, have the crossbat take you away immediately. Remaining here will only make you a burden. I have my means of escape if necessary. I speak of contingencies. Fire Shadow, protect Hui with all your might. Understood? Fire Shadow solemnly declared, Rest assured, boss, even at the cost of my life, I will ensure Hui's safe departure. Chihuahua looked at Fire Shadow with satisfaction, saying, Good, I trust you with this task. If there are multiple high-quality young fire dragons inside, Hui will select one first, and I will choose another for you later. This is one of the 3 starter Pokémon from the Johto region, a powerful Pokémon indeed. Fire Shadow immediately expressed his delight. Thank you, boss. Who wouldn't admire a high-quality Pokémon, especially one as formidable as the Dragonfire? It could be said to be among the strongest Pokémon just below the legendary tier, even without considering Mega Evolution. Of course, neither Chihua Song nor Fire Shadow were aware of Mega Evolution yet, and Chihua had no opportunity to mention it. If he did, Chihua Song would undoubtedly inquire about the source of his information, leaving Chihua at a loss. This knowledge could only be revealed to Chihua Song and a select few at the right moment, as it had the potential to alter the power dynamics of the regions. Moreover, he could only secretly gather Megastones and evolutionary keys. Currently, Professor Bratano of the Kalos region was still in the research phase. After all, the Johto region's rocket team had yet to gain control. Chihua was unaware of whether Ash was present or the current state of development across various regions. Even the Johto region, which was adjacent to Hoenn, required an 8-hour flight. Other regions were even farther away. However, none of this was of paramount importance. What truly mattered was enhancing one's strength and allowing the Magma team to flourish, disregarding the circumstances in other regions and whether Ash was involved. Strength was the only thing that truly mattered. Half an hour swiftly passed. After feeding the Kingfisher some energy cubes, it soon regained its vigor and stood bright-eyed and bushy-tailed on the ground. Chihua Song mounted the desert dragonfly and instructed Fire Shadow. Take a Hui and wait for me to enter Dragonfire Valley before blocking the exit. Have the Kingfisher circle around the exit to prevent anyone from fleeing on their Pokémon. Such escapes may not necessarily occur through the exit. Understood, boss, Fire Shadow replied respectfully. After giving his orders, Chihua Song immediately took to the skies on the desert dragonfly, swiftly heading towards Dragonfire Valley. As the desert dragonfly became a mere speck in the distance, Fire Shadow and Chihua leapt onto the Kingfisher and soared towards Dragonfire Valley. Along the way, Fire Shadow solemnly advised, Ahui, just hide nearby and observe. Should any unexpected events occur, have the crossbat take you away immediately. Do not worry about us. We have our ways of escaping. After all, we have faced life and death together for many years and will not fall into such a predicament. As he spoke, Fire Shadow flashed a bright smile at Chihua, reassuring him. Chihua took a deep breath and solemnly replied, Yes, Fire Shadow, I will do as you say. Chiyan Hui understood that at this moment, it was crucial not to act recklessly. As his father, Chiyan Song, had advised, should an unforeseen event arise, remaining here would only burden his father and the Hokage. Departing early would allow his partner, the Crossbats, to return and provide support to his father more swiftly. Chapter 7. Chiyan Song single-handedly swept through the entire Fire Dragon Valley. Soon, the great King Yen arrived at the entrance of the Fire Dragon Valley and landed. The ground bore the scars of battle, with several corpses strewn about, both human and Pokémon alike. Within the valley, fierce combat raged on, and even from outside, Chiyan Hui and the Hokage could hear the explosive sounds of conflict. The Hokage immediately leaped off the great King Yen and urged, Ahui, find a place to hide. I have work to do. Chiyan Hui recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly jumped off the great King Yen, darting to the side. Meanwhile, the Hokage unleashed all his Pokémon, and with a flash of white light, several Pokémon materialized. Among them were 2 Magcargo, a prehistoric armor Pokémon, a shiny Gyarados, and a Curse Doll. Everyone, Gyarados and Curse Doll, take position to ambush at the valley's exit. Magcargo and the prehistoric armor Pokémon, stand with me and secure the entrance. Great King Yen, soar in the sky. If you spot any enemies, attack immediately, regardless of their fate. Upon hearing these orders, the Pokémon sprang into action. After retreating to a distance, Chiyan Hui summoned the Crossbats and whispered, Crossbats, take me to that hillside over there, to the highest tree. We shall conceal ourselves there for a better vantage point. Understanding the critical nature of the moment, the Crossbats swiftly grasped Chiyan Hui's shoulder and ascended, reaching the designated spot in no time. Chiyan Hui crouched atop the tree, taking out his binoculars to observe the unfolding events. Within Fire Dragon Valley, Chiyan Song was commanding his ace Pokémon, the Charizard, which was under siege by several massive Charizards. Some of the opposing Charizards had already succumbed to battle, alongside several fallen guards and Pokémon. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man was directing one of the Charizards in an assault. From the anxious expression on his face, it was evident that the battle was not going well. Indeed, while Charizard was being besieged, the damage inflicted upon it was minimal, as the disparity in levels between Charizard and the attacking Charizards was quite significant. Conversely, Charizard's Stone Edge was inflicting considerable damage on those Charizards, which were now covered in wounds. Chiyan Song's ace Pokémon, Charizard, stood at level 79, the pinnacle of the champion rank, a dual-type fire and ground Pokémon. Possessing the ability, Anger Point, hidden ability. When hit by a critical strike, it becomes enraged, maximizing its attack power. Its exceptional qualities boasted 6 IVs, each maxing out at 31. Its base stats were HP, 70, attack, 100, defense, 70, special attack, 105, special defense, 75, speed, 40, totaling 460 points. It was equipped with a top-tier charcoal, enhancing fire-type moves by 19. Its remarkable moves included Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Earth Power, Earthquake, Dig, Stone Edge, and Stealth Rock. It was also proficient in Shadow Clone, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, and Heavy Slam. Chiyan Song's Charizard, possessing the highest level among the assailing Charizards, faced only one lower-level champion Charizard belonging to the middle-aged trainer, while the others were merely approaching the champion rank, posing little threat to Charizard. Pokémon that ascend to the champion rank undergo a refinement of their physical attributes through elemental energy, significantly enhancing their overall capabilities. Furthermore, they exhibit strong resistance against moves from Pokémon below the champion rank. Therefore, the attempts of those near-champion Charizards to use moves like Roar or Screech would be virtually ineffective against Charizard. This knowledge was accumulated by Chiyan Hui over the years. Just then, several guards attempting to flee on a Pidgeot were intercepted by the Hokage's Great King Yin and the hidden Pokémon, who launched an assault that brought down several guards. However, one Pidgeot managed to evade the incoming attack using its speed and air slash. Chiyan Hui focused intently, recognizing it to be a peak near-champion Pidgeot carrying a middle-aged man. This man appeared agitated, desperate to escape, but the Hokage's Great King Yin had ensnared the Pidgeot, preventing any chance of flight. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, casting a glance back at the chaotic battle within Fire Dragon Valley, his gaze turning fiercely toward the obstructing Great King Yin, compelling him to descend. The Hokage, flanked by 2 Magcargo and a prehistoric armor Pokémon, confronted the middle-aged man. The man shouted, "You scoundrels dare to invade Fire Dragon Valley. I have reported this matter to the League, and when the time comes, none of you shall escape." His voice boomed, intended to unsettle the Hokage. However, the Hokage, a seasoned warrior who rose from humble beginnings, possessed a formidable mental fortitude, rendering the man's words ineffective. The Hokage's only objective was to vanquish the man before him. As the man spoke, he released several Pokémon, including a Flareon, a Blastoise, a Magcargo, and a Heracross. The ensuing battle saw both sides summoning near-champion level Pokémon, resulting in a stalemate. Observing this scenario, Chiyan Hui furrowed his brow, having also heard the man's earlier words. It was imperative to resolve the situation swiftly. Thus, he instructed the Crossbats in hushed tones, "Crossbats, conceal yourself and rush from behind the middle-aged man," using Cross Poison to eliminate him swiftly. Upon hearing this, the Crossbats shook its head, gesturing toward Fire Dragon Valley and chirping softly. Chiyan Hui understood the Crossbats' intent. It was clear that the Crossbats was expressing its obligation to protect its trainer, Chiyan Song, and could not act independently. Chiyan Hui fixed his gaze upon the Crossbats, stating, "Crossbats, we have played together since childhood. You must trust me. Only by swiftly eliminating that middle-aged man can we resolve this battle and rush to support my father." Hesitant, the Crossbats wavered. Seizing the moment, Chiyan Hui pressed on. "Crossbats, I will remain hidden here. You merely need to strike and eliminate that middle-aged man swiftly, then return to protect me. The Hokage will know to assist my father. What say you?" After a moment's contemplation, the Crossbats nodded in agreement. Elated, Chiyan Hui whispered, "Crossbats, with your speed, you can fly over undetected. Just strike the middle-aged man directly. The Hokage will handle the rest." The Crossbats slightly inclined its head and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the air with astonishing speed. So swift that even Chiyan Hui's keen eyes could barely catch a fleeting glimpse of its form. As if something had seamlessly melded into the void in the blink of an eye. The gaze of Chiyan Hui immediately fixed upon the middle-aged man, and in an instant, a fleeting shadow darted past like a specter. What unfolded next was a heart-stopping spectacle, as the man's body was unexpectedly cleaved in two, extinguishing the flame of life and leaving behind a grim tableau of dismembered remains. Upon witnessing this scene, the Fire Shadow's expression hardened. But he quickly realized that it was the Chiyan Hui's trusty Zubat that was responsible, prompting him to command his Pokémon to launch a swift assault. Meanwhile, several Pokémon, sensing the demise of their trainer, became disoriented and were effortlessly defeated by the Fire Shadow, who then retrieved the middle-aged man's Pokeballs, capturing all of his Pokémon. On Chiyan Hui's side, he soon spotted the Zubat reappearing at his side. In astonishment, he whispered, "Zubat, I had no idea you were this formidable." As he spoke, he affectionately patted Zubat's head, Feeling the gentle touch, Zubat squinted its eyes in delight. Once the fire shadow finished clearing the battlefield, he promptly rushed to assist Chiyan. And with his presence, the encircling Charizards were swiftly routed. The fire camel unleashed a barrage of stone edge attacks for both offense and defense. The rock-type move had a quadruple effectiveness against the Charizards, and soon, the fire camel vanquished all of them, including a novice elite Charizard. Just as the middle-aged man attempted to flee by recalling his Charizard into its Pokeball and releasing a flying mount, the fire camel unleashed a fiery blast, turning both the Charizard and its trainer into charred remains. Chiyan Hui observed this without a hint of discomfort. Years ago, he had witnessed death on multiple occasions. This was relatively tame, lacking in gore. In this authentic world, ordinary individuals could not withstand the full force of a Pokemon's attack without meeting their demise. Of course, there existed a few exceptional humans endowed with unique abilities, as well as those with extraordinary talents who could, through rigorous training, stand toe-to-toe with common Pokemon. Yet such individuals were exceedingly rare. Chiyan collected the singed Pokeballs and the spatial pack from the middle-aged man, preparing to capture the incapacitated Charizards. At that moment, the ordinary Charizards had gathered together, along with several Charmeleons and Charmanders. It could be said that Chiyan, alongside the aid of the Fire Shadow, had managed to annihilate all combatants within the Charizard Valley. The Charizards, in their determination to protect the Charmeleons and Charmanders, surprisingly did not flee, and were all captured by Chiyan. Surveying the area and confirming the absence of danger, Chiyan promptly called out, "Fire Shadow, go fetch Hui." As he spoke, the Fire Camel executed another Stone Edge attack, defeating the remaining weaker Charizards. Of course, weaker was a relative term, as most of them were at the professional and gym leader levels. Upon hearing Chiyan's command, the Fire Shadow immediately mounted a large swallow and soared toward the direction where Chiyan Hui had departed. Although Chiyan Hui could not hear his father's call, he understood the intent from the Fire Shadow's actions. "Zubat, take me to my father." Zubat promptly gripped Chiyan Hui's shoulders with its claws and flew toward the Charizard Valley, with the Fire Shadow following suit. By this time, Chiyan had defeated and captured all the Charizards, leaving only a few Charmeleons and Charmanders. "Hui, you've arrived. Take a look. Which one do you wish to keep?" "Fire Shadow, go find out where the Charizard eggs are. Bringing them back would greatly benefit our organization." "Understood, boss." The Fire Shadow replied, setting off to locate the Charizard eggs. Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui attentively examined the available Pokemon. Charmeleon, not V. Charmander, 3V. Charmander, 1V. Charmeleon, 2V. After assessing the situation, Chiyan Hui furrowed his brow. The highest potential was merely 5V, and only 2 such Pokemon were present. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, he lamented. "WeVE cleared out the Charizard Valley, and yet there isn't a single 6V Charmander. How frustrating." What Chiyan Hui did not realize was that as soon as these Charmanders hatched and left their infancy, they would undergo a potential assessment, and any 6V Charmander would be swiftly claimed by others. The 2 5V Charmanders were already pre-ordered and would soon be taken away. Chapter 8. Gather all Charizards, Charmeleons, Charmanders, and Pokeeggs for transport. Chiyan Hui quietly remarked, "Dad, the best we have here are 2 5V Charmanders. I'd like to check for the Pokeeggs." Chiyan, anticipating this, inquired of Chiyan Hui, holding on to a glimmer of hope. "Hui, don't be disheartened. Pokemon like Charmanders undergo potential assessments immediately upon hatching. A 6V Charmander would be taken away the instant it is discovered, that is beyond doubt. We can only place our hopes on the eggs." At that moment, the Fire Shadow shouted from a distance, "Boss, I've found the Charizard eggs." "Good, Fire Shadow, go capture those Charmanders and Charmeleons. They will be powerful assets for our organization. Be gentle." "Understood, boss. The Charizard eggs are all in that stone chamber ahead, but the temperature is a bit high. So be cautious," the Fire Shadow informed as he dashed forward to secure the Charmanders and Charmeleons. "Understood," Chiyan acknowledged, leading Chiyan Hui toward the stone chamber indicated by the Fire Shadow. Upon reaching the entrance of the chamber, Chiyan Hui felt a wave of heat wash over him. "Hui, don't rush in. Let us retrieve all the Pokeeggs first and examine them back home. I fear that the Johto League might send someone here, and with their teleporting psychic Pokemon, they could arrive swiftly. We should take everything and review it later." "All right, Dad." Chiyan and Chiyan Hui dashed inside, collecting the Charizard eggs into their spatial packs. For this operation, the three had prepared spacious packs and several Ultra Balls, intending to capture everything within the Charizard Valley. Before long, they had gathered approximately 20 eggs. "Let us go, Hui." Upon exiting the stone chamber, Chiyan called out, "Fire Shadow, are you done capturing?" "Almost there, boss." Just as he finished speaking, the Fire Shadow exclaimed, All right, boss, we can withdraw now. Good, let us hurry to Manjin City and book our tickets en route. We'll head straight back to the Hoenn region. Understood, boss. Chiyan Song released his desert dragonfly and mounted it, with Chiyan Hui quickly following suit. Once he saw his son settled, Chiyan Song called out, "Desert dragonfly, take off immediately toward Manjin City." The desert dragonfly let out a cry and soared into the sky with Chiyan Song and his son, heading toward Manjin City. A little over 10 minutes after their departure, a ripple in the air above the Charizard Valley revealed several figures and a natural bird appearing in the sky. Let us go take a look. In the next moment, the natural bird and the figures vanished and materialized within the Charizard Valley. Natural bird, the leading man furrowed his brow and scanned the area, immediately barking, "Go check for any survivors." "Yes, Lord Xiaoling." Several subordinates swiftly dispersed, while Xiaoling approached the charred remains of the middle-aged man. Crouching down to gaze at the scene, he glanced over at the roasted chicken beside him, furrowing his brow as he reached out to touch it. It was already charred. How could the temperature be so high? To have slain the manager of the Dragon Valley, who possessed a beginner-level Charizard, the assailant must surely be of peak champion strength. It was a formidable adversary, indeed. Better to report this to the higher-ups for resolution. Resolute in his decision, Sherrington stood up and began to survey his surroundings. After a while, his subordinates gathered to report, "Sir Sherrington, we have conducted a thorough search and found that there is not a single living soul left in Dragon Valley, and all Charizards, Charmeleons, and Charmanders have vanished." Sherrington nodded solemnly. "I understand. Please search the vicinity for any clues while I inform the higher authorities." "Yes, Sir Sherrington." Several subordinates mounted their flying Pokémon and set out to scour the area around Dragon Valley for leads. Sherrington retrieved his communicator and dialed a number. Once connected, he respectfully addressed, "Minister Barton, this is Sherrington. We have arrived at Dragon Valley, but tragically, everyone here has perished and all the Charizards and even the Charmanders are gone. I have dispatched my subordinates to search the area for clues." On the other end, Barton's expression darkened immediately as he replied, "Sherrington, take your team to the nearby city for an investigation. I will dispatch teams 1, 2, and 3 from the prosecutor's office to assist in the search." The audacity to slay everyone in Dragon Valley and rob all the Charizards is a direct affront to our region. We must identify the perpetrators. This is a blow to our reputation in the Johto region. You have 3 days to find the culprits and recover all the stolen Charizards. Sherrington's face fell at this command. "Minister Barton, it's not that I am unwilling to act, but the enemy is exceedingly powerful. The manager of Dragon Valley, wielding a beginner-level Charizard of champion caliber, has already been slain. To eliminate the manager in such a short time frame indicates that the adversary possesses at least peak champion strength. I only have a single near-champion level Pokémon, which is a grass type. I am no match for them." Barton paused briefly before coldly retorting, "I am not here to negotiate with you. If you cannot apprehend the assailants and recover the lost Pokémon eggs and Charizards within 3 days, you may leave. The prosecutor's office has no need for your incompetence, and your status as a prosecutor will be revoked." With that, Barton abruptly cut off the communication. Sherrington was left stunned, then erupted in a torrent of curses. Damn it. In this moment, he unleashed a barrage of uncivil expletives. Is there no justice in this world? Is it because I come from a humble background? How can they impose such an impossible task upon me? Suddenly, Sherrington recalled certain whispers circulating within the prosecutor's office, and clarity dawned upon him. "I see. Someone has set their sights on my position. Damn it. Is there no way out for a commoner? After all my efforts to rise to the position of prosecutor, to think it could be snatched away so quickly. No wonder those prosecutors have been looking at me with such disdain. They must have known already." In that moment, Sherrington realized the precariousness of his situation, but felt powerless. A commoner by birth, he had been fortunate that his father had captured a very high-quality Whimsicott, which had extraordinary potential, boasting 4 peak attributes. Through years of hard work, he had devoted all resources to nurturing the Whimsicott, allowing it to evolve into a Whimsicott and recently break through to near-champion level. This was Sherrington's sole Pokémon. The natural bird accompanying Sherrington was a Pokémon purchased and cultivated by the prosecutor's office, thus did not belong to him. Such Pokémon could only be utilized during critical situations, pending approval from superiors. Chapter 9. Hiding Place. Johto Region, Moroki Forest. Chihai sat atop his desert dragonfly, conversing helplessly with his father, Chihai Song. "Dad, don't you have a Pokémon capable of teleportation?" Chihai Song's face flushed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "I wish I did, but alas, I have yet to encounter a Pokémon with remarkable psychic abilities. In the Hoenn region, the only ones capable of teleportation are the likes of Baltoy, Alakazam, Natural Bird, Shiny, or Galade, rare indeed. These Pokémon are seldom encountered, and even when they are, they rarely possess exceptional qualities. Moreover, the magma team has only just begun to rise, having eliminated all foes except the ocean team. At this point, Chiyan Hui realized he indeed required a Pokémon capable of teleportation. Once we return to Hoenn, I will ensure my subordinates investigate where these Pokémon may be found. They are incredibly elusive, and even within our organized black market, very few are available for sale. I have encountered some, but upon inspection, their qualities were always lacking, so I refrained from purchasing. Chiyan sighed. Teleportation is truly vital. If we had a Pokémon with such capabilities, we would already be back in Malville City. I must strive to acquire a high-quality one in the future. When journeying outdoors, such a Pokémon is indispensable, not only for travel, but also for life-saving situations. Chiyan glanced at his son, offering reassurance. Do not worry, Hui. We will secure one in due time. First, I will establish a foothold in the Johto region, and after seizing several cities, as our magma team's influence expands, we will surely find a way to acquire one. After several hours of travel, Chiyan finally returned to the entrance of Malville City with Chiyan and Hui. However, both Chiyan and Hui suddenly instructed their Pokémon to descend. Initially perplexed, Chiyan soon understood upon observing the heavily guarded entrances of Malville City. The incident at Dragon Valley had erupted. Chiyan immediately declared, Hui, alter our strategy. Have the magma team send someone to assist us. We will use our own magma team ship instead of flying. Although it may be slower, it is far safer. Hui promptly replied, Understood, boss. Where shall we head now? Chiyan responded decisively, We will find shelter in the forest for a time. Clearly, the Johto region is taking the Dragon Valley incident seriously. So we cannot enter the cities. We shall reside in the wilderness and avoid contact with the Johto authorities for the time being. I recall a forest west of Hinoki town, dense with undergrowth and towering trees, perfect for concealing our identities. The spatial pack should contain supplies. And once we reach the forest, we need not worry about food. Hui, you'll have to endure for a while. Chiyan smiled. Rest assured, Dad, this is the wisest decision, and I don't mind at all. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to living in the forest. I might even capture some Pokémon. I already have my starter Pokémon. You wouldn't stop me from catching more, would you? Chiyan chuckled. Fear not, you are 15 now, an adult. Those affiliated with the League begin their journeys at your age. I will not hinder you from capturing Pokémon, but remember my words. Never abandon any Pokémon you capture. The only companions who can walk with you through life, sharing both life and death, are your Pokémon. Even I, your father, will grow old. But only the Pokémon you nurture yourself are worthy of your trust and devotion. Chiyan solemnly stated. Yes, Dad, I will absolutely never abandon any of my Pokémon, replied Chiyan Hui. The trio mounted their Pokémon and swiftly journeyed to the forest west of Hinoki town. Hui consulted a document and remarked, Boss, Hui, this forest is known as the Oak Forest, one of the larger forests in the Johto region. Indeed, let's venture deeper. The periphery is relatively easy for others to discover. Chiyan suggested after surveying the surroundings. Hui, not daring to voice any objections, and Chiyan Hui, in agreement, proceeded deeper into the oak forest. As they delved further, they encountered increasingly high-level wild Pokémon, some of which began to eye the airborne desert dragonfly and Kingdra with suspicion. Yet, as the desert dragonfly and Kingdra emitted an aura befitting an elite trainer, no wild Pokémon dared to approach the trio. After flying for a while, they suddenly spotted a small stream ahead, the evening sun casting its golden glow. Let us stop here. We've gone quite deep already. And ordinary people wouldn't venture this far, Chiyan declared. Indeed, some of the wild Pokémon they had encountered along the way had reached professional levels, and one even boasted the strength of a gym leader. The presence of such high-level wild Pokémon signified that they had ventured a considerable distance. The desert dragonfly and Kingdra descended gracefully by the stream, sending a few Pokémon lurking nearby scurrying away in fright. Hui, you set up the tent. I'll scout the area for any dangers. Hui, stay here and don't wander off. Release your Zubat to guard you. Keep it close no matter what you do. Understood? Chiyan's tone grew stern towards the end. Don't worry, Dad. I understand the gravity of the situation. Even a single wild Pokémon could send me fleeing, Chiyan Hui replied with a hint of resignation. Chiyan chuckled and then took off on the desert dragonfly. Hui immediately retrieved a tent from his spatial bag and began to set it up. Curiously, Chiyan Hui watched and then said, Hui, let me help you and learn a bit. I'll definitely need this skill in the future. Sure. Hui smiled brightly and began to teach Chiyan Hui how to set up the tent, sharing essential survival knowledge and the benefits of choosing a spot by the stream. Like a sponge, Chiyan Hui absorbed this new information eagerly, His previous studies had focused solely on Pokémon knowledge, leaving him only partially informed about survival skills. After a while, Chiyan Song returned and, seeing Hua Ying imparting outdoor survival knowledge to Chiyan Hui, smiled. Ignorance is not frightening. What is truly alarming is the unwillingness to learn. As long as one is willing to learn, a day will come when they shine. Chapter 10. A shiny 6V Charmander egg. With the tent finally set up, Hua Ying released his ancient armor Pokemon and caught a few fish from the stream for dinner. The Pokemon world is not solely inhabited by Pokemon. Ordinary animals also exist. If it were entirely populated by Pokemon, ordinary humans would struggle to survive and would find it nearly impossible to procure meat. Hua Ying ignited a bonfire and swiftly grilled the fish. Once finished, he extinguished the flames with water and asked Kingdra to disperse the smoke. Ahui, this is to prevent being detected. We cannot light a fire at night or let smoke rise into the air, as it would reveal our location. He explained to avoid any misunderstandings. Don't worry, I understand all this, Chiyan Hui assured him. Yes, but you must always exercise caution when you're outside. Usually, such precautions are unnecessary, but since we are in a state of evasion, we must remain vigilant and eliminate any situation that might expose our whereabouts. Hua Ying then handed a large grilled fish to Chiyan Hui. The fish from deep within the forest, untouched by pollution, had a mild taste and was filled with flavor. As Chiyan Hui savored the grilled fish in the fading sunlight, the serene stream and the golden rays of the setting sun created a picturesque scene. The water surface shimmering as if embedded with flecks of gold. Enjoying this beautiful sight and the delicious fish, Chiyan Hui felt uplifted. Most importantly, after finishing the fish, he could check with his father about the quality of those Pokemon eggs. He had spent the entire day busy and hadn't yet had the chance to assess the potential of those Charmander eggs. Suddenly, he asked, Dad, will the incapacitated Charizard's injuries worsen? And how will we feed them? Chiyan Song paused his meal and replied, Rest assured, once a Pokemon is stored in a Pokeball, it can maintain its condition, and the ball even has a slight healing effect. As for feeding, there's no need to worry for now. They can go a few days without food. After a few days, we can give them some energy cubes. Both Hua Ying and I have plenty in our spatial bags. Hearing this, Chiyan Hui relaxed and resumed eating his fish. After quickly finishing, he turned his eager gaze towards Chiyan Song. I've placed the Pokemon eggs in your tent. Choose whichever one you desire. Chiyan Song announced, setting down his fish and walking to the entrance of Chiyan Hui's tent, retrieving the eggs from his spatial bag. After placing them down, he returned to continue enjoying his meal. Chiyan Hui, unable to contain his excitement, approached the tent. Suddenly recalling something, he washed his hands with some water Hua Ying had collected from the stream, then pressed his palms together, invoking blessings from all deities. From the heavens to Western figures like Jesus, before stepping into his tent. It matters not who blesses. What truly counts is success. Trying multiple times can never be wrong. Chiyan Hui first took out the Pokemon eggs from his spatial bag, arranging them neatly, and the thrill of opening a blind box surged within him. He focused intently on each one. Charmander, 1V. Charmander, no V. Charmander, 2V. As he examined them, his heart began to sink, but then a particular egg caught his eye, and Chiyan Hui couldn't help but brighten up. A high-quality Charmander egg appeared before him. Charmander Level 1, Egg State, Fire-type Pokemon. Ability, Blaze, Effect. When health is below 1/3, the power of Fire-type moves increases by 15 times. Individual value, 5v1u, Health, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 30, Speed, 31. Base Stats, Health, 39, Attack, 52, Defense, 43, Special Attack, 60, Special Defense, 50, Speed, 65, Total, 309. Inherited moves, Reversal, Iron Tail, Dragon Dive. Though this little Charmander does not boast a perfect 6'4", its potential is still commendable, with only its special defense attribute slightly lacking. Moreover, it has inherited 3 rather impressive moves. Chiyan Hui promptly stepped forward to gently cradle the Pokemon egg, placing it with utmost care beside him, eager to assess the remaining eggs in one go. Subsequently, he resumed his examination. Charmander, 3V, Charmander, no V, Charmander, no V, Charmander, no V. As he examined nearly half of the eggs, he stumbled upon a 5V Charmander. However, its speed was the only attribute that fell short, albeit still at a respectable 29 points. Chiyan Hui understood well the significance of speed in real battles, preferring a reduction in either physical attack, physical defense, or special defense over a decrease in speed. In genuine combat, speed is undeniably crucial. Could it be that no higher quality Charmanders remained? With several eggs still to inspect, He resolved to continue, not being greedy. A single 6v Charmander would suffice to bring him immense satisfaction. He silently prayed to all deities and celestial beings for luck. Not long after his supplication, a Charmander egg of remarkable quality appeared before him, leaving Chiyan Hui utterly astonished, standing there in a daze. Shiny, orange. Evolving into a black Charizard. Charmander, level 1, egg state. Fire-type Pokemon. Ability, solar power, hidden ability. Special attack increases by 5 times in sunny weather, but it will gradually lose health over time. Individual value, 6V. Every individual value is maximized at 31 points. Base stats, HP, 39, attack, 52, defense, 43, special attack, 60, special defense, 50, speed, 65, total, 309. Inherited moves, ancient power, reversal, iron tail, metal claw, dragon dive, dragon tail. Chiyan Hui could hardly swallow. This was simply astounding. A shiny Charmander had emerged, and with such high potential. Furthermore, the egg moves inherited were plentiful, allowing this Charizard to mega evolve into either Y or X form. Given that most of the egg moves were physical attacks, with only ancient power being a special attack move. However, Chiyan Hui favored the Y form, as its mega evolution would grant it the ability solar power, making it a pivotal member of a Sunny team. While Y Charizard could also utilize physical moves. Its base stat of 104 in physical attack was certainly adequate, even if not as high as that of X Charizard. Chiyan Hui swiftly approached and cautiously cradled the egg, placing it alongside the other two 5V Charmander eggs. He then continued to inspect the remaining Pokemon eggs. Upon completing his review, he had discovered a total of 1 6V Charmander, along with the previously found 2 5v1U and 5V Charmander eggs, yielding an astonishing bounty. He promptly secured the 6V Charmander egg and, cradling the 5v1U and the 5V Charmander eggs, exited the tent. To his surprise, the area outside the tent was deserted. Chiyan Song and Fire Shadow had returned to their own tents. Without hesitation, Chiyan Hui entered his father Chiyan Song's tent and presented the 5v1U egg, whispering, "Dad, I found 3 high-quality Charmander eggs, 1 with perfect attributes and 2 with 5 perfect attributes." As he spoke, he handed over one of the eggs, continuing, "This one I'm giving you only lacks a tiny bit in special defense." Chiyan Song's eyes widened in astonishment. A 6 perfect attribute egg was indeed unexpected. However, caution was warranted, as this was Charizard Valley, a place of significant importance to the Johto League. Moreover, this egg was already at 5 perfect attributes, with merely a slight deficiency in special defense, making it a potentially formidable Pokemon. Chapter 11. Chiyan Song's schemes and a Huey's identity. Dad, you can keep this 5 perfect egg for yourself. This is another 5 perfect Charmander egg for you to handle. This one has a slight deficiency in speed. But if you wish to reward one of your subordinates, do so later, once they've proven themselves. This way, we can establish a clear system of rewards and punishments. Chiyan Hui suggested to his father, Chiyan Song. Initially, he had harbored a modicum of wariness toward his father, but over the course of 15 years, Chiyan Song's paternal love had completely melted any apprehension in Chiyan Hui. Chiyan Song had raised Chiyan Hui, though not through direct hands-on care, as that was the role of servants. Nevertheless, he had poured considerable effort into his son's upbringing, no matter how busy or weary he became. Chiyan Song always returned home each day to check on his cherished son, spending time by his side. Once Chiyan Hui could run, Chiyan Song diligently set aside moments to accompany him during his formative years. It was during this time that the Magma Gang was at its most expansive, with the Hoenn region still plagued by not only the Magma and Aqua teams, but also various smaller organizations, all of which were eradicated by Chiyan Song and his crew. Ultimately, the Hoenn region was left dominated by the Magma and Aqua teams. Family ties are forged through shared moments, blood relations, and mutual responsibilities. Thus, when it came to dividing the 5v1U Charmander egg for Chiyan Song, Chiyan Hui felt not a shred of hesitation. However, Chiyan Song shook his head, saying, "Use both eggs yourself. They can serve as your trump cards. If you don't want the one with a speed deficiency, I'll reward it to one of my subordinates. I already have a Charizard with exceptional potential, as you well know. Furthermore, if precious resources were utilized during the evolution from Charmander to Charmeleon and from Charmeleon to Charizard, there was a chance to slightly enhance its potential. This particular Charmander, with its only minor deficiency in special defense, had a reasonable probability of reaching 6 perfect attributes." Chiyan Song was somewhat hesitant about the Charmander lacking speed, as speed was crucial in practical battles. If it were a naturally slow Pokemon, it would be one thing. But Charizard's speed is not to be underestimated. Though both father and son were slightly dismissive of this Charmander's potential, rewarding it to a subordinate would be quite fitting. Upon hearing Chiyan Song's words, Chiyan Hui set the egg with speed deficiency aside and placed the 5v1U egg directly in front of his father. Dad, please don't refuse. Every Pokemon has its unique role. Commanding 2 Charizards wouldn't be overly beneficial. Furthermore, there are disparities even among those with 6 perfect attributes. Those who barely reach 6 perfect attributes are likely the least capable among them. Some Pokemon achieve 6 perfect attributes, representing the pinnacle of potential, while others merely scrape by to reach that level, revealing a significant gap in quality. Besides, the stronger you become, the safer I will be. I'm looking forward to living the life of a second generation. You must strive to improve. I want to eat and sleep, then wake up and dominate. Which is the life of a true second generation. Chiyan Song retorted, don't make me want to discipline you. Chiyan Hui chuckled sheepishly, I was just joking, Dad. 1 Charizard is more than enough. Honestly, please take this egg, nurture it carefully, and it could become another one of your ace Pokemon. The purpose of Chiyan Hui is to enable the Mega Evolution of his Charizard, a process that can only be applied to 1 Pokemon, rendering the other somewhat superfluous. It might be better utilized nurturing his father instead. Moreover, Chiyan Hui has developed a clear vision for his team, aspiring to construct a Sun team. After a moment of hesitation, Chiyan Song nodded in agreement and said, very well. Well then, I shall take my leave, father. Upon uttering these words, Chiyan Hui made to depart. However, Chiyan Song hastily grasped his son's arm. Do not rush off just yet. Bring forth your Pokemon egg. I shall place it beside my Charizard. Although my Charizard does not possess the Lava Armor ability, it can still provide some supportive effects for a Fire-type Pokemon egg, thereby hastening the hatching of your Charmander. Without hesitation, Chiyan Hui retrieved the shiny Charmander egg and handed it to his father, who then continued speaking. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Originally, I intended to wait until we return to the Hoenn region, but given the current circumstances, I feel it prudent to address it now and seek your opinion. You are 15 now, and thus considered an adult. Upon hearing this, Chiyan Hui recognized that his father was about to reveal something significant, so he promptly sat cross-legged and replied, Father, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Chiyan Song fixed his gaze upon his son, Chiyan Hui, and said, Hui, over the years, you have primarily resided on Lava Island. Although you occasionally accompany Huayan to visit Suijing City, I suspect you have not found it fulfilling. You must be quite pent up after all this time. I have been insisting you study, and study some more. You must find it rather bothersome. Chiyan Hui smiled and shook his head. Father, I am still quite young and feel apprehensive about venturing too far. As for my studies, they are a prerequisite for becoming a Pokemon trainer. It would be reckless to set out on a journey without any knowledge. After all, it could be perilous, and I wish to live for many more years. Chiyan Song chuckled heartily at this and said, It seems you have been living quite comfortably. So, to be frank, 15 years ago, when you were just born, I orchestrated the lives of a couple in a Kiha town in the Hoenn region, who, due to various circumstances, were childless and roughly my age. From that moment, I manipulated them, feigning pregnancy and employing various means to convince their neighbors. After a 10-month gestation, they welcomed a son whom they named Hui. At this revelation, Chiyan Hui's pupils dilated, but he remained silent, listening intently to his father. I then guided this couple to gradually amass wealth, becoming a modestly renowned affluent family in a Kiha town. Furthermore, I had ditto mimic your appearance as you grew, ensuring that everyone around perceived you as a wealthy heir, someone who rarely ventured outside, taciturn and reserved. When the time came for you to receive your starter Pokemon, it was imperative to verify your true identity. Thus, you would need to attend the colorful tournament with your authentic visage. This subterfuge was crafted to fabricate an identity for you as Hui, born in a Kiha town. I controlled this family, ensuring they contributed 1 million each year to the League after 15 years. This secured you a legitimate position within the League and an opportunity to choose a high-quality starter Pokemon. This identity is flawless, and the execution of this plan involved only myself, Huiying, and Samuel. Samuel was tasked with monitoring this family, and aside from us, no one is privy to this information. There is no need to worry about your standing within the Lava team. Those who ascend to Lava Island have been meticulously selected and vetted. They will never betray you. Additionally, I will arrange for someone to don Ditto's disguise, appearing in your likeness near the Lava team's territory. This way, the Lava team, the Ocean team, and even the League will believe you are still on Lava Island. To prevent your appearance from being exposed, I will have Ditto subtly alter your likeness over time, perhaps by introducing a scar or facial hair, gradually transforming your appearance. Given that you rarely venture out, Outsiders are unlikely to recognize your identity. As long as fortune does not forsake you, no one will uncover this identity. The only potential risk of exposure arises after you complete the Pokémon League's colorful tournament, and even then, it is merely a possibility. The league conducts thorough investigations on every tournament champion. Until then, there is no cause for concern regarding exposure, and I will ensure to send Pokemon for your protection. When you were born, the Hoenn region was rife with chaos, so I preemptively prepared this identity, never anticipating it would prove so useful. You must understand, the Ocean Team is currently our sworn enemy. Should they discover your identity and whereabouts, they would undoubtedly seek to assassinate you. However, to grow stronger, one must not remain stagnant, so I urge you to embark on a journey, to challenge various trainers and gym leaders, and to witness the true nature of the world. Through this journey, you shall grow in strength. Chiyan Hui furrowed his brow at this. Father, what of the Johto region? I had intended to lead an expedition there. Chiyan Song chuckled in response. Indeed, the affairs of Johto are of great importance, yet they require time. The intelligence and security teams of the Lava Team must establish a foothold in Johto. As you mentioned, not everyone is a foe. We can ally with some and confront others, but all of this necessitates time. Chapter 12. Chiyan Song's plans and rewards for Hua Ying with a peak Pokemon egg. Chiyan Song continued. The colorful tournament occurs annually. After you participate, I will allow you to lead the way to Johto. By then, our intelligence team will have gained a thorough understanding of Johto's cities and established our own influence and manpower. It's far preferable to wander into Johto blindly. Wouldn't you agree? During this year, focus on traveling and rapidly enhancing your skills. I will personally oversee affairs in Johto, ready for your arrival to reap the rewards. This will also elevate your standing within the Lava Team, which will eventually be entrusted to you. You must earn the trust of each member step by step, demonstrating your capability and strength to lead them to the pinnacle of this world. Furthermore, I intend to present the other peak Pokemon egg to Hua Ying. You see, Hua Ying has dedicated himself to the Lava Team over the years, second only to myself. Many matters that were inconvenient for me to handle in the shadows, I entrusted to him. He is indeed worthy of my trust. The other two peak Charmander eggs, I plan to allocate to Huasiyuan and Huiyin, as they have made significant contributions to the Lava Team over the years, receiving only one peak Charmander egg in return. Upon hearing this, Chiyan Hui nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Very well, father, your decision stands. He then exhaled deeply, astonished at how thoroughly his father, Chiyan Song, had planned, not only securing a legitimate league identity, but also contemplating the matters of Johto and the future leadership of the Lava Team. Father, you are still so young. You must bear this burden for a while longer. I am still but a child. I wish to enjoy life for a few more years. Chiyan Song regarded his son with a bemused expression. Chiyan Hui sensed the weight of his father's gaze and promptly stood, saying, Father, I concur with your plans. This truly seems the best course of action. I shall return now. Please inform me when the Pokemon egg is about to hatch. I want the newly hatched Charmander to see me as its first sight. Rest assured, I possess a greater understanding in this matter than you. When the time approaches for the birth, I shall notify you. Chiyan Song promptly exited the tent and made his way outside, releasing the fire-spitting camel. Noticing the camel's puzzled expression, Chiyan Song addressed it, Fire-spitting camel, these 3 Pokemon eggs shall remain in your care, where I trust they will absorb your warmth to facilitate their hatching. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Chiyan Hui, subtly gesturing towards the Fire Shadow's tent. Chiyan Hui immediately comprehended that his father intended for him to personally deliver the pinnacle-level Fire Dragon Pokemon egg to the Fire Shadow. This way, the Fire Shadow would remember Chiyan Hui's kindness, rather than attributing it solely to Chiyan Song. Without delay, Chiyan Hui approached the entrance of the Fire Shadow's tent and softly inquired, Fire Shadow, are you awake? The tent was swiftly pulled open from within, and the Fire Shadow's head emerged as he replied, Hui, I am still awake. What brings you here? Chiyan Hui smiled and said, Did we not acquire a batch of Pokemon eggs today? Father obtained a machine capable of assessing the quality of Pokemon eggs, and it is quite accurate. I have selected a pinnacle-level Fire Dragon Pokemon egg to present to you, especially since you have contributed to this endeavor as well. Upon hearing this, the Fire Shadow quickly emerged from the tent, his expression a mixture of excitement and concern. He hastily replied, Hui, perhaps it would be best for your father to handle this Pokemon egg. Chiyan Hui reassured him with a smile. Fear not, Fire Shadow. I have already consulted my father, and he is well aware of all you have done for the Lava Team over the years. This is a token of appreciation for your long-standing contributions. Hearing these words, the Fire Shadow exhaled in relief and responded enthusiastically, Very well. I shall strive for the growth of the Lava Team with all my might, even at the cost of my own life. His tone grew resolute as he spoke, and his gaze towards Chiyan Hui brimmed with gratitude. Chiyan Hui gestured towards the fire-spitting camel, saying, "Fire Shadow. The Pokémon eggs are currently being incubated by the fire-spitting camel. Its presence is beneficial for the hatching process. When the time comes for them to break free from their shells, my father will inform you, so you need only wait patiently." "Understood, no problem at all. Thank you." "Hui," the Fire Shadow expressed with sincerity. "There is no need for such formality between us, Fire Shadow. I shall retire for the night now. Good night." The following day, Chiyan Hui busied himself exploring the surrounding forest. Although there were no Pokémon present at that moment, Chiyan Song had entrusted his crossbats to Chiyan Hui for protection, and the crossbats were exceedingly obedient to Chiyan Song's commands. This was not a game. There were no level restrictions preventing one from commanding stronger Pokémon. In the real world, the ability to command Pokémon depended entirely on the relationship between the trainer and the Pokémon. Thus, Pokémon raised from infancy or from eggs were the most trustworthy, while wild adult Pokémon, filled with untamed spirit, were difficult to train and could even turn against their trainers in dire situations. However, the crossbats were free from such complications. Having played together with Chiyan Hui since their youth, their bond was exceptionally strong. This was evident when, after Chiyan Song instructed the crossbats not to leave Chiyan Hui's side, they still heeded Chiyan Hui's commands to deal with the Fire Shadow's adversaries. Nevertheless, Chiyan Song was concerned about Chiyan Hui venturing into the forest alone. When Chiyan Hui expressed his desire to explore, Chiyan Song promptly stated, "I cannot allow you to go alone. I will have the Fire Shadow accompany you. The Fire Shadow possesses extensive experience in the wild, and you must heed his guidance while also bringing the crossbats I provided for you. Should you encounter any danger, contact me immediately, and I shall come to your aid." Chiyan Hui bore no objections, understanding that his father was merely considering his safety, and he would not foolishly refuse. "All right, father." Upon receiving Chiyan Hui's agreement, Chiyan Song smiled and nodded, then turned to the Fire Shadow, saying, "Fire Shadow, accompany Hui as he explores the forest. Do not venture too deep, stick to the outer areas. Contact me immediately if any danger arises, and I shall be there swiftly." The Fire Shadow replied respectfully, "Understood, boss." Soon, the Fire Shadow and Chiyan Hui set off. Upon exiting the camp, the Fire Shadow immediately released his 4 Pokémon, the King Yin, the Vanishing Dragon, the Cursed Doll, and the Ancient Armor, leaving only the Lava Snail in reserve. Hui, release your crossbats as well. In the forest, it is imperative to have Pokémon by your side at all times. Not a single moment should pass without their presence. If we encounter wild Pokémon attacks, I will handle it, so you need only allow the crossbats to protect you, he instructed. Chapter 13. The Fire Shadow leads Chiyan Hui into the forest. Additionally, ensure the crossbats conceal their presence. Otherwise, wild Pokémon will be frightened away. Understood, Fire Shadow. Chiyan Hui then turned to the crossbats. "Crossbats, please tone down your presence. Otherwise, we may not encounter any Pokémon." The crossbats nodded in agreement, promptly restraining their aura. The Fire Shadow continued, "Hui, the forest is a complex environment with poor visibility, so if we have Pokémon with us, we typically allow them to lead the way, while we maintain our own protective Pokémon nearby. Remember this crucial point. It is the Pokémon that are powerful, not the trainers. Trainers are merely ordinary individuals, unless they possess extraordinary abilities for self-defense, which are exceedingly rare. As an ordinary person, we must learn to safeguard ourselves in the forest, which is notorious for the highest mortality rates among trainers. A mere wild Pokémon could easily overpower a trainer, especially in the depths of such a forest. The Johto region is adjacent to the Kanto region, and Pokémon from one region are likely to appear in the other. For instance, unique Pokémon from the Kanto region may wander into the Johto region, resulting in the presence of notorious Pokémon predators, such as the Arbok, in both forests. Hui, do not underestimate the Arbok. This creature is exceptionally persistent. Once it has locked onto its prey, it will pursue relentlessly. It deliberately displays the terrifying pattern on its abdomen, causing weaker foes to flee in terror. When the Arbok intimidates its opponent, it can emit horrifying sounds from its mouth to frighten them further. Once the opponent is intimidated, it swiftly constricts its body around them, injecting venom and awaiting the cessation of their heartbeat. The force of its constriction is immensely powerful. An ordinary person cannot escape once ensnared. Moreover, the Arbok is adept at concealing itself, lurking in the grass until it ambushes unsuspecting trainers, delivering a bite before retreating. If the trainer does not receive timely medical attention, they will succumb to the venom, which is exceedingly potent, leading to swift demise. Only by consuming the Arbok's special antidote can one find relief. A regular antidote merely alleviates symptoms but cannot effectively prevent the venom from reaching the heart, resulting in eventual death. Knowing we are in the Johto region, I specifically instructed my subordinates to procure some of the Arbok's special antidotes. As he spoke, the fire shadow handed Chiyan Hui a vial of pale purple liquid. "Ah Hui, should you be bitten by an Arbok, drink this immediately without hesitation. It is a matter of life and death." Of course, this was merely a precaution. I will have Pokemon clearing the path and scouting the surroundings. Should an Arbok be detected, they will engage it immediately. In the event of the unforeseen situation I have described, consume it without delay and do not hesitate. Apart from Arbok and Ekans, other Pokemon, while posing a threat to trainers, do not present as significant a danger as these two. For instance, Pokemon such as Nidoking, Zubat, and Oddish can inflict poisoning upon trainers, yet their toxicity pales in comparison to that of Arbok. A mere sip of a common antidote is sufficient to alleviate and treat such ailments. As he spoke, he handed another vial of light blue antidote to Chiyan. This was a standard antidote, essential for trainers venturing outdoors, as poison is an indiscriminate affliction. Other injuries can often be remedied through the aid of Pokemon or medicines. But poison acts differently. A bite from a particularly venomous creature like Arbok directly assaults the internal organs, potentially leading to fatality in mere moments. Chiyan promptly accepted the ordinary antidote, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the words of his companion, Hokage. The latter, sensing Chiyan's apprehension, smiled reassuringly and remarked, "Chiyan, there's no need for such trepidation. Though we are but mere mortals, we are accompanied by Pokemon. As long as we release our Pokemon to stand guard, creatures like Arbok shall not be able to harm us. Moreover, we are well equipped with specialized antidotes, so even if bitten, we need not worry." Besides Arbok and Ekans, various other wild Pokemon can be perilous, yet as long as we place our trust in our Pokemon, all challenges can be surmounted. With that, Hokage called out, "Ancient Armor, lead the way. Swellow, maintain a low-flying watch, and Shuppet, along with Dragapult, remain close by Chiyan and me. Should any wild Pokemon dare to approach us, engage immediately. There is no need to attack those in the distance, only those who venture too close." The four Pokemon nodded in unison, and Hokage positioned Shuppet beside Chiyan for protection. "Chiyan, do not be misled by Shuppet's ghostly nature. It is no different from any other Pokemon. Treat it with the same regard. For a ghost-type Pokemon is still a Pokemon," he assured. Upon hearing this, Chiyan solemnly nodded. "Yes, Hokage, I have a fondness for ghost-type Pokemon as well. In my envisioned team, there is indeed a ghost-type Pokemon." The fact that Chiyan held no disdain for ghost types elicited smiles from both Hokage and Shuppet. Chiyan glanced down at Shuppet and gently patted its head, causing its eyes to narrow in delight at his touch. Shuppet resembled an ordinary doll with a zipper for a mouth, rumored to have once been a discarded toy. Now transformed by the energy of curses that seeped into its stuffing, its strong resentment turning it into a Pokemon. Chiyan, unsure of the truth, found himself quite fond of Shuppet nonetheless. In a moment, he discerned Shuppet's capabilities and attributes. Shuppet was level 67, Advanced Champion. A ghost-type Pokemon with the ability, Insomnia, which prevents the Pokemon from falling asleep. Any sleep-inducing moves are rendered ineffective, and if a Pokemon with this ability falls asleep, the status is nullified. Its IVs were as follows: HP 27, Attack 31, Defense 31, Special Attack 31, Special Defense 23, Speed 31. Its base stats were HP 64, Attack 115, Defense 65, Special Attack 83, Special Defense 63, Speed 65, totaling 455 points. It carried a medium curse talisman, enhancing ghost-type moves by 8. Mastered moves included Phantom Force and Will-O-Wisp, while proficient moves comprised Strange Light, Destiny Bond, Night Slash, Shadow Ball, Shadow Sneak, Pain Split, Curse, and Screech. Chapter 14. Hokage imparted various survival knowledge to Chiyan. He glanced at Dragapult, which also possessed 4 IVs, but its strength was only at the intermediate champion level, rendering it weaker than Shuppet. Shuppet additionally bore 2 egg moves, Strange Light and Destiny Bond, significantly enhancing its value, as the strength of ghost types often lies within their myriad of troublesome moves. Hokage's choice to deploy the comparatively weaker Dragapult for his own protection while assigning the stronger Shuppet to guard Chiyan was a testament to his loyalty to Chiyan and his desire to shield him. Chiyan cast a grateful glance at Hokage before they continued onward. As they walked, Hokage elucidated various precautions necessary in the forest, such as how to locate water sources, which plants were edible, and which were toxic. One should never underestimate this knowledge, for it could prove life-saving in critical moments. Suddenly, the ancient armor emitted a series of warning roars, prompting both Chiyi and Hokage to direct their attention forward. They beheld a beware, its face twisted into a fierce snarl. Bellowing loudly, the beware resembled a large brown bear with a yellow circle on its belly. It charged at the ancient armor, launching an attack with a powerful strike. Its arm raised high before slamming down onto the ancient armor. The ancient armor, a blue-armored Pokémon encased in sturdy shell plating, stood resolute. Adorned with yellow patterns on its jaw, wing edges, and abdomen. The central part of its head, the tips of its forelimbs, knees, wings, and tail fins were black, with 2 red spots on the black patches atop its head. It bore 3 white and red feather-like appendages on either side of its neck, and a spiked shell on its back supported its massive wings. Hokage observed the beware's assault on the ancient armor without intervention. The beware's strike met the ancient armor's body. Yet it did not budge an inch, continuing to glare at its adversary. Sensing a shift in the tide, the beware glanced sideways, only to see the ancient armor raise its hand and unleash a cross chop, sending the beware flying, incapacitated upon hitting the ground. Through its encounter with the ancient armor, the beware realized it was not a foe it could contend with and, despite the pain, promptly fled. Chiyi was not surprised. The ancient armor possessed the strength of an intermediate champion, equipped with commendable IVs, making it a formidable opponent. In contrast, the beware, at level 49, peak professional, stood no chance against the level 67, advanced champion, ancient armor, and its retreat was entirely reasonable. Hokage seized the moment to explain, Chiyi. Wild Pokémon possess their own survival instincts. The beware attacked the ancient armor because it had concealed its aura. Upon realizing the mismatch in strength, it fled without hesitation. Wild Pokémon have their methods of survival. It is unlikely for them to confront an opponent they cannot overpower unless provoked, such as if we were to capture their offspring. The beware, having assessed the aura, discerned that it was merely at the peak professional level, insufficient to inflict harm on the ancient armor, whose strength was vastly superior. This illustrates the point I wish to convey. When there is a significant disparity in power among Pokémon, breaching defenses becomes exceedingly challenging, and if one cannot even penetrate defenses, how can they hope to inflict damage? Thus, against Pokémon whose strength far exceeds our own, a sheer numbers strategy proves futile. Moreover, high-level Pokémon exhibit remarkable speed, rendering them nearly impossible to hit due to the vast disparity in strength, coupled with their formidable defensive capabilities. Consequently, when confronted with an insurmountable adversary, the only recourse is to flee without hesitation. In life-and-death situations, even Pokémon may face sacrifice. While I harbor no desire to forsake my Pokémon, the harsh reality of such dire moments necessitates difficult choices. Thus, in the throes of urgency, it is prudent to allow one's Pokémon to cover your retreat. I am acutely aware of the discomfort this entails, yet survival begets hope. Should one fail to act, the prospect of death looms, making vengeance against one's foes a distant dream. Upon hearing these words, Chiyan Hui fell into contemplative silence, eventually lifting his gaze with a smile, exclaiming, I understand now. Brother Hokage, thank you for your guidance. I shall strive to avoid situations where my life hangs in the balance. Chiyan Hui comprehended the stark reality of the world, vowing to strengthen himself to spare his Pokémon from sacrifice. As they journeyed, they encountered not only the malevolent circle bears, but also the serene GGKO and walking grass, alongside indifferent Pokémon such as Caterpie and Beedrill. Fire Shadow's Pokémon refrained from initiating attacks on these creatures, even the weaker Pokémon, upon catching sight of the imposing ancient armor, fled in terror. Chiyan Hui observed the potential of these Pokémon along the way, and to his astonishment, the quality was rather mediocre. Deep within the forest, he noted that exceptional specimens were exceedingly rare, with only a single GGKO boasting a meager 2v. Suddenly, from the thicket to Chiyan Hui's side, a swift purple figure emerged, lunging at him with a gaping maw. As the cursed doll prepared to strike, the Zubat soaring above Chiyan Hui vanished into the sky. In the next instant, it descended, claws raking the purple entity before sinking its fangs into it, draining the creature of its lifeblood in an instant. The Zubat then discarded the now lifeless husk to the ground, revealing to Chiyan Hui that his assailant had been none other than a haunter. Haunter, resembling a colossal purple serpent adorned with black stripes, possessed a diminutive head with triangular eyes. The terrifying patterns on its abdomen were said to vary by region, with the most common manifestation resembling a fearsome visage, complete with dark eye sockets, red and yellow irises, an upturned mouth, and arrow-shaped black eyebrows. However, at this moment, Haunter's form had been reduced to that of a desiccated corpse, its blood fully siphoned away. Chapter 15. The Birth of a Shiny 6v Charmander. Fire Shadow's gaze fixed upon Haunter's lifeless body, his expression grave. Chiyan, did you see that? This is Haunter. Had it not been for the protection of Pokémon, you would have found yourself in grave peril. Haunter is a particularly cunning and treacherous Pokémon, lying in wait within the grass to deliver a lethal blow as you passed. As he spoke, Fire Shadow approached Haunter's remains, collecting the entire corpse into his spatial bag. Noticing Chiyan Hui's puzzled expression, Fire Shadow smiled and explained. Haunter's body contains a venom sac, which we shall process later when we rest. This venom sac offers numerous benefits for poison-type Pokémon. It is akin to a potent tonic. Upon hearing Fire Shadow's words, Chiyan Hui's confusion dissipated. The following day, Fire Shadow guided Chiyan Hui through the nearby forest, and the 3 Charmander eggs, warmed by the heat of the Charizard, were on the brink of hatching. As a peak champion-level Pokémon, the Charizard possessed an immense reservoir of energy, sufficient to nourish 3 Charmander eggs. Thus, the hatching progressed swiftly. While normal Charizard may possess the Lava Armor trait, Chiyan Song's Charizard, despite lacking this trait, was of exceptional quality and reached peak champion level, contributing to the hatching process, albeit not as effectively as a Charizard with the trait. After receiving this news, Chiyan Hui and Fire Shadow refrained from further training in the forest and instead remained at the campsite, eagerly awaiting the birth of the Charmanders. A day later, Fire Shadow's Charmander egg, boasting perfect stats, was on the verge of hatching. Beaming with joy, Fire Shadow took the egg aside, anticipating the arrival of the newborn Charmander, which would undoubtedly become his most formidable Pokémon. With 2 evolution stages and a post-evolution base stat of 534, it was among the strongest of non-legendary Pokémon. The comparison between Fearow and Charizard was clear. Fearow's base stat stood at 455, while Charizard's soared to 534. As Fire Shadow's Charmander was about to hatch, Chiyan Hui found himself filled with anticipation. Soon, Fire Shadow's Charmander emerged, yet Chiyan Hui's egg remained unhatched. The second to emerge was Chiyan Song's 5v1u Charmander. Without hesitation, Chiyan Song retrieved a pill from his spatial bag to feed the newborn Charmander. Silently, he glanced towards the distant Fire Shadow, ensuring his attention was fixed on the Charmander before approaching Chiyan Hui with another pill. Hui, once your Charmander hatches, immediately give it this pill. I obtained it through various connections and means. It is a precious item used only by esteemed families. It contains dozens of rare herbs, including ginseng and Hisho Wu, which are immensely beneficial for young Pokémon. It will promote the physical development of your Charmander, significantly enhancing its potential and strength, allowing it to grow robustly and fully realize its capabilities without any waste of potential. Do not fret about oversupplementation. Pokémon have remarkably resilient constitutions, and there has never been a case of a Pokémon being harmed by excessive nourishment. Rest assured, after imparting this, Chiyan Song began to rummage through his belongings. These are the milk from the large milk tank. You drank plenty as a child. Ensure the newborn Charmander receives this milk daily, as it is essential. Additionally, it must be paired with other resources, which I will discuss with you upon our return. This will be the basic sustenance for your Charmander until it reaches maturity, comprising various special pills that greatly benefit young Pokémon. You must consistently feed it daily. I have labeled them according to the type of pill for each day. The large milk tank produces an astonishing 10 liters of milk daily, rich in nutrients beneficial for both humans and Pokémon, and Chiyan Hui consumed it abundantly in his youth. Lastly, Chiyan Song revealed a box containing numerous small, upright vials, each labeled with information, filled with various tablets and pills. Chiyan Hui recognized some of these pills as precious, highly beneficial for newly hatched Pokémon, though this was his first encounter with such a collection, leaving him momentarily astounded before promptly accepting and storing them away. Chiyan Song earnestly conveyed, Hui, your initial Pokémon is of utmost importance. You must take great care of it. Of course, Dad, I will look after the Charmander diligently. Chiyan Hui replied with unwavering resolve, nodding affirmatively. In a solemn manner, Chiyan Song then produced a robust-looking box and presented it to Chiyan Hui. Hui, this is the final item, a fire-type amplification item, charcoal. It is a top-tier piece, although its amplification rate is not as high as the one on my Blaziken. It is still quite substantial, sufficient for your Charmander to reach elite status. You may replace it later upon discovering a superior one. Once Charmander hatches, immediately give it the charcoal to integrate into its body. This will ensure that the charcoal nourishes Charmander thoroughly, and the longer the integration lasts, the more effective the synergy will be. Chiyan Hui accepted the box with gravity, fully aware of the value of such a premium amplification item. Chiyan Song sighed. From the moment you chose Charmander as your initial Pokémon, I prepared this exceptional charcoal for you. Perhaps it is fate. Had you chosen a different type, I would have struggled to find one. In that instant, Chiyan Hui felt the depth of his father's affection for him. After a while, the moment finally arrived for Charmander to hatch. Chiyan Hui cradled the Pokémon egg and approached a rock beside the camp, gently placing the egg atop it as he awaited the emergence of his new companion. Suddenly, a crack resonated. A fissure appeared at the top of the eggshell, and soon multiple fractures formed. Moments later, a tiny hand broke through the shell, appearing before Chiyan Hui, who held his breath, fearful of disturbing the little creature. The tiny hand withdrew momentarily, only for a small head to burst forth into the open air. The newborn Charmander instinctively bit into the eggshell, consuming it as if it were a wafer, devouring every last bit. After finishing its meal, it turned its gaze toward Chiyan Hui, filled with warmth, excitement, and joy upon seeing its first living being. Kana, the Charmander called out exuberantly. Hearing this sound, Chiyan Hui's heart brimmed with delight. I look forward to our journey together. Charmander, he continued, my name is Chiyan Hui, and I shall be your trainer. Let us grow stronger together. Although the Charmander was oblivious to the concept of a trainer, the innate desire to grow stronger surged within its genes, causing it to cheer joyfully. Kawa, kana, kana. Chiyan Hui quickly presented the pill given by his father to Charmander's mouth, gently saying, Charmander, this is a wonderful treat. You must eat it. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Ah, and there's this. He then retrieved a bottle of milk he had prepared earlier from his space pouch. It was the renowned milk from the Moo Moo farm. While Hoenn lacked Moo Moo farms, this milk was exported from Johto, as the two regions are relatively close. Charmander sniffed the air and promptly swallowed the pill, then eagerly drank the milk. After consuming it, Charmander felt a warm sensation enveloping its body, and its belly was full, banishing any trace of hunger. Finally, Chiyan Hui unveiled the box containing the top-tier charcoal, opening it before Charmander. The previously languid Charmander, perched on the rock, seemed to sense something, its nose twitching. Chiyan Hui chuckled, Charmander, don't just sniff. This charcoal is meant for you. Simply take it in your hands and integrate it into your body. Upon seeing the premium charcoal and sensing the abundant fire energy within, Charmander let out an excited cry and eagerly grabbed the charcoal with its tiny hands. The moment they made contact, the charcoal emitted a soft glow and vanished into Charmander's grasp. Instantly, a surge of fiery energy radiated from within its body. At that moment, Chiyan Hui took the opportunity to carefully observe Charmander, realizing this would be his future ace Pokémon. The typical Charmander possesses an orange-red body, yet the one before him was unique, sporting a vibrant yellow hue. Upon evolving into Charizard, it would transform into a dazzling black variant, a sight truly magnificent. Charmander's body was a brilliant orange-yellow, with a cream-colored underbelly and a burning flame at the tip of its tail. Its eyes sparkled blue, revealing 4 tiny teeth nestled within its jaws. Its limbs were short, with 4 diminutive fingers and 3 tiny claws. This shiny Charmander, though somewhat unrefined now, would become a striking black Charizard upon evolution. The charcoal, under Chiyan Hui's gaze, successfully became a part of Charmander's essence, and he noted the amplification rate. Shiny Charmander. Level 2, Infant Stage, Fire-type Pokémon. Ability, Solar Power, Hidden Ability. Special Attack increases 1.5 times during sunny weather, but loses some health periodically. Individual values, 6V, each stat maxed at 31 points. Base stats, HP, 39, Attack, 52, Defense, 43, Special Attack, 60, Special Defense, 50, Speed, 65, Total, 309. Held item, Premium Charcoal, amplifying Fire-type moves by 17. Entry-level moves, Ancient Power, Double Edge, Iron Tail, Metal Claw, Dragon Dive, Dragon Tail, Scratch, and Growl. While not as potent as the one on his Blaziken, it was still an exceptional amplification item, highly sought after in the outside world. Chiyan Hui stroked his chin, recalling his knowledge of Charmander. He remembered that the flame on a Charmander's tail symbolizes its vitality. A vigorous spirit causes the flame to blaze brightly, while a lack of enthusiasm results in a dim glow. When the flame extinguishes, so too does its life. The flame also reflects its emotions. When cheerful, it flickers playfully, but when angered, it blazes fiercely. It is imperative to care for this young Charmander well, ensuring it grows joyfully every day. Moments later, Charmander erupted with enthusiasm, bouncing around on the rock. Chiyan Song approached Chiyan Hui, gazing at the little Charmander with awe. A shiny Charmander, no less. He exclaimed, handing Chiyan Hui a great ball. Ah Hui, use this great ball to capture this Charmander. It will absorb energy but not be able to contain all of it, leading to a gradual accumulation in its body, which may take about half a month. During this period, Charmander will be quite lively. This is perfectly normal, so do not worry. Understood, Dad. Chapter 16. The Magma Team's vessel arrives in Johto. After receiving the Great Ball, Chiyan Hui gently patted Charmander's head, saying softly, Charmander, I will use this great ball to capture you. Please do not resist. Charmander gazed up at Chiyan Hui with its innocent, sparkling eyes and nodded in agreement. Chiyan Hui promptly retrieved a high-grade Pokeball and brought it beside the Charmander, then pressed the button to release it. The Pokeball opened, and a beam of red light enveloped the Charmander, drawing it inside. The Pokeball then shook upon the rock, the red light flickering momentarily, and with a resounding ding. Chiyan Hui successfully captured the shiny Charmander. He approached, picked up the Pokeball, and addressed it. Charmander, you have just been born. Rest well inside the Pokeball. The Pokeball wobbled slightly before settling into silence. Chiyan Song continued with his advice. Moreover, newly hatched Pokemon are not suitable for training. They require approximately half a month to a month of growth before they can start training. During this period, refrain from training the Charmander. Allow it to indulge in delightful play and nourishment. We must wait until the Charmander is completely stable before commencing training. This is a time for caution, as any negligence could harm its foundational health. Chiyan Hui smiled and reassured, rest assured, Dad, I am well aware of what is important. In the following days, Chiyan Hui refrained from wandering the forest, choosing instead to remain by the Charmander's side to nurture their bond. Chiyan Song also presented numerous resources he had meticulously prepared. Hui. These are essential resources for juvenile Pokemon. This is bone-strengthening powder, rich in calcium and other components that enhance skeletal strength. This is ginseng pill, crafted from ginseng and various herbs. It is quite precious, typically reserved for the powerful factions and families. I acquired these through rather dubious means. Having seized them from those affluent factions, our lava team is still in its nascent stages, lacking in foundational strength. Chiyan Hui chuckled as he accepted the resources. Dad, one day we will bring down those lofty figures. We will surely be able to manufacture these items ourselves eventually. We just need to continue growing stronger. And these resources will be ours in due time. Chiyan Song heartily clapped Chiyan Hui on the shoulder, his face beaming with pride and laughter. The next day, Huring suddenly approached Chiyan Song and Chiyan Hui, exclaiming, Boss, the lava team's ship has arrived, anchored 5 seas southwest of Manjin City. Chiyan Song immediately rose, stating, Excellent. We shall depart at dusk, proceeding at full speed. We must return to the Hoenn region. We cannot linger here any longer, or we will inevitably be discovered. During this time, others had been seen traversing the forest on flying Pokemon, but both Huing and Chiyan Song, experienced as they were, successfully evaded detection. Understood, boss. Huing replied gravely. As evening descended, the chilling wind swept over Chiyan Song and his son. Chiyan Song inquired, Hui, how are you faring? Chiyan Hui tightened his clothing, responding, Fear not, Dad. This chill is but a minor inconvenience. I can endure. Chiyan Song, with unwavering resolve, declared, It seems we must hasten our search for Pokemon capable of teleportation. The ones we encountered previously possessed low qualifications, rendering them ineffective for cultivation. The distance they can teleport is too limited. Upon our return, I shall instruct my subordinates to prioritize the search for Pokemon that can teleport. Suddenly, Chiyan Hui suggested, Dad, perhaps you could focus on seeking out natural sparrows and balancing dolls. While the latter cannot teleport, their evolved form, the psychic ground doll, possesses that ability. These two Pokemon should be easier to find than others that can teleport. Agreed, no problem. I will issue the orders upon our return. Chiyan Song readily agreed. Truth be told, Chiyan Hui also yearned for a Pokemon capable of teleportation. As time flowed steadily, Chiyan Song and Huring soon traversed the land via their Pokemon. Reaching the surface of the sea, Huing assessed the direction and promptly led the way to the location of the Lava Team's vessel. After flying a considerable distance, Huring paused, and Chiyan Song followed suit, joining him. Boss, hold on a moment. Let me signal them, Huing stated before retrieving a communicator. Moments later, a light began to flicker on the distant sea. Found it, boss. Let us head over. Indeed, but we must remain cautious. Let us confirm first. Understood, boss. Huring quickly surged ahead, while Chiyan Song, carrying Chiyan Hui, followed at a measured pace, mindful of their safety with his beloved son in tow. After a brief interval, Huing returned, confirmed, Boss, it is indeed our ship. Let us proceed. Chiyan Song commanded his desert dragonfly to land on the deck. In the nighttime, Chiyan Hui could not discern the ship's form, but it was indeed sizable enough to accommodate both the Kingfisher and the desert dragonfly comfortably. Once Chiyan Song disembarked from the desert dragonfly, 3 rows of Lava Team members stood in neat formation nearby. Under the lead of Huyen, they bowed in unison, exclaiming, Boss Chiyan Song. Chiyan Song nodded calmly. Well done, everyone. Upon our return, I will reward you all generously. Thank you, Boss Chiyan Song. The crowd reverently responded once more. Chiyan Song then smiled at Huyen, saying, Huyen, You did well. Your efforts are appreciated. The brute from Huetsuan wished to come personally. But I scolded him and took it upon myself to come here. Among us, Huetsuan possesses the greatest strength and must remain in the Hoenn region. Indeed, well done. Huiyan, we must return to the Hoenn region immediately. We cannot linger here. Understood, boss. I will arrange for our swift return. Chapter 17. Thoughts on the reform of the Lava Team's member classification. The following day, Chiyan Hui stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the magnificent ocean, where various water-type Pokémon occasionally leapt from the waves. He couldn't help but spread his arms wide, tilting his head back to relish the caress of the sea breeze. Just then, a voice broke through. Hui, you seem to be in good spirits. Chiyan Hui responded with a hint of exasperation. Dad, I'm simply enjoying the sunlight and the sea breeze. Do you have something to discuss? Chiyan Song grinned mischievously, seeing you so idle. I thought to find you some tasks. Go learn some nautical knowledge from Huiyan. You need not become an expert, but certain sailing knowledge is essential. It will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Sigh. Chiyan Hui sighed. I understand, Dad. Suddenly, Chiyan Hui halted and turned to Chiyan Song. Dad, a thought has suddenly occurred to me. Since there is no one around, and we are at the ship's bow, I would like to share it. Chiyan Song looked at him with curiosity. What is it? Speak your mind. Chiyan Hui took a moment to gather his thoughts before articulating. Dad, I've observed that within the Lava Team, there is merely a distinction between ordinary members and cadres, yet the disparities among ordinary members are quite pronounced. Therefore, I propose a tiered classification system. Our Lava Team can be categorized into 6 distinct ranks: trainee members, ordinary members, elite members, core members, stewards, and cadre. This classification allows for a nuanced subdivision of ordinary members into various levels, effectively igniting their ambition to ascend within the ranks and clearly delineating a path for advancement. Such a progression enables members to recognize the disparities between themselves and the next echelon, thereby motivating them to strive for improvement and fostering a spirited atmosphere of competition. Moreover, the equitable allocation of resources is of paramount importance. Among ordinary members, some may possess the capabilities of seasoned trainers, whereas others may exhibit prowess akin to professional or even gym-level trainers. It is evidently unjust for all to receive the same treatment. By implementing a rank system, we can allocate resources and tasks in a more judicious manner. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, Chiyan Song fell silent. After a moment, he exhaled deeply and said, Hui, please elaborate on the roles and significance of these 6 ranks. Initially, I envisioned creating an organization where everyone is equal, hence only establishing 2 ranks, cadre and ordinary members. However, through the years of development, it has become apparent that this approach is rather impractical, leading to certain conflicts within the organization. You have articulated this well. Please share your insights. Chiyan Hui nodded in agreement. Very well, Father. I shall address each rank in turn. Let us begin with the trainee members. As the name suggests, trainee members do not qualify as official members of our Lava Team. We can cultivate aspiring trainers from among the common populace who lack resources, allowing them to first learn our team's rules and history. We must also establish a clear organizational goal to enhance cohesion. I propose we adopt the aim of breaking the rules of the Alliance to provide a pathway for all commoners as our team's objective, which would better attract a diverse array of individuals. Though they may be mere commoners, they form the foundation of our Lava Team. As long as we have people, we can grow and one day even surpass the Alliance. Currently, as you are aware, the Hoenn Alliance's upper echelons are completely sealed off by the higher-ups and prominent families, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to become trainers, let alone grow stronger. If they aspire to become the kings of the mountains, we shall excavate a passage from the base to the summit. Chiyan Song gazed intently at Chiyan Hui. Hui, have you truly made this decision? To embark on this path? When I first established the Lava Team, my sole intention was to create a force for survival, to thrive and provide a comfortable life for my family. Chiyan Hui chuckled. Father, I came across a saying in a book. Do nobles and lords possess any inherent superiority? This phrase hails from a distant land, and its meaning is straightforward. Do the high-ranking members of the Alliance and those from esteemed families truly hold a nobler status than us? Since they have blocked the avenues for advancement, I shall personally dismantle those barriers. After all, my greatest dream is to live a life of leisure, free from toil, while enjoying abundant riches and even having the time to indulge in whims. To realize this dream, I must ascend to the pinnacle, for only from the heights can I fearlessly pursue the life I envision. Initially, Chiyan Song felt a surge of excitement, but as he listened to Chiyan Hui's words, his expression darkened and his teeth began to grind. While Chiyan Hui was enthusiastically speaking, he suddenly heard a noise and turned to see his father's grim countenance. prompting an awkward chuckle. Father, I was merely jesting. Ahem, let me continue. Once trainee members have learned our lava team's principles and ideals, we can then provide them with a Pokeball and an initial Pokemon. If they successfully tame the Pokemon within a specified time frame, they will earn the status of ordinary members. I know you may be concerned about the costs, but we can procure the most basic Pokeballs and capture the most common Pokemon, such as Pidgey, Zubat, Houndour, Snorunt, and Caterpie. These Pokemon are quite ubiquitous, and we can assign our lava team members to undertake this task. There is no need to worry about their reluctance. We can implement reward missions where capturing a certain number of juvenile Pokemon grants a reward. As for what the rewards will be, I shall elaborate later. Furthermore, we can clarify that the Pokemon and Pokeballs initially provided by the lava team are not free. After becoming official ordinary members, they will need to repay for them. This effectively addresses concerns regarding an overwhelming number of members and excessive financial strain. Ordinary members are those who have acquired Pokemon and are capable of commanding them in battles. Our approach is somewhat akin to taking a gamble with minimal investment. If we uncover a few natural leaders and trainers among them, we stand to gain significantly. After all, in this world, individual prowess outweighs collective strength. As for elite members, I believe there should be a requirement for skill and a certain level of contribution, which I will detail shortly. To qualify as an elite member, one must possess at least one season-level Pokemon and demonstrate contributions to the lava team. It is not simply enough to have strength. One must also contribute to the team. Chapter 18. Reform Plan for the Lava Team's Member Classification. Chiyan Hui continued. To attain core member status, one must possess at least one gym-level Pokemon and, like elite members, contribute to the lava team. Next comes the stewards. Father, my vision is that only those with quasi-champion level Pokemon qualify to become stewards. Stewards possess certain privileges, albeit limited. This distinction is crucial to convey that upon reaching the steward rank, one has transcended mere membership and ascended to a higher echelon. This is the goal we strive for. The requirements for stewards mirror those of elite and core members. Possessing the requisite strength is merely the entry point. And only through contributions to the lava team can one become a true steward. Chiyan Hui spoke with gravity. Father, only by delineating power can we enhance our governance and instill a sense of caution among the cadre, deterring any thoughts of rebellion. Of course, I speak hypothetically, not implying that rebellion is inevitable. Stewards can take on roles such as minor leaders within the intelligence team, ultimately reporting to the commander. Previously, the intelligence team operated under the sole authority of the commander. However, with the inclusion of stewards, the dynamics will shift, allowing for more efficient command. What do you think, Father? Chiyan Song furrowed his brow, casting a deep glance at Chiyan Hui before nodding. Regardless, it will all eventually be passed to you. So feel free to implement your ideas. Chiyan Hui smiled and continued. Finally, we come to the cadre. I believe the cadre's powers have become too extensive. Hence the establishment of stewards to redistribute some of that authority. To qualify as a cadre, one must make significant contributions to the lava team and possess 6 or more quasi-champion level Pokemon. Having completed the descriptions of these 6 ranks, let me now address the issue of contributions. I propose we establish a task board within the lava team, where various missions can be posted for members to freely undertake. Of course, only when they have the time. The rewards for these tasks can be in the form of contribution points, which can only be utilized within our lava team. These contribution points can be exchanged for currency, Pokemon breeding materials, Pokemon knowledge, items, and Pokemon eggs, among other resources. Certainly, the rarity of exchangeable items correlates directly with the rank required for acquisition. For instance, ordinary members have access to a limited selection, primarily consisting of commonplace Pokemon training materials. However, elite and core members gain the privilege to exchange for basic Pokemon training knowledge, various Pokemon items, and even Pokemon eggs. At the level of stewards and executives, one can redeem Pokemon items, highly qualified young Pokemon, or eggs. Of course, to make such exchanges, an extensive amount of contribution points is necessary, which can only be obtained through the completion of tasks. We can initiate quests such as capturing rare young Pokemon or procuring eggs. After all, the benefits must stem from the source, ensuring our profit regardless of the method employed. With astonishment, Chiyan Song gazed at Chiyan Hui, overwhelmed by the multitude of revelations presented by his father that day. Chiyan Hui, with a grave expression, remarked, Father, the current scale of the magma team is significantly outdated. Lagging behind invites punishment. We must undertake reforms. Only through gradual transformation can the magma team establish dominance in the Hoenn region, and subsequently extend our influence to Johto and beyond. Chiyan Song immediately inquired about specific details regarding Chiyan Hui's ideas. Thus, on the deck of the ship, the two engaged in discussions about the vital reforms for the magma team. The sounds of the sea breeze and waves provided a secluded backdrop, allowing them to converse freely without fear of eavesdroppers. In this manner, they contemplated for several days, refining Chiyan Hui's concepts and delving into various intricate details. A few days later, Chiyan Hui began studying navigation with Hui Yan, while Chiyan Song secluded himself in his room, diligently researching the reform proposals and devising an implementation plan. One must not underestimate Chiyan Song. He was a formidable individual who single-handedly established a considerable underground force in the Hoenn region. Such accomplishments could not be attained merely through strength. While prowess might elevate one to the status of a strong individual, founding an organization demands a multitude of skills, including leadership, decision-making, planning, organization, management, and communication. In simpler terms, the creation of such a vast organization necessitates a founder of exceptional talent, a veritable genius among men. Frankly, Chiyan Hui felt that the regulations he was establishing bore an uncanny resemblance to those of companies from his past life on Blue Star, albeit lacking the nefarious nature of those corporations. At least he was providing a clear path for advancement, allowing capable individuals to ascend step by step. In contrast, the unscrupulous companies of his previous life exploited their workforce mercilessly, where aspiring for promotion without flattery, ingratiation, or bribery was a mere fantasy. Days later, as Chiyan Hui stood at the bow of the ship, he caught sight of the land in the Hoenn region, reveling in the allure of maritime travel. Not to mention, in his childhood, he had once aspired to become the pirate king. Reflecting on this, an idea struck him, prompting him to rush to Chiyan Song and exclaim, "Father, I just had an epiphany while standing at the bow." Chiyan Song's lips twitched in response. "Oh no. Hui, what new notion have you conjured now? I've been pulling my hair out over your last idea, and you seem to propose these ideas effortlessly without considering the complications of implementation. Do you have any idea how troublesome it is? I've hardly slept these past few days." Chiyan Hui chuckled sheepishly at his father's lament, realizing he was more of a theorist than a practitioner. "Father, this time is different. It's quite simple. Our magma team has a ship, doesn't it? I suddenly thought of interregional trade, bringing Pokémon eggs from other regions to sell in Hoenn and vice versa. Moreover, I can assess the quality of the eggs. From what I understand, the machines used to gauge the quality of Pokémon eggs are not entirely accurate, as the life forms within are not yet fully developed. Only upon hatching can we ascertain their true potential. Through this trade, we could buy low and sell high, potentially acquiring some top-tier Pokémon eggs with exceptional attributes." Chapter 19. Establishing a legitimate company and engaging in maritime smuggling. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's proposal, Chiyan Song was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Regarding your idea of maritime trade, I had considered it before, but our strength was insufficient. Additionally, one of the Elite Four, Yuji, has been patrolling the Hoenn waters, persistently cracking down on criminals. It has made it exceedingly difficult for our magma team to avoid running into him. Should we encounter him, both our goods and our people would be in jeopardy." Chiyan Hui furrowed his brow, realizing why the magma team had never ventured into the lucrative maritime trade. It was indeed due to Yuji's influence. Observing Chiyan Hui's expression, Chiyan Song continued, "You may not know much about Yuji, but he is an extraordinarily formidable opponent, one I cannot contend with. He possesses multiple champion-level Pokémon, specializing in dragon types, which inherently surpass ordinary Pokémon in strength. His ace Pokémon, a Salamence, is known for its blood-red wings, earning it the moniker Bloodwing Dragon. It undoubtedly boasts intermediate to advanced champion-level power, making it unwise for either our magma team or the oceanic team to engage in maritime trade or act recklessly inland. For now, we must develop quietly." Chiyan Hui had not anticipated this layer of complexity, and he sighed, suddenly recalling the development model of Team Rocket in the Johto region. "I have it, father. We can establish a company while secretly controlling it from the shadows through the magma team. We can appoint individuals without training aptitude as company members, thus maximizing their utility. After all, it's unreasonable to expect someone without talent as a trainer to excel in a corporate role either. We can create a legitimate company through official channels and engage in various trades. Initially, we will conduct ordinary trade under the company's banner. After a few inspections from Yuji, he will likely relent. Even if he continues to investigate, we can employ various methods to evade detection. For instance, we can foster good relations with Yuji, and even if he proves difficult to handle, what about the individuals aboard his ship? Their families? We are, after all, an underground organization. If bribery fails, we can resort to intimidation, though I doubt everyone will be as unyielding as Yuji. Naturally, we should avoid coercion unless absolutely necessary, as the risks far outweigh the potential benefits. On the surface, we will trade legitimate goods while clandestinely trafficking Pokémon eggs, thereby resolving our predicament. We merely need a legitimate facade. Moreover, we can establish a variety of companies, with the Magma team exercising control from behind the scenes. This way, we can navigate both the light and dark realms, ensuring swifter development. With the Magma team supplying resources, those companies would struggle to falter. Listening to Chiyan Hui's words, Chiyan Song bowed his head in contemplation of the feasibility of the plan. After a while, he spoke solemnly. Hui, this idea holds merit. But I must conduct a thorough examination. My hair, alas. Chiyan Hui, however, smiled and replied, Father, I can assist you in this endeavor. While my theoretical knowledge of the organizational reforms is limited, I am well versed in the establishment of companies. Having been a cog in the wheel of unscrupulous corporations in his previous life, he had acquired a fair understanding of corporate affairs. Observing the astonished expression on Chiyan Song's face, Chiyan Hui calmly remarked, Father, while there is no book on organizational reforms, there are plenty of books regarding company matters that I have perused. Thus, the two promptly began their deliberations. However, before long, Huiyin knocked on Chiyan Song's door. Boss, we've arrived at Lava Island. Chiyan Song, feeling somewhat incomplete, responded, Hui, let's discuss this further downstairs. This idea is truly remarkable and could yield immediate financial benefits for our organization. Indeed, let us have a bite to eat before we continue our discussions. It would be prudent to implement this as soon as possible. Chiyan Hui nodded in agreement, and together they exited the room. They boarded the Desert Dragonfly, which brought them to Lava Island. Due to the ship's inability to approach the island without running aground, it remained anchored at a distance. Moreover, Lava Island lacked a port. Thus, the members of the Lava team had to either use small boats or ride flying Pokémon to access the island. Most of those accompanying them possessed flying Pokémon, as the Kingdra was not a rare creature, being quite common in the Hoenn region. Upon arriving at Lava Island, Chiyan Song and Chiyan Hui had a meal before resuming their discussions. They continued until the moon hung high in the sky, at which point Chiyan Song declared, Hui, that will suffice for now. You should get some rest. Tomorrow, I will summon Huiyin, Huiyin, and Huiying to discuss the establishment of the company. Chiyan Hui, feeling fatigued, replied, All right, I shall go to bed then. I'm quite exhausted. After Chiyan Hui departed, Chiyan Song meticulously reviewed the recently discussed company formation plan, repeatedly clarifying his thoughts and contemplating the feasibility until he finally set down the plan with satisfaction late into the night. The following day, Chiyan Song promptly summoned the three key leaders of the Lava team for a meeting. The trio, not daring to delay, hastily made their way to Lava Island through various means. In reality, only Huiyin arrived quickly, while the other two had just returned the previous day. Before the meeting commenced, Huiying found Chiyan Hui and said, Hui, before heading to the Hoenn region. Boss Chiyan Song ordered a large bed suitable for fire-type Pokémon, crafted from fire-resistant materials with exceptional heat resistance. It has been completed. Should I have it moved to your room? Chiyan Hui nodded eagerly. Yes, please move it to my room. I didn't expect my father to be so thoughtful. Shortly thereafter, Huiying arrived with a few individuals transporting the large bed. Surveying the room, Chiyan Hui pointed to the space beside his bed and said, Let it be placed there. Huiying and the others readily complied, and as they worked, Huiying remarked, Hui, this bed was quite expensive. It utilizes numerous materials from fire-type Pokémon, maintaining warmth at all times and exhibiting high heat resistance to prevent ignitions while they sleep. After you decided to choose Charmander as your starter Pokémon, Boss instructed us to have this bed crafted so that Charmander could sleep soundly. It will still serve him well even after he evolves into Charmeleon and Charizard. Chiyan Hui expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Huiying. Huiying smiled. No trouble at all. Upon entering the meeting room, Huiyin found Huiyin and Huiying already seated. He greeted them with a smile. Huiyin, Huiying, how was the journey to the Johto region? Huiying remained silent, quietly sitting, while Huiyin shot a glance at Huiyin and retorted, Do you dare inquire about the boss's affairs? Realizing his mistake, Huiyin scratched his head and chuckled. My bad. I want to pry again. I'm just relieved you all returned. In truth, Huiyin harbored no ill intentions. He merely worried for the safety of Chiyan Song, Huiyin, and Huiying, but his clumsiness often led him to misspeak. Before long, Chiyan Song entered with Chiyan Hui. Chiyan Hui took a seat next to Huiying, with Huiyin and Huiyin on the opposite side. Chiyan Song settled into the central seat, and the three leaders immediately stood, bowing respectfully. Boss Chiyan Song. Chiyan Song surveyed the room and raised a hand to signal them to sit. Clearing his throat, he addressed them. I have gathered you all to discuss an important matter. Yesterday, Hui approached me with an idea. To establish several companies through legitimate means to engage in maritime trade, allowing the lava team to oversee their growth from behind the scenes. Of course, while the maritime trade will be our public front, we will privately engage in the regional trade of Pokémon eggs. Previously, we were unable to participate in maritime trade due to the blockade by the Yuanji, but now, by forming these companies through legitimate channels, we can initially avoid transporting contraband and later engage in private shipments. Chapter 20. The establishment of the lava team's legitimate company. This endeavor necessitates the ability to conceal our actions from the Hoenn Alliance and Yuanji. Though it may sound simple, it is quite challenging. However, regardless of the difficulties, we must proceed, as the potential benefits are immense. I have also devised some strategies to navigate these challenges, which we can discuss later. No matter how arduous, we must establish these companies and ensure their growth. Yuanji alone cannot blockade the entire ocean. Previously, I believe the timing was not right. But now I feel the moment has arrived. With that, Chiyan glanced at the three leaders and quietly inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Without hesitation, Huiyuan exclaimed, "Boss, I support your decision." Huiyuan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, boss, this decision is excellent and will greatly aid in expanding our lava team. The establishment of this company, coupled with maritime trade, will significantly enhance our organization's financial resources." Huiyuan calmly added, "Boss, I concur with your vision." Seeing that all three leaders were in agreement, Chiyan smiled. "Very well, then I entrust the establishment of the company to Huiyuan and Huiring. Identify several individuals who have recently joined the lava team, have committed no offenses, and are not wanted, to form a company through legitimate means in Water Quiet City and set up the framework." Huiyuan and Huiring stood respectfully, responding, "Understood, boss." Chiyan gazed at his most trusted subordinates and spoke gently. "This time in the Johto region yielded significant returns, and I will not neglect your contributions. Huiring already has his reward, and here are two Charmanders, both of exceptional potential. Huiyuan and Huiyuan, you may each select one. You have all rendered tremendous service to the lava team, and I have not forgotten your efforts." As he spoke, Chiyan placed two Pokeballs on the table. Hearing this news, Huiyuan and Huiyuan were momentarily stunned before excitement took hold of them. Huiyuan leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "Thank you, leader," and bowed deeply. He then rose to select one of the Pokeballs, knowing that while both held exceptional potential, the specifics would require further examination later. Meanwhile, Huiyuan stood in exuberance, bowing to Chiyan and calling out, "Thank you, esteemed leader." He then picked up the remaining Pokeball from the table. Chiyan smiled slightly. "You have Ah Hui to thank for this. Had it not been for him, I would not have ventured to the Charizard Valley in the Johto region to acquire these high-potential Pokemon." The purpose behind Chiyan words was to ensure that the three chief officers owed a personal favor to Chiyan Hui, facilitating matters considerably when Chiyan Hui would eventually take command of the lava team. Both Hui Village, Huiyuan, and Huiring were acutely aware of this, casting sidelong glances at the seated Chiyan Hui before solemnly nodding in agreement. Observing their expressions, Chiyan raised his hand and gently patted it before continuing. "I have another matter to discuss. Let us deliberate together. I intend to implement a reform of member status within the lava team, categorizing members from the lowest to highest as follows: trainee members, regular members, elite members, core members, stewards, and executives. Among these, the trainee members will be introduced. Furthermore, there will be a contribution points system and a task system, each serving distinct purposes. Contribution points can be utilized within the organization as a substitute for currency, bearing greater value than money itself since they can be exchanged for items that money cannot easily procure, such as high-quality young Pokemon and training methodologies. The task system will provide a means for members to earn contribution points, with tasks classified into 4 levels: S, A, B, and C. Tasks will be categorized as either regular tasks, which anyone can issue, sometimes even under the name of the lava team, taken on voluntarily, or as mandatory tasks, which require selected individuals to exert every effort to complete, even at the cost of their lives. As he spoke, Chiyan expression was gravely serious. Of course, the organization would not issue tasks that were guaranteed to result in death. Some failures would be deemed understandable. Chiyan elaborated on the reforms proposed by Chiyan Hui, and upon finishing, he turned his gaze to the 3 chief officers, noting the varied expressions on their faces. Hui Village appeared indifferent, as if unaware of the gravity of the situation. Huiyuan furrowed his brow momentarily before his expression flattened into neutrality. Meanwhile, Huiring maintained an impassive demeanor throughout. Chiyan cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. I have finished speaking. Now, I invite your opinions. Feel free to speak candidly." Hui Village boldly proclaimed, "Boss, I fully support the reforms you've proposed. With such clear distinctions, it will be much easier for me to take command. I will have a better understanding of their respective strengths without needing to inquire each time we set out with the team. Chiyan Song nodded thoughtfully and directed his gaze toward Huiyin. Huiyin, what are your thoughts? Please share. Huiyin smiled and replied, Boss, I have no objections. It will indeed streamline our operations, just as Hui Village mentioned. Internally, Huiyin understood that this division signified the formalization of the lava team. Once formalized, the powers of the executives would inevitably diminish. However, recognizing it was ultimately for the good of the team, he assented. Huiying then spoke up, Boss, I have no objections and agree with everyone's thoughts. Seeing the consensus, Chiyan Song smiled with satisfaction. It seems I have not misjudged you. You are all the foundation of the lava team, aware of the immense benefits this reform brings. It heralds a pathway for upward mobility within our ranks, ensuring the lava team's strength will only grow. With unanimous approval, he declared, from today onward, we shall commence a large-scale recruitment of trainee members, capping the first batch at 500. This task will be entrusted to the three of you, with Huiyin leading, while Hui Village and Huiring assist. Huiring, you will oversee the recruitment process. Hui Village, you will lead the effort to capture young Pokémon and Pokémon eggs of any type. Huiring will be responsible for training and educating them on the customs and ideals of the lava team, followed by a period of basic Pokémon knowledge instruction. Furthermore, the distribution of initial Pokémon will require a simple assessment. Only those who pass the final evaluation within the stipulated time will qualify as official regular members of the lava team. Those who do not pass will be asked if they wish to work for the company. If they decline, their Pokémon will be reclaimed and they will be dismissed. However, those who agree will not have their Pokémon taken back, but will be required to repay the contribution points owed to the lava team. As initial Pokémon and Pokeballs are not free, you three will take charge of this for now, while I search for a suitable individual to oversee this matter. Once they become official members, they will be assigned to your respective teams, so be diligent. The three chief officers rose once more, respectfully affirming, Understood, boss. Subsequently, the group began discussing the finer details of the matter, their deliberations extending from daylight until the moon ascended, even pausing only briefly for meals to continue their discussions. As they neared completion, Chiyan Song finally said, Well, go forth and carry out your tasks. Upon hearing Chiyan Song's words, the three chief officers exhaled in relief, rising in unison to exit the conference room. Chiyan Song smiled and remarked, So, how about it, Hui? I've implemented all the proposals you suggested. Father, you truly are a jack of all trades, haha. I shall take my leave now. Chiyan Hui responded, hastily making his way out of the conference room. Upon returning to his own quarters, Chiyan Hui promptly summoned his Charmander. With a flash of white light, Charmander appeared in his room. Chiyan Hui's abode was spacious and elegant, spanning over 30 square meters. Despite the ample space, it was meticulously maintained, devoid of any dust. Every corner and item was arranged with precision, a reflection of Chiyan Hui's personality from his previous life. As a Virgo, he possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness and a preference for an orderly environment. In one corner of the room, an exquisite display case held several small, intricately crafted Pokémon sculptures. Each was a miniature replica. Yet they appeared so lifelike that it seemed they could leap into action at any moment. Among them were Beedrill, Jengar, and Alakazam. Chiyan Hui had a profound love for Pokémon in his previous life, which contributed to his seamless transition into the Pokémon world, as these creatures were destined to accompany him for a lifetime, second only to his parents. His partner, even less certain. In his previous life, Chiyan Hui had come across a saying, What Pokémon give to trainers isn't much, merely the entire world. For Pokémon, their existence revolves entirely around their trainers. No matter the challenges posed by their trainers, they strive to meet those expectations, even when faced with daunting difficulties, never wavering in their commitment to walk alongside their trainers. Charmander, this is my room, and it shall be your home as well. Do you like it? Charmander joyfully leaped up, excitedly chirping, Char. Chiyan Hui smiled, then suddenly pointed to the specially crafted large bed, saying, Charmander, this bed is yours. Feel free to sleep here without fear of igniting it. Chapter 21. Keep going. That supports you. Upon hearing this, Charmander's eyes lit up, and it leapt toward the bed. Chiyan Hui quickly scooped up Charmander, and noticing its puzzled expression, he said with mock sternness, Before you get on the bed, you must wash your feet, or else you cannot. Charmander's expression fell instantly, but Chiyan Hui resolutely continued. This is non-negotiable. If you wish to sleep on the bed, you must wash your feet. Just think about it. You've been walking on the ground all day, and that would dirty the bed. Upon hearing these words, Charmeleon let out a sigh and nodded in resignation. It was futile to compare itself, after all. An arm cannot outmatch a leg. What could it do when this individual was its very own trainer? Observing Charmeleon's nod, Chihai's face broke into a smile. Do not lose heart. Come, I shall take you to experience something delightful. With that, Chihai effortlessly cradled Charmeleon and made his way to an outdoor hot spring located behind the lava team's base. This was a favored spot for many members of the lava team to unwind after training, allowing their Pokémon to soak and alleviate fatigue. As night had already fallen, the hot spring was bustling with people. The lava team had installed lamps around the area to ensure everyone could enjoy a relaxing soak, and the illumination allowed all those present to spot Chihai. The ordinary members immediately stood up respectfully, bowing and calling out, "Young Master Hui! Young Master Hui!" Chihai nodded in acknowledgement. "Everyone has worked hard today. Keep it up. Trust me, perseverance will never go unrewarded. In the world of Pokémon, as long as one puts in sufficient effort, there truly lies a possibility for a turnaround, for Pokémon are the most extraordinary of species." "All right, young Master Hui." They all responded in unison. Chihai carried Charmeleon towards their designated soaking spot, while the ordinary members began whispering amongst themselves. "Hey, have you heard? Our lava team is undergoing reforms, and ranks will be assigned based on strength and contribution." "Of course I heard." The 3 senior executives returned to discuss just that. "Rumor has it they plan to divide us into 6 tiers. That sounds promising. It will distinguish strength. Currently, aside from the executives, everyone is at the same level, which fails to reflect our true capabilities." Some members, glancing at the Pokémon cradled in Chihai's arms, whispered to one another, "Look at that. Young Master Hui is holding a Charmeleon, one of the precious starters from the Kanto region. What is so surprising? If I were young Master Hui, I wouldn't even want a Charmeleon. I'd aim to get my hands on a Dragonite to flaunt. Shoo, with your stature, you wouldn't even be able to hold a Beedrill. After it evolves, it gains the Dragon type too, in your lifetime. Being able to hold a Beedrill would be quite an achievement." Chihai arrived at their destination, the night sky cloaked in a delicate shade of deep blue, adorned with twinkling stars that resembled countless diamonds scattered across the velvety expanse. The moon hung high, casting a soft silvery glow that veiled the entire hot spring area in an air of mystery. The water in the hot spring shimmered with a faint blue hue under the moonlight, steam rising gently, contrasting starkly with the surrounding tranquility. By the pool's edge, several antique lanterns flickered warmly, their light mingling with the moonbeams, creating a cozy and romantic atmosphere. "Charmeleon, we have arrived. This is my usual bathing spot. It's just for me and Dad. We can soak to our heart's content." Charmeleon's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to leap from Chihai's embrace. "Wait, don't rush. You little one, if you jump down, you'll disappear. I'll carry you over to that rock. You can soak there. Just sit down. But be careful not to let your tail's flames stay submerged for too long. A brief soak is fine, but not for an extended period." Upon hearing this, Charmeleon ceased its lively wriggling and allowed Chihai to gently place it on the warm stone nearby. Subsequently, both trainer and Pokémon luxuriated in the embrace of the hot spring, relishing this rare moment of tranquility and comfort. The water flowed gently, its warmth seeping into every pore, as if to dispel all weariness and cold. Charmeleon squinted its eyes, indulging in the tender caress of nature, while Chihai relaxed, a satisfied and joyful smile gracing his face. In that moment, the world around them seemed to freeze, leaving only the wisps of steam rising from the hot spring and the unspoken bond of warmth and understanding between the trainer and his Pokémon. This serene and beautiful time became one of their most cherished memories. The following day, Chihai sought out Chihai to deliver important news. "Hui, prepare yourself. It's time to head to Autumn Leaf Town to receive your starter Pokémon. I've paid for 15 years to secure the opportunity for a high-quality starter Pokémon selection. Becoming a member of the League is quite an expensive endeavor, huh?" With that, Chihai handed Chihai 3 cards and a contact number. Noting the confusion in his eyes, Chihai explained, "Hui, consider this an opportunity for growth. These are 3 anonymous storage cards, containing 500, 000, 1, 000, 000, and 1, 000, 000 respectively. This number belongs to the person in charge of distributing starter Pokémon in Autumn Leaf Town. They likely lack the authority to make decisions. Hence the provision of 3 cards to you. You will need to use these cards to bribe the League officials, allowing you to choose a Pokémon egg. This test was not originally part of the requirements, but knowing your talent, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. When the time comes to select a top-tier Pokémon egg, the League would incur a loss while we benefit. Such opportunities are rare. Whether you can achieve this is entirely up to you. This is my first lesson for you. While traveling, the key is not merely combat. but understanding the intricacies of human relations. I hadn't intended to introduce you to bribery so soon. I had planned for Huang to handle this. However, since you've voiced many opinions lately, it appears you've matured. So, allow me to give you a glimpse into the darker side of the league. Chihai smirked slightly. Dad, surely it isn't that extreme. Chihai smiled in response. Well, it depends on how much you desire a high-quality Pokémon egg. If you want it, then you must go ahead and bribe those league officials. The choice of whom to bribe is yours. Ultimately, it's all up to you. You can also choose not to bribe anyone and simply select a basic Pokémon of average quality. Just ensure you don't regret the choice you make. Upon hearing this, Chihai fell silent, then exhaled deeply. I understand, Dad. I will handle everything. Chihai comprehended that his father's actions were meant to cultivate his skills. In a world where he had yet to reach the pinnacle of power, understanding human relations was crucial, for there would always be those stronger than oneself. Chihai gazed intently at Chihai, smiling as he said, Dad, I understand your intentions, but I wish to express that once my strength reaches a certain level, and I stand atop this world, human relations will hold less significance. When one is powerful enough, they will find themselves surrounded by friends. Currently, my strength is lacking, and I am willing to engage in these matters, yet I cannot help but feel a sense of discontent. Therefore, I shall strive to become stronger. Dad, aren't you worried about Yuanji? One day, when I am strong enough, I will show you how I can defeat Yuanji. It is only those lacking strength who concern themselves with human relations. True geniuses do not require such things. I consider myself a genius, and I will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of this world at the swiftest pace. After declaring this, Chihai turned and returned to his room to prepare. Chihai stared blankly at Chihai, speechless for a time, until he watched his son's departing figure and finally smiled, saying, This kid has ambition. Go for it. Dad supports you. Chapter 22, Donning a Disguise, Chiyan Hui. Chiyan Hui returned to his room, equipped with a variety of supplies he had meticulously prepared in advance. Among these were a tent for his travels, simple meals, a machete, spare clothing, and various other essentials, all neatly packed into his spatial backpack. Additionally, he had brought along the savings he had accumulated since childhood. This spatial backpack was the latest innovation from the One Corporation. While it appeared merely the size of a regular backpack, it possessed the astonishing capacity to store up to 5 cubic meters of items. Benefiting from the profound research into spatial dynamics by psychic-type Pokémon, the Pokémon world had made significant advancements in this area, with even Jengars capable of concealing numerous items within their unique alternate dimensions. Thus, possessing a spatial backpack was far from extraordinary. Once prepared, Chiyan Hui slung the backpack over his shoulders and was ready to embark on his journey. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find his father, Chihuahua Song, standing nearby, holding a waist pouch, one that could be fastened around the waist. Hui, with all these supplies, I have prepared nurturing resources for your Charmander. As you continue to cultivate your Pokémon, feel free to inform me of their types, and I shall do my utmost to provide the necessary materials. To ensure your Pokémon stands out, resources are indispensable. After you select your Pokémon egg, you can let me know its type, as different elemental Pokémon require distinct nurturing materials. Chiyan Hui accepted the waist pouch without hesitation. It would be foolish to refuse such a generous offer. Relishing the resources his father had provided was only natural. As soon as he took the pouch, Chihuahua Song swiftly produced a Pokeball and handed it to Chiyan Hui. Hui, this is the Pokeball for your Zubat. I have also included the resources it requires within the waist pouch. Ensure it is well fed, and you may release it occasionally to feed on the blood of wild Pokemon. It can draw sustenance from each one, as long as those wild Pokemon harbor no ill intentions toward you. Your Zubat will not harm them. I cannot always be by your side, but your Zubat can. However, I hope you refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Certain experiences must be faced firsthand for true understanding. A warm surge of emotion coursed through Chiyan Hui's heart. Understood, Dad. You can rest assured. After solemnly attaching the Zubat's Pokeball to his belt, Chihuahua Song gazed at his son, who was poised to embark on his adventure. A glimmer of pride in his eyes. Hui, do not place too much pressure on yourself. This year will merely be a small chapter in your life, as the journey ahead is long. Do your best, but do not overly concern yourself with the outcome. Chiyan Hui replied with a smile, Dad, my aim in participating in the league is undoubtedly to claim the championship. This may be my first and last opportunity to compete in a league tournament, so I am determined to emerge victorious. Chihuahua Song ruffled Chiyan Hui's hair and said, it will be quite challenging. As the Hoenn League's colorful conference allows trainers aged 15 to 18 to participate, some of whom are in their 3rd year of competition, you are at a disadvantage, lacking 2 years of nurturing time compared to your competitors. Chiyan Hui's gaze hardened with resolve as he declared, I fear no difficulties. Life is about embracing challenges. Besides, with the support of the lava team and my highly qualified Charmander, if I cannot achieve victory, it would reflect poorly on my training and cultivation skills. Chiyan smiled approvingly. Very well, I will support you wholeheartedly. Throughout this year, I will provide all the nurturing resources your Pokémon requires. When you head to the Johto region in a year, you must rely on your own efforts to contribute and gain the respect of the lava team, thus ensuring you are worthy of their resources. By the way, when you depart from Aoki Town, I will have a surprise for you. But I shall keep it a secret for now. Understood. I shall take my leave now, Dad. Chiyan Hui nodded emphatically. Upon reaching the edge of the island, Huiying awaited him, accompanied by a speedboat with only him aboard, his appearance altered to resemble an ordinary passerby. Huiying, I appreciate your assistance. This arrangement was made by Chiyan, entrusting Huiying with taking Chiyan Hui to Suijing City and then to Aoki Town, where the remainder of the journey would be Chiyan Hui's to navigate alone. Despite this, Chiyan Hui expressed his gratitude immediately. Hui, no need for formality. Step aboard. We must first reach Suijing City, then travel onward to Aoki Town. Once I deliver you there, my task will be complete. The rest will be your journey to experience. Absolutely, I appreciate your help on this journey, Huiying. With that, Chiyan Hui boarded the speedboat. Although Huiying was a subordinate of his father, Chiyan Hui recognized the importance of maintaining respect for those deemed strong, regardless of one's own status. As the speedboat sped across the waves, shattering the splashing surf, Huiying ensured their safety by releasing 2 Pokémon, a Swellow and an ancient armor-clad creature. As time passed, Huiying skillfully navigated the boat to the shores of Suijing City, where members of the lava team awaited. After handing over the boat, he promptly released his Swellow. Hui, hop on. Huiying leaped onto the bird Pokémon and extended his hand toward Chiyan Hui. Without hesitation, Chiyan Hui grasped his hand and leaped onto Swellow. Soaring through the skies, Swellow carried the two, with Huiying at the front, scanning the surroundings while he spoke. Hui, Aoki Town lies to the northwest of Hoenn, not far from Suijing City. It is a small town known for its agricultural prosperity, largely due to its proximity to Chimney Hill, where volcanic ash often drifts, enabling the local flora to flourish, thus bolstering Aoki Town's agriculture. The individual you are to contact is named Takahashi Hiroshi, who oversees the distribution of starter Pokémon to all League members in Aoki Town. Your task is to reach out to him to obtain your initial Pokémon. Upon your arrival, you can directly approach him. He will recognize your face. Simply state your name. Remember, you are now Hui, full name Akita Hui. Your father is Akita Ken, and your mother is Suzuki Saori, residing in the southeast of Aoki Town. In the Hoenn region, the starter Pokémon available are Mudkip, Trico, and Torchic. It depends on your preference. Your father contributes 1 million each year for 15 years, allowing you to select a highly qualified starter Pokémon, typically boasting peak stats across 5 categories. Ordinary individuals contribute 200,000 annually for 15 years, enabling their children to choose a Pokémon of average qualifications, which is already considered quite powerful for novice trainers. Throughout the journey, Huiying meticulously explained the details of Aoki Town, the person Chiyan Hui needed to contact, and the pertinent information, ensuring that Chiyan Hui would not overlook anything. Chapter 23. Aoki Town's family steward, Samuel. As Swellow raced through the sky, Chiyan Hui's gaze gradually caught sight of a cluster of diminutive black dots on the horizon. As they drew nearer, these dots revealed their true form, an orderly row of houses. Beyond these structures loomed a magnificent volcano, Chimney Hill, radiating a golden glow under the sun's warm embrace. Chimney Hill, a volcano situated in the northern central region of Hoenn, stands over 1,500 meters tall. Despite its long dormancy and the absence of its once furious flames, the occasional drifting volcanic ash serves as a reminder of its former vigor. To the north lies the tranquil town of Akiha, a place where the drifting volcanic ash has remarkably skirted around, allowing only the occasional gust of wind to subtly usher in fine particles of dust. Yet, the gentle breezes are unable to intrude upon the serene atmosphere of this quaint settlement. In the fields adjacent to Chimney Mountain, a vibrant tableau of life unfolds. Various crops flourish, predominantly grains such as wheat, freshly sown into the fertile soil, their verdant leaves swaying gracefully in the sunlight, seemingly heralding the joyous harvest to come. Hui, this is Akiha Town. I cannot escort you directly into the town, as that would easily expose us. Instead, I shall take you to its outskirts. You must proceed on your own from there. I have made the necessary arrangements. This morning, I donned a ditto mask and departed Akiha Town, claiming I was off to explore nearby attractions. The Hokage gestured in a particular direction, saying, "Do you see that tallest building? That is your home. where your foster parents reside. Take some time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings today, and you may contact Hiroshi Takahashi tomorrow. As he spoke, the Hokage handed Akai Hoko a pokeball and a card. Hui, this pokeball contains Ditto, which has mastered the art of mimicking over a dozen human faces. Should you find yourself in a predicament, simply wear the Ditto mask. This card serves as your identification, bearing your credentials, duly notarized by Akiha Town. Without hesitation, Akai Hoko accepted the items. The Hokage continued, furthermore, if you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Our lava team maintains strongholds across various towns in the Hoenn region. Here is a map detailing their locations, which remain unchanged unless absolutely necessary. After reviewing it, remember to destroy it. If you forget any details later, contact me, and I shall assist you. Lastly, exercise caution around those ruffians from the ocean team. Should they spot a legitimate league trainer, they may resort to lethal measures. However, the likelihood of such encounters is relatively low, as their foundations primarily lie on the islands scattered across the ocean. On land, our lava team holds a significant advantage. Akai Hoko secured the pokeball containing Ditto and accepted the folded paper. Understood, I shall remain vigilant. He replied. The Hokage called out to his Swellow, Swellow, take us to that grove near the town's edge. With a call, Swellow soared toward the grove, landing gracefully moments later. The Hokage and Akai Hoko dismounted from Swellow's back. Hui, I shall leave you here. The journey ahead may be fraught with danger. Remember, your primary objective is to preserve your life. Avoid meddling in affairs that do not concern you, as this will significantly reduce your chances of encountering trouble. However, I must admit, my words may carry little weight. Such lessons must be learned through personal experience. The Hokage chuckled self-deprecatingly, recalling the many hardships he had endured in his past. Thank you, Hokage. I shall take my leave. Akai Hoko waved farewell and proceeded toward Akiha Town. The Hokage watched as Akai Hoko's silhouette vanished from view before mounting Swellow and flying towards Waterquiet City. As Akai Hoko exited the grove and set his sights on the direction of Akiha Town, he found a path and began to walk. As he drew closer, many townsfolk noticed his presence, yet they merely glanced his way without offering greetings. Unperturbed, Akai Hoko understood that this was the persona of Akita Hoko. It appeared he had not previously engaged with these individuals, hence the lack of salutation, a necessary measure to maintain his anonymity. Fortunately, locating his residence within Akiha Town proved straightforward. As the Hokage had pointed it out from the sky, the tallest building was quite conspicuous, a testament to the wealth of this fabricated family. Such lofty structures could not be erected without considerable financial means. This was only logical, given that they were required to contribute $1 million to the League annually. With purposeful strides, Akai Hoko approached his false home, intending to settle in before making any further moves. After all, he had yet to receive his initial Pokémon, nor did he possess a Pokédex. Without it, residing at the Pokémon Center would incur significant costs, which were quite steep. Moreover, given the proximity of his house, staying at the center could easily raise suspicions. As he traversed the streets of Akiha Town, those who had been observing him began to murmur among themselves. Have you heard? The wealthy heir of the Akita family is off to claim his Pokémon for a journey. Indeed. And I heard that his family donates $1 million to the League each year, qualifying him for a high-quality starter Pokémon. How enviable. If only I had such wealth. Ignoring their chatter, Akai Hoko relied on his sense of direction to advance toward his home. After a short while, he arrived at the entrance of the Akita residence. Just as he steadied himself, a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform hastened toward him, a warm smile gracing his face. His demeanor exuding respect as he slightly bowed his head. Despite a few strands of gray at his temples, he exuded an impressive vitality. Young Master Hoko, you have finally returned. The butler whispered confidentially, I am Samuel, sent by Leader Akai, and I am the steward of the Akita household. Oh, so it is Uncle Samuel. Akai Hoko relaxed his grip on the pokeball of his Zubat at his waist. Samuel respectfully replied, Young Master Hoko, you may simply call me Samuel. I am now your steward. Thank you for your service, Samuel. My father and I shall remember your contributions. You are aware of the recent winds of reform, I presume? I shall refrain from elaborating. Simply do your duties well. Of course, young Master Hoko. Chapter 24. The Bond Between Charmeleon and Akai Hoko. After Akai Hoko spoke, he turned his gaze to the appearance of the house. The villa's exterior was crafted from light gray stone, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding trees. The walls were adorned with minimalist carvings, lacking excessive ornamentation, yet exuding a charm that only time could bestow. The windows were simply designed, combining transparent glass with wooden frames, allowing ample natural light while adding warmth and comfort to the interior. The villa's courtyard was spacious and serene, adorned with carefully selected greenery and flowers. Samuel, please escort me to my room. Certainly, young Master Hoko. Samuel reverently led the way, embodying the essence of a perfect steward. Following closely behind, Akai Hoko entered the villa and immediately spotted a middle-aged couple seated on the sofa. Samuel disregarded their presence, and Akai Hoko did likewise. Trailing Samuel up to the second floor, the couple, whose gaze had followed Samuel and Akai Hoko, exchanged a glance. The woman opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by a sharp look from the man. Understanding her husband's unspoken command, she promptly closed her mouth. The middle-aged man spoke in a voice barely audible, akin to the whisper of a fly. Do not be curious, do not inquire, and avert your gaze. The expression of the middle-aged woman shifted dramatically as she turned her head, resuming her focus on the television program. Samuel led Chiyan Hui to the doorway of a room on the second floor, deftly turning the doorknob before stepping aside with a gracious gesture. Young Master Hui, this shall be your chamber. The master and mistress seldom ascend to this floor. It is solely yours. My room is on the first floor, and should you require anything, feel free to summon me. As he spoke, Samuel handed Chiyan Hui a note. Young Master Hui, here is my contact number. You may reach out to me at any time. Thank you, Samuel, replied Chiyan Hui. No need for thanks, young Master Hui. I shall take my leave now. With that, Samuel respectfully retreated, turning to exit the second floor, while Chiyan Hui stepped into his new room. Surveying his surroundings, he found it reminiscent of his quarters on Lava Island. Approaching the window, he took in the nearby environment before turning to sit on the bed. He opened the waist pouch gifted by his father, Chiyan Song, and began to explore its contents. The first item that caught his eye was an energy cube, neatly housed in a transparent plastic box adorned with labels. Selecting one, he read, Specialized for Charmeleon, Fire, Flying, Top-Tier Energy Cube. The top-tier energy cube designed for Charmeleon lay quietly within the box, resembling a meticulously crafted gem, glistening with clarity. Its flawless cubic form reflected the colors of the surrounding environment, each face polished to a mirror-like sheen. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the ethereal red and cyan mists swirling within, akin to stars traversing the night sky. These energy cubes are categorized into 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Ordinary energy cubes possess a singular attribute. For instance, a top-tier fire energy cube contains only fire attribute energy. The ones currently in Chiyan Hui's possession, however, are a fusion of fire and flying attributes, a special blend crafted solely by master energy cube artisans. The complexity of this energy fusion is unparalleled. Each top-tier energy cube tailored for Charmeleon commands a substantial price. Although Chiyan Hui had never purchased them and was unaware of their cost, he recalled reading that they were exorbitantly priced. Father has truly gone all out, providing such an abundance of dual attribute energy cubes. After examining the top-tier energy cube for Charmeleon, he stowed it in his waist pouch and continued his exploration. Adjacent to the Charmeleon energy cubes was one designed for Zubat, which Chiyan Hui inspected briefly. It too was a top-tier energy cube with poison and flying attributes, intended for nourishing Zubat. Given Zubat's potential, it could indeed enhance its strength, prompting Chiyan Song to prepare top-tier specialized energy cubes for it as well. There were also several basic low-tier energy cubes, seemingly designated for Ditto, highlighting a considerable disparity. Utility Pokémon were relegated to consuming mere low-tier energy cubes. Once I achieve success, I shall promptly procure energy cubes fit for Ditto. Within the waist pouch, besides the energy cubes, lay a variety of Pokémon food, large cans of milk, precious pills, antidotes, healing potions, and healing sprays, essential items for nurturing Pokémon and preserving life. After concluding his inspection, Chiyan Hui suddenly recalled the document that the Hokage had handed him earlier. He unfurled it to reveal the locations of the Lava Team's strongholds across various towns. To consolidate their power, they had opted not to establish branch bases, only small, discrete strongholds. Notably, within Chuya Town, there was a stronghold named Chuya General Store. Upon finishing his reading, Chiyan Hui retrieved the Pokeball containing Charmeleon and released it. As Charmeleon appeared, it joyfully leapt into Chiyan Hui's embrace, chirping happily. Having recently hatched, the little creature instinctively recognized Chiyan Hui as its closest companion. Igniting its joy upon seeing him, Chiyan Hui cradled Charmeleon, a smile gracing his lips. Are you hungry, Charmeleon? Shall I prepare some milk from the largekin for you? At that moment, Chiyan Hui noticed the paper in his hand and almost forgot about it. He unwittingly held it to the flame at the tip of Charmeleon's tail, causing the paper to ignite rapidly. Charmeleon watched the burning paper with curiosity until it nearly reached Chiyan Hui's fingers. Only then did he discard the paper, observing it burn on the ground. Watching the paper turn to ashes, Chiyan Hui then retrieved a large can of milk from his pouch, pouring it into Charmeleon's food bowl. Charmeleon's eyes sparkled with longing as it drooled, unable to resist the allure of the milk. Turning to see the drooling Charmeleon, Chiyan Hui couldn't help but chuckle. All right, go ahead and drink. Enjoy it. It's a fine treat that will benefit your growth. Charmeleon dashed to the food bowl, about to dip its head to drink when it suddenly paused, standing upright, and pushing the bowl toward Chiyan Hui, gazing at him with innocent eyes. Chiyan Hui, puzzled by this gesture, scratched his head but soon deduced, Charmeleon, do you want me to drink first? Charmeleon eagerly nodded, its eyes brimming with sincerity. Although it relished the milk, Charmeleon had not forgotten Chiyan Hui and wished to share with its closest friend before indulging. Chiyan Hui couldn't help but pat Charmeleon's head. Go ahead and eat. I have plenty more. This is all prepared for you. This moment of Charmeleon's selflessness deeply touched Chiyan Hui's heart. How could he forsake a Pokemon that would accompany him throughout his life and always think of him? Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, Charmeleon finally turned to drink from the food bowl filled with milk. Chiyan Hui watched with a glimmer of affection and indulgence in his eyes as Charmeleon gulped down the milk. Take your time. No need to rush. I have plenty more for you. Charmeleon eagerly consumed 2 cans of milk in one go, after which Chiyan Hui offered it a precious pill, deciding to wait for training sessions before feeding it the energy cubes. In its early stages, Charmeleon's daily needs were met by the large cans of milk and precious pills. Once Charmeleon was fed, Chiyan Hui released Zubat and Ditto. Ditto, resembling a jelly-like mass approximately 30 centimeters tall, was a soft lavender hue with small black eyes, exuding an adorable charm. Upon seeing Chiyan Hui, it displayed no surprise, likely having been informed by the Hokage in advance. Ditto possessed the remarkable ability to instantly replicate the cellular composition of its opponent, transforming to resemble them perfectly. However, each Ditto had its own strengths and weaknesses in terms of transformation. The degree of similarity varied by individual, and exhaustion would revert it to its original form. Ditto. Level 39, Senior Pinnacle, a normal-type Pokemon, possesses the ability, Transform, hidden ability, can transform into any shape without using a move. Unlike typical Dittos which must employ a move to change forms. Its individual values are as follows: HP, 21, Attack, 24, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 16, Special Defense, 7, Speed, 27. Base Stats, HP, 48, Attack, 48, Defense, 48, Special Attack, 48, Special Defense, 48, Speed, 48, totaling 288. The mastered move is Transform. Observing this Ditto, Chiyan Hui felt a twinge of nostalgia. Its qualifications were somewhat lacking, yet it was merely intended for use as a mask. Notably, despite only achieving Senior Pinnacle strength, it had honed its sole move, Transform, to mastery, a rare feat indeed. Ditto, from now on, you shall accompany me on my journey. I will take good care of you. Ditto remained composed, nodding in response to Chiyan Hui's words. Meanwhile, the Zubat joyfully snuggled up to Chiyan Hui, who quickly embraced it, saying, All right, Zubat. From now on, I'll rely on you to protect me. I cannot have you outside at all times. If you sense any danger while in your Pokeball, feel free to emerge and defend me. Zubat nodded solemnly and resolutely. Chiyan Hui released Zubat and Ditto, stating, Now, I'll feed you a little something. So please settle down on the ground. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, Zubat's eyes sparkled as it promptly landed obediently, awaiting its meal. Ditto, adhering to the protocol, stood beside Zubat, fully aware of its role and position, daring not to overstep. Noticing Ditto's serious demeanor, Chiyan Hui sighed. Ditto, there is no need for such formality. Just fulfill your responsibilities. When the time comes that I require your assistance, simply morph into an unfamiliar face to cover mine, ensuring that my nostrils, eyes, and mouth remain exposed. Ditto nodded obediently, continuing to stand still. Chiyan Hui was unperturbed. Such a rigorously trained Ditto would not change its ways overnight, as it had become second nature. From his spatial bag, he retrieved 2 pristine food bowls, placing an energy cube at the bottom of each before piling Pokemon food atop, forming a small mountain. Although the energy cube contained sufficient energy for their needs, some Pokemon food was still necessary for a balanced diet. Once prepared, Chiyan Hui set the bowls before Zubat and Ditto. All right, you may eat now. Upon his command, the 2 Pokemon began to devour their meals eagerly. Nearby, the newly hatched Charmander curiously observed these unfamiliar Pokemon, hesitant to approach, preferring to watch from a corner. Chiyan Hui, noticing this, knelt beside Charmander, gently stroking its head and reassuring, Don't worry, Charmander, these 2 are also our companions. We shall live together, and they will protect you in times of danger. After Chiyan Hui's comforting words, Charmander gradually lowered its guard, beginning to accept its new partners. After the meal, Chiyan Hui chose not to recall Zubat and Ditto but allowed them to frolic in the room alongside Charmander. He himself laid back on the bed, watching the three Pokémon play. Ditto transformed back and forth between Charmander and Zubat, leaving Charmander dazzled and unable to distinguish between the two. Chiyan Hui watched in delight. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Thud, thud, thud. Startled, Chiyan Hui immediately sat up, causing the three playful Pokémon to halt in surprise. A voice from outside called, "Master Hui, dinner is about to commence. I am here to inform you." "Yes, I'll be there shortly," Chiyan Hui replied. Then heard Samuel's footsteps retreating. Exhaling deeply, Chiyan Hui realized he was no longer on Lava Island and must remain vigilant. The Pokémon world was fraught with peril, particularly for trainers venturing forth. His earlier lapse in attention had nearly cost him, as he had not even noticed Samuel's approach. Henceforth, he resolved to maintain a heightened sense of awareness. "All right, everyone, we shall play again tomorrow. For now, return to your Pokeballs and rest." Zubat and Ditto had no objections, yet Charmander's eyes glistened with moisture at the thought of being recalled, as if on the verge of tears. Chiyan Hui quickly knelt down to comfort. "I'll let you out after I finish eating. I will always be by your side, so there is no need to worry." Hearing this, Charmander reluctantly nodded in agreement. Chiyan Hui smiled, then recalled the three Pokémon into their Pokeballs. He opened the door and descended downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, his gaze immediately fell upon the two foe parents. Although Chiyan Hui wished to ignore them, he would need their cover in the future, thus offering them a smile. Upon seeing Chiyan Hui, Samuel promptly exclaimed, "Master Hui, come sit here. Dinner is ready." "All right, I'm coming," Chiyan Hui replied as he approached, and Samuel assisted by pulling out a chair for him. The table was laden with a feast that was both visually appealing and aromatic. "Master Hui, please let me know if the food suits your taste. If not, I can prepare more." "No need for that. Samuel, let us eat together." "Of course, Master Hui." Samuel accepted Chiyan Hui's kindness, sitting down beside him. None of the three began eating, patiently waiting for Chiyan Hui to initiate. Unfazed, Chiyan Hui commenced his meal. Chapter 26, Aoki Town, Takahashi Hiroshi. As Chiyan Hui savored his meal, Samuel's lips curled into a smile. He had specially cooked for Chiyan Hui today. Otherwise, it was typically the middle-aged woman who prepared meals for everyone. While Samuel was ostensibly the butler, he was, in reality, the overseer. The middle-aged couple dared not resist. For aside from being under surveillance, they enjoyed ample food and drink, holding a relatively high status in Aoki Town. They could be considered affluent in their domain, and the price paid for such comfort was deemed worthwhile. After all, it had been agreed that it would only take 20 years, and 15 had already passed. In a few more years, the overseers would depart, and the assets within Aoki Town would belong to this middle-aged couple. Following his meal, Chiyan Hui bid farewell and returned upstairs, as it was not an opportune time to venture outside. Encountering townsfolk could lead to unforeseen circumstances, potentially resulting in exposure of his identity. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Chiyan Hui ascended immediately after finishing his meal. Witnessing Chiyan Hui's departure, Samuel's expression turned cold. Setting down his utensils, he said sharply, "Clean up after eating," before turning on his heel and retreating to his room. The middle-aged couple paid little heed, accustomed as they were to Samuel's demeanor. Once he finished, the middle-aged woman began to tidy up, while the middle-aged man leaned back on the sofa, exhaling deeply, silently assuring himself, "Just 5 more years. I can endure, just a little longer, and it will soon be over. Soon, all these assets will be mine." Upon returning to his room, Chiyan Hui promptly released his Charmander. Although it had not been long since Charmander was returned to its Pokeball, it was still overjoyed to reunite with Chiyan Hui. He embraced Charmander and sat by the window, admiring the picturesque scenery outside. The following morning, Chiyan Hui dialed the contact number for Takahashi Hiroshi. As soon as the call connected, he greeted cheerfully, "Hello, Uncle Takahashi. This is Akita Hui from the Akita family. My father mentioned that I should reach out to you to collect a highly qualified starter Pokemon." "Oh, Hui, you can come by any time to collect it. I've had everything prepared for you," replied a jovial middle-aged man's voice from the communicator, radiating a cheerful demeanor. Without hesitation, Chiyan Hui continued, "Actually, Uncle Takahashi, I have a special gift prepared for you, and I would like to present it in person. Are you home?" Takahashi's brow furrowed slightly, sensing an unusual undertone. Yet he decided to see where this would lead. "Yes, I'm at home. I was just about to head out to the Pokemon nursery. But since you're coming over, I'll wait for you." "Great. I'll be there shortly. Please hold on for a moment." Chiyan Hui expressed his gratitude with utmost politeness. He understood the importance of appearing courteous when seeking assistance. Had this been his first experience in such matters, he might have been flustered or found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. However, after his experiences on Blue Star, he could manage such interactions with ease. Despite this newfound confidence, Chiyan Hui still disliked relying on others, motivating him to strive for greater strength. He envisioned a future where others would seek to please him rather than the other way around. After hanging up, he promptly exited his room. On the first floor, he encountered the middle-aged couple and Samuel once more. Upon seeing Chiyan Hui, Samuel immediately greeted him. "Young Master Hui, is there anything I can assist you with?" "Nothing much. I'm just stepping out for a bit." "Very well, young Master Hui." Samuel regarded him with sincere respect as he departed. As Chiyan Hui approached the door, he suddenly remembered that although he knew Takahashi's residence, he was unsure of the route. Time was of the essence, so he halted. "Samuel, are you familiar with Akiha Town?" "Indeed, young Master Hui, I know Akiha Town very well," Samuel replied with confidence, having lived there for over a decade. "All right, then please accompany me." "Certainly, young Master Hui." Samuel did not rush out. Instead, he turned to cast a meaningful glance at the middle-aged couple, who immediately understood the warning not to engage in any mischief. They nodded obediently. Only then did Samuel turn and promptly lead Chiyan Hui out of the house, respectfully inquiring, "Young Master Hui, may I ask where you wish to go?" "To Takahashi Hiroshi's house. You should be aware of where that is." "Of course, young Master Hui. Please follow me." Samuel immediately took the lead, with Chiyan Hui following closely behind as they made their way to Takahashi's residence. Soon, Samuel came to a halt, pointing to a house ahead. "Young Master Hui, this is Takahashi Hiroshi's home." "Very well, please wait for me here. I'll go inside for a moment." "Understood, young Master Hui." Chiyan Hui approached the door of Takahashi's house and rang the doorbell. As the chime echoed, a kindly middle-aged man with thinning hair and a prominent belly emerged from within. Upon seeing Chiyan Hui, his face broke into a wide smile. "Hui, you arrived quite promptly." Chiyan Hui replied with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "To meet Uncle Takahashi sooner, I certainly had to hurry." "Haha, come right in." Takahashi, still beaming, welcomed Chiyan Hui inside, though he noticed Samuel lingering at the entrance and decided not to invite him in. Following Takahashi inside, Chiyan Hui surveyed the surroundings, noting the exquisite furniture and clocks that spoke of a person of refinement and taste. Once they settled, Takahashi inquired, "Hui, it seems you have something on your mind?" Chiyan Hui smiled subtly. "Indeed, it seems I cannot hide anything from you, Uncle Takahashi. I have a small matter that requires your assistance." Takahashi lifted his teacup, taking a sip while waiting for Chiyan Hui to elaborate. Chiyan Hui's gaze sharpened. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox. "You see, Uncle Takahashi, my family has been paying for 15 years, which entitles us to a highly qualified starter Pokémon. I've heard that if a starter Pokémon sees its trainer first upon hatching, a profound bond is formed between them. I've come to ask for your help in transforming the starter Pokémon into an egg so that I may select it myself. Of course, I also brought a gift to express my gratitude for your assistance." Chapter 27. Entrusting this matter to Takahashi for 1,500,000. As he spoke, Chiyan Hui produced a nameless stored card worth 500,000 and placed it before Takahashi. "Uncle Takahashi, here is 500,000. I only ask that, considering our connection as residents of the same town, you assist me with this small favor." Upon hearing the amount, Takahashi's eyes widened and his pupils constricted. This was the first time someone had offered such a substantial gift. Do not underestimate this 500,000. In the Pokemon world, money holds significant value. A standard Pokeball costs only 1,000. With 500,000, one could even hire a Pokemon hunter to procure a Pokemon of exceptional quality. However, after hearing Chiyan Hui's request, Takahashi sighed with a wry smile. "Hui, it's not that I don't wish to help you, but I genuinely lack the means. I do not have any high-quality starter Pokemon in stock. They must be selected and transported from the Pokémon League via a teleportation machine. Such Pokemon are incredibly rare, and I cannot assist you in transforming them into eggs, let alone allow you to choose personally." Chiyan Hui was not surprised. He had anticipated Takahashi's limitations. "Uncle Takahashi, I never stated that you must handle it personally. I also possess a nameless stored card with 1 million on it. I can give it to you. And regardless of how much it costs, I only request the opportunity to select a high-quality Pokemon egg. The remaining funds will be yours. This 1,500,000. Even if you only spend 100,000 to facilitate connections, the remaining 1,400,000 will still belong to you. What do you think of this proposal?" As he spoke, Chiyan Hui once again placed another card before Takahashi. Chiyan Hui had received 3 cards in total, 2 worth 1 million and 1 worth 500,000. The extent to which he could acquire a high-quality Pokémon egg depended entirely on his capabilities. Now, he was placing the responsibility on Takahashi, testing his resolve. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, Takahashi inhaled sharply. 1,500,000 exceeded his threshold of tolerance. Although he operated a breeding house, the entire establishment was not worth that amount. After all, Akiha Town is merely a small settlement, and the breeding house run by Hiroshi Takahashi specializes in the cultivation of rather ordinary Pokémon, with only a handful possessing exceptional qualities. Takahashi took a deep breath, gazing at the 2 cards on the table, before turning to Akihiro Ho, his expression serious as he inquired, "Akihiro, is everything you said truly authentic?" "Uncle Takahashi, I wouldn't dare deceive you. You may verify the amount at any time. All I require is the opportunity to select high-quality Pokémon eggs," Akihiro replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Takahashi did not respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, a look of struggle crossing his face. After a moment, he opened his eyes with newfound determination. "Akihiro, you must understand, this is your proposal. I shall begin to leverage my connections immediately. If successful, the funds shall be mine. If not, you will receive a full refund." "Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Takahashi." Akihiro's heart soared with joy, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, it could not compare to Takahashi's efforts. For he knew precisely whom to contact and how to facilitate the necessary transactions. Moreover, Takahashi was truly principled. Should the endeavor fail, he would refund the entire amount. In contrast, in Blue Star, many individuals would retain gifts even when their tasks remained unfulfilled, truly disheartening. Akihiro admired those who honored their commitments in such a manner. In truth, Takahashi understood that the matter was far more complex than Akihiro had suggested. Who would spend 1,500,000 just to select Pokémon eggs? Yet, it was not Takahashi's concern. Even if Akihiro managed to acquire an exceptionally high-quality Pokémon egg, it would be a testament to Akihiro's own capabilities. With the loss resting solely on the Hoenn alliance, an issue that did not pertain to him, Takahashi was content to secure his own share. He did not hesitate, immediately reaching for his communicator to make contact. "Hello, brother Iamie, it's me, Hiroshi Takahashi." After several attempts, he finally received a response, and upon concluding the call, his face lit up with excitement. "Akihiro, the matter is settled. However, to personally select the eggs, we must travel to the Alliance headquarters in Saito City, which is quite distant from Akiha Town. To expedite our journey, I have arranged for a trainer with a telekinesis golem to escort us to Saito City and return us afterward." In his eagerness to acquire the funds swiftly, Takahashi had employed a trainer with a telekinesis golem, a rare Pokémon capable of teleportation. Akihiro expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Uncle Takahashi." "No need for thanks. It is my duty," Takahashi replied, pocketing the 2 cards from the table with enthusiasm. "Let us wait here for a moment. The trainer will arrive shortly." Before long, the telekinesis golem appeared alongside a trainer in his 30s in Takahashi's yard. Samuel, standing outside, narrowed his eyes, instinctively placing a hand on his waist, vigilant and ready to unleash a Pokémon should anything seem amiss. The 30-something trainer called out loudly, "Hiroshi Takahashi! Hiroshi Takahashi!" Inside, Takahashi promptly rose, responding, "Here, here." Just a moment. He then glanced at Akihiro, who wasted no time in joining him as they stepped outside. The trainer assessed Takahashi and remarked, "When did you come into such wealth to afford this trip to Saito City?" Takahashi managed a wry smile. "I am merely accompanying someone. This is Akihiro Ho from Akiha Town, and we have matters to attend to in Saito City. I am merely lending a hand." The trainer scrutinized Akihiro closely before saying, "Ah, greetings. Let us commence our journey." Akihiro suddenly noticed Samuel outside and called, "Samuel, you can return home now. I'll be back a bit later." "Understood, young master," Samuel replied with a respectful bow. Chapter 28. Arrival at the Pokémon Center in Saito City. Akihiro turned and declared, "I am ready. Let us set forth." The trainer responded, "Please be aware that my telekinesis golem is not of the highest level, which necessitates multiple uses of teleportation. Ordinary individuals may experience dizziness or nausea after repeated use. It took me considerable time to acclimate, so I hope for your understanding." "That's quite all right. I can endure it." Akihiro reassured him and focused intently on the telekinesis golem. The golem, a massive black figure adorned with numerous eyes and mysterious markings, floated gracefully, its ability to levitate allowing it to maneuver effortlessly in the air. Telekinesis golem, level 39, peak advanced, ground and psychic dual-type Pokémon. Ability, levitate, which allows it to float above the ground, rendering it immune to ground-type moves. Individual values, maximum 31 points HP, 12, attack, 17, defense, 11. Special attack, 19. Special defense, 7. Speed, 14. Base stats, HP, 60. Attack, 70. Defense, 105. Special attack, 70. Special defense, 120. Speed, 75. Total, 500. Held item, none. Known moves, teleport, earth power, phantom ray, origin pulse, etc. This was indeed a peak-level telekinesis golem, which explained the necessity for multiple transition points, had it been of champion or elite status. They might have reached their destination in 1 or 2 jumps. However, this was merely Akihiro's conjecture, for he had no experience with psychic-type Pokémon. Nevertheless, the golem's attributes seemed somewhat lacking. Achieving peak advanced status likely required a significant investment in resources. As for Takahashi, upon hearing the trainer's comments, he could only dismiss it, internally lamenting, "Had it not been for our acquaintance, I would never have sought your assistance." He also pondered how different Akihiro seemed today compared to his usual reserved demeanor, had he been pretending all along. Upon receiving a definitive response, the trainer called to the telekinesis golem, "Let us depart, golem." The golem erupted in radiant light, gathering energy to facilitate the teleportation, swiftly whisking Akihiro, Takahashi, and the others away from the yard. In the next instant, Akihiro felt a sensation of weightlessness, akin to the moment an airplane takes flight. Before his feet once again met solid ground, the golem glowed once more, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished again. Thus, after an indeterminate number of transitions, the telekinesis golem finally brought Akihiro and the others to the entrance of the Pokémon Center in Saito City. Upon reaching their destination, the golem exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to face its trainer and guests, the trainer remained unfazed, as this was his profession, but for Takahashi and Akihiro, it was a different story altogether. Takahashi Hiro dashed to the side of the trash bin and began to vomit profusely, although Akihane Hikari initially felt no inclination to join him in this act. Managing to endure the discomfort, the sound of Takahashi's retching, coupled with the pungent aroma that wafted towards him, proved too much to bear. Consequently, he sprinted to another trash bin and succumbed to his own bout of vomiting. The trainer of the psychic golem observed this spectacle with an expression of embarrassment, swiftly reprimanding his Pokémon. "I've told you time and again to be more composed. Just look at the state you've put our guests in." The psychic golem merely floated vacantly in the air, absorbing the scolding from its trainer. After a brief moment, Akihane finally regained his composure, promptly retrieving some water from his bag to rinse his mouth, offering a bottle to Takahashi. Once both had cleaned themselves up, they felt somewhat rejuvenated. The trainer of the psychic golem approached them with an awkward smile, saying, "I sincerely apologize for this unpleasant experience. Although it's quite distressing, recovery is swift. Alternatively, you could visit the Pokémon Center, where Nurse Joy and her Chansey can assist." Akihane waved dismissively, stating, "I'm fine. I've almost recovered already." Years of training had indeed fortified his body, granting him exceptional resilience. "Takahashi-san, do you need treatment?" he inquired. Hearing this, Takahashi immediately shook his head, replying, "I'm good too. I'm almost back to normal. I just need to sit for a bit." In truth, Takahashi still felt quite unwell, but he was reluctant to spend money on treatment at the Pokémon Center, which could be quite costly. Observing their exchange, the trainer of the psychic golem produced 2 business cards, beaming as he handed them over. "Dear guests, I truly apologize for this ordeal. My name is Aaron, and I will be waiting for you at this Pokémon Center. Should you require assistance again, I can offer you a 20% discount as compensation for this incident. I primarily provide transportation services, but I can also assist with outdoor adventures. My psychic golem is quite adept at ensuring safety in critical situations." Akihane nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood. I will reach out if needed." Meanwhile, Takahashi remarked, "Let us go. I'll transfer funds to you inside. There's a computer in the Pokémon Center." Aaron beamed as he followed Takahashi into the Pokémon Center, while Akihane opted to remain outside, breathing in the fresh air, preferring not to intrude on the transaction. After all, he had entrusted the matter entirely to Takahashi, and regardless of the expenses incurred, it was Takahashi's responsibility. A short while later, Takahashi emerged, his complexion significantly improved. "Ah, Hikari, let us go. I'm feeling much better now. We should resolve this matter quickly." "All right, Takahashi-san." Takahashi led Akihane not to the Hoenn League headquarters, but rather to a quaint cafe, where they ordered 2 cups of coffee and settled in to wait. Once seated, Takahashi explained, "Hikari, I've enlisted the help of others to manage this situation, so we'll be waiting here for a bit while I notify him of our arrival." "Yes, I understand. Takahashi-san, I trust you." Though Akihane's faith in Takahashi was not absolute, he felt it prudent to offer words of encouragement. He remained poised, his hand hovering above the Duskull Pokeball, ever ready to release it if necessary. Chapter 29. The Initial Pokemon Research Center. One must always maintain a degree of vigilance. It is a responsibility to oneself. Thus, Akihane and Takahashi waited in the cafe. Eventually, a rotund figure, resembling a plump hill, entered the establishment. This hefty individual bore a face adorned with layers of flesh, his cheeks slightly puffed, as if harboring two small dimples. His eyes were somewhat concealed within the folds of fat, appearing narrow and cunning. Upon spotting this figure, Takahashi promptly rose, calling out with a smile, "Jakub, over here. We've been waiting for you." Jakub glanced at Takahashi, then turned his attention to Akihane, scrutinizing him before grinning and approaching Takahashi. "Takahashi, it's been a while." Takahashi chuckled lightly, saying, "I can't compare to you. I'm just running a modest business." He gestured toward Akihane, introducing him. "This is Akihane Hikari, a fellow from Aoki Town. I've watched him grow since childhood, which is why I'm lending a hand this time. Hikari, this is my good friend Jakub. Don't underestimate him. This hefty fellow is a renowned intermediary. Whatever your needs, as long as you can afford it, he can make it happen." Jakub quickly waved his hands, insisting, No, don't say that. I'm merely the facilitator. By the way, regarding the communicator, you mentioned wanting to exchange for a high-quality starter Pokemon from the Hoenn League?" Akihane smiled, replying, "Yes, I wish to make an exchange, and I would like to personally select the Pokemon egg. I want to choose from any region's Pokemon. The selection must resonate with my heart. Furthermore, I believe that hatching the egg myself will foster a deeper bond with the Pokemon, which is a significant consideration for me." Upon hearing this, Jakub frowned, saying, "That's a tricky request." He cast a sidelong glance at Akihane. Akihane immediately looked to Takahashi, who caught on quickly. "Oh, Jakub, just say it plainly. How much will it cost to make this happen? Given our relationship, don't overcharge me." Jakub eyed Takahashi quizzically, as it was unusual for him to offer to cover Akihane's expenses. Akihane smiled and said, "I'm entrusting this matter entirely to Takahashi-san. It's all on him." Emphasizing the last three words, Akihane's tone sharpened. Jakub's mind raced, and he quickly understood. Takahashi had been given a sum to manage the entire affair. Clearing his throat, Jakub replied, "In that case, I'll be straightforward. This request poses some challenges. After all, the high-quality starter Pokemon allocated by the League are distributed at random. Your desire to select personally, especially for an egg, somewhat bends the rules. Thus, I would need to leverage certain connections." After a moment of contemplation, Jakub continued, "I estimate it will require around 800,000 to 1,000,000 to navigate these connections, and I will take a 10 fee as my facilitation charge." Takahashi grimaced at the mention of the price. Turning to Jakub, he asked, "Is there any way to reduce this cost? I could increase your facilitation fee." Jakub shook his head, stating, "This is my assessed price. It's unlikely to decrease. After all, I'm an intermediary. If I were to lower it, I'd be undermining my own reputation." Takahashi glanced at Akihane, gritting his teeth. He finally conceded, "Very well." He then produced an anonymous savings card, handing it to Jakub. "This card contains 1 million. Use it to facilitate the connections. It should suffice. I'll settle your facilitation fee later." Jakub nodded in agreement as he accepted the savings card, saying, "All right, I trust you." He then pulled out a communicator and promptly began dialing. A moment later, Jacob, with a face brimming with obsequiousness, spoke up. "Dr. Grayson, are you in the lab? I have a matter to discuss with you. Rest assured, it's a favorable one." "Very well, we shall be there shortly." After disconnecting the communicator, Jacob immediately rose and declared, "Let us go. I've made contact." Chiyan and Takahashi Hiro quickly got up to follow. As they walked ahead, Jacob remarked, "This time we are to seek out Dr. Grayson, a distinguished researcher of Pokemon within the Hoenn League, who was once a protege of Dr. Oda. Currently, Dr. Grayson is primarily responsible for the research and cultivation of initial Pokemon for the Hoenn League. Previously, this task was undertaken by Dr. Oda, who later deemed the scope of this research too limiting, redirecting his focus towards the entirety of Pokemon in the Hoenn region. Dr. Grayson has since continued Dr. Oda's legacy and now heads the initial Pokemon breeding center. By successfully navigating through Dr. Grayson, we can easily acquire the high-quality Pokemon egg that Akihita desires. Once we arrive, do refrain from speaking, leave everything to me. I will handle the negotiations, for one must deliver when payment is involved. Should I fail, a full refund shall be issued." Upon hearing this, Chiyan looked at Jacob in astonishment, surprised that this plump man, whose eyes occasionally gleamed with cunning, actually possessed such principles. Insisting on delivering results for payment, Jacob guided Chiyan and Takahashi Hiro along the path until they successfully arrived at the initial Pokemon Research Center. Jacob introduced. This is the largest breeding center for initial Pokemon in the Hoenn region. Many cities across Hoenn source their initial Pokemon from here. Upon reaching the guard, Jacob greeted with a broad smile. Hello, I have an appointment with Dr. Grayson. I am Jacob. The guard, clearly familiar with Jacob, nevertheless retrieved a communicator for verification. After receiving a confirmed response, the guard finally said, "You may enter. Dr. Grayson is awaiting you in his office." Thank you. I appreciate it," Jacob said, discreetly slipping a package of cigarettes into the guard's hand. The guard glanced around, then nonchalantly pocketed it, clearing his throat to say, "Jacob, you've been here many times. You know the rules. Do not venture into restricted areas. The guards inside are not as accommodating as I am." Jacob, still smiling, replied, "Yes, I understand. Now, let us proceed." With that, he led Chiyan and Takahashi Hiro into the initial Pokemon Research Center. Chapter 30, Dr. Grayson. Chiyan followed into the Pokemon Research Center. Upon entry, a machine scanned Chiyan, ensuring that any disguised Pokemon, such as a Ditto, would be promptly detected. However, Chiyan passed through unscathed, as he presented himself in his true form. The spacious and well-lit lobby of the research center featured expansive high-transparency glass walls, allowing natural light to flood in unobstructed, harmonizing beautifully with the soft LED illumination, creating a bright, yet gentle ambience. The floor was laid with high-quality marble, its patterns simple yet elegant. Jacob, leading the way with a beaming smile, soon arrived at the entrance of a spacious office. He gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon hearing the voice from within, Jacob promptly turned the handle and stepped inside. "Dr. Grayson," Jacob greeted with a radiant smile. Dr. Grayson was a portly middle-aged man with a balding head, resembling more of a businessman than a researcher, adorned with glasses that lent him an air of intellectual sophistication. Upon seeing Jacob and the two accompanying him, Dr. Grayson raised an eyebrow, a wave of delight washing over him, as if sensing the arrival of a golden opportunity. With a beaming countenance, he exclaimed, "Oh, Jacob, my dear friend, how I have missed you." Though he professed his longing for Jacob, Dr. Grayson showed no inclination to rise. Remaining comfortably seated on the sofa, Jacob, unfazed, turned to close the door and gestured towards Chiyan, introducing, "Dr. Grayson, this is Akihita, hailing from Aoki Town. We have come to seek your assistance with a particular matter, and rest assured, it will not be without compensation." Dr. Grayson, with a warm smile, invited, "Please, sit down and share your concerns. I am uncertain if I will be able to assist." Hearing this, Jacob motioned for Chiyan and Takahashi Hiro to take their seats. Once settled, Jacob immediately beamed. "This matter may pose a challenge for others, but for you, Dr. Grayson, it is but a trivial task. Akihita's family has been paying dues for 15 years to secure eligibility for a high-quality initial Pokemon, yet Akihita wishes to obtain an egg, preferring not to receive a fully formed Pokemon. He desires to personally select it, believing it to be fate, a companion for life. Thus, we have come to request your assistance in fulfilling this modest request. Of course, I hope this figure is agreeable to you." With that, Jacob gestured with his fingers, indicating an amount of 8. Dr. Grayson glanced at the gesture, his face gleaming with a smile. "I wonder how many figures this entails?" Jacob then displayed 6 fingers. Although he knew it was unlikely to be a 7-figure sum, Dr. Grayson felt a tinge of disappointment, thinking that 800,000 felt a bit low. Contemplating this, Dr. Grayson promptly stated, "Let us start at 7 figures. If it's agreeable, splendid. If not, so be it." Dr. Grayson was confident that a family qualified to procure a high-quality initial Pokemon would not forsake the opportunity over a mere 20,000. Hence, he decisively raised the offer to 1 million. Jacob hesitated, glancing towards Chiyan and Takahashi Hiro. Chiyan turned to Takahashi Hiro, who could only nod through gritted teeth, having initially hoped to save some funds. Jacob then smiled broadly. "No problem, Dr. Grayson." With that, he produced an anonymous storage card. "Dr. Grayson, this represents 1 million. Feel free to verify it." Dr. Grayson's eyes sparkled as he reached for the storage card, swiftly rising to utilize a machine for verification. Within the office, there was a specialized machine for such purposes. It was unclear why Dr. Grayson had chosen to install one in his office. After a brief moment, Dr. Grayson nodded in satisfaction. "Akihita, correct? Please present your identification for me to verify. I will adjust the data in the system, allowing you to select your Pokemon egg directly." Chiyan promptly retrieved his identification from his bag and handed it to Dr. Grayson. After comparing Chiyan's appearance with the ID and finding no discrepancies, Dr. Grayson took the identification to the computer and began modifying the data. All set now. I will escort Akihita to select the Pokemon eggs. You two may wait outside. Jacob immediately rose, respectfully saying, Certainly, certainly. Dr. Grayson beckoned to Chiyan, returning the identification to him. Come along, young man, and let us select your initial Pokemon egg. This is the largest center for nurturing starter Pokemon in the Hoenn League, Dr. Grayson proclaimed as he walked, boasting with enthusiasm. Chiyan merely followed behind in silence, not engaging in conversation. The guards along the way were notably vigilant, yet upon spotting Dr. Grayson, they all bowed respectfully. Dr. Grayson, Dr. Grayson, they greeted. Dr. Grayson merely acknowledged them with a slight nod of indifference. After a brief moment, Dr. Grayson led Chiyan to the exterior of a nurturing room. Through the glass walls, countless Pokemon eggs were visible, illuminated by specialized breeding lights. Do not be misled. These are merely ordinary starter Pokemon. There cannot possibly be an abundance of high-quality eggs. With that, Dr. Grayson continued to guide Chiyan deeper into the facility. As they walked, he explained, due to the limitations of Pokemon eggs, there exists a certain margin of error. It is possible that the Pokemon you hatch may not possess the peak qualifications across all 5 categories. I must forewarn you not to hold me accountable if you are dissatisfied with the outcome. Of course, should fortune favor you, there is a chance you could select an egg of 6 peak qualifications. While saying this, Dr. Grayson himself was skeptical, merely offering words of comfort to Chiyan. Upon hearing this, Chiyan smiled softly and replied, Thank you, Dr. Grayson. I will not regret my choice, as this will be a companion for life, regardless of its qualifications. I will nurture it with care. I truly appreciate your guidance. No matter what Pokemon hatches, I am grateful for your assistance. Chapter 31. The Selection of the Pokemon Egg. Dr. Grayson nodded in affirmation. Since you feel no regret, I can rest easy. He understood that those who came to select Pokemon eggs were often willing to gamble on their luck, hoping to become the rare individual who would choose an egg with 6 peak qualifications. However, the thought made him chuckle. How many 6 peak qualified Pokemon could there possibly be? The odds were more likely to yield a 4 peak qualification, which would be quite the disappointment. Though the disparity between 5 and 4 peak qualifications is merely one category, the difference is monumental. Dr. Grayson mused that such matters were not his concern. He was merely providing these individuals with a choice. After walking a while longer, Dr. Grayson halted at the entrance to a lavishly decorated nurturing room. The opulence of the room and its equipment starkly contrasted with that of an ordinary nurturing facility. Through the glass walls, Chiyan observed only about 30 Pokemon eggs, causing him to furrow his brow. This was not the quantity he had envisioned. However, each egg was placed in a specialized breeding vessel, exuding an air of sophistication. Dr. Grayson addressed the 4 guards at the entrance. I wish to select a Pokemon egg. Gesturing towards Chiyan, this is Akita Chiyan. He possesses the qualification to acquire a high-quality starter Pokemon. Very well, Dr. Grayson. Please hold on a moment while I verify. One guard promptly responded, producing a handheld computer to check the credentials. Approaching Chiyan, he extended his hand. Please provide your identification. Chiyan presented his identification once more. After verifying, the guard returned the identification and saluted him. Greetings, all is in order. Upon completion, the guard stepped aside. Dr. Grayson entered his fingerprint password and unlocked the door with a key, beckoning to Chiyan. Step inside. Akita Chiyan. Upon entering, Dr. Grayson gestured towards the collection of high-quality Pokemon eggs, stating, Do not let the limited number of eggs deceive you. Each has been meticulously selected. Most are starter Pokemon with peak qualifications across 5 categories. The majority here are Trico, Mudkip, and Torchic, but in that corner, there are 3 high-quality starter Pokemon eggs obtained through exchanges with the Kanto region. If you desire, you may select from those as well. You may choose. And once you have decided, simply inform me, but do so swiftly as I have other matters to attend to. Chiyan's eyes were fixated on the batch of Pokemon eggs. And without turning back, he replied, Understood, Dr. Grayson, I'll be quick. Thank you. With that, he began to activate his abilities, examining each egg closely. Torchic, 5V, Mudkip, 4V. Torchic, 4V. Trico, 5V. As he continued, Chiyan's brow furrowed. Why were there so many with 4V qualifications? Was this a mere trick? As Chiyan moved sideways, he completed his inspection of the first row and approached the corner where the 3 Kanto region eggs were located. Charmander, 5V, Squirtle, 5V, Bulbasaur, 5V. While the Charmander and Squirtle were acceptable, it was the Bulbasaur that truly captivated Chiyan, for it possessed the hidden ability, Chlorophyll. This indicated that the Bulbasaur could seamlessly integrate into a sunny weather team, doubling its speed under bright sunlight. However, with a qualification of only 5V, were it 6V, Chiyan would have chosen it without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to continue searching. If nothing better presented itself, he would opt for the Bulbasaur. Chiyan continued his examination, discovering Mudkip, 5V, Torchic, 5V, Trico, 5V. The Bulbasaur with the chlorophyll ability was exceptionally suited for sunny weather teams. Capable of employing Solar Beam and Solar Blade without charge, complemented by supportive moves like Synthesis, making it a formidable contender. As Chiyan scrutinized the eggs, he eventually stumbled upon a 6-peak, or 6V, qualified egg, a Mudkip. While it boasted remarkable qualifications, it was not suitable for Chiyan, for he had already made his decision. With Charizard in his lineup, he was destined to pursue a sunny weather team. Any water-type Pokemon captured thereafter would merely serve as a backup. After surveying all the Pokemon eggs, Chiyan frowned and inquired, "Dr. Grayson, are there any other Pokemon eggs available?" Dr. Grayson, surprised, responded, "What, do these not meet your preferences?" He hesitated, adding, "The eggs of Mudkip, Torchic, and Trico are quite rare. This is indeed the entirety of what this research facility possesses. However, there are other Pokemon eggs. Although they are not particularly rare. Are you certain you wish to see them? My suggestion would be to select from here, as these 3 Pokemon have been chosen by the League for their exceptional potential and battle prowess." Without hesitation, Chiyan replied, "Dr. Grayson, I would appreciate your guidance in showing me the others. I would like to make an informed decision after viewing all options. Would that be acceptable?" Dr. Grayson nonchalantly remarked, "Of course, after all, you are the customer. Let us proceed. I shall show you the other ordinary Pokemon eggs. Be prepared, as their qualities vary." As he spoke, Dr. Grayson led Chiyan out of the breeding room. The 4 guards at the entrance exchanged glances of surprise upon observing Dr. Grayson and Chiyan exiting empty-handed. Dr. Grayson promptly stated, "We shall examine other breeding rooms before making a final decision on which Pokemon egg to choose." The guards of the Alliance respectfully responded, "Understood, Dr. Grayson." Nodding in acknowledgement, Dr. Grayson guided Chiyan to the entrance of a standard breeding room. This facility was guarded by only 2 sentinels, indicating a discernible difference in the number of personnel between the 2 rooms. Dr. Grayson directly instructed, "Open the door. We will enter and select a Pokemon egg. This trainer is named Akita Chiyan, and he possesses the opportunity to choose a high-quality Pokemon egg." Chapter 32, 6V Hidden Ability EV. Regarding these ordinary Pokemon eggs, Dr. Grayson held complete autonomy. "Very well, Dr. Grayson." The guard swiftly opened the door to the breeding room, allowing Dr. Grayson to lead the way inside. Upon entering, Chiyan discovered a space comparable in size to the previous breeding room, yet it was crowded with various Pokemon eggs, starkly contrasting the previous room where each egg was meticulously safeguarded. Although this room also contained breeding vessels, the eggs were haphazardly arranged on 3-tiered shelves, resembling clutter rather than organized specimens. Dr. Grayson casually remarked, "Here, you may select freely. However, be aware that many of these Pokemon eggs possess inferior qualities. While all have undergone testing, you understand that the quality of Pokemon eggs is often imprecise. Thank you for your assistance, Dr. Grayson." Chiyan expressed his gratitude and began examining the eggs one by one. Eevee, 3V, Caterpie, No V, Swellow, 1V, Machoke, 3V, and Mudkip, 2V, passed before his eyes. As he continued to inspect, Chiyan's expression grew increasingly dismal. Is this truly the quality of Pokemon here? Yet, he persevered, examining each egg diligently. Meanwhile, Dr. Grayson observed Chiyan's actions with indifference, his thoughts drifting to the potential earnings of the day. Suddenly, Chiyan's gaze sharpened as if he had spotted something extraordinary. He swiftly turned to focus intently. Eevee, Egg State, a normal-type Pokemon, with the ability, Danger Sense, hidden ability, possesses an innate sensitivity to danger, allowing it to detect whether an opponent's impending move is perilous. Individual values. All 6 individual values are maximized at 31 points. Base stats: HP, 55, Attack, 55, Defense, 50. Special Attack, 45, Special Defense, 65, Speed, 55, Total, 325 points. Inherited moves: Double Kick, Detect, Wish, Yawn. Upon observing the attributes of this EV, Chiyan's pupils constricted. Yet he maintained an unflinching exterior, as if merely gazing at an ordinary Pokemon egg. The EV's hidden ability, Danger Sense, indicated that if this EV were to evolve into Leafeon, its ability would transform into the hidden ability, Chlorophyll. A Pokemon with the Chlorophyll ability enjoys a doubling of speed during sunny weather. If Chiyan recalled correctly, Leafeon's base speed stat reached a remarkable 95 points. resulting in an astonishing 190 points when doubled. Such speed would undoubtedly transcend the limits of expectation. Furthermore, Leafeon's attack and defense stats were equally formidable, creating a lethal combination of swiftness and power, a veritable shadowy assassin, potentially even faster than instantaneous movement over short distances. With this realization, Chiyan swiftly made a decision. Having resolved to pursue a sunny day team, he could not let such a perfectly compatible partner slip away. Initially, he had contemplated selecting the 6V quality Froakie, but upon discovering this EV, he immediately resolved to choose this egg instead. Approaching the EV's egg, Chiyan gazed deeply, affirming his choice, and promptly turned to Dr. Grayson, stating, "Doctor, I have made my selection. This egg resonates with me, and I have decided to choose it." Dr. Grayson approached Chiyan, examining the selected egg, beneath which lay a description, EV, for stats at peak, with a probability of 5 stats at peak. Although it noted a chance of 5 stats at peak, the actual probability was uncertain. The egg could hatch into a 3-stat or even a 2-stat Pokemon. Dr. Grayson furrowed his brow, regarding Chiyan with a question. "Are you certain this is the one you wish to choose? Once selected, it cannot be exchanged." "I am certain, Dr. Grayson. I will not waver," Chiyan declared resolutely. Upon hearing Chiyan's firm affirmation, Dr. Grayson responded, "Very well, then this shall be the egg." With that, Dr. Grayson pressed the activation button beneath the egg's breeding vessel, placing his hand on the unlocking mechanism. Once successfully unlocked, the cover of the breeding vessel lifted. "You may take it out. By the way, do you possess a Pokemon egg incubator?" It was only then that Chiyan remembered he had not brought an incubator. Embarrassed, he replied, "Dr. Grayson, I apologize. I did not prepare one." Dr. Grayson chuckled amiably. "I have one available, but it requires payment. Do you need it?" Hearing this, Chiyan smirked, though he maintained his smile, responding, "Of course I need it. Shall I pay now?" Dr. Grayson shook his head. "You may settle the payment later at the office. For now, hold on to the Pokemon egg, and we shall discuss it upon your return." "Understood, Dr. Grayson." Chiyan inhaled deeply and then carefully cradled the EV egg. Following Dr. Grayson, he exited the breeding room, while the 2 guards behind observed Chiyan with curiosity. One guard, after watching them leave, voiced his confusion, "Captain, why is he selecting high-quality Pokemon eggs here? Has this trainer offended Dr. Grayson?" The other guard remained silent, instead turning to survey the Pokemon eggs within the breeding room. And after a moment of self-deprecation remarked, "After all these years of guarding, it remains impossible for us to possess even a single high-quality Pokemon egg. Yet that young trainer has such an opportunity and chooses to select from this place. I cannot fathom his reasoning." The guard beside him gritted his teeth. "That vampire has made another profit. You heard his words. He even intends to sell the incubators, which are the property of the Alliance. Enough talk. Be cautious not to be overheard. Let us focus on our own duties." The guard who had spoken previously reassured him. Chiyan followed Dr. Grayson back to the office entrance, where he encountered Jacob and Takahashi Hiro waiting expectantly. Upon noticing the Pokemon egg nestled in Chihuahua's arms, their faces brightened with delight, as it signified a lucrative opportunity for them. Takahashi Hiro even rubbed his hands together in excitement. Chapter 33, the second-tier egg incubator. Once inside the office, Dr. Grayson promptly stated, "My egg incubators are categorized into 3 tiers. Allow me to elucidate. The first tier, priced at 50,000, is officially produced by the Alliance and vastly superior to those available on the market. The second tier, costing 100,000, is also produced by the Alliance and offers an ample supply of nutrient solution sufficient for the complete incubation of the Pokemon egg. This nutrient solution is of paramount importance, as it enhances the physical constitution of the Pokemon upon absorption. The third tier, priced at 300,000, is similarly produced by the Alliance and not only provides a substantial amount of nutrient solution, but also includes scraps of attribute items tailored for absorption by the Pokemon egg. These scraps can be selected based on the Pokemon's attributes. For instance, if you possess an EV, these scraps could include leftovers from the crafting of a water stone, allowing the EV to gain an advantage right from the egg stage. The complete water stone, when held and fused by the Pokemon, significantly amplifies the power of normal-type moves, making it exceptionally suitable for EV. Upon hearing this, Chiyan raised an eyebrow. The third tier seemed entirely designed for the uninformed, as those trivial remnants hardly warranted a price tag of 200,000. After contemplating, Chiyan declared, "Dr. Grayson, I would like to acquire a second-tier incubator. That will suffice for my needs." Dr. Grayson, slightly regretful, replied, "Very well, but would you not consider the third tier? It would be highly beneficial for your EV." With a smile, Chiyan gently shook his head. "No, the second tier is adequate." "All right then." After expressing his mild disappointment, Dr. Grayson retrieved a second-tier incubator and a large bag of nutrient solution from a corner cabinet in the office. This is the second-tier incubator. You simply need to place your EV's egg inside, add the nutrient solution, and the incubator will notify you when the EV is about to hatch. Chihuahua accepted the items, glanced at the incubator, and promptly placed the EV egg inside, pouring in the nutrient solution before securing the lid. After storing it away in his spatial pouch, he turned to Dr. Grayson and said, "Thank you, Dr. Grayson. We shall take our leave now." With the egg in hand, Chihuahua wished to avoid any further complications. "Take care, and feel free to return if you need anything." Chihuahua, Jacob, and Takahashi Hiro then rose and exited the office, successfully leaving the Pokemon Research Center. Once outside, Jacob halted, smiling at Takahashi Hiro. Initially puzzled by Jacob's intentions, Takahashi soon understood and retorted, "Rest assured, your share won't be forgotten." With that, the two stepped aside to discuss the division of their earnings. Chihuahua, however, was unconcerned, content to have acquired the egg while leaving the matter of money to them. After a while, Jacob and Takahashi finally settled their division. "That vampire Jacob, I was busy running around, and we ended up with nearly the same amount. His fees are exorbitant. I want to consult him again," Takahashi grumbled as he and Chihuahua headed towards the Pokemon Center. Upon entering, they were immediately approached by Aaron, the trainer with the psychic gauntlet. "Welcome, gentlemen. How did it go? Have matters been resolved?" Chihuahua nodded. "Yes, everything is settled. We are ready to return to Autumn Leaf Town." Aaron beamed. "Excellent. We must step outside first. Teleportation isn't permitted within the Pokemon Center." After observing the guards stationed on either side of the center, Chihuahua understood the restriction. Should a theft occur, using teleportation to escape would be catastrophic. Moreover, the center was fortified with guards not only at the entrance but also roaming inside, a stark contrast to its portrayal in the animated series. However, it made sense. As the Pokemon Center represented the Alliance's territory, a stronghold in the heart of the Hoenn region, specifically in Colorful City, the Alliance's headquarters. Aaron guided Chihuahua and Takahashi outside the Pokemon Center, where he summoned his psychic gauntlet. Upon seeing it, Takahashi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Aaron quickly inquired, "Would you like to rest before departing?" Takahashi waved his hand, suppressing his discomfort. "No need. The sooner we leave, the better." Aaron nodded. "Very well." He then turned to the psychic gauntlet. "Let us return to Autumn Leaf Town." The psychic gauntlet emanated psychic waves, and in an instant, the trio, along with their Pokemon, vanished from sight. After several transfers, Aaron's psychic gauntlet successfully transported them back to Takahashi's yard. As soon as they arrived, Takahashi rushed to lean over and vomit. Aaron quickly remarked, "Gentlemen, we have reached our destination. I shall take my leave now. Do not hesitate to contact me again if needed. Farewell." With a wave, Aaron vanished once more through the psychic gauntlet's teleportation. Chihuahua added, "I'll be on my way now. Take care, Uncle Takahashi. Rest well." He could no longer bear to witness the scene. Another glance might provoke his own nausea. Takahashi struggled to straighten up, weakly saying, "Wait a moment, Chihuahua. Though you now possess the Pokemon Egg, you still lack a Pokédex. You must visit Mitaka Town to see Professor Oda and obtain your Pokédex. Only then will you hold the status of an official Alliance trainer. Ordinary trainers do not possess this device. Only those who contribute to the Alliance, like yourself, are entitled to receive one." Chihuahua nodded, acknowledging, "Understood, Uncle Takahashi. I will make the trip. Please rest well. I shall take my leave now." With that, Chihuahua hurriedly exited Takahashi's home, unable to withstand the lingering stench any longer. On his way home, Chihuahua's spirits soared. Initially, he had believed he would be unable to select a suitable Pokemon egg, yet at the last moment, he discovered a 6V EV with a hidden ability. Chihuahua couldn't help but think, this will surely lay the foundation for Team Sunny Day. Chapter 34, The Lava Team, The Quintet. With a 6V shiny Charizard as the main force, finding a Mega Evolution Stone for Y, and combining it with the Chlorophyll ability of Leaf EV-M, with such strength. Even I feel a twinge of fear. Ha ha ha. Lost in thought, Chihuahua couldn't help but smile. His initial goal in selecting a Pokemon egg was to acquire a Fire Chick with the hidden ability Speed Boost, while his second target was a Trico, despite its ability not being particularly impressive. However, the ultimate evolutionary form, the Lizard King, possesses remarkable speed, complemented by its ability to wield moves such as Solar Beam and Solar Blade, making it quite suitable for sunny weather teams. Unexpectedly, a delightful surprise awaited him. He successfully acquired a 6V EV of exceptional quality, boasting a hidden ability. Upon returning home, Samuel immediately noticed the presence of Chiyan Hui. He approached respectfully, greeting, "Young Master Hui, you have returned." "Yes, prepare something to eat. I am in high spirits today, and my appetite is quite good. In that moment, Chiyan Hui yearned for a hearty meal to celebrate. Certainly, young Master Hui, please hold on, Samuel replied, exchanging glances with his faux parents, who then rose to prepare the meal. Samuel stood by, observing their efforts. Chiyan Hui paid them little mind and retreated to his room, knowing Samuel would come to summon him when the food was ready. After locking the door behind him, Chiyan Hui promptly retrieved his communicator and dialed his father. Chiyan Song. Ah Hui, is something amiss? Chiyan Song inquired as soon as the call connected. With excitement, Chiyan Hui exclaimed, Father, I just selected a Pokémon egg. We went to the Pokémon Research Institute in Caillou City to pick it out. However, I did not choose the Torchic or Trico. Instead, I selected an EV with remarkably high potential, on par with that of a Charmander. Moreover, it possesses a hidden ability, making it a perfect fit for the team I plan to build. Upon hearing that his son had chosen an egg of similar caliber to Charmander, Chiyan Song responded enthusiastically, Well done, Ah Hui. I shall immediately send resources essential for the early development of Eevee your way. This period is crucial, particularly during the initial phase after its hatching, as it requires ample rare resources to fully unleash the Pokémon's potential and avoid any waste of its capabilities. At this juncture, Chiyan Hui interjected, Father, do you have any miracle seeds, or even fragments? I wish to evolve this Eevee into a Leafeon, so I need to establish a foundation with the miracle seed. Chiyan Song pondered for a moment before replying, I will search for some. If I cannot find any, I will purchase a few for you. While I cannot guarantee top-tier miracle seeds, I can certainly procure low to mid-level ones with ease. Once obtained, I will have Huiying deliver them to you. Thank you so much, Father. Chiyan Hui responded joyfully. After ending the call, Chiyan Song turned to his aide, Huiying, and instructed, Huiying, please retrieve a mid-level miracle seed from the storage and deliver it to Ah Hui. Understood, Chief. Huiying replied respectfully before departing. Chiyan Song then shifted his gaze to the 5 young individuals standing before him, both male and female, aged between 18 and 20. Each bore a serious expression as they formed a line, their eyes filled with determination. Chiyan Song adjusted his glasses and spoke solemnly. You 5 have been meticulously selected and nurtured since childhood. Each of you possesses unique strengths, but in this world, strength is paramount. The Pokémon I handpicked for you, after years of your cultivation, have developed a certain level of combat prowess. From the moment you began to read, I instilled in you the singular purpose of your lives, to follow Chiyan Hui, unwaveringly supporting him in all his endeavors. I am now aware of Ah Hui's ambitions, and achieving these goals will necessitate your assistance. The time for action is fast approaching. Here, I have 5 orbs containing the details of your forthcoming tasks. One by one, please step forward to receive them. Although this path has been chosen for you, I hope you will persevere. A silver-haired, crimson-eyed woman stepped forward first, and Chiyan Song handed her a red sphere, just as she was about to open it. He cautioned, Zidina, do not open it yet. Wait until you return home. The information contained within must remain known only to you. Nodding in understanding, Zidina retreated to her original position. The other 4 then approached, each receiving their own orb. Once they had received their orbs, Chiyan Song declared, from this moment forth, you are the 5 of the lava team. You must temporarily forget each other's names, for you will only know your code names, which are contained within the orbs. Your destinies begin to change today. The 5 stood tall, shouting in unison, Yes, Chief. Their eyes shone with fervor and anticipation for the future. Selected from countless children, they had been imparted with extensive knowledge about Pokémon and beyond, including skills in tracking, stealth, combat, assassination, and disguise. Each possessed different specialties. Yet, even those less adept were still considered proficient in the grander scope. Observing the 5, Chiyan Song couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Initially, this was merely to establish a foundation for Ah Hui to lead the lava team, but now that Ah Hui harbored different aspirations, as a supportive father, he would adjust his prior plans and assign varied tasks to the 5. When Zidina returned to her room and opened the orb, she immediately found a folded note inside. Upon reading it, she was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, a wry smile crossed her lips. It turned out she was to act as an undercover agent. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite fitting for her. With that thought, Zidina retrieved a pack of cigarettes from a compartment strapped to her pristine thigh, extracted one, and lit it with a lighter, inhaling deeply. As the smoke curled from her alluring red lips, she felt her mood settle, even tinged with a hint of delight. Then, she took the note and ignited it with her lighter. As the flames consumed the paper, it revealed the message, codename, Smoke Chrysanthemum, infiltrate Team Rocket in the Kanto region, and refrain from contact for 1 year to avoid exposure. Chapter 35, The Miracle Seed Arrives. The following day, Horing delivered the low-grade miracle seed to Chiyan Hui through Celil in Chuya town. "Young master, this is the miracle seed your father procured for you," Celil said, presenting a wooden box. Chiyan Hui eagerly accepted it and opened the box. A gentle fragrance wafted from within, and upon inhaling, Chiyan Hui felt as if he were breathing in the freshest air, an immensely comforting sensation. Peering into the box, he beheld a slender, pale green seed measuring approximately 7 to 8 centimeters in length and 4 to 5 centimeters in width. This was Chiyan Hui's first encounter with a genuine miracle seed. Previously, he had only seen images in books or online. Not delving deeper, he closed the box and addressed Celil. "Thank you, Celil. It is my duty," Celil replied with understanding before exiting. Once Celil had left, Chiyan Hui returned to his room, locked the door, and retrieved the egg-hatching device from his space pack. With great care, he gently placed the miracle seed beside the EV egg, understanding that this would be his future powerhouse, deserving of utmost attention and affection. As the miracle seed nestled beside the egg, it swayed comfortably twice, indicating that EV found great delight in its presence. Then, Chiyan spoke to the egg. "EV, absorb the energy from the miracle seed at your own pace. There's no need to rush your emergence." Once everything was set, Chiyan stored the egg-hatching device away. Next, he planned to visit Professor Tanagawa in Mabai town, seizing the opportunity to train his Charmander along the way. During this time, Charmander had been indulging in copious amounts of supplements and pills crafted from rare herbs, with an endless supply of milk from a milk tank, allowing it to eat as much as it could. Consequently, Charmander progressed through its infancy much faster than anticipated, now entering its growth phase and ready to commence training. However, due to its tender age and ongoing development, rigorous training was not an option. Reflecting on this, Chiyan glanced at the slumbering Charmander, which appeared to be dreaming of delectable treats, smacking its lips in delight. Charmander, now at level 10, beginner stage, boasted dual attributes of fire and flying. With the ability Solar Power, hidden trait, special attack increases 15-fold during sunny weather, but it gradually depletes energy over time. Its individual values were exceptional. With a perfect score of 6V, each individual value maxing out at 31. The base stats were as follows: HP, 39, attack, 52, defense, 43, special attack, 60, special defense, 50, speed, 65, with a total of 309. It carried a top-tier charcoal, enhancing fire-type moves by 17. Its beginner skills included Ancient Power, Double Edge, Iron Tail, Metal Claw, Dragon Dive, Dragon Tail, Scratch, Growl, Ember, and Smokescreen. During this period, even without training, Charmander reached level 10 merely through consumption and automatically learned the skills Ember and Smokescreen from its DNA. However, although it could use them, the success rate was low and required extensive training to master skills like Ember and Smokescreen effectively. As for inherited moves like Iron Tail and Dragon Dive, they remained elusive, with Charmander's mind acknowledging their existence while its body remained perplexed. Pokémon can inherit certain skills from their parents through their DNA, while other moves are inscribed within their genetic makeup and gradually unlocked as their abilities grow. For instance, the skills Ember and Smokescreen were acquired as Charmander's strength increased. Additionally, Pokémon can learn moves of different attributes based on their characteristics and physical conditions through various means, such as tutoring, TMs, or self-discovery. For example, the Dark-type move Bite, despite not being inherent to Charmander's DNA, could be learned from other Pokémon or through TMs, although the energy required to master it was substantial, making it a challenge for Charmander to learn. Only its evolutions, Charmeleon or Charizard, could wield such advanced techniques. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight timidly broke the horizon, Chiyan arose, invigorated, casting a soft gaze towards the newly risen sun. A gentle smile forming at the corners of his lips, he gently patted the still dreaming Charmander, his voice imbued with anticipation and resolve. "Charmander, awaken. Our journey is about to commence, and today marks the beginning of your training towards growth. You can no longer indulge in slumber." Seemingly stirred by his call, Charmander opened its eyes drowsily, casting a lazy glance at Chiyan before curling back into its cozy slumber. Chiyan shook his head in exasperation, feeling both affectionate and determined. Taking a deep breath, he made a firm decision and gently but resolutely delivered a playful smack to Charmander's plump rear. The sound echoed clearly in the stillness of the room. Charmander jolted awake, its eyes wide with shock, quickly realizing this was no dream. It opened its mouth, unleashing a series of loud, plaintive cries. "Wah, wah, wah." Tears cascaded down its cheeks like pearls from a broken string as it sobbed. Attempting to leap into Chiyan's arms for the familiar comfort and protection, as if to say, I feel so sad. I need a big hug. However, Chihuahua pressed his lips together, his eyes radiating determination and encouragement. He gently held Charmander's smooth head, preventing it from getting too close, speaking with a steady and affectionate tone. Charmander, you are no longer that little one needing constant care. You have transcended your infancy and officially entered the growth stage. Today marks the first day of our shared journey into new adventures. Chapter 36, Preparing to Depart from a By-Town. Charmander stared wide-eyed at Chihuahua, its face a portrait of disbelief, as tears streamed uncontrollably down its youthful cheeks. Observing this, Chihuahua quickly extended his warm hand, tenderly wiping the tears from Charmander's face. He then knelt down, his gaze deep and inspiring, pointing towards the vast sky outside the window. Charmander, look up at that boundless blue sky. Have you never dreamed of soaring high one day, gliding freely through the azure expanse, feeling the exhilarating rush of the wind? Chihuahua's words brimmed with endless hope. Following his gesture, Charmander gazed in the direction he indicated, witnessing the sun shyly peeking over the horizon, its golden rays piercing the darkness like a sword, casting the first light upon the earth. The landscape was instantly bathed in a delicate orange hue, breathtakingly beautiful. Charmander became enraptured by the scene before it, its eyes sparkling with newfound brightness, filled with limitless aspirations and dreams for the future. It envisioned itself soaring through the skies, dancing with clouds, and basking in sunlight. At that moment, an unprecedented courage and determination swelled within its heart. Seeing the resolute gleam in Charmander's eyes, Chihuahua smiled with satisfaction, ruffling the top of its head affectionately. Charmander, let us prepare. We are about to set off. With that, Chihuahua began his morning routine. Once refreshed, he would prepare food for Charmander, Zubat, and Ditto, ensuring they were nourished before embarking on their journey. Chihuahua completed his grooming swiftly, taking less than 10 minutes. He then retrieved 3 food bowls, filling them with Pokémon food, and placed a special energy cube atop the food meant for Zubat and Charmander. The energy cube for Zubat was specially formulated, rich in poison and flying-type energy, while Charmander's cube was a unique fusion of fire and flying energies. The two creatures consumed energy cubes of the highest caliber, each meticulously crafted by a master artisan specializing in the creation of such energy cubes. Ordinary energy cubes, in contrast, possess only a singular attribute. For instance, the generic energy cube that Chihuahua displayed was a basic variety, intended for the versatile Pokémon, Ditto. The adage holds true. It is not the scarcity of resources that is concerning, but rather their uneven distribution. While Ditto may lack formidable combat prowess, its utility is significant, warranting careful nurturing. The energy cubes for the 3 Pokémon were settled, yet the energy cube for Eevee remained unaccounted for. However, as Eevee is a normal-type Pokémon, it could temporarily utilize Ditto's energy cube. In due course, Chihuahua could request financial assistance from his father to procure premium normal-type and grass-type energy cubes. After allocating the food, Chihuahua called out, Charmeleon, Zubat, Ditto, come and dine. Zubat, hanging in the corner of the room, promptly fluttered over upon hearing Chihuahua's summons, diving into the food bowl with gusto. Charmeleon, eyeing the remaining 2 bowls, hesitated, unsure of which one to choose. Ultimately, guided by its keen sense of smell, it decided on the bowl featuring a slightly red crystal, rushing over to mimic Zubat, and began to eat heartily. Only Ditto sluggishly inched towards Chihuahua's feet. Once Zubat and Charmeleon had commenced their feast, it gradually made its way to its own bowl. Zubat, take your time eating. I'll be joining you shortly, Chihuahua advised. Zubat, without lifting its head, flapped its wings in acknowledgement, as if to say, no worries, you go ahead, I've got this. Sighing, Chihuahua stepped out of the room and descended the stairs. At that moment, breakfast was already prepared and laid out on the dining table. But Celyar and the others awaited Chihuahua's arrival. Once seated and the meal commenced, Chihuahua remarked, Celyar, after breakfast, I shall set off for Wubai Town to seek out Professor Takanami and acquire the Pokémon Pokédex that I require. Celyar smiled gently, very well, young master. I have already prepared the supplies you will need for your journey. He produced a spatial pouch and handed it to Chihuahua, continuing. This pouch is the latest innovation from Silver Corporation, boasting a generous 20 cubic meters of space. Within, I have arranged various essentials for your travels, including a tent, machete, antidotes, healing items, and more. Naturally, I have also prepared Pokeballs, including 50 Ultra Balls, as well as 1 each of Heavy Balls, Dive Balls, and Net Balls, each possessing unique properties. For instance, the Heavy Ball is ideal for capturing heavier Pokémon, while the Dive Ball is particularly effective for those residing in aquatic environments. Chihuahua promptly accepted the pouch, rising with solemnity to express his gratitude. Thank you, Celyar. He even offered a slight bow. Celyar hastily stood, gently supporting Chihuahua, and replied, Young master, this is merely my duty. There is no need for such formality. Though Selyar and Chihai had not spent much time together, he held a fondness for the young man. It was rare to encounter someone so young and yet so courteous. Many offspring of the affluent and powerful exude an air of entitlement. Yet in Chihai, Selyar found humility, courage, meticulousness, and a willingness to heed advice, qualities that he deeply admired. In that moment, Selyar genuinely acknowledged Chihai. Although the lava team was established by Chihai's father, Selyar and the others had invested considerable effort into it. Thus, if he did not genuinely appreciate Chihai, he would never have recognized him as the heir. At this moment, it was Chihai's character that earned Selyar's respect. Unbeknownst to Chihai, he smiled at Selyar's anxious demeanor and said, "Selyar, I appreciate your hard work over the years. I can make you a promise. Endure just one more year, and then it will all be over." Selyar had remained in Aoki town for the past 15 years, never straying, all to ensure the success of the substitution plan. Hearing Chihai's words, he felt his composure begin to crumble, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. 15 years. Day in and day out, confined to this small town, monitoring the couple, ready to address any unforeseen circumstances, such a burden for a strong and capable trainer to bear. Yet Selyar persisted, day after day, year after year, enabling Chihai to seamlessly assume the identity of Akiyama Hikari, becoming a legitimate trainer within the Pokémon League and acquiring a 6-4 EV. Without this plan and Selyar's quiet contributions, obtaining a 6-4 EV would have been an insurmountable challenge. Chihai felt immense gratitude towards Selyar. Noting the moisture in Selyar's eyes, he continued, "Selyar, I will remember what you have done for me, forever. Thank you." He bowed deeply once more, and though Selyar wished to object, Chihai's determination prevailed. Selyar exhaled slowly, regaining his composure before stating earnestly, "Young master, if you feel this way, then all my efforts have been worthwhile. In this final year, I shall continue to fulfill my duties." Chihai smiled gently, "Indeed, I trust you. Now, let us sit and enjoy our meal. If we delay, it will grow cold." Chihai understood the importance of providing Selyar an opportunity to release his pent-up emotions. After all, it is impossible for any normal person to endure 15 years in one place without harboring some resentment. Even if unspoken, a trace of it exists within everyone. By allowing Selyar to express this frustration and recognizing his contributions, Chihai aimed to alleviate the burden that had long been shouldered. Chihai held no doubts about Selyar's loyalty. After all, it is rare for someone in their prime, especially a powerful trainer, to dedicate 15 years to a cause. Although Chihai was unaware of Selyar's true strength, the fact that Akahara and the Fire Lord entrusted the affairs of Aoki Town to him was testament enough to his capabilities. Despite Selyar's unwavering loyalty, it was natural to feel some degree of frustration. By allowing Selyar to vent his feelings, Chihai believed that he would become even more dedicated in the future. The art of leadership, in Chihai's view, involves a blend of benevolence and authority, persuading through reason, earning respect and loyalty, while also recognizing and nurturing talent to unleash potential and creativity. Chihai was not capable of achieving all these ideals, but accomplishing a portion of them was well within reach. After finishing the meal, Chihai returned to his room, where he found that the 3 Pokémon had devoured every morsel in their bowls. Charmeleon was now seated on the floor, rubbing its round belly with its short arms in contentment. After tidying up the food bowls, Chiyan Hui took out a Pokeball and said, "Everyone, let's retreat into the Pokeballs for a well-deserved rest. Charmander, after you've rested for a while, you will accompany me for a stroll. You are now ready to partake in training, and this walking will be one of your exercises." Upon hearing this, Charmander lazily nodded, being the little glutton it was, always dozing off after a hearty meal. Chiyan Hui then used the Pokeball to capture all 3 Pokemon within. Once everything was in order, Chiyan Hui took a deep breath and stepped out of the room. Descending the stairs, he found Selyar waiting at the door. Selyar smiled gently, "Young master, I wish you a safe journey and success in claiming the championship at the Pokémon League's Kailu conference." Chiyan Hui replied with a confident smile, "Rest assured. Though this is my first participation, it will also be my last. The Kailu conference permits trainers aged 15 to 18, which means everyone can participate a maximum of 3 times. Other regions have similar rules for their conferences, while some impose no restrictions. Each league has its own regulations." After speaking, Chiyan Hui strode confidently out, with Selyar following closely behind. Noticing the puzzled expression on Chiyan Hui's face, Selyar chuckled, "Young master, I will escort you out of Chiya Town. In your spatial bag, I have prepared a map. Simply follow the path southward, and you shall reach Weiba Town. However, while it sounds simple, you will need to traverse through Meteor Falls, Kanas City, and Chunghwa City before arriving at Weiba Town. This journey is fraught with challenges, So the master has arranged for 2 assistants for you. They have been nurtured by him since childhood, and their strength and loyalty are beyond question. Upon hearing this, Chiyan Hui instantly recalled the surprise his father, Chiyan Song, had mentioned to him. A smile graced his lips. He harbored no objections to his father's arrangements and certainly did not subscribe to the notion of traveling alone without companions. The assistants his father had cultivated were destined to become his future foundation, and familiarizing himself with them now would ensure their loyalty in the times to come. Selyar led Chiyan Hui to a small forest near Choya town, where they paused. Moments later, 2 young men emerged from the shadows of the forest. One wore a radiant smile, even exhibiting a hint of flattery, with short black hair and clad in an all-black outfit, including shoes. The other was a robust man, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his physique muscular, with a somewhat simple-minded expression and an honest smile. Upon seeing the 2 men, Selyar quietly informed Chiyan Hui, "Young master, these 2 are the assistants prepared for you by the master." He then gestured to the pair, "Why don't you introduce yourselves?" The man in black beamed and said, "You can call me Alung, young master. I specialize in dark-type Pokémon." The sturdy man then spoke in a deep voice, "Young master. I am Ashen, proficient in steel-type Pokémon. Should you encounter any danger, I will stay back to protect you." His eyes gleamed with determination as he scratched his head and added, "I can also handle chores like laundry and cooking." Alung clapped Ashen on the shoulder and laughed. "Young master, Ashen is our logistical support. He genuinely enjoys doing these tasks, and it's not exploitation." Chapter 38. The Strength of Alung and Ashen. Chiyan Hui regarded the 2 before him and smiled. "Welcome aboard. From now on, you need not call me young master. You all appear to be older than I, so calling me Hui would feel more amiable." Chiyan Hui bore no resentment towards his father's sudden introduction of 2 companions. In fact, he felt grateful. This was not merely a game. He was about to venture into the wilderness, traveling through various cities and challenging numerous gym leaders. The journey would be perilous. Moreover, Chiyan Hui understood that these 2 were the very foundation his father had prepared for him, meaning they would become his trusted subordinates. Allowing them to call him a Hui was not a sign of weakness, but rather a means to foster camaraderie. If anyone truly regarded Chiyan Hui as a Hui in a foolish manner, such a path would not be sustainable. It was crucial to note that the Choya family was not of affluence. It was improbable to possess 2 young trainers as subordinates. If they referred to him as young master in public, it would cast suspicion on his identity. At that moment, upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, Alung and Ashen exchanged glances. After which Alung suggested, "How about we call you Brother Hui? It sounds much more pleasant." Chiyan Hui pondered for a moment, observing the expressions of Alung and Ashen, and nodded. "Very well, there is no need for such formality between us." Alung's face lit up with a grin. "Brother Hui, we are of similar age, so Brother Hui fits quite well." Chiyan Hui turned to Selyar and said, "Butler Selyar, we shall set off now. With companions to look after me, I doubt any mishaps will occur on the way." Selyar remained in place, smiling slightly. "Very well, young master." Chiyan Hui waved goodbye and, accompanied by Alung and Ashen, made his way towards Meteor Falls. Meanwhile, Selyar stood watching, smiling as he observed the trio receding into the distance. As they walked, Chiyan Hui curiously inquired, "Alung, Ashen, what level of strength have you both attained?" Alung immediately approached Chiyan Hui, beaming, "I possess considerable strength and specialize in dark-type Pokémon. Currently, I have 3 Pokémon, a beginner-level Houndoom, a peak professional-level Honchkrow, and a Dream Cacturn." He assured, "Brother Hui, with me around, you will not suffer the slightest harm." As he spoke, Alung confidently thumped his chest. Chiyan Hui regarded Alung's demeanor with a hint of skepticism, yet he smiled and replied, "Then my safety will rely on you, Alung." Alung confidently affirmed, "Absolutely no problem." Chiyan Hui then turned his attention to the more taciturn Ashen. Ashen spoke in a deep voice, "I possess a peak professional-level Boscodora, a high-level professional Magnezone, and a mid-level professional Gulpin. Brother Hui, while my strength may not match Alung's, I assure you, I will not allow you to come to any harm." Ashen's expression remained stoic, but his resolute demeanor made it clear to Chiyan Hui that, should an emergency arise, Ashen would indeed stand firm to protect him, even at the cost of his life. Chiyan Hui smiled and nodded, "I believe in you, Ashen." He then continued, "My strength pales in comparison to yours. My Pokémon have only just hatched, and one is still in its egg, currently incubating. I will rely on your assistance during our journey." Alung cheerfully replied, "That is what we are here for." Ashen nodded earnestly in agreement. Alung's eyes darted, and he suddenly remarked, "Brother Hui, the direction in which we are advancing leads us to Meteor Falls. The Pokémon in that vicinity possess formidable strength, and it is said that deep within the falls lies the trace of the legendary Dragonite. This has drawn numerous Pokemon hunters, and within Meteor Falls, there are also individuals who claim to be the people of the meteor, patrolling and safeguarding the wild Pokemon. Conflicts occasionally arise between them. I believe it would be prudent for us to take a detour, allowing us to evade perilous areas as well as the disputes between Pokemon hunters and the meteor people. Chiyan Hui nodded in agreement, expressing his appreciation, along. Your suggestion is quite astute. Our current capabilities are indeed insufficient for exploring Meteor Falls. Chiyan Hui did not harbor the notion that being a traveler with a golden finger entitled him to recklessness. In this Pokemon world, there are numerous individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, with psychic powers being the most prevalent, followed closely by powers such as Aura and Eternity. These are the true game changers. Psychic abilities are the simplest, capable of enhancing psychic-type Pokemon while also serving in offensive and defensive roles. The subsequent powers, such as Aura and Eternity, are increasingly formidable. In comparison, Chiyan Hui's golden finger merely allows him to discern the potential of Pokemon. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's endorsement of his suggestion, Along couldn't suppress the smile that emerged on his face, while Ashen remained silent, offering no opinion. Chiyan Hui then retrieved a map and began examining it. The three immediately halted their steps to study the map, understanding the necessity of navigating carefully in such desolate wilderness to avoid the dire consequences of losing their way. After confirming their route, the trio set off once more. As they delved deeper into the forest, various Pokemon began to appear among the trees. The most common of them was the Caterpie. Unlike the Kanto region, where both Metapod and Caterpie share the territory equally, in the Hoenn region, Caterpie reigns supreme. Moreover, Caterpie boasts two evolutionary paths. One leads to Metapod, which evolves into Butterfree, while the other leads to Kakuna, evolving into Beedrill. These evolutionary routes are devoid of any gender or fixed distinctions. The path a Caterpie takes to evolve is entirely random, each possessing a 50% probability. Observing the low-level Caterpie, Chiyan Hui felt a surge of inspiration. He promptly took out the Pokeball containing his Charmander, pressed the button, and released the little creature. As Charmander emerged, it scampered towards Chiyan Hui, joyfully emitting cheerful sounds. Chiyan Hui swiftly placed a hand on Charmander's head to prevent it from leaping into his embrace. Noticing Charmander's puzzled expression, he spoke in a firm voice. Charmander, I have released you for battle. Do you see the Caterpie on that tree? Charmander immediately redirected its gaze towards the Caterpie clinging to the tree, its eyes widening as it beheld the pink creature for the first time, finding it somewhat adorable. Chapter 39. Charmander's first battle upon witnessing Chiyan Hui's actions. Along and Ashen promptly halted, with Along summoning his Mitina and Ashen following suit with his Magnemite. At this juncture, they had indeed entered the forest, necessitating the release of their Pokemon for self-defense. They recognized Chiyan Hui's intentions, aiming to utilize a battle to train Charmander. The Caterpie, adorned in red and white, possessed large eyes and had sharp spines sprouting from its red back, with yellow spikes on its tail and head. Its legs featured suction cups, preventing it from slipping even on glass. In the Hoenn region, Caterpie typically inhabits grassy areas and forests, thriving abundantly in the wild. It clings to branches to consume leaves and utilizes its tail spikes to peel bark in search of sap. Caterpie, level 7, bug-type Pokemon. Ability, Shield Dust. This ability protects the Pokemon from additional effects of moves. Individual values, HP, 12, Attack, 15, Defense, 17, Special Attack, 21, Special Defense, 9, Speed, 11. Base stats, HP, 45, Attack, 45, Defense, 35, Special Attack, 20, Special Defense, 30, Speed, 20, total, 195. Entry-level moves, Tackle, String Shot, Poison Sting. As Charmander gazed at the pink caterpillar before it, then turned its head towards Chiyan Hui, it seemed uncertain of what to do next. Chiyan Hui, having scoured the area, recognized a level 7 Caterpie, which would evolve into either Metapod or Kakuna upon gaining more levels. Charmander's inaugural battle must culminate in victory, allowing it to relish the thrill of combat and fostering its desire to fight. Given that Caterpie is arguably the weakest Pokemon in the Hoenn region, Chiyan Hui encouraged. Charmander, aim for that pink Caterpie and use Ember. Charmander looked at Chiyan Hui, comprehending its trainer's intent. Thus, it assumed a battle-ready stance, its expression serious as it focused intently on the Caterpie before opening its mouth. A flurry of sparks flickered within before extinguishing entirely. Seeing this, Charmander grew anxious. But the more frantic it became, the harder it was to execute the move, ultimately resulting in it calling out in distress. Chiyan Hui refrained from reprimanding Charmander, instead kneeling beside it and gently stroking its head, saying softly, Don't fret, Charmander. Feel the energy within you, concentrate it in your mouth, and release it toward the caterpie as you envision using Ember. Take your time and trust in yourself. Encouraged by Chiyan Hui's words and the comforting touch, Charmander steadied itself. Sensing its composure, Chiyan Hui continued, "Now, you must carefully channel your energy into your mouth and unleash it in the form of Ember." With newfound determination, Charmander nodded firmly, fixating its gaze on the caterpie and heeding Chiyan Hui's advice, focusing intently on the energy within. It opened its mouth once more, successfully producing sparks that shot forth, but they only traveled a meter or two before dissipating into the air. Chiyan Hui exclaimed, "Excellent, Charmander. You're doing wonderfully. Try again." And maintain a steady flow of energy to successfully execute Ember. After hearing Chiyan Hui's encouragement, Charmander resolutely nodded, as though rallying itself for the task ahead. It bravely attempted once again, opening its mouth to unleash Ember. This time, the flames surged forth, first reaching 2 meters, then 5, each attempt bringing it closer to success. Finally, on the 5th try, Charmander successfully executed Ember, the sparks flashing brilliantly as they struck the caterpie, which was preoccupied with nibbling on leaves. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, caterpie felt a sharp pain shoot through its back, quickly succumbing to fatigue and falling helplessly from the tree. Chiyan Hui observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval, his eyes filled with pride and admiration. As the little Charmeleon yearned to continue its offensive, Chiwi quickly called out, "That's enough, Charmeleon. The opponent has already lost its ability to fight. In battle, once you have incapacitated your adversary, you must cease your assault unless commanded otherwise by me, understood?" Charmeleon nodded vigorously, its heart brimming with an unprecedented joy, for this marked its inaugural victory in combat. The sensation was utterly sublime, akin to every cell within its being rejoicing in unison, celebrating this glorious moment. "All right, Charmeleon, you have now mastered the spark move. Henceforth, we shall forego further battles. Instead, let us engage in walking exercises together." Chihui also recognized that Charmeleon's mastery of its moves was still rather rudimentary. Defeating a caterpie with spark posed little challenge or reward. It would be more beneficial to accompany us on our journey, allowing Charmeleon to observe the world beyond. As for combat, we shall postpone that until Charmeleon can wield its own techniques more proficiently, while I shan't insist on mastering Dragon Dive or Dragon Tail. At the very least, it should learn to utilize its claws, cries, and smoke. Charmeleon nodded earnestly, excitedly trailing at Chihui's heels, the elation of victory still resonating within its heart. Chihui turned to Alung and Ashen, stating, "We may now embark." Then, he introduced, "This is my initial Pokémon, Charmeleon, which has only recently emerged from its infancy and is now entering its growth phase." Alung immediately responded with a sycophantic grin, "Brother Hui, your Charmeleon is clearly no ordinary Pokémon. It learned its move in such a brief span. It truly reflects your prowess as a trainer." Ashen remained silent, observing with curious eyes the rare Charmeleon at Chihui's feet. Chihui smiled gently, "Alung, there is no need for flattery. While Charmeleon possesses remarkable potential, your Houndoom's lineage is equally impressive." Chihui had just noticed the impressive Houndoom beside Alung. Chapter 40. The Houndoom with a 5V potential and the 4V potential of the Slydog. Upon hearing Chihui's words, Alung scratched the back of his head sheepishly, chuckling. "This Houndoom was entrusted to me by our leader for training. It was merely a pup when I received it. Through years of nurturing, it has now reached its current state. I only later realized how exceptional its potential truly is. A Pokémon of peak prowess is something one might never encounter without fortunate circumstances." Alung's good fortune came in the form of Chihui, yet this opportunity came with its demands and costs, namely, a lifetime of service to Chihui. Nevertheless, countless trainers would eagerly vie for a chance to possess a Pokémon of such caliber, as serving under someone is merely a minor price to pay. After all, without a 5V Pokémon egg, one might never find a path to success. In the Pokémon world, trainers are the true masters, and a trainer's strength is paramount. Alung, possessing a unique affinity with canine Pokémon, became the trainer of the Houndoom, evolving it through dedication to achieve the current level of gym leader strength. Do not underestimate the prowess of a gym leader. It surpasses that of 90% of trainers. 80% of trainers may never attain such strength in their lifetime. This is the reality of the Pokémon world. As Chihui gazed upon the Houndoom before him, its three-dimensional form and potential information materialized in his mind. The Houndoom's body was a shade of gray, with black fur adorning its tail, back, and limbs. The fur on its back arranged in 2 dense rows. Its pupils were red, set against yellow sclera. Wild Houndoom typically operate in packs, living in a structured hierarchy, obediently following their leader's commands. Houndoom, level 52, beginner gym leader, dark-type Pokémon, ability, overconfidence, hidden ability. This Pokémon's attack increases after defeating any opposing Pokémon. Individual value potential. 5V, HP, 31, attack, 31, defense, 31, special attack, 31, special defense, 26, speed, 31. Base stats, HP, 70, attack, 90, defense, 70, special attack, 60, special defense, 60. Speed, 70, total, for 120. Item, none. Mastered moves, crunch, taunt, fake out, poison fong, scare face, thunder fong, fire fong, ice fong. Entry-level moves, tackle, headbutt, yawn, roar. Observing this Houndoom, Chiyan Hui felt a profound appreciation for the efforts his father had invested. Although Houndoom are relatively common Pokémon, often found in groups in the wild, their reproductive rate surpasses that of other species, leading to a plentiful population. However, finding a Houndoom with 5V potential and the hidden ability overconfidence remains a rare endeavor. From his father's arrangements, it was clear that Alung was the foundation he had carefully chosen for me, someone he held in high regard, which justified sending him along on my journey. To be candid, when I first encountered Alung's obsequious smile, I felt a twinge of discomfort. However, my father's trust in Alung was evident, for he would not have entrusted such a valuable Houndoom to him otherwise. Chiyan Hui reflected on his initial judgment. One should not judge by appearances. His first impression, influenced by Alung's demeanor, led him to erroneously conclude that Alung was incapable, a misjudgment indeed. After this introspection, Chiyan Hui dispelled any biases he held against Alung, restoring his perspective. With a smile, Chiyan Hui remarked, "Alung, your Houndoom's potential is quite commendable. Nurture it well, and do not squander the leader's faith." Alung solemnly nodded, stating, "Yes, I have loved dogs since childhood. And it was only after joining the Lava Team that I was able to acquire a Houndoom. My success today is entirely thanks to the Lava Team and our esteemed leader." Chiyan Hui patted Alung on the back, saying, "Let us proceed. We have quite a distance to cover today." After which, Chiyan Hui took the lead along the path, with Charmeleon excitedly following at his side. Alung and Ashen promptly joined. Yet the Houndoom and Magneton remained out, for the forest harbored dangers, necessitating the presence of Pokémon for protection. Alung walked on Chiyan Hui's left, while Ashen kept pace on the right, ensuring Chiyan Hui was well guarded in the center. Moreover, Alung produced another Pokeball, pressing the button to release the Pokémon within. With a flash of white light, a Pokémon adorned with leaves emerged, Slydog. The Slydog's body was brown, with a long, fluffy white mane obscuring much of its face. It possessed long ears, an elongated, pointed snout, and a large mouth filled with tightly clenched teeth. Its eyes were a murky yellow, featuring black sclera and pupils, while its hands were comprised of 3 broad leaves, interspersed with brown veins. Its feet bear a distinctive appearance, reminiscent of traditional Japanese geta. The cunning Tengu. Alang called out directly, "Cunning Tengu, venture ahead to scout the path and ascertain if any dangers lurk nearby." The cunning Tengu nodded, transforming into a fleeting shadow that swiftly vanished into the woods. In Chiyan Hui's mind, the image and qualification details of the Tengu materialized. Although its presence was brief, he managed to glean its qualification information. Cunning Tengu, level 49, peak professional, dual attributes of grass and dark, ability, chlorophyll, effect. In sunny weather, this Pokémon's speed doubles. Individual value qualifications, for V, HP, 31, attack, 31, defense, 27, special attack, 31, special defense, 23, speed, 31. Base stats, HP, 90, attack, 100, defense, 60, special attack, 90. Special defense, 60, speed, 80, total, for 180. Proficient moves, Leaf Blade, Night Slash, Hurricane, Hammer Arm, Psychic. Entry-level moves, Absorb, Counter, Air Cutter, and Synthesis. Once again, this Pokémon exhibited remarkable qualifications and robust base stats, with a total of 480, rendering it a formidable presence among ordinary Pokémon. Moreover, the cunning Tengu possesses a diverse array of attribute moves, including the Psychic-type move Psychic, inherited through its DNA. Chapter 41, Ashan's Magneton. Additionally, the cunning Tengu's attack, special attack, and speed-based stats are particularly commendable, complemented by its chlorophyll ability, making it an exceptionally useful Pokémon. Initially, Chiyan Hui contemplated incorporating the cunning Tengu into his Sunny team. But after acquiring Leafy EV, he lost interest in the Tengu. The 6V qualified Leafy EV, paired with its chlorophyll ability, has already become Chiyan Hui's most formidable assassin. After instructing the cunning Tengu to patrol, Alang immediately grinned obsequiously and said, Brother Hui, this Pokemon is called Cunning Tengu, and its strength has reached the pinnacle of professional level, a gift bestowed upon me by the esteemed leader with outstanding qualifications. Given the uncertainties of the forest, I sent it ahead to scout for any potential threats. Chiyan Hui smiled and replied, Indeed, Alang, your consideration is thorough. Let us proceed. As they walked along the path, Chiyan Hui curiously glanced at the Magneton to his right, a Pokemon belonging to Aishan, who appeared to be of the taciturn variety. Alang's prowess was commendable. He wondered how capable Aishan truly was. Magneton is a Pokemon formed by the magnetic connection of 3 Magnemites. Its magnets are positioned differently, with the 2 lower central ones extending forward, while the adjacent Magnemites are secured by merely 2 screws. Magneton evolves from the gathering of 3 Magnemites and emits powerful magnetic forces and high voltage. When connected, the heads of the 3 Magnemites unite. But they do not become threefold intelligent. Rather, they possess approximately 3 times the electrical power of a single Magnemite. Magneton, level 48, high professional. Dual attributes of electric and steel, ability, sturdy, effect. When at full health, this Pokemon will not be knocked out in one hit, retaining a sliver of health, rendering one-hit knockout moves ineffective. Individual value qualifications: 4V, HP, 31, attack, 17, defense, 31, special attack, 31, special defense, 24, speed, 31. Base stats: HP, 50, attack, 60, defense, 95, special attack, 120, special defense, 70, speed, 70, total, 465. Proficient moves: Tri-Attack, Discharge, Canon, Thunder Wave, Supersonic. Entry-level moves: Thunder Shock, Electro Ball, Euro Ball, and Electromagnetic Levitation. A Magneton with commendable qualifications, Chiyan Hui was aware that it can evolve once more, requiring proximity to a special magnetic field to enhance its strength and evolve into Electrode. This evolution marks a significant enhancement prior to evolution. Magneton possesses a base stat total of 465, but post-evolution, it boasts a staggering total of 535, elevating it to the level of the starter Pokemon. It ranks among the strongest Pokemon just below the demigods. However, Chiyan Hui momentarily refrained from disclosing this evolution method, opting instead to observe Aishan's character. The principle of benevolence and authority dictates that one should not unconditionally indulge their subordinates. He intended for Aishan to demonstrate his worth before bestowing rewards, cultivating gratitude in him. While Chiyan Hui could treat Aishan as a brother, Aishan must remain cognizant of his status and identity for the sake of long-term harmony. Chiyan Hui is primarily the young master of the lava team, and only secondarily Aishan's brother. After traversing the forest for an extended period, the trio finally stumbled upon a small stream. Chiyan Hui surveyed the sky and announced, Alang, Aishan, let us pause here to rest and have a bite before we continue. Certainly. Brother Hui, Alang replied cheerfully, then called out to Aishan, Aishan, hurry and prepare a meal. Let Brother Hui sample your culinary skills. Aishan, the quiet one, made his way to the riverbank and began retrieving a multitude of cooking utensils and ingredients from his spatial backpack to commence his cooking. Meanwhile, Alang produced a bottle of water from his spatial pack and handed it to Chiyan Hui, saying, Brother Hui, have some water. You must be weary. Chiyan Hui accepted the water with a smile, responding, Alang, you need not be so formal. We are to become partners and travel together for a year. I hope you will consider me a brother. Alang nodded earnestly, asserting, absolutely. Chiyan Hui approached Aishan, saying, Aishan, there's no need to rush. Take a moment to drink some water and rest before cooking. I've prepared some rice balls. We can snack on those and save the cooking for later to avoid delaying our journey. As he spoke, Chiyan Hui extended the water to Aishan, his face adorned with a smile. Aishan gazed at Chiyan Hui, momentarily taken aback, and seemed poised to speak. Chiyan Hui continued, Aishan, I am a traveling trainer now, not a young master. I can endure hardships, so do not worry. Here, drink some water, rest a bit, and enjoy a rice ball before we set off. Aishan hesitated briefly before silently accepting the water, saying, All right, Brother Hui. Chiyan Hui turned his attention to the little Charmeleon at his feet, noticing it with its head drooped. Appearing quite dispirited, kneeling down, he gently ruffled Charmeleon's head and remarked with a smile, What's the matter, little Charmeleon? Have we only traveled a short distance, and you're already worn out? Charmeleon emitted a weak cry, plopping down on the ground, unwilling to move any further. Chiyan Hui paid it no mind. After all, Charmeleon had only recently hatched, and its endurance thus far was commendable. He cheerfully declared, all right, I will give you something to eat, and then you can rest comfortably in your Pokeball. I will let you out again for training this afternoon. At the mention of food, Charmeleon perked up immediately, its eyes sparkling with anticipation as it eagerly called out to Chiyan Hui. Chiyan Hui wasted no time and promptly retrieved the specialized feeding bowl for the Charmander, pouring Pokemon food into it before placing a Fire-type energy cube atop. As the Charmander currently possessed only fire attributes, the Fire-type energy cube sufficed. The Fusion Energy Cube, representing both fire and flying attributes, would only be accessible upon its evolution into a Charizard. Once everything was arranged, Chiyan Hui declared, "Now, Charmander, you may eat." Upon receiving Chiyan Hui's approval, the Charmander eagerly opened its mouth and bit into the energy cube, swallowing it whole, before voraciously devouring the remaining Pokemon food. After the meal, Chiyan Hui once again produced a pill to feed the Charmander. Chapter 42. Assisting Along and Ashen in Acquiring Advanced Energy Cubes. Along and Ashen observed Chiyan Hui's feeding with a glimmer of envy in their eyes. Having undergone extensive training, they understood the rarity of the energy cube placed atop the feeding bowl moments ago. These energy cubes were categorized into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and top tier, each varying in the purity of their contents and energy intensity. The simplest method to distinguish between them was to assess the clarity and brilliance of the cube. Judging by the vibrant crimson hue of the one Chiyan Hui had just placed, it was at least of high grade, as Along and Ashen had yet to encounter top-tier ones themselves. High-grade energy cubes were rewards bestowed upon them when they exhibited exceptional performance, and they had indeed witnessed their potency. As for the pills, their identities were unknown to them, yet they had learned from their studies that these were restricted resources utilized by the affluent members of the Alliance. Such pills were prohibited from circulation in the market, and possession could lead to severe penalties. Chiyan Hui, leveraging his formidable prowess, had acquired a limited supply of these resources through forceful means. While Along and Ashen felt a pang of envy, they harbored no ulterior motives. They had been meticulously nurtured by Chiyan Hui since childhood. Having been orphans prior to their adoption, they regarded Chiyan Hui as a father figure. Now, as he tasked them with assisting his biological son, they felt no jealousy, only an unwavering resolve to lay down their lives for Chiyan Hui. In their most desperate moments, it was Chiyan Hui who had extended a helping hand, guiding them in literacy, teaching them how to nurture Pokemon, and providing them with exceptionally gifted companions. Chiyan Hui had essentially granted them a radiant future, and all they needed to offer in return was their loyalty. Without him, they would have remained starving orphans, unlikely to ever become trainers or acquire remarkable Pokemon, let alone attain their current level of strength. The values instilled in them from a young age ensured that they constantly remembered the kindness of Chiyan Hui and the Lava Team. Should Chiyan Hui assign them a perilous task, they would not hesitate for an instant. After feeding the Charmander, Chiyan Hui turned to Along and Ashen, saying, "You two should take a break as well and feed your Pokemon. We must continue our journey shortly." Along and Ashen nodded in agreement before each began their preparations. Pokemon resting in their Pokeballs required only 2 meals a day, but those training and on alert outdoors needed to eat whenever hunger struck, maintaining optimal condition. Along retrieved 2 feeding bowls from his spatial bag and began preparing food for his Houndoom and Sneasel, ultimately producing 2 medium Dark-type energy cubes to feed his Pokemon. Ashen also prepared a medium Steel-type energy cube for his Magneton. Witnessing this, Chiyan Hui remarked, "Don't you have any better energy cubes?" Along and Ashen shook their heads. Along chuckled, "Bro Hui, medium energy cubes are already quite precious. Even low-grade energy cubes are cherished by many ordinary trainers. These cubes are crafted through machinery that extracts energy from various berries, allowing for maximum absorption by Pokemon. It is said that high and top-tier energy cubes require the addition of special herbs to be created, making them rare commodities in the outside world. The medium cubes are the highest grade accessible to regular trainers, and they were provided to us by our leader." Raising an eyebrow, Chiyan Hui pondered before responding, "I will discuss with my father shortly to arrange for some high-grade energy cubes for you. This will expedite your enhancement." Noticing Along and Ashen's intent to refuse, Chiyan Hui continued, "There is no need to decline hastily. Your improvement will also better ensure my protection." After a moment of silence, Along solemnly replied, "Thank you, Bro Hui." Ashen echoed, "Thank you, Bro Hui." A satisfied smile spread across Chiyan Hui's face. Deep down, he knew this was his father's deliberate plan, as Along's Houndoom, boasting 5 peak attributes, was certainly worthy of investment in high-grade energy cubes. Although Ashen's Blastoise had not displayed its potential, its abilities must be commendable, otherwise his father would not have assigned it to him as part of his team. Blastoise was a remarkably robust Pokemon, known for its formidable physique and ironclad defense, placing it among the top tier of all Pokemon. Chiyan Hui likely refrained from providing them high-grade energy cubes until now, intending for Chiyan Hui to propose it, thereby fostering gratitude from Ulung and Ashen, thus establishing an initial rapport. Without delay, Chiyan Hui retrieved his communicator and dialed his father, Chihuasong. "Hello, Dad." Chihuasong playfully responded, "What is it, Hui? Have you already reached your limit just half a day into your journey?" Chiyan Hui rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Dad, you sent 2 brothers to travel with me. Their Pokemon possess considerable potential. I believe we should assist them in nurturing their Pokemon more effectively." Chihuasong replied with a chuckle, "What kind of assistance are you seeking?" Noticing his father's theatricality, Chiyan Hui played along. "They are still feeding their Pokemon medium energy cubes. Surely, you could provide them with high-grade energy cubes instead?" Chihuasong feigned lamentation. "Hui, you do not know the burdens of managing a household. The expenses are astronomical. With so many members in the lava team, if I were to provide for each one, I would be bankrupt." His voice carried, prompting Ulung and Ashen to pause momentarily. However, Chihuasong continued, "But since it's you, Hui, I shall assist, even if it proves challenging. You will be passing through Canas City later. I will arrange for energy cubes to be sent there, and you can collect them at the base. Additionally, since you wish to evolve into a Leafeon, I'll also send along the normal type and grass type energy cubes you'll need, so you won't have to ask for them later." Chapter 43, Training Fire Spark Techniques. Chiyan Hui had not anticipated that his father, Chihuasong, would be so well prepared, even having the energy cubes required for EV and Leafeon's evolution ready. "Thank you so much, Dad." Red Flame Pine smiled and said, "Travel well, swiftly enhance your strength, and that will suffice. Other matters need not occupy your thoughts during this year." A warm current flowed through Chiyan Hui's heart as he replied, "Understood, Dad." After concluding the communication device, Alang and Ashan solemnly bowed to Chiyan Hui, earnestly expressing, "Thank you, young Master Hui." Chiyan Hui hurriedly stepped forward to assist them, smiling as he remarked, "We are all brothers. There is no need for such formality." Although his interactions with Alang and Ashan had been brief, Chiyan Hui held a deep appreciation for both. Alang, despite appearing sycophantic, displayed remarkable attention to detail. Throughout the morning, whether sending the cunning Tengu to scout ahead or remaining vigilant in all directions, Alang earned Chiyan Hui's respect. On the other hand, Ashan, though typically reticent and disinclined to speak, steadfastly guarded Chiyan Hui's side, ensuring that even in the depths of the forest, he felt no fear. After feeding their Pokemon, the trio consumed some pre-prepared rice balls and other provisions before continuing their journey. As they ventured deeper, the levels of the surrounding Pokemon gradually increased. However, as a path had already been forged, the Pokemon flanking the trail did not present formidable challenges. Thus far, the mightiest wild Pokemon they encountered was merely a level 28 spear, which they spotted as it soared overhead, emitting a cry. Throughout their journey, Chiyan Hui remained vigilant, assessing the qualifications of various wild Pokemon. To his astonishment, he discovered that not only were high-quality Pokemon scarce, but even those with a single 4 were exceedingly rare. Time flowed gently, and soon dusk approached. Observing the twilight, Chiyan Hui proposed, "Let us find a place to rest. The nightfall renders travel through the forest perilous, and everyone has grown weary from the day's exertions." Alang and Ashan readily concurred. After a brief search, they discovered a clearing, prompting Alang to exclaim, "Brother Hui, this spot is quite suitable. We shall rest here, as the open terrain allows for early detection of any dangers." "Indeed, it will do." Chiyan Hui nodded in agreement. With his consent, Alang's face lit up with a smile. "Brother Hui, you take a moment to rest. I shall set up the tent, and Ashan will handle dinner. Let's see his culinary skills." Chiyan Hui, acknowledging their roles, responded, "Thank you. I appreciate your efforts." He then retrieved his tent and other belongings from his spatial pack and set them down. Next, he stepped aside and released his Charmander. After a restful afternoon, Charmander was now brimming with energy and, upon seeing Chiyan Hui, eagerly leaped into his embrace. Chiyan Hui quickly extended his arms to catch Charmander, who nestled his head into Chiyan Hui's chest, closing his eyes in comfort and nuzzling affectionately. Initially, Chiyan Hui had intended to release Charmander earlier for additional training, but reconsidered, deciding to reserve its energy for evening drills, as Charmander's proficiency in its moves was still lacking. Gently patting Charmander's rear, Chiyan Hui said, "All right, Charmander, it's time to train. Your mastery of your moves is insufficient, making execution challenging. You must work diligently tonight, as I rely on you to grow stronger and protect me." Upon hearing these words, Charmander excitedly raised its head, emitting a series of confident chirps, as if to assure him, "Fear not, I will safeguard you." Seeing Charmander's spirited demeanor, Chiyan Hui smiled, then pointed to a large tree, instructing, Charmander, let us practice your moves tonight. Do you see that tree? Use your Ember attack against it. At this stage, Charmander was still at a low level, and its Ember attack was far from capable of igniting the tree, let alone incinerating it. Chiyan Hui had also prepared a fire extinguisher in his spatial pack, ready to act should any emergencies arise. Charmander gazed at the tree, recalling its earlier attempts to use Ember. It promptly opened its mouth, gathering fire energy and unleashing a flurry of sparks toward the tree. The sparks met the tree with little effect, dissipating as if an egg had struck a rock. Chiyan Hui, observing Charmander's efforts, encouraged, "Well done, Charmander. Try again, this time focusing on amplifying your energy output and concentration." Charmander nodded earnestly and began to gather the Ember attack once more. The red glow of fire energy coalesced within its mouth, marking the moment of energy accumulation. When the sparks were released this time, they were deeper in color, reflecting the longer concentration time. Chiyan Hui clapped with delight. "Excellent, Charmander. Let us try again. Remember the feeling of your moves and the flow of energy during execution. Mastery comes with practice, allowing you to wield Ember at will." Charmander nodded thoughtfully, resuming its practice of the Ember attack. With each of Chiyan Hui's instructions, Charmander's proficiency steadily improved, a sight that rendered Alang and Ashan momentarily speechless. Although they were aware of Charmander's high potential, they had not anticipated such rapid progress. Earlier, it had struggled to execute Ember, yet now it reliably performed the move while enhancing its mastery and strength. This remarkable talent and intuition left Alang and Ashan in awe, prompting them to keep their voices low, lest they disrupt Charmander's training. Chiyan Hui, equally astonished, recognized that although he had no prior experience in raising Pokémon, he possessed substantial theoretical knowledge. It was evident that the average Pokémon would not achieve such rapid comprehension. Furthermore, an ordinary Charmander could not possibly attain such swift mastery of Ember, evolving from a novice to a proficient user in such a short span. However, despite Charmander's swift advancement, its low level meant it still harbored limited energy. After executing the Ember attack a dozen times, Charmander found itself utterly exhausted, panting heavily in place. Witnessing this, Chiyan Hui promptly declared, "That's enough for now, Charmander. Take a break, and we shall practice other moves later." With that, he approached Charmander, gently ruffling its head before preparing dinner. As per their usual fare, he presented a bowl of Pokémon food, accompanied by a premium fire energy cube, a bottle of high-quality milk, and a rare medicinal pill. This dinner far surpassed Chiyan Hui's own meal, both in quality and value. Raising Pokémon is not merely about training. Without proper nutrition, excessive exertion could lead to a detrimental state for the Pokémon, ultimately harming their health. Along had already set up 3 tents. Upon seeing Charmander indulging in its meal, he promptly approached Chiyan Hui with a smile, saying, "Brother Hui, after training your Pokémon, perhaps Ashen could offer a massage to Charmander. This would help alleviate its fatigue and invigorate its energy. Ashen is also skilled in preparing medicinal baths. I assure you, after a massage and a soak, no matter how weary it feels, it will awaken the next day full of vitality." Before we set off, the leader prepared numerous medicinal herb packs specifically for your Pokémon's bath. Chiyan Hui turned in surprise to Ashen, realizing that, beyond his culinary prowess, he was also adept in massage and medicinal baths. In that moment, he understood why his father had sent Ashen to accompany him. If Alung was a formidable bodyguard, then Ashen was undoubtedly the chief logistics manager. At that moment, Ashen was deeply engrossed in cooking, appearing to be lost in his own world. Chiyan Hui nodded and replied, "Yes, once training is complete, I will indeed trouble Ashen." At this juncture, Chiyan Hui did not hold back. Although he possessed some rudimentary knowledge of massage, it was merely theoretical. He recognized that practical experience was essential to hone such skills, and his understanding was limited to mere words without any hands-on application. Alung, beaming with joy, pointed to the tents and said, "Brother Hui, if there's anything about the tents you're dissatisfied with, please let me know, and I will make immediate adjustments. For safety's sake, I've positioned your tent between Ashen and myself, so we can respond promptly to any danger from any direction." Chiyan Hui glanced over and smiled. "Thank you, Alung." With a broad smile, Alung replied, "Brother Hui, this is my duty." Initially, Chiyan Hui had thought that traveling alone would entail enduring hardships, as the art of tent assembly had been taught to him by the Hokage. Yet, upon embarking on this journey, his father, Chiyan Song, had sent 2 companions along with him. One was a remarkably skilled trainer, while the other was a logistics expert, proficient not only in cooking but also in providing massages and medicinal baths. It felt as though he had been granted the privileges typically reserved for aristocratic youths embarking on a journey. At that moment, Ashen called out, "Brother Hui, Alung. The meal is ready." Chiyan Hui promptly made his way over, with Along respectfully trailing behind, resembling a devoted attendant. This was merely Along's unique way of expressing his respect. Once an orphan who scavenged for food in garbage heaps, he had been fortunate enough to possess a special affinity with canine Pokémon, allowing him to survive among a pack of wild dogs. It was only when Chiyan Song discovered him and nurtured his potential that Along transformed into a capable individual. From that point onward, Along vowed to dedicate his life to repaying this kindness. As the only son of Chiyan Song, Chiyan Hui was regarded by Along as his young master. Along had even sworn before Chiyan Song to assist Chiyan Hui for life, willing to sacrifice everything for him. This was the very essence of Along's existence. Upon approaching the table, Chiyan Hui noticed that a table had been set up, accompanied by folding chairs. Ashen slightly bowed his head and said, "Brother Hui, today is my first day cooking for you. I'm unsure of your preferences. Please sample the dishes and let me know what you like." Chiyan Hui chuckled and shook his head. "Ashen, there's no need for such formality. I am not picky. As long as it isn't inedible, I will gladly eat it." The spread before him was a feast for the senses, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor. He could not help but exclaim, "Ashen, your culinary skills are impressive." As he took a seat, noticing that Ashen and Along were still standing, he said, "Sit down. What are you standing for? I've said it before. We are brothers traveling together. If you consider me your brother, please join me at the table." Reluctantly, Along and Ashen complied, and Chiyan Hui added, "Honestly, you don't have to go to such lengths. I don't carry myself like a young master. You were sent by my father, so I trust you won't harm me. We will be spending a considerable amount of time together, so will you accept me as your brother, Chiyan Hui?" With that, he extended his hand into the air, declaring his name. Along promptly interjected, "Brother, your name is now Akita Hui." Chiyan Hui raised an eyebrow and replied, "For today, let us keep calling me Chiyan Hui. Are you unwilling to be my brother?" Along quickly responded, "Of course, I am willing." Chiyan Hui gestured towards his hand, saying, "Then place your hand upon mine, and we shall be brothers henceforth." After a moment of hesitation, Along slowly extended his hand to rest atop Chiyan Hui's. In that instant, Chiyan Hui felt the roughness of Along's hands, calloused and worn. Along seemed to sense something and instinctively pulled back. However, Chiyan Hui grasped Along's hand firmly, feeling the roughness and scars. After a moment of silence, Chiyan Hui said, "Along, remember, you are now my brother, Chiyan Hui. Let us forget the painful memories of the past." Along nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 45, Along's Dream Song, The Cactus. After Chiyan Hui spoke, he turned his attention to Ashen. Ashen lowered his gaze slightly and then slowly extended his hand to join Chiyan Hui and Along's hands. Chiyan Hui again placed his left hand over the three, sincerely declaring, "Along, Ashen, from this moment on, we are brothers." At that moment, Chiyan Hui was genuine. As the saying goes, those who are virtuous attract assistance, while those who stray from the path find themselves alone. To ascend to the pinnacle of the Pokemon world without extraordinary abilities or unique powers like Aura, one could only rely on the support of many brothers. Thus, Chiyan Hui truly regarded Along and Ashen as his brothers. Moreover, they had both been nurtured by Chiyan Song since childhood, and he could place his trust in them completely. If one could not trust them, who else was worthy of trust? At that moment, both Along and Ashen felt their eyes moisten. They had prepared themselves for potential hardship from Chiyan Hui, yet he had treated them with sincerity, not only providing them with high-energy cubes, but genuinely considering them as brothers. In that moment, Along and Ashen experienced the essence of loyalty for those who understand one's worth. Though they were unfamiliar with the phrase, the sentiment resonated deeply within them. Chiyan Hui, observing the emotional response of the two, gently patted their hands and said, "All right, let us all sit down and eat. If we delay any longer, the food will grow cold, and we cannot let Ashen's efforts go to waste." With that, Chiyan Hui released their hands and took his seat, prompting Along and Ashen to follow suit. After savoring a few bites, he exclaimed, "Ashen, your culinary skills are truly exceptional." Hearing Chiyan Hui's praise, Ashen bashfully scratched the back of his head. After a few more bites, Chiyan Hui inquired, "Along, how many others has my father trained like you?" Along replied without hesitation, "There are a total of 5 of us. Before we set off, the leader conferred upon us a title, the 5 of the Lava Squad." Upon hearing these words, Chiyan Hui immediately raised his head to gaze at Alang and inquired, "What about the other 3 individuals?" Alang, troubled, shook his head and replied, "I am equally in the dark. Each of the 5 of us received a sphere from our esteemed leader, containing our respective code names and missions. I am unaware of the tasks assigned to the others. It was only later that I discovered both Ashan and I share the objective of assisting you, Brother Hui. Chiyan Hui contemplated for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's quite all right. Ignorance is bliss. They will undoubtedly reappear in due time. By the way, what is your codename?" Alang promptly responded with solemnity, "My codename is Evil Wolf." Ashan quickly followed suit, declaring, "My codename is Iron Mountain." Evil Wolf, Iron Mountain. Chiyan Hui mused, then remarked, "I must admit, these codenames are quite evocative. One excels in the dark arts, while the other masters the steel element." Alang and Ashan merely smiled in response, with Alang stating, "A codename is but a codename. You may simply call me Alang, Brother Hui, for that feels more familiar." "Very well, Alang, haha." Chiyan Hui chuckled in agreement, then playfully asked, "So, Alang, what have you learned while following my father?" "The illustrious Chiyan Song?" Alang stroked his chin in thought, then replied, "Primarily, I have focused on combat techniques and various knowledge related to battle. For instance, my main Pokémon, the Great Houndoom, though only at the initial stage of gym leader rank, I am confident in defeating even the higher tier wild Pokémon of the same rank. If a trainer commands it, I believe I could best a mid-tier gym leader Pokémon, though such battles can be unpredictable due to the trainer's influence. Thus, I can only assert my confidence against average mid-tier gym leader Pokémon, provided their commanding abilities do not exceed mine." After listening, Chiyan Hui gained a clearer understanding of Alang's prowess. He was likely the strongest among the five, hence assigned to protect him. Ashan, while possessing a certain level of strength, also handled logistics, capable of holding the line during perilous moments. Together, the trio formed an exceptionally harmonious configuration. As time passed, the three engaged in light-hearted conversation, or rather, two did, while Ashan remained taciturn, only speaking when mentioning his codename. After their meal, Ashan began tidying up, while Alang and Chiyan Hui resumed training their Pokémon. Alang released his final Pokémon, a Dream Cacturn Mimikyu. Chiyan Hui focused intently, and immediately, information regarding the Dream Cacturn's level and qualifications flooded his mind. The Dream Cacturn boasted a vibrant green body and striking yellow eyes. Its limbs, legs, and neck were adorned with numerous deep green spikes, which extended from the front of its body downwards. Atop its head rested a triangular, inverted spiny structure, darker than the green of its body, resembling a hat. Dream Cacturn, level 49, peak professional rank, possesses dual attributes of grass and dark. With the ability, Water Absorb, hidden ability, when struck by water-type moves, it does not incur damage but instead restores health. Only absorbing water-type moves from Pokémon of equal level or below. Its individual values are as follows: 4V, HP, 28, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 24, Speed, 31. Its total base stats are HP, 70, Attack, 115, Defense, 60, Special Attack, 115, Special Defense, 60, Speed, 55, culminating in a total of 475. Proficient moves include Energy Ball, Seed Bomb, Growth, Leech Seed, Spiky Shield, and Ambush. Entry-level moves feature Cotton Guard, Spikes, Revenge, and Seed Bomb. Observing the Dream Cacturn before him, Chiyan Hui nodded in approval. Although its qualifications were limited to 4V, it possessed the hidden ability of Water Absorb, making it trainable as if it were a 5V Pokémon. This ability is particularly effective against Water-type Pokémon. Just imagine, when the Dream Cacturn sees an opponent's Pokémon using a Water-type move, it can boldly charge in, absorbing the attack without sustaining damage, while restoring its vitality. Truly impressive. Of course, the Dream Cacturn's greatest utility lies in group battles. In one-on-one confrontations, Water-type Pokémon merely need to refrain from using Water-type moves. However, in team combat, this limitation becomes significant, effectively neutralizing one of the opponent's attributes. The Water Absorb ability ranks among the elite of all abilities, especially in the real world, where wild Water-type Pokémon abound. Sending a Dream Cacturn to battle against wild Water-type Pokémon renders it nearly invincible. Naturally, this invincibility comes with restrictions. It can only absorb Water-type moves from Pokémon of equal level or below. Without these constraints, a Dream Cacturn with Water Absorb could challenge even Water-type legendary Pokémon, which would be quite a spectacle. Moves from Pokémon exceeding its level cannot be perfectly absorbed. Rather, it absorbs a portion while still sustaining some damage. The greater the level disparity, the more damage it incurs. If a Dream Cacturn were to face a gym leader level Pokémon, it would be unable to absorb Water-type moves from them. After releasing the Dream Cacturn, Alang instructed, "You will patrol the vicinity. Should you detect any danger, attack immediately." The Dream Cacturn nodded and leaped onto a tree to commence its watch. With a beaming smile, Alang turned to Chiyan Hui and said, "Brother Hui, we can train our Pokémon without worry now. Since we are training in the wild, it is essential to have at least one Pokémon on guard. Otherwise, if all our Pokémon become fatigued, we would be unable to respond to any threats promptly." Chiyan Hui nodded in appreciation, affirming, "Alang, you are indeed correct. We should assign one Pokémon for surveillance." Alang, bashfully smiling at the praise, felt a surge of pride. Chiyan Hui then turned his attention to the now-rested Charmander, who had finished its meal. "Charmander, are you sufficiently fed?" Charmander, sitting on the ground and patting its round little belly, nodded in satisfaction. Chiyan Hui smiled warmly. "All right. If you're full, it's time to exercise a bit. Otherwise, you may become pudgy." However, Charmander showed no signs of concern regarding weight gain, remaining lazily seated. Chiyan Hui raised an eyebrow and, in a serious tone, stated, "Charmander, so soon, and you already lack the desire to grow stronger, to soar through the skies?" Upon hearing this, the languid Charmander immediately stood up, gazing at the sunset-drenched sky, revitalized with determination. Although it was reluctant to move after a hearty meal, the thought of soaring freely through the skies reignited its spirit. Charmander earnestly called out, displaying readiness to commence training. Chiyan Hui chuckled, realizing that encouragement and imaginative prospects were indeed effective. If they proved useless, he would have to resort to giving Charmander a playful swat on its rear. Sometimes a little tough love is necessary. With a cough, Chiyan Hui pointed at the towering tree ahead and said, "Little fire dragon, this time we shall not practice the spark technique. Instead, we shall shift our focus to the grasp technique. First, concentrate the energy in your claws as depicted in your mind, and then reach out to grasp the tree." The little fire dragon, pondering thoughtfully, began to gather energy in its claws. Gradually, a soft white glow manifested, indicating the accumulation of normal-type energy. With renewed confidence, the little fire dragon swung its claws toward the ancient, sturdy tree. A sharp sound of friction echoed, followed by a painful howl from the little fire dragon, which clutched its paw with the other hand, its eyes glistening with unshed tears as it gazed up at Chiyan Hui, seemingly on the verge of crying. Chiyan Hui hurried forward, crouching to inspect the little fire dragon's claws, finding no significant injury, only a slight redness at the base where the claws met the palm. He immediately reassured, "Little fire dragon, training is indeed arduous, and injuries are unavoidable. However, with diligence, rewards will surely follow. This time, try to concentrate even more energy in your claws, and do not forget to shield your palm with energy as well. When attacking the tree, use a lighter force at first, and then gradually increase your strength. Think about it. The tree just inflicted pain upon your claws. Do you not harbor any resentment? Now, gather your grasp technique and retaliate, returning the pain it caused you." Upon hearing this, the little fire dragon turned its furious gaze toward the tree and swiftly concentrated normal-type energy in its claws. The glow brightened slightly before it once more struck the bark of the tree. This time, the force employed was gentler, and with the protection of the normal-type energy. Its palm remained unharmed. Sensing this, the little fire dragon leaped with joy, invigorated, and once again prepared to execute the grasp technique against the tree. With each successive attempt, the white light gathered by the little fire dragon grew increasingly radiant and profound, while the tree's bark began to show signs of wear, leaving faint scars. This ancient tree, which had withstood the test of time, boasted an exceptionally hard exterior. Upon observing the marks upon the bark, the little fire dragon's enthusiasm surged, and it diligently considered how to execute the grasp technique more fluidly with each strike. Witnessing the rapid progress of the little fire dragon, a smile graced Chiyan Hui's face. He then turned his attention to Alang, who was currently directing the training of a Houndoom and a Slydog. The two Pokémon first engaged in technique practice, with Houndoom primarily focusing on mastering the bite technique, aiming for proficiency to break through to the elite level. Despite Houndoom currently being at the initial gym level, it was already ready to embark on this training. The breakthrough of techniques is the most challenging aspect, especially those thresholds beyond proficiency, which necessitate the Pokémon's inherent insight. Without understanding, a breakthrough is impossible. Meanwhile, the Slydog was honing its leaf blade technique, striking the robust bark of the tree and leaving deep gashes behind. After a while, Alang altered the training approach, which caught Chiyan Hui's attention. The two Pokémon were now nimbly darting through the woods, akin to a game of tag, with one pursuing and the other evading. Although Houndoom's level surpassed that of Slydog, its speed was inferior and its agility was noticeably lacking. In the woods, Slydog thrived, making it exceedingly difficult for Houndoom to catch up. Utilizing the trees for concealment, Slydog adeptly changed direction and leaped, eliciting angry growls from the frustrated Houndoom. This playful yet effective training method, while seemingly mere fun, yielded remarkable results. The Pokémon, one eager not to be caught and the other determined to capture, engaged in a contest that spurred them to exert their utmost effort, both unwilling to concede defeat. In this spirit of competition, they devised strategies to emerge victorious. If one were to falter, guided reflection would ensure that the lesson was firmly etched in memory, preventing the same mistakes from reoccurring. As they vied against one another repeatedly, both Pokémon's abilities gradually enhanced. Moreover, this training style improved their reflexes and adaptability, equipping them to respond promptly to unexpected situations during battles. Chiyan Hui could not help but inquire, "Ailang, where did you learn this training method?" Ailang glanced over, somewhat puzzled, before looking back at the Houndoom and Slydog engaged in their chase and suddenly realized, pointing at them as he exclaimed, "Brother Hui, is this what you mean?" Chiyan Hui nodded in affirmation. Ailang scratched the back of his head, a bit shy, and said, "I discovered it myself while observing Houndoom and Slydog playing. I thought it was a good idea to train while having fun. Is that acceptable? If not, I can stop them from playing." As he spoke, Ailang's uncertainty about the validity of this training method became apparent. Chiyan Hui regarded Ailang earnestly and replied, "Ailang, this training method is excellent. Every trainer has their unique approach. What we need to do is to learn from one another, adopt effective techniques, and discard those that do not suit us. It is truly commendable that you identified this method and adapted it for your Pokémon. Keep up the great work, Ailang." Encouraged by Chiyan Hui's words, Ailang's confidence soared as he responded, "All right, Brother Hui." On the other side, Aishan had finished preparing and released his Pokémon for training nearby. Chiyan Hui cast a glance at Aishan's team, which included a formidable Bastiodon, the previously seen Magneton, and lastly, a Swablu. Similarly, Aishan dispatched Swablu to scout the area for any unexpected situations. The training of the three trainers formed a straight line, with Ailang on the left, Chiyan Hui in the center, and Aishan on the right, forming a protective barrier around Chiyan Hui. Coupled with the vigilance of Cacturne and Swablu, Chiyan Hui could engage in Pokémon training without concern. Bastiodon was entirely enveloped in its formidable armor. Its head was shielded by silver plating, with a sharp horn extending outward from its forehead and two long spikes protruding from the front. Its eyes shone a bright azure, while its neck and back were covered in silver armor, with prominent shoulder pads and iron rings encasing its limbs. Its feet featured 3 toes, and it possessed a thick, lengthy black tail, exuding an aura of might. Bastiodon, level 49, Peak Professional, is a Steel and Rock dual-type Pokémon, with the ability, Solid Rock, which prevents recoil damage from moves that typically inflict it. The individual value qualifications are as follows: 4V, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 19, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 26. The base stats are HP, 70, Attack, 110, Defense, 180, Special Attack, 60, Special Defense, 60, Speed, 50, totaling 530. Proficient moves include Head Smash, Ram, Iron Head, Rock Slide, Protect, and Metal Claw. Beginner moves consist of Metal Sound, Iron Tail, Iron Defense, and Lightweight. Despite possessing only 4V qualifications, this Bastiodon's value is significantly enhanced by its sturdy ability and the inherited move Head Smash from its parents. Head Smash, a rock-type move with a power of 150, entails a fierce headbutt against the opponent, resulting in substantial recoil damage to the user. However, due to Bastiodon's sturdy ability, it is immune to the recoil inflicted by Head Smash. Nevertheless, the move's accuracy is slightly diminished because it relies on headbutting, compounded by Bastiodon's relatively slow speed, further reducing the likelihood of hitting. Nonetheless, in a direct clash, Bastiodon's Head Smash proves to be exceptionally formidable. The move Head Smash is not naturally learned by Bastiodon. It can only be inherited from its parents. Chiyan reflected, "It seems my father has invested considerable thought into this quintet. Although its qualifications amount to merely 4V, the combination of its sturdy ability and Head Smash allows it to compete with the most ordinary 5V Pokémon. Naturally, this refers to the typical 5V Pokémon, not to be compared with a fully fledged 5V Bastiodon. The disparity in qualifications, while seemingly minimal, is indeed monumental. A Pokémon with 5V qualifications has a significantly higher probability of reaching near elite levels under normal breeding conditions, and with effort, attaining true elite status is also quite attainable. Conversely, a 4V Pokémon, while not devoid of opportunity to reach elite levels, requires a vastly greater exertion compared to its 5V counterparts, alongside an extensive investment of resources. Thus, Every trainer ardently pursues a Pokémon of superior qualifications. After contemplating Bastiodon, Chiyan turned his gaze towards the largemouth Pokémon. The largemouth creature boasts a yellow, doll-like body, with a massive jaw formed from steel-like horns. In its evolved form, the number of mouths on its back doubles. This Pokémon is both cunning and fearsome, using its gentle appearance to lower the guard of opponents before suddenly turning to snap at them with its enormous jaws. Once it bites down, it will not release its grip, capable of even severing steel. Chapter 48. Charmeleon begins training Metal Claw. The largemouth Pokémon is level 46, high professional level. A Steel-type Pokémon, as Xerneas remains dormant, its Fairy-type energy is in a slumber state, with the ability Intimidate, which frightens opponents at the onset of battle, reducing their attack. Its individual value qualifications are 4V, HP, 25, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 22, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. The base stats are HP, 50, Attack, 85, Defense, 85, Special Attack, 55, Special Defense, 55, Speed, 50, totaling 380. Proficient moves include Iron Head, Crunch, Ambush, Charge, Swallow, Spit Up, and Baton Pass. Beginner moves comprise Iron Defense, Sweet Scent, Taunt, and Fake Cry. Upon observing the qualifications of this largemouth Pokémon, Chiyan could not help but sigh, lamenting that it lacks a forced ability. If it possessed such an ability alongside a life orb, it would be invincible. Nonetheless, the Intimidate ability remains quite useful, particularly in outdoor battles, as it effectively diminishes enemy attack power. However, much like the Water Absorb ability, Intimidate has its limitations, being effective only against Pokémon of equal or lesser levels. Moreover, this characteristic is not unique. Moves such as Taunt and Fake Cry exhibit similar effects, being fully effective only against Pokémon of equal or lower levels, while their efficacy diminishes against higher-level Pokémon. If a professional-level Pokémon were to employ such moves against a gym-level Pokémon, the effect would be entirely nullified. With both formidable allies at his side, Chiyan could confidently assist Charmeleon in its training. At this moment, Charmeleon had fully grasped the execution of the Scratch move, each application precise and powerful. Its youthful yet sharp claws left prominent scratch marks on the resilient bark of trees, as if silently declaring its presence in the natural world. Gazing at these marks, symbols of its growth, Charmeleon's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented confidence. This sense of accomplishment fueled its determination, driving it to strike the tree with even greater ferocity and vigor each time. In this tranquil forest, Charmeleon was etching its own courageous narrative. Observing Charmeleon's proficiency with the Scratch move, Chiyan approached and said, "Charmeleon, pause for a moment." Charmeleon halted its assault, turning its head in confusion towards Chiyan. With a gentle smile, Chiyan continued, "That's enough, Charmeleon. Mastering the Scratch move is sufficient. There's no need for excessive training. You've inherited the Metal Claw move from your parents. Reflect on it in your mind, and you'll uncover the method of utilizing Metal Claw. We will subsequently train the Metal Claw move, a Steel-type technique. Although its power is modest, it possesses a chance to enhance your attack power. Take some time to think about it." Charmeleon's eyes fell into deep contemplation, resembling tranquil wells. Gradually, scenes began to unfold in its mind, vividly revealing the secrets of energy flow and concentration inherent in the Metal Claw move. Guided by this recollection, Charmeleon astutely discerned the subtle connection between Metal Claw and the Scratch move it was familiar with. Both require the concentration of energy at the tips of its claws. However, while Scratch channels normal-type energy, Metal Claw harnesses the formidable power of Steel-type energy. This revelation illuminated Charmeleon's path, instilling a sense of resolve as it embarked on the journey to consolidate its Steel-type move, vowing to strike true and successfully execute Metal Claw. As time passed, Charmeleon's claws became enveloped in a soft silvery glow. Although initially gentle, Charmeleon remained undeterred, unwaveringly gathering energy until the silver light intensified, shimmering like a moonlit lake, radiating a cold yet dazzling brilliance. At this moment, Charmeleon's gaze fixed firmly upon the tree that had witnessed its countless efforts. With a spirited cry, it unleashed its steel-powered claws upon the tough bark. The sharpness of Metal Claw far surpassed that of the previous Scratch move. Despite an increase of nearly 10 points in power, every increment served as a testament to Charmeleon's growth and strength. In this instant, it demonstrated the essence of genuine progress and breakthrough through its actions. Under the indomitable force of the metallic claws, a profound and striking crack appeared on the once unyielding bark, deeper than any previous assault. Chiyan Hui could not help but applaud, exclaiming with excitement, "Little Charizard. Splendid work. Keep it up. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's enthusiastic encouragement, little Charizard was nearly propelled into a leap. Its bright eyes fixated on the deep mark etched into the bark, a surge of indescribable pride and achievement swelling within. This exuberance, akin to a raging fire, ignited its fighting spirit, solidifying its resolve to press on. Thus, little Charizard once again concentrated its energy into the metallic claw technique, launching successive attacks upon the towering tree. With each strike, the special effects of the metallic claws began to manifest, enhancing little Charizard's offensive prowess. Metallic Claw, a steel-type physical move with a power of 50 points. This technique allows the user to slash at their opponent with iron claws. Upon a successful hit, there exists a 10% chance of augmenting the user's attack power. However, this enhancement is contingent upon the Pokémon's physical capabilities. The enhancements provided by Metallic Claw represent the most rudimentary form of increase, with a Pokémon able to amplify its abilities a maximum of 6 times. Such a 6-fold enhancement is already an extreme case. Instances of achieving a 7th increase have yet to be observed. Given that little Charizard is a relatively young Pokémon, it can only utilize Metallic Claw to enhance its power twice at most, a feat that speaks to its exceptional potential. Typically, at this stage, a Pokémon as young as little Charizard would be fortunate to achieve even a single enhancement. Only through rigorous training can a Pokémon's physique adapt to endure such augmentations, ultimately reaching the 6-fold limit. For instance, the Sword's Dance technique provides an enhancement effect double that of the passive boost from Metallic Claw. Thus, under optimal circumstances, employing Sword's Dance 3 times constitutes the pinnacle of enhancement for a single Pokémon. Conversely, moves such as Fake Tears, which reduce an opponent's special defense, operate at a similar tier as Sword's Dance. To stack the effects of Fake Tears 3 times on a single Pokémon, one must first elevate the move's proficiency. Chapter 49, Massaging and Medicinal Baths for Pokémon. Time passed swiftly during training, as Alang and Aishan engaged in training with their cunning flying dog and Magneton, swapping them out for Dreamsong Cactus and Gulpin. Throughout this period, Chiyan Hui remained focused on training little Charizard, later releasing Zubat to enjoy the night after a hearty meal, as Zubat thrived in the nocturnal hours, brimming with energy. Alang and Aishan noticed Zubat's presence but were unable to discern its strength, without combat or the display of power. It is challenging for a typical trainer to gauge a Pokémon's true capabilities. Zubat flitted rapidly around Chiyan Hui's training area, becoming nearly invisible against the night sky. As training continued into the late hours, little Charizard reached a certain limit, even while continuously consuming energy cubes to replenish its stamina. Though energy remained, the fatigue of its body could not be dispelled. Chiyan Hui glanced up at the sky and declared, "Alang, Aishan, let us conclude today's training. Let's give the Pokémon a massage and a medicinal bath to rest. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow." "Understood, we go." Alang and Aishan promptly agreed. Aishan approached little Charizard, preparing to administer a massage. Recognizing Aishan, little Charizard offered no resistance, allowing Aishan's large hands to knead its weary body. Meanwhile, Alang busied himself giving a massage to his own Houndoom. Though his technique was not as refined as Aishan's, it sufficed with a little extra time. Chiyan Hui, not idle, keenly observed Aishan's method of massage, contemplating the necessity of mastering this skill for himself rather than relying solely on Aishan. Under Aishan's capable hands, little Charizard's aching body gradually began to warm, the discomfort ebbing away, prompting the contented Pokémon to emit soft sounds of enjoyment, a blissful expression adorning its face. Chiyan Hui could not help but commend, "Aishan, your technique is truly remarkable. Just look at little Charizard's expression of sheer delight." Aishan merely smiled humbly in response, saying nothing. Once the massage concluded, Aishan promptly retrieved a tub and filled it with a pre-prepared medicinal solution. This concoction had been simmering since Aishan finished cooking. After preparing the bath, he addressed Chiyan Hui, "Hui go, it's ready. You can let little Charizard soak until the solution cools. If it wishes to stay longer, just warm it up again. Soaking longer is beneficial." Chiyan Hui nodded appreciatively, expressing, "Aishan, thank you. I want to say more. I'll remember this in my heart." Aishan smiled warmly, replying, "Hui go, no need for thanks. This is my duty. The leader sent me here for this purpose." Chiyan Hui chuckled, "All right. Go give Wailord a massage." It was only then that he noticed Wailord's armored exterior, pondering how to massage such a creature. Aishan chuckled, "Hui go. Wailord and Magneton do not require massages. Only Gulpin can be massaged, and I have ample time." Chiyan Hui acknowledged, "I only realized I couldn't massage Wailord after saying it. Haha." He then lifted little Charizard and placed it into the tub. What was scorching hot for Chiyan Hui was just right for little Charizard. Cocooned in the warmth, Little Charizard closed its eyes in comfort, its fatigued body eagerly absorbing the essence of the medicinal liquid. After finishing the massage for Gulpin and allowing it to soak, Aishan proceeded to assist Alang's Pokémon with their massages and baths. Unfortunately, Wailord and Magneton could neither enjoy massages nor medicinal baths, but Aishan applied a metallic maintenance lotion to both Pokémon, specially designed for steel types. Once the medicinal baths concluded, the hour had grown late into the early morning. Chiyan Hui, feeling somewhat fatigued, recalled little Charizard into its Pokeball and crawled into the tent to sleep. Zubat hung upside down at the entrance of Chiyan Hui's tent, vigilantly guarding him. The following day, as dawn broke, Chiyan Hui emerged from his slumber. Upon seeing Zubat at the tent's entrance, he smiled warmly. "Zubat, thank you for your vigilance." Zubat showed no signs of weariness, immediately swooping toward him, prompting Chiyan Hui to open his arms and embrace the creature. "All right, Zubat, enough of the antics. Let's eat, and then you can rest comfortably in your Pokeball. You must be tired after a night of alertness." Chiyan Hui promptly retrieved 3 food bowls, preparing meals for his little Charizard, Ditto, and Zubat. At that moment, Alang and Aishan also emerged from their tents, ready to prepare meals for their Pokémon. Once Chiyan Hui completed the preparations, he released the well-rested little Charizard and Ditto from their Pokeballs. The 3 Pokémon eagerly approached their respective bowls, indulging in their feast. The rigorous training needed to be complemented by nutritious food, otherwise, it could harm the Pokémon's health and potential. As he observed the small Charmanders joyfully indulging in their meal, Chiyan Hui began his morning ablutions. Meanwhile, Aishan swiftly completed his own grooming and proceeded to prepare breakfast for both Chiyan Hui and Alang. Given that it was breakfast, the meal was quite simple, consisting of milk and bread to satiate their hunger. However, even such modest fare was a rare treat in the wilderness. After the trio finished their breakfast and tidied up, they set forth once more, heading towards the direction of Canas City. Knowing that the wild Pokémon near Meteor Falls possessed formidable strength, they chose to circumvent that area. Chiyan Hui encouraged the small Charmander to accompany them on their journey, saying, "Charmander, this trek serves as a form of training, enhancing your endurance, and you can admire the scenic views along the way. Do you not find that delightful?" Hearing Chiyan Hui's words, the Charmander, initially reluctant about the journey, became intrigued and began to bounce along happily beside him. A sly smile crept onto Chiyan Hui's face as he thought to himself, "You little rascal, I have you right where I want you." At this point, Chiyan Hui felt compelled to employ such tactics to ensure the Charmander's comfort during training, believing that cultivating good habits in its youth would facilitate its rapid growth. Chapter 50. The hatching of the Eevee egg. Thus, the 3 continued their journey through the forest by day and trained late into the night, steadfastly advancing towards the defensive line of Canas City. After more than 10 days of travel, they finally emerged from the forest, and from their vantage point on the mountain, they beheld the distant Canas City. Canas City, a large urban center in the western region of Hoenn, is a place where nature and science seamlessly intertwine. Though it appears modern, it is replete with lush greenery, and viewed from the mountains, the entire city resembles an island amidst a verdant sea. Alang gazed at Canas City in the distance, consulted his map, and resolutely declared, "Brother Hui, that city ahead is Canas City." Chiyan Hui nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Yes, we have finally arrived. We can take a well-deserved rest." At that moment, an urgent alarm emanated from Chiyan Hui's spatial backpack, signaling the Pokémon hatching device had activated. His expression turned serious as he swiftly retrieved the device, noticing the Pokeball within emanating a faint glow, indicating an imminent hatching. Without hesitation, Chiyan Hui released his Zubat and commanded, "Zubat, emit your aura to drive away all surrounding Pokémon and take to the skies for surveillance. Eevee is about to be born." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zubat flapped its wings and exuded a powerful presence, creating an aura that instilled a profound sense of dread in the wild Pokémon within 100 meters. They fled in terror from the area enveloped by Zubat's intimidating aura. Zubat then ascended into the air to maintain watch. Alang and Aishan stood in astonishment as their accompanying Houndoom and Magnemite trembled beside them, seeking solace in their presence. Otherwise, they would have bolted long ago. The sheer intensity of Zubat's pressure was enough to instill a sense of fear even in the Houndoom. Chiyan Hui turned to Alang and Aishan, his face reflecting an expression of apology, and suggested, "Alang, Aishan, perhaps you should take positions around the perimeter for surveillance. Remaining here is of little use, as Houndoom and Magnemite are quite frightened." The 2 immediately nodded in agreement and led their trembling Houndoom and Magnemite away from the oppressive aura of Zubat to take their posts. Once they had distanced themselves, Chiyan Hui raised his voice, "It's all right now, Zubat. Zubat promptly retracted its intimidating presence. Chiyan Hui then activated the hatching device, gazing at the softly glowing egg within, his heart swelling with excitement. After such a long wait, it was finally time for the hatching. He quickly prepared the necessary resources for Eevee's post-hatching care, including the specially crafted noble-grade pills, a large container of milk, and various other potions. These essentials would give Eevee a significant advantage from the start. Once prepared, Chiyan Hui fixed his gaze intently on the Eevee egg. As the light emanating from the egg intensified, cracks began to form on its surface. With a series of sharp sounds, a delightful little head broke free from the confines of the egg and surveyed its surroundings, ultimately locking eyes with Chiyan Hui. The sight of this adorable creature and its innocent gaze melted Chiyan Hui's heart. A smile graced his face as he gently said, "Eevee, hello? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chiyan Hui." Simultaneously, images of Eevee's appearance, level, and aptitude flashed through his mind. Eevee bore a resemblance to a fox, its fur predominantly brown, with distinctive creamy fur around its neck and bushy tail. Its legs were short and slender, each equipped with 3 toes and pink paw pads, with brown eyes, long ears reminiscent of a rabbit, and a tiny black nose. Eevee was indeed a rare Pokémon capable of evolving into several different forms. Its genetic traits were unstable and unbalanced, making it susceptible to environmental influences that could trigger various evolutions. The rays emitted by certain stones could induce mutations in its body. Eevee, Level 1, Infant Stage, Normal-type Pokémon. Ability, Anticipation, Hidden ability, naturally sensitive to danger, allowing it to sense whether an opponent's impending move is perilous. Individual values, 6V, all 6 individual values maxed at 31. Base stats, HP, 55, Attack, 55, Defense, 50, Special Attack, 45, Special Defense, 65, Speed, 55, Total, 325. Starting moves, Double Kick, Detect, Wish, Yawn, Tackle, Help Me. Double Kick, Detect, Wish, and Yawn are inherited moves. Eevee emitted a soft cry and leaped eagerly from the hatching device, landing directly in Chiyan Hui's embrace, firmly imprinting his scent in its memory, a bond that would last a lifetime. A look of adoration crossed Chiyan Hui's face as he quickly offered the specially crafted noble-grade pill to Eevee, whispering, "Eevee, do eat this. It will greatly benefit you." Without hesitation, Eevee opened its mouth and swallowed the pill. Next, Chiyan Hui presented the large container of milk he had prepared earlier. "Eevee, have a sip of this. But be careful not to choke." The sweet aroma of the milk enticed Eevee, prompting it to lower its head and begin drinking eagerly. After finishing, Chiyan Hui proceeded to feed Eevee the various potions he had meticulously prepared. Once Eevee had consumed everything, it felt a warm sensation enveloping its body, and a wave of drowsiness washed over it, causing its eyes to slowly close. Chiyan Hui promptly retrieved a great ball, speaking softly, "Eevee, do not resist. I will place you inside the Pokeball so you can rest well." With that, he pressed the button on the Pokeball, which emitted a beam of red light, drawing Eevee inside. The ball did not shake even once, and with a satisfying click, Chiyan Hui successfully captured Eevee. After completing all of this, Chiyan Hui stood up and exhaled deeply. I recall that in order for Eevee to evolve into Leafeon, it must level up near a mossy rock, which I remember is located within the Orange Blossom Forest. However, it would be prudent to first head to Mabai Town to collect the Pokédex. Chapter 51, Arrival at Kanaz City. After some contemplation, Chiyan Hui decided to take a leisurely stroll. He resolved to allow Eevee some time to acclimate, to pass through its infancy, and to undergo training to solidify its foundation before facilitating its evolution into Leafeon. The Orange Blossom Forest is indeed a splendid locale for training. Otherwise, challenging the gym would merely be a futile endeavor. Although the gym leader would not utilize their strongest Pokémon, it would still be a formidable opponent, not easily defeated by mere novices. Having made his decision, Chiyan Hui called out to the sky, "Zubat, that's enough, return." Zubat promptly descended and began to circle around Chiyan Hui. In the distance, Alung and Ashen jogged over. Alung inquired, "Hey, Hui, have you finished?" Chiyan Hui nodded, responding, "Yes. The Pokemon egg is about to hatch. I appreciate your assistance." Alung quickly replied with a smile, "It's no trouble at all. We didn't contribute much." As he spoke, he glanced nervously at Zubat, still circling in the air. The aura that Zubat had exhibited earlier had genuinely startled both Alung and Ashen. They had encountered powerful Pokemon before, but this particular Zubat's strength was undeniably formidable. A Pokemon of the champion level. It represented the pinnacle of strength visible across various regions, the mightiest that ordinary folks could witness on television. Pokémon of the elite level and above belong to the hidden depths of each region, knowledge not meant for the general populace. Alung and Ashen never anticipated that Chiyan Hui would possess a champion-level Pokémon. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather fitting, considering that Chiyan Hui was the sole child of the Lava Team's leader, Chiyan Song. It was hardly surprising that he had a Pokémon nurtured by his father for protection. Chiyan Hui also noticed the expressions on Alung and Ashen's faces and chuckled. "This is my father's Pokémon. For now, it's here to safeguard me. I won't deploy Zubat unless it's truly a matter of life and death." With that, he declared, "Let us set forth. We must reach Canas City before nightfall." Although it appeared relatively close from the mountaintop, an old adage rings true. A view from the mountain can deceive the horse. In reality, they still had over 20 kilometers to traverse to reach Canas City. Alung and Ashen nodded in agreement, and the three of them proceeded towards their destination. Before night descended, they finally arrived in Canas City. In this city where nature and science coexist in harmonious equilibrium, the skyline was not solely defined by towering skyscrapers, but was also adorned with lush greenery, as if nature and modern civilization had woven an enchanting tapestry. The city's design ingeniously integrated ecological principles into every inch of land, presenting an unprecedented vision of a future eco-city. As night fell, the city lights danced in concert with the twinkling stars above. The intelligent lighting system adjusted its brightness automatically according to pedestrian traffic and weather conditions, ensuring safety during the night while minimizing light pollution, allowing people to gaze up at the stars and still feel a sense of tranquility and vastness. This city, where nature and science meld seamlessly, represented not merely an ideal place for residence and work, but also showcased the beautiful vision of harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. Chiyan Hui took a deep breath, feeling none of the oppressive atmosphere typical of a bustling metropolis. Rather, he was greeted by the refreshing air that filled his lungs. After exhaling slowly, he said, "Let us head to the Pokémon Center first. We should have Nurse Joy check on our Pokémon and restore their health. Although we utilized medicinal baths during our training, it cannot compare to professional care." Alung suddenly whispered, "Hui, we are not registered trainers with the League." Chiyan Hui raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before responding, "It's no issue. We can't avoid it forever. It's merely a matter of paying a fee, which I will cover. No need to worry about exposing ourselves. We can simply say we are traveling companions. I will vouch for you using my identity as Akita Hui." The identity of Akita Hui was already recognized as an esteemed League trainer, entitled to receive high-quality starter Pokémon, placing him above the average League members. After hearing Chiyan Hui's words, Alung and Ashen fell silent, following him towards the Canas City Pokémon Center. The Pokémon Center was a sanctuary provided by the Pokémon League for Pokémon and their trainers, offering a safe and comfortable place for rest and recovery. Soon, the trio arrived at the Canas City Pokémon Center, guided by a map. The red roof adorned with a Pokeball insignia was strikingly prominent from any angle. The building's exterior predominantly featured wooden and stone structures, complemented by soft lighting and verdant plant decorations, creating a sense of closeness to nature. Upon entering the center, they were immediately greeted by the spacious and brightly lit lobby, where a magnificent fountain, decorated with various Pokémon motifs, stood at the center, its gentle waters providing a refreshing and tranquil ambience for weary travelers. The walls were adorned with portraits of past Pokémon masters and maps of the Pokémon world, serving both as a tribute to history and a guide for future adventures. Upon entering, Chiyan Hui and his companions made their way directly to the side of the lobby, which housed a dedicated Pokémon treatment area equipped with advanced medical technology and the skilled Nurse Joy, capable of swiftly healing Pokémon injured in battles or adventures, restoring their vigor and vitality. Chiyan Hui looked at Nurse Joy, her pink hair framing her kind face, and smiled gently. "Hello, Nurse Joy. I am Akita Hui from Aoki Town. Here is my identification. I plan to travel to Mabai Town to retrieve the Pokédex and stopped by Canas City to restore my Pokémon and rest a while." With that, he presented his identification. Nurse Joy accepted it with a smile, saying, "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." She then began to operate the computer in front of her for verification. After a brief moment, she returned the identification to Chiyan Hui, stating, "Welcome to Canas City. You may enjoy complimentary accommodation and restoration services for your Pokémon here at the Pokémon Center." Chiyan Hui took back his identification and gestured towards Alung and Ashen, saying, "They are friends I met along the way. Please register them and check on their Pokémon as well. I will cover the expenses." Nurse Joy glanced at Alung and Ashen, then back at Chiyan Hui, smiling as she replied, "Of course, Mr. Akita Hui, I will assist them with their registration." Alung and Ashen promptly presented their identifications. which Nurse Joy took to begin the registration process. Chapter 52, Canas City Outpost, Morin. After the registration was completed, the trio retrieved their Pokémon to hand over to Nurse Joy. Chiyan Hui, of course, only presented Charmander and the recently hatched EV. The Pokémon Center was equipped with machines to assess Pokémon strength, and since their abilities would be revealed during the examination, Chiyan Hui only took his Pokémon there when they were at lower levels. Nurse Joy, this EV has just hatched today. Could you please check if there are any issues? Miss Joy treated Chiyan Hui with utmost courtesy, smiling as she said, just leave it to me. You may wait in the lounge or return to your rooms. Once the examination and treatment are complete, I will ask Chansey to notify you. As she spoke, Miss Joy produced 3 keys and handed them to Chiyan Hui, stating, these are your respective rooms. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chiyan Hui accepted the keys, noticing the room numbers inscribed upon them, and expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Miss Joy. He then turned to Ailang and Aishan, suggesting, let us go for a meal first. We've been traveling all day and I am quite famished. Ailang, visiting the Pokémon Center for the first time, cast a reluctant glance at the Pokeball containing his beloved Houndoom beside Miss Joy. Observing Ailang's expression, Chiyan Hui reassured him, fear not, Ailang. We will dine first, and after our meal, you shall see your Houndoom. Ailang could only respond with a tinge of reluctance. Very well, let us go eat. Chiyan Hui waved to Miss Joy, saying, Miss Joy, we shall head out for a meal now. I leave my Pokémon in your capable hands. Miss Joy responded graciously, no need for thanks. It is my duty. By the way, the Pokémon Center offers complimentary meals, though your 2 friends will need to cover a portion of the cost. Chiyan Hui smiled and replied, no, thank you. We shall eat out instead. It will allow us to sample the local delicacies of Canas City. Very well. Miss Joy answered with her characteristic warmth. Chiyan Hui promptly led Ailang and Aishan out of the Pokémon Center. Rest assured, do not forget that I have Crobat with me. Should they dare to cause any trouble, I will unleash Crobat and level this Pokémon Center. Upon hearing this, Ailang and Aishan let out a sigh of relief and nodded earnestly. They had their concerns, which Chiyan Hui discerned and sought to alleviate. Given that Ailang and Aishan were members of Team Magma, it was only natural for them to exercise caution within the League's territory. In contrast, Chiyan Hui felt no anxiety with Crobat by his side, confident that with its elite-level prowess, overcoming the Pokémon Center in Canas City would be a trivial endeavor. Ailang, could you check the map for any noteworthy dining establishments in Canas City? Ailang promptly retrieved the map and scrutinized it. After a moment, he frowned and said, Brother Hui, while there are some restaurants marked on the map, it doesn't indicate which ones are particularly good. Chiyan Hui suggested. Then let us first head to the base to collect the resources my father sent to support me. It contains your high-grade energy cubes. With these energy cubes, your Pokémon can enhance their strength swiftly. We can inquire about the best restaurants in Canas City then. I prefer not to leave it to chance. Ailang and Aishan had no objections and promptly followed Chiyan Hui. Prior to arriving in Canas City, Chiyan Hui had already recalled the location of Team Magma's base there. Before long, the trio arrived at a modest cabin on the outskirts of Canas City, which served as a small convenience store, with the upper floor functioning as lodging and storage. The store was still open, and Chiyan Hui led Ailang and Aishan inside. The proprietor, a kind middle-aged man with a receding hairline, immediately recognized Chiyan Hui upon seeing him, his pupils dilating in surprise. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of composure as he continued to attend to his shop. Understanding the caution of this undercover associate, Chiyan Hui approached the counter and inquired, Do you have any stones extracted from the magma? The middle-aged man smiled broadly and replied, I'm afraid we do not carry those. They are far too precious. Chiyan Hui nodded in agreement. Indeed, how could one possibly extract stones from the lava? After saying this, and confirming the secret signal, the man glanced around cautiously, stepped into the shadows, then lowered his voice, Subordinate Morin, at your service, young Master Hui. He slightly bowed in respect. Morin was also wary of potential impersonation by a Ditto, thus the verification of the signal was essential. Chiyan Hui smiled and said softly, No need for formalities. I am here to retrieve the supplies entrusted to me by Leader Chiyan Song. Morin immediately turned and retrieved a spatial bag from a corner, presenting it to Chiyan Hui with the words, This was sent by Lord Huaying. I have not opened it. The seal remains intact, and I was instructed to deliver it personally to you, young Master Hui. Chiyan Hui accepted the bag without inspection, fastening it to his waist. He then asked, By the way, we just arrived in Canas City. Which restaurant would you recommend for a good meal? Morin's face brightened as he replied, You have come to the right person, young Master Hui. I have resided in Canas City for many years and know it like the back of my hand. While there are several well-known restaurants, for flavor, nothing compares to the dishes from the Little Ma family. They are truly delightful. Ailing pulled out the map, scanned it, and exclaimed, "Brother Hui, I found it. It's marked on the map." Chiyan Hui nodded and addressed Morin. "Very well. You may continue your undercover work. We are leaving now." Morin respectfully bowed his head and replied, "Understood, young Master Hui." Once Chiyan Hui and his companions had departed from sight, Morin resumed his position, continuing his role as the modest shopkeeper. Following the map, Chiyan Hui, Ailang, and Aishan arrived at the restaurant recommended by Morin. The establishment was not opulent, but was bustling with patrons. After waiting in line, the three were seated without delay. A middle-aged man in a chef's uniform approached with a smile, inquiring, "What would you like to order, esteemed guests?" Chiyan Hui did not peruse the menu but stated directly, "Bring us your signature dishes, prepared for 3. Chapter 53, The First Night at the Pokémon Center. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, the trio returned to the Pokémon Center. Ailang was eager to see his houndoom, for he cherished it deeply, viewing it not merely as a pet, but as a beloved family member, an inseparable part of his life. Chiyan Hui entered the Pokémon treatment area and inquired, "Miss Joy, may I ask if our Pokémon have been examined and treated?" Miss Joy smiled and affirmed, "All have been examined and treated." She then addressed Chansey, "Chansey, please retrieve the Pokeballs for Mr. Chiyan Hui and his friends." Chansey acknowledged with a cheerful sound and promptly turned to fetch a small cart, which held a tray containing 8 Pokeballs arranged in 3 columns. Miss Joy smiled and said, "Mr. Chiyan Hui, please settle the expenses incurred by your 2 friends, which includes the examination, treatment of the Pokemon, and lodging, totaling 6,000 Pokedollars." Chiyan Hui nodded and handed over a card, stating, "Very well, I will pay by card." Typically, payment is made in advance. However, due to Miss Joy's consideration for Mr. Chiyan Hui's esteemed status as a direct member of the High Alliance, the examination and treatment were conducted first, with payment rendered thereafter. After settling the payment, Nurse Joy placed the tray before Chihaya and remarked, "The Pokemon training for the 3 of you has been quite commendable. Apart from the minor issues with Charmander and EV, the other Pokemon have only sustained some training-related injuries, all of which I have successfully treated. However, I must advise you to train your Pokemon in moderation and ensure timely energy replenishment to prevent any physical harm." Ailang and Aishan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched their heads in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you, Nurse Joy, we understand." Nurse Joy nodded and addressed Chihaya, saying, "Mr. Chihaya, your Charmander and EV are in excellent health, having been raised splendidly without any injuries. I've already fed them some food, and they are now brimming with energy. However, since EV has just been born, it cannot undergo training until it matures beyond its infancy." Chihaya nodded in understanding, replying, "Understood, Nurse Joy. Every Pokemon matures at varying levels, much like the wild Pokemon that, due to insufficient energy supply, have stunted development, resulting in many wild Pokemon remaining below level 10 even in their growth phase." After retrieving their Pokeballs and confirming their contents, Chihaya and his companions bid farewell to Nurse Joy and returned to their room. Upon reaching their accommodations on the 3rd floor, Chihaya distributed the keys to Ailang and Aishan, then proceeded to find his room. He turned to his companions and said, "Well, this is my room. I'll go in and rest now. Don't worry, there is no danger here, so you can sleep peacefully." Previously, even with the protection of the Zubat in the forest, the myriad of cries from various Pokemon at night had made it difficult for Chihaya to find sleep. After exchanging pleasantries, he unlocked the door with his key and stepped inside. Though the space was not particularly vast, it was artfully designed to create a warm yet elegant atmosphere. The room was immaculate, with the floor gleaming as if newly polished. Notably, a small potted green plant on the windowsill not only added a vibrant touch to the room, but also symbolized the vitality of nature. Overall, this compact room, with its cleanliness, thoughtful layout, and a hint of greenery, provided a comfortable and inviting retreat for traveling trainers. Quite lovely indeed, Chihaya thought. Instead of immediately resting, he decided to indulge in a refreshing bath. Previously, he could only bathe in a creek while remaining vigilant against water-type wild Pokemon, turning even a simple bath into a source of anxiety. Now, finally able to luxuriate in a hot shower, Chihaya planned to enjoy a long soak afterward. Nevertheless, he did not forget about Charmander and EV. With a flick of his wrist, the Pokeballs opened, and both Pokemon appeared in the room. Charmander, eager with excitement, attempted to leap into Chihaya's embrace, but EV, quicker on the uptake, bounded ahead and landed in Chihaya's arms first, letting out a joyful EV. That display of happiness filled Chihaya's heart with joy. Witnessing this, Charmander felt a pang of jealousy, realizing it had been overshadowed. Its eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, and it trembled as if on the verge of crying. Understanding the situation, Chiyan knelt down, cradling Charmander with one arm and gently reassured, "Charmander, I will always be here for you. This is Eevee, just born today. Think of her as your little sister. Both of you are my Pokémon, and you must learn to get along." Charmander, being male, and Eevee, being female, indeed made her his sister. Feeling the familiar warmth and scent of Chiya's embrace, Charmander quickly stifled its tears. Upon hearing Chiya's words, it glanced curiously at Eevee, who looked back with wide, innocent eyes, brimming with childlike wonder. After a moment as contemplation, Charmander extended its tiny paw, letting out a soft char. Eevee reciprocated, touching its paw to Charmander's, joyfully chiming in with another Eevee. Thus, a budding friendship began to form between the two Pokémon. Charmander harbored no ill will, merely feeling neglected when it observed Chiya's affection towards Eevee. Now, having gained a sister and another companion, it soon brightened up. Chiya smiled at this transformation and said, "All right, I'm going to take my bath now. You two can play in the room. After I finish, I'll help you both with a bath, and then we can enjoy a soak together. Oh, and Charmander, please be careful with your tail. Don't set anything on fire in here. If you're not cautious, I might have to take away your food." Charmander, alarmed by Chiya's playful threat, promptly cried out twice to assure him it would be careful, for losing its food was simply unacceptable. Chapter 54, The Orange Blossom Forest, the largest forest in the Hoenn region. Seeing Charmander's anxious expression, Chiya affectionately ruffled its little head and said, "All right, I want to take away your food, you little glutton. You and Eevee can play in the room while I take my bath." Charmander, instantly elated, nodded vigorously, and as soon as Chiya entered the bathroom, it hurried over to Eevee, and the two Pokémon began to get acquainted. Both Pokémon were quite young and belonged to Chiya, so they quickly bonded, joyously playing together in the room. Chiya finished his bath swiftly and emerged, calling out, "Charmander, Eevee, stop playing. Come here, I'll help you bathe." Charmander and Eevee ceased their frolicking and approached Chiya. He began to wash them, and for Eevee, this was its first bath. Initially, it felt a bit uneasy, but as the warm water cascaded over it, Eevee soon grew fond of the experience. After the bath, the subsequent soak made Eevee so comfortable that it closed its eyes in bliss. Before sleeping, Chiya took out 2 premium energy cubes, one of fire type and the other of normal type, feeding them to Charmander and Eevee. It was at this moment that he realized he had forgotten to share the advanced energy cubes with Alang and Aishan. Oh well, they must have already settled in for the night. I'll give them their share tomorrow. The following day, Chiya slept in until he naturally woke, indulging in a leisurely slumber. Previously, in the forest, he had been accustomed to early rises, but now, in a city with such a comfortable bed, he found it difficult to get up, resulting in a late awakening. After washing up, he discovered that Alang and Aishan were already awake. Seeing Chiya still asleep, they had refrained from disturbing him. Chiya then called out, "Alang, Aishan, come into my room for a moment." Without hesitation, Alang and Aishan entered immediately, closing the door behind them. Chiya then stated, "As promised, I now have the advanced energy cubes to distribute to you." As he spoke, Chiyan Hui opened the spatial bag he had received yesterday and extracted 2 boxes, each inscribed with the words Advanced Dark-type Energy Cube and Advanced Steel-type Energy Cube. "Here, these are the advanced energy cubes I promised you. With these, your Pokémon will be able to develop at an accelerated pace." Alang and Aishan immediately expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Hui Xiao." Chiyan Hui smiled and replied, "Just call me Hui Go. I will certainly fulfill my promise to you." Taking a deep breath, Alang nodded and said, "All right, Hui Go." After a moment of contemplation, Chiyan Hui suggested, "Let us purchase some supplies this morning before setting off. We must traverse the edge of the Changhua forest to reach Changhua City. Our journey is still quite long, so we must hurry." Subsequently, Chiyan Hui led Alang and Aishan out, where they procured various supplies at the mall, followed by some ingredients at the market. Once everything was prepared, the trio set off once more. As they exited Canas City, Chiyan Hui glanced back and caught sight of the tallest building in Canas City, the headquarters of the Devon Corporation, which would one day belong to the Hoenn League champion, Daigo. "Devon Corporation, Zivik Daigo," he murmured. Alang, overhearing the quiet words, promptly inquired, "Hui Go, what did you say?" Chiyan Hui chuckled and replied, "It's nothing, we are merely passing through. We shall return next time to explore Canas City properly." Canas City was home to the Rock-type gym, and Chiyan Hui would undoubtedly return there again. Alang, hearing Hui's words, responded with a grin, "Yes, we will definitely come back." Heading south from Canas City, the trio journeyed onward, and by afternoon, they finally glimpsed the shadow of Changhua Forest. Changhua Forest was the largest forest in the Hoenn region. teeming with countless Pokémon, yet it was fraught with peril. Even elite-level trainers faced dangers within. Hence, ordinary trainers typically dared not venture deep into the forest, preferring to remain on its periphery. As they beheld the vast expanse of the forest ahead, Chiyan Hui and his companions fell silent, each experiencing the awe of witnessing Changhua Forest for the first time. If the forest between Akiyu Town and Canas City was an ordinary woodland, then Changhua Forest was a primordial wilderness, with every towering tree having flourished for countless years, their roots and vines entwined within the forest. The canopy of leaves above intertwined, casting the forest into a shadowy abyss, unlike the woods between Akiyu Town and Canas City, where sunlight could still penetrate. In Changhua Forest, however, not a single ray of sunlight broke through the dense foliage. A grave expression crossed Chiyan Hui's face as he declared, "Keep one Pokemon in reserve, let the others out. This forest is unlike any we have encountered before, and we must exercise utmost caution." Alang and Aishan nodded in agreement, after which Alang released his Mytina and Sneasel, while Aishan summoned his Magneton and Swablu. Neither Cacturn nor Bagon were suited for mobility, which is why Alang and Aishan refrained from releasing them. Chiyan Hui, however, called forth his Zubat and Charmander. "Zubat, you will need to protect me," he instructed. Zubat glanced at Changhua Forest and nodded solemnly. Then, looking down at his feet, Chiyan Hui cautioned, "Charmander, this place is extremely dangerous, so do not wander off or attack recklessly. Follow my commands without question, understood?" Charmander sensed the oppressive atmosphere of the shadowy forest and quickly nodded in agreement. Chiyan Hui retrieved a machete from his spatial bag, wielding it as a weapon while also using it to clear away obstructing branches along their path. Once everything was in order, he firmly stated, "Let us depart." Thus, the three of them stepped into the depths of Changhua Forest. Once inside, they discovered that, although devoid of sunlight, visibility was not entirely absent, it was merely dim. This revelation brought a sigh of relief from Chiyan Hui and his companions. Had they truly been unable to see anything, their predicament would have been dire. In such a scenario, aside from Zubat and Mytina, all other Pokemon would have been rendered blind, making it uncertain whether they could even survive the forest, let alone find their way out. Chapter 55, The First Encounter with the Taro Brothers. Alang, still shaken, remarked, "Thank goodness Changhua Forest is merely dim and not completely dark. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble." Chiyan Hui contemplated this and smiled, saying, "If Changhua Forest were truly pitch black, I doubt anyone would dare to enter. This level of darkness is just right. While it is quite shadowy, we can still see enough to navigate." After saying this, Chiyan Hui surveyed their surroundings and instructed, "Let us proceed along the outskirts of Changhua Forest. We must not stray off the path. If we venture too far inward, we will encounter Pokemon of significantly higher levels." Alang nodded and replied, "Yes, I studied the map thoroughly before we entered. As long as we adhere to it, we will not stray." According to the map's description, the outer edge of Changhua Forest was typically inhabited by Pokemon of senior level 30 to 39, with very few senior level Pokemon present. Most were beginner 10 to 19 or intra-level 20 to 29. In contrast, the inner depths were home to Pokemon of at least senior level, with a majority being professional 40 to 49 or gym level 50 to 59. Finally, the core area was said to house very few Pokemon, but those present were notably powerful, each possessing their own territory. Most were elite level 60 to 69, with some even being champion level 70 to 79. Of course, the map only indicated conditions in the outer region. The inner areas were merely approximate, while details about the core region were based on hearsay. The trio advanced through Changhua Forest, following the route marked on the map. Alang called out, "Mytina, scout ahead and be cautious of any traps. Retaliate immediately if you encounter danger." Mytina nodded and dashed forward, while Zubat flew overhead, vigilantly guarding Chiyan Hui. Charmander, at Chiyan Hui's feet, remained alert, observing everything around them. After a period of training, Charmander had gained combat capability, but Chiyan Hui refrained from letting him engage in battle training in such a location. Sneasel protected Alang, while Swablu accompanied Aishan, and Magneton followed closely behind to guard against any ambushes from behind. After traversing a distance, Alang suddenly remarked, "Huigu, since you are familiar with Changhua Forest, you must have heard of Pokemon hunters." At the mention of this term, Chiyan Hui's expression sharpened, and he replied gravely, "Indeed, I have heard of them. It is said there are two types of Pokemon hunters. One merely captures Pokemon for sale, while the other hunts Pokemon and people simultaneously." Alang nodded and added, "Indeed. This dark forest is where Pokemon hunters are most prevalent, and the League cannot possibly deploy a large force to apprehend them. If we encounter the first type, it is relatively manageable. They generally do not take the initiative to harm others. However, if we come across the second type, we must exercise caution, for they may even set traps along the path. Once they eliminate the trainer, the remaining Pokémon will pose little threat. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. Should we discover that the opponent is a second-type Pokémon hunter, we must act decisively. Ailang is also concerned that Chiyan Hui has not experienced battle, fearing he may hesitate in critical moments. Chiyan Hui, perceiving Ailang's intent, responded with a smile, "Rest assured, Ailang, I have witnessed death myself. And I am not the kind-hearted type. In these times, good-hearted individuals seldom meet a favorable end." Upon hearing this, Ailang felt relieved. Both he and Aishan had faced their share of battles and promptly replied, "Understood, Brother Hui." Afterward, Ailang glanced at the Charmeleon at Chiyan Hui's feet, opened his mouth as if to say something, but after looking up at the Zubat in the sky, he ultimately refrained from speaking. After an undetermined period of time, suddenly, the barking of a Houndoom echoed ahead. Chiyan Hui and his companions quickly quickened their pace and rushed forward. Upon nearing the source, they immediately noticed the Houndoom baring its teeth at the three trainers, accompanied by several Pokémon: a Houndoom, a Venomoth, a Swellow, and a Shroomish. The three trainers recognized that the Houndoom was owned by a trainer, thus refraining from any rash actions, while the Pokémon nearby kept a vigilant watch on the Houndoom. Observing this, Ailang promptly called out, "Return, Houndoom." Upon hearing Ailang's command, the Houndoom ceased its aggressive demeanor and slowly retreated to Ailang's side. The three trainers, for their part, were immediately captivated by the strikingly colored Charmeleon at Chiyan Hui's feet. Such an unusual Charmeleon is a rare sight even in the Kanto and Johto regions, let alone in Hoenn. Given that Charizard, the final evolution of Charmeleon, is immensely popular among trainers globally, the three trainers instantly recognized the Charmeleon. The leader of the trio was a short-haired man, perpetually wearing a smile. Upon sighting the Charmeleon, his pupils constricted, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes before he shifted his gaze toward Chiyan Hui and his companions. "Greetings, my name is Taro, and these are my two brothers, Jiro and Saburo. It is a pleasure to meet you," Taro declared, his face radiating a brilliant smile, which, combined with his round visage, exuded a sense of approachability. Before Chiyan Hui could respond, Ailang, ever vigilant, interjected, "Hello, my Houndoom was merely scouting ahead and inadvertently startled you. I apologize for the disturbance. We shall take our leave immediately." With that, Ailang intended to usher Chiyan Hui and Aishan away. Taro's expression momentarily tightened, before he flashed a dazzling smile. "No worries. When out and about, we encounter only friends. Please, do not let us impede your journey." After saying this, Taro stepped aside, allowing passage, and Jiro and Saburo followed suit, clearing the path. Ailang muttered a quiet thank you, and exchanged a glance with Chiyan Hui and Aishan, signaling them to depart silently under the protection of their Pokémon, continuing towards the direction of Orange City. Once Chiyan Hui and his friends had left, Jiro turned to Taro and whispered, "Brother, are we really just going to let them go?" Taro maintained his radiant smile as he replied softly, "How could we? An unusual Charmeleon is a rare treasure, one that could fetch a fortune at auction. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they are clearly inexperienced trainers. This is our opportunity. How could we let it slip away?" Taro continued, "Furthermore, as Charmeleon evolves during the mid to late stages of novice training, this one has yet to evolve, indicating it has only recently emerged into the world, a fledgling trainer. As for the two beside him, despite their Houndoom, Zubat, and other Pokémon, our strength is not to be underestimated. Given our position of stealth, we merely need to eliminate the trainers, and the Pokémon will be ours. Our family is not one of wealth or status. We must fight tooth and nail to seize the resources that will empower us. This may be our one chance in a lifetime, and I would rather die than let it pass by." As he spoke, a fierce glint shone in Taro's eyes. Jiro and Saburo solemnly replied, "Understood, brother." Taro pondered for a moment before suggesting, "To be cautious, we must employ strategy. Previously, we encountered two Surskit. They appeared to be mates. We shall feign weakness, luring them in, and then feign defeat, inflicting minor injuries to attract them to these three trainers for assistance. Through these Surskit, we can gauge their strength. Should they falter or find themselves in a stalemate, we will strike swiftly to seize them. If they manage to defeat the Surskit, we shall bide our time until nightfall. At that point, I will have my Shroomish use Spore, putting both them and their Pokémon to sleep. By then, they will be at our mercy." A cunning smile crept onto Taro's face as he articulated this plan. Jiro and Saburo nodded in agreement. The three brothers then began to discuss the finer details, with Jiro shadowing Chiyan Hui's group to ascertain where they would set up camp for the night. while Taro and Saburo set off to entice the two Surskit. In the Hoenn region, Surskit do not hold the same status as the more formidable Pokémon, primarily due to the presence of a predator specifically hunting them, the Minccino. The Minccino has an instinctual enmity with Surskit, and upon detecting their scent, it enters a battle-ready stance, fur bristling. Crucially, Minccino possesses an immunity trait, making it particularly effective against poison-type Pokémon. Those with this trait have built-in immunity, rendering them incapable of being poisoned. Additionally, Minccino has a chance of possessing the hidden ability, Poison Boost, which increases its attack power by 50 when in a poisoned state. While this does not provide immunity to poisoning, it significantly enhances its offensive capabilities post-poisoning, an impressive advantage indeed. Hence, the Minccino family is naturally a bane to Surskit. The Surskit couple that Taro and his brothers encountered had ventured out from the inner regions, the female being near her time to give birth. For safety, they decided to come to the outskirts to lay their eggs. Both Surskit were formidable, with the male boasting peak professional level strength and the female at an advanced professional level, albeit slightly weakened due to her pregnancy. Their encounter with the Surskit was serendipitous. Initially, Taro and his brothers had intended to capture them for sale. However, upon witnessing the male Surskit unleash its formidable aura, Taro and his companions promptly retreated, taking their Pokémon with them, while the male Surskit, intent on protecting its mate, did not pursue. As the eldest of the three brothers, Taro possesses the greatest strength, boasting a Duskull and a Venomoth, with the former being a pinnacle of novice level, level 43, and the latter a pinnacle of advanced level, level 39. Arelbone wields a Mytina, also at a pinnacle of advanced level, level 39. Meanwhile, Sanlong is accompanied by a Fiero, whose strength is the weakest among them, rated at advanced high level, level 38. For ordinary trainers, resources are of paramount importance. Thus, many of them focus all their efforts on nurturing a single Pokémon until it reaches a significantly elevated level before contemplating the training of a second. The capture of wild Pokémon is a method ill-suited for common trainers, as these creatures have developed their own consciousness, making them difficult to tame. The process of domestication demands considerable time and perseverance, accompanied by the ever-present concern of potential rebellion at critical moments. Many adult Pokémon possess considerable intelligence. Defeating them does not guarantee compliance. Consequently, trainers seek Pokémon eggs or recently hatched creatures, as at this stage, their lives are akin to blank canvases, allowing trainers to imprint their own visions upon them. Initially, the three brothers, Taro included, focused on nurturing a single Pokémon. Taro was exceptionally fortunate to discover a Shroomish egg, unaware at the time of its contents. This egg was pilfered by Taro, for ordinary individuals dare not venture into the forests without a Pokémon, sticking instead to the well-trodden paths established by the League, avoiding the woods altogether. Taro stumbled upon this egg while thieving from a wealthy family, inadvertently finding a Pokémon egg of considerable quality. He treasured this egg as the most precious possession of his life, and after successfully hatching it, the brothers devoted themselves wholeheartedly to its training, gradually elevating the Shroomish level. Upon becoming a trainer, Taro began cautiously utilizing the Shroomish to defeat wild Pokémon in order to acquire essential resources, which he then exchanged for currency. The Shroomish, at level 5, could learn Stun Spore through DNA. At level 8, it could acquire Leech Seed, and at level 12, it could master Mega Drain, rendering it immensely beneficial in the early stages. With the assistance of the Shroomish, Taro and his brothers gradually established themselves as trainers, steadily gaining strength to reach their current status. At this juncture, Erlong was already tracking the trio of Chihua with his Mytina through its scent. Meanwhile, Taro, accompanied by Sanlong, sought to lure two Spoink, but they refrained from making a move until Erlong confirmed the location of Chihua's camp, at which point they would act to entice the Spoink. Chapter 57. A pair of Spoink Chihua and his companions were traversing the orange blossom forest when Along, with an apologetic expression, remarked, "Brother Hui, I'm sorry for acting on my own earlier." Chihua smiled and reassured him, "No need to worry, your actions surely have their rationale." Along nodded solemnly and added, "Brother Hui, this is the orange blossom forest, where fatalities are commonplace and no one is likely to notice. We must maintain a vigilant mindset towards everyone we encounter here." Chihua contemplated for a moment and replied, "Understood. It is essential to guard against potential threats." This was the first time Along had heard such words. Yet after a moment's reflection, he grasped their meaning. "Yes, Brother Hui, that is precisely it. Moreover, the three brothers we encountered are not to be underestimated. Those who navigate the orange blossom forest are rarely benign. It is prudent to avoid unnecessary contact. Although their strength may not surpass ours, we are merely ordinary individuals. Should they launch a surprise attack, we would be in grave danger. As ordinary trainers, we are exceedingly vulnerable. A single stab could spell our doom in such a place. Thus, I advise against engaging with those three brothers. They may appear affable and approachable, but this is the Orange Blossom Forest, one of the regions rife with Pokémon hunters. We are unaware of their true nature, so we must remain ever watchful. Chiyan nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, Along, your caution is commendable. In such a location, harboring any sense of false security would be a dereliction of our duty to ourselves. Upon hearing Chihuahua's words, Along chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. However, the trio remained oblivious to Erlog, who, with his Maitena, was tailing them from a distance, guided by their scent. After an indeterminate span of time, Chihuahua checked the hour and declared, Along, it's getting late. We should find a place to rest and continue our journey tomorrow. Once night falls, visibility in the Orange Blossom Forest will be virtually non-existent, and it could become perilous. Along promptly replied, Understood, Brother Hui. The three found a clearing and set to work. Chihuahua and Along erected a tent while Ashen prepared a meal. Once the tent was secured, Chihuahua began to feed the Pokémon. This time, their usual 3 bowls had transformed into 4, accommodating the addition of an EVS bowl. As per routine, he filled each bowl with Pokémon food and added an energy cube. The quartet of Pokémon, Charmander, Eevee, Zubat, and Ditto, immediately began to feast heartily. Along also assisted Ashen in preparing food for his Pokémon, as a single bowl was insufficient for the sizable Bashadala. Fortunately, this particular Pokémon also enjoyed stones, which allowed Ashen to sustain such a gluttonous creature. While Chihuahua and his companions busied themselves, Erlong, guided by the Maitena, approached within 100 meters of the campsite. Upon noticing a flicker of light in the distance, he halted and contacted his elder brother Taro via communicator. Brother, I have located the campsite of the trainer with the shiny Charmander. Taro replied in a hushed tone, Do not approach. Wait until they have retired for the night before taking action. Erlong responded affirmatively, Understood, brother. Taro then confirmed the location of Chihuahua's camp and instructed Erlong to keep a watchful eye from afar. As time gradually passed, night enveloped the forest, prompting Taro to prepare. The Shroomish began to disperse stun spore in the vicinity, should the Spoink pursue too eagerly. They would lead them into the area laden with stun spore to impede their advance. Though both Spoink were of higher level than the Shroomish, diminishing the efficacy of the spores, they would still have some effect. The Shroomish, resembling a kangaroo with a body predominantly green and beige, boasted 2 red claw-like digits on its limbs. Its cap formed a sombrero shape, adorned with 2 symmetrical red spherical objects on either side and a central pore. The tip of its tail was encircled by 4 green spherical entities. Upon hearing Taro's command, the Shroomish nodded and promptly scattered stun spore along the path. Arriving in the Spoink's territory, Taro ensured all was prepared before casting his gaze towards the Venomoth hovering above. The body of the poison powder moth is adorned in a regal purple hue, while its yellow compound eyes are marked with 3 distinctive black dots, complemented by golden, rod-like antennae. Its 2 pairs of legs exhibit a deep pink shade, and its wings, a vibrant green, are embellished with striking red circular patterns. The poison powder moth is a nocturnal Pokémon, capable of perceiving its surroundings with remarkable clarity even in the pitch-black depths of night. Taro whispered, Poison powder moth. Commence by spinning silk ahead to create an intercepting net. Then, soar past and unleash a psychic attack on the Snivy, particularly targeting the one with the notably swollen belly. Afterward, retreat immediately toward my direction, ensuring to soar over the net. The poison powder moth nodded in understanding and set forth, weaving a silk net over a span of more than 10 meters. It then gracefully flew over the net towards the distant Snivy couple. When Taro first laid eyes upon these 2 Snivies, he comprehended their intentions. In this encounter, Taro harbored thoughts of waiting for the Snivies and their companion, the fiery Cinderace, to weaken each other before striking decisively. The Snivy is a serpent of ebony, adorned with a golden jaw. Golden armor plates are scattered across its head and back, while its abdomen features 6 golden buttons. With sharp, crimson fangs and a tail as lethal as a blade, it is a formidable foe. This serpent's razor-sharp tail not only possesses a deadly edge, but also oozes potent venom, making it exceedingly dangerous. Concealed within the underbrush, it ambushes unsuspecting prey with its venomous fangs, simultaneously using its blade-like tail to slice through foes while unleashing its venomous secretion. Upon spotting its target, the poison powder moth swiftly employed its psychic ability from a distance, its eyes emanating a soft glow. An invisible force enveloped a nearby stick, sending it hurtling toward the female Snivy. The stick, encased in psychic energy, struck the Snivy with remarkable speed. The psychic attack, being super effective against the Snivy, inflicted damage despite the poison powder moth being at a significantly lower level. Chapter 58. The Water of Calamity diverts. 2 Snivies. The female Snivy, in the throes of sleep, let out a pained hiss. Instantly, the male Snivy awoke, scanning the vicinity and identifying the assailant targeting his mate. Enraged, he charged toward the poison powder moth. The female Snivy, eyes glinting with fury, followed suit. These Snivies are not benevolent creatures. They have long relied on the hunting of weaker Pokémon for sustenance. The poison powder moth had originally attacked from the farthest range of its psychic ability, and upon completing its assault, it swiftly retreated toward Taro. After crossing the silk net, Taro dashed into the distance alongside his partner, the Shroomish, while the poison powder moth soared above them. Saburo took charge of the route between the Cinderace camp and the Snivies, ensuring they were prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The 2 Snivies quickly detected the direction in which the poison powder moth fled and launched a vigorous pursuit, soon encountering the intricately woven intercepting net of silk. Faced with this unexpected barrier, the Snivies chose not to circumvent it. Instead, they unleashed their fury, employing brute force to break through. Without hesitation, they executed the mud bomb attack, sending projectiles imbued with dark, polluted energy hurtling toward the web. Upon impact, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, shattering the meticulously arranged net into countless fragments. Having breached the obstruction, the 2 Snivies pressed on relentlessly, following the aerial path of the poison powder moth with unwavering determination, leaving behind swift and decisive trails through the jungle. Taro, hearing the explosions behind him, could not resist glancing back. Upon witnessing the destruction of the silk net, his expression hardened, and he resumed his flight toward the camp where Cinderace and the others awaited. Though the Snivies were not particularly swift, they still outpaced Taro significantly. Realizing this, Taro called out, "Shroomish, jump onto my back and let us flee together." In the dense forest, human movement is exceedingly sluggish. Complying, Shroomish clung to Taro as he leaped and dashed through the underbrush, the branches of the night offering no hindrance to its agile movements. However, carrying a person did impose some strain on Shroomish, which Taro sensed. He promptly instructed, "Shroomish, veer around the area where the stun spore is laid to obstruct the Snivies' advance." Shroomish nodded and began to navigate around, heading towards the side. After bypassing the stun spore, they continued onward. The 2 Snivies, while racing, inadvertently encountered the stun spore, immediately affected and slowing their pace. Taro, witnessing this, feared the Snivies might cease their pursuit and urgently shouted, "Poison powder moth, launch another psychic attack and retreat once more." The poison powder moth, displaying intelligence, controlled a stone with its psychic ability, hurling it towards the female Snivy. This time, the male Snivy, forewarned, effortlessly shattered the stone with a poison jab, roaring in rage at the poison powder moth, its gaze icy with malice. The Snivies had encountered poison powder moths before, but most were merely their next meal, often dismissing them as unworthy prey, preferring to hunt for more substantial fare like the caterpie, which offered a more satisfying feast. However, the Snivies were unprepared for the relentless provocations from a single poison powder moth today. Additionally, they noticed Shroomish and the human it carried, both now targets of their predatory instincts. Thus, the 2 Snivies surged forward with renewed fury. Soon, Taro spotted Saburo ahead and waved, signaling him to retreat, indicating he needed no assistance. Understanding implicitly, Saburo directed his partner, the Swellow, to fly to safety, under the protection of Shroomish. Taro rapidly approached the camp where Cinderace and the others were stationed. Upon sighting the camp, he called out desperately, "Help! Help me!" His voice was filled with anguish. And prior to the poison powder moth's diversion of the Snivies, Taro had rolled on the ground, tearing his clothing and drawing blood, rendering him a pitiable sight. Awakened by Taro's cries, Cinderace and the others in the camp sprang to action, their expressions sharp as they turned to assess the situation. The Zubat sensed the energy emanating from Shroomish, the poison powder moth, and the 2 pursuing Snivies. Though Shroomish and the others could not perceive Zubat's level, the elite-level Zubat easily discerned their ranks. Recognizing their levels, Zubat chose not to act rashly, opting instead to bide its time. Prior to their departure, Cinderace had instructed Zubat to intervene only when Taro was in dire peril, allowing him the opportunity for valuable experience. Ailang and Aishan acted swiftly. They merely shed their outer garments before succumbing to slumber. Consequently, upon hearing Taro's desperate cries for help, they promptly emerged from their tent. The great wolfhound, the cunning Tengu, Boscadora, and the great mouth bat, who had been sleeping nearby, also stirred awake in haste. On watch tonight were Dream Cactus and the 3-in-1 Magneton, both of whom immediately unleashed an overwhelming aura. This sudden display caused the actions of the umbrella mushroom and the spoon snake to falter, leaving even Taro astonished at the formidable levels of Dream Cactus and the 3-in-1 Magneton. The Spoon Snake couple exchanged wary glances with Dream Cactus and the 3-in-1 Magneton, gradually contemplating retreat. They merely wished to safely lay their eggs and had ventured from the inner confines, only to inadvertently encounter such high-ranking Pokémon in the outer realms. Taro gulped nervously and called out, "Friends ahead, please lend me your aid. I am beset by 2 spoon snakes. I implore you to assist me." His voice brimmed with desperation and sorrow, evoking a sense of pity in those who heard it. Ailang furrowed his brow and coldly replied, "You have lured the spoon snakes to us, dragging us into this predicament, and now you beseech our help?" Chapter 59. The Pinnacle of Professional Level Spoon Snakes. Taro quickly defended himself. "I assure you it was not my intention. My 2 younger brothers became separated during our flight from these spoon snakes, and I have no knowledge of their whereabouts. I have no recourse but to seek your help." With that, Taro lowered his gaze, embodying a sense of grievance and helplessness. Ailang's expression remained unchanged as he contemplated the situation before turning to Chiyan Hui, silently indicating for him to decide. After a moment's reflection, Chiyan Hui stated, "We shall handle these 2 spoon snakes. You may take your leave." Taro was taken aback by Chiyan Hui's response. Was it not customary for one to extend assistance in such dire circumstances? After a moment of shock, he hastily urged, "Could you assist me in locating my 2 brothers? Their strengths are feeble, and I am profoundly worried for their safety." Despite the high levels of Dream Cactus and the 3-in-1 Magneton, Taro felt compelled to try his luck. After all, a Pokémon's might lies within itself, while a trainer remains merely an ordinary person. If he could eliminate the trainer, the remaining Pokémon would be easier to manage. He might even seize the Pokeballs from the deceased trainer to restrain them. However, this tactic would prove ineffective against powerful Pokémon, as they could easily shatter the constraints of standard Pokeballs, which only sufficed against gym-level Pokémon and below. At the quasi-champion level, ordinary Pokeballs ceased to bind Pokémon. If they so desired, they could break free at any moment. Only specially crafted Pokeballs could restrain those above the quasi-champion rank. Upon hearing Taro's plea, Chiyan Hui simply shook his head, saying, "I regret to inform you that it is late, and the forest harbors peril. We cannot risk venturing out to help you find your brothers. This task must fall to you alone. We can only assist you in detaining those 2 spoon snakes." While Chiyan Hui was uncertain whether Taro's words held any truth or ulterior motives, he could not endanger himself or allow Ailang and Aishan to take such risks to aid a stranger in the depths of the forest at night. The fact that Taro had not been slain already was a testament to his performance in deceiving Chiyan Hui and the others. Hearing Chiyan Hui's words, Taro could only rise helplessly and say, "Very well, thank you. You are kind-hearted." With that, he departed under the guidance of the umbrella mushroom. Ailang and Aishan held no objections. Whatever decision Chiyan Hui made, they would support. Ailang gazed at the 2 spoon snakes, his eyes brimming with determination. He had spent this time training his Pokémon, devoid of real combat, as the creatures they encountered along the way paled in comparison to his own Pokémon's strength. The 2 spoon snakes, noticing Ailang's gaze, tensed, with the male spoon snake coiling its body and emitting a series of hissing threats, attempting to intimidate Ailang and the 2 Pokémon standing before him. Chiyan Hui focused intently, his mind racing with images of the male spoon snake's appearance and its attributes. The spoon snake was a sleek black serpent with a golden jaw. It bore golden armor across its head and back, with 6 golden buttons adorning its belly. It possessed sharp red fangs and a blade-like tail. Spoon Snake, level 49, pinnacle of professional level, poison-type Pokémon. Ability, Shed Skin, which allows it to heal status conditions by shedding its skin. Individual values, 2V, HP, 25, Attack, 31, Defense, 23, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 26, Speed, 19. Base Stats, HP, 73, Attack, 100, Defense, 60, Special Attack, 100, Special Defense, 60, Speed, 65, total, 458. Item held, none. Mastered moves, Poison Fong, Belch, Mud Bomb. Coiling Attack, entry-level moves, Swagger, Lick, Gastro Acid, Mist. With a 2V rating, it reached the pinnacle of professional level prowess, and combined with Spoon Snake's commendable dual attacks and abilities, it was indeed a formidable Pokémon in the forest's outskirts. Suddenly, Ailang turned to Aishan and instructed, "Aishan, protect Hui Go. Leave these 2 spoon snakes to me." Without awaiting Aishan's response, he swiftly commanded, "Dream Cactus, use Swift Star." Dream Cactus, having long been prepared for battle, immediately unleashed a barrage of energy stars from its mouth, launching them swiftly towards the spoon snakes. Although Swift Star, as a normal type move, boasted a modest power of 60, its speed of execution and flight was unparalleled. Few moves could surpass the velocity of Swift Star. The spoon snake fixated its gaze on Dream Cactus, and upon witnessing the execution of Swift Star, it retaliated with a mud bomb. The spoon snake opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of purple-black sludge towards Dream Cactus. With a power of 80, amplified by its poison-type bonus, the mud bomb obliterated the energy stars conjured by Swift Star upon contact, continuing its trajectory towards Dream Cactus. Alang's expression sharpened as he shouted, "Dream Cactus, use seed bomb to blast those mud bombs." Dream Cactus promptly stood its ground, inhaling deeply before quickly gathering grass-type energy. It then expelled a rapid volley of seeds towards the oncoming mud bombs. Upon contact, the air resonated with explosive sounds. Seizing the opportunity, Alang commanded, "Dream Cactus, use hypnosis." Upon hearing Alang's words, Dream Cactus's eyes shimmered with a soft glow, and an imperceptible wave of energy quietly spread, swiftly enveloping the spoon snake and temporarily sealing its signature move, Mud Bomb, rendering it unable to execute that attack for a brief period. Witnessing the scene, the spoon snake was engulfed in a furious rage, suddenly darting towards the Dream Song Cactus with a fierce charge, its tail shimmering with a chilling violet luminescence. Just as the two entities were on the verge of collision, the spoon snake unleashed its poison strike skill. Its tail, imbued with tremendous force, swept towards the Dream Song Cactus with a piercing howl. The air quivered in response to this swift assault, reverberating with the sound of the rapidly slicing tail. In Chapter 60, the Taro brothers contemplated a change of strategy. Without a hint of fear, Alang shouted, "Dream Song Cactus, employ spike defense, then immediately execute heavy tread." At that moment, Chiyan Hui produced 2 Pokeballs and pressed the buttons, summoning a Charmander and an EV to his feet. Charmander, EV. Pay close attention to this battle. This is the essence of a true Pokemon duel, he instructed. The Charmander and EV immediately focused their attention on the confrontation between the Dream Song Cactus and the spoon snake. The spikes on the Dream Song Cactus began to grow wildly, transforming it momentarily into a spiny hedgehog, effectively shielding itself from the spoon snake's poison strike. The spoon snake's tail crashed heavily against these spikes, and despite the protective barrier of poison-type energy, it howled in pain. Once the Dream Song Cactus's spikes had fulfilled their purpose, they reverted to their usual size. The Dream Song Cactus then leapt into the air, its foot charged with earthy energy, a manifestation of the heavy tread technique. Ground-type moves would inflict double damage on the spoon snake, but successful execution was paramount. Although the power of heavy tread was relatively modest at 60 points, if it landed a double damage hit, it would be formidable. Moreover, the spoon snake was not renowned for its defensive capabilities. A successful hit from heavy tread would undoubtedly inflict significant harm. As the Dream Song Cactus descended, the spoon snake gritted its teeth and attempted to use Poison Strike once more, gathering poison-type energy in its recently stung tail and flinging it towards the Dream Song Cactus. However, the spoon snake's response was a beat too late, resulting in an imperfectly executed Poison Strike. The force of its tail was insufficient, allowing the Dream Song Cactus's heavy tread to repel the spoon snake's tail and land directly on its body. The spoon snake howled in agony, then, with violet light emanating from its mouth, attempted to bite the Dream Song Cactus using its Toxic Fang technique, which had a chance of inducing a poison state. With its own type advantage, the attack was not to be underestimated. Alang, ever vigilant on the battlefield, observed this turn of events and immediately called out, "Dream Song Cactus, use ambush." Responding to Alang's command, the Dream Song Cactus gathered dark energy into its fist and struck the spoon snake with blinding speed. This ambush technique could only be employed when the opponent launched an attack, otherwise it would fail. The male spoon snake, enduring the pain, fiercely bit down upon the Dream Song Cactus. Seeing this, Alang's expression hardened, and he yelled, "Dream Song Cactus, do it again, use heavy tread." At this moment, the spoon snake remained latched onto the Dream Song Cactus, preventing it from leaping. Instead, the Dream Song Cactus lifted its right foot to stomp on the male spoon snake. Just then, a tail glowing with violet light struck the Dream Song Cactus with force, sending it flying backward. The male spoon snake promptly released its grip to avoid being caught in the same fate. Alang furrowed his brow and glanced at the female spoon snake that had just intervened, particularly noting its swollen belly, which indicated its condition. After using Poison Strike to send the Dream Song Cactus flying, the female spoon snake approached the male spoon snake's side, expressing concern with a few distressed hisses. The male spoon snake, regaining its composure, fixed its gaze on the Dream Song Cactus and Alang, letting out several fierce roars. Alang, observing this, hesitated before turning to Chiyan Hui and said, "We go. Perhaps we should spare these two spoon snakes. The one that just attacked seems to be pregnant. Killing them now would mean. Chiyan Hui smiled slightly, replying, Ailang, this is your battle. Make your choice. Whatever you decide, I will support you. Taking a deep breath, Ailang solemnly nodded and called out to the spoon snakes, You may leave. You are not our adversaries, and we do not wish to trouble you. After witnessing the battle, the two spoon snakes recognized the strength of Chiyan Hui and his companions. They retreated slowly, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Once the spoon snakes had vanished, Ailang expressed a tinge of regret, saying, Hui go. Defeating those two spoon snakes would have been trivial. But I didn't want to harm the unborn Pokemon egg. Chiyan Hui chuckled as he patted Ailang's shoulder, saying, Ailang, I understand. There is no need for remorse. For you acted rightly. Meanwhile, Taro, observing the fierce battle between the Dream Song cactus and the spoon snake from a distance through binoculars, sighed deeply. The strength exhibited by the Dream Song cactus was evidently beyond his capacity to contend with, especially with a threatening gulpin nearby. Should he abandon the pursuit of such a rare shiny Charmander? Yet, retreat was also unfeasible, with the current prowess of the three brothers. They were no match for their opponents, who remained highly vigilant, offering no opportunity for a close approach. Otherwise, with the speed of his Shroomish in close combat, he could have swiftly dispatched one or two of them. Reluctantly, Taro cast a glance at Chiyan Hui and his companions before gradually retreating, vanishing into the forest. Once away, Taro used his communicator to summon his brothers, Eri and Sanlang. After a while, the Taro brothers reconvened. Taro sighed, stating, The strength of those three individuals is formidable. We are not their match at present. Eri, feeling discontent, replied, Brother, shall we just give up? This is a shiny Charmander, and its potential must be exceptional. Shiny Pokemon are exceedingly rare, typically possessing excellent qualities. Sanlang also looked at Taro with reluctance, awaiting his decision. Taro regarded his two younger brothers, Eri and Sanlang, then solemnly declared, If we act on our own, it would be perilous. Therefore, I propose we notify others and sell this information to them. We can earn some profit while remaining safe. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Eri and Sanlang exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, they promptly responded, Brother, this plan is splendid. We won't even need to lift a finger to earn some money. Taro smiled and nodded, saying, All right, since you both agree. I will contact others to gauge who offers the highest price for this information. In Chapter 61, they encountered a gym-level trainer, Main. Taro wasted no time, pulling out his communicator to contact the first potential buyer. For safety's sake, Taro reached out to trainers of peak professional caliber. After several attempts, upon learning that the counterparts owned a peak professional Dream Song cactus and a high-level gulpin, they all opted to forego the opportunity. After all, this was merely the strength they had displayed. Who knew what other powerful Pokemon they might possess? Everyone was astute enough not to risk their safety for an unknown quality shiny Charmander. After Taro ended the communication device, a grim expression crossed his face. Jiro, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Elder brother, what happened? Did no one buy it? Taro remained silent, merely shaking his head. After a brief moment of hesitation, he picked up the communicator once more and dialed a renowned dojo-level trainer. Upon connection, Taro respectfully addressed, Master Main, this is Taro. I possess information regarding an exceptionally rare shiny Charmander, and I am uncertain if it piques your interest. On the other end, Main, a robust man with a bushy beard, was traversing the orange forest with his Pokemon. Upon hearing Taro's voice through the communicator, he halted abruptly and inquired with a deep tone, A shiny Charmander? Are you certain? Taro replied with utmost respect, I am indeed certain. How could I dare deceive you? Master Main? Main pondered briefly before responding. Speak. What do you desire in return? He was no fool. It was evident that Taro sought to sell this information. Taro, still maintaining his respectful demeanor, stated, I require merely a sum of money, which pales in comparison to the value of the shiny Charmander. Hearing this, Main's lips curled into a slight smirk, tauntingly remarking, It seems the opposing trainer far exceeds your capabilities. Otherwise, how could you dare to sell such information? First, disclose the strength of your adversaries, and only then will I make a decision. Do not attempt to deceive me. The consequences of trickery are well within your understanding. I would never. Taro hastily replied. There are three individuals. Their revealed strengths are that of a high-level professional-level Magikarp, a peak professional-level Cacturne, and an unknown-level Zubat. That shiny Charmander is newly born and still quite small. As for whether they possess hidden Pokemon, I am unaware. After considering Taro's words, Main remained silent for a moment, contemplating, no matter how formidable they are, they cannot possibly be of champion-level caliber. As long as they are not of that level, Even if I cannot defeat them, I can still escape. This risk is worth taking, for the rarity of shiny Charmanders is exceedingly low. It is said that once a shiny Charmander evolves into a shiny Charizard, its coloration transforms to black, a form highly coveted by many trainers across the globe. Should I manage to capture this shiny Charmander, regardless of its potential, it would still be valued at several million. If its potential is higher, then it would be even more precious. After this transaction, I would have the resources to cultivate my Pokémon towards champion-level status. With this thought, a glint of fierce determination flickered in Ma Yin's eyes as he declared, I shall offer you 1 million. Sell me this information. However, I have a stipulation. You are not to sell this information to anyone else. Upon hearing this, Taro's eyes sparkled with delight. The value of this information was extraordinary. Selling it for 1 million was indeed a lucrative deal. Certainly, Master Ma Yin. I shall never disclose this information to anyone else. After Taro's agreement, Ma Yin promptly asked, where shall we conduct this transaction? Taro surveyed the surroundings before replying, in the southeastern outskirts of the Orange Forest, near the entrance to Canas City. Very well, await my arrival. I shall be there shortly. After hanging up the communicator, Ma Yin summoned a Tropius and mounted it, recalling his previously released Pokémon into their Pokeballs. He then commanded, Tropius, take flight towards the southeast. The Tropius, adorned in a brown-gray hue with a long neck and sturdy limbs, boasted 3 green leaves on its head, 1 large leaf covering its crown and 2 smaller leaves on either side, along with 3 leaves encircling its neck and a cluster of yellow, banana-like fruits dangling from its chin. With a mighty roar, Tropius unleashed air slash, cleaving through the sky and elevating Ma Yin high above, charting a course towards the southeast. As night enveloped the land, Tropius soared through the sky, cautious not to fly too low lest it attract the attention of unknown Pokémon lurking within the trees. Thus, Tropius ascended to great heights, evading potential threats. Before long, Tropius reached the southeastern perimeter, advancing towards the direction of Canas City. From atop the Tropius, Ma Yin retrieved his communicator and contacted Taro. I have arrived. I am soaring in the air on Tropius. Please send your flying Pokémon to guide me. Taro respectfully responded. Understood, Master Ma Yin. I shall dispatch a Pokémon immediately. After disconnecting, Taro turned to Saburo, instructing, oldest brother, send Wingull to scout for Tropius in the sky and bring it to us. Saburo nodded and relayed a few commands to Wingull, which then ascended into the air, using wing attack to carve a path through the sky. Wingull's speed was remarkable, and after a short flight, it spotted Tropius above, swiftly approaching and calling out a few times to attract its attention. Ma Yin also noticed Wingull and commanded Tropius, follow that Wingull. With a powerful flap of its wings, Tropius ascended in pursuit of Wingull, keeping pace despite the latter's swift speed due to its superior level. Upon reaching the designated location, Tropius landed gracefully with Ma Yin. The descent deliberate as both he and Tropius surveyed their surroundings, wary of any potential ambushes. Once on solid ground, Ma Yin dismounted and promptly released his signature Pokémon, Meowth. Meowth resembled a large white feline adorned with red markings, featuring long black claws on its forepaws and a red digit, with its tail bifurcated at the tip. The memories of battling its nemesis, Snivy, were ingrained in its very cells, a rivalry stretching back to its ancestors. The mere scent of Snivy would cause its fur to bristle, instinctively assuming an offensive stance. Chapter 62. The first move, using Leaf Storm for a widespread attack. Upon Meowth's emergence, it immediately scanned the surroundings with vigilance, and upon detecting no immediate danger, it obediently stationed itself beside Ma Yin for protection. Ma Yin glanced at Taro and stated, I have arrived. Now reveal the information. Taro remained silent, merely smiling as he responded, this. Ma Yin let out a huff, producing an untraceable card from his pocket and tossing it towards Taro. This card contains 1 million. You may verify it. Taro, unperturbed, retrieved a device to check the card, and upon seeing the balance displayed as 1 million, he contentedly pocketed the untraceable card. Ma Yin coldly remarked, Now, can you disclose the information? With a beaming smile, Taro replied, Certainly. The location of the opposing team is just southwest of us, approximately 3 kilometers away, where they have set up their tent. Ma Yin nodded and added, You shall accompany me. If this proves true, you may leave directly. Taro did not refuse. Such a request was entirely reasonable, and he would have made the same demand if in Ma Yin's position. Very well, Master Ma Yin, let us depart. Taro then turned to his 2 younger brothers, instructing, You both wait here. I shall return shortly. Both Jiro and Saburo nodded in agreement. Ma Yin cast a keen gaze at Taro before following closely behind him as they set off in the southwestern direction. Soon, Taro arrived at the vicinity of the camp occupied by Akihiko and his companions, accompanied by Ma Yin, roughly 100 meters away. Taro halted his steps and spoke in a hushed tone. Lady Ma'in, the trainer possessing the unusual little fire dragon resides within this camp. I shall refrain from approaching, as their strength surpasses my own. Ma'in fixed Taro with a piercing gaze. Should you dare deceive me, this orange blossom forest shall become the graveyard for you three brothers. You are well aware of my character. Taro replied with a smile. Rest assured, Lady Ma'in. If I were to deceive you, I would not have accompanied you thus far. Ma'in nodded slightly and instructed, you may leave now, venture further away. I do not wish for you to observe the battle. If I discover you here, I shall deal with you first. Without a moment's hesitation, Taro swiftly retreated, quickly vanishing from Ma Yin's line of sight. After waiting for a short while until Taro was out of sight, Ma Yin produced 2 Pokeballs and summoned forth 2 Pokemon, a Tropius and another Pokemon that vanished as soon as it appeared, its silhouette resembling that of a lizard. This was a chameleon Pokemon, capable of changing its colors. It was entirely green with red patterns on its abdomen and a curled tail. The chameleon Pokemon possesses the extraordinary ability to blend its body color with the surrounding scenery, allowing it to stealthily approach its prey. Though the patterns on its abdomen remain visible, it can extend its tongue to long lengths, swiftly capturing its quarry. Ma'in spoke in a low voice, as per usual. Tropius will engage directly using a hard-hitting move, while the Meowth will execute a side ambush. Chameleon, you shall launch a surprise attack on the opposing trainer from the shadows. The 3 Pokemon nodded in unison and began to prepare according to Ma Yin's strategy. As they drew closer to Akihiko's camp, the Zubat hanging at the entrance of the tent immediately sensed the uninvited guests, swiftly opening its eyes and emitting a sharp cry. This piercing sound roused Akihiko and his companions, along with the vigilant Cacturn and Gulpin. Both Alung and Ashen understood the gravity of the situation and quickly retrieved the Pokeballs from their waists. At that moment, a whirlwind formed from leaves surged towards Akihiko's camp. It was the Leaf Storm move employed by Tropius. Leaf Storm, a grass-type attack with a power of 130 points, conjuring a storm of sharp leaves directed at the opponent. Following its use, the user's special attack significantly decreases due to recoil. It is a straightforward yet immensely effective move, though its side effects are quite severe, greatly diminishing the user's special attack. Zubat could hardly resist the urge to intervene, for neither Cacturn nor Gulpin excelled at countering such a wide-ranging move. At this critical moment, Ashen called out, Golem, use Rock Tomb to impede the progress of the Leaf Storm, then follow up with Tackle to shield against this assault. Magneton, too, prepared to unleash a flash cannon, aiming to mitigate the power of the Leaf Storm. Golem roared, rapidly conjuring blocks of rock to collide with the Leaf Storm, while Magneton summoned a silver beam of light to strike at it. However, the sheer force of the Leaf Storm obliterated the rocks. And although the incoming flash cannon did not completely dismantle the Leaf Storm, it did weaken its potency considerably. This was primarily due to Tropius's inherently low special attack, which is why the Leaf Storm was currently underperforming. Then Golem let out a roar, enveloped in white light, charging directly into the Leaf Storm, opting to withstand its assault with its formidable body. Golem's massive size allowed it to absorb the impact of the Leaf Storm to the greatest extent possible. Just then, a nimble upright feline lunged towards Ashen as he exited the tent. Alung, standing nearby, had released his Houndoom the moment the Leaf Storm appeared. Although neither Alung nor Ashen noticed the agile Meowth, Houndoom detected an unusual scent and was ever ready. As soon as the Meowth revealed itself, Houndoom charged forward, using Tackle, colliding with the Meowth's critical strike. The impact surprised both Alung and Ashen, who had not noticed the Meowth sneaking up on them. Had it not been for Houndoom's vigilance, Ashen might have already been incapacitated. At this moment, Akihiko also emerged from the tent, standing obediently beside Zubat, while his Charmander and Eevee remained within their Pokeballs, ill-suited for such a scenario. Upon witnessing the sudden assault of the Meowth, Akihiko's expression turned grave, for Houndoom had been repelled despite having collided with the Meowth's critical strike. It is noteworthy that Tackle boasts a power of 90 points, while the Meowth's critical strike only has a power of 70 points. This disparity clearly indicated that the Meowth's level and strength were superior to that of Houndoom, especially since both Pokemon lack type advantages, making it a pure display of raw power. Chapter 63, Gym Level Meowth. As Akihiko scrutinized the Meowth, its qualifications and level information suddenly surfaced in his mind. Meowth, level 56, peak mid-level gym, a normal-type Pokemon, with the ability, immunity, which prevents it from being poisoned. Its individual value qualifications, 3V, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 23, Special Attack, 12, Special Defense, 21, Speed, 31. Base stats, HP, 73, attack, 115, defense, 60, special attack, 60, special defense, 60, speed, 90, total, 458. Carrying items, none. Proficient moves, slash, fury swipes, cross-cut, critical strike, taunt, detect, close combat. Entry-level moves, glare, swagger, curse, belly drum. Gazing at this Meowth, Akihiko's countenance grew somber. The Meowth's level surpassed that of Houndoom and had reached the peak of mid-level gym. Houndoom still lagged slightly behind the peak early level. However, Houndoom's impressive 5v qualifications afforded it a fighting chance against this Meowth. While the Meowth's attack and speed were formidable, it was somewhat lacking in terms of HP and defense. Moreover, Alung was not alone in this battle. Ashen immediately shouted, "Gulpin, activate your intimidate ability." Gulpin promptly opened its large mouth atop its head and let out a deafening roar, unleashing an invisible pressure that surged towards the Meowth and also encompassed the Tropius and the hidden chameleon. Although the intimidate ability affected these three Pokémon, Gulpin's level was still slightly lower, only achieving the peak of professional level. Faced with a mid-level gym Meowth, the effectiveness of the intimidate ability in lowering attack power was minimal. Furthermore, Tropius, which had previously executed Leaf Storm, was also a mid-level early Pokémon. It was due to being at the gym level that Magneton and Golem had such difficulty encountering it. However, for the peak professional level chameleon, the effect was strikingly effective, perfectly executing the intimidate ability to diminish the attack power of the two Pokémon. Moreover, Awolf's response was swift. He shouted loudly, "Ashan, the Pokémon using Leaf Storm to attack us is your responsibility. I will handle this Meowth slash." Ashan decisively replied, "Understood." Upon receiving Ashan's affirmation, Awolf called out, "Dreamsong Cacturn, return and protect Huiji. Be wary of enemies lurking in the shadows." Cunning Tengu harassed the Meowth slash from the side, and Big Wolf Dog, you will engage in direct combat. The three Pokémon promptly sprang into action according to Awolf's directives. Ashan stood beside the blazing Hui, with Big Mouth standing alertly at his side, vigilant as he surveyed their surroundings. Ashan, unwavering, issued a commanding order, "Try attack, advance, and unleash your thunderbolt." Due to the tropical dragon's concealment within the dense foliage, Ashan was uncertain of its precise location. However, the thunderbolt, being a wide-range attack, was sufficient to indiscriminately strike that hidden area. No matter how stealthily the tropical dragon hid, it could not evade the reach of this electric assault. Try attack responded immediately, swiftly gathering electric energy, its body enveloped in a brilliant golden glow. Before the energy erupted violently into countless electric spears that shot towards the area where the tropical dragon was concealed. At that moment, the tropical dragon was still catching its breath, striving to regain its strength. Although the earlier Leaf Storm had been formidable, it had significantly drained its energy. Faced with the sudden onslaught of electric strikes, Maine could only maintain a stoic expression and decisively commanded, "Tropical Dragon, quickly use Leaf Blade to shatter those incoming bolts." The tropical dragon's special attack had diminished, but its inherent attack power was only slightly reduced due to the intimidation effect of Big Mouth. Armed with the strength of a beginner gym-level Pokémon, the Leaf Blade was ample to defend against the incoming Thunderbolt, especially since Tri-Attack had yet to reach the pinnacle of professional level. As Maine anticipated, the Leaf Blade indeed successfully intercepted the electric strikes. Yet this also revealed the position of both the tropical dragon and Maine. Ashan's objective had been achieved, and he immediately shouted, "Bastiodon, use tackle." Bastiodon roared, leaning forward slightly as it charged towards the tropical dragon and Maine, effortlessly demolishing any trees and branches that stood in its path. With each step Bastiodon took, the ground trembled, a testament to its considerable weight. Watching the oncoming Bastiodon, even Yin's expression grew solemn. The pressure was undeniable. Although Bastiodon was merely at the pinnacle of professional level, a direct confrontation with the tropical dragon would not guarantee an advantage. The tropical dragon's attack and special attack stats were somewhat lackluster, its strengths lying in stamina and defense. While it could withstand Bastiodon's assault, it could not gain the upper hand. Observing the charging Bastiodon, Maine commanded, "Tropical Dragon, use Mountain Crush to block this Bastiodon." Maine held no concern about the tropical dragon's potential defeat, yet it would be challenging for the tropical dragon to conquer this Bastiodon, especially after having used Leaf Storm, which had severely diminished its special attack. Resorting to physical attacks against Bastiodon's formidable defense stat of 180 would be rather futile. Noticing the metallic bulk of Bastiodon, Yin's countenance soured, yet she remained confident, for her trump card had yet to be revealed. If the shifting dragon could deliver a decisive blow to the opposing trainer, then Ma'in would easily dispatch these Pokémon. Meanwhile, Hui was observing the battle unfolding between A-Wolf and A-Shan. On A-Wolf's side, with Big Wolf Dog facing off directly and Cunning Tengu harassing the enemy, the situation remained stable. Thus, when Bastiodon executed its tackle, Huey's attention was drawn, and he turned to see the tropical dragon and Ma'in. Huey's gaze sharpened. Who was this bearded man? He had never encountered him before. Why was he suddenly attacking us? Filled with questions, Hui focused on the tropical dragon, and as he did so, information about the creature's qualifications and level surfaced in his mind. Chapter 64, Beginner Gym Level Tropical Dragon. Tropical Dragon, Level 51, Beginner Gym Level, a dual-type grass and flying Pokémon. With the ability Solar Power, which amplifies special attack by 15 times in sunny weather but drains a portion of its health periodically. Individual values: 2v, Health, 31, Attack, 27, Defense, 24, Special Attack, 23, Special Defense, 19, Speed, 31. Base Stats: Health, 99, Attack, 68, Defense, 83, Special Attack, 72, Special Defense, 87, Speed, 51, Total, 460. Held item: None. Proficient moves: Leaf Blade, Leaf Storm, Magical Leaf, Air Slash, Mountain Crush. Beginner moves: Outrage, Tackle, Glare, Gust, Synthesis. Huey's expression tightened as he regarded this tropical dragon, another gym-level Pokémon. Fortunately, the tropical dragon's offensive capabilities were relatively weak, compounded by the significant reduction in its special attack from the earlier Leaf Storm and the slight drop in attack power due to Big Mouth's intimidation. Otherwise, Bastiodon would have proven to be quite a formidable opponent. Just as Hui pondered this, Bastiodon's tackle collided with the tropical dragon's Mountain Crush. Although Bastiodon was a behemoth, the tropical dragon was not to be underestimated. When they clashed, both Pokémon exerted their utmost strength, leading to a mutual retreat of several steps. A-Shan was quite satisfied with this outcome, considering the substantial level disparity between Bastiodon and the tropical dragon. One was at the pinnacle of professional level, while the other was merely a beginner gym-level Pokémon. Although the apparent level difference was only 2 tiers, the disparity in their capabilities was considerable. At present, Bastiodon relied solely on its robust physique to withstand the tropical dragon's assaults. Meanwhile, lurking nearby, the shifting dragon was keenly observing the battle's progression. Soon, it set its sights on A-Wolf, realizing that eliminating him would leave the Meowth/ unopposed. Even without direct commands, A-Wolf's use of Big Wolf Dog and Cunning Tengu against Meowth/ still left him at a disadvantage. This was primarily due to Meowth/'s exceptional combat awareness and unwavering willpower. Faced with the assault from Big Wolf Dog and Cunning Tengu, the balance that had once been even had shifted to an advantage for Meowth/. Big Wolf Dog bore numerous scars from Meowth/'s sharp claws and was now panting heavily. Ordinarily, with Cunning Tengu's assistance, Big Wolf Dog would have had no trouble confronting a mid-level gym Pokémon. However, this particular Meowth/ was different. Its vast combat experience and keen instincts rendered Big Wolf Dog vulnerable time and again. The gap in battle experience between Big Wolf Dog and Meowth/ was substantial. The Meowth/ has undergone countless battles, evolving its own unique combat style, which now enables it to turn the tide of the confrontation without the need for Mahong's commands, beginning to overpower the Great Wolfhound and the Cunning Tengu. At the side, Chiyan Hui discerned A-Lang's predicament, and his gaze sharpened as he looked up at the crossbat. Softly uttering, "Crossbat, I will need your assistance shortly. I know that my father must have instructed you to intervene only when I am in mortal peril. However, A-Lang is my brother. His misfortune is as grave as my own. Surely, you would not wish to witness A-Lang perish, would you? Can you assist him?" The crossbat hesitated momentarily but eventually nodded in agreement, indicating that it would lend a hand. Observing this, Chiyan Hui felt a profound sense of relief. Although the sudden appearance of the bearded figure was puzzling, with the crossbat's presence, no matter how formidable the bearded figure might be, it posed little threat. Mahong also noticed the crossbat hovering above Chiyan Hui, yet upon realizing it was merely guarding him, she redirected her focus to the peculiar little fire dragon at Chiyan Hui's feet, her eyes brimming with fervor and urgency. Following her gaze, Chiyan Hui glimpsed the little fire dragon at his feet, and his expression tightened. "Now I understand why they would suddenly attack us. It seems they have set their sights on the little fire dragon. Yet, upon reflection, it is entirely reasonable. Who wouldn't desire a rare fire dragon? However, are you prepared for the possibility that your attempt to seize it may end in your demise?" Chiyan Hui's gaze turned icy as he regarded Mahong. He would not allow anyone to take his fire dragon. At that moment, lurking in the shadows, the vanishing dragon stealthily approached Ailang's position, seizing the opportunity to swiftly extend its tongue toward Ailang. The tongue sliced through the air like a rapier, producing a sharp sound from the friction against the atmosphere. Upon hearing the noise, Chiyan Hui swiftly turned to look, only to see the tongue mere inches from Ailang's head, poised to pierce through and extinguish his life. However, just then, a fleeting shadow darted through the air, and suddenly, a segment of the tongue fell to the ground. This severed tongue writhed a few times before a torrent of blood gushed from its smooth, severed edge. Ma Hong's expression of delight was abruptly frozen upon seeing the severed tongue on the ground, her eyes gradually filling with shock, terror, and dread. The crossbat's speed had been so astonishing that neither Ma Hong nor Ailang and the others had comprehended what transpired. Only Chiyan Hui, familiar with the crossbat's abilities, immediately thought of it. He turned his head, and indeed, the crossbat that had been suspended from the tent's apex had vanished without a trace. Among all present Pokémon, only the crossbat possessed the requisite speed and strength to strike first in a moment of peril, severing the tongue that threatened Ailang. Following the trajectory of the fallen tongue, Chiyan Hui beheld a green lizard wailing on the ground, clutching its mouth in agony, blood profusely pouring from its maw, presenting a most pitiful sight. Upon recognizing the creature as the vanishing dragon, Chiyan Hui's countenance darkened, and he articulated each word with gravity. Vanishing dragon. He was well aware of the infamous reputation of the vanishing dragon. It was a terrifying assassin, capable of altering its coloration to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. Coupled with its sword-like tongue, an absolute nightmare for many trainers. The vanishing dragon resembled a chameleon, adorned in green with red markings along its abdomen and a curled tail. It possessed the remarkable ability to adapt its coloration to match its surroundings, allowing it to stealthily approach its prey, though the abdominal markings remained unchanged. Typically, the vanishing dragon utilized its tongue as its most formidable weapon. As Chiyan Hui focused intently on the vanishing dragon, its attributes and level information materialized in his mind. Vanishing dragon, level 49, peak professional, a Pokémon of normal type. With the ability, color change, which allows it to temporarily adopt the type of the last move it was hit by. For instance, if struck by a fire-type move, it would temporarily become a fire-type Pokémon. Individual values: HP, 27, attack, 25, defense, 24, special attack, 23, special defense, 26, speed, 29. Base stats: HP, 60, attack, 90. Defense, 70, special attack, 60, special defense, 120, speed, 40, total, 440. Items held: none. Proficient moves: lick, cut, ambush, shadow sneak. Basic moves: tail whip, scratch, fury swipes. Shadow claw. Meanwhile, Ma Hong, sensing the crossbat's intervention, though unable to see it, immediately assessed the aura and determined that this was undoubtedly a Pokémon of at least Quasi-King level, characterized by extraordinary speed. With this realization, Ma Hong hastily dashed toward the tropical dragon, leapt onto its back, and urgently called out, "Quickly, tropical dragon, take me away from here." In that moment, Ma Hong disregarded both the Meowth Slash and the vanishing dragon, solely focused on preserving her own life. However, with the crossbat having already intervened, there was no opportunity for her to escape. The tropical dragon, startled, flapped its wings rapidly in an attempt to ascend and flee. Just then, a shadow flitted past, leaving a deep, grievous wound on the tropical dragon, which also struck its wings, eliciting a cry of agony as it plummeted toward the ground. The only Pokémon still capable of battle, the Meowth Slash, witnessed this and, rather than fleeing, summoned its full strength to charge toward Ailang, determined to reach him and facilitate Ma Hong's escape. Such is the nature of Pokémon. Even when Ma Hong had resolved to abandon them, they continued to fight valiantly for her, even at the cost of their own lives. In that moment, the Meowth Slash disregarded the attacks from the Great Wolfhound and the Cunning Tengu, its sole focus on Ailang. It believed the formidable Pokémon that had just appeared was an ally of Ailang, as it was the vanishing dragon's attack on Ailang that had resulted in the severed tongue. Thus, it surged toward Ailang, undeterred by the wounds inflicted by the Great Wolfhound and the Cunning Tengu. This scene stirred something within Ailang, yet, observing the charging Meowth Slash, he exhibited no sign of panic, only calmly commanding, "Dreamsong Cacturn, stand before me and use spike defense." The Dreamsong Cacturn leaped into the air, positioning itself before Ailang, its spines rapidly extending to form a formidable barrier, effectively shielding the Meowth Slash. The Meowth Slash, upon seeing the Dreamsong Cacturn, showed no intention of halting its advance. Its gaze resolute as it raised its left hand high, a white light emanating from it. This was the cut move. Then, The Meowth/'s left hand struck towards the hedgehog formed by the Dreamsong cactus. The moment of contact saw the sharp spines pierce through the energy barrier, embedding themselves into the Meowth/'s hand. Yet, there was not a flicker of emotion on its face. Its gaze remained steadfastly fixed on a wolf. Meanwhile, the spiny orb created by the Dreamsong cactus was sent flying by Meowth/'s strike. Behind the Dreamsong cactus, a wolf brandished a cleaver, resolutely guarding in front of Chiyan Hui. His eyes betrayed no trace of fear or hesitation. Since the day he joined the Lava Squad, a wolf had been prepared for such a moment. With a fierce roar, he charged towards Meowth/, his expression embodying the spirit of one who embraces death. Observing this, Chiyan Hui immediately shouted, "Crossbat!" True to expectations, Crossbat, having just felled the tropical dragon, heard Chiyan Hui's call and swiftly returned, hurtling towards Meowth/. The speed of Crossbat, bolstered by its king-level prowess, was akin to that of a specter, instantly arriving beside Meowth/. Employing its cross-poison blade, it sent Meowth/ flying. This left a wolf's cleaver swinging through empty air, yet he paid it no mind, instead looking joyfully at Crossbat nearby. At that moment, a wolf witnessed true strength and understood what it meant to alter the course of fate with a single blow. Just before Crossbat's emergence, he had been ensnared in a life-and-death crisis, but the appearance of Crossbat had instantly reversed the tide of battle. It was at this moment that a wolf's desire to grow stronger surged intensely within him. Seeing this scene, the transforming dragon attempted to flee, but the great wolf dog pounced, sinking its teeth into the transforming dragon's body. The assault, coupled with the earlier severing of its tongue, caused the transforming dragon to lose consciousness, rendered incapable of further combat. The tropical dragon and Meowth/, struck by Crossbat, also succumbed to unconsciousness, completely devoid of fighting capacity. When the tropical dragon fell, it inadvertently landed atop Mayin, who was desperately trying to extricate herself from beneath it. Chiyan Hui surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "A wolf. Ashan, we should be out of danger now. But we must remain vigilant. Let's secure this bearded man and interrogate him about how he discovered our camp." Meanwhile, a few hundred meters behind Chiyan Hui's camp, the Taro brothers were monitoring the situation through pre-installed cameras. Upon witnessing Mayin's impending victory, Erang lamented, "It seems Mayin is poised for triumph. What a pity." Sanrang echoed his sentiments. Indeed, how splendid it would be if they could both suffer defeat. Taro, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated on the screen. When he saw a fleeting shadow sever the transforming dragon's tongue and then strike down Mayin, defeating her ace Pokémon, Meowth/. Terror immediately etched itself upon the faces of the three brothers. Chapter 66. The Demise of Gym Leader Mayin. Taro's expression grew grave as he abruptly shut the laptop, whispering urgently, "We must retreat. This place is unsafe." He swiftly stowed the computer in his spatial backpack and turned to flee in the opposite direction from Chiyan Hui and the others. Erang and Sanrang, their faces equally somber, followed suit, understanding that they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, a veritable impenetrable steel wall. The gym-level Meowth/ had been knocked unconscious in a single blow, losing all fighting capability, an impossibility for a mere gym-level Pokémon to achieve. In that moment, a wave of dread washed over the Taro brothers. Had they engaged, they would likely have fared worse than Mayin. Mayin, too, was a formidable figure within the Orange Blossom Forest, possessing the strength to navigate its depths. A reputation forged through genuine prowess, not mere boasting. Yet, the ace Pokémon of such a powerful trainer was utterly helpless before the unseen Pokémon, leaving the Taro brothers in a state of shock. As Taro ran, he couldn't help but mentally berate himself. No wonder they dared to flaunt the shiny Charmeleon so openly. They must possess such a powerful Pokémon. Taro had considered the strength of his opponents, but in his mind, he had imagined they possessed at most a gym-level advanced or even peak Pokémon, never anticipating the presence of a quasi-king level creature. The distinction between gym level and quasi-king level may appear subtle, yet it marks a profound metamorphosis. Upon reaching quasi-king status, a Pokémon's very essence begins to transform. It is akin to a chrysalis emerging as a butterfly, a complete evolution, with every subsequent major level up representing another metamorphosis. This also signifies the extraordinary rarity of Pokémon above the quasi-king level. Thus, Taro could scarcely fathom that Chiyan Hui and his companions would possess Pokémon of such caliber. Deprived of the chance to gauge Crossbat's true power, Taro mistakenly believed the elusive Pokémon to be merely quasi-king level. Had he realized it was a king-level Crossbat, he might have fainted from terror. Meanwhile, Awolf and Ashan, under the protection of their Pokémon, bound Mayin with ropes, and collected the 3 severely injured Pokémon that had lost consciousness using the Pokeballs on her person. Awolf, his expression menacing, secured Mayin to a tree and coldly inquired, "Who sent you?" Mayin, maintaining her composure, replied, "If I answer your question, will you let me go?" Awolf sneered, "Let you go? In your dreams. You just sought our lives, and now you wish for your freedom?" Mayin retorted with a mocking smile. "Since you have no intention of releasing me, why should I speak?" Awolf paused momentarily at her words. Chiyan Hui, observing, frowned and said gravely, "You have been fixated on my shiny Charmeleon. You must have come for it, haven't you?" Mayin glanced at Chiyan Hui but remained silent. Chiyan Hui continued with calm resolve. "I only released Charmeleon after entering the Orange Blossom Forest, which indicates someone must have seen it and informed you, prompting your attempt to seize it. We 3 just entered the forest yesterday, and the only trainers we encountered along the way were the Taro brothers. It seems they relayed the information to you, leading you to attempt to steal my shiny Charmeleon." At this, Mayin's pupils constricted, and her expression shifted slightly. Chiyan Hui, keenly observing her reaction, felt a sense of certainty. With a cold smile, he elaborated, "You know, before your arrival, the Taro brothers came by earlier in the night, accompanied by 2 wild Swablu. It appears they intended to divert our attention, using the Swablu to test our strength. Had we struggled to deal with them, they would likely have acted against us. Once they realized the Swablu posed no threat, they must have informed you, perhaps even sold you the information, and would surely be lurking in the shadows, hoping to profit from our mutual destruction." As this was said, Chiyan Hui immediately exclaimed, "Ailang, Aishan, investigate the direction from which the assailant came. Look for anything suspicious or any Pokemon. If danger arises, I shall summon my Zubat to assist you." Ailang and Aishan promptly nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood, Brother Hui." With that, they hurried off towards the direction from which Mayin had approached. At this moment, Mayin felt a numbing dread. How could they have deduced everything without her uttering a single word? The very fact that they had articulated these thoughts meant she had lost all value, and her life could be extinguished at any moment. This realization darkened Mayin's complexion, enveloping her in a shroud of despair. Although she had mentally prepared herself for such outcomes, having often walked the fine line between danger and safety, the reality of the situation instilled a profound sense of fear within her. Mayin felt an overwhelming sense of regret for her arrogance, believing that her gym-level strength would allow her to roam freely in the Changhua forest. Even the Taro trio would lure wild Pokemon for testing. Why had she not considered employing a similar strategy? Ultimately, her hubris had led her to this predicament. With a pleading expression, Mayin gazed at Chiyan Hui, her voice trembling as she implored, "Could you spare me this once? I swear I shall never engage in such acts of robbery again. I truly understand my mistakes." In that moment, her voice quivered, laden with the terror of impending death. Chiyan Hui regarded the now supplicating Mayin, his expression devoid of emotion as he calmly approached her. Reaching into his spatial pouch, he whispered, "Perhaps in your next life." In an instant, he grasped a dagger and plunged it directly into her heart. Mayin's eyes widened in shock, her mouth opening as if to voice a protest, yet no sound emerged. Chiyan Hui watched as life ebbed from Mayin, softly stating, "Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions." If begging for mercy bore any fruit, the number of trainers who perish each year would not be so staggering. Chapter 67. The timely escape of the Taro trio. Mayin's intricate tactical arrangement was indeed nefarious. First employing the Tropius to unleash a vast leaf tornado, followed by a side ambush from the Meowth, and finally, a direct strike from the hidden Kakuna. An ordinary individual would undoubtedly fall victim to Mayin's lethal combination. From Mayin's ruthless demeanor and the adeptness of her 3 Pokemon, it was clear that many trainers had met their demise at the hands of this strategy. Chiyan Hui, having gleaned everything from Mayin's expression, realized that the Taro trio had informed him of her presence, rendering her existence redundant. Just then, Ailang and Aishan returned, Ailang clutching a surveillance camera, his face pale as he reported, "Brother Hui, we discovered this. The assailant must have fled long ago. We searched several hundred meters outward, but found no trace of them." Afterward, Ailang caught a whiff of blood in the air, prompting him to turn and look, only to be met with the sight of Mayin, bound to a tree with a dagger embedded in her chest. Shocked, he turned to Chiyan Hui. Chiyan Hui smiled slightly. "Everything that needed to be known has been uncovered. Keeping her alive serves no purpose, so I took action." Though it was Chiyan Hui's first act of killing, he had witnessed many corpses before, leaving him unfazed by the scene, particularly after having accompanied Chiyan Song, where he had seen far grimmer fates. Ailang and Aishan nodded in silent understanding. They too had taken lives, and thus showed little reaction. Chiyan Hui surveyed the area and then remarked, "We should vacate this place." A battle has occurred here, and I fear it may attract other trainers or wild Pokémon. Let us move a distance away and find a new place to rest. Very well, Brother Hui. Alang and Aishan complied without objection, promptly beginning to pack up. It was only then that Alang noticed his tent had sustained damage from the skirmish. Chiyan Hui and Aishan were fortunate enough to have avoided any collateral damage. Observing Alang's troubled expression, Chiyan Hui chuckled, I have a spare tent. Once we reach the new campsite, I will lend it to you. Upon hearing this, Alang managed a faint smile. After a moment's contemplation, Alang inquired, Brother Hui, how shall we deal with the Taro trio? They must have fled quite far by now. Should we pursue them? Chiyan Hui shook his head, replying, we lack the time to concern ourselves with such petty clowns. Pursuing them would be a waste of our efforts. Once we reach Changhua City, we can simply issue a bounty for their capture. Our lava team is a formidable force, with members throughout the entire Hoenn region. I am curious to see how far they believe they can run. Alang nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a sound plan. He then added with a smile, Brother Hui, the task system you've devised seems quite effective. It's a pity I haven't had the chance to utilize it before our departure. Chiyan Hui replied with a grin. There will be opportunities ahead. I intend to travel for a year, and I believe that time will suffice. Any longer would merely be a waste. The upcoming League conference only permits trainers aged 15 to 18, and trainers of that age typically do not possess formidable strength. With the resources provided by his father, Chiyan Hui's growth over the course of a year would undoubtedly surpass that of many impoverished trainers over 3 years. Historically speaking, gym-level trainers often equate to the champions of the conference. Ascending to the rank of a quasi-king is exceedingly challenging, particularly within such a constrained time frame. Thus, the eventual victors of the final showdown are typically at the pinnacle of gym-level strength. Many of these peak gym-level trainers have cultivated their skills over 2 to 3 years. This requires not only exceptional Pokémon potential, but also ample resources to achieve such heights. Alang, astonished by Chiyan Hui's ambitions, remarked, Brother Hui, aiming for the championship within a year seems rather daunting. Chiyan Hui chuckled, isn't that what makes it challenging? If I had 2 or 3 years to grow, would the outcome of the League conference still hold any suspense? At that point, it would become devoid of challenge altogether. Alang and Aishan exchanged glances. Sensing that while Chiyan Hui's reasoning was sound, they still felt a vague discomfort. Chiyan Hui laughed, all right, enough chatter. Let us finish packing and be on our way. The trio tidied up their undamaged tents and proceeded in the direction of Changhua City. Meanwhile, after running for several kilometers, the Taro trio finally came to a breathless halt. After catching their breath, Erlang anxiously asked, Elder Brother, what shall we do next? Taro pondered for a moment before responding, we cannot remain in Changhua Forest any longer. The opponent possesses quasi-king level Pokémon, which is unlikely for someone of his age. The only explanation is that such Pokémon were provided by his family or elders for self-defense. A force with access to such powerful Pokémon is not one we can afford to provoke. We must exit Changhua Forest, or they may very well send someone to trouble us. Saburo promptly spoke up, where shall we go then? After a moment's contemplation, Taro replied, let us first seek refuge in Fuyin Town to evade the storm, and thereafter proceed to Zijin City. With the prowess and capabilities of the 3 of us brothers, we shall surely carve out our niche, no matter where we venture. Upon finishing his words, Taro glanced at his 2 younger brothers. Without hesitation, Jiro and Saburo readily concurred. The Taro brothers had always relied on Taro's judgment. Jiro and Saburo were accustomed to heeding his counsel, as their journey to becoming Pokémon trainers was largely facilitated by Taro's support. Seeing their agreement, Taro smiled and said, very well, let us set forth. Thus, under the cover of night, the 3 brothers resumed their journey. Although visibility was poor within the orange blossom forest, aided by flashlights and other tools, they pressed on towards Fuyin Town. The brothers were understandably apprehensive of being pursued by Chiyan Hui and his companions. Should they be caught, their safety would be at stake. Hence, despite the inconveniences and dangers of traveling in the dark, they felt compelled to press onward for the sake of their lives. Chapter 68, The 3V Quality Mushroom. After advancing several kilometers, Chiyan Hui and his companions discovered a clearing and set up their tent once more. However, dawn was not far off. Once the tent was erected, they took out Pokémon food and energy cubes to nourish their Pokémon, leaving the large-mouthed tadpole and the dream cactus on watch while the others gradually succumbed to sleep. The bat Pokémon continued to hang upside down at the entrance of Chiyan Hui's tent. Through the fabric, the silhouette of the bat could be discerned, instilling Chiyan Hui with an overwhelming sense of security, allowing him to drift into a deep slumber. Entrusting the bat with his protection was a decision carefully considered by Chiyan Song, ensuring that the Pokémon could stand guard through the night and prevent any surprise attacks. After all, the bat was a nocturnal creature, brimming with energy at night, making it an excellent guardian for Chiyan Hui. Upon awakening the following midday, Chiyan Hui found that a Lang and a Shan were already up. A Shan was preparing a meal while a Lang patrolled the vicinity with their Pokémon, ensuring no dangers lurked nearby. Even in the absence of threats, he sought to disperse any wild Pokémon in the area. Spotting Chiyan Hui awake, a Shan cheerfully exclaimed, "Hey, Hui, you're up. Wash up and breakfast will be ready." Chiyan Hui nodded and turned to freshen up. After their midday meal, the trio set off once more toward Orange Blossom City. Throughout their journey, Chiyan Hui diligently examined the aptitude information of the Pokémon they encountered, hoping to uncover a hidden gem along the way. Within the Orange Blossom Forest, the most abundant Pokémon was the spiny bug, followed closely by its evolved forms. The cocoon and shield cocoon. The final evolutions, the Huntail butterfly and the poison powder butterfly, were also numerous. Following these were the snake-patterned bear and the agile swallow, which were commonplace Pokémon, easily spotted in various forests and along the roads of the Hoenn region. In addition to these plentiful species, Chiyan Hui occasionally glimpsed mushrooms, paras, and the sandshrew. He had also encountered the relatively rare acorn fruit, the burrowing ninja, and the shy bud, though their qualities were rather poor. Along the way, even those with 3V qualities were quite rare. If the parents possessed high aptitude, the likelihood of their offspring inheriting such qualities increased. In the outskirts of the Orange Blossom Forest, encountering a Pokémon with high aptitude was akin to winning the lottery. As they continued on, Chiyan Hui suddenly spotted a mushroom on the side, one with fairly decent qualities. The mushroom was a small, fungus-like Pokémon, with a beige upper body adorned with green spots and a green lower half. It sported a small opening at the top of its head, a ring of folds around its waist, and two tiny round feet at the bottom, lacking visible upper limbs. The mushroom favored humid environments, dwelling in the damp forest floor. By day, it remained motionless beneath the shade of trees and fallen leaves, relishing the moist, decaying soil of the forest. The Orange Blossom Forest was renowned in the Hoenn region for its abundance of mushrooms, as the geological conditions were particularly favorable for their growth. Mushroom, level 15, intermediate beginner. Grass-type Pokémon, ability, spore, effect. When attacked, it may inflict poison, paralysis, or sleep upon the opponent. Individual values, 3V, HP, 23, attack, 31, defense, 25, special attack, 27. Special defense, 31, speed, 31. Base stats, HP, 60, attack, 40, defense, 60, special attack, 40, special defense, 60, speed, 35, total, 295. Entry-level moves, Mega Drain, Headbutt, Sleep Powder, Seed Bomb. Chiyan Hui's eyes brightened slightly. Having scoured the area, he finally stumbled upon a little gem. While he had no intention of using it himself, it would certainly bolster the strength of the lava team. Although the mushroom was weak, its evolved form, the Shroomish, was a formidable Pokémon, boasting both grass and fighting types, along with a remarkable attack stat of 130, rendering it quite practical. Furthermore, Shroomish possessed the move Spore, which could guarantee that the struck opponent would fall into a deep slumber. However, this move was ineffective against grass-type Pokémon and those with the Overcoat ability. Though Spore's projectile speed was slow and susceptible to being thwarted by the opponent's ranged attacks, the fact that it could guarantee sleep for enemy Pokémon made it incredibly powerful on its own. However, to learn Spore, the mushroom must undergo evolution to reach level 40, which is when it can inherit the move from its DNA. Typically, a mushroom evolves into a Shroomish at level 23. Hence, most individuals are unaware of how Shroomish acquires the Spore move. Chiyan Hui himself learned of this limitation during his past gaming experiences, where he utilized Shroomish's Spore move for capturing Pokémon. He discovered that in the game, equipping the mushroom with an Everstone and raising it to level 40 would allow it to automatically learn Spore. In reality, one could also equip the mushroom with an Everstone, and if its willpower was strong enough, it could even suppress its evolution until reaching level 40 to learn Spore. In reality, there are certainly more methods than in the game. Additionally, since a task was to be issued, this could conveniently serve as a task reward, enhancing the strength of the lava team while also teaching Taro and his brothers that not everyone is to be trifled with. A Lang and a Shan observed Chiyan Hui halting his steps, casting curious glances in his direction, before following his gaze to discover the mushroom voraciously devouring the decaying soil nearby. The mushroom, engaged in its meal, suddenly sensed an unsettling presence, as if it were being watched. Startled, it turned its head and immediately spotted 3 humans gazing at it. The mushroom was taken aback, and with a swift leap, it attempted to flee. Being an unevolved specimen, Its combat prowess was exceedingly feeble, aptly described as negligible, and its low level compounded its fear, prompting an instinctive reaction to escape upon sighting the trio. In Chapter 69, the battle between the Charmander and the mushroom unfolds. Without hesitation, Chiyan called out, "Charmander, use Ember to prevent that mushroom from escaping." The Charmander, at Chiyan's command, eagerly began to gather fire-type energy in its mouth, unleashing a burst of flames that transformed into a flurry of sparks, rapidly racing towards the mushroom. The obedient Charmander redirected its Ember toward the path of the mushroom's escape. With a series of popping sounds, the spark struck the ground before the mushroom, causing it to jump in fright. Ailang and Aishan observed the scene without intervention, their gazes scanning the surroundings out of concern for an unexpected Pokémon that might interrupt the battle. They assumed Chiyan was, as before, merely training the Charmander. Upon seeing the sparks hinder the mushroom's movement, Chiyan commanded, "Charmander, once more. Use Ember, this time targeting the mushroom directly." Though the Charmander had acquired the Ember technique, its accuracy against a moving target was still lacking. Hence, Chiyan had instructed it to first obstruct the mushroom's escape route before launching a direct attack. Undeterred, the Charmander swiftly concentrated fire energy again, and another volley of sparks erupted from its mouth, hurtling toward the mushroom. The mushroom, infuriated by the renewed assault, leaped with determination to a nearby tree, narrowly evading the Ember attack. In midair, the mushroom decisively unleashed its leech seed technique. Green orbs of energy emerged from the Charmander, drifting toward the mushroom, coalescing around it and replenishing its vitality. As the green orbs manifested, the Charmander felt a sharp pain coursing through its body, accompanied by a wave of weakness, prompting a startled cry. "Calm down, Charmander," Chiyan urged. "That's the mushroom's leech seed, and it won't have a significant effect on you. We must close the distance and then use Ember." Chiyan hadn't anticipated the mushroom's hidden strength, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Being a wild mushroom of level 15, it had likely endured its fair share of trials. The battle experience it possessed was far beyond that of the novice Charmander. While the Charmander had formidable potential, the invaluable experience gained through countless battles could not be innate. It was acquired through persistent training. Taking Chiyan's words to heart, the Charmander began to dash toward the mushroom. At that moment, the mushroom had just descended from its leap, and upon seeing the approaching Charmander, it promptly employed its seed bomb technique. Several energy-formed seeds shot forth towards the Charmander. Observing this, Chiyan quickly shouted, "Charmander, use Ember to incinerate those seeds, then continue your assault on the mushroom." Having closed the gap between itself and the mushroom, the Charmander began to gather fire energy once more. In an instant, it unleashed a series of Ember attacks. The sparks collided with the seed bombs, incinerating them instantly, while the remaining sparks surged unrelentingly toward the mushroom. Fear filled the mushroom's eyes as it attempted to evade, but it was too late. It was struck by the Ember. A series of explosive impacts resonated as the sparks struck the mushroom, causing it to cry out in pain. The fire-type move inflicted double damage upon it, resulting in a significantly amplified effect. Coupled with the Charmander's inherent special attack prowess, the Ember's power reached extraordinary heights. Noticing the injured mushroom, the Charmander was eager to press its advantage, but Chiyan called out, "That's enough, Charmander." The Charmander focused its gaze and realized the mushroom had succumbed, utterly incapacitated. Chiyan retrieved a great ball and tossed it toward the fallen mushroom. Upon contact, the ball burst open, emitting a radiant red beam that enveloped the mushroom, drawing it inside. The Pokeballs come in various types: the standard red and white ball, the blue and red super ball, and the yellow and black great ball, which are the most common three. There are also numerous specialized Pokeballs with distinct effects and appearances. The great ball containing the mushroom fell to the ground, shimmering with red light as it began to shake. With a decisive click, it signified the successful capture of the mushroom. Ailang, witnessing this, couldn't help but remark, "Hey, Chiyan, that mushroom." With a smile, Chiyan replied, "From the battle just now, this mushroom shows promising potential. I'll have it assessed. If its qualities are adequate, it could serve as a reward for the Taro brothers. If not, I'll have my father provide something as a substitute." Ailing chuckled, "Oh, I thought you wanted to train that mushroom." Chiyan approached to retrieve the mushroom's Pokeball, grinning as he declared, "I already have plans for the Pokemon I wish to train, and the mushroom isn't among them." Subsequently, Chiyan released the recently captured mushroom, applying a healing spray and offering it an orange berry. Once everything was tended to, he returned it to the Pokeball. The orange berry, a vibrant blue, restores a Pokemon's stamina and health. Such berries are not uncommon in the Orange Blossom Forest, and Chiyan had collected a few along the way. "All right, let us set forth." Chiyan announced as the trio resumed their journey toward Orange Blossom City. Their days were filled with travel, training their Pokémon by evening, followed by Ashan providing massages and concluding with medicinal baths. After encountering the Taro brothers, Chiyan and his companions crossed paths with two more travelers in the Orange Blossom Forest. However, these individuals were exceedingly cautious, keeping their distance and avoiding the trio altogether. This experience enlightened Chiyan and his companions on the proper way to handle encounters with travelers in the forest, explaining why the Taro brothers had instantly deduced their novice status. In Chapter 70, after several arduous days of travel, Chiyan and his companions finally emerged from the embrace of the Orange Blossom Forest. As sunlight bathed them anew, Chiyan instinctively closed his eyes, relishing the warmth of the long-awaited rays, feeling the boundless warmth and hope they bestowed. At the feet of the little Charmeleon, excitement surged uncontrollably, as it joyfully frolicked under the sun, seemingly eager to release all its exuberance. Reflecting on the gloomy and damp days spent in the Orange Forest, the little Charmeleon appeared particularly out of sorts. Now, at long last, it had reunited with its beloved son. Chiyan Hui, along with Alang and Ashan, was enveloped in immense joy, as if all their weariness and troubles dissipated with the arrival of sunlight. Unable to contain his feelings, Chiyan Hui exclaimed, "We are finally out. After spending a week in the dark and damp Orange Forest, I felt like I was suffocating." After uttering these words, Chiyan Hui gazed ahead at the city that appeared in the distance. Standing at the edge of the Orange Forest, they could already glimpse a corner of Orange City. Unlike Canas City, which boasted numerous towering skyscrapers, Orange City was no less vibrant in its own right. Nestled against the backdrop of the Orange Forest, the largest forest in the Hoenn region, it attracted many trainers eager to visit. This also facilitated their entry into the Orange Forest for training. As Chiyan Hui and his companions progressed along the periphery of the forest, they encountered relatively few trainers. Those daring enough to venture into the depths of the Orange Forest were assuredly equipped with a certain level of strength and confidence. A significant number of trainers practiced deeper within, closer to the inner regions, where the Pokémon encountered were often of superior quality. As Chiyan Hui's gaze swept across, the visage of Orange City unfolded before him and his companions. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Let us head into Orange City and take a well-deserved rest. Moreover, once we reach Orange City, we will not be far from Weibei Town. Our destination is drawing close." With that, Chiyan Hui led Alang and Ashan towards Orange City. A buffer zone lay between Orange City and the Orange Forest, designed to prevent wild Pokémon from the forest from emerging and posing a threat to ordinary citizens. Furthermore, the gym leader stationed in Orange City was undoubtedly a formidable figure among gym leaders. For instance, the current gym leader, Qianli, was renowned throughout the Hoenn region as the most powerful gym leader. Qianli specialized in normal-type Pokémon, with his ace being a Slaking, whose base stats rival those of legendary Pokémon. If not for Slaking's ability, Truant, which makes it difficult to command and causes it to rest after attacking, it would indeed be a creature of legendary stature. Upon reaching the entrance of Orange City, Chiyan Hui and his companions were subjected to a police check. However, all three possessed identification and had no criminal records, allowing them to enter the city without incident. It was their first visit to Orange City, and they could not help but gaze around in awe. After observing for a while, Alang remarked, "Brother Hui, I've noticed that while Orange City may not be as bustling as Canas City, it possesses its own unique charm. The mechanical ambience of Canas City is overwhelming. I find myself preferring the style here in Orange City, and there are so many trainers." Along their journey, they had already spotted dozens of trainers, and they had only just entered Orange City. Trainers were relatively easy to identify. They all carried Pokeballs on belts at their waists, allowing them to swiftly summon their Pokemon in times of danger. Chiyan Hui chuckled softly. Of course, with the Orange Forest as a backdrop, it's only natural that there would be many trainers. As they continued, the trio arrived at the Pokemon Center in Orange City, where Chiyan Hui, as usual, vouched for Alang and Ashan. After indulging in a hearty meal at the cafeteria, they retreated to their rooms to rest. After all, the journey had been tiring. When they awakened, it was already the following morning. Chiyan Hui and his companions had slept for over 10 hours, primarily due to the restless nights spent in the dampness of the Orange Forest, which made sleep uncomfortable. Consequently, they all felt incredibly fatigued. Upon waking, Chiyan Hui could not help but stretch and let out a peculiar sound. Noticing the curious gaze of the Zubat, he felt a flush creep onto his face and calmly stated, "I was merely expressing my feelings." Ignoring Zubat's bewildered stare, he proceeded to wash up. After enjoying breakfast and treating their Pokemon to a delightful meal, they prepared to set off once more. However, before departing, Chiyan Hui had matters to attend to. He took out his communicator and dialed his father, Chiyan. "Hello, Dad. It's been a while. Have you missed me?" Chiyan replied, somewhat irritably. "Why would I miss you? I've been swamped with work lately. There has hardly been time to think of you. You rascal. You come up with all these ideas. Yet it's me who has to put them into action. If it weren't for the help of Hui and the others, I might just lose my mind." Chiyan Hui chuckled sheepishly. "Come on, Dad. With your exceptional skills, you can handle it all easily." Chiyan sighed. "All right, what do you need? If there's nothing urgent, I have to oversee the assessments of the Magma Gang members." Chiyan Hui cleared his throat and replied, "Dad, I do have something important to discuss. A few days ago, in the Orange Forest, I encountered some trainers who attempted to steal my Charmeleon. I managed to deal with one, but 3 others escaped. I'd like to place a bounty on them within the Magma Gang. To incentivize this, I've captured a high-quality shroomish to serve as a reward for the task." Upon hearing this, Chiyan-song's expression grew serious as he said, "Are you all right? There's no need for a bounty. I can speak to Hui and have him send someone to take care of those 3. Just provide me with their descriptions and the Pokemon they used." Chiyan Hui replied, "Dad, it's not that complicated. The 3 who fled didn't cause me any harm. A bounty will suffice. There's no need to trouble Hui. My main goal is to find a suitable owner for that shroomish and enhance the strength of our Magma Gang. If we simply give it away, no one will value it. Only through a task can we ensure that they cherish the Pokemon or egg they receive." Chapter 71, The 3-Stat Pinnacle Shroomish. Chiyan nodded in agreement. "I'm glad to see you think this way, Hui. Very well, we shall proceed with your plan. I'll have Hui contact you shortly. He is responsible for the task system now, so you can communicate directly with him. Just send him the shroomish you captured as well. By the way, what quality is the shroomish you caught?" Chiyan Hui replied, "It's not exceptionally high, just a 3-stat pinnacle Pokemon. Its evolved form, Breloom, possesses commendable combat prowess." Chiyan retorted, "You rascal. You consider a 3-stat pinnacle Pokemon not high. You clearly don't understand the value of things. This could easily become an ace Pokemon for an ordinary trainer. With dedicated training, it could undoubtedly reach gym level. And even attain elite level is not out of the question. However, your idea of rewarding it through a task is commendable. It'll motivate the members of the Magma Gang to compete and see who can deal with those 3 trainers you mentioned. The one who succeeds will earn this 3-stat pinnacle shroomish. I must say, the task system you proposed is excellent. It provides a platform for members to strengthen themselves or acquire resources while fostering competition to determine who possesses the greatest ability." Chiyan Hui nodded and remarked, "Indeed. As long as we maintain our momentum, the strength of our lava team will continue to grow." Chiyan expressed with a hint of nostalgia, "Hui, work hard. I eagerly await the day you rise to become a formidable force at the pinnacle of the world." Chiyan Hui flashed a broad smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and replied, "Rest assured, Dad, that day will undoubtedly come." After disconnecting the communicator, it wasn't long before Hokage called in. Upon answering, Chiyan Hui immediately stated, "Brother Hokage, Dad must have briefed you." Hokage nodded and said, "Yes, please provide me with the physical characteristics of those 3 individuals and the Pokemon they utilize. Then, send the shroomish over to me. Our base has a teleportation device for Pokemon, and we only need to connect via the password." After sharing the password with Chiyan Hui, he transmitted the shroomish using the Pokemon teleportation device, subsequently relaying all pertinent information about the Taro brothers' appearances and Pokemon to Hokage. "Brother Hokage, once this mission is released, it will require oversight as well. Otherwise, I fear some may harbor ulterior motives and resort to harming our lava team members to fulfill this task. This would be detrimental to the growth of our team, and we must nip it in the bud." Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, Hokage pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "Very well, Hui, I will dispatch monitoring personnel. Using Pokemon like the Kingler, we can oversee from the skies." Chiyan Hui nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, Brother Hokage. By the way, regarding this shroomish, if we suppress its evolution until it reaches professional level, it can inherit the spore move from its DNA. You should be aware that this move can put any Pokemon it hits into a deep slumber, making it incredibly powerful." Hokage's expression turned serious as he replied, "I was unaware of this possibility. If it's true, it would indeed be a remarkable discovery. The spore move is exceptionally potent, currently known to be used only by Parasect. I never imagined Shroomish could wield it as well. Parasect is notoriously slow and cumbersome, which is why few trainers opt to cultivate one, despite its useful move. However, Shroomish, with its inherent combat prowess, would be tremendously augmented with the addition of Spore." Hokage's excitement was palpable. If Chiyan Hui's method proved successful, the lava team could cultivate Shroomish in large numbers. With its commendable strength combined with the spore move, it would be the perfect Pokémon for ordinary trainers. Chiyan Hui, beaming, suggested, Brother Hokage, you should relay this information to the scientists within the lava team for experimentation. This shroomish can be utilized for that purpose. Just inform the trainers who receive it to cultivate in that direction. To suppress its evolution, it's best to possess a Everstone. Without it, I fear the shroomish might succumb to the temptation of evolution and transform into a shroomish at the novice level. At that point, retraining it to learn Spore would be exceedingly difficult. Chiyan Hui was unaware of the actual mechanics of recalling moves in reality. However, he speculated that it would involve teaching the shroomish to learn Spore from scratch, which would require significant practice. Such efficiency would not be optimal. Inheriting the move directly through DNA would save considerable time. Hokage nodded in agreement. Understood. Ahui, I will inform them. Do exercise caution during your travels. As you mentioned, individuals like the Taro brothers are not rare. Remain vigilant when encountering strangers. Chiyan Hui laughed. Rest easy, Brother Hokage. Do you not trust me? After finalizing everything, Chiyan Hui, accompanied by Ailang and Aishan, departed from the Pokemon Center, heading towards Waibaizan. Looking at the map, Chiyan Hui said, we should first head to Gumei Town, then travel southward to Waibaizan. These two towns are relatively close. If all goes well, we should reach Gumei Town by tomorrow. Ailang chimed in, indeed. This route is quite manageable, unlike traversing through a forest, which significantly hampers our speed. Chiyan Hui grinned. All right, let us set off. The trio continued their journey towards Gumei Town. Meanwhile, Hokage, having received the shroomish, promptly took it to the lava team's testing personnel for evaluation, as previously. Chi and Song had only mentioned that its qualifications were quite commendable, but the specifics were unclear. After several hours of testing, the results revealed that the shroomish possessed peak qualifications in 3 attributes, astonishing Hokage. One must not underestimate the significance of 3 peak attributes, 3V. It is essential to understand that achieving peak values in any of the 6 individual attributes signifies being among the elite of its kind, within its species. None could surpass it in that attribute, with the strongest merely matching it. Chapter 72. The mission to eliminate the Taro brothers is launched. Upon confirming the shroomish's qualifications, Hokage immediately began drafting the mission details on his computer. Elimination mission. Details: dispose of the Taro brothers. According to intelligence, they possess a professionally graded novice shroomish and several experienced Pokemon. To ensure the mission's success, please approach this task with caution. Mission objective: eliminate the Taro brothers. Mission location: to be revealed upon acceptance of the mission. Mission reward: 1 novice shroomish with 3 peak qualifications, along with cultivation information. Once Hokage released the mission, the announcement materialized within the task reception hall on the lava team's independent island. Upon seeing the reward, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Such missions targeting trainers are the easiest to profit from significantly. After all, a trainer's strength lies in their Pokemon. They themselves are merely ordinary individuals, and countless methods exist to swiftly eliminate an ordinary person. Upon assessing the strength of the Taro brothers, some were indeed deterred. After all, professional-level strength is quite formidable for an average trainer. Nevertheless, many capable members of the lava team's eyes lit up, eagerly accepting the mission, including some with only experience-level strength. Their reasoning was simple. They only needed to eliminate the Taro brothers, whether through poisoning or assassination, methods that could easily dispose of them. Engaging in direct confrontation is only suited for the strong. All members of the lava team who accepted the mission were informed of the Taro brothers' location, the Changhua Forest, which could be somewhat challenging to locate. However, it was worth the gamble. Soon, the lava team trainers who accepted the mission began to mobilize. This type of mission is characterized by many wolves and little meat. There is only 1 shroomish with 3 peak qualifications, and everyone must rush to complete the task first. On the other hand, Chiyan Hui and his companions were already en route to Gumei Town. The road they traveled had been cleared into a dirt path approximately 5 meters wide. Although it was unpaved, at least there was a path to traverse. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to traverse through the forest without the need to hack through branches and vines. Thus, Chiyan Hui decided to release both the Charmeleon and the EV, allowing them to accompany him on their journey for training. Pokemon possess remarkable recuperative abilities, and after days of indulgent feasting, Eevee was on the brink of outgrowing its juvenile phase and entering its adolescent stage. With an abundance of nourishment at its disposal, the once slender and adorable Eevee was beginning to resemble a balloon, prompting Chiyan Hui to initiate a regimen of walking exercises to ensure it remained active. The thought of Eevee evolving into a balloon-shaped form was, indeed, quite humorous, and Chiyan Hui found it difficult to look upon that image without a chuckle. However, Evie did not express any discontent about the journey. Rather, it seemed exuberantly cheerful, sniffing around here and there, its curiosity piqued by the sight of wild Pokémon. At this moment, Charmeleon and Evie had become good friends, united by their shared trait of being food enthusiasts. Throughout their journey, they encountered Pokémon of little significance. Now and then, a caterpie would appear on the trees lining the road, and an occasional zigzagoon would scurry away into the bushes upon noticing Chiyan Hui and his companions. The path was flanked by towering trees, though they were not as densely packed as those in the orange forest, allowing sunlight to filter through the leaves and illuminate the ground beneath. Thus, Chiyan Hui and his companions journeyed on until dusk, maintaining their routine of setting up camp, with Chiyan Hui and Ulung pitching the tent while Ashen prepared Pokémon food. Once everything was ready, Ashen would have his meal cooked in time for them to enjoy dinner together. After their repast, the trio engaged in training their Pokémon, followed by massages and medicinal baths for recovery. The life of a Pokémon trainer is often devoid of surprises. Much of it is marked by monotony, requiring one to endure the tedium that many would find unbearable in order to cultivate powerful Pokémon. Likewise, Pokémon must engage in relentless training, day after day, year after year. To grow stronger, there are no shortcuts on the path to strength. One must ascend to the pinnacle step by step. Various resources merely facilitate a smoother climb, enabling Pokémon to ascend longer and faster than their counterparts. The following day, as evening approached, Chiyan Hui and his companions finally arrived at Ancient Rose Town. This quaint little town could be considered the second smallest settlement in the Hoenn region, slightly larger than Route 104. Despite its size, the town boasted essential amenities, including a Pokémon Center that was superior to the one in Route 104. The absence of a Pokémon Center in Route 104 was likely due to the presence of Professor Oak's research facility, which rendered such a facility unnecessary, as the lab housed Chansey and other Pokémon capable of healing. Upon surveying Ancient Rose Town, Chiyan Hui and his companions noted the absence of tall buildings. Instead, the landscape was dotted with ordinary 2- and 3-story residential structures. The community exuded a warm sense of camaraderie, with neighbors frequently exchanging surplus vegetables, creating an atmosphere filled with laughter and joy. Without delay, the trio made their way to the Pokémon Center, where Nurse Joy greeted them with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, but since there are few trainers coming here, we Haven Tea prepared a dining area. If you don't mind, you're welcome to join me for dinner. I can prepare additional dishes." Chiyan Hui hesitated for a moment. Sensing Nurse Joy's awareness of his discomfort, she promptly took his hand and led him inside, reassuring him, "There's no need to feel awkward. Every trainer who visits here dines with me." At the moment Nurse Joy touched him, Chiyan Hui felt a sudden stiffness. Having spent so long in this world without any physical contact with a woman, he had been preoccupied with mastering Pokémon knowledge. Now, being unexpectedly grasped by Nurse Joy sent a flutter through his heart. Chapter 73. Charmeleon evolves into a Charizard. However, Chiyan Hui was not inexperienced when it came to dining, and he soon regained his composure, smiling calmly as he followed Nurse Joy. Ulung and Ashen exchanged knowing glances and followed suit with mischievous grins. Nurse Joy led them to the backyard, stating, "You can train your Pokémon here while I prepare dinner. Once it's ready, I'll send Chansey to fetch you." "Thank you very much, Nurse Joy," Chiyan Hui replied, feeling grateful. Once Nurse Joy departed to prepare the meal, Chiyan Hui promptly released Charmeleon and Evie. Charmeleon required training, while Evie was merely out for some playful exercise, which would still provide a degree of training benefit. Charmeleon, having entered its adolescent phase, was advancing in its abilities at a pace even swifter than during its juvenile stage. With a solid foundation and a diet of premium food and resources, Charmeleon had reached level 15 within just over 10 days, on the cusp of evolution. At level 12, Charmeleon had learned the Dragon Breath move, a dragon-type attack with a power of 60, unleashing a fierce breath at its opponent and carrying a probability of approximately 30 to induce paralysis. Nonetheless, Chiyan Hui had not abandoned the Ember move, as it benefited from the same type attack bonus. The Ember move, when executed by Charmeleon, boasted greater power than Dragon Breath, primarily due to Charmeleon's inherent type advantage and the enhancement from a top-quality charcoal. Thus, Chiyan Hui focused Charmeleon's training on Ember, with Dragon Breath as a secondary option. He devised a new training method, retrieving a frisbee from his spatial backpack. "Charmeleon, today's training will be as usual. Use Ember to hit the frisbee I throw. Then retrieve it for me," he instructed. Charmeleon, brimming with confidence, nodded eagerly, emitting a series of enthusiastic cries. It seemed to declare, "Bring it on. I, Charmeleon, will surely hit that frisbee." Observing Charmeleon's self-assured demeanor, Chiyan Hui tossed the frisbee into the air. As the frisbee spun rapidly upon release, Charmeleon immediately locked onto its target, launching a flurry of ember attacks towards the frisbee. Bang, bang, bang. The bursts of flames successfully struck the frisbee, causing it to tumble through the air. Charmeleon dashed towards the frisbee's descent and, just before it touched the ground, leaped to catch it in its mouth, holding it triumphantly in its paws as it scampered back to Chiyan Hui. Charmeleon relished this form of training, as it combined playfulness with exercise. Watching Charmeleon return with the frisbee, Chiyan Hui couldn't help but smile as he affectionately ruffled Charmeleon's head. Well done, Charmeleon. Charmeleon responded with a joyful cry, Char. At that moment, a radiant white light enveloped the little Charmander, causing it to cry out in alarm. Do not panic, Charmander, said Chiyan. You are on the verge of evolution. Embrace the energy of transformation. After this, you shall emerge stronger. Upon hearing Chiyan's words, Charmander calmed down, a resolute glimmer igniting in its eyes. It then closed its eyes, beginning to attune itself to the wondrous energy burgeoning within its body. Meanwhile, Eevee ceased its playful antics, gazing curiously at the Charmander aglow with white light. Alung and Ashen also paused their Pokemon training, their attention drawn to the radiant creature. The white luminescence surrounding Charmander intensified, initially allowing a faint silhouette to be discerned, but soon obscuring everything. As the brilliance enveloped it, Charmander's form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. It gradually grew taller, evolving from its diminutive stature to one that nearly matched Chiyan's height. Due to its bountiful nourishment, this Charmander was already taller than the average of its kind. And upon evolving into Charmeleon, it surpassed the typical height of its evolved form significantly. As the white light dissipated, a brand new Charmeleon stood where Charmander had been, its gaze now devoid of the previous innocence, replaced instead with determination and fierceness. If the former Charmander had been a charming, endearing creature, the evolved Charmeleon now exuded the aura of a formidable being, akin to a child suddenly transformed into a young adult of 16 or 17 years. Charmeleon sported a horn-like protrusion atop its head, its mouth sharpened to resemble a beak. Its limbs and tail were elongated, with flames still flickering at the tip of its tail. Chiyan focused intently on the Charmeleon, as its attributes and level details flooded into his mind. Charmeleon. Level 16, peak mid-stage of novice, fire-type Pokemon. Ability, solar power, hidden ability. Special attack increases by 15 times in sunny weather, but it gradually depletes health over time. Individual values, 6V, each stat maxed at 31. Base stats, HP, 58, attack, 64, defense, 58, special attack, 80, special defense, 65, speed, 80, total, 405. Item, top-tier charcoal. Enhancing fire-type moves by 17. Entry-level moves, Ember, Metal Claw, Dragon Breath, Smokescreen. With its evolution into Charmeleon, its base stats saw a significant enhancement, particularly in speed, which surged to 80, a benchmark many fully evolved Pokemon fail to reach. Overall, Charmeleon was steadily evolving into a powerful contender. Few Pokemon of the same level could rival it. As Charmeleon emerged, it first raised its claws, scrutinizing its new form, before casting its gaze upon Chiyan. Upon recognizing Chiyan, Charmeleon joyfully bounded towards him. Chiyan opened his arms wide, welcoming the newly evolved Charmeleon. However, when Charmeleon leaped into his embrace, it realized it could no longer curl up as it once did. Nonetheless, it gripped Chiyan tightly with its sharp claws, a resolute decision forming within. It yearned to grow stronger. It could not bear the thought of remaining helpless on the sidelines should Chiyan ever find himself in peril. For Charmeleon, whose pride was fiercely intense, such a notion was utterly intolerable. Chapter 74, Arrival at Wei by Town soon. Nurse Joy had prepared the meal and sent out a Chansey to summon Chiyan and his companions. At that moment, they were engaged in training, following Charmander's evolution. Its Ember move had significantly increased in power, even beginning to char the frisbee they used for practice. Previously, Charmander's Ember would not have left any scorch marks on it, indicating that this time, the move's potency and temperature had both risen considerably. Upon Chansey's arrival, it chirped "Lucky, lucky." Chiyan turned to see the adorable Chansey, clad in a nurse's outfit, standing by and calling out to them. With its pink, egg-shaped body and tufts of hair on either side of its head, short limbs and tail, and a plump lower body harboring a pocket with another egg, it exuded a charm that was utterly delightful, especially with its ever-present gentle smile. Chiyan waved and asked, "Chansey, have you come to invite us to dinner?" Chansey nodded eagerly. Chiyan then turned to Alung and Ashen. "Let us pause our training for now and go eat." The three followed Chansey to the dining area, which was simply a table set up outside the kitchen. Nurse Joy had donned a chef's attire and was placing the final dish onto the table. Upon seeing Chiyan and his friends approach, she beamed. The meal is ready. Come, sample the flavors of my cooking. Chiyan looked over to find an array of visually appealing and fragrant dishes laid out on the table, for main dishes and a soup. Ample enough for the four of them. Chiyan smiled. It looks absolutely delicious. Thank you for your hospitality, Nurse Joy. We shall not hold back. Nurse Joy replied warmly. No need for thanks. It is my pleasure. After the meal, Ashen assisted Nurse Joy in tidying up, while Chiyan and Alung went to prepare food for their Pokémon. Although they had eaten, their Pokémon still needed to be fed. Ashen's Pokémon were also entrusted to Chiyan and Ashen for feeding. Previously, Ashen's Bastiodon required numerous rocks to feel satiated, but now, a single high-quality energy cube contained enough sustenance for it, alleviating the burden of feeding significantly. As was customary, the trio trained their Pokémon late into the night, providing massages and medicinal baths before finally retiring for the night. The following day, Chiyan and his companions bid farewell to Nurse Joy, setting forth towards their ultimate destination, Weibai Town. Before departing, Chiyan gifted Nurse Joy a top-tier normal-type energy cube, a token of gratitude for her kindness the previous day. Initially, Nurse Joy assumed it was a modest gift, accepting it graciously. However, upon opening the box after their departure, she discovered it contained a premium energy cube, leaving her utterly astounded. Such items were exceedingly rare. These top-tier energy cubes were not available for purchase on the market. Acquiring one required not just wealth, but connections as well. Only master Pokémon breeders could produce them, necessitating extensive knowledge of berries and herbs, coupled with precise timing and measurement for fusion. Nurse Joy could hardly believe that this newly acquainted trainer would bestow such a precious gift upon her. As Miss Joy hurried out to return the items to Chiyan Hui, she discovered that the trio had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui, along with Charmeleon and Eevee, was sprinting down the road. During their departure, Chiyan Hui had whimsically suggested, Charmeleon, Eevee, how about a race to see who can run the fastest? However, as he dashed alongside the swiftly advancing Charmeleon, he realized his oversight. He had forgotten that the evolved form of Charmeleon far exceeded the speed of an ordinary human. Nonetheless, even though he couldn't catch up to Charmeleon, Chiyan Hui reveled in the sheer joy of running, while Eevee happily bounded along the road. That morning, Eevee had successfully transitioned from its juvenile stage into its adolescent phase, ready to embark on formal training. Alang and Ashan were also racing alongside their Pokémon, the air filled with laughter and merriment. The distance from Gumei Town to Mabai Town was not great, and by the afternoon, the trio caught sight of Mabai Town. Gumei Town consisted of closely packed residential buildings, but in stark contrast, Mabai Town sprawled across the vast landscape, with houses scattered here and there. There was an absence of dense forests, replaced instead by gentle hills and lush green meadows. The scene resembled something out of a fairy tale. As Chiyan Hui beheld this enchanting sight, he was momentarily taken aback, inhaling deeply as the fresh air flooded his senses. In that instant, he understood why Mabai Town, despite its small size, was the chosen location for Professor Okito's research institute. If Pallet Town was the birthplace of dreams in the Kanto region, then Mabai Town was where dreams in the Hoenn region began. Alang and Ashan were equally mesmerized by the beauty of this place, standing awestruck. After a prolonged moment of admiration, Chiyan Hui eventually spoke. Let us go and pay a visit to Professor Okito while there is still daylight. Although Chiyan Hui had never been to Mabai Town before, he quickly spotted the unmistakable location of Professor Okito's research institute. It was impossible to miss. While the other houses were modest residential buildings, his institute was a sprawling edifice that stood out prominently. The three of them made their way directly to the entrance of the institute. Upon ringing the doorbell, a young man opened the door and, upon seeing the trio, inquired with curiosity, "May I assist you?" Chiyan Hui produced his identification and replied, "Hello, I am Akita Hikari from Akita Town. Here to meet Professor Okito to receive a Pokédex. Only trainers in possession of a Pokédex could be deemed true trainers of the Hoenn League." Chapter 75, Professor Okito's Research Institute. The young man examined the identification, confirmed its validity, and then returned it to Chiyan Hui. "Hello, Akita Hikari, I am Sahada, Professor Okito's assistant. Please, come in." With that, Sahada opened the door wide, and the trio entered. Professor Okito's Research Institute resembled a grand estate. Following Sahada deeper into the institute, he proudly stated, "Professor Okito is a source of pride for our Hoenn region. Currently, he is researching Pokémon habitats and distributions, which is why he enjoys conducting field studies. You are fortunate. The professor is in the institute today, otherwise, you would have had to wait." As they walked, Chiyan Hui observed other researchers passing by, to whom Sahara greeted warmly. Instead of leading Chiyan Hui into the research room, Sahara guided them toward the rear courtyard. Noticing Chiyan Hui's puzzled expression, Sahara explained, the professor is currently observing Pokémon in the ecological garden. When not out in the field, he spends most of his time there, as it simulates various environments necessary for Pokémon survival, making it ideal for observation. Soon, Sahara led the trio to the entrance of the ecological garden. From the outside, it appeared to be an expansive circular structure. Turning to Chiyan Hui, Sahara sheepishly remarked, the security checks inside are quite stringent, so you won't be able to enter. Please wait here while I inform Professor Okido. Chiyan Hui nodded in understanding, saying, thank you for your assistance. After undergoing several security protocols, including ID and facial recognition scans, Sahara entered the ecological garden. The moment the door opened, Chiyan Hui's gaze sharpened as he caught sight of a rare dragonite within the garden. However, the automatic doors swiftly closed, and in that moment, Chiyan Hui comprehended why entry was restricted. The garden undoubtedly housed numerous exceedingly rare Pokémon, including the legendary dragonite. A short while later, a jovial, plump man with a bushy beard and a warm smile emerged from the ecological garden, followed closely by Sahara. Upon spotting Chiyan Hui, the cheerful man exclaimed, you must be Akita Hikari. Hello, I am Professor Okido. Welcome to Mabai Town. Chiyan Hui bowed slightly to Professor Okido and introduced himself, Professor Okido. I am here to collect a Pokédex. Here is my identification. Professor Okido accepted the identification with a smile and replied, no problem, follow me. The trio accompanied Professor Okido into the institute, where he placed Chiyan Hui's identification on a scanner for registration. Once completed, he retrieved a brand new Pokédex and handed it, along with the identification, to Chiyan Hui. Akita Hikari, I shall call you Hikari. This is your Pokédex, which contains information on most Pokémon in the Hoenn region. When you encounter an unfamiliar Pokémon, simply point the Pokédex at it, and it will automatically identify the creature, displaying its name and information. Chiyan Hui accepted the Pokédex and identification, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Professor Okido. The professor rubbed the back of his head with a chuckle, saying, you've traveled quite a distance from Akiha Town. I suppose I should recommend implementing a delivery system soon. Otherwise, it would be quite a hassle for all trainers to come here for their Pokédex. Chiyan Hui remained silent, merely smiling as he replied, we shall take our leave now. Professor Okido. Ah, yes, of course. Professor Okido replied awkwardly, scratching his head. After distancing themselves from the institute, Chiyan Hui let out a sigh of relief. Alang and Aishan, observing his demeanor, inquired, Hikari, what's wrong? You appeared rather tense. Chiyan Hui glanced back at the distant research institute and remarked solemnly, there are exceedingly powerful Pokémon within that institute, watching us from the shadows. Though I did not see them, I could sense a gaze intently fixed upon the three of us. Any misstep on our part would result in a ferocious attack. Alang and Aishan gasped in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Though they felt nothing amiss, they understood the gravity of the situation. The fact that the blazing fire could be deemed an exceptionally powerful Pokémon undoubtedly signifies that it belongs to a league far above the ordinary. Upon further reflection, Chiyan Hui remarked, however, this is quite reasonable. Dr. Oda has proven to be of paramount importance to the Hoenn League, for a region to thrive. Such scientific talents are indispensable. Deploying formidable Pokémon to safeguard Dr. Oda is merely a logical course of action. Moreover, if memory serves me right, Dr. Oda is a classmate of Chiyan Li from the Orange Flower Gym. To be a peer of Chiyan Li undoubtedly implies that Dr. Oda possesses considerable prowess, and given Dr. Oda's enthusiasm for observing Pokémon in the wild, one must have substantial strength to venture into such environments. Alang and Ashan were rendered speechless, having previously held the misconception that Pokémon researchers were merely individuals engrossed in their studies, devoid of any real power. They even harbored a certain disdain for these researchers, deeming them rather inconsequential. Observing the expressions of Alang and Ashan, Chiyan Hui chuckled. Well then, it appears that way by town lacks accommodations. Let us find a small hillside to pitch our tent. Camping in such a beautiful locale is indeed a splendid choice. After a brief search, the trio arrived at a small hill, surrounded by vast expanses of lush green grass, a truly delightful setting for camping. They proceeded to set up their tent, prepare a meal, and tend to their Pokémon. Once everything was in order, Chiyan Hui noticed that Alang and Ashan were eager to train their Pokémon. He smiled and said, all right, we must balance training with relaxation. A day of rest is perfectly fine. Let us unleash our Pokémon and allow them to frolic in this splendid place while we take in the breathtaking scenery. As night fell, a radiant moon hung in the sky. Chiyan Hui reclined on the grass, with his Charmeleon and Eevee nestled beside him, all three peacefully enjoying the tranquility of the night. The following day, Chiyan Hui retrieved his Pokédex and scrutinized it carefully. It was a vibrant red square, serving as a personal terminal containing all pertinent information about Chiyan Hui, essentially a form of identification more useful than a mere ID card. After a cursory glance, he stowed it in his space bag at the very bottom. After all, Chiyan Hui possessed abilities that far surpassed what the Pokédex could offer. The only reason for acquiring it was to participate in the Pokémon League. Now, all that remained was to reach Old Rose Town or any Pokemon Center to register for this year's Pokémon League's colorful contest. After a journey of 5 to 6 hours, the trio returned to Old Rose Town, the closest town to Weibai Town. No matter the destination, they had to pass through Old Rose Town. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Chiyan Hui immediately called out, "Miss Joy, we have returned." Miss Joy looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "It's you all." She bent down to retrieve the energy cube that Chiyan Hui had gifted her previously, saying, "This is the precious gift you gave me last time. I cannot accept such an extravagant present." Chiyan Hui smiled and shook his head, responding, "Miss Joy, once I give something away, I never take it back. It is absolutely unacceptable for me to reclaim it, and besides, it is of little consequence to me. Please, accept it with ease." Miss Joy was momentarily at a loss for words. Chiyan Hui then extended his Pokédex towards her, saying, "Miss Joy, this is my Pokédex. Could you kindly assist me in registering? I wish to participate in this year's Pokémon League's colorful contest." Miss Joy took the Pokédex, somewhat dazed, and replied, "Oh, all right. Please hold on a moment." With Chiyan Hui's interruption, she had forgotten all about the energy cube. Holding the Pokédex, she began the registration process for him. After a while, Miss Joy returned the Pokédex to Chiyan Hui, stating, "Your registration is complete. You simply need to obtain 8 gym badges before the colorful contest at the end of the year to participate. Thank you for your assistance," Chiyan Hui said as he accepted the Pokédex and turned to leave. Miss Joy called after him, "Hey, Chiyan Hui, your energy cube." Without turning back, Chiyan Hui waved his hand dismissively and said nothing as he departed with a Lang and a Shan. Miss Joy watched his retreating figure, chuckling helplessly, before glancing at the box atop the counter. After leaving Old Rose Town, Chiyan Hui addressed a Lang and a Shan. "Let us venture into the Orange Flower Forest for some training. My Eevee requires the unique environment there to evolve into a Leafeon." A Lang, with a nonchalant smile, replied, "Brother Hui, you decide. Wherever you go, we shall follow. Ashan and I cannot participate in the colorful contest anyway." "Very well, let us set off," Chiyan Hui declared, directing his gaze toward the Orange Flower Forest. There was no point in hastily challenging the gym. It would be wiser to first cultivate and strengthen their Pokemon. With improved strength, challenging the gym would become a more manageable endeavor. Although gym leaders select their Pokemon based on the challenger's strength, enhancing one's own abilities is always prudent. After 2 days, the trio found themselves back in Orange City. Chiyan Hui exhaled deeply and said, "Let us rest for a day, procure some supplies, and then we shall thoroughly train in the Orange Flower Forest." "Sounds good, Brother Hui." A Lang and a Shan agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, within the Orange Flower Forest, numerous members of the Magma team were scouring for the whereabouts of the Taro brothers. However, despite combing the outskirts and inner areas, they had yet to catch a glimpse of the brothers. Consequently, many speculated that the Taro brothers had fled to a nearby city to evade capture. Thus, several members of the Magma team departed the Orange Flower Forest, heading toward the neighboring city. The movements of the Magma team did not go unnoticed by the Pokémon League and the Oceanic team. Qian Li, the gym leader of Orange City, was currently listening to reports from the gym members. Gym leader Qian Li, the members of the Magma team seemed to be searching for something in the Orange Flower Forest. After 2 days, most have retreated, leaving only a handful who persist in their search, seemingly for a specific individual. Qian Li stroked his chin thoughtfully and mused. Could it be that someone has provoked the Magma team? Otherwise, they would not have sent so many members. After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, have any of the Magma team's executives shown up? Have Wasiyuan and Huiyin arrived?" The gym member pondered for a moment before replying, "We have not spotted them." The Magma team's personnel only searched the outskirts and inner areas of the Orange Flower Forest, without entering the core region. Qianli nodded. As long as the executives are absent, it suggests that the situation is not dire. Let them be. However, if they dare to hunt down ordinary trainers indiscriminately, we shall take action. Understood? Yes, gym leader. The member promptly affirmed. In the expansive seas of Kaina City, a small island, unmarked on any map, lay hidden a mysterious stronghold of the Oceanic team. The leader of the Oceanic team, Shui Wutong, was a robust man with bulging muscles, his visage obscured by a thick beard. He wore a striking blue bandana and a deep blue captain's attire, exuding an aura of ruggedness and defiance. At this moment, Shui Wutong sat upright in her chair, intently listening to the detailed report from her capable subordinate, Aquan. Aquan, the sole female leader of the ocean team, stood out with her unique fashion sense, her bold and avant-garde designs accentuating her slender waist. She serves as the intellectual core of the ocean team, although she seldom smiles. Her exceptional beauty and forthright nature have earned her the unwavering respect and trust of the entire team. Aquan, she began. I've heard that something unusual is happening with the lava team. Many of their members have gathered in the orange blossom forest, seemingly searching for someone. Should we also send someone to investigate? Upon hearing Aquan's report, Shui Wutong furrowed her brow, lost in a momentary contemplation. After a brief pause, she slowly replied, let us indeed dispatch personnel to probe the situation. However, remember to maintain a low profile and avoid unnecessary conflict with the lava team. Engaging them directly at this juncture would only allow the Alliance to reap the benefits of our struggle. I would not wish to see myself and that fellow, Chiyan Song, mutually inflicting wounds, only for the Alliance to benefit from our folly. Chapter 77. Preparations for entering the inner perimeter of Orange Blossom Forest. Hearing her words, Aquan immediately nodded in agreement, her eyes glimmering with determination. Understood, Chief. I will promptly arrange for personnel to covertly observe the situation in the Orange Blossom Forest, ensuring that all actions remain under our control. Shui Wudong nodded in satisfaction, saying, with you on our side, Aquan, I feel at ease. Both the Alliance and the Ocean Team were captivated by the attention of the Lava Team's members. At this moment, Chiyan Hui, accompanied by a Lang and a Shan, stepped once more into the depths of the Orange Blossom Forest. Upon entering, Chiyan Hui released his fire dinosaur and Zubat, the latter reveling in the environment, joyfully flitting through the trees. Conversely, the fire dinosaur expressed its displeasure with a snort, two plumes of smoke erupting from its nostrils. Chiyan Hui gently patted the fire dinosaur's head, saying, I know you detest this environment, but it is precisely here that we can rapidly enhance our strength. Please endure for a while, all right? The fire dinosaur turned to Chiyan Hui, solemnly nodding to indicate its compliance. Meanwhile, a Lang and a Shan each unleashed two Pokémon of their own, for in a place like the Orange Blossom Forest, caution was paramount. Their objective was not merely to linger at the periphery, but to venture into the inner sanctum. The Pokémon inhabiting the outer regions posed little challenge to the fire dinosaur. Only by confronting Pokémon of greater strength could it engage in true combat. With exceptional talent and high aptitude, the fire dinosaur surpassed ordinary Pokémon in all aspects: stamina, strength, speed, and energy, establishing the foundation for a formidable challenge. Of course, this assessment applied solely to opponents lacking the same level of capability as the fire dinosaur. If confronted by equally gifted adversaries, such as those with 6V qualifications, the notion of surpassing levels would hold no validity. At that juncture, the competition would revolve around skill proficiency, usage techniques, and combat experience. As for the EV, it was just entering its training phase and required time to hone its skills before engaging in battle. After several days of training, the EV, which had previously been on the path to becoming a balloon-like creature, had reverted to its adorable form. Before progressing to the inner perimeter, some preliminary training in the outer regions was necessary. Thus, Chiyan Hui and his companions gradually approached the inner perimeter, reaching a relatively deep area where they set up camp, preparing to train their Pokémon over the ensuing days. Chiyan Hui retrieved a Pokeball, releasing Eevee and Ditto. Upon its appearance, Eevee expertly leaped into Chiyan Hui's arms, narrowing its eyes in delight. The fire dinosaur, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling how it had once been cradled in Chiyan Hui's embrace as a Charmander. Holding the fluffy Eevee, Chiyan Hui smiled and said, all right, Eevee, you have now entered the growth phase and are ready for training. Your task today is to refine your skills, and Ditto will supervise you. No slacking off. Eevee promptly nodded, indicating its commitment to diligence. Eevee, level 11, beginner, a normal-type Pokémon, possesses the ability Danger Sense, hidden ability, naturally sensitive to danger. Can perceive whether an opponent's impending move is hazardous. Individual values, 6V, each of its 6 stats maxed out at 31. Base stats, HP, 55, attack, 55, defense, 50. Special attack, 45, special defense, 65, speed, 55, total, 325. Entry-level moves, double kick, detect, wish, yawn, tackle, helping hand, double kick, detect, wish, and yawn are inherited moves. After examining Eevee's current attributes and skill set, Chiyan Hui contemplated for a moment before addressing the Eevee in his arms. Eevee, focus on honing your double kick move for now. Once you've mastered it, I will have Ditto assist you in practicing detect and yawn. Eevee immediately responded with a cheerful chirp, affirming its readiness. Chiyan Hui gently placed the Eevee down and instructed Ditto, today, your responsibility is to supervise Eevee's training on double kick, targeting that large tree in front of you. Remember, do not stray from this spot, otherwise, I will be displeased. Understood? Both Eevee and Ditto nodded obediently. Chiyan Hui then turned to a Lang and a Shan, saying, you should also train your Pokémon. I plan to take my fire dinosaur to search for wild Pokémon to battle. A Shan readily volunteered, I'll stay behind to keep watch. My Pokémon primarily need to work on skill proficiency. A Lang nodded in agreement. All right, I'll leave the camp to you. I will take my Houndoom deeper into the forest to challenge those wild Pokémon. With a smile that revealed his gleaming teeth, a Lang reassured, don't worry about my safety. Houndoom is more than capable of protecting me, and with Dreamsong Cactus and Sly Dog accompanying me, I'll only grow stronger through battle. Chiyan Hui looked at a Lang and a Shan and declared, very well, let us all strive for strength together. He then added, by the way, should you encounter any danger, contact me immediately, and I will send Zubat to your aid. Here, Zubat is invincible. Afterward, the trio temporarily parted ways, each seeking their respective training goals. Under the protective watch of Zubat, Chiyan Hui and his fire dinosaur ventured deeper into the orange blossom forest. Numerous caterpies clung to the trees, voraciously munching on leaves, with the occasional appearance of a metapod or kakuna. These caterpies served as prime nourishment for both Pidgey and Spearow, each one succulent and juicy, bursting with flavor. As they walked, a sudden rustling emerged from the thicket ahead. Chiyan Hui, sensing potential danger, called out sharply, fire dinosaur. Be on guard. The bushes rustled violently, and a bear cub burst forth. Its streamlined body reduced resistance as it charged forward. The creature before him boasted a striking azure hue, complemented by a primary shade of light brown adorned with deep brown stripes. Its head bore a pattern reminiscent of an arrowhead, and it was renowned for its remarkable speed. Overall, it bore a resemblance to the flat-headed creature. Yet the head of this charging bear was sharply pointed, earning it the moniker of Pointed Head Bear. In Chapter 78, titled The Wild Charging Bear, upon identifying the charging bear, Chihua immediately focused intently, and soon, information regarding the bear's attributes and level materialized in his mind. The charging bear was at level 24, intermediate entry level. Classified as a general attribute Pokémon with the ability Glutton, which enabled it to consume berries only when its health was critically low, and it would devour them even if it still had half its stamina remaining. Its individual values were as follows: HP, 17, Attack, 25, Defense, 21, Special Attack, 26, Special Defense, 20, Speed, 27, with a total of 0 IVs. The base stats were HP, 78, Attack, 70, Defense, 61, Special Attack, 50, Special Defense, 61, Speed, 100, summing to a total of 420. Its proficient moves included Slash and Fury Swipe, while its entry-level moves were Pin Missile, Headbutt, Scratch, and Sand Attack. Upon reviewing the charging bear's level and skills, Chihua's expression grew grave, recognizing that this presented a formidable opponent for his Charizard, making victory a daunting challenge. The bear's swiftness was particularly alarming. Speed held immense significance in battles, sometimes surpassing even the importance of raw power. Charizard, this is a formidable adversary. Exercise caution, Chihua warned. Hearing Chihua's words, Charizard fixed its resolve upon the charging bear, its eyes brimming with a fierce determination. The charging bear, noticing the combat spirit radiating from Charizard, bared its teeth, issuing a series of menacing growls. Observing this, Chihua commanded, Charizard, unleash your ember. Charizard promptly opened its mouth, expelling a flurry of red sparks at astonishing speed towards the charging bear. In a display of agility, the charging bear leapt onto a nearby tree, using it as leverage to propel itself rapidly towards Charizard. Its claws shimmered with a white luminescence, indicative of the energy concentrated from the slash technique. Charizard, unaccustomed to facing such swift opponents, found itself momentarily at a loss as the ember attack missed its mark and the bear closed in. Chihua's voice resonated urgently, Charizard, remain calm and employ Metal Claw. Upon hearing Chihua's command, Charizard steadied itself, swiftly channeling steel-type energy into its claws, forming sharp metallic talons to counter the charging bear. The charging bear, undeterred, raised its claws imbued with the energy of the slash technique, aiming to clash with Charizard's Metal Claw. The ensuing collision produced a cacophony of sound as metal claw met slash, resulting in Charizard being pushed back a short distance, its footing faltering but preventing a fall. Despite the Charging Bear's superior level, Charizard's individual value attributes significantly outclassed those of its opponent. This discrepancy in individual values meant that each level gained would yield different increments in strength. For instance, the Charging Bear might increase its attack by 5 points upon leveling up, while Charizard could potentially gain 7 to 10 points. Thus, although Charizard was at a considerable disadvantage in terms of levels, its exceptional attributes still afforded it a fighting chance against the Charging Bear. The Charging Bear, having reached its current level at the outskirts of the Orange Blossom Forest, clearly had weathered countless battles. Consequently, upon witnessing that Charizard had merely been repelled rather than toppled, it immediately pursued its quarry. Propelling itself with force, the Charging Bear charged towards Charizard with remarkable speed, albeit cautiously, aiming to evade any potential counterattacks before launching its own. Chihuahua swiftly instructed Charizard, keenly observe the Charging Bear's trajectory and preemptively use Ember along its path. Charizard narrowed its eyes, meticulously tracking the Charging Bear's movements. Once its route was confirmed, it unleashed Ember, sending a barrage of red sparks hurtling towards the Charging Bear. The Charging Bear's eyes flickered with intensity as it initiated Pin Missile, summoning a series of missile-like projectiles that raced ahead to counter Charizard's Ember. Upon impact, the Ember attack, augmented by its type advantage and the effect of a top-tier charcoal item, achieved remarkable potency. With a 50 boost from the same type advantage and an additional 17 from the charcoal, the cumulative enhancement reached an impressive 67. Thus, the originally 40-point power of Ember surged to approximately 66 points, effortlessly dismantling the Charging Bear's Pin Missile attack and propelling forth towards it. The Charging Bear, having conjured only 2 waves of Pin Missile, each with a power of 25 points, found its attack overwhelmed, resulting in a total of merely 50 points being easily obliterated by Charizard's Ember. Startled, the Charging Bear had not anticipated such formidable power from the Ember, and it attempted to evade, but it was too late, struck directly and sent flying. Nevertheless, the energy expended by Charizard to annihilate the Pin Missile attack meant that the Charging Bear sustained only minor injuries. Upon witnessing the success of its Ember attack, Charizard let out a jubilant roar, its voice imbued with elation, having felt immense pressure from the Charging Bear moments prior. As its name suggests, the Charging Bear is a creature characterized by its straight-line speed, capable of reaching velocities exceeding 100 kilometers per hour when it spots potential prey. It adeptly navigates around obstacles with sharp turns, yet is ill-equipped for gradual curves, as it cannot turn without halting. The Charging Bear relies on its extraordinary burst of speed and sharp claws to subdue its prey, yet its linear approach often results in missed opportunities. Chihuahua had refrained from directing Charizard to dodge sideways earlier, as he stood behind it. Should the Charging Bear have bypassed Charizard, it would have posed a direct threat to Chihuahua. Even with the protection of the Zubat, Chihuahua was reluctant to forfeit such a promising combat opportunity. In Chapter 79, titled Charizard Repels the Charging Bear, after being struck by the Ember, the Charging Bear executed a nimble roll and regained its footing, albeit with a slight charm marking its once smooth fur. Simultaneously, its gaze turned fierce. At this level, the Charging Bear was considered a formidable entity within the outskirts of the Orange Blossom Forest, leading it to be unaccustomed to such setbacks. With a sudden motion, the Charging Bear raised its paw and executed a sweeping action towards the Fire Dragon, sending a cloud of sand and dust cascading towards it, instantly enveloping the Fire Dragon. As the sand invaded its eyes, the Fire Dragon found itself momentarily blinded. Seizing this opportune moment, the Charging Bear propelled itself forward with a powerful push, charging directly at the Fire Dragon. In a state of panic, the Fire Dragon let out a distressed cry and began to flail its sharp claws wildly. Fire Dragon, remain calm. Use smoke, called out Chiyan Hui, urging the creature to act despite its impaired vision. Though visibility was compromised, the Fire Dragon was still capable of executing the smoke move. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's voice, the Fire Dragon regained its composure and unleashed a substantial plume of smoke that engulfed the surrounding area. The Charging Bear, confronted with the impending darkness, found itself unable to halt its momentum and charged straight into the smoke. Now it was the Charging Bear's turn to panic, its eyes darting around in confusion, yet unable to discern anything. Meanwhile, the Fire Dragon seized the opportunity to rub its eyes and force them open, unaccustomed to the sand attack move and caught off guard. The Fire Dragon had been thoroughly doused. Had it anticipated this, simply closing its eyes would have mitigated much of the effect. After a brief pause, as the Fire Dragon rubbed its eyes, Chiyan Hui shouted, "Fire Dragon, unleash the spark move and sweep through the smoke." After issuing the command, Chiyan Hui glanced at the Zubat flitting nearby, concerned that the charging bear might emerge from the smoke to attack him. However, reassured by the presence of Zubat, he felt a semblance of calm. Within the smoke, the fire dragon commenced its spark attack, sweeping in front of it. Yet it failed to land a hit on the charging bear. Utilizing its extensive combat experience, the charging bear began to crawl forward, detecting the fire dragon's position through the spark's trajectory. Once it confirmed the location, the charging bear leaped towards the fire dragon with swift determination. Just as the fire dragon was engaged in its spark attack, the charging bear emerged from the side, its claws shimmering with white light, delivering a fierce strike to the fire dragon's shoulder. The fire dragon cried out in agony, pushed back a considerable distance, and out of the smoke's embrace. The charging bear, emboldened by its success, charged forth, claws aglow with white light, continuing its assault on the fire dragon. Upon hearing the fire dragon's anguished cry, Chiyan Hui sensed the urgency of the situation. He quickly called out, "Fire dragon, use dragon breath." But it was too late, for the charging bear was already too close, leaving no opportunity for the fire dragon to execute its move. Zubat's eyes sharpened as it prepared to intervene, but then it noticed the fire dragon gathering fiery energy in its mouth, realizing the impending attack and halting its advance. In the face of dire circumstances, a surge of fiery energy flowed into the fire dragon's mouth, manifesting as 4 massive fangs of flame. Instinctively, the fire dragon opened its mouth and lunged at the charging bear's descending claws. The fiery fangs clashed against the charging bear's luminous claws, and before Chiyan Hui could react, he heard the charging bear emit a howl of pain, attempting to retract its paw. Yet, the fire dragon clung on fiercely, its fiery fangs threatening to shatter the charging bear's claws, which elicited anguished cries from the creature. Ultimately, the charging bear managed to kick the fire dragon away, breaking free from its grasp. As Chiyan Hui observed the unfolding scene, he murmured in disbelief, "Flame Fang. Isn't that a move only attainable at level 19? How did the fire dragon use it so suddenly?" However, recalling the fire dragon's recent predicament, Chiyan Hui quickly understood. The fire dragon had tapped into its latent potential, learning the Flame Fang move prematurely. With a base power of 65, bolstered by a 67 enhancement, its potency had soared beyond 100 points. Although the charging bear's own move was formidable, it paled in comparison to the fire dragon's Flame Fang. At that moment, the fire dragon's eyes sparkled with determination, dispelling any remnants of its earlier panic. Without enduring adversity, one cannot truly forge their will. The charging bear, gazing at its singed claws, now marked with a prominent bite, felt a surge of ferocity ignited by the pain, its eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. However, upon reflecting on its situation, the charging bear swiftly turned and darted towards the far side of the forest, vanishing from Chiyan Hui and the fire dragon's sight in an instant. The fire dragon stood momentarily stunned, watching the scene unfold. Chiyan Hui, after a moment of contemplation, comprehended the situation and remarked pensively, "Fire dragon, don't take it to heart. The opponent was a wild Pokémon. If severely injured, it would struggle to survive in the orange blossom forest. This is the nature of wild Pokémon. They possess considerable intelligence and will flee when faced with overwhelming odds. They are not mindless beasts. In fact, their intellect often surpasses that of many humans, especially among psychic-type Pokémon." Upon hearing this, the fire dragon exhaled deeply, its body relaxing. It was only then that it became aware of the intense pain radiating from its shoulder and arm, the result of its clash with the charging bear's metallic claw and the subsequent strike from the bear. Grimacing, the fire dragon approached Chiyan Hui. Without delay, Chiyan Hui retrieved healing spray and began to treat the fire dragon. As the spray was applied, a refreshing sensation washed over the previously burning areas, significantly alleviating the pain. Chapter 80. Preparing to set off towards the inner regions of the orange blossom forest. With the pain subsiding, the fire dragon, which had previously grimaced in agony, now breathed a long sigh of relief. After stowing the healing spray, Chiyan Hui produced several oran berries and fed them to the fire dragon, who eagerly devoured them. The oran berries possessed restorative properties, and Chiyan Hui had stocked up on them in his bag. Rubbing the fire dragon's head, Chiyan Hui said, "Fire dragon, that was a true battle. The recent encounter wasn't even the most perilous. You will face battles of far greater danger ahead. Are you afraid?" The fire dragon resolutely shook its head and emitted a few soft sounds. Although Chiyan Hui could not comprehend the words, he understood the sentiment, and a smile of reassurance spread across his face. "I knew you wouldn't be afraid." With a serious expression, he continued, "Fire dragon, do not dwell on the pain. It is an essential part of your journey of growth. Furthermore, I owe you an apology. My strategy faltered today. I should not have commanded you to use spark amidst the smoke. as it inadvertently revealed your position, leading to your injury from the charging bear's attack. As he spoke, Chiyan Hui's gaze revealed a hint of regret. The fire dinosaur did not express any complaints or cast blame. Instead, it opened its arms and embraced the contrite Chiyan Hui. Taken aback for a moment, Chiyan Hui then smiled and returned the embrace. The fire dinosaur, savoring the familiar warmth and scent, instinctively closed its eyes. Chiyan Hui led the fire dinosaur through the orange blossom forest, challenging the wild Pokémon that emerged. When they encountered wild Pokémon of exceptional quality, they would capture them, intending to send them to the lava team via the Pokémon teleportation device upon returning to Orange Blossom City. Meanwhile, Eevee made rapid progress, easily mastering the double kick that Chiyan Hui had instructed it to learn. While playing, it also honed its skills in quick attack and mud slap. Thus, whenever Chiyan Hui ventured out to battle with the fire dinosaur, he would also bring along Eevee, alleviating the need for Shan or Lang to remain behind. This arrangement allowed them to focus entirely on training their Pokémon. As such, the trio of Chiyan Hui engaged in fervent training within the Orange Blossom Forest every day. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had elapsed. During this period, both the fire dinosaur and Eevee experienced remarkable growth, being Pokémon of exceptional potential. Their advancement was significantly accelerated by Chiyan Hui's ample resources, along with Pokémon massages and medicinal baths aiding their development. It could be said that their progress was nothing short of extraordinary. The fire dinosaur had surpassed the novice level, entering the entry-level tier. The shiny fire dinosaur, now at level 24, intermediate entry level, is a fire-type Pokémon with the ability, solar power, hidden ability, special attack increases by 15 times in sunny weather. But it gradually depletes its health over time. Its individual value potential stands at 6V, each stat maxed at 31. Base stats are as follows: HP, 58, attack, 64, defense, 58, special attack, 80, special defense, 65, speed, 80, with a total of 405. It carries a top-grade charcoal, enhancing fire-type moves by 17. Proficient moves include Fire Fang and Ember, while entry-level moves consist of Dragon Breath, Cut, Double Edge, and Iron Tail. At this point, the fire dinosaur had amassed extensive battle experience, spending each day in combat, surpassing many wild Pokémon in terms of battles fought throughout their entire lives. Wild Pokémon did not readily engage in combat. Many possessed territories they would not easily abandon, striving to avoid confrontation. After all, once injured, they lacked healing sprays and could only resort to consuming orange berries. Eevee's rate of improvement was equally impressive, though it lagged slightly behind the fire dinosaur due to its later birth. Eevee, now at level 19, peak novice level, is a normal-type Pokémon with the ability Anticipation, hidden ability. Naturally sensitive to danger, it can sense whether an opponent's impending move is hazardous. Its individual value potential also stands at 6V, all 6 stats maximized at 31. Base stats are HP, 55, attack, 55, defense, 50, special attack, 45, special defense, 65. Speed, 55, totaling 325. It carries an intermediate odd incense, enhancing grass-type moves by 8. Proficient moves include Double Kick, with entry-level moves comprising Quick Attack, Detect, Wish, Yawn, Tackle, and Help. This impressive prowess sparked within Chiyan Hui a desire to evolve Eevee into Leafeon. Eevee is indeed one of the most remarkable Pokémon, possessing numerous evolution pathways. And upon evolving, it transitions from a normal type to a new attribute entirely. Evolving into Leafeon sooner would enable it to train grass-type moves earlier, rather than solely focusing on the fighting-type Double Kick as it currently does. After contemplating this, Chiyan Hui brought it up during a Pokémon massage session at the end of a training day. Alang, Shan. I plan to search for a moss rock to evolve Eevee into Leafeon. During this time, we have thoroughly explored the outskirts without spotting any sign of the moss rock. I believe it must be located within the inner perimeter of the Orange Blossom Forest, safeguarded by Zubat, which ensures our safety there. Alang immediately responded with a smile. No problem, we go. Tomorrow, Shan and I will accompany you to search for the moss rock in the inner perimeter. Moreover, Shan has been quite fortunate. His Boscodora has also broken through its bottleneck and reached the gym level. Now, its combat prowess is astonishingly formidable. Once we enter the inner perimeter, we won't even need Zubat's protection. Boscodora will suffice to keep us safe. Maimaitaina has also made rapid progress, breaking through to the intermediate gym level. All thanks to the high-grade energy cubes you've provided us. We go. They are vastly superior to the intermediate ones. Chiyan Hui smiled gently. What is there to thank? Since you choose to accompany me, I naturally must consider your well-being. Rest assured, this is just the beginning. I will lead you all to become stronger. Although in the Pokemon world, individual strength can surpass collective might, when one's personal power is not yet overwhelming. The assistance of comrades is essential for swifter and more effective growth. Furthermore, Chiyan Hui did not view Alang and Ashan merely as tools through their time together. He had formed a bond with them. The unwavering dedication of Alang and Ashan to Chiyan Hui was something he could not remain indifferent to. Chapter 81. Chiyan Hui and the others enter the inner perimeter of Orange Blossom Forest. The following day, Chiyan Hui and his companions packed their tent and set forth toward the inner perimeter of the Orange Blossom Forest. While on the path, Chiyan Hui suddenly remarked, "I inquired with the Hokage yesterday. He mentioned that recently, some members of the Lava team have been searching for the Taro brothers within the Orange Blossom Forest, but have yet to locate them. This has even drawn the attention of the Hoenn Alliance and the Oceanic team, prompting both factions to send individuals into the forest to explore. However, the three factions have exercised restraint, avoiding significant conflicts, as each fears being outmaneuvered by the others. I also asked the Hokage about the whereabouts of the Moss Rock in the Orange Blossom Forest. According to his inquiries, someone has discovered traces of the Moss Rock to the southeast. If we head in that direction, we should be able to find it." Chiyan Hui had indeed conducted a thorough inquiry with the Hokage, for it would be foolish to disregard such a formidable force as the Lava team entirely. Alang confidently patted his chest. "Don't worry, Hui go. Our current strength ensures safety within the inner perimeter. I'll have my Maitaina lead the way." Ashan, "You need to release your Boscodora. Its large size would be cumbersome in the forest, and it wouldn't be as swift as I am." As he spoke, Alang released his Maitaina and Sableye, while Ashan summoned his Magnezone and Swablu, recognizing that Boscodora was indeed ill-suited for travel, especially in such a dense forest. Alang bent down and instructed, "Maitaina, scout ahead toward the southeast. If you encounter any wild Pokemon trying to obstruct us, intimidate them with your presence. If they remain undeterred, let out a few barks, and we will rush to your aid immediately." With a nod, Maitaina promptly set off toward the southeast. Chiyan Hui and his companions quickly followed, while Zubat flew above Chiyan Hui, ever vigilant in its protective role. Meanwhile, Sableye, Magnezone, and Swablu surrounded the trio, prepared to fend off any impending attacks. Chihua did not summon his fire dinosaur and EV. Upon entering the inner region, their levels appeared somewhat diminished. As they ventured deeper, the illumination gradually waned, with dense canopies intertwining to form a vast green tapestry that completely obscured the sky. The ground beneath their feet became damp and yielding, blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves and moss, each step accompanied by a subtle rustle. The air began to be infused with a richer and more intricate aroma, a unique scent that combined the essence of myriad plants, moss, fungi, and moist soil, both refreshing and tinged with a hint of mystery. Surrounding them, a variety of trees vied for dominance, some with robust trunks that required several people to encircle, while others twisted and coiled, revealing the marks of time and the resilience of life. Vines cascaded from the treetops like nature's drapery. Occasionally, distant calls of unknown Pokemon could be heard, some low and rumbling, others high and piercing, either hidden deep within the thicket or quietly navigating through the woods, infusing this tranquil forest with a spark of vitality. The trio remained highly vigilant. In such a place, a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. Ahead, the great hound, sensing something amiss, suddenly emitted a series of menacing low growls directed toward the left front. Upon detecting the hound's threat, a spoon snake, its eyes glinting ominously, slithered out from the thicket to the left, casting a glance at the hound before gliding off to the right, disappearing from its line of sight. The trio, not far behind the hound, witnessed the scene and felt a pang of trepidation. A bite from the spoon snake would be no trifling matter. Although they possessed a special antidote, the experience would surely be unpleasant. Chihua's expression turned grave as he cautioned, "Everyone be wary. The dangers here are of a different caliber than those outside." The spoon snake that had just passed possessed an intermediate professional level, level 45, strength. While not particularly formidable for Ulung and the others, its cunning nature, specializing in ambushes, made it a significant threat. A single bite could indeed prove perilous. As they progressed further into the depths, the sights before them became increasingly awe-inspiring. Towering ancient trees stood sentinel, their trunks adorned with moss and vines, as if they were guardians of the earth, witnesses to countless centuries of change. On the forest floor, where sunlight scarcely penetrated, various peculiar flowers and ferns thrived, exhibiting life's tenacity and diversity in unique forms. Here, every leaf, every drop of dew, and every insect's chirp narrated the ancient and eternal tales of the orange blossom forest. Amidst the colossal trees, clouds of poison moths, rain-winged moths, and hunting butterflies flitted about in swarms. The trio instinctively took detours, wary of disturbing them. After all, such groups often numbered in the dozens, with many possessing professional-level prowess, making them formidable adversaries. As they continued onward, the great hound halted once more. Its gaze fixed intently on a writhing Pokémon ahead, emitting low growls that brimmed with menace, poised to strike at any moment. The trio followed its gaze and discovered a devourer blocking their path. The devourer was a tall, purple, doe-like Pokémon, with a row of black diamonds adorning its midsection. It possessed 3-fingered hands, red bead-like eyes, and yellow whiskers. Its toothless maw could engulf anything small enough to fit inside. Capable of swallowing objects the size of a car tire whole. With potent gastric juices, it could digest anything, with the sole exception being its own stomach. Upon spotting prey, it would unleash a toxic substance from its pores, weakening the target before consuming it whole. The devourer before them stood over 2 meters tall, its size quite imposing. It noticed the great hound and the trio behind it, yet instead of displaying fear, it fixated on the hound, letting out a series of roars to assert its presence. It showed no inclination to retreat, instead appearing to drive the hound and the trio away from its territory, threatening imminent aggression should they remain. Chiwa focused intently, quickly conjuring the Devourer's level and qualification information in his mind. Chapter 82, Gym Level Devourer. Devourer, Level 56, Intermediate Peak Gym Level, Poison-type Pokémon. Ability, Mud Sludge, Effect. When this Pokémon is hit by draining moves, the damage dealt to the attacker equals the health they would have regained. Individual Value Qualifications. 3V, HP, 31, Attack, 27, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 24, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 21. Base Stats, HP, 100, Attack, 73, Defense, 83, Special Attack, 73, Special Defense, 83. Speed, 55, total, 467. Mastered Moves, Mountain Press, Mud Bomb, Trash Shot, Toxic Spit. Entry-level moves, Burp, Charge, Spit, Swallow. After reviewing the information, Chiwa's expression turned serious. There was no denying that this devourer was quite formidable, compounded by its troublesome poison type, which posed a risk of poisoning the great hound with a moment's negligence. Alung, be cautious. This is a peak intermediate gym level devourer, quite powerful. Let's see if we can avoid confrontation by taking a detour. However, Alung replied firmly, Brother Hui. The territory of every gym level Pokémon is extensive. If we take a roundabout route, it will waste a lot of time. Trust me, I can defeat it. The Great Hound has made significant progress lately and has also reached the intermediate gym level. I believe in the Great Hound. Alung's words reached the Great Hound's ears, prompting it to let out a resounding howl, filled with determination and combat spirit. Upon hearing this, Chiwa paused briefly before responding. All right, it's in your hands, Alung. I have faith in you. Indeed, as Alung had stated, the territories of wild gym-level Pokémon were vast, and taking a detour would significantly delay their journey. Moreover, with Alung's confidence and the Great Hound's own assurance, why not engage in battle? Upon hearing Chihua's words, a gleam of excitement surfaced on Alung's face as he shouted, Great Hound, give it your best. The Great Hound, with a menacing grin at the Devourer, assumed a charging attack stance. The Devourer sensed the hound's fighting spirit, its eyes sharpening with intensity. Alung called out first, Great Hound, use Roar. The Great Hound opened its mouth wide and unleashed a series of roars. The sound waves striking the Devourer, inflicting damage while simultaneously lowering its special attack. Enraged, the Devourer bore the pain and discomfort as it retaliated with a mud bomb. Clods of purple-black sludge hurtled toward the Great Hound, emanating noxious purple gas, clearly highly toxic. Alung called out, Great Hound, use Crunch to shatter those mud bombs. The Great Wolf Dog emitted a fierce roar, swiftly channeling malevolent energy. In an instant, a colossal black fong, forged from this dark energy, manifested in the sky, snapping at the incoming sludge bombs. One by one, the sludge bombs detonated under the tremendous force of the giant fong, yet none could obliterate it. The fundamental weakness of the devouring beast's special attack, compounded by the wolf dog's thunderous roar that had diminished its potency, was akin to the misfortunes of a leaking roof coinciding with a torrential downpour. This unfortunate circumstance rendered the sludge bombs relatively feeble, although the move itself was formidable. It relied heavily on the Pokémon's inherent special attack. If the inherent special attack was lacking, even the mightiest of moves would be diminished. Conversely, if a Pokémon possessed a robust special attack, even a seemingly weaker move would exhibit considerable strength. Thus, the essence of a move's power is intrinsically linked to the Pokémon itself. The so-called move power is merely a reflection of the capabilities of the Pokémon executing it. For instance, when the Great Wolf Dog employs Bite and Crunch, the resultant strengths differ, yet both are fundamentally rooted in the Wolf Dog's own abilities. Upon witnessing the Crunch move successfully intercept the Sludge Bombs, Alang couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Well done, Great Wolf Dog." Seeing this spectacle, Chiya's face broke into a smile. Alang and the Great Wolf Dog were indeed impressive. He had underestimated them. The Great Wolf Dog also let out a taunting growl directed at the Devouring Beast. Enraged and humiliated, the Devouring Beast retaliated with a toxic attack. A stream of venom rapidly oozed from its body, surging towards the Great Wolf Dog. Should it be struck, the Wolf Dog would succumb to a toxic state. Alang, noticing the impending poison, immediately shouted, "Great Wolf Dog, use Sand Attack to block the incoming venom." The Great Wolf Dog swiftly gathered numerous grains of sand, casting them towards the advancing poison. The viscous venom quickly adhered to the multitude of sand particles, significantly slowing its pace and nullifying the threat to the Great Wolf Dog. Alang's strategic command momentarily left Chiya in a state of astonishment. Truth be told, he had never witnessed such a maneuver before. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was reality, not a game, and Sand Attack could indeed obstruct a toxic move. Yet Alang's tactical directives did not cease. He promptly called out, "Great Wolf Dog, take this opportunity to use provocation." The Great Wolf Dog unleashed a prolonged howl, sending forth an invisible wave of dark energy that surged towards the Devouring Beast. Caught off guard, the Devouring Beast was struck by the provocation move, rendering it incapable of utilizing any status-changing moves such as Toxic for a period of time. Realizing this, the enraged Devouring Beast unleashed a garbage shot. Clusters of refuse, imbued with toxic energy, hurtled towards the Great Wolf Dog. The garbage shot, a potent physical attack with a power of 120, involved hurling filthy debris at the opponent, occasionally inflicting a poisoned state. Alang, however, remained unperturbed. He calmly commanded, "Great Wolf Dog, use Crunch to block the garbage shot." With a grave expression, the Great Wolf Dog roared, conjuring another massive black fong in the air, which lunged towards the incoming garbage. The refuse collided with the enormous fong, causing it to recoil repeatedly. Ultimately, the formidable black fong successfully defended against the garbage shot. Although the power of the garbage shot surpassed that of Crunch, the Devouring Beast's attack power was considerably lower than that of the Great Wolf Dog, resulting in the garbage shot being thwarted. Upon witnessing the successful defense against the garbage shot, Alang breathed a sigh of relief. His heart had been in his throat, fearing it would fail to block. Chapter 83. The Great Wolf Dog versus the Devouring Beast. Alang continued to command, "Great Wolf Dog, use Sand Attack." The Great Wolf Dog rapidly gathered sand particles and flung them towards the Devouring Beast, which, being seasoned in battle, instinctively closed its eyes. But Alang suddenly shouted, "Great Wolf Dog, now is the time. Use Crunch." Taking advantage of the Devouring Beast's momentary blindness, the Great Wolf Dog executed Crunch, sending a massive black fong hurtling towards it. The Devouring Beast, moving at a glacial pace, relied on its sluggish movements to evade. Upon hearing Alang's command, it sensed the imminent danger. However, opening its eyes would expose it to the oncoming sand, while keeping them shut would leave it vulnerable to the Crunch move. Caught in this dilemma, the Devouring Beast was ultimately struck by the Crunch move. It let out a wail of anguish, but Alang's offensive did not relent. He swiftly shouted, "Great Wolf Dog, follow up with pursuit." The Great Wolf Dog dashed towards the Devouring Beast with remarkable speed, exhibiting incredible agility even within the confines of the forest. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Devouring Beast's vulnerability to the Crunch move, the Wolf Dog's claws gleamed with dark energy as they savagely raked across the Devouring Beast's body, leaving a deep gash. Pursuit. A Dark-type physical attack with a power of 60, doubled its potency if the opponent had recently sustained damage. Having just been struck by the Crunch move, the Devouring Beast was unable to mount a defense against the pursuit attack, thereby triggering the doubling effect and inflicting significant damage. With a power of 60 now elevated to 120, combined with the Great Wolf Dog's impressive attack, the assault dealt substantial harm to the Devouring Beast. At this juncture, the Devouring Beast could only emit pitiful cries of pain, evidently bereft of the strength to retaliate. Nevertheless, Alang remained vigilant, commanding, "Great Wolf Dog, once more. Use Crunch to deliver the final blow." The Great Wolf Dog summoned yet another massive black fong, lunging towards the devouring beast. Just then, the howling devouring beast abruptly ceased its cries and unleashed a garbage shot, sending a barrage of refuse, laden with purple gas, hurtling towards the great wolf dog. Ailing was not taken aback. A wild Pokémon that had survived and thrived to this extent in the wilderness could hardly be expected to relinquish its will to fight after sustaining a mere scratch. This devouring beast, having reached such a formidable stage, had undoubtedly endured countless battles. In this moment, while the great wolf dog concentrated on executing Crunch, the devouring beast opted for a trade-off, leveraging its superior stamina and defensive capabilities. Thus, the two Pokémon struck each other simultaneously, each sustaining damage. Although the devouring beast possessed commendable stamina and defense, the cumulative damage it had incurred began to take its toll, leaving it gasping for breath. Meanwhile, fortune was not on the great wolf dog's side, as it had also succumbed to the toxic effects of the garbage shot. Under ordinary circumstances, the probability of poisoning from a trash shot is merely 30%. However, this also hinges on the condition of the targeted Pokémon. If it has sustained little to no damage, the likelihood of infliction is significantly diminished. Nevertheless, the Great Hound, characterized by its relatively low defensive capabilities, 70 points in defense, which is somewhat lacking, was ultimately unable to withstand the assault. The trash shot successfully penetrated its defenses, resulting in the Great Hound succumbing to a state of poisoning. As a cascade of purple streaks began to spread across its body, Ailing clenched his fists and shouted, "Great Hound, hold on!" Rushed towards the Devourer. The Devourer, cognizant of its sluggish movement, realized its fate was sealed, and, upon seeing the approaching Great Hound, unleashed another trash shot, conjuring a multitude of garbage energy forms before it. At that moment, Ailing excitedly exclaimed, "Now's your chance, Great Hound. Use ambush." With a mighty roar, the Great Hound transformed into a flash of black light. Appearing beside the Devourer in the blink of an eye, it executed the ambush move, landing a blow on the area marked by malicious pursuit. The Devourer, unwilling to concede, let out a furious roar before succumbing to the myriad of inflicted damage, finally collapsing and losing its ability to battle. The closed eyes of the Devourer indicated that it had indeed fainted. Ailing jubilantly declared, "Great Hound, splendid job. Come here, I'll help you with the poison." He retrieved an antidote from his spatial backpack and administered it to the Great Hound. After consuming the antidote, the toxic substance within the Great Hound was swiftly dissolved, vanishing from its system. Feeling the absence of the venom, the Great Hound let out several joyous roars. Nearby, Chiyan Hui observed the scene with a smile, remarking, "Ailing, that Devourer possesses commendable qualities and levels. You could capture it. If not for training, it could be sold or kept for breeding purposes." At this moment, Ailing recalled the Devourer and promptly threw an Ultra Ball towards it. Upon contact, the Ultra Ball detonated, emitting a crimson light that enveloped the Devourer, drawing it within. The Ultra Ball then fell to the ground, beginning to shake while flashing red. After a brief moment, a triumphant ding signified that Ailing had successfully captured the Devourer. Ailing exclaimed, "Great Hound, fetch that Poke Ball for me." The Great Hound dashed over, picking up the Poke Ball in its mouth and delivering it to Ailing. Chiyan Hui regarded the Poke Ball and noted, "Though this Devourer may prove challenging to tame, it matters not. It can be sold or kept for breeding. Or even if you have the energy, you could attempt to train it." Ailing shook his head, replying, "Taming is out of the question. This Pokémon is already fully matured and will be difficult to command. I fear it may turn on me at a critical moment, which would lead to complications. Let us sell it instead. Its qualities should be worthwhile." Chapter 84. The idea of establishing an auction house on an islet. Chiyan Hui stroked his chin and said, "I intend to persuade my father to establish an auction house. Of course, this would be an underground operation where all sorts of items, including Pokémon, can be auctioned off. You can hold on to the Devourer for now. Once the auction house is up and running, it should fetch a good price. We could entirely host it on a small island in the sea, dispatching boats to the dock to bring people over. This way, it remains relatively concealed. And holding it on an uninhabited island makes it difficult for the League to intervene." As Chiyan Hui spoke, a smile crept across his face. This was yet another avenue for expanding their influence. The Lava Team and Ocean Team had just concluded their conflicts. Previously, both sides had focused on their struggles, resulting in minimal development, with only some basic infrastructure established. For over a decade, the Lava Team and Ocean Team had been occupied with eradicating other minor factions while battling each other. It was only in the past 2 years that the leaders of both sides signed a treaty, ceasing hostilities and beginning to foster peaceful development. Of course, this was merely the facade. Clandestinely, the Lava Team and Ocean Team remained adversaries. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, Ailang resolutely stated, "All right, I will await your word." Hui go, before selling it. Chiyan Hui nodded and added, "Let us release the devourer to receive treatment." Wei Wu Ti wanted to perish from its injuries. Ailang pressed the button, releasing the devourer, which had regained consciousness yet lacked the strength to stand, merely gazing weakly at Ailang and Chiyan Hui. Ailang spoke directly, "Devourer, do not resist, we will help you heal. Otherwise, your wounds will worsen." With that, Ailang produced a healing spray and applied it to the devourer's wounds. The devourer felt a refreshing sensation at the site of injury, and the previous fiery pain began to diminish. Ailang then offered several oran berries to the devourer. Once everything was taken care of, Ailang utilized a pokeball to recapture the devourer, locking it securely within. This way, the devourer could not escape without Ailang's release. Ailang did not forget the Great Hound and tended to its wounds, providing it with a high-grade Dark-type energy cube to replenish its energy. After ensuring everything was in order, Ailang declared, "All set. Let us continue our journey." The Great Hound has only sustained minor injuries. A bit of treatment is all that is needed, and it won't affect its battle capabilities. The three of them pressed onward in the southeastern direction. After traversing a considerable distance without encountering any formidable Pokémon, it became evident that this territory was dominated by the gym-level devourers, thus precluding the presence of other gym-level Pokémon. Meanwhile, Pokémon of professional level and below, sensing the Great Hound's aura, discreetly distanced themselves. During the journey, Chiyan Hui took out a communicator to discuss the auction house plans with his father. Chiyan Song sighed. "What you propose has long been in my plans, but I have yet to find the time to actualize it. The matters you previously mentioned remain unresolved, and both Huiyin and Huaying are so swamped that they can scarcely manage meals. This auction house can only be established after a few days, once the lava team has completed its reforms. The member levels have already been categorized, and the task system has been operational for some time. However, it requires oversight to prevent errors. Moreover, the processes of issuing, verifying conditions, and distributing rewards necessitate personnel. It is in its preliminary phase, yet various issues arise during operation, and both Huaying and I are in the midst of resolving them. As for your suggestion of starting a company, Huiyin and Hua Village are equally overwhelmed. Establishing a company is no easy feat." Chiyan Hui awkwardly chuckled. "All right. Let us put the auction house on hold for a few days until you have time. It should be a relatively straightforward process." Chiyan Song sighed. "I genuinely wish you would return to handle these matters. Alas, being your father means I must let you enjoy your travels. By the way, the task you posted last time remains unfulfilled. The lava team encountered them in Fuyin Town and attempted an assassination. However, they were highly vigilant, sustaining only injuries before escaping with the aid of League personnel. Subsequently, the members of the lava team were never seen again, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery, and the nearby towns reported no sightings of them." Chiyan Hui nodded and remarked, "We need not concern ourselves with them. They are inconsequential. Let's put our mission on hold for now and see who possesses the fortune to discover and eliminate them first." After a moment of contemplation, Chiyan Hui suddenly proposed, "Father, I believe we can intertwine the auction and the company's affairs. After all, the legitimate company we establish will require maritime navigation. We could utilize the vessels of our formal company to transport customers to the island where the auction is held, ensuring their safety along the journey, providing them with a sense of security. Once the auction concludes, we can allow the customers to depart at their leisure or escort them back to the port." Chiyan Song pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, that is a viable plan. I shall instruct Huiyin and Huasiyuan to prepare in advance." After their conversation, the father and son terminated their communication device. It is worth noting that the communication devices in this Pokemon world are remarkably advanced, maintaining signals even in the most remote wilderness. Meanwhile, in the sewers of Fuyin Town, the Taro brothers were hiding, evading the relentless pursuit of the lava team. At that moment, the trio appeared disheveled and reeking, their hair in disarray, and their faces marked with dark streaks. Among them, Sanlang leaned against a sewer pipe, his complexion pale, with a bandage wrapped around his chest, seeping with blood. Taro, with a pained expression, urged, "Sanlang, I must take you to see a doctor. You can't afford to wait any longer." Sanlang coughed weakly, grasping Taro's arm tightly, and replied, "Elder brother, we cannot go. We have narrowly escaped death. We are hiding in the shadows of Fuyin Town. If you venture out for a doctor now and the lava team discovers us, we will all be lost." Taro's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at Sanlang's wounds, lamenting, "But your injuries cannot be postponed." Sanlang looked at Taro, weak yet resolute, and said, "Trust me, I can endure a little longer. We must wait until the lava team completely vacates Fuyin Town before we can seek medical assistance and then depart directly, continuing to hide, thus evading their pursuit. Erlang, filled with anger and despair, exclaimed, "Why is the lava team hunting us down? We have never wronged them." Taro contemplated and replied solemnly, "During this period, we have only interacted with Ma-in and that novice trainer with the shiny Charizard. He is clearly not a member of the lava team. He seems to be an inexperienced trainer just starting his journey. The only other person we encountered was Ma-in, who possesses formidable strength and could very well have been absorbed into the lava team, possibly even acting as an undercover agent. However, due to our involvement, he may have fallen victim to that trainer from a prominent family. The shadow that emerged at the end must be the Pokémon his parents entrusted to him for protection during his travels. The lava team likely discovered that Ma-in last communicated with us and even made remittances to us, which is why they have begun hunting us down." Erlang, infuriated, retorted, "We did not kill Ma-in. Why are they pursuing us instead of that trainer from the prominent family?" Taro looked at Erlang and Samlang, speaking with gravity. "Because we are the weakest. If we manage to escape this time, I would rather become a subordinate to others than endure such an ordeal again. As a subordinate, only a few would dare to bully us, but now, everyone is taking advantage of us. I refuse to be trampled upon. I will rise above and assert my dominance." With that, Taro pounded his fist against the iron pipe of the sewer in a fit of righteous indignation. On the other side, Chiyan Hui remained unaware that the relentless pursuit by the lava team had driven the Taro brothers into a corner. At this moment, Chiyan Hui and his companions were making their way toward the southeastern region of the Orange Blossom Forest. Given the long journey ahead, the trio found a suitable spot in the inner area to set up camp. Ashen was busy preparing a meal, while Chiyan Hui and Ulung tended to their Pokémon. After finishing their meal, another day of training commenced. Due to the elevated levels of Pokémon in the inner area, Chiyan Hui refrained from taking his Charmeleon and Eevee out to seek wild Pokémon battles. Instead, they battled each other as opponents. Given Charmeleon's higher level, Chiyan Hui restricted its use of Flame Fang and Ember, effectively hampering its abilities, thus allowing the agile Eevee a chance to compete. Yet even so, Eevee found it challenging to withstand Charmeleon's onslaught, struggling against Dragon Breath and Metal Claw. After the battle training, Chiyan Hui instructed them to begin practicing their move skills. "Eevee, I will have Ditto assist you. Focus on honing your Yawn, Detect, and Wish moves." With that, he released Ditto. "Ditto, please cooperate with Eevee and work on move skills." Ditto nodded and accompanied Eevee to practice nearby. Chiyan Hui then turned his attention to Charmeleon. "Charmeleon, you have inherited Dragon Dive, Iron Tail, and Double Edge from your parents. It is time we begin practicing. We need to enhance your move repertoire to tackle various complex situations." Charmeleon nodded solemnly and let out a low growl in acknowledgement. Chiyan Hui smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Excellent. Resolve is commendable. Let us take it step by step. We will start with Iron Tail. Focus on condensing Steel-type energy in your tail and then swing it forcefully against that tree." Charmeleon immediately began to concentrate, gathering Steel-type energy. Chiyan Hui softly advised, "This is akin to the process of Metal Claw. Recall how you condense that energy and channel it into your tail." As Charmeleon listened, a silvery metallic glow began to emanate from its tail. As the energy continued to accumulate, the brilliance of the silver light intensified. Charmeleon diligently controlled the energy until it became overwhelming. At that moment, it swung its tail with great force against the tree before it. The tree remained steadfast, while Charmeleon grimaced in pain, feeling the sting from its tail. Due to its inexperience with the energy, Charmeleon failed to shield its tail adequately, resulting in some injuries. Observing this, Chiyan Hui swiftly retrieved a healing spray and applied it to Charmeleon's injured tail. Charmeleon immediately felt the pain subside, replaced by a soothing coolness. Chiyan Hui gently reassured, "Charmeleon, do not rush. First master the control of your energy before launching an attack. Feel every strand of Steel-type energy and maintain a firm grasp on them. Only then can you execute Iron Tail flawlessly." Charmeleon showed no signs of discouragement as it resumed its attempts. Thus, time flowed gradually amid their training, ultimately concluding the day with Ashen's massage and medicinal bath. Charmeleon and Eevee, owing to their remarkable potential, made astonishing progress each day. Charizard's mastery of the Iron Tail technique transformed from initial unfamiliarity to flawless execution within a mere night. Such a brief yet astonishing time frame is rarely seen in the world of Pokémon. Typically, a Pokémon requires 10 to 15 days of rigorous training to progress from utter ignorance to absolute proficiency. Coupled with an abundance of resources, along with massages and medicinal baths, Charizard was able to train with peace of mind, free from concerns of sustaining hidden injuries. In essence, Charizard is not only an extraordinary talent, but also exceedingly diligent, capable of intense training without the apprehension of physical strain or unseen harm. This singular attribute is impressive, but when combined, it becomes truly formidable. Eevee's progress is equally commendable, demonstrating proficiency in the techniques of Yawn, Detect, and Wish through diligent practice. With just a couple more days of training, Eevee too will achieve complete mastery of these moves. After a day of training, Chihua lay in his tent, gazing at the shadow of a Zubat at the entrance, gradually slipping into contemplation. He pondered the composition of his third Pokémon. According to Chihua's vision, the third Pokémon should possess the ability to summon sunny weather, thereby establishing a preliminary sunny team. Chapter 86. The intention to capture a Vulpix. The ability to summon sunlight is a remarkably rare trait in the Pokémon world. Among the myriad of Pokémon, only 5 possess such an ability, including Mega Charizard Y and Vulpix. They are Mega Charizard Y, Vulpix, Ninetales, Torkoal, and Groudon. Upon careful consideration, only 2 Pokémon truly qualify, Ninetales and Torkoal, as Mega Charizard Y and Groudon are not viable options at this time. Vulpix serves as the pre-evolution of Ninetales, thus limiting the viable candidates to Ninetales and Torkoal. In the real world, utilizing weather-altering moves requires considerable casting time, during which the user cannot be attacked. Otherwise, the process may be interrupted, leading to the failure of the weather-changing move. This is precisely why Chihua seeks a Pokémon with the ability to summon sunlight. The ability Solar Power transforms the battlefield into intense sunshine at the onset of battle, saving precious time that would otherwise be spent executing a sunny day move. Chihua muttered to himself, while Torkoal is advantageous in-game, its practicality in reality is far less impressive. In the game, Torkoal's low speed guarantees the onset of sunny weather, preventing it from being countered by the opponent's weather moves. In reality, it relies solely on the Pokémon's inherent strength to execute this, and it is not guaranteed that a last resort move will negate the weather. The outcome also depends on the relative strengths of the Pokémon involved, and if both possess weather-altering abilities, they may cancel each other out rather than leave one standing. Thus, selecting Ninetales is undoubtedly a superior choice over Torkoal. As he contemplated, Chihua reached a decision. In that case, I shall choose Ninetales. To do so, I must acquire a high-quality Vulpix egg or a young Pokémon, ideally with a base of at least 5 IVs, lest it fall behind the pace of my team's growth. In the Hoenn region, the most likely locales for encountering Vulpix are Fiery Path and MT Chimney. Given the dangers posed by MT Chimney at his current level, his choice was clear: Fiery Path it would be. Once Eevee evolves into Leafeon, he could embark on a journey to Fiery Path, challenging gyms along the way, as it lies just behind Fiery Town, quite close indeed. With his decision made, Chihua gradually drifted into slumber. In the days that followed, Chihua and his companions scoured the orange forest in search of the elusive moss-covered rock. One day, as they advanced, a mighty Houndoom began to bark furiously ahead. The trio rushed forward, only to find 4 individuals flanking the Houndoom, which was barking at them with great fervor. Woof, woof, woof. Upon noticing them, Ulung immediately commanded, Houndoom, return. The formidable creature slowly backed away, positioning itself in front of Chihua and his friends. Chihua cast a quick glance at the 4 individuals, his expression shifting to one of seriousness, for the Pokémon they bore were all of at least gym-level strength. The leading man scrutinized Chihua and his companions before stating, Who are you? I am a trainer from the Orange Gym. Hearing this, Chihua felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied, I am Chiyan Hui from Autumn Leaf Town. These are my companions. We are traveling and intend to participate in this year's Hoenn League. As he spoke, Chihua produced his Pokédex. Upon seeing the Pokédex, the leader's demeanor softened, for those possessing a Pokédex were recognized as esteemed trainers within the Hoenn League. Chiyan Hui, welcome to challenge the Orange Gym. However, you must first obtain at least 4 badges from other cities before you can challenge us, he explained. My name is Junshu, and these individuals are also trainers from the Orange Gym. We are currently learning from Master Qianli about nurturing and commanding techniques. Junshu spoke with a radiant smile, exuding friendliness. The Pokédex serves as a form of identification. Others who possess it are not only esteemed but also command respect. Those lacking it would trigger alarms. Thus, in the face of Chihua's Pokédex, Junshu was particularly amiable. Every trainer with a Pokédex boasts significant accomplishments, and it is said that the lowest among them are gym-level trainers. Chihua smiled in return. Thank you for the information. By the way, we are currently searching for a moss-covered rock, a large stone adorned with moss. Do you know its whereabouts? Junshu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, before replying, "Ah, the moss-covered rock. I recall it being just a short distance from here, approximately 2 kilometers away. If you head in this direction, you will surely find it. The rock is quite large and, as you described, covered in moss." Curiously, Junshu inquired, "By the way, what do you intend to do with this moss-covered rock?" Chiwa chuckled. "We've heard tales of it, and wish to see it for ourselves, as it is considered a scenic spot in the Orange Forest." Junshu nodded. "Indeed. That rock is quite picturesque, especially with the moss covering it. It is certainly worth a visit, as attractions in the Orange Forest are rather scarce." "Very well. We shall not intrude any longer. We still need to patrol the Orange Blossom Forest. Recently, there has been a sudden influx of members from the lava and ocean teams within the forest. Exercise caution when you encounter them. If you find yourselves in peril, you may activate the crisis alert on your Pokédex. All nearby Alliance personnel will receive the message and rush to your aid," Qi Xin solemnly proclaimed. "Understood. We will be cautious. We will take our leave now." Chapter 87. The Moss Rock within Orange Blossom Forest. After parting ways with Junshu and the others, Qi Xin followed their directions and embarked on his journey. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers, a colossal boulder, measuring over 30 meters in diameter, suddenly came into view. The boulder was entirely enveloped in lush moss, radiating a vibrant green hue, as if it were a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by nature itself. The air surrounding the boulder seemed to transform into an exceptionally fresh ambience, prompting Qi Xin to take several deep breaths, as if even breathing had become an invigorating experience. "Aye, Brother Xin, is this the moss rock you sought? It appears quite awe-inspiring," a wolf exclaimed with excitement. Qi Xin nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Only the Orange Blossom Forest possesses the conditions necessary for the formation of such a moss rock. It is truly magnificent." As he spoke, Qi Xin retrieved a Pokeball and released Charizard and Eevee. Upon appearing, Eevee was immediately captivated by the boulder, joyfully bouncing around. "Yip yip, yip yip." The cheerful cries of Eevee filled the surrounding space. Qi Xin chuckled. All right, Eevee, it's time for training. Only by strengthening your abilities near this moss rock can you evolve into Leafeon, and then you shall undergo a transformation." Eevee nodded resolutely. Qi Xin then summoned Ditto, instructing it to assist Eevee in honing its transformation moves. Qi Xin turned to a wolf and a Shan. "Let us set up camp here. Once Eevee evolves into Leafeon, we shall head to Kanas City to challenge the gym, and then proceed to Fuyin Town, where I intend to capture my third Pokemon at Chimney Mountain." A wolf immediately responded with a smile. "No problem, Brother Xin. Wherever you go, we shall follow." The trio promptly erected their tent. Since it was still early for dinner, they began training their Pokemon. "Charizard, today you shall practice the Fire Fang move against that tree. I need to train Eevee, so it can evolve into Leafeon sooner." Charizard nodded solemnly and made its way to the tree to begin its training. Charizard was not far from reaching level 30, at which point it would automatically inherit the move Flamethrower through its DNA, a move it would wield for a lifetime. However, for now, it focused on mastering Fire Fang. Even though Qi Xin's ultimate ambition was for Charizard to Mega Evolve into Mega Charizard Y, where its special attack would reign supreme. Nonetheless, this did not imply abandoning physical attack moves. In reality, there were no restrictions on the number of moves one could learn, yet proficiency levels imposed limitations. Regardless of the number of moves, inadequate proficiency would render them ineffective. Qi Xin approached Eevee, assisting it with its training. "Eevee, when executing your moves, you must remain focused and memorize the flow of energy precisely. Only then can you deploy your moves with complete confidence at any moment. In actual combat, opponents would not remain stationary, waiting for your attack. Additionally, you must be prepared to evade their moves while executing your own." Eevee nodded enthusiastically and continued to practice its moves. Time flew by swiftly when one was diligent and concentrated, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. "All right, let us take a break. I will prepare some food for you. After dining, we shall resume our training," Qi Xin announced, affectionately ruffling Eevee's fluffy head. Knowing that once it evolved, Leafeon would no longer possess such adorable features. Eevee, sensing Qi Xin's affection, leaped into his arms, its big, watery eyes gazing up at him, filled with joy and innocence. Qi Xin couldn't help but embrace Eevee, utterly enchanted by its cuteness. All right, I shall prepare your meals now. You wouldn't want to go hungry, would you?" Upon hearing this, Eevee hopped onto Qi Xin's shoulder, nuzzling its fluffy body against his cheek. Qi Xin smiled and began preparing food for Eevee, Charizard, and the other Pokemon. Soon, 4 large bowls of food were ready. After placing some top-notch energy cubes on the bowls, he declared, "All right, you may dig in." No sooner had he spoken than Krogunk, Charizard, Eevee and Ditto rushed forward, devouring their meals with gusto. Meanwhile, Ashan was busy cooking, so Chiyan watched them eat. Eevee, be careful not to spill any. Eevee responded with a garbled acknowledgement before continuing to feast heartily. Surely, the happiest moments of the day are those spent enjoying a meal. In no time, all 4 Pokemon had finished their meals. Eevee's belly had become round and plump, its little paws comfortably resting on its stomach as it let out contented hums. At that moment, a faint white light began to emanate from Eevee's body. Chiyan's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed, "Eevee, quickly, go to the moss rock. You are about to evolve." Startled, Eevee leaped and swiftly bounded onto the moss rock, its paws sinking into the thick moss. At that moment, green light points began to emerge from the moss rock, merging with Eevee's body. Eevee curiously observed these green light points, extending its little paw to touch them. The moment it did, the green light points fused into Eevee's form. A wolf and Ashan were also captivated by this spectacle, rushing over to witness the phenomenon. A wolf thoughtfully commanded his Houndoom and Mytena to stand guard nearby, wary of any potential disturbances. Standing atop the moss rock, Eevee was enveloped by an increasing number of green light points, and even the white light of evolution transformed into a radiant green glow. This was the first time Chiyan had witnessed such a phenomenon, his hands instinctively clenching, but observing the blissful expression on Eevee's face. It was evident that these green light points were beneficial to it. Eevee's evolution attracted the attention of nearby Pokemon, who began to converge. Houndoom immediately sensed something amiss and started barking furiously. Chiyan turned towards Houndoom, noticing the wild Pokemon approaching. Lickitung, Venomoth, Rosalia, and Shroomish. Most of these Pokemon were of professional caliber and, upon sensing Houndoom's imposing presence, began to hesitate. Chapter 88. The sudden appearance of a pseudo-legendary Lizard King. However, at that moment, a green figure dashed towards the moss rock, evidently intent on ascending it to absorb the green light points. In the wild Pokemon typically do not obstruct the evolution of other Pokemon. Such interference, regardless of its success, would lead to enmity. However, the situation has changed. The verdant luminescence emerging from the mossy rocks evidently bestows significant advantages upon grass-type Pokemon. Unable to contain itself any longer, the green silhouette surged forward. Chiyan Hui's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out, "Crobat, intercept it. Do not allow it to disrupt Eevee's evolution." In an instant, Crobat vanished from above Chiyan Hui's head and darted towards the approaching green figure. Faced with the oncoming Crobat, the green silhouette swiftly conjured 2 blades of emerald energy from its arms, intending to strike Crobat down and absorb those luminous green points. However, the green figure had gravely underestimated Crobat. As soon as it arrived, Crobat unleashed its most proficient move, Cross Poison. 2 of its wings emanated a deep purple glow, and upon nearing the green figure, it swiftly slashed with 2 deep purple blades aimed at its opponent. The green figure's emerald energy blades clashed against the deep purple cross poison blades, engaging in a fierce contest of strength. Yet, upon contact, the green silhouette was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against a stout tree, which trembled from the impact, shedding a multitude of leaves. At that moment, Chiyan Hui finally discerned the identity of the green figure charging towards the mossy rock. It was a Sceptile, the grass-type starter Pokemon from the Hoenn region. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chiyan Hui's gaze as he recognized it. As he focused intently, information regarding Sceptile's level and potential flooded his mind. Sceptile resembled a large, upright lizard, adorned in a vibrant green hue. It possessed a grand tail, and the leaves sprouting from its wrists were razor-sharp. Its back harbored seeds brimming with nutrients that invigorated the trees. Despite its considerable size, Sceptile was remarkably swift, effortlessly darting through the underbrush and leaping gracefully between branches. It would pounce upon foes from above or behind, wielding its sharp leaves to dispatch its prey. These leaves were so sharp they could fell a sturdy tree with ease. Sceptile, level 66, mid-level champion. Grass-type Pokemon. Ability: Overgrow. Effect: when health is below 1/3, the power of Grass-type moves increases by 15 times. Individual value potential: 5V. HP: 27. Attack: 31. Defense: 31. Special attack: 31. Special defense: 31. Speed: 31. Base stats: HP: 70. Attack: 85. Defense: 65. Special attack: 105. Special defense: 85. Speed: 120. Total: 530. Held item: low-level Odd Seed. Grass-type move amplification of 4. Mastered moves: Leaf Blade, Giga Drain, Energy Ball. Proficient moves: Leaf Storm, Shadow Clone, Pursuit, Seed Bomb. Upon reviewing Sceptile's level, Chiyan Hui inhaled sharply, finally comprehending why Sceptile was unafraid of the Mitana, boldly advancing towards the mossy rock. With such strength befitting a mid-level champion, it commanded a formidable presence in the core region, rendering it virtually invincible in this inner arena. Alas, the invincible Sceptile encountered a Crobat whose speed surpassed its own, a Crobat far superior in capability. This ultimately resulted in Sceptile being struck and sent crashing against the tree. At that moment, Sceptile gritted its teeth, struggling to rise to its feet. It had been careless, otherwise it would not have suffered such humiliation. Primarily specializing in special attack, it had foolishly engaged Crobat in a direct confrontation on its weaker front. Yet, even Sceptile's favored special attack proved ineffective when faced with such a disparity in strength. However, the accustomed arrogance of Sceptile led it to believe it had merely been caught off guard, lamenting its current disheveled state. Chiyan Hui, observing Sceptile rise, coldly commanded, "Crobat, do not give it a moment's respite." Once again, Crobat vanished into the air, darting swiftly towards Sceptile, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage. Sceptile's face registered shock as it comprehended the futility of escape, for Crobat's speed was simply too overwhelming. Thus, with gritted teeth, Sceptile unleashed an energy ball, rapidly coalescing a verdant sphere before launching it fiercely at the advancing Crobat. Crobat showed no intention of evasion. Instead, it executed a mud bomb, unleashing a barrage of mud that detonated the energy ball midair, enveloping the area in a veil of smoke. Seizing the opportunity created by the explosion, Crobat swiftly approached Sceptile's side, executing cross poison once more, delivering a decisive strike to the top of Sceptile's head. The critical hit, combined with the poison's doubled effectiveness against a grass-type Pokémon, rendered Sceptile unconscious, stripping it of its ability to continue fighting. This unfortunate outcome was also attributed to Sceptile's relatively poor stamina. Upon witnessing Sceptile's fall, Chiyan Hui exhaled in relief, redirecting his focus to the evolving EV. The skirmish between Crobat and Sceptile had unfolded in a flash, its duration fleeting, and thus, at this moment, EV remained enmeshed in the throes of evolution. As the green points converged, they gradually enveloped EV, obscuring its form from the view of Chiyan Hui and others, who could only discern a vague silhouette. Slowly, the EV shrouded in green light began to grow taller, its legs and body elongating from its once stubby stature into a more elegant form. As the evolution reached its culmination, the green luminescence dissipated into the air, revealing what was no longer merely EV, but Leafin. Leafin bore a striking resemblance to both a cat and a fox, its body cloaked in a rich brown hue. Its claws were dark brown, mirroring the colors of its eyes and the area between its ears. Adorned with leaves, it featured a longer leaf at the center of its forehead. Leafin's ears and tail also resembled foliage. Leafin, compared to animals, has a cellular structure more akin to plants, dwelling quietly in the depths of forests near crystal-clear rivers. It performs photosynthesis, obtaining energy even without consuming food. On sunny days, Leafin engages in photosynthesis to produce fresh, invigorating air. The younger Leafins exude a fragrant aroma reminiscent of fresh grass, while older ones emit a scent akin to fallen leaves. Chapter 89. Capture the Sceptile. Preparing to take it back for breeding or auction. Leafin, level 29, entry-level peak. Grass-type Pokemon. Ability, Chlorophyll, effect. Under sunny or bright sunlight conditions, this Pokemon's speed doubles. Individual value potential, 6V. All 6 individual values are maximized at 31. Base stats, HP, 65, attack, 110, defense, 130, special attack, 60, special defense, 65, speed, 95, total, 525. Held item, intermediate odd seed, grass-type move amplification of 8. Proficient moves, double kick. Entry-level moves, leaf blade, quick attack, seed bomb, magical leaf. Upon observing the level and qualification details of Leaf EV, Chiyan Hui couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. This Leaf EV had ascended to the pinnacle of novice level after just one evolution, surpassing even the level of Charmeleon. This remarkable transformation was likely influenced by the green light particles emerging from the mossy rock. And Chiyan Hui suspected that a significant reservoir of energy lay dormant within Leaf EV. Otherwise, a Quasi-King level Lizard King would not have contested for the green light. After successfully evolving, Leaf EV curiously examined its own body before leaping energetically towards Chiyan Hui. He swiftly opened his arms to embrace the oncoming Leaf EV. The impact was so forceful that he staggered back several steps, almost losing his balance. Once he steadied himself, he set Leaf Eevee down and chided, "Now that you've evolved, I can hardly carry you anymore. You must learn to walk on your own and refrain from leaping into my arms at every opportunity, understood?" Leaf Eevee nudged Chiyan Hui's leg with its head in acknowledgement. At that moment, Chiyan Hui recalled the unconscious Lizard King lying nearby, rendered incapable of battle. This Lizard King, possessing a 5V qualification, was indeed a rare find. Whether for auction or to be retained for breeding within the lava team, it represented a splendid opportunity. Without hesitation, Chiyan Hui produced a great ball and tossed it at the Lizard King. The ball burst open, enveloping the Lizard King within. As it landed, the great ball began to shake while radiating a crimson glow. After a few shakes, it exploded with a resounding pop, and the Lizard King reappeared on the ground. The great ball rendered useless. The Lizard King, now conscious, fixated its gaze fiercely on the Zubat hovering above. Frowning, Chiyan Hui spoke in a low tone, "Lizard King, you will enter the Pokeball peacefully. I have no intention of harming you, and I assure you that various resources will be at your disposal, making your ascension to the King level a possibility. However, should you resist, I will have no choice but to eliminate you." Chiyan Hui's words were not to be taken lightly. He had felt a surge of anxiety when the Lizard King had charged forth, fearing it might disrupt Leaf Eevee's evolution. Though it would be a shame to slay the Lizard King, its materials could fetch a handsome price. From the moment the Lizard King had interrupted Leaf Eevee's evolution, Chiyan Hui had resolved not to treat it with kindness. The Lizard King, sensing the unwavering resolve in Chiyan Hui's tone, realized that further defiance could lead to its demise. Ignoring the creature, Chiyan Hui retrieved another great ball, declaring, "This is your final chance." He then hurled the ball towards the Lizard King. The Lizard King regarded the incoming great ball with a complex expression but made no attempt to evade it, watching as it collided with him, bursting open and enveloping him in a red light. Chiyan Hui coldly commanded, "Zubat, should the Lizard King dare to resist, eliminate it." The flying Zubat's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of a feast should the Lizard King perish. Despite possessing top-tier energy cubes, its sanguine nature remained, now indulged as a mere amusement rather than a necessity. The Zubat fixated on the trembling great ball below, eagerly anticipating the moment it would burst and reveal the Lizard King once more. Inside the great ball, the Lizard King had heard Chiyan Hui's words and cautiously suppressed its energy, offering no resistance, allowing the ball to successfully imprint its capture. With a chime, the great ball secured the Lizard King within. However, the ball was still somewhat inadequate for the Lizard King. Should it desire to break free, it would be quite feasible, even if locked inside. Such was the nature of Quasi-King level Pokémon, which had begun to transcend their mortal confines, hinting at an evolution towards a higher form of life. While tales of exceptionally gifted professional Pokémon defeating gym-level Pokémon were known, it was unheard of for gym-level Pokémon to triumph over Quasi-King level ones. The disparity between gym-level and Quasi-King level Pokémon was akin to that between entirely different species. Quasi-King level Pokémon represented a realm reached through metamorphosis. Observing the successful capture of the Lizard King, Chiyan Hui felt no euphoria. He understood that such a great ball could not contain the Lizard King for long. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him, as Leaf Eevee had successfully evolved. Upon reaching Canas City, he would immediately utilize the Pokémon transport device to send the Lizard King to Lava Island, where escape would be improbable before its auction, and it would have to remain with the Lava team for breeding. The 5 pinnacle qualifications of the Lizard King would surely astonish his father. Haha, Zubat, witnessing the cessation of the ball's shaking, displayed a flicker of disappointment. A grand feast had vanished. It then descended and grasped the great ball with its claws, delivering it to Chiyan Hui. Chiyan Hui regarded the great ball with a sense of trepidation, promptly stating, "How about this, Zubat? For the next few days, you shall safeguard this great ball. I will secure it with tape to your claw. Bear with it for a short while." Zubat nodded in agreement. Once Chiyan Hui confirmed Zubat's compliance, he pressed the button, releasing the Lizard King, and solemnly said, "Do not resist. I will tend to your wounds so they do not worsen." The Lizard King gazed at Zubat beside him, refraining from any semblance of defiance. Chiyan Hui retrieved a healing spray and began to treat the Lizard King's injuries, followed by administering some healing medicine and antidote, concluding with a few orange berries for nourishment. Chapter 90. Return to Canas City. After the Lizard King had eaten, Chiyan Hui promptly produced a Pokeball, capturing the Lizard King once more, and addressed the Great Ball. "Lizard King, remain docile within. Should you attempt to escape, Zubat will not hesitate to eliminate you, understood?" The Great Ball wobbled in affirmation. Next, Chiyan Hui took out some tape and secured the great ball to Zubat's claw, assigning it to watch over the Lizard King. Once this was accomplished, he glanced at the wild Pokémon still lurking in the distance and frowned, saying, Elang, Ashan, now that Eevee has evolved into Leaf Eevee, we shall set forth towards Canas City tomorrow morning. Absolutely, Huiji. Elang and Ashan readily agreed. Chiyan Hui then turned to Zubat, instructing, Zubat, unleash your aura to scare off those wild Pokémon. We do not wish to be disturbed. Zubat nodded and emitted a piercing shriek, exuding a formidable presence that altered the air currents around it. The wild Pokémon nearby fled in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. The following day, Chiyan Hui and his companions, having made their preparations, set off towards Canas City. However, their progress was not swift. As had been customary, they traveled in the morning and at noon, dedicating their afternoons to training their Pokémon and engaging them in battles against wild counterparts. After spending 5 arduous days, the trio, Chiyan Hui and his companions, finally emerged from the orange blossom forest. The moment the sun's rays struck their skin, they instinctively closed their eyes. Having grown somewhat unaccustomed to the blinding light after such an extended stay within the forest's confines. During these days, as Charmeleon noticed that his once little buddy, Eevee, had suddenly grown stronger than himself, he became anxious and trained fervently each day. With an abundance of resources at their disposal, both Charmeleon and Leafeon made significant progress. Charmeleon had reached level 26, while Eevee's advancement was even more remarkable, breaking through to level 30 within just 5 days, achieving the senior level. The senior level represented a pinnacle of strength that many trainers could aspire to in their lifetimes. The professional level, however, demanded considerable resources and required Pokémon to possess a certain aptitude to attain. The subsequent gym leader and quasi-champion levels were realms far beyond those accessible to ordinary trainers. Almost beyond imagination. Elang and Ashen also exhibited swift progress. After Boskage broke through to the gym leader level, Elang's Sly Sceptile followed suit, successfully entering the gym leader tier. Meanwhile, Ashen's Magnezone and Snorlax, along with Elang's Dusknoir, were all trapped at the pinnacle of the professional level. Though their qualifications made a breakthrough feasible, it would still require a bit more time. Before departing, Chiyan Hui and his companions donned sunglasses, wary of the potentially damaging sunlight. Yet, even with the sunglasses, they found themselves squinting against the glare. After some time acclimatizing, Chiyan Hui remarked, every time we emerge from the orange blossom forest, it feels as if we have crossed into another world. Elang tilted his head in contemplation before responding, what does that mean, Huiji? I don't quite understand. Chiyan Hui, with a bemused expression, replied, it means I long to go to Canas City for a good rest. Oh, I see. Then let us hurry. Elang exclaimed cheerfully. 2 days later, at the entrance of the Canas City Pokémon Center, 3 weary travelers appeared, their faces etched with the marks of their journey, clearly seasoned trainers. These 3 were none other than Chiyan Hui and his companions. As Chiyan Hui gazed upon the Pokémon Center, he exhaled deeply and approached, the automatic doors swinging open swiftly. Before seeking assistance from Nurse Joy for check-in, Chiyan Hui needed to send his Lizard King Pokeball to Lava Island. Prior to entering the Pokémon Center, he had already contacted the Hokage, so all that remained was for him to operate the Pokémon transfer device. Soon, his communicator chimed. Upon answering, the voice of Hokage resonated from the other end. Hui, I have received the Lizard King you mentioned. Rest assured, I will inform the leader and handle it properly. Thank you, Hokage. That Lizard King is quite powerful, boasting impressive qualifications. Please have it evaluated, but exercise caution. It is a quasi-champion level Lizard King. Understood. Take care of yourself, and feel free to reach out if you need anything. After concluding the call, Chiyan Hui approached Nurse Joy and presented his Pokédex, saying, Nurse Joy, could you please assist me with check-in? These 2 companions are with me as well. The payment can be deducted from my Pokédex. The Pokédex not only identifies Pokémon but also functions as a personal computer, including electronic banking capabilities. Seeing the Pokédex, Nurse Joy's smile brightened further as she replied, certainly. Please hold on for a moment. After verifying the information, she promptly processed Chiyan Hui's check-in. Once completed, Nurse Joy returned the Pokédex, smiling as she stated, Mr. Akita, your check-in is complete. Your room is on the 3rd floor. Would you like me to have a Chansey guide you there? No need, we can find it ourselves. Alongside the Pokédex, 3 room cards were provided, making it quite simple to locate their accommodations. The trio hastily ascended to the 3rd floor, dividing the room cards among themselves. Let us rest for now. After a shower and some sleep, we can head out for a meal. I've missed the warmth of a bed, Chiyan Hui declared. All right, Huiji. With their room cards in hand, the 3 entered their respective rooms to wash up and rest. After days of relentless travel, they were exhausted. This was all on foot, and had it not been for their physically trained bodies, they surely would not have endured such a journey. Many first-year trainers embarking on their adventures often treat travel as mere leisure, only to find themselves too fatigued to continue. When Chiyan Hui and his companions awoke, it was already the following morning, roused by hunger. They rushed to the dining hall of the Pokémon Center, ravenously consuming food as though they had been starved. After satisfying his hunger, Chiyan Hui patted his round stomach and remarked, "I've eaten too much. Let us take a moment to rest. After noon, we'll challenge the gym." Upon returning to their room, Chiyan Hui began feeding his 4 Pokémon. Afterward, he addressed Charmeleon and Leafeon. "You will be participating in the gym challenge this afternoon. Don't be nervous. Treat it like a battle against wild Pokémon. Just follow my lead." Charmeleon and Leafeon nodded solemnly, indicating their readiness. Meanwhile, as Chiyan Hui and his companions arrived in Canas City, the Taro brothers, who had narrowly escaped through the sewers, were cautiously traversing the wilderness, having arrived at Zijing City. Sanlang's complexion was still pale, but he could manage to walk, having evidently surpassed the most perilous moments. Erlang voiced his concerns. "Big brother, is the person we are seeking in Zijing City truly trustworthy?" With a somewhat grim expression, Dalong replied, "There's no need to worry. He is an information broker and intermediary. As long as the payment is sufficient, he is relatively reliable. However, we need to disguise ourselves. I will meet him alone. We must not allow him to recognize me, or he will surely turn me over to the lava team. Let us first rent a place. You two stay behind while I meet with him. If I don't return within 2 hours, leave Zijing City immediately without hesitation. Seek out a small, remote town and live quietly, preserving our family lineage." Erlang and Sanlang looked at Taro with moist eyes. Taro forced a smile. "What are you two doing?" "I'm merely outlining the worst-case scenario. Perhaps there will be a positive outcome." After ensuring that Erlang and Sanlang were settled, Taro quickly disguised himself and made his way to a designated cafe. After a while, a man with a thin mustache took a seat across from Taro. The man's gaze was piercing. Upon meeting, he scrutinized Taro before speaking in a low voice. "Buddy, whatever you wish to buy or do, I can assist you." "Certainly." The entirety of this discourse hinges upon the necessity of providing sufficient remuneration to the one who speaks. The man with the small mustache chuckled amiably as he rubbed his fingers together. Taro lowered his voice, asserting, "I am a professional trainer seeking a reputable establishment to align myself with. I am curious if you might have any commendable recommendations. Please refrain from mentioning any trivial factions. I require an affiliation with a formidable power." Upon hearing this, the small mustached man cast a peculiar glance at Taro. However, Taro had wrapped himself so thoroughly in a scarf, hat, and sunglasses that even the fiery hue of the sun would struggle to recognize him. The small mustached man pondered for a moment before promptly stating, "I have 3 avenues available. The choice lies solely in your hands." Intrigued, Taro inquired, "Oh, do elaborate." The small man extended a finger and said, "Firstly, there is the Iron Family, the most dominant force in Zijing City. This family has maintained its grip on the city for many years, with its members consistently serving as the gym leaders. It is safe to say that no one in Zijing City dares to provoke the Iron Family, though this only applies to local powers. Their terms are quite appealing. Upon joining the Iron Family, with your professional level prowess, you may select a Pokémon of peak potential for training. You also have the option to choose 2 such Pokémon, though this comes with stipulations. Selecting 1 Pokémon of peak potential requires a decade of service to the Iron Family, while choosing 2 necessitates a commitment of 20 years. Throughout these years, you will receive a salary and various resources, and all you need to offer is your loyalty. The selection of a Pokémon is merely a perk. The primary benefit lies in the monthly salary and resource allocation. Taro's expression displayed a flicker of consideration, yet he insisted, "But what of the other 2 options? Please, share them as well." The small man, unperturbed, held up 2 fingers and continued, "The second option is to join the Duin Company. You may have heard of its reputation. Its influence has burgeoned over the years, and it has established branches in several cities surrounding Kanatsi. With your professional level capabilities, joining is feasible, albeit with a monetary investment required for initial arrangements. The benefits offered by Duin Company are similar to those of the Iron Family. Selecting a Pokémon of peak potential entails a 10-year contract, while 2 requires 20 years. However, the salary and resource provisions at Duin Company are significantly superior to those of the Iron Family. Yet, being in Zijing City, one must carefully weigh the options." Taro hesitated and asked, "Is there no option for selecting 3 peak potentials?" The small man's gaze shifted, revealing a hint of intrigue as he replied, "Of course. There is a 3 peak option, but it cannot be granted immediately. You must first prove your loyalty and agree to a permanent allegiance, signing a contract. Taro clenched his teeth. He was acutely aware of the world's harsh realities. Yet, the terms laid before him felt overwhelmingly severe. 10 years for a single peak potential Pokémon and 20 years for 2. A lifetime of loyalty for 3 was simply too daunting. This world was indeed merciless, masquerading as fair and just, yet for the ordinary individual. The only escape lay in selling one's very soul. Taking a deep breath, Taro solemnly inquired, "And what of the third option?" The small man smiled enigmatically and lowered his voice, saying, "What are your thoughts on the lava team?" At this revelation, Taro's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that a mere information broker and intermediary might possess a pathway into the lava team. Compared to the Duin Company and the Iron Family, Taro felt more inclined towards the lava team. Despite being branded as an evil organization and hunted by the League, those trainers with insider knowledge recognized that the lava team was relatively equitable internally, devoid of the rampant corruption found elsewhere. As long as one exerted sufficient effort, it was possible to alter the course of one's life. Yet, Taro recalled his fear that he had inadvertently caused the demise of a prominent member of the lava team, Mayin, who possessed gym-level strength. Joining the lava team could be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 92. Taro chooses to join the Iron Family. Realizing this, Taro immediately declared, "I shall not consider the lava team. To join them would be to walk straight into a trap." To this day, Taro remained convinced that Ma Yin's death had ensnared him, believing her to be affiliated with the lava team. The small mustached intermediary, upon hearing Taro's words, narrowed his eyes, sensing an underlying truth. This man, cloaked in layers, must have crossed paths with the lava team, though this was merely conjecture. The small man preferred to avoid stirring trouble and promptly stated, "Very well, then ponder your choices regarding the first and second options." As Taro contemplated, he acknowledged that while the Duin Company wielded more influence than the Iron Family, it merely operated a branch in Zijin City, unlikely to boast formidable trainers. Such corporations typically refrained from provoking dark organizations like the lava team, not out of fear, but due to the lack of profitability. The Duin Company would not risk antagonizing the lava team unless their core interests were threatened. Conversely, the Iron Family had long dominated Zijin City, controlling the gym leader position. It was, in essence, their stronghold. In Zijin City, the Iron Family reigned supreme. With this in mind, Taro reached a decision. "I choose to join the Iron Family." Upon hearing this, the small mustached intermediary's face broke into a smile. "Excellent. However, I must inform you that the intermediary fee is rather steep. I personally require 500,000, and you will need to present another 500,000 for initial arrangements. In total, 1 million is required, and I operate on a cash-only basis." Taro regarded the small mustached intermediary with a steady gaze, then retrieved a box from his spatial bag and handed it over. "This contains the 1 million you requested." The small man reached for the box, but Taro firmly pressed it down, stating with grave intensity, "Should I discover any deceit on your part, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." As he spoke, Taro's eyes bore into the small man, devoid of emotion and icy with resolve. The small mustached intermediary hesitated briefly before quickly responding with a smile. "Rest assured, I adhere to strict guidelines in my profession. Breaching these rules would jeopardize my livelihood. No one would dare seek my services again." Hearing this, Taro gradually lifted his hand, allowing the intermediary to take the box. Upon inspecting its contents, the small man appeared satisfied and said to Taro, "All is in order. I shall now proceed to secure the necessary connections. Once everything is settled, I will contact you. You need not worry about my escape. If I were to flee, my brokerage would suffer, and you could always come looking for me." With that, the small mustached intermediary took the money and departed. Taro fixed his gaze on the retreating figure, realizing that had he any other choice, he would prefer not to engage with this intermediary. Yet, circumstances left him no alternative. He was at a dead end, compelled to ally himself with a powerful faction. This would not only provide him with a refuge, but also the protection of a formidable entity. This is precisely the reason why Taro chose the Iron Family. They are affiliated with the Hoenn League and have consistently held the position of gym leaders in Slateport City, which inevitably places them at odds with Team Magma. However, the Devon Corporation operates differently. No one within the corporation holds a position in the League. Although Devon Corporation has expanded significantly and likely knows many individuals within the League, they may not necessarily be sworn enemies of Team Magma. When Team Magma eventually discovers Taro's whereabouts, it is conceivable that Devon Corporation might even willingly hand him over. In contrast, the Iron Family would never yield to Team Magma under any circumstances. Otherwise, the Hoenn League would not permit them to maintain control over Slateport City. Slateport is a major city in the Hoenn region, a bustling port city, and the League would never allow it to fall under the influence of any faction that compromises with Team Magma. This, too, is a compelling reason for Taro's desire to align himself with the Iron family. In Kanaz City, Chihaya and his companions swiftly followed the guidance of the Pokédex towards the Kanaz Gym. Before their departure, Ashen provided Chihaya with detailed information about the Kanaz Gym, revealing that Ashen possessed not only culinary skills and massage techniques, but also an impressive memory, as he had memorized the details of each gym. Through Ashen's explanations, Chihaya gained a deeper understanding of the gym leader, Dyuan. The Kanaz Gym specializes in rock-type Pokemon, and its leader, Dyuan, is a prodigious trainer and a teacher at the trainer school. Admission to this prestigious school is reserved for the wealthy elite, as the exorbitant tuition fees deter 90% of applicants. Moreover, financial means alone are insufficient. One must also possess parental connections and social standing, implying that relationships are essential for entry into the trainer school. Dyuan hails from a prominent family in Kanaz City. She studied at this very school, and upon graduation, her exceptional abilities, coupled with the support of her family and the trainer school, enabled her to ascend to the position of gym leader in Kanaz City. After recounting Dyuan's background, Ashen solemnly remarked, Dyuan specializes in rock-type Pokemon, and her strongest Pokemon is likely a Tyranitar, which, according to our organization's assessments, has reached the quasi-elite level. However, when trainers challenge the gym, especially those who are direct affiliates of the League, both the gym trainers and the gym leader tend to use Pokemon of comparable strength to the challengers. This practice is aimed at fostering the growth of the League's core members. Occasionally, even if a challenger loses, as long as they perform admirably, the gym leader may still award them a badge, unless their performance is notably poor. Of course, only core members of the League who have registered for the Hoenn League's challenge tournament are eligible to challenge the gym. Otherwise, if every trainer could challenge it, gym trainers and the gym leader would be overwhelmed. Brother Hui, you possess a Leafeon, so challenging Dyuan's rock-type gym should pose no significant issue for you. I believe you can succeed on your first attempt. In response to Ashen's encouragement, Chihaya smiled and replied, Rest assured, it will be no problem. It's rare to see you speak so much at once, Ashen, ha? Hearing Chihaya's jest, Ashen scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. Chapter 93, Rock-type Gym, Kanaz Gym. Before long, Chihaya and his companions, adhering to the guidance of the Pokédex, arrived at the Kanaz Gym without incident. As the scene before them gradually came into focus, the gym's unique charm profoundly astonished Chihaya and his friends. The design of this gym was remarkably distinctive. Rather than employing conventional construction materials, it ingeniously utilized colossal boulders, towering to heights of dozens or even hundreds of meters. These stones were arranged in a seemingly haphazard, yet aesthetically pleasing manner, embodying a perfect amalgamation of nature's artistry and human ingenuity. The facade of the gym presented a starkly different style, where the rigid lines of steel contrasted vividly with the rugged texture of the stones, yet somehow achieved a harmonious unity. The coldness of the steel juxtaposed with the rusticity of the boulders imparted a primal yet refined allure to the entire structure, evoking both raw wilderness and modern craftsmanship. Such a singular architectural style prompted Chihaya to exclaim, Indeed, it is worthy of being a rock-type gym. It is truly impressive. Let us proceed to apply for a challenge. With that, Chihaya confidently strode along the paved pathway towards the entrance of the Kanaz Gym. The entrance appeared deserted, and without hesitation, Chihaya rang the doorbell. Shortly thereafter, the door, constructed on a steel framework, swung open. A young man with his cap turned backward stepped out, glancing at Chihaya and his companions with a look of bewilderment. What brings you here? He inquired. Chihaya promptly replied, Greetings, I am Chiyan Hui from Autumn Leaf Town, here to undertake a gym challenge. The cap-wearing young man glanced at the Pokédex in Chihaya's hand and smiled. Ah, a gym challenge. No problem, please follow me. With that, he opened the door and gestured for them to enter. As the young man led the way, he remarked, So, you are Chiyan Hui. Are you familiar with the gym challenge? Have you obtained any badges previously? Chihaya smiled and responded, No, this is my first time participating in a gym challenge. The young man immediately explained, To challenge the gym leader, you must first defeat 2 gym trainers. Only then will you be eligible to face the gym leader, who is currently teaching at the Pokemon School. You must prove your strength by defeating these 2 trainers before you can challenge gym leader Dyuan. Without hesitation, Chihaya replied, No problem. Can we start the challenge against the gym trainers right now? The young man readily agreed. Certainly. I will take you to the battle arena. By the way, my name is Chiyan, and I will be your first opponent. Our battle requires the presence of a referee and other gym trainers to observe and attest. After leading Chihaya and his companions to the battle arena, Chiyan called out, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the referee and other gym trainers." With that, Chiyan dashed away, leaving Chihaya to examine the battle arena. It was a rocky terrain, featuring protruding stones that provided cover and obstacles for the Pokémon. Before long, Chiyan returned with the referee and several gym trainers. On the way back, Chiyan excitedly exclaimed, "Finally, I have encountered a challenger. I've already arranged to be his first opponent." Another gym trainer chimed in with a hint of envy, "Just don't let him defeat you too easily." Chiyan, brimming with confidence, retorted, "Not a chance. I won't allow any of you to take the second turn." I asked, "And he doesn't have a single badge? He's just a complete novice. I excel at battling new trainers like him, and I will certainly leave him with an unforgettable match." Ha! Upon arriving at the battle arena, Chiyan immediately approached Chihaya and said, "All right, the referee and other gym trainers are here. Let us begin." Chiyan Hui nodded, while Chiyan pointed to the rocky battlefield, saying, "This is the arena where we shall engage in combat. You are to stand within the white box on the opposite side. As trainers are not permitted to step onto the battlefield, only Pokémon may enter." "Understood," replied Chiyan Hui, addressing Alung and Ashen. "You two may simply observe from the sidelines." Soon, Chiyan Hui positioned himself at the designated spot. The referee, a middle-aged man, approached the edge of the rocky arena and proclaimed loudly, "Now, we are about to commence the gym challenge." The challenger, hailing from Akiha town, is Akira Hui, facing off against gym trainer Chiyan. Each side may employ 2 Pokémon, and throughout the match, both may freely substitute their Pokémon until one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. "Please prepare," Chiyan shouted. "I am ready." Chiyan Hui, with his hand resting on the Pokeball at his waist, declared, "I am ready as well." The referee immediately blew his whistle, gestured emphatically, and announced, "Begin." Both Chiyan Hui and Chiyan tossed their Pokeballs into the air. As the balls burst open, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing 2 Pokémon to the spectators. Chiyan Hui summoned his Charmeleon, which emerged with a roar still tinged with adolescence. Its fierce gaze locked onto the opposing Pokémon, brimming with combat spirit. Chiyan released a Geodude. Resembling a gray, rounded stone with prominent rocky eyebrows, trapezoidal eyes, brown irises, and muscular arms equipped with 5 fingers. Upon seeing Geodude, Chiyan Hui focused intently, various statistics regarding its level and attributes flooding his mind. Geodude, level 21, a dual-type rock and ground Pokémon. Possesses the ability, Rock Head, which prevents recoil damage from its own attacks, even if those attacks would normally cause recoil. Its individual values are as follows: HP, 23, Attack, 24, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 27, Special Defense, 15, Speed, 19. The base stats are HP, 40, Attack, 80, Defense, 100, Special Attack, 30, Special Defense, 30, Speed, 20, totaling 300 points. Its entry-level moves include Rollout, Rock Polish, Tackle, and Stomp. Having assessed the situation, Chiyan Hui felt a sense of assurance. Meanwhile, Chiyan, sensing the aura of Charmeleon, was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Wasn't it said that the challenger possessed no badges? Why did Charmeleon exude such a powerful presence, devoid of any semblance of a novice? Chapter 94, Charmeleon vs. Geodude. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't a challenger without any badges be considerably weaker? Chiyan found himself momentarily dumbfounded. While he was lost in thought, Chiyan Hui swiftly called out, "Charmeleon, unleash Dragon Breath." Fire-type moves are doubly resisted by Geodude. Thus Chiyan Hui directed Charmeleon to use Dragon Breath, a dragon-type move that, although not effective against Geodude, would not be resisted and would inflict full damage. Charmeleon expelled a stream of pale purple dragon breath towards Geodude with remarkable speed, reaching its target in an instant. Before Chiyan could react, Geodude was struck, emitting a cry of distress as it was knocked back a considerable distance. Chiyan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Geodude, hang in there, use Rollout." With Geodude's special defense already quite low and its individual values not particularly impressive, the previous Dragon Breath had inflicted significant damage. Responding to Chiyan's command, Geodude gritted its teeth, enduring the pain as it curled into a ball, beginning to roll swiftly. Chiyan continued to instruct, "Geodude, don't rush in, roll around to build up speed first." The power of Rollout increases with time, which was why Chiyan sought to delay Geodude's offensive. However, Chiyan Hui was not about to grant him that opportunity. He commanded, "Charmeleon, charge in and close the distance to Geodude. Now is the time. While it has just begun to roll, and is still relatively slow. At the inception of its rolling motion, Geodude's speed was indeed sluggish, and its power minimal. Charmeleon propelled itself forward with great force, its speed reaching a remarkable base stat of 80, surpassing that of many fully evolved Pokémon. Upon nearing Geodude, Chiyan Hui urged, "Charmeleon, execute Dragon Dive." Charmeleon roared, enveloped in a pale purple energy, which gradually encased its form before it surged forth with explosive speed towards the rolling Geodude. Chiyan, astonished, exclaimed, "What? Dragon Dive?" As a powerful dragon-type move, Chiyan was well aware of its significance, yet he was bewildered that Charmeleon could wield such a formidable attack. However, no one would provide him with the answers he sought. With the execution of Dragon Dive, Charmeleon collided with Geodude, who was attempting to roll away, sending it hurtling through the air. Geodude landed with a thud after tumbling several times before finally coming to rest. However, at that moment, Geodude had succumbed to unconsciousness. Utterly incapacitated, the surrounding gym trainers stood in astonishment. What just transpired? Did I mishear? I believe I heard the phrase Dragon Dive. Are your ears deaf? And your eyes blind? Did you not see the purple energy enveloping Charmeleon, nor the sudden burst of speed? What other move could it possibly be besides Dragon Dive? Yet how could Charmeleon even use Dragon Dive? Did it learn it from a TM? Who is this privileged trainer that has equipped Charmeleon with such a potent move at this stage? In contrast to the confusion among the gym trainers, the referee merely expressed surprise before examining Geodude's condition and promptly announced, "Geodude is unable to battle. Chiyan, please substitute your Pokémon." Chiyan's expression darkened considerably. This Geodude was his strongest Pokémon, and he possessed only two, both being Geodudes, with the second one lacking the strength of the first. He had intended to teach Chiyan Hui a lesson that would be indelibly etched in his memory. Yet now, the tables had turned, and he found himself on the receiving end of such a lesson, hence his grim countenance. The referee, observing Chiyan's demeanor, furrowed his brow and called out, "Chiyan, please substitute your Pokémon without delay." After a second urging from the referee, Chiyan snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth as he recalled the incapacitated Geodude into its Pokeball. He then produced another Pokeball and threw it into the arena. As the white light flickered, another Geodude materialized in its place. However, this one was neither as proficient nor as formidable as the first. It lacked any individual values and was only at level 19, facing Charmeleon, which was at level 27, rendering it devoid of any chance of victory. Nevertheless, despite the odds, Chiyan was compelled to fight. It was his duty as a gym trainer. Amidst the assembly of gym trainers, a woman spoke coldly. "Go inform gym leader Du-Wan that this challenger possesses remarkable strength. We are unable to thwart him." A man promptly departed, hastening to the trainer school to notify gym leader Du-Wan. Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui observed the opponent's second Geodude and smiled faintly. "Charmeleon, as usual. Unleash Dragon Breath." Charmeleon swiftly released a pale purple dragon breath, hurtling toward the newly appeared Geodude. This time, Chiyan managed to react, but it proved futile. Geodude's speed was inherently sluggish, and at its current level, it lacked suitable moves to counter. At last, gritting his teeth, Chiyan shouted, "Geodude, use Rock Throw to defend." Then dodged to the side. Geodude quickly condensed a rock in its hands and hurled it toward the dragon breath. The rock created a fierce friction in the air, emitting a sharp sound before colliding violently with the pale purple energy of dragon breath. After a brief moment of resistance, the rock was ultimately sent flying by the dragon breath. The diminished energy of dragon breath continued its advance toward Geodude, with the rock providing a momentary defense. Geodude successfully evaded the attack. However, in the next instant, Chiyan Hui commanded, "Charmeleon, charge in and use Iron Tail." Charmeleon dashed toward Geodude, its tail shimmering with a faint silver glow. Upon nearing, Charmeleon swung its tail fiercely toward Geodude. Chiyan gaped, at a loss for words, bewildered by the fact that this Charmeleon could also wield Iron Tail. Was Geodude to face such a strike at the cost of its own life? Steel-type moves were doubly effective against Geodude. Iron Tail's base power was formidable at 100 points, which, when doubled, escalated to 200. Coupled with Charmeleon's exceptional attributes and its significant level advantage over Geodude, even Geodude's sturdy ability would not suffice to withstand such an assault. Chapter 95. Gym Trainer Mei Guijiang. After inspecting, the referee announced loudly, "Geodude has lost its fighting capability. The winner of this match is challenger Chiyan Hui." Following this declaration, the referee turned to Chiyan Hui and said, "Challenger Chiyan Hui, after your victory, you are entitled to an hour of rest. Do you require a break?" Chiyan Hui shook his head and replied, "No, I wish to challenge the next gym trainer. Upon hearing his words, a woman outside the battlefield raised an eyebrow and immediately declared, I shall step in. Approaching Chiyan, who had retrieved Geodude into its Pokeball and stood silently with his head bowed, she said in a low voice, Go heal Geodude. Upon hearing this, Chiyan hurried away. The woman, sporting a ponytail, looked at Chiyan Hui and proclaimed, I am Mei Gue Jiang, a gym trainer from the Kanaz gym. I shall be your opponent next. Chiyan Hui nonchalantly responded, Very well, let us proceed. I will continue using Charmeleon. Mei Gue Jiang raised an eyebrow and replied, I shall not take advantage of you, for I will also use a novice-level Pokemon. Saying this, she tossed a Pokeball into the air. With a flash of white light, a Pokemon materialized on the battlefield. Chiyan Hui focused intently and recognized it as a Graveler, with pertinent details about its level and attributes immediately surfacing in his mind. Graveler, a spherical Pokemon adorned with a rocky exterior, had a gray skin that was even tougher and more rugged than its pre-evolution. It possessed 4 arms, each with 3 fingers, primarily utilizing the longer pair for lifting and the shorter pair for defense. Additionally, it had 2 short legs. However, instead of walking, Graveler often curled into a ball and rolled to move. Graveler, level 26, intermediate novice peak, rock-type Pokemon, ability, sturdy, when at full health. It cannot be knocked out by a single attack from Pokemon of equal or lower level, retaining at least 1 HP. One-hit KO moves have no effect. Individual values, 2V, HP, 21, attack, 31, defense, 31, special attack, 27, special defense, 16, speed, 22. Base stats, HP, 55, attack, 95, defense, 115, special attack, 45. Special defense, 45, speed, 35, total, 390. Proficient moves, rollout, stomp. Novice moves, rock throw, rock polish, smackdown, tackle. Gazing at the Graveler before him, Chiyan Hui steeled himself. He could not afford to lose, lest he be humiliated. Mei Gue Jiang took the initiative, shouting, Graveler, use rollout. Graveler immediately curled into a ball and began rolling across the rocky terrain. The momentum and power of this rollout far surpassed that of Geodude. Chiyan Hui commanded, Charmeleon. While its speed is still manageable, rush in and use Metal Claw. Charmeleon let out a cry and dashed toward the rolling Graveler, its claws emanating silver energy. At this moment, Graveler had just begun to roll, and due to its heavy weight, its speed was not considerable. Charmeleon was more than capable of catching up. Yet, a slight smile crept onto Mei Gue Jiang's lips as she shouted, Graveler, utilize the rock formation to launch yourself into the air, then use Stomp. As soon as Mei Gue Jiang finished her command, Graveler rolled toward a nearby spiked rock pillar, successfully leveraging its inertia to soar into the air, roaring as it descended toward Charmeleon. Its feet glimmered with a pale yellow light, indicative of ground-type energy coalescing. Chiyan Hui's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that this trainer, Mei Gue Jiang, would possess such ingenuity. However, he remained unfazed and shouted, Charmeleon, use Iron Tail and meet it head-on. With the opponent charging fiercely, evasion seemed implausible. Thus, it would be a clash of strength, and they would see who was more formidable. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's command, Charmeleon fixed its gaze on the descending Graveler, its tail glowing with silver light. Just as Graveler was about to land, Charmeleon swung its tail with all its might. The iron tail collided with Graveler's stomp with a resounding boom. Both Pokemon were sent reeling from the impact. Graveler, having gained speed from its rollout, managed to soar through the air, and with its substantial weight, the stomp surprisingly held its ground against Iron Tail in a near stalemate. It was noteworthy that Stomp had a power of only 60 points, while Iron Tail boasted a power of 100 points. This demonstrated just how potent that descending Stomp truly was. The potency of moves is not fixed. It can be altered based on how the Pokemon executes them. Observing this, Chiyan Hui immediately commanded, Charmeleon, continue your assault, use Metal Claw, and do not grant the opponent a moment's respite. Graveler had just executed Rollout and Stomp. Thus, Chiyan Hui was determined to deny Mei Gue Jiang the opportunity to orchestrate another complex setup. Mei Gue Jiang furrowed her brow, realizing that the descending Stomp had not yielded the desired effect. As the fire-breathing dinosaur charged forth, brandishing its metallic claws, Mei Gue Jiang could only exclaim, Luan Luan Stone. Unleash Rock Slide. Luan Luan Stone promptly gathered its energy to conjure a boulder, hurling it towards the oncoming fire dinosaur. The fire dinosaur raised its metallic claws and attempted to grasp the boulder. In that fleeting moment of contact, the fire dinosaur felt a powerful force surging through. compelling it to strike the boulder with its other claw. The sound of impact echoed, and the fire dinosaur was forced back a couple of steps. With a furrowed brow, Chiyan Hui commanded, "Fire dinosaur, use dragon breath." Notably, Luan Stone possessed a remarkable attack stat of 95, significantly surpassing that of the fire dinosaur, especially since it was utilizing a rock-type move, benefiting from the same type advantage. This made it challenging for the fire dinosaur to withstand the assault, particularly as it excelled in special attacks. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's command, the fire dinosaur exhaled sharply, launching a pale purple beam of energy towards Luan Stone. Megawei Jiang was taken aback by the rapid counterattack, resulting in Luan Stone being struck directly by dragon breath, emitting a pained grunt. While Luan Stone was robust in physical defense, its special defense left much to be desired, rendering it notably vulnerable. Observing this, Chiyan Hui, filled with excitement, shouted, "Fire dinosaur. Once more, use dragon breath." The fire dinosaur conjured another dragon breath, propelling it towards Luan Stone. The pale purple attack surged forth at an astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. Megawei Jiang anxiously cried out, "Luan Stone, quickly use rock slide." However, just as Luan Stone began to gather its energy, the dragon breath struck it, overwhelming its feeble special defense and causing it to faint, collapsing onto the ground, completely incapacitated. The referee bellowed, "Luan Stone has lost its fighting capability. Please, gym trainer Megawei Jiang, replace your Pokémon." Taking a deep breath, Megawei Jiang retrieved a Pokeball, tossing it into the arena while exclaiming, "I leave it to you, Trevenant." As the Pokeball burst open, a flash of white light illuminated the battlefield, revealing Trevenant, resembling a bushy tree with 5 yellow spots adorning its abdomen and 3 green fingers on each hand. To avoid enemy attacks, Trevenant often disguises itself as a tree. Though even children can see through this ruse, especially in winter when its green hands betray its true nature. Chiyan Hui regarded Trevenant with curiosity, pondering the rarity of such a Pokémon in the Hoenn region, as it is typically found in Johto and Sinnoh. Yet, he considered the possibility that it may have been smuggled into this world. As he focused on Trevenant, various attributes and information about it flooded into Chiyan Hui's mind. Trevenant. Level 33, Intermediate Senior Peak. A rock-type Pokémon with the ability Frisk, hidden ability. When attacked or intimidated by dark, ghost, or bug-type moves, its speed increases due to fright. The individual values revealed it to be a gem of a Pokémon with 3V, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 21, Special Defense, 28, Speed, 21. Its base stats were HP, 70, Attack, 100, Defense, 115, Special Attack, 30, Special Defense, 65, Speed, 30, totaling 410. Proficient moves included Wood Hammer, Tackle, Stone Edge, and Rock Tomb, while its beginner moves comprised Arm Thrust, Pursuit, Rock Slide, and Rock Throw. Chiyan Hui was astonished by the exceptional quality of Trevenant, especially with its hidden ability, Frisk, marking it as a formidable Pokémon. Facing Trevenant certainly placed immense pressure on the fire dinosaur. It was time to let Leafin take the stage for some training. With that thought, Chiyan Hui withdrew the fire dinosaur into its Pokeball, instructing, "Fire dinosaur, return and take a rest. It's time for you, Leafin, to shine." As the red beam enveloped the fire dinosaur, Chiyan Hui procured another Pokeball and hurled it into the arena. "Come forth, Leafin. This is your first gym challenge. Give it your all." As the white light flickered, Leafin appeared, immediately adopting a vigilant stance upon sighting Trevenant. Although Leafin was at a higher level than the fire dinosaur, its experience in battle and move application lagged behind slightly due to its recent emergence. Despite Leafin sharing the same 6V potential as the fire dinosaur, there remained a disparity between them. The fire dinosaur's 6V was indicative of its superior qualities, while Leafin's initial potential had been capped at 6V. However, after absorbing the energy from the moss rock during its evolution, Chiyan Hui noted a marked improvement in Leafin's abilities. Both the speed of mastering moves and the rate of comprehension had significantly surged. In this moment, Chiyan Hui understood the value of the green light emanating from the moss rock. No wonder a pseudo-elite Pokémon like Lizard King would covet it. Meanwhile, Megawei Jiang and her companions were left dumbfounded at the sight of Leafin, pondering what kind of Pokémon it was, as they had never encountered it before. Nevertheless, recalling Chiyan Hui's earlier words, Megawei Jiang hesitated before inquiring, "Mr. Chiyan Hui, is this a Pokémon that evolved from Eevee?" Chiyan Hui, with no intention of hiding the truth, replied, "Indeed, this is a new evolutionary form of Eevee, transforming into grass-type Leafin. Taking a deep breath, Meguei Jiang recognized that rock-type Pokemon were at a disadvantage against grass types, and the uncertainty surrounding Leafin's abilities stirred a sense of trepidation within her. However, being a seasoned gym trainer, she quickly steadied herself, refocusing her mind for the battle ahead. Chiyan Hui took the initiative, calling out, "Leafin, use Leaf Blade." With a swift movement, Leafin flung its head, sending several spinning blades of leaves hurtling towards Trevenant. The rapid friction of the leaves through the air produced a sharp sound, amplifying the attack's ferocity. As Leafin completed the Leaf Blade, Chiyan Hui continued, "Leafin, follow up closely behind the Leaf Blade and charge from the side." Leafin nimbly surged towards Trevenant, moving with remarkable speed and agility. Meguei Jiang, not daring to underestimate the situation, urgently commanded, "Trevenant, use Rock Tomb to block the Leaf Blade and the approaching Leafin." Trevenant swung its arms, swiftly conjuring boulders that crashed towards the Leaf Blade and Leafin. These rocks were imbued with rock-type energy, and should Leafin be struck, the impact would diminish its speed. Yet, Chiyan Hui remained composed, fully confident in Leafin's swiftness, and called out, "Leafin, evade those rocks and follow up with quick attack into a consecutive kick." A descending meteorite swiftly collided with the Leaf Blade, resulting in a dramatic explosion as the two moves met in the air. Meanwhile, Leafeon exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading all incoming projectiles and then accelerating abruptly to appear beside the Trevenant, delivering two powerful kicks with its hind legs. Leveraging the momentum, it sprang away from Trevenant, landing on the opposite side. Trevenant, taken aback by Leafeon's speed, was caught off guard and struck by the consecutive kicks. Chapter 97. Duan, the leader of the Kanaz Gym. The double kick from the fighting-type move had a pronounced effectiveness against the rock-type Trevenant, inflicting double the damage. Despite Trevenant's formidable defense, it could not withstand the force of the attack, emitting a pained cry as it was sent reeling backward. Leafeon's offensive capabilities were impressive, boasting a base attack power of 110, coupled with its top-tier 6-4 potential and the double effectiveness of the fighting-type move, resulting in a devastating blow that sent Trevenant flying. At this moment, Meiguai Jiang lost his composure, shouting in panic, "Trevenant!" Despite the pain, Trevenant managed to rise again, its gaze firmly locked onto Leafeon. Observing that Trevenant had not lost its ability to fight, Chiyan Hui wasted no time, commanding, "Leafeon, use Leaf Blade." With a swift flick of its head, several blades of energy spiraled toward Trevenant. Given the close proximity, the Leaf Blade approached rapidly. Meiguai Jiang took a deep breath and shouted, "Trevenant, use Spike Cannon." With a powerful stomp, Trevenant summoned a barrage of sharp rocks from the ground, not only blocking the incoming Leaf Blade, but also launching a counterattack towards Leafeon. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Unfazed, Chiyan Hui commanded, "Leafeon, dodge with quick attack." Leafeon sprang from its position, deftly navigating the rocky terrain while leaping over the spikes and charging toward Trevenant. However, Chiyan Hui suddenly altered his strategy, opting not to command another double kick, but rather shouting, "Leafeon, use Magical Leaf." At this point, Leafeon had closed the distance to Trevenant, and Meiguai Jiang anticipated that Chiyan Hui would direct Leafeon to employ the double kick as before. Realizing this, he hastily called out, "Trevenant, use Body Slam." But it was too late. The Magical Leaf, swift and with tracking capabilities, reached Trevenant in an instant. As Trevenant was preparing to execute Body Slam, the sudden command from Meiguai Jiang came too late, and it was struck hard by the Magical Leaf. Trevenant let out a cry of anguish as the grass-type energy blades carved deep gashes into its sturdy body. Chiyan Hui, sensing an opportunity, quickly shouted, "Leafeon, charge in for the final blow with double kick." Before Trevenant could react, Leafeon leaped onto it, delivering a forceful double kick before springing away to avoid a counterattack. Trevenant was struck down, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Meiguai Jiang shouted in alarm, "Trevenant!" But the fallen Trevenant showed no signs of movement. After the referee assessed the situation, it was determined that Trevenant had fainted and lost the ability to battle. With Trevenant incapacitated, the victory of this match belonged to the challenger, Chiyan Hui from Aoki Town. After the referee's announcement, Meiguai Jiang took a deep breath, his expression tinged with disappointment as he recalled Trevenant into its Pokeball. Following the victory, Leafeon experienced a surge in energy, elevating its level from 31 to 32, a testament to the battle's activation of its inner potential. The energy absorbed from the mossy rocks and energy blocks during the fight had culminated in this advancement. At that moment, the referee continued, "Chiyan Hui, you may rest for an hour before your final gym challenge." Chiyan Hui contemplated for a moment and responded, "All right." He realized that continuing the challenge immediately was unfeasible, as the gym leader, Duwan, had yet to arrive. The referee pointed to a nearby seating area, stating, "Everyone may rest there and heal their injured Pokémon." Once off the battlefield, Ailang and Aishan rushed to Chiyan Hui. "Brother Hui, your command was truly impressive. I thought you would have Leafeon continue with the double kick." Smiling at Ailang's words, Chiyan Hui replied, "Effective command requires keeping your opponent guessing about your next move. That is how you gain an advantage. If every step is predictable, victory becomes elusive." As he spoke, Chiyan Hui released his Charmeleon, offering it an energy block while applying a healing spray to its claws, which had sustained minor injuries from a previous Metal Claw clash. After a little over 40 minutes, Chiyan Hui spotted a poised young woman with twin tails entering the rocky arena. The gym leader of the rock-type gym, Duwan. Upon seeing her, the other trainers stood and exclaimed, "Leader, leader, leader." The twin-tailed woman smiled gently and remarked, "There is no need for formality. By the way, where's the challenger?" Magi Jiang promptly stepped forward, pointing out Chiyan Hui and his companions. "Leader, the challenger is the one with red hair from Aoki Town, named Chiyan Hui." The twin-tailed woman approached Chiyan Hui, who assessed her. She appeared to be in her 20s, exuding grace and tranquility. Indeed, the gym leader Duwan. She smiled warmly at Chiyan Hui, saying, "Hello, Chiyan Hui. I am Duwan, the leader of the Kanaz gym. It's a pleasure to meet you." Rising to his feet, Chiyan Hui responded with a bright demeanor, "Hello, leader Duwan. I am Chiyan Hui from Aoki Town." Duwan's gaze fell upon the two Pokemon beside Chiyan Hui, Charmeleon and Leafeon. Upon closer inspection, even her composed nature faltered slightly as she exclaimed in surprise, "That is a shiny Charmeleon. And this Pokemon beside it is." Chapter 98, Battle with Gym Leader Duwan. Chiyan Hui glanced at Leafeon and replied, "This is Leafeon, evolved from Eevee." Upon hearing these words, Duwan replied with a hint of perplexity, "Is it possible for Eevee to evolve in such a manner?" However, prior experiments have shown that using a leaf stone does not induce Eevee's evolution. "What method are you employing?" "My apologies, I misspoke. Please forgive me." As she spoke, a look of genuine remorse surfaced on Duwan's face. Chiyan Hui waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, "It's quite all right. Since you, Gym Leader Duwan, have arrived, let us commence our battle." "Very well, let us begin." Duwan smiled faintly and made her way toward the rocky battlefield. The referee, noticing this, hurried to the center of the arena and declared loudly, "Next up is the gym challenge at the Kanaz gym. The challenger is Akira Hui from Akiha Town, and facing him is Gym Leader Duwan. Each side may utilize 3 Pokemon, and the challenger may freely substitute Pokemon during the battle. Whichever side loses all 3 Pokemon shall be deemed defeated. Now please prepare." Chiyan Hui grasped the Pokeball containing his Charmeleon and shouted, "I am ready." Duwan nodded at the referee, indicating her readiness as well. Let the battle begin. With the referee's command, both Chiyan Hui and Duwan tossed their Pokeballs into the air. Previously, Duwan had inquired about Chiyan Hui's Pokemon strength from the gym trainers. Typically, gym leaders employ Pokemon of comparable strength to that of their challengers. As the white light flickered, the Pokemon released from their Pokeballs materialized upon the rocky arena. Without question, Chiyan Hui sent forth his Charmeleon, while Duwan summoned a Geodude. Geodude's body resembled a large sphere enveloped in rock. Its head protruded from the center of its body, with 3 fingers on each hand and 5 toes on each foot, 4 in front and 1 behind, each tipped with sharp claws. Unlike its pre-evolved form, Geodude boasted orange eyes, and its face bore less resemblance to rock, resembling more of a turtle, complete with 2 prominent teeth protruding from its jaw. Rather than running, Geodude typically curled its head and limbs into its body and rolled along like a ball when moving quickly. Upon seeing Geodude, Chiyan Hui immediately focused intently, his mind racing with information about Geodude's level and qualifications. Geodude, level 33, intermediate peak, rock and ground dual-type Pokemon. Ability, sturdy head, which negates any recoil damage from its own moves, ensuring it does not lose health even when using moves that typically inflict recoil damage. Individual values, IV's HP, 31, attack, 24, defense, 17, special attack, 31, special defense, 31, speed, 17. Base stats, HP, 80, attack, 120, defense, 130, special attack, 55, special defense, 65, speed, 45, total, 495. Proficient moves, heavy slam, stomp, rock slide. Basic moves, stealth rock, takedown, rock polish, rollout. After reviewing Geodude's information, Chiyan Hui clicked his tongue. The qualifications seemed to be 3 IVs, yet in reality, it was akin to 1-4. Geodude's strongest offensive and defensive IVs had not even reached 31. Were Chiyan Hui to evaluate, he would deem this Geodude a complete waste in terms of qualifications. Given that Geodude's special attack and special defense-based stats were already low, even reaching a peak of 31 for the HP value was of little consequence. Duan, however, did not rush to attack. Geodude's speed was not particularly swift, and as a gym leader, she typically employed defensive strategies to counterattack rather than initiating offense. In a proactive offensive scenario, ordinary trainers often found it challenging to withstand her attacks. Even if the Pokémon they used were not even at the 2nd or 3rd tier of her strength, they were merely Pokémon she utilized for dealing with challengers. Chiyan Hui quickly assessed the situation with just a glance, comprehending Geodude's general capabilities. He then promptly commanded, "Charmeleon, use Roar." Charmeleon stood firm, unleashing a fierce roar directed at Geodude. As the sound resonated, an invisible energy infiltrated Geodude's body, diminishing its attack power. Duan raised an eyebrow. Typically, ordinary trainers dismissed supportive moves such as Roar, yet today, she encountered a trainer who began the battle with such a tactic. Nevertheless, Duan would not allow Charmeleon to continue using Roar unimpeded. "Geodude, use Rock Slide, then follow up with Heavy Slam." Geodude narrowed its eyes, swiftly gathering Rock-type energy to form a stone in its hand, which it hurled forcefully toward Charmeleon. Subsequently, Geodude curled its limbs, forming a sphere, and rolled toward Charmeleon at great speed, enhanced by the power of Heavy Slam. Chiyan Hui, witnessing this, immediately shouted, "Charmeleon, don't panic. Dodge the incoming rock to the side, then use Iron Tail." Although Geodude's level was slightly higher than Charmeleon's, the discrepancy in qualifications compensated somewhat, and given the formidable power of Iron Tail, it should be able to contend with Heavy Slam. However, the outcome surprised Chiyan Hui. Charmeleon, following his command, adeptly evaded the incoming rock with its speed, locking its gaze firmly on the rolling Geodude. A silvery glow began to emanate from its tail, and at the moment Geodude's Heavy Slam approached, Charmeleon let out a furious roar and swung its tail down with force, striking Geodude. A resounding crash echoed. Charmeleon was sent flying by Geodude's Heavy Slam. Nevertheless, Geodude's advance was abruptly halted, coming to a standstill. Charmeleon collided with a protruding rock and came to rest on the ground. Chiyan Hui felt a pang of anxiety and shouted, "Charmeleon, hang in there. Get back up." Gritting its teeth, Charmeleon slowly rose, feeling a wave of intense pain coursing through its tail. Duan chuckled, "Akira Hui. The power of Heavy Slam is determined by the weight of both Pokémon. Your Charmeleon is not particularly heavy, allowing my Geodude to unleash the full force of Heavy Slam, which can reach 120 points. If you hadn't ordered Charmeleon to use Roar first, I suspect this hit would have been challenging for your Charmeleon to withstand." After Duan finished speaking, Chiyan Hui realized his earlier oversight. He had underestimated Geodude's lackluster qualifications. Yet, the Pokémon's base stats and level were substantial. Even with inferior qualifications, it could still execute powerful moves like Heavy Slam. Taking a deep breath, Chiyan Hui exhaled slowly, his expression turning serious. "Charmeleon, let us try that again. Use Roar." With Geodude's attack power now significantly surpassing that of Charmeleon, it was imperative to lower Geodude's attack power before proceeding. Otherwise, in a head-on confrontation, Charmeleon would gain little advantage. The fire dragon appeared to be flung away, but in reality, it primarily endured the impact force, suffering minimal damage. The Heavy Slam is a steel-type move that Fire Dragon can resist with double effectiveness. To put it simply, when this steel-type move strikes the Fire Dragon, it only inflicts half the damage. Additionally, Fire Dragon utilized Iron Tail to counteract the blow, absorbing much of the damage. Ultimately, it was merely the overwhelming force of the Rock-type Pokémon, Lunatone, that caused it to be propelled back. Upon hearing the command from Chiyan Hui, Fire Dragon immediately let out a roar. Observing this scene, Duan furrowed her brows and promptly shouted, "Lunatone, use Heavy Tread." Lunatone once again retracted its limbs, transforming into a sphere, rolling towards the elevated rock. Then, leveraging the protruding rock, it soared into the air, descending upon Fire Dragon. Chiyan Hui finally comprehended how the previous gym trainer, Chiyan, had mastered such a technique. This aerial heavy tread perfectly compensated for the sluggish movement speed of Lunatone and similar Pokémon. However, Chiyan Hui remained unfazed, though this move was formidable. Landing it was quite challenging. Fire Dragon, dash to the right, and evade this heavy tread. Fire Dragon swiftly sprinted to the side. In the next moment, Lunatone crashed down heavily onto the ground. Bang! Dust erupted into the air, followed by a shockwave and tremors radiating outward. Fire Dragon, having not run far, was caught in the aftermath. The cloud of dust obscured its vision, and the seismic waves rattled it, leaving it unsteady and inflicting some damage. From a distance, Chiyan Hui gasped in trepidation, relieved that he had not allowed Fire Dragon to attack while Lunatone was descending. The thought had crossed his mind. But considering Du Wan was the gym leader, he doubted such an obvious trap would be employed, leading him to order Fire Dragon to retreat. Had he allowed Fire Dragon to evade and counterattack, it would have suffered significantly by now. Unbeknownst to Du Wan, this inexperienced trainer, lacking even a single badge, managed to resist the allure of the trap. This tactic had succeeded 9 out of 10 times she had employed it. For trainers with little battle experience, it was exceedingly effective. They all thought to retaliate immediately after Lunatone's attack missed, rarely moving far, with some merely sidestepping. Those who thought this way ended up taking hits. Reflecting on this, Du Wan smiled with satisfaction and remarked, Chiyan Hui, your ability to see through this tactic is indeed impressive. If you perform well, even if you lose today, I shall still grant you the Rock-type badge of the Kanai's gym. Among all the gym leaders in the Hoenn region, Du Wan was known to be quite accommodating. As a teacher at the Trainer Academy, she did not impose excessive demands on challengers. As long as they showcased something remarkable in battle, she might very well award them a badge. Upon hearing this, Chiyan Hui merely replied nonchalantly, no need for that. If I lose this time, I shall simply win it back next time. I cannot accept a badge after a loss. Chiyan Hui's reasoning was straightforward. If he could not overcome the gym challenge, what right did he have to compete for the ultimate championship? This was his first and last time participating in the Alliance Conference, and he would not allow himself to accept a badge after a defeat. Du Wan paused for a moment, then beamed. All right, let us continue our battle. As the smoke cleared, the two Pokémon resumed their fierce stares at one another. Suddenly, Chiyan Hui shouted, Fire Dragon, use smoke screen. Upon hearing this, Fire Dragon immediately expelled a large plume of black smoke from its mouth, instantly enveloping itself and the nearby Lunatone. The idea for this smoke screen had been inspired by the dust cloud created moments before. Chiyan Hui then commanded, Fire Dragon, keenly sense everything within the smoke. This is your smoke. You should be able to detect a subtle difference, which reveals Lunatone's location. Find it and cautiously approach. Using Iron Tail, inside the smoke, Fire Dragon closed its eyes upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, focusing intently on the faint sensations emanating from the mist. As it shut its eyes, Fire Dragon gradually perceived the delicate waves within the smoke, triggered by Lunatone's breathing. Normally, Fire Dragon would not have noticed this detail. It was only after Chiyan Hui's reminder that it was able to detect it. Once it pinpointed Lunatone's location, Fire Dragon cautiously approached. Du Wan's brow furrowed. If Lunatone executed a move, it would reveal its position. Yet, if it remained passive, she would be oblivious to Fire Dragon's whereabouts, risking an Iron Tail strike at any moment. Realizing this, Du Wan gritted her teeth and shouted, Lunatone, use Heavy Slam, break free from the smoke. She understood that prolonging the situation would only worsen their predicament, so immediately employing Heavy Slam to escape the smoke was the best course of action. Though this would deplete a considerable amount of Lunatone's energy and stamina, it was preferable to remaining within the obscuring mist. Upon hearing Du Wan's command, Lunatone swiftly retracted its limbs, preparing to charge forward with Heavy Slam to break free from the smoke's confines. Just then, Fire Dragon's attack struck. Its tail glimmering with a silvery light, it swung down heavily upon Lunatone. Chapter 100, The Underdog Fire Dragon. The Steel-type move dealt double damage to Lunatone. Coupled with the fact that this Iron Tail was a surprise attack, it struck Lunatone's vital spot, inflicting double the damage once more. Lunatone let out a piercing cry as cracks appeared in its rocky armor from the force of the Iron Tail. This showcased the ferocity of the attack. Hearing this sound, Chiyan Hui's face lit up with joy, while Du Wan's expression turned to one of concern. The observing gym trainers began to murmur among themselves. Is the gym leader about to lose? Lunatone sounds utterly wretched. It seems Lunatone was ambushed by Fire Dragon's Iron Tail. Otherwise, it wouldn't sound so miserable. Steel-type moves seemed to deal double damage to Lunatone. Mei Gui Jiang angrily turned and scolded, Silence. I have faith that our esteemed gym leader will prevail. Even if Lunatone loses, she has other Pokémon. The final outcome cannot possibly be a defeat. Seeing Mei Gui Jiang's fury, the other gym trainers fell silent. Not daring to retort, Chiyan Hui, seizing the momentum, quickly called out, Fire Dragon, use Metal Claw for the finishing blow. Du1 opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. Were this a life-or-death battle, she would undoubtedly command Lunatone to use self-destruct, taking Fire Dragon down with it. However, this was merely a gym challenge, and such a drastic move was unnecessary. This technique, known as Shattered Jade, diverges significantly from its portrayal in the game. In the game, its application merely induces a near-death state, which can be remedied with a brief healing session. However, in reality, Shattered Jade unleashes a Pokémon's latent energy, enabling it to deliver a devastating blow. Following its use, while the Pokémon does not perish, it succumbs to a profound state of unconsciousness, incurring substantial physical damage that necessitates months of recuperation. Should Shattered Jade be employed again before recovery, the Pokémon faces certain demise. This move represents a desperate, last resort strike, reserved for moments of utter peril. Currently, this is merely a gym challenge, and employing such a technique is unwarranted. Amidst the swirling smoke, Charmeleon, upon hearing Chiyan Hui's command, eagerly extended its claws, forming metallic talons, and lunged fiercely at the nearby Geodude. At that moment, Geodude had yet to recover from the Iron Tail attack and was struck by the metallic claws, instantly depleting its final vestige of stamina, rendering it incapacitated. The Charmeleon that executed the metallic claws was fortunate enough to bolster its attack power. The referee, having heard the sound of Geodude collapsing, stepped into the haze to investigate. Upon discovering the fainted Geodude, he covered his mouth and nose as he exited the smoke, calling out loudly, "Geodude is unable to battle. Please, Gym Leader Du1, substitute your Pokémon promptly." The spectators, upon hearing the referee's announcement, were engulfed in disappointment. The seasoned Geodude had been defeated by an entry-level Charmeleon, a result that many found difficult to accept. Do not despair. I am confident that Gym Leader Du1's next Pokémon will turn the tide. Seeing the crowd's morale waning, Meiguei Jiang promptly offered encouragement. Meanwhile, Du1, waiting for the smoke to clear enough to reveal Geodude's form, finally recalled it into its Pokeball. Gazing at the battle-ready Charmeleon, a faint smile graced Du1's lips as she produced another Pokeball and tossed it into the arena. "Come forth, Onix." With a flash of white light, the immense Onix, spanning over 10 meters, materialized in the battleground. Its body, composed of massive gray boulders, coiled like a great serpent. A rock-like horn adorned its head, beneath which lay two dark eyes, and the stones tapered from the midsection to the tail. Onix typically resides underground, maneuvering its long, robust body to excavate while absorbing various hard substances to fortify itself. As Onix appeared, Chiyan Hui's focus sharpened, immediately conjuring information about Onix's level and attributes in his mind. Onix, level 34, Intermediate Senior. A rock-type Pokémon with the ability Sturdy, which prevents it from being knocked out in one hit as long as its HP is full, regardless of the opponent's level. Its individual values, IVs, are HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 23, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 21, Speed, 22. Its base stats are HP, 35, Attack, 45, Defense, 160, Special Attack, 30, Special Defense, 45, Speed, 70, totaling 385. Its proficient moves include Sand Tomb, Dragon Breath, and Rock Slide, while its entry-level moves are Rock Polish, Roar, Bind, and Tackle. After examining this information, Chiyan Hui sighed again. It appeared that these Pokémon were merely selections Du1 had casually trained. Onix's most crucial defensive 4 still had not reached its maximum potential, rendering it yet another lackluster 3v Pokémon. It seemed to be specifically cultivated to counter challengers. The strength of these Pokémon was neither too formidable nor too weak, resulting in this peculiar situation. Determined to take the initiative, Chiyan Hui swiftly commanded, "Charmeleon, use Dragon Breath." The Fire-type move was doubly resisted by the Rock-type Onix. Hence Chiyan Hui would not have instructed Charmeleon to employ a Fire-type attack unless it was to counter the opponent's move. Upon receiving the command, Charmeleon inhaled deeply, channeling dragon energy, and swiftly unleashed it toward Onix. Unfazed, Du1 immediately countered. Onix used Dragon Breath as well. Onix roared and exhaled its own Dragon Breath to clash with Charmeleon's. Visibly, Onix's Dragon Breath, both in girth and hue, appeared to surpass that of Charmeleon's. After all, Onix was a senior-level Pokémon, with a significantly higher level than Charmeleon, and had mastered the technique to proficiency. However, the outcome of their clash was somewhat unexpected. As the two Dragon Breath attacks collided midair, it was Charmeleon's that gained the upper hand. The reason for this was the stark contrast in special attack stats. Charmeleon's special attack base stat was a remarkable 80, nearly threefold greater than Onyx's meager 30. Thus, even though Onyx held a higher level, Charmeleon dominated the confrontation. Nonetheless, Duwan's objective was merely for Onyx to withstand Charmeleon's Dragon Breath, not to seize the advantage. Both Pokemon's Dragon Breath attacks were short-lived, given their lower levels. Duwan quickly directed, Onyx, use Sand Tomb. Onyx roared, channeling ground energy into the earth beneath it. The rocky terrain beneath Charmeleon rapidly transformed into sand, sinking beneath its feet. In a state of mild panic, Charmeleon found itself in uncharted territory, unsure how to respond to this predicament. The area sinking was approximately 3 to 4 meters wide. Observing the situation, Chiyan Hui furrowed his brow and commanded, Charmeleon, use Dragon Dive to escape the Sand Tomb's confines and strike Onyx. Upon hearing his command, Charmeleon regained its composure, quickly gathering dragon energy and enveloping itself in a thin layer of purple energy before charging toward Onyx. All the sand particles in its path were scattered by the force of the Dragon Dive. With the enhancement of Dragon Dive, Charmeleon's speed was formidable. In the blink of an eye, it reached Onyx. Duwan remained unperturbed, calmly instructing, Onyx, intercept Charmeleon's Dragon Dive and then use Bind. Onyx braced for Charmeleon's impending collision, prepared to withstand the impact and execute Bind. Charmeleon, infused with the energy of Dragon Dive, crashed directly into Onyx's massive form. The body of Onyx is entirely composed of unyielding rock, and with an impressive defense stat of 160. It possesses the confidence to withstand Charmeleon's Dragon Dive with its sheer physicality. A resounding crash echoed through the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Charmeleon's head remained pressed against the formidable body of Onyx. Soon, a noticeable swelling appeared on Charmeleon's head at a visible pace, causing tears to well up in its eyes from the pain. Blaze, observing the scene, winced at the sight. This unfortunate outcome was also attributable to Charmeleon's relatively low attack stat, which rendered it ineffective against a Pokemon with such high defensive capabilities as Onyx. Though Charmeleon was injured, Onyx did not cease its actions. Despite feeling some discomfort from the point of impact, the damage was negligible. In that moment, Onyx swung its tail and initiated Bind. Once successfully executed, it would be exceptionally challenging for Charmeleon to escape its grasp. Blaze urgently commanded, Charmeleon, use Iron Tail to thwart Onyx's Bind. Charmeleon, enduring the pain in its head, quickly concentrated silvery steel-type energy at the tip of its tail and swung it toward Onyx's encroaching form. Duwan, remaining calm, instructed, Onyx, ignore it and continue using Bind. Onyx paid no heed to Charmeleon's Iron Tail, persisting with Bind. As Charmeleon's tail struck Onyx, it successfully ensnared Charmeleon, tightening its grip with increasing force. Although Onyx felt a sharp pain from the impact, its formidable defense mitigated the blow. Now bound, Charmeleon was rendered incapable of any resistance. Unlike in the game, in reality, Bind effectively prevented the opponent from using any moves. Faced with this dire situation, Blaze began to feel anxious. Charmeleon, hang in there, use Dragon Breath. Upon hearing this, Charmeleon attempted to unleash Dragon Breath, but Onyx cleverly twisted its body to cover Charmeleon's mouth with its binds, thwarting the attack. Duwan continued, Onyx, don't let up, maintain the bind, and then use Rock Slide. Onyx intensified its grip on Charmeleon and gathered Rock-type energy, conjuring boulders above that plummeted down onto Charmeleon's head. Though these Rock Slide attacks also affected Onyx, the damage was insignificant due to its extraordinary defensive prowess, coupled with its double resistance to Rock-type moves. In contrast, Charmeleon faced a double weakness to Rock-type attacks, meaning the Rock Slide inflicted double damage upon impact, particularly as it struck Charmeleon's head, maximizing the critical hit effect. Having already expended considerable stamina, Charmeleon succumbed to this heavy blow and fainted, losing all combat capability. Blaze bore no dissatisfaction with this outcome, as Charmeleon was still at an entry-level strength. Achieving victory against a seasoned Geodude and inflicting significant damage on the veteran Onyx was commendable. Upon sensing Charmeleon's incapacitation, Onyx released its hold, allowing Charmeleon to slump to the ground. The referee, witnessing this, promptly announced, Charmeleon is unable to battle. The challenger, Chiyan Hui, must promptly switch Pokemon. At the referee's words, Duwan momentarily hesitated, but the spectators, comprising various gym trainers, erupted in excited cheers. Go Duwan. Defeat this challenger. I knew Duwan would prevail. Look. Onyx has effortlessly subdued that shiny Charmeleon. Onyx, press on and defeat the opponent's Pokemon. Blaze, undeterred by the commotion, retrieved a Pokeball, aimed it at Charmeleon. pressed the button, and a red beam shot forth, instantly enveloping the fallen Charmeleon. Chapter 102, The Arrival of Leafy. After recalling Charmeleon, Blaze gently addressed the Pokeball. Charmeleon, you did exceptionally well. Now, it's time for your partner to take over. The Pokeball shook twice, as if Charmeleon was rallying behind its companion. Taking a deep breath, Blaze then produced the Pokeball containing Leafeon and threw it forth. Now it's your turn, Leafeon. As the Pokeball soared through the air, a brilliant white light flickered, revealing Leafeon on the rocky battlefield. In that moment, Leafeon had shed its usual adorable demeanor, donning an expression of fierce determination. With its dear companion Charmeleon defeated, Leafeon was resolute in swiftly vanquishing Onix to avenge its friend. Blaze sensed Leafeon's fervor and quickly commanded, Leafeon, use Leaf Blade. With a swift toss of its head, several razor-sharp leaves materialized and spun rapidly toward Onix. Blaze continued, Leafeon, dash towards Onix. Grass-type moves hold a quadruple advantage against Onix, rendering even its impressive defensive capabilities fragile in comparison. Furthermore, with Leafeon boasting an attack stat of 110, it could inflict substantial damage even without the type advantage. Duan, well aware of this, urgently cried, Onix, use Rock Slide to block those leaf blades. Onix, responding to the command, immediately summoned Rock-type energy, forming massive boulders before it. As Onix maneuvered the rocks to collide with the incoming leaf blades, the audience's attention was captivated by the clash above, while Leafeon raced toward Onix below. Leafeon's speed was remarkable, and its small stature allowed it to dart swiftly, appearing as a blur of green. However, Duan was no novice. As Onix unleashed Rock Slide, she quickly shifted her gaze to Leafeon, exclaiming, Onix, use Dragon Breath to prevent Leafeon from approaching. Although unaware of Leafeon's intentions, Duan was determined not to allow a Pokemon capable of quadruple damage to come near Onix. Onix exhaled a pale purple Dragon Breath aimed directly at Leafeon. Blaze calmly instructed, Leafeon, evade with Quick Attack, then follow up with Magical Leaf. In response, Leafeon leaped from the protruding rocks, deftly dodging the Dragon Breath and unleashing Magical Leaf at close range toward Onix. Duan, witnessing this, urgently shouted, Onix, quickly use Rock Slide to defend. Upon hearing Duan's words, the Onix swiftly began to harness the Rock Slide technique. However, it was too late. The speed of the Leafeon was astonishing, bringing it perilously close to the Onix. The magical leaves unleashed were propelled with remarkable velocity. Just as the Onix was still gathering energy for its Rock Slide, it was struck forcefully by the magical leaves. With a pained roar, the Onix crashed heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chiyan Hui refrained from allowing Leafeon to continue its assault, as he estimated that this single strike would render the Onix incapable of further combat, given its inherent weaknesses in stamina and special defense. Thus, he commanded Leafeon to hold its ground. Leafeon stood vigilantly, its gaze fixed on the massive form of the Onix hidden amidst the swirling smoke. As the dust settled, the Onix lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious and thoroughly defeated. The referee, witnessing this, called out loudly, the Onix is unable to continue. Please, Gym Leader Duan, substitute your Pokemon. The surrounding trainers in the rock arena let out cries of despair. Yet, Mei Gue Jiang, with tear-filled eyes, admonished, silence. Gym Leader Duan has not yet conceded. She still has one Pokemon left. I have faith in her. Observing Mei Gue Jiang's expression, the others fell silent, their focus solely on the unfolding battle. Duan, maintaining an air of calm and elegance, retrieved the Onix into its Pokeball and then produced another one, turning to Chiyan Hui and saying, Akiyama Hui, your performance has truly surpassed my expectations, particularly your Leafeon, which has been excellently nurtured. I must now raise the stakes. It would be remiss of me to allow you an easy victory in obtaining the rock badge from the Kanaz gym. With that, Duan tossed the Pokeball into the air, exclaiming, Come forth, Bastiodon. As the white light flickered, Bastiodon materialized in the rocky arena. It resembled a 1-meter-tall stone sculpture of a human head, effortlessly manipulating the vast iron sands that clung to its form. Bastiodon could remain immobile while emitting a powerful magnetic force, launching hard projectiles to strike its prey. Upon witnessing Bastiodon, Chiyan Hui focused intently, and a wealth of information flooded his mind regarding the Pokemon's qualifications and level. Bastiodon, level 39, Peak Senior, a dual-type rock and steel Pokemon. Possessed the ability Magnet Pull, which prevents steel-type Pokemon from escaping. Its individual values were impressive, 4V, with stamina at 24, attack at 18, defense at 31, special attack at 31, special defense at 31, and speed at 31. The base stats were as follows: stamina 60, attack 55, defense 145, special attack 70, special defense 150, speed 40, totaling 525. Its proficient moves included Earth Power, Discharge, Power Gem, Thunder Wave, and Triple Attack, while its entry-level moves were Magnet Rise, Gravity, Iron Defense, and Rock Wrecker. Observing this formidable Bastiodon, Chiyan Hui felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So, she decided to elevate the intensity directly to a peak senior Bastiodon. A 4v Pokemon, with its crucial defense, special defense, and special attack all maxed at 31. Chiyan Hui began to suspect that this 4v Bastiodon might be the offspring of Duwan's ace. This Bastiodon was indeed well-trained, presenting a formidable challenge for Leafeon. Nevertheless, Chiyan Hui possessed unwavering confidence in Leafeon. Chapter 103, Leafeon vs. Bastiodon. Duwan, observing Chiyan Hui, spoke softly, Akiyama Hui. Though this Bastiodon far exceeds Leafeon in strength, you still have one more Pokemon at your disposal, which is why I have opted to use this Bastiodon. Chiyan Hui, hearing this, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. With only 2 Pokemon, was he truly expected to send out Ditto or Zubat? Leafeon, give it your all. Despite the significant level difference, I believe in you. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, Leafeon nodded solemnly in agreement. Leafeon, use Sand Attack, then follow up with Leaf Blade. Leafeon quickly gathered a multitude of sand particles, hurling them towards Bastiodon. Without pausing to await the outcome, Leafeon immediately concentrated Grass-type energy once more, tossing 5 or 6 Leaf Blades towards Bastiodon in rapid succession. The Leaf Blades sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Unperturbed, Duwan calmly instructed Bastiodon. Utilize Magnet Rise and Ascend. Bastiodon radiated with electrical energy, swaying momentarily before successfully levitating into the air. This maneuver allowed Bastiodon to evade the sand attack, but it could not dodge entirely, as 2 Leaf Blades struck its body. Observing Bastiodon's nonchalant demeanor, it was clear that the damage inflicted by the Leaf Blades was minimal. Chiyan Hui, noticing Bastiodon's airborne position, furrowed his brow and commanded, Leafeon, use Tail Whip to lower its defense. Bastiodon's defense and special defense were formidable. Reducing its defense was essential to stand a chance against it. Leafeon turned its rear towards Bastiodon and vigorously wagged its tail. As the tail swayed, an invisible wave of normal-type energy surged into Bastiodon's body, diminishing its defense. Unfazed, Duwan called out, Bastiodon, unleash Earth Power. The levitating Bastiodon plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to fracture and a fissure to surge towards Leafeon, energy pulsating from within. Chiyan Hui's pupils dilated in alarm as he shouted, Leafeon, use Quick Attack to evade. Leafeon sensed the potency of Earth Power and, without hesitation, propelled itself away from the impending strike. In the spot where Leafeon had just stood, a powerful surge of ground energy erupted from below. Had Leafeon remained in place, it would have been struck by the unleashed energy, incurring substantial damage. Duwan, observing Leafeon's swift and agile movements, displayed a hint of concern. This Leafeon was indeed a challenging opponent. To diminish Leafeon's speed, the most effective strategy would be to induce a paralysis effect. Once paralyzed, its speed would be halved, making it significantly less agile. Bastiodon, do not let Leafeon escape. Use Discharge. Upon receiving Duwan's command, Bastiodon emitted a surge of electric energy, radiating outward in indiscriminate attacks. This Discharge move, if used in a multi-battle setting, could even harm its own Pokemon. Chiyan Hui, witnessing the chaotic assault of Discharge, urged Leafeon, dodge as best as you can. If you cannot evade, use Magical Leaf to counter. In an instant, Eevee deftly maneuvered across the rocky terrain, utilizing the protruding stones as cover, skillfully capitalizing on the advantages of the environment. This was an observation that even Chiyan Hui failed to notice. Watching Eevee's movements, Chiyan Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, well done, Eevee. Once the Discharge move concludes, unleash another Tail Whip. At this moment, Chiyan Hui was hesitant to allow Eevee to approach the large nose pass freely. Reminiscent of the earlier Discharge move, should Eevee come close and attempt to use the Discharge move, evasion would become impossible due to the proximity. After all, the attack was indiscriminate and of extensive range, making avoidance exceedingly challenging. Therefore, Chiyan Hui planned to have Eevee perform Tail Whip once more to lower Nosepass's defenses. Aiming for a decisive strike, Nosepass, being of a relatively low level, could not indefinitely unleash Discharge moves and soon ceased its attacks. Sensing the absence of electric currents, Eevee emerged once more from behind the rocky outcrop, presenting its rear to nose pass and executing another tail whip. For reasons unknown, Do-won observed Eevee vigorously wagging its tail and felt a twinge of irritation. Irked, she commanded, "Nose pass, use gravity." Nose pass swiftly concentrated its psychic energy, and upon completion, a gravitational force enveloped the area within a radius of over 20 meters, centered on itself. The gravity in this reality differed from that in the games. In the games, it merely grounded flying or floating Pokémon. However, in reality, gravity could decelerate Pokémon based on their physique and weight. Fortunately, Eevee possessed robust attributes and a lighter weight, thus being less affected by the gravitational force. Nevertheless, Eevee's speed was significantly hampered. Meanwhile, Nose Pass, which had previously been levitating, succumbed to the gravitational pull and descended to the ground. This gravitational force affected all present. It was not solely directed at Eevee, as even Nose Pass, the user of the gravity move, felt its impact. Chiyan Hui, observing the situation, hesitated momentarily before shouting, "Eevee, hold on. Use sand attack and then rush in from the side." Instantly, Eevee conjured a multitude of sand grains and hurled them towards Nose Pass. Chiyan Hui's intention behind instructing Eevee to perform sand attack was primarily to divert Nose Pass's attention, allowing Eevee to launch an attack from the flank. Sand attack required minimal energy, yet proved exceptionally useful in capturing the opponent's focus. If the opponent neglected the sand attack and fixated on Eevee instead, the move would teach them a lesson. Though sand attack inflicted no damage, it could blind the opponent with sand, thereby reducing their accuracy. After all, it was quite challenging to maintain precision when sand was in one's eyes. Chapter 104. Eevee triumphs over Nose Pass. Faced with the oncoming grains of sand and the charging Eevee from the side, Do-won rapidly commanded, "Nose Pass, use discharge to obliterate everything in sight." Whether to defend against the sand or Eevee was not the optimal choice. Given Nose Pass's slow speed, evasion was not an option. Thus, the best course of action was to unleash discharge, annihilating everything within its vicinity, including the oncoming Eevee. Upon hearing Do-won's command, Nose Pass's body began to shimmer with golden electric light. With a resounding roar, it unleashed arcs of electricity that indiscriminately assaulted the area surrounding it. Witnessing this, Chiyan Hui's expression hardened, and he shouted, "Eevee, use Last Resort." This move was one that Eevee learned automatically upon evolution. Last Resort, a normal-type physical attack move with a power of 120 points. It involved a desperate charge towards the opponent, causing significant recoil damage to the user as well. At this critical juncture, Chiyan Hui harbored no intention of allowing Eevee to falter. In the face of this challenge, retreat was not an option. Only through unwavering effort could the dawn of victory be witnessed. Having already diminished Nose Pass's defenses with Tail Whip, it was now time for Eevee to conclude this battle. Receiving Chiyan Hui's resolute command, Eevee's gaze sharpened with determination, and without hesitation, it charged fearlessly towards Nose Pass. As it sprinted, a soft yet radiant white glow enveloped Eevee, a culmination of its normal-type energy that not only fueled its momentum, but also cloaked it in an invisible shield, repelling all external distractions and harm. Eevee's speed intensified, and in the blink of an eye, it breached the dazzling electric light emitted by Nose Pass. Confronted by this overwhelming energy fluctuation, Eevee displayed no hesitation. It resolutely charged into the web of electricity. The collision of electric currents and Eevee's form erupted in a shower of sparks, and despite the mounting resistance and pain, Eevee remained steadfast like a rock. It endured the discomfort, viewing it as a necessary passage to victory, with only one thought permeating its mind: it could not lose. This marked Chiyan Hui's first gym challenge, each step a testament to sweat and dreams, and at this moment, the pinnacle of victory lay within reach. Under the formidable protection of Last Resort, Eevee surged forth like an unstoppable bolt of lightning, piercing through the electric barrier with an indomitable spirit, launching its final assault against Nose Pass. In that moment, not only Chiyan Hui and Do-won, but even the observing gym trainers, as well as A-Lang and A-Shan, felt their hearts race. With a resounding crash, Eevee, bearing the energy of Last Resort, collided forcefully with Nose Pass. The impact sent Nose Pass staggering backward, yet its substantial weight kept it grounded. Nevertheless, Eevee's Last Resort inflicted some damage, albeit at a cost. Eevee itself suffered recoil from the attack. Even though Eevee boasted high attack stats, Nose Pass's defensive stats were even greater. Had it not been for Eevee's earlier Tail Whip, the damage dealt by Last Resort would have been even less. However, having reached Nose Pass's side, Chiyan Hui's objective was accomplished. He commanded with fervor, "Eevee, Don't give up. Rush in and use double kick. Though slightly dazed, Eevee shook its head, striving to alleviate its discomfort, still ensnared by the effects of gravity. It bore the weight of continuous pressure, akin to carrying an immense burden. Pushing through the discomfort, Eevee sprinted towards Nose Pass. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's command, Duwan's expression shifted dramatically. She was acutely aware of Nose Pass's vulnerabilities, particularly the quadruple effectiveness of fighting-type moves against it. The prowess of this Leaf Eevee is evident from its earlier body slam, showcasing formidable strength. Indeed, it is exceptionally powerful. Should Leaf Eevee execute a double kick on the majestic North Nose, it would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the assault. If it weren't for the previous tail wag that diminished its defenses, Duwan would not be so apprehensive. Now that the majestic North Nose's defense has been weakened, a subsequent double kick would surely prove too much for it to endure. However, given the North Nose's speed, evasion is not an option. Thus, a direct confrontation is inevitable. With this realization, Duwan cast aside her composure, resolutely shouting, "Majestic North Nose, unleash heavy slam with all our might." Upon hearing her command, the majestic North Nose roared, emanating a silvery luminescence as it charged toward Leaf Eevee. Witnessing this, Chiyan Hui immediately called out, "Leaf Eevee, first use quick attack to evade. Then look for an opportunity to strike with a double kick." Given the North Nose's considerable size and weight, it was clear it was not the most agile of creatures. Chiyan Hui aimed to leverage Leaf Eevee's swiftness and dexterity to evade the heavy slam before seizing the chance to counterattack. Leaf Eevee darted across the ground, tracing a lightning-shaped zigzag path, deftly avoiding the oncoming North Nose's assault. Observing this turn of events, Duwan comprehended that the North Nose was doomed. Had it been her primary North Nose, it could have utilized moves like Substitute or Protect to withstand such attacks. However, this particular creature was merely a Pokémon she had casually raised to face trainer challenges, lacking the skills to execute such defensive maneuvers, and had barely learned a handful of techniques. Evading the North Nose's frontal assault, Leaf Eevee leaped onto its back using a protruding rock, delivering two powerful kicks with its hind legs. The impact of the double kick was remarkable, creating fine cracks across the rocky surface of the North Nose. With a muffled groan, the North Nose staggered back a few steps before collapsing. Chapter 105, Successfully Obtaining the Rock Badge. As the North Nose fell, Duwan remained composed. While the onlooking gym trainers were as frantic as ants on a hot stove, calling out in unison, "Majestic North Nose, get up, just stand, and I promise to bring you treats tomorrow. No, please, North Nose, rise." Despite their fervent pleas, the North Nose remained unmoving. After inspecting the situation, the referee announced loudly, "The majestic North Nose has lost its fighting capability. This challenge has been won by Chiyan Hui from Chiyan Town." Duwan was not the least bit surprised by the result. The moment Leaf Eevee evaded the North Nose's heavy slam and executed the double kick, she had foreseen the outcome of the battle. Thus, after the referee's declaration, Duwan recalled the North Nose into its Pokeball and approached Chiyan Hui. Standing beside him, she regarded him thoughtfully before presenting him with a rock badge from the Canaz gym. "Chiyan Hui, this is the rock badge you have earned from this battle." Chiyan Hui accepted it with outstretched hands. It was his first genuine badge. The rock badge from the Hoenn region resembled two triangles interlocked, with a dark brown rock strip at the center, signifying its identity as a rock-type badge. Observing Chiyan Hui's expression, Duwan smiled and remarked, "I heard from Meiguei Jiang and the others that this is your first gym challenge. It appears you do not yet have a badge case. Allow me to gift you one as a bonus for defeating me." With that, she presented him with a wooden badge case. Chiyan Hui paused momentarily before accepting the badge case. "Thank you, Gym Leader Duwan." Duwan replied with a smile, "No need for thanks. I look forward to seeing your presence at this year's colorful festival. It should be quite a venture for you." Chiyan Hui responded calmly, "I will strive to do my best." Participating in the colorful festival was merely a prerequisite. Chiyan Hui's true ambition was to claim victory. After recalling Leaf Eevee into its Pokeball, Chiyan Hui, along with Ah Lang and Ah Shan, returned to the Pokemon Center in Canaz City. Both Charmeleon and Leaf Eevee had sustained varying degrees of injury and required treatment. Such healing was not something that could be accomplished swiftly. Thus, after handing Charmeleon and Leaf Eevee over to Nurse Joy, the trio went off to dine and rest. Unbeknownst to Chiyan Hui, the appearance of the shiny Charmeleon and Leaf Eevee had spread among the spectators. The rarity of the shiny Charmeleon was particularly noteworthy, as shiny Pokemon typically possessed exceptional qualities, prompting many trainers in the Pokemon world to pursue one. Moreover, the shiny Charizard, once evolved, was considered one of the most aesthetically pleasing and formidable shiny Pokémon. In various regions, many trainers had Charizard as their ace Pokémon. The gym trainers at Kanaz Gym treated this incident as a topic of conversation, spreading the news further. In addition to the shiny Charmeleon, Leaf EV's appearance also captivated the interest of researchers keen on scientific inquiry. Leaf EV had yet to be discovered in Hoenn, and successfully researching its evolutionary method would present an excellent opportunity for any researcher or PhD, potentially etching their name into history and making it resonate throughout the Hoenn region. Even the Magma Gang had received word of this development. The leader immediately relayed the information to Chiyan Hui, who responded with a calm smile. No worries. Hui should be able to handle it. However, you should follow him discreetly and provide protection just in case. As long as he is not in life-threatening danger. Do not intervene. This is a chance for Hui to understand the darker aspects of this world. We have shielded him too well in the past. He has yet to witness the truth of this world. Hui carries the Zubat I entrusted to him. You need not worry excessively. Just follow closely to ensure his safety. The leader of the Magma Gang solemnly replied, Understood, boss. In Kanaz City, within the sprawling estate of the Zivki family, a man clad in a black suit strode purposefully through the grounds. The estate was vast, and even with his brisk pace, it took him over 10 minutes to reach his destination, an indoor swimming pool. Upon spotting a young man swimming within, the suited figure stood at the pool's edge, awaiting his turn. After an indeterminate wait, once the young swimmer exited the pool, the man approached, offering a towel and slightly bowing, respectfully whispering, Young master, we have received news that a shiny Charmeleon and a Leaf EV, rumored to be the evolutionary form of EV, have appeared in Kanaz City. The young man paused in his towel-wrapping motion, turning to face the messenger. A shiny Charmeleon? Is it the black Charizard after its evolution? The man in black respectfully inquired. Indeed, young master. Have you not always sought a rare shiny Pokémon? This shiny Charmeleon would be an excellent choice. The young man pondered for a moment before replying. It certainly is a viable option. I have seen images of the shiny Charizard. Its entire body is black and remarkably striking. Although it may not be a legendary, it surpasses that fellow Daigo's shiny Metagross in terms of allure. As he spoke, a satisfied smile graced the young man's face. He then turned to the man in black and asked, Who currently possesses this shiny Charmeleon? It wouldn't happen to belong to a member of a prominent family or a corporation, would it? I fear that could cost me dearly. The man in black replied with utmost respect, Young master, I have conducted my inquiries. This shiny Charmeleon is in the possession of a traveling trainer, reportedly from a small town called Autumn Leaf, devoid of any significant power. Upon hearing this, the young man's spirits lifted as he exclaimed, Excellent. Go at once. Spend some money and acquire that Charmeleon. By the way, what else did you mention? There is also a Leafeon, an evolved form of EV, which has never been seen in the Hoenn region. The specifics of Leafeon's evolution remain unknown, the man in black quickly answered, still maintaining his respectful demeanor. Chapter 106, The Zavuchi Family. The young man nodded and continued, Please also ascertain the method of Leafeon's evolution. Its value is considerable. Be swift. For while Kanaz City is the strongest domain of our Zavuchi family, unforeseen circumstances may arise. After concluding this, he looked at the man in black and said, Fu Chong, as long as you successfully handle this matter, you shall receive the 4V Pokemon you previously requested. Yes, young master, I shall attend to it immediately. The man in black, Fu Chong, bowed and exited. Upon leaving the Zavuchi family estate, Fu Chong swiftly gathered a few associates and made his way to the Pokemon Center, seeking out Nurse Joy. In a hushed tone, he asked, I represent the Zavuchi family. Where is the trainer who possesses the shiny Charmeleon? Nurse Joy cast a disdainful glance at Fu Chong and replied coldly, I'm afraid I don't know. Fu Chong's expression hardened as he retorted, I am here on behalf of the Zavuchi family. You would do well to reconsider your words. While the Joy family wields significant influence, this is Kanaz City. Nurse Joy's face flushed with anger. She was tempted to retaliate, but feared the Zavuchi family's might. Ultimately, she could only respond, I genuinely do not know where he has gone. He left the Pokemon Center after retrieving his healed Pokemon. Upon receiving this information, Fu Chong glared at Nurse Joy and warned, You would do well not to deceive me. You know the consequences. The Joy family cannot protect you. With that, he departed, leaving Nurse Joy filled with resentment, yet powerless to act. Although the Joy family is widespread throughout the Hoenn region, they possess too few powerful trainers within their ranks. In the realm of Pokemon, individual strength often supersedes collective might. The Joy family's most formidable member is merely at the semi-elite level, which diminishes their deterrent effect despite their large numbers. Conversely, the Zavuchi family, under the leadership of Zavuchi Mushin, has reached its zenith. Zavuchi Mushin is a trainer of considerable prowess, rumored to be at the elite level. Though he has not fought in some time, no one dares to underestimate him. Under his guidance, the Duan group has expanded significantly, now standing as one of the most powerful conglomerates in the Hoenn region. Thus, to avoid complications for her family, Nurse Joy chose to endure Fu Chang's harsh words in silence. Nearby, a Chansey sensed Nurse Joy's distress and gently grasped her hand, offering comfort with a few soothing coos. Its expression filled with concern. Nurse Joy suppressed her emotions, tenderly stroking Chansey as she said, "I'm fine. It's just a pity for the trainer with the shiny Charmeleon. I believe his name is Chiyan Hui." As she spoke, a cloud of worry crossed her face, yet she felt powerless. Even if she alerted the police, there would be little they could do against the Zavuchi family. Members of such families often don't require violence to obtain their desires. They thrive on coercion and seduction, tactics favored by these tycoons. They would not kill Chiyan Hui, but they could employ countless insidious methods, skirting the edges of league laws to acquire the shiny Charmeleon and the evolution method of Li Fian. Of course, this would be easier within the city. The situation might differ in the wilderness beyond. Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui and his companions remained blissfully unaware of these developments, enjoying their time in Canaz City. Traveling is about appreciating the beauty of every locale. One cannot train relentlessly every day. A balance is essential to maintain enthusiasm for training. As they wandered, they unexpectedly arrived at the venue for the grand contest, a grand structure akin to a stadium, capable of accommodating a multitude of spectators. The grand contest is a competition designed for Pokémon coordinators, distinct from conventional Pokémon battles. Coordinators focus on grooming their Pokémon for performance in contests rather than battles. They emphasize the appearance and condition of their Pokémon, often adorning them, feeding them berries, energy blocks, and providing massages to enhance their state. They also prioritize training Pokémon moves for elegance and execution. Like regular trainers, coordinators must ensure their Pokémon's health. In all Pokémon franchises, coordinators collect medals by participating in regional grand contests, requiring a participation certificate to enter. Chiyan Hui surveyed the venue with a hint of regret, stating, "Alas, it is already late, and there are no contests left to watch. Otherwise, we could have witnessed one. To be honest, I have never seen a true grand contest performance." Alang, puzzled, remarked, "Brother Hui, what is so interesting about that? Isn't it just Pokemon showing off? How can it compare to actual battles?" Chiyan Hui cast a disdainful glance at Alang and retorted, "Who attends a grand contest to watch Pokemon perform? It's all about the elegant ladies." Alang, Ashan. After their stroll, the trio returned to the Pokemon Center. Just as they arrived at the entrance, a group of men in black approached. Chiyan Hui and his companions instinctively reached for their Pokeballs, their expressions brimming with caution. After all, encountering a group of imposing figures at such a late hour would make anyone wary. The leader, Fu Chang, glanced at the photograph in his hand, which depicted Chiyan Hui directing his Charmeleon in battle. The rocky terrain was unmistakably from the Canaz gym. Fu Chang scrutinized the image, then turned to Chiyan Hui. Confirming his identity before speaking, "You must be Chiyan Hui. I am a representative of the Zavuchi family, here to discuss a transaction with you." As Chiyan Hui heard the mention of the Zivik family, his pupils constricted. Canaz City, the very headquarters of the Duan Corporation, was indeed the bastion of the Zivik family. However, Chiyan Hui felt no trepidation, despite the formidable nature of the Zivik family. His own lava team was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the champion title of the Hoenn League remained unclaimed, which signified that Dawu had yet to ascend to that position, and thus, the Zivik family posed no threat to him. Chapter 107. Let the Pursuers Lie Forever. Chiyan Hui surveyed his surroundings before fixing his calm gaze upon the leader, Fu Chang, and slowly declared, "I have no interest in discussing any business with you." Standing before the Pokemon Center, Chiyan Hui held little belief that they would dare to engage in any reckless actions. Yet, unbeknownst to him, many bystanders had taken note of Fu Chang and his associates, only to avert their gazes and hurriedly depart, too fearful to linger and observe the unfolding scene. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, Fu Chang's expression turned cold, his voice laced with severity as he retorted, "In Canaz City, no one dares defy the will of the Zivik family. This transaction is one you must fulfill. There is no escaping it." His pride was palpable as he spoke. Despite being merely a subordinate of the Zivik family, he brimmed with a sense of superiority. Alang, upon hearing this, smirked mockingly and unleashed his Pokeball. With a flash of white light, his Mitana, Sableye, and Cacturne appeared, glaring menacingly at Fu Chang and his entourage. My Tyana emitted low growls filled with menace, its eyes icy, as if ready to strike at any moment. Seeing Alang's actions, Ashan promptly released his own trio of Pokémon, Beldum, Magneton, and Gulpin, who immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Chiyan Hui, Alang, and Ashan. Alang was tasked with offense while Ashan took on defense. Their teamwork was seamless. Chiyan Hui, his gaze steely, addressed Fu Chong. I am a direct descendant trainer of the League, Akita Hui. Do you intend to coerce a direct descendant trainer of the Hoenn League? Fu Chong did not respond immediately. Instead, he assessed the Maitana beside him and the Beldum guarding Chiyan Hui. Adjusting his sunglasses, he remarked coolly, well-bred indeed, but do you truly believe these Pokemon, which have yet to reach gym leader caliber, can protect you? He then locked eyes with Chiyan Hui, disdain dripping from his words. Do not presume that possessing a few gym-level Pokemon grants you the liberty to act as you please. Let me make this clear. This is Canas City, the stronghold of the Zivik family. You, a bumpkin from Choya Town, likely have no idea what that entails. Here, the Zivik family reigns supreme. Although you are a member of the League's elite, do you have anyone backing you? You, who merely purchased your status as a direct descendant, think that I would hesitate to act against you? Lowering his voice, Fu Chong continued, now, if you hand over the Pokeball of your shiny Charizard and provide me with the evolution method for your EV, I might spare your life. Otherwise, beware. For even in the heart of Canas City, various accidents could befall you, be it an unfortunate car accident, electrocution, or drowning. You may not see tomorrow's sun, haha. His laughter echoed with arrogance. Chiyan Hui's grip tightened around the Pokeball containing his Zubat, though he was tempted to unleash it and swiftly deal with Fu Chong and his cohorts. Doing so would unravel his father's meticulously laid plans over the past decade, exposing his true identity as Akita Hui. After all, a champion-level Zubat was a rarity throughout the Hoenn region, and such a deduction would inevitably reveal his identity. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chiyan Hui suppressed his anger. Meanwhile, Alang's expression darkened with ferocity, signaling his intent to unleash Maitana to eliminate Fu Chong. Just as Alang was about to issue a command, Chiyan Hui grasped his arm and addressed Fu Chong in a low, firm voice. I have no interest in your proposed transaction, nor will I hand over the Pokeball of my shiny Charizard or the evolution method for EV. If you dare to act, do so here, at the Pokemon Center. With that, Chiyan Hui forcibly led Alang and Ashan into the Pokemon Center. Fu Chong, now facing away from Chiyan Hui, calmly adjusted his sunglasses, flashed a smile, and whispered, let us go. He then departed with his group. Once inside the Pokemon Center, Chiyan Hui observed Miss Joy's complex gaze. Yet he exchanged no words, leading Alang and Ashan directly to the second floor. In hushed tones, he suggested, let us rest for a while. Then under the cover of night, we shall depart Canas City. Alang hesitated, voicing his concern, they won't allow us to leave unscathed. Chiyan Hui, however, shook his head with confidence. No, they will permit our exit from Canas City, only to ambush us in the wilderness. This way, they can silence any rumors from those outside. Should anyone dare to use this event against the Zivik family, they can simply claim we perished in the wild, unaware of the true cause of our demise. He smiled as he spoke, but there was a resolute tone in his voice that sent shivers down Alang and Ashan's spines. They understood that this meant ensuring those dispatched by the Zivik family would never return to Canas City. Understood, Huigu, they affirmed, having reached a consensus. The trio then surged into a room, where Chiyan Hui released Zubat as a precaution before collapsing onto the bed, fully clothed, ready to gather strength for the battles and travels that lay ahead. Chiyan Hui was acutely aware that should the Zivik family's assassins be eliminated tonight, there would be no staying in Canas City, which was the stronghold of the Zivik family. Every day henceforth would require vigilance against potential assassins, poisoned food, and the looming threat of ambush. This was not the outcome Chiyan Hui desired. Thus he planned to leave under the veil of night. If the Zivik family dared to send assassins, he would eliminate them and find refuge elsewhere. He had the intention of capturing a Vulpix with the drought ability on Chimney Summit, training it to become a weather specialist for his team. Now that the Zivik family sought to seize his Charizard, Chiyan Hui would seize the opportunity to capture Vulpix and train it thoroughly. Chapter 108. Fu Chong believes the advantage is mine. Once Charizard evolves into Charizard X, and the team is bolstered with a weather specialist, Chiyan Hui's Sunny Day team would be well on its way to formation. Under the bright sun, the Solar Power Charizard and Leaf Guard Leafeon would undoubtedly astonish everyone. In the dead of night, the alarm clock set by Chiyan Hui rang. Ding! It chimed once before a startled Chiyan Hui swiftly silenced it. The three of them then rose from their beds. Observing the expressions of the three individuals, it was evident that none had truly succumbed to slumber. They merely sought a moment of respite with their eyes closed. Chiyan Hui exhaled slowly, then remarked, "Let us depart. If we linger any longer, the Zivkich family will likely send someone to burst through the door and eliminate us." He had set his alarm for an early hour, precisely at 12:30. Fearing that if he delayed, the Zivkich family's agents would grow impatient and storm the Pokémon Center to assassinate him and his companions. Should a confrontation arise here, the exposure of his Zubat would be inevitable, hence his choice of an earlier hour. Addressing the Zubat that hung from the light fixture above, Chiyan Hui said, "From here on out, I shall rely on your protection, Zubat." The Zubat chirped a couple of times before gracefully taking flight and hovering beside him. Under the cover of night, the three quietly slipped out of the Pokémon Center. Just as they exited, a figure clad in black, lurking in the shadows, discreetly reported their whereabouts through a device resembling a Bluetooth earpiece. Within the Zivkich estate, Fu Chang, upon receiving the intel, let out a cold chuckle and disdainfully remarked, "As expected, they wish to escape under the veil of night. These trainers are so naive. If I were to allow you to flee without consequence, where would that leave my reputation?" His prior actions were merely a tactic to drive them out of the Pokémon Center, although the Zivkich family harbored no fear. The repercussions of such a public altercation were undesirable. He had not anticipated their gullibility, laughing heartily at their folly. With that, Fu Chang set off with several of his associates cloaked in black. Despite knowing that Chiyan Hui and his companions possessed gym-level Pokémon, Fu Chang felt no trepidation. His position as a trusted subordinate of the young master was not solely due to flattery. His own strength was formidable. In the realm of Pokémon, power was paramount, and only those with might could ascend to high positions. As Chiyan Hui and his companions stepped out of the Pokémon Center, Zubat emitted a series of soft chirps, its claws subtly pointing in a specific direction, indicating that someone was watching them from the perimeter. The elite Zubat possessed an almost unnatural sensitivity, easily detecting the surveillance from the Zivkich family's subordinates. Chiyan Hui understood immediately and whispered, "Pay them no mind. We must first exit Canaz City." It was imprudent to reveal Zubat's capabilities within the city. Only in the wilderness would Zubat be able to unleash its full potential. With its acute perception and astonishing speed, no one would be able to escape. Thus, both Chiyan Hui and Fu Chang's followers shared a common objective, to reach the wild and resolve the matter at hand. As they left Canaz City and ventured into the wilderness, both Chiyan Hui and Fu Chang, now united with his tracking personnel, bore subtle smiles upon their lips. Chiyan Hui, aware of the terrain, headed directly toward a nearby grove. In the wild, few places were more suitable for a clandestine confrontation than a forest. Although this was merely a small woodland near Canaz City, it was better than nothing. After traversing a short distance within the forest, Chiyan Hui surveyed the surroundings and quietly declared, "This spot is adequate. It is indeed a fitting place for our grim task. We shall proceed here." Without hesitation, a Lang and a Shan released their respective 3 Pokémon, awaiting the inevitable confrontation. Moments later, Fu Chang and his cadre of black-clad men emerged brazenly, clapping his hands as he approached. "Quite bold of you. Have you accepted your fate and wish to fight to the bitter end? Allow me to inform you. Such efforts are futile. If you surrender the shiny Charizard and disclose the evolution method for your EV, perhaps I might spare your lives." Unfazed by the sight of the gym-level Pokémon before him, Fu Chang wore an expression of assuredness. Chiyan Hui replied with a cold smirk, "Did it not occur to you that we might have lured you here intentionally? I must say, the feng shui here is quite favorable for our purposes." Upon hearing this, Fu Chang's demeanor shifted, and he mockingly retorted, "Lured us here? You do not genuinely believe that these mere Pokémon, none even at their peak gym levels, could possibly overcome me, do you? Perhaps you have consumed too many poisonous mushrooms and are hallucinating." As he spoke, Fu Chang readied several Pokeballs, preparing to engage, when a shadow flitted past, moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible. This shadow darted among Fu Chang and his men, and in the blink of an eye, it had returned to Chiyan Hui's side. It was none other than Zubat, the protector. Typically, Zubat refrained from engaging unless absolutely necessary. However, the arrogance displayed by Fu Chang and his cohorts compelled Zubat to act. In an instant, it swiftly dispatched Fu Chang and his men. The latter's eyes widened in shock as they clutched their throats, desperate to utter words, yet unable to speak. Blood gushed uncontrollably from the wounds at their necks, and their Pokeballs fell to the ground. Sensing danger, the Pokemon within immediately fled. As the white light flickered, for Pokemon materialized, a Houndoom, 3V, gym-level peak. A Beartic, 3V, gym-level peak. A Swanna, 2V, gym-level novice. And a Staraptor, 3V, gym-level intermediate. Chiyan Hui's gaze sharpened as he swiftly commanded, Zubat, eliminate them. We cannot afford to linger. Having taken lives, Chiyan Hui knew he could not remain in place awaiting retaliation from the Zivkich family. Moreover, the three intended to seek refuge in Chimney Mountain, making it impossible to transfer these Pokémon to the Lava Island's Fire Master. Retaining them could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus Chiyan Hui resolved to eliminate them without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zubat's eyes gleamed with determination as it took to the skies, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the 4 gym-level Pokémon lay defeated on the ground. Returning to Chiyan Hui's side, Zubat licked the blood from its wings. As for Fu Chong and his companions, they had departed this world, if such a thing as reincarnation existed. Chiyan Hui had no desire to covet Fu Chong's possessions. After all, what valuables could a mere subordinate of the Zivkich family possess? He was also wary of any tracking devices that could be on their person, for if they were to find their way into Chiyan Hui's spatial backpack, it would spell disaster. Thus, Chiyan Hui called out, retreat. With that, he led the way northeast toward Chimney Mountain. Alang and Ashan dared not tarry, hastily following Chiyan Hui with their Pokémon in tow. Although they had witnessed Zubat's prowess before, each encounter left them profoundly awed. A little over an hour after Chiyan Hui and his companions departed, several members of the Zivkich family descended from the Staraptor. Upon discovering the corpses of Fu Chong and his men, their expressions shifted in disbelief. Quickly, investigate and ascertain the circumstances surrounding Fu Chong's demise. Upon witnessing the swift annihilation of Fu Chong's 4 Pokémon, an eerie silence enveloped the onlookers. Fu Chong was not an obscure figure within the Zivki family. He was adept at ingratiating himself, leveraging fortune and flattery to align with Zivki Ruiching, the offspring of Zivki Mushin's sister, in his quest for rare treasures and extraordinary Pokémon. His prowess was formidable, boasting a premier Pokémon, the Great Houndoom and the Rampaging Bear, both at the pinnacle of gym leader strength. In the absence of any quasi-champions, he wielded considerable influence over his domain. Yet now, this powerful individual lay slain within the woods, effortlessly dispatched. His Pokémon likewise felled in a single blow, indicative of an opponent whose Pokémon possessed strength surpassing that of the intermediate quasi-champions. The absence of avarice from the assailants suggests that had they seized the contents of Fu Chong's spatial bag, the embedded tracking devices would have continuously signaled Chiyan Hui's location. The Zivki family had often employed this tactic to eliminate those who dared to provoke them. Among the 10 trainers present, 7 or 8 succumbed to the temptation of Fu Chong's abandoned resources, yet they encountered the rare exception, Chiyan Hui. The latter, not in want of resources, regarded Fu Chong's possessions with disdain. The lead investigator surveyed the scene and promptly declared, retrieve Fu Chong's remains and convey the details of this incident to Master Ruiching. Though Ruiching's standing within the family paled in comparison to Zivki Dahu's, he remained Dahu's cousin and an integral member of the Zivki lineage, thus retaining some measure of influence. At that moment, Ruiching was still awake, eagerly anticipating the sighting of a shiny Charizard, such a rarity in the Pokémon world that its existence was uncertain. Considering the allure of an all-black shiny Charizard sent a thrill through Ruiching. However, his excitement was soon tempered when the cloaked figure of the lead investigator entered. Anxiety evident in his demeanor. Master Ruiching, we discovered Fu Chong's corpse in the woods, along with his Pokémon, all of whom were slain in a single strike. Their assailant was extraordinarily powerful. Ruiching, seated on the couch, paused momentarily before violently shattering his wine glass upon the floor, exclaiming, "What of my shiny Charizard? Was it captured?" His concern for Fu Chong's death was negligible. All his attention was fixated on the elusive Charizard. The investigator swallowed hard, responding slowly, Master Ruiching, I regret to inform you that when we arrived, Fu Chong had been deceased for some time. We traced him via the tracking system, which revealed he had remained in that location until we sensed something amiss, prompting our investigation. There was no sign of the shiny Charizard at the scene. At this revelation, Ruiching's fury erupted, and he unleashed a barrage of blows upon the investigator. The cloaked man stood stoically, accepting the punishment without retaliation. Soon, he was left battered and bruised, his face barely recognizable to those unfamiliar with him. After venting his rage to exhaustion, Ruiching, through gritted teeth, commanded, send out a search party. Utilize any means necessary to locate the whereabouts of that shiny Charizard. Do you understand? The investigator, barely coherent, replied, Why yes, I understand. Once outside Ruiching's residence, a flicker of malice crossed the investigator's eyes, albeit fleeting. If given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to eliminate Ruiching. It was unjust for him to shoulder the blame for an incident beyond his control, especially after enduring such a beating. Bound by a long-standing contract, he found himself trapped within the Zivki family's grasp. Fleeing would incur penalties he could not hope to repay, leading to a lifetime of forced labor to settle the debts, an inescapable fate for many ensnared in such a predicament. This was the method employed by the Zivki family and Duan Corporation to maintain control, all compliant with the laws and regulations of the Pokémon League. Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui and his companions, having exited the forest where the ambush occurred, pressed onward toward the direction of Chimney Hill. To avoid detection, they navigated through the trees. Their pace hindered. As dawn broke, they sought a secluded spot in the forest to pitch their tents and rest, falling into a deep slumber until nightfall. Chapter 110, The Hidden Vigil of the Fire Shadow. In the distance from where Chiyan Hui and his companions slept, the Fire Shadow commanded his shape-shifting dragon to monitor their camp, while he himself rested under the protection of a cursed doll. The hanging crossbats at the entrance of Chiyan Hui's tent had detected the shape-shifting dragon, but remained undisturbed, recognizing it. Upon awakening, the shape-shifting dragon returned to the Fire Shadow's side, rousing him from slumber. The Fire Shadow stretched languidly and inquired, "Is everything calm at Hui's camp?" The shape-shifting dragon nodded, indicating that all was well. The Fire Shadow then turned to the cursed doll. "Have the Zivki family members pursued us?" The cursed doll also shook its head. The Fire Shadow mused. It seems that the Zivki family members who acted were neither Zivki Mushin nor Dao. Otherwise, they would have already located Hui and his companions. However, the Zivki family is becoming increasingly overbearing. It appears I must inform the boss to teach them a lesson, making it clear that not everyone is within their reach. Despite rumors of Zivki Mushin's strength reaching that of a champion, the Fire Shadow felt no trepidation, bolstered by his confidence in Chiyan Song. Chiyan Song's Fire Camel had already achieved the pinnacle of champion strength, and as Chiyan Song's most trusted ally, the Fire Shadow was aware of the camel's signs of imminent breakthrough. Once the Fire Camel ascended to champion rank, the strength of the Molten team in the Hoenn region would be significantly bolstered. Thus, the Fire Shadow harbored no fear of the Zivki family. What the Fire Shadow remained oblivious to was the existence of prodigies in this world. When a gifted trainer acquires a Pokémon of exceptional quality, coupled with unlimited resources, their growth accelerates dramatically. The Zivki family was fortunate to harbor such a prodigy, Zivki Dao, a brilliant trainer whose partnership with a top-tier shiny beldam could secure him a prominent position atop the Pokémon world. Chiyan Hui's awareness of Zivki Da's existence fueled his apprehension towards the Zivki family. After awakening, Chiyan Hui and his companions swiftly completed their morning routines and resolutely resumed their journey toward Chimney Hill. They continued to tread cautiously, deliberately avoiding the main road and instead opting for the treacherous paths, seeking to elude the approaching influence of the Zivik family. However, these arduous routes not only demanded greater physical exertion, but also concealed unknown perils. To ensure the safety of their journey, Along resolutely unleashed his formidable wolfhound as the vanguard, paving the way for the group. Ashen followed closely behind, accompanied by his 3-in-1 magneton, steadfastly guarding the rear of Chiyan Hui, ever vigilant against unforeseen threats. Chiyan Hui was enveloped by his companions, akin to being shielded by a robust barrier, and together they pressed forward step by step towards Chimney Mountain. Along bore the dual burden of forging ahead, while intermittently wielding his machete to sever the branches obstructing their path, causing their progress to be markedly sluggish and rapidly depleting his stamina. After 2 arduous hours of trekking, Chiyan Hui observed the beads of sweat forming on Along's forehead and, in a low yet resolute tone, proclaimed, "Along, take a brief respite in the center. Allow me to take on the task of clearing the way. Only when you are fully revitalized can you better protect us and face any impending battles. You surely wouldn't want to become a burden due to fatigue, would you?" Just as Along was about to retort, Chiyan Hui had already retrieved a sharp machete from his spatial bag and strode confidently to the front. As he passed by, he gently patted Along's shoulder, a gesture imbued with a camaraderie and encouragement that only men could comprehend. Along inhaled deeply, understanding Chiyan Hui's intentions, and obediently remained in the center to recuperate. Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui wielded the machete with swift and powerful strokes, effortlessly slicing through any branches that dared to impede their progress, thus clearing a path for the team. Having traversed this world for many years, Chiyan Hui had never once faltered. Thanks to the stringent tutelage of Chiyan Song, he recognized that both a robust physique and a wealth of knowledge were equally vital for a trainer. Since his youth, each day had been a blend of navigating the vast ocean of knowledge and growing through the baptism of sweat. This unwavering dedication and effort endowed Chiyan Hui with a physique that was strikingly formidable. His build was not of exaggerated musculature, but rather reminiscent of supple willow branches. Resilient and imbued with latent power, which ensured both agility in movement and astonishing explosive strength. Thus, he adeptly handled the branches that obstructed their path with remarkable ease. Yet, even he, despite his formidable prowess, was not impervious to the passage of time. As his stamina gradually waned, the speed at which he severed branches began to diminish. What once fell under a single stroke now required two. Observing this, Ashen promptly stepped forward, stating, "We go. Allow me to clear the path. We can rotate among the three of us, enhancing efficiency while conserving our strength." Chiyan Hui, without a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. "Very well. Then I shall rely on you, Ashen. We will take turns to forge ahead." Thus, Ashen retrieved a machete from his spatial bag and strode confidently to the front of the formation. Chiyan Hui followed closely, positioned centrally to provide support, while Ulung took up the rear, alert to any sounds from their surroundings. At this moment, the forest they traversed, though not as canopy-dense as the orange blossom forest, was still lush with verdant trees, teeming with vitality. Chiyan Hui surmised that this abundance was perhaps due to the volcanic ash from Chimney Mountain being dispersed by the wind, enriching the soil and allowing the trees to flourish, creating the magnificent scene before them. As the trio progressed slowly, within the Zivik family manor in Kanas City, Zivik Ruiching was erupting in fury, roaring, "You worthless fools! With so many of you, how is it that you cannot even ascertain the whereabouts of that trainer with the unusual colored Charizard? What use are you to me? Tell me, what purpose do you serve? Truly a bunch of imbeciles." As he raged on, Ruiching began to hurl insults. The men in black, however, dared not voice their anger, nor even betray their frustration upon their faces. They could only bow their heads in silence, enduring Ruiching's tirade. After all, they were bound by contracts with the Zivik family. An escape was not a trivial matter. Chapter 111, Zivik Zilin. Just as Ruiching was unleashing his wrath, a middle-aged noblewoman entered the room, frowning as she chastised Ruiching. Upon hearing those words, Ruiching immediately suppressed his tempestuous demeanor, his face breaking into a smile as he approached, whispering, "Mother, you have arrived." He appeared exceedingly cautious, as though disobedience would invite punishment. This middle-aged noblewoman was none other than Ruiching's mother, Zivik Zilin. Her icy reprimand cut through the air. "How many times have I told you to maintain your composure and not let your emotions cloud your judgment? It seems you have absorbed none of my words." Ruiching felt a tremor within, instantly adopting a pleading expression as he replied, "Mother, I understand my mistake. I assure you it won't happen again." Zivik Zilin let out a cold huff, her steely gaze capable of freezing all in its path, and she commanded the men in black, without mercy, "You, get out this instant. I do not wish to see you again today." Upon hearing this, the men in black paled, not daring to exhibit any hint of delay, and hurriedly exited the room, even taking care to close the door behind them. The moment the door shut, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably oppressive. Ruiching's body trembled slightly at the sound of the door, as he sensed the formidable aura emanating from Zivik Zilin, a suffocating authority. "Turn around and kneel." Zivik Zilin's voice was cold and resolute, each word seeming to force its way through clenched teeth, imbued with an undeniable authority. Ruiching gritted his teeth, struggling to comply. And as his knees met the frigid floor, he felt as though his dignity was being trampled in that very instant. Yet, he dared not resist. Slowly sinking to his knees, barely stable in his kneeling position, Ruiching felt a searing pain, as if his back were being scorched by flames. He stifled a groan, suppressing it with great effort, for he understood that each sound he let escape would result in an additional lash, a torment beyond his endurance. At that moment, Zivik Zilin stood behind Ruiching, wielding a long whip, each strike landing precisely upon his back. Even with the barrier of clothing, the whip's force penetrated through, leaving alarming welts upon Ruiching's skin. After delivering 10 lashes, Zivik Zilin finally ceased her punishment, retracting the whip and gracefully taking a seat before Ruiching. Her gaze remained as frigid as ever, as if she had never wavered. "This is a lesson for you. Should you err again, there will be an additional 5 lashes." Zivik Zilin's voice was as sharp as ice, each word slicing through Ruiching's heart. Still kneeling, his forehead glistened with sweat, his complexion pale as paper. He bowed his head, murmuring, "Thank you for your admonition, mother. I acknowledge my errors." At his words, Zivik Zilin's eyes flickered with a hint of complex emotion. Yet she quickly reverted to her indifferent demeanor, as if the brief fluctuation had been a mere illusion. "Remember every rule I have spoken. Hold them firmly in your mind. If you wish to challenge my authority, you may attempt to resist." Zivik Zilin's voice was deep and powerful, each word striking Ruiqing's heart like a hammer. Ruiqing kept his head bowed, silently enduring it all. The punishment he received today was merely the tip of the iceberg in the years of trials he had faced. After taking a sip of tea, Zavuki Zilin solemnly remarked, "Speak. What scheme are you concocting this time? It is quite alarming to see such a spectacle in the estate. I have heard that several lives have been lost." Ruiqing clenched his teeth and replied, "Mother, my subordinates discovered a trainer in Canas City possessing a shiny Charizard. I dispatched someone to acquire this extraordinary creature through trade. Although the Charizard has been born for some time, its intellect has not yet reached its zenith, making it relatively easier to tame. Shiny Pokémon typically possess exceptional qualities, and I aspire to obtain this shiny Charizard to become a formidable force against Daowu's Metagross." In that moment, the room was occupied solely by Ruiqing and his mother, Zavuki Zilin, allowing him the audacity to speak so openly. Upon hearing this, Zavuki Zilin's pupils constricted, and she gravely inquired, "It seems you have failed to secure the shiny Charizard. Where is this trainer now?" Ruiqing awkwardly smiled. "My men were killed by him, and he fled. We currently have no knowledge of his whereabouts. My subordinates are still investigating." Zavuki Zilin glared coldly at Ruiqing and reprimanded, "Incompetent fool. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. Were you not my son, I would genuinely consider casting you aside. You have brought shame upon me, Zavuki Zilin. I cannot fathom how I bore such a disappointment." Enduring the humiliation and anger evoked by Zavuki Zilin's scorn, Ruiqing lowered his head like a helpless lamb, allowing her sharp words to slice through his dignity like a blade. He understood that in this family, any act of defiance would only summon a more violent storm. Thus he opted for silence and endurance. Reflecting on the past, Ruiqing recalled how his father, as an adopted member, had struggled to survive within this frigid family. He had endured Zavuki Zilin's fiery temper and relentless criticism until one day he could no longer bear the weight of such oppression and resolved to leave this suffocating environment. However, from that moment forth, Ruiqing lost all contact with his father, as if he had vanished entirely from the world. The young Ruiqing was engulfed in confusion and fear regarding his father's departure, repeatedly calling out his name in dreams, yet receiving no response. As he matured, he began to seek clues about his father, yearning to unveil the veil of this long-buried past. Yet, as his investigation deepened, a chilling thought began to take root in his mind. His father may have met a tragic end at the hands of Zavuki Zilin. This notion was not unfounded, but rather a conclusion drawn from his hazy childhood memories and various clues he later gathered. As time passed, Zavuki Zilin's temper did not temper with age. Instead, it grew increasingly volatile. Whenever she was in a foul mood, Ruiqing became her outlet for frustration. Those merciless beatings and insults acted like invisible shackles, binding his mind and soul tightly. Chapter 112, The Swarm of Scyther. In such an environment, Ruiqing's character gradually warped. He became ruthless and venomous, channeling the pain inflicted upon him into a double-edged vengeance upon those around him. The men clad in black became the sacrificial victims of his wrath, enduring not only heavy labor and stringent demands, but also the constant threat of Ruiqing's violence and verbal abuse. Though these men feigned obedience, their hearts brimmed with resentment and dissatisfaction toward Ruiqing. They secretly observed and awaited their opportunity, hoping one day to escape his grasp, or even to retaliate against him to vent their own frustrations. Yet, Ruiqing remained oblivious to the growing animosity his actions had incited. He dwelled in a self-constructed world, transforming all humiliation and fury into cruelty and mercilessness directed toward others. After Zavuki Zilin concluded her remarks, she fixed a frigid gaze upon Ruiqing and stated, "I will send someone to assist you. You must secure this shiny Charizard. Daowu has acquired a shiny Medong. You cannot afford to fall short. Do you understand? I refuse to be labeled as the mother of a failure." Ruiqing solemnly replied, "Understood, mother." Zavuki Zilin continued, "I will send Jushan to aid you shortly. In the Hoenn region, there is little that our Zavuki family desires that we cannot obtain." With that, Zavuki Zilin rose to leave. As he watched her retreating figure, Ruiqing clenched his fists tightly, causing his nails to dig painfully into his palms. Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui and his companions were progressing toward the direction of the Chimney Hill. Leading the way was Ashen, with the agile and powerful Houndoom always at the forefront, utilizing its keen sense of smell to prevent any Pokémon from stealthily approaching Chiyan Hui and the others. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted ahead. Before Chiyan Hui and his companions could react, the air was charged with the vibrations of battle. Chiyan Hui's expression hardened as he declared, "Let us investigate." The trio swiftly drew their machetes, carving a path forward. Upon reaching Houndoom's side, they were momentarily taken aback, initially believing they had encountered members of the Zavuki family. After all, Houndoom, possessing a gym-level intermediate strength, should deter most Pokémon in the forest from provoking it. However, the group before them was an exception. They were a swarm of Scyther, numbering roughly a dozen to 20. The Scyther bore heads reminiscent of reptiles, adorned with 3 distinct horns. Their scythe-like arms were as sharp as legendary weapons. They possessed 2 pairs of diminutive wings, which were seldom utilized for flight. Their thighs were studded with sharp protrusions, and each foot bore 3 elongated, clawed toes. At that moment, engaging in combat with Houndoom was a particularly imposing Scyther, overpowering the Houndoom in the fray. Chiyan Hui focused intently, as the various attributes of this towering Scyther flooded his mind. Scyther, level 59, Gym Peak, bug-flying dual-type Pokémon. Ability, Technician, which enhances moves with a base power of 60 or less by 50, considering only the move's inherent effect and excluding any influences from items or other abilities. Individual values. For V, HP, 26, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 21, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Base stats, HP, 70, Attack, 110, Defense, 80, Special Attack, 55. Special Defense, 80, Speed, 105, Total, 500. Held item, Bug Powder, increases bug-type moves by 4. Moves, Fury Cutter, X-Scissor, Quick Attack, Shadow Clone. As Chiyan Hui observed the Scyther before him, he couldn't help but marvel at its prowess. This Scyther had reached the pinnacle of gym-level strength. Not merely in level, but in inherent capability. Even among many gym-level Pokémon, it was a formidable entity. While Houndoom was powerful, it was being suppressed by this Scyther, primarily due to the latter's exceptional combat skills. Each attack was meticulously prepared for the next. A relentless barrage of assaults left the great wolf dog utterly exhausted. Not only was a counterattack out of the question, but even defense became a daunting challenge as its body bore the marks of slashes inflicted by the airborne mantises. Observing this, Alung promptly summoned the Dream Song Cactus and called out to the cunning Tengu that had been loyally guarding him. Cunning Tengu, go and assist the great wolf dog. However, as soon as the words left his lips, the swarm of over 10 airborne mantises emitted a collective cry and raised their sickles. Witnessing this scene, the cunning Tengu turned to Alung, seemingly inquiring whether it should proceed. Alung's countenance darkened, and he refrained from responding. The sheer number of adversaries posed a significant threat, and engaging them could result in disastrous consequences. Chiyan Hui, witnessing the unfolding situation, raised an eyebrow and declared, "Crossbat, unleash your aura to deter them." At that moment, this was not the time for combat training. The trio was still in the throes of fleeing for their lives. Thus, Chiyan Hui commanded Crossbat to intimidate the swarm of airborne mantises. Crossbat nodded and suddenly exuded a powerful aura. The airborne mantises engaged in battle with the great wolf dog froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Chiyan Hui, driven by an insatiable desire, scrutinized each mantis, hoping to identify one of superior quality. After all, the one fighting the great wolf dog bore a remarkable 4V qualification, indicating it was the leader of this group. After observing 7 or 8, Chiyan Hui couldn't help but nod inwardly. Although the number of mantises was limited, their qualifications were impressively high. As it stood, only 2 mantises lacked a V qualification, while the rest began at a minimum of 1V. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a smaller mantis, and his mouth fell slightly agape, astonishment filling his eyes. This was because he discovered that this diminutive mantis possessed an extraordinary 5V qualification, yet was only at level 28, suggesting it had not been long since its birth. Given the airborne mantis's dominance in this forest, resources were not scarce, allowing for rapid growth. Encountering a 5V mantis in such a locale was a rare opportunity that must not be missed, even if he did not intend to utilize it himself. Having Alung or Ashen employ it would be highly advantageous. Chapter 113. The 5V Qualified Airborne Mantis. Gazing at the 5V Qualified Airborne Mantis before him, Chiyan Hui felt a surge of resolve. He took out a top-tier normal-type energy cube, a remnant from when his EV had not yet evolved. Placing the prestigious energy cube into Crossbat's claws, he instructed, "Deliver this to the mantis battling the great wolf dog." Crossbat immediately soared towards the mantis leader, which dared not move an inch, acutely aware of the vast disparity in power. However, as Crossbat approached, an enticing aroma wafted into the mantis's nostrils. Its nose twitched, and it instinctively focused its attention on the energy cube in Crossbat's grasp. Crossbat hovered above the mantis, releasing the energy cube, which fell gracefully to the ground. The mantis leader could not resist opening its massive mouth, swallowing the energy cube whole. Instantly, a warm current surged through its body, prompting an involuntary, contented hum. Its physique, akin to parched earth receiving much-needed rain, eagerly absorbed the formidable energy contained within the cube. Although the energy cube was not specifically tailored for the mantis's bug or flying types, its top-tier quality still yielded remarkable results. The mantis's body gradually grew stronger and more vibrant, though it could not fully unleash its potential due to the mismatch in attributes. I trust you are now aware of the effects of such energy cubes. We intend to select one of your kind to accompany us on our travels, and we will provide ample resources, including energy cubes like the one you just consumed. While it may not be as potent as that one, it is only slightly inferior. If you agree, I can additionally offer you 10 more of these top-tier energy cubes. The selected mantis will no longer need to struggle for resources within the forest. It can effortlessly ascend to the semi-king level, with even the king level within reach. What do you say? To persuade a Pokémon with developed intellect. Enticement is undoubtedly the most effective approach. The mantis leader began to waver. It yearned to refuse, yet the human before it spoke the truth. Living with its kind in the forest meant a constant struggle for resources. The recent consumption of the energy cube made it acutely aware of its significance. It glanced back at its kin, who all regarded it with trust-filled eyes. The mantis leader observed crossbats soaring in the sky, hesitated momentarily, and then called out to Chiyan Hui with a nod of agreement. The mantises in the group formed a line, awaiting Chiyan Hui's selection. Seeing this, Chiyan Hui's face lit up with delight. Without delay, he retrieved 10 top-tier normal-type energy cubes from his spatial bag, placed them in a box, and handed it to the mantis leader. The mantis gazed at the box before it, a complex expression crossing its face. It was uncertain whether its choice was right, but at the very least, it ensured that one of its kin could venture further in the future. After the mantis accepted the box, Chiyan Hui pointed to the 5V qualified mantis, stating, "This is the one I wish to select." The mantis leader looked at the mantis Chiyan Hui was indicating, and upon realizing it was its own offspring, it froze momentarily. However, it did not intend to renege on the agreement. Instead, it approached the young mantis, gently patting it with its claw and uttering a few calls. Although Chiyan Hui could not comprehend the words, the expression conveyed a final series of instructions. The young mantis nodded resolutely and stepped forward to stand before Chiyan Hui. Chiyan Hui then turned to Ashen and said, "Ashen, I entrust this mantis to your care. The mantis has the potential for further evolution. Once it evolves into a Sizer, it will possess both bug and steel attributes, which suits you well. Sizer's agility and speed are commendable, perfectly complementing the shortcomings of your team." Ashen paused momentarily before responding, "Brother Hui, I." Chiyan Hui, however, spoke earnestly, "Ashen, treat this mantis with the utmost care. Its qualifications surpass those of any Pokémon in your team." Ashen hesitated, then resolutely nodded, saying, "I understand, Brother Hui. I will nurture it diligently." Although Ashen was unsure of how Chiyan Hui discerned the mantis's qualifications, he had faith in him, and that was more than sufficient. Chiyan Hui's decision to entrust the mantis to Ashen had been carefully considered. Both Ulung and Ashen had traveled with him for some time, consistently supporting him. Ashen was also responsible for logistical support. Without Ulung and Ashen, Chiyan Hui's journey would not have proceeded so smoothly, as cooking consumed a considerable amount of time each day. Moreover, Ulung and Ashen had been handpicked by his father, Chiyan Song, to serve as the foundation for Chiyan Hui's future endeavors. Investing in a 5V qualified mantis was hardly a burden. Chiyan Hui himself had no desire to cultivate a Scyther, as it did not quite fit the composition of his team. Furthermore, he was solely focused on nurturing Pokémon with perfect 6 IVs. After all, the purpose of his special device was to assess their attributes and levels. To invest in a 5-4 Pokémon would be to squander the capabilities of that device. Aishan produced a great ball and approached the Scyther, gently tapping its body. In an instant, the Scyther transformed into a streak of crimson light and entered the Pokeball. The ball shook twice in Aishan's grasp, and with a satisfying ding, he successfully captured the 5-4 Scyther. This particular Scyther inherited the prowess of its father, the leader of the Scyther clan. Its ability was among the finest of the trio available to Scyther and Sizer, enhancing the power of moves with a base damage of 60 or less. After witnessing Aishan's successful capture, Chiyan Hui promptly addressed the leader of the Scyther clan, saying, "We shall take our leave now. We will nurture your offspring with utmost care, and I assure you, its future strength will undoubtedly surpass yours." With that, Chiyan Hui departed alongside Ailang and Aishan. The Scyther clan watched from a distance as Chiyan Hui and his companions faded from view. The clan leader felt a deep sense of sorrow, yet understood that this was indeed the best choice for its offspring. Chapter 114. The Pursuit of the Zavuchi Family. Once they had left the Scyther clan, Chiyan Hui remarked, Ashan, the Scyther you just captured possesses remarkably high attributes, reaching the pinnacle of 5 IVs. If you nurture it diligently, it will surely become your ace Pokémon. I will contact my father to prepare some high-grade bug-type energy cubes for us. It would be a disservice to this Pokémon to feed it energy cubes unsuitable for its type. Observing the hesitant expressions on Alang and Ashan's faces, Chiyan Hui smiled and added, As for how I discerned this, you need not concern yourselves. Just trust me, I would never deceive you. Ashan, upon hearing this, resolutely declared, I understand, Brother Hui. I will dedicate myself to nurturing this Scyther. Alang teasingly chided, Ashan, you rascal, your fortunes have turned. You now have a Pokémon with perfect 5 IVs. You must strive not to waste Brother Huey's goodwill. This is a Scyther with exceptional potential. Ashan could only smile sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Trailing behind Chiyan Hui and the others, Huiying had witnessed the entire exchange, though he was unaware of the Scyther's attributes and could not hear the conversation. Noticing Ashan had captured a Scyther, he paid it little mind. Instead, he retrieved his communicator and contacted the leader of the Magma team, Chiyan Song. Boss, I am currently shadowing Hui and his group. They are exceedingly cautious, avoiding main paths and venturing into the densest parts of the forest. Chiyan Song nodded with a smile. Well done. Hui understands the gravity of the situation. By the way, is anyone targeting Hui's shiny Charizard? Huiying replied gravely, Indeed, there are. The assailants belong to the Zavuchi family, and their leader possesses considerable strength, commanding 4 gym-level Pokémon, 2 of which are at the pinnacle of gym level. Alang and Ashan are no match for them. Hui decisively summoned his Crobat to deal with these intruders before retreating further into the forest. They were not merely fleeing due to concerns over Hui's shiny Charizard. Rather, they were already in danger and sought refuge in the forest. Chiyan Song's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he murmured, The Zavuchi family dares to send assassins after my son. A debt of vengeance has been incurred. Huiying responded somberly, Boss, the Zavuchi family's influence in Canas City is quite formidable. Their head, Zavuchi Mujin, is rumored to possess elite-level strength. If he personally intervenes, Hui may be in peril. Chiyan Song pondered for a moment before saying, Very well, I shall come in person. Such prominent families do not easily retreat after a single setback. They will only escalate their efforts. It is likely they have dispatched trainers of near-elite caliber. Huiying, your involvement may not guarantee the capture of the enemy. If Hui's identity is revealed, all our efforts over the years would be in vain. It is wiser for me to handle this personally. Upon hearing this, Huiying relaxed. All right, boss, your presence reassures me. We are currently in the northeastern forest of Canas City, and our progress is slow. Understood. I will make arrangements within the Magma team and head your way. Chiyan Song intended to protect Chiyan Hui discreetly. If the Zavuchi family did not show up, all would be well. But should they arrive, confrontation was inevitable. Meanwhile, Zavuchi Zilin had dispatched Zhu Shan, who, along with over 30 trainers on flying mounts, left Canas City in search of Chiyan Hui and his companions. Leading the group was Zhu Shan, a cold-faced middle-aged man with a shaved head, swiftly navigating on a desert dragonfly to track Chiyan Hui's trail. This time, Rui Qing did not remain at the Zavuchi family estate in Canas City but accompanied Zhu Shan, riding alongside him on the desert dragonfly. Zhu Shan coldly remarked, Young Master Rui Qing, I advise against leaving Canas City. The outside world is fraught with dangers and unforeseen events. Rui Qing, unfazed, replied, Rest assured. I merely wish to accompany you for a stroll. If your elite-level strength cannot protect me, then I suppose I am simply out of luck. Zhu Shan, hearing this, ceased his protests and stated, Very well, young Master Rui Qing, you may accompany me, but I expect you to heed my instructions. In the forest, any mishap is possible. Rui Qing waved his hand impatiently. I understand. No need to lecture me. With no other recourse. Zhu Shan guided the desert dragonfly to soar in a designated direction. While Rui Qing harbored a fear of his mother, Zavuchi Zilin, he held Zhu Shan and his companions in little regard. Merely engaging Zhu Shan in brief conversation was already a concession to his elite-level prowess. On the other side, Chiyan Song, anxious for Chiyan Hui's safety, arranged the affairs of the Magma team before seeking out a trainer within the team who possessed a psychic gullet. He instructed the gullet to use teleport to carry him towards Canas City. The gullet's attributes were subpar, lacking any pinnacle stats, and it was merely at level 36, having just evolved from a Baltoy. Consequently, Its teleportation range was limited. After numerous attempts, the gullet could hardly continue, requiring rest to recover its strength before resuming its journey. Upon nearing Kanaz City, not only was the gullet exhausted, but Chiyan Song himself felt the strain. After a considerable time recuperating, Chiyan Song finally spoke up. The experience with this gullet is subpar. You should have invested more in its training. The member of the lava team cautiously forced a smile and said, all right. Esteemed leader, I will immediately train this psychic golem upon my return. Chiyan Song sighed and replied, it is not your fault. I must pay more attention to Pokemon capable of teleportation. These creatures are invaluable for both support and escape. Chapter 115, The Stealthy Protection of Chiyan Song. Reflecting on this, Chiyan Hui promptly retrieved his communicator and began instructing Huiyin and Huisiyuan to monitor the eggs of Pokemon, such as Tianping Golem and Natural Sparrow. Huiyin, Huisiyuan, this is crucial for the development of our lava team. You should also investigate who possesses Pokeballs or juvenile Pokemon of this kind. We must find ways to acquire some for emergency use. Huiyin and Huisiyuan readily agreed, recognizing that the growth of the lava team would also benefit them. Once arrangements were made, Chiyan Hui released his desert dragonfly and addressed the lava team member with the psychic golem, saying, you may return now. I shall handle matters from here. All right. I will take my leave, esteemed leader. The lava team member vanished in an instant, guided by the psychic golem. After witnessing his departure, Chiyan Song remarked, Desert Dragonfly, let us go find Hui. It has been a while since I last saw that rascal, and I truly miss him. Throughout his life, Chiyan Hui had never been away from Chiyan Song for such an extended period. Though he understood this was a necessary part of growth, Chiyan Song still felt a pang of nostalgia. Perched atop the Desert Dragonfly, Chiyan Song dialed the communicator to inquire about the specific direction and location from the Fire Shadow before swiftly departing. On the way, Chiyan Song fortuitously encountered a search party looking for Chiyan Hui. Among them, Zhu Shan, standing on the back of his Desert Dragonfly, spotted Chiyan Song's Desert Dragonfly from a distance. Just as he intended to approach for inquiries, he sensed the overwhelming power radiating from the Desert Dragonfly, which was at the pinnacle of elite status. Zhu Shan's expression hardened, and he shouted, do not fly over there, Desert Dragonfly. At that moment, Chiyan Song was not clad in his usual striking red attire, which made him less recognizable from afar. Perceiving the power of the Desert Dragonfly beneath Chiyan Song, Zhu Shan refrained from approaching. Regardless, the strength at the peak of elite status was not something Zhu Shan could provoke. Although Zhu Shan himself possessed elite-level strength, he only had a mid-tier elite Pokemon, rendering him no match for the formidable Desert Dragonfly. Chiyan Song noticed Zhu Shan and his companions, but dismissed them from his thoughts. Seeing his son was his foremost concern, although he could only observe from the shadows. That was sufficient for him. Rui Qing, watching Chiyan Song's departing figure, furrowed his brow and said, Zhu Shan, why don't you go and inquire further? Zhu Shan, being seasoned and possessing sharper instincts than Rui Qing, had already detected the Desert Dragonfly's power, whereas Rui Qing remained oblivious. Zhu Shan cast a cold glance at Rui Qing and replied sternly, that is a trainer at the peak of elite status. The Desert Dragonfly beneath him is also at that pinnacle. I am not his opponent. Rui Qing paused, taken aback by Zhu Shan's icy demeanor. Then, in a fit of anger, he reprimanded, if you noticed, why didn't you say anything? Were you intentionally trying to make me look foolish? Speak up. However, Zhu Shan chose to ignore him. As a trainer of elite caliber, he maintained certain privileges. Rui Qing, observing Zhu Shan's demeanor, felt a flash of malice. Meanwhile, Chiyan Song, flying swiftly on the Desert Dragonfly, soon spotted the signal set by the Fire Shadow in the forest. It was merely a long ribbon tied to the tip of a tree, fluttering in the breeze, and thus quite conspicuous. Upon locating it, Chiyan Song instructed the Desert Dragonfly to descend, whereupon he encountered the King Yin left behind by the Fire Shadow. He smiled and said, King Yin, lead me to the Fire Shadow. The King Yin let out a cry and soared into the sky, taking Chiyan Song to find the Fire Shadow. Given that Chiyan Hui and his companions were constantly on the move, the Fire Shadow could only keep pace, leaving the King Yin to await Chiyan Song's arrival and guide him in the direction the Fire Shadow had departed. Before long, the King Yin had successfully led Chiyan Song to the Fire Shadow. Without waiting for the Fire Shadow to speak, Chiyan Song anxiously inquired, how is Hui doing? The Fire Shadow immediately responded, Boss, Hui is fine. Everything is normal. He is about a kilometer ahead of us. I have instructed the Baneful Doll to follow him and relay messages and commands. Chiyan Song replied, on my way here, I noticed a group of individuals. There were quite a few, perhaps dozens. They seemed to be searching for something. Could they be sent by the Zivik family to find Hui? During his haste to see his son, Chiyan Song had overlooked Zhu Shan and the others. The fire shadow paused briefly before stating, "That is likely. We are not far from Kanaz City." And only the Zivik family could dispatch so many trainers simultaneously to track Hui's whereabouts. Chiyan Song contemplated confronting this group, but ultimately decided to observe the situation first, allowing Hui to face some challenges to foster his growth. With this thought, Chiyan Song relaxed. Now that he had arrived, Hui would undoubtedly be safe. I will take a look at Hui from the shadows. It has been far too long since I saw that rascal. Every time he contacts me, it's always about something urgent. He never asks how I am doing. The fire shadow smiled awkwardly, choosing not to respond and merely leading the way. Soon, Chiyan Song discreetly observed Chiyan Hui and his two companions advancing. Chiyan Song couldn't help but reflect. This boy has darkened in complexion and grown stronger. His spirit is markedly different from when he was on Lava Island. Travel truly does refine a person. Traveling sounds delightful, yet being deep in the mountains means each day is consumed with either journeying or training Pokémon, leaving little time for leisure. In the fleeting moments of exhaustion, one's weary body whispers to the mind, "I simply wish to sleep." Such journeys must be repeated day after day, year after year. Though the scenery may vary, the hardships of the journey remain unseen by others. Chiyan Hui was fortunate to have a Lang and a Shan to look after him. If he were alone, every meal would be a challenge, requiring substantial time for cooking and cleaning. It would not do to subsist solely on compressed biscuits. After a couple of meals, they may still be palatable, but after a month, the mere sight of them could induce nausea. Chapter 116, Sending the Fire Shadow to Relay Information. Just as Chiyan Song was observing his son from the shadows, the Zubat perched atop Chiyan Hui seemed to sense something and glanced in Chiyan Song's direction. In an instant, it vanished from above Chiyan Hui and materialized beside Chiyan Song. Chiyan Song turned pale, hurriedly gesturing for Zubat to return to Chiyan Hui. The Zubat looked at Chiyan Song with confusion but obediently returned to its rightful place. Upon sensing Zubat's movement, Chiyan Hui immediately asked, "Zubat, what is it? Have you spotted an enemy?" The cross-shaped bat shook its head, assuring that Chiyan Song was definitely not an adversary. Observing the bat's actions, Chiyan Hui paid no heed, assuming it merely caught sight of something intriguing. Relieved, Chiyan Song exhaled. If their presence were to be revealed, how could he possibly continue to hone his skills? After returning with Hokage to a distance of 1 kilometer, Chiyan Song pondered for a moment before stating, "Hui is quite cunning, deliberately traversing dense woodland areas. The Zavukic family members will likely struggle to locate him. Moreover, he is under the protection of my cross-shaped bat, making it exceedingly difficult for the Zavukic family to impede him, even if they do find him. Thus, Hokage, go and discreetly inform those Zavukic family members who are searching behind us, so they are aware of Hui's location. The presence of a trainer of Quasi-King level will surely instill a sense of urgency in Hui. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, my presence will sufficiently ensure his safety." Hokage gazed at Chiyan Hui in astonishment, never expecting that he would be willing to inform the enemy just to refine his son's abilities. Noticing Hokage's expression, Chiyan Song cleared his throat and, with a righteous tone, declared, "What sort of expression is that? This is all for Hui's benefit. Now hurry along." After a moment of silence, Hokage replied solemnly, "Understood, boss." He promptly summoned his King Yen, embarking on a quest to locate the Zavukic family members. Before long, Hokage detected traces of the Zavukic family searchers and directed King Yen to descend, casually walking along the path. It wasn't long before he was spotted by the Zavukic family members, 2 individuals riding a tropical dragon and King Yen, who landed directly in front of Hokage, blocking his path. They produced a photograph depicting Chiyan Hui commanding a uniquely colored fire dinosaur in battle. "Hey, kid, do you recognize this person?" one of them asked. Hokage feigned a hint of anxiety, replying, "I have seen him. He headed towards the northeast direction into the woods, which are quite dense." The 2 Zavukic family members were elated, quickly piloting their Pokémon back to relay the news, departing with a parting threat. "Kid, we're off to find him now. If we don't succeed, I'll definitely come back to settle the score with you." With that, they were gone. Hokage looked on, bemused by their demeanor. Had he not intended to inform them, he wouldn't have uttered a word. Upon returning to Zhu Shan, the 2 Zavukic trainers exclaimed, "Lord Zhu Shan, we have uncovered a lead." Zhu Shan coldly inquired where. Someone spotted the trainer with the uniquely colored fire dinosaur heading into the dense northeastern forest. The 2, not daring to hesitate, promptly relayed the information they had just received. Zhu Shan's expression remained icy as he commanded, "Gather the brethren. We shall proceed to search the dense forest in the northeast. The aerial view obscures visibility, so we must enter the woods to investigate." Soon, Zhu Shan led his team into the forest. "As we navigate through this terrain, we are bound to leave traces. Keep an eye out for any signs of passage," he instructed. The numerous Zavyukik family members began to scour the area. Before long, they discovered the trail of Chiyan Hui and his companions. "Report, Lord Zhu Shan. I have found signs of human passage." Zhu Shan swiftly approached to inspect the area. Upon observing freshly severed branches, he reached out to touch them and remarked, "The traces are still fresh. They were recently cut. Let us follow this path." Zhu Shan, accompanied by his team, advanced along the route taken by Chiyan Hui and the others. Meanwhile, Chiyan Song and Hokage observed the movements of their pursuers, a smile gracing Chiyan Song's face. "Hokage, you've done well. This multitude is sure to give that lad, Hui, quite a challenge." Hokage, however, replied gravely, "Boss. The individual leading them appears to be Zhu Shan of the Zavyukik family. His strength is commendable. The person alongside him is likely Zavyukik Ruching, son of Zavyukik Zilin. Zavyukik Zilin is not to be trifled with. Many of her contemporaries possess quasi-king peak strength. I wonder if she has reached king level. I fear Ruching may carry Zavyukik Zilin's Pokémon, which would place Hui in peril." Chiyan Song remained composed, asserting, "Fear not, even if Zavyukik Zilin appears. I can manage her. Lately, I have sensed my fire camel is on the brink of a breakthrough, yet it requires a catalyst. And an exhilarating battle may serve as just that. This is why I rushed over upon hearing about the Zavyukik family. My concern for Hui intertwines with my desire to facilitate my fire camel's ascension to champion level. This explains why Chiyan Song worried about the Zavyukik family failing to locate Hui." At that moment, Chiyan Hui and his companions remained oblivious to the throngs of pursuers trailing behind them, diligently forging ahead. With Chiyan Hui leading the way, the speed of Zhu Shan and his followers accelerated, yet their numbers necessitated they adhere to the narrow path. Had they spread out, they would have been required to clear away the occasional obstructive branches. Just as Chiyan Hui and his companions advanced, the cross-shaped bat above suddenly sensed the presence of pursuers, immediately alerting them with its shrill cries. Chiyan Hui's expression darkened as he inquired, "Cross-shaped bat, did you sense something?" The bat nodded, having detected numerous individuals and Pokémon emerging. This was likely the pursuing force, hence it alerted Chiyan Hui. Taking a quick glance around, Chiyan Hui realized that escape was futile in such a location, and the only course of action was to confront their pursuers. Chapter 117, The Quasi-King Level of the Cheerful River Sprite. Without hesitation, Chiyan Hui declared, "In this place, we cannot flee. We must confront the pursuers here. Among those we previously defeated, there was a peak gym-level trainer, so the pursuing team surely includes a quasi-king level trainer. Let us first have our Pokémon utilize amplification skills to enhance their states, aiming to swiftly eliminate the adversaries before we depart. We cannot continue deeper into the forest." After he spoke, Ailang and Aishan promptly instructed their Pokémon to activate amplification skills. They were not the timid sort. If escape was not an option, then they would fight. The Great Wolfhound employed a series of howls, while the cunning Sky Dog executed its moves. Bostordola activated Iron Defense in succession, and the Trimagnetic Monster followed suit. Chiyan Hui also instructed the cross-shaped bat, commence with Tailwind, then unleash a widespread supersonic attack. After gauging the enemy's numbers and situation, you may ambush them within the woods. They are unlikely to have anyone capable of stopping you. A king-level trainer is improbable. If one does appear, retreat to my side immediately. Do not engage in direct combat." The cross-shaped bat nodded, beginning to gather energy for the Tailwind attack. Once completed, a gust sprang forth from the bat, enveloping a radius of 600 to 700 meters. Even with the foliage, the winds danced through the leaves. The crossbat vibrated its wings with remarkable swiftness, vanishing before the blazing figure of Chihua, bolstered by the Tailwind. The crossbat's velocity approached that of instantaneous teleportation, albeit only within a limited range. Upon hearing the mournful howl of the Great Hound, Zhu Shan immediately called out, "Prepare yourselves. The enemy has detected our presence." He then addressed his trusty Pokémon, the Ludicolo, saying, "Be wary of ambushes. Initiate the rain dance." As Zhu Shan landed, he summoned his ace Pokémon, Ludicolo. This vibrant creature boasted a verdant body adorned with a coat of yellow fur. It possessed ebony eyes and a large, orange beak. Atop its head rested a broad lily pad, resembling a wide-brimmed hat, from which sprouted a short brown stem crowned with a tuft of yellow fur. Two brown serrated stripes decorated its physique, with the stripes on the female Ludicolo being notably finer. Its limbs were green, featuring 2 black markings on its palms and circular black spots on its soles. Ludicolo, a level 66 Pokémon, intermediate of the quasi-champion tier, possessed dual water and grass attributes and the ability Swift Swim, which doubled its speed in rainy weather. Its individual values were as follows: HP, 31, Attack, 14, Defense, 22, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Its base stats totaled 480, with HP, 80, Attack, 70, Defense, 70, Special Attack, 90, Special Defense, 100, and Speed, 70. It carried a Mystic Water, enhancing its water-type moves by 7, and mastered moves such as Hydro Pump and Energy Ball. Upon hearing Zhu Shan's command, Ludicolo clapped its hands and began to focus, conjuring the rain dance. Water energy swiftly coalesced around Ludicolo, forming a sphere that it hurled skyward with a triumphant shout. Upon reaching the heavens, the water sphere erupted, shrouding the area within 100 meters in dark clouds. Gradually, a gentle rain began to fall. With Ludicolo's Swift Swim ability, its speed would be doubled in this weather, which is why Zhu Shan had ordered the rain dance at once. Just as the rain dance was completed, an unseen Pokémon darted past. Suddenly, the movements of over a dozen members of Zhu Shan's team froze, and as raindrops fell, their bodies were cleaved in two. Zhu Shan roared, "Everyone be cautious. The enemy's Pokémon is upon us." At that moment, the Crossbat took notice of Zhu Shan, launching an assault with its wing attack. It had just used this very move to sever the bodies of those dozen individuals. The Crossbat's speed was astonishing, enhanced by the Tailwind ability. Even with Ludicolo's doubled speed, it could not match the Crossbat's velocity. However, Ludicolo possessed the move Astonish, which was not only swift but also prioritized in execution. In a display of extraordinary agility, Ludicolo pivoted and leapt, landing 2 swift strikes on the Crossbat's body. The Astonish move inflicting a guaranteed flinch effect. This flinch effect, when it struck the enemy, disrupted the flow of their energy, making it difficult for them to retaliate. Yet, the Astonish move could only be employed at the onset of battle, meaning it could be used but once. Given its low power, the actual impact was not as formidable as anticipated. Ludicolo's large palms struck the Crossbat, allowing the energy from Astonish to invade the Crossbat's body in an attempt to induce the flinch effect. However, due to the Crossbat's higher level, it possessed a significant immunity to Ludicolo's flinch effect. Thus, no flinch occurred. The Crossbat merely hesitated for a moment before continuing its assault toward Zhu Shan. Zhu Shan, seasoned in combat, executed a roll to evade the Crossbat's lethal strike. It was only during the clash between Ludicolo and the Crossbat that Zhu Shan realized the latter was not merely of the quasi-champion tier, but was, in fact, a full-fledged champion-level Pokémon. This revelation sent a jolt of terror through Zhu Shan, leaving him momentarily breathless. At that instant, a singular thought consumed him. How could it be a champion-level Pokémon? He understood that his chances of survival had dwindled to near insignificance. Yet, there remained a slender hope, calling for reinforcements. However, it was too late for him to summon help. Only Ruiqing, the privileged heir, could potentially bring assistance. Though uncertain of whether Ruiqing could indeed rally aid, Zhu Shan was left with no option but to gamble. "Ruiqing, that is a champion-level Crossbat. We cannot escape. Quickly, use your emergency beacon to summon help." This emergency beacon was a secret known only to Zhu Shan, being a loyal subordinate of Zivki Zilin. Activating it would alert Zivki Zilin to the urgent situation and the need for reinforcements. Zhu Shan was aware that Zivki Zilin possessed a quasi-champion level Pokémon, the Metacam, capable of arriving in an instant, and Zivki Zilin herself had attained champion-level strength, fully capable of confronting the Crossbat. Chapter 118, The Arrival of Zivki Zilin. Whether they would survive hinged entirely on Ruiqing's ability to utilize the emergency beacon. Despite not being favored by Zivki Zilin, as her son, he should possess one. Upon hearing Zhu Shan's words, Ruiqing was momentarily stunned, grappling with the emergence of a champion-level Crossbat. However, the anguished cries of the surviving Zivki family trainers jolted him into action. Without hesitation, he pressed the emergency beacon tucked within his clothing. This beacon had been given to him by his mother, Zivki Zilin, who had stated that it would only save him once in his lifetime, and when to use it was entirely at Ruiqing's discretion. Furthermore, she had imparted a telekinetic mark to her Metacam, allowing it to sense Ruiqing's location. Though the farther away he was, the less distinct the signal would be. The Crossbat hovering above was unaware of Ruiqing's identity, thus unable to thwart his activation of the emergency beacon. As Ruiqing pressed the button, a receiver within the Zivki family estate in Canas City lit up. accompanied by an alert tone. Upon witnessing this, Zivki-Zelene's expression turned serious as she retrieved a Pokeball, tossing it forth while urgently commanding, Medicam. Sense Ruiching's location and use teleport to bring me to him. The newly manifested Medicam rapidly coalesced psychic energy, emanating a faint glow as it enveloped Zivki-Zelene in a psychic embrace, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, Medicam reappeared at Ruiching's side, while the Crossbat had already triumphed over Ludicolo. Indeed, in that brief span, the Crossbat had effortlessly defeated Ludicolo, expending minimal effort. With a mere flicker of motion, the cross poison was unleashed upon the cheerful Kappa, striking it twice with precision. The defenses of the Kappa were inherently low, compounded by its incomplete individual values. The most critical factor was that it was doubly vulnerable to poison-type moves, rendering the cross poison's impact devastatingly effective. Despite the rain enhancing its capabilities, the Kappa's speed fell drastically short compared to the swift Zubat, creating an insurmountable disparity. The Zubat landed 2 solid hits on the Kappa, while the latter failed to even graze the former, highlighting their stark speed difference. Moreover, Chiyan and his companions did not leave the Zubat to fend for itself. After bolstering their Pokémon, they hastened to the scene. To their astonishment, they arrived just in time to witness Zivki-Zelene being transported by the telekinesis golem through a sudden teleportation. Zelene, newly arrived, deftly unleashed 2 Pokeballs, and with a flash of white light, 2 Pokémon materialized onto the battlefield, Blaziken and Swablu. Chiyan focused intently, keen to assess the evolving situation. Blaziken, adorned with its striking white feathers and a V-shaped crest, possessed piercing blue eyes and bandaged talons, complemented by robust legs. Every few years, it would shed its aging feathers to renew its vibrant plumage. Blaziken stood at level 77, Elite 4 tier, and exhibited dual fire and fighting types. Boasting the ability Speed Boost, hidden trait, Pokémon with this ability see their speed increase by 1 stage at regular intervals. Its individual values were flawless, achieving a perfect score of 31 across the board. The base stats were as follows: HP, 80, Attack, 120, Defense, 70, Special Attack, 110, Special Defense, 70, Speed, 80, totaling 530. It held a charcoal to amplify its fire-type moves by 19. Its signature moves included Blaze Kick, Flamethrower, and Flare Blitz, while it mastered Brave Bird, Reversal, Overheat, and Stone Edge. Upon witnessing Blaziken, Chiyan gasped in astonishment. He realized that Zubat would undoubtedly struggle against this formidable foe, yet with the wind at its back, it could still hold its own, especially given Zubat's current swiftness. While Chiyan scrutinized Blaziken, Zelene observed Zubat's prowess, noting its vigilant stance before Chiyan, steadfastly guarding him. With a mocking sneer, Zelene addressed Zubat and Chiyan. "I am curious about your lineage. Do enlighten me. Perhaps your name may intimidate me. If not, then you shall remain here today." Throughout the Hoenn region, Elite 4 trainers were a rarity, representing the pinnacle of strength. Hence, the sudden emergence of an elite Zubat led Zelene to refrain from immediate action, choosing instead to inquire about its origins, weighing whether it would be prudent to provoke. After all, the Zelene family of today was not the same formidable entity it had been during the era of the champion Steven. Steven had only recently embarked on his journey, preparing to participate in this year's Hoenn League, and his prowess was still in its infancy. Thus, certain factions in Hoenn remained beyond the reach of the Zelene family. Chiyan gritted his teeth. It was unthinkable to disclose his affiliation with Team Magma, as this revelation would likely not only fail to intimidate the middle-aged woman, but could also lead to dire consequences. Just as Chiyan pondered whether to boast to frighten Zelene, a familiar voice resonated. "He is from our Team Magma. Did I startle you?" With that declaration, Akihiro emerged alongside his fiery Camptos, Houndoom, and Weezing. Clad in his striking crimson attire, Akihiro was impossible to overlook. The sight of him caused Zelene's pupils to constrict, her expression turning grave, particularly upon sensing the immense power emanating from Camptos at the pinnacle of elite status. Upon seeing his father, Chiyan exhaled a sigh of relief. With Akihiro's strength, confronting this middle-aged woman posed little challenge. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Chiyan quickly redirected his focus to Swablu, considering it might be Zelene's trump card. Swablu, resplendent in its sky-blue body, sported fluffy wings reminiscent of cotton. Among the most enchanting Pokémon, Swablu often frolicked in fluffy clouds on clear days, soaring gracefully between the azure sky and white clouds. Its melodious singing, if delivered with clarity, could enrapture listeners, transporting them to a dreamlike state. As Chiyan assessed Swablu's level and attributes, he felt a wave of relief. This Swablu had merely recently ascended to the intermediate elite tier, posing little threat to Akihiro. While Chihai scrutinized Swablu, Zeline, with a serious demeanor, addressed Akihiro. Akihiro, I recall that our Zeline family has no grievances with your Team Magma. The minor conflict earlier was merely a trivial matter among the younger generation, of little consequence. I am willing to offer suitable reparations. As she spoke, Zeline cast a meaningful glance at Chihai and his companions. Observing Chihai's crimson hair, and then turning to Akihiro, she suddenly grasped the situation. Noticing her gaze, Akihiro chuckled lightly. What? Have you discerned that he is my son? Zeline's heart jolted. Although she had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed by Akihiro caused a stir within her. His acknowledgement of the truth implied he would not allow her and her companions to leave unscathed. Just as Zeline contemplated her next move, Akihiro swiftly declared, Houndoom. Use taunt to prevent the telekinesis golem from utilizing teleport. Wheezing, unleash sludge bomb upon Swablu. Camptos, employ earth power against Blaziken and Zubat. Seek the opportunity to eliminate that woman. Houndoom howled first, its taunting energy swiftly infiltrating the telekinesis golem's form, obstructing its ability to use transformation moves, including teleport. Meanwhile, Wheezing and Camptos launched their sludge bomb and earth power attacks toward Swablu and Blaziken, respectively. Zivki Zeline's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly exclaimed, Psychic Golem. Swiftly utilized Protect to ward off this provocation. However, her movements lagged slightly, for the words spoken by Chihai Song had momentarily dulled her reflexes. Moreover, the Great Hound was a Pokémon of the King level, while the Psychic Golem merely stood at the threshold of that rank. Even if it executed Protect, it could not withstand the onslaught of the provocation's energy. The disparity between the King level and the Near King level was akin to the transformation from gas to liquid, an undeniable shift in quality. With their respective masses at completely different tiers, she continued to shout, Chishi Qingyao, unleash Dragon Pulse to counter the opponent's sludge bomb. Blaziken, employ Quick Attack to leap among the trees, evading the earth power assault. Chishi Qingyao swiftly unleashed Dragon Pulse, which collided with the sludge bomb from Wheezing midair, while Blaziken adeptly leaped onto the branches of a great tree, nimbly maneuvering between the trunks to evade the earth power strike from the fiery camel. Upon witnessing this scene, Zivki Zeline fixed a cold, piercing stare at Chihai Song and declared in a low voice, Chihai Song, do not think I fear you. The Lava Team has but one King-level trainer, yet our Zivki family boasts my elder brother, Zivki Mushin. Should a battle ensue, if my brother arrives to assist, you shall find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Hearing this, Ruiqing's demeanor grew steadier. Indeed, they were still within the confines of Canas City, where the Zivki family held unparalleled strength. Once the family had arrived, the leader of the Lava Team would find no avenue for escape. With this thought, Ruiqing relaxed, adopting an air of calm typical of a scion from a prominent family. Meanwhile, Zhushan seized the opportunity to recall the cheerful river sprite into its pokeball, shrinking to the side and striving to diminish his presence. In such a high-stakes battle, a moment's carelessness could result in dire consequences. Chihai Song, with an air of calm confidence, chuckled and said, And how do you intend to contact your brother? Have you not noticed that your communicator-S signal has been jammed? Indeed, today, whoever from the Zivki family arrives is destined not to leave this place. Even if your brother comes, it will be no different. As he spoke, he cast a pitying glance at Zivki Zeline, saying, You are merely unfortunate. Should you choose to come, you may as well fight with all your might, for otherwise, your demise shall come swiftly. Upon hearing these words, Zivki Zeline hastily retrieved her communicator, and when she saw the absence of signal, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed around her. Ruiqing, witnessing this, felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could there be a jamming device? The Lava Team had prepared far too thoroughly. Could her mother truly contend with the foe alone? Zivki Zeline fixed a gaze of hatred upon Chihai Song and declared fiercely, Chihai Song, do you wish for us both to perish? Your son remains here. While I may not be able to defeat you, I can command my Pokémon to exert their utmost efforts to eliminate your son. If you wish to spare him, it would be wise to clear a path. Chihai Song regarded Zivki Zeline with a mocking smile, replying, If you believe you can achieve that, feel free to give it a try. I welcome the attempt. The final tone dripped with provocation and jest, igniting a fury within Zivki Zeline. Yet as she beheld the peak King-level Blaziken, the advanced King-level Great Hound, the intermediate King-level Wheezing, and the rapidly flying Crobat above, a sense of panic began to creep in. Until now, she had been emboldened by the knowledge that this was the territory of the Zivki family. Had the Psychic Golem not been struck by the provocation, escape would have been assured. However, after the Psychic Golem fell victim to the provocation, Zivki Zeline remained unperturbed, for her elder brother Zivki Mushin also possessed psychic-type Pokémon. Once she could contact him, he would come to her aid at any moment. This was the advantage of belonging to a prominent family, yet with her communicator jammed. True apprehension set in. Chiyan Hui had not seen the Great Hound and Wei Xing in quite some time. He recalled that previously the Great Hound had been at the intermediate king level, yet now it had astonishingly advanced to the rank of Advanced King. Chapter 120. The Advanced King Level Great Hound and Wei Xing. The Great Hound, level 77, Advanced King level, a Dark-type Pokémon. Possesses the ability, Overconfidence, hidden ability. When this Pokémon defeats another Pokémon of a similar level, its attack stat is increased. Individual value aptitude. 6V. All 6 individual values are maximized at 31. Base stats. HP, 70, attack, 90, defense, 70, special attack, 60, special defense, 60, speed, 70, total, 420. Held item, black glasses, enhancing dark-type moves by 16. Signature moves, crunch, pursuit, roar, taunt. Proficient moves, sucker punch, scary face, swagger, firefang, thunderfang, among others. The Great Hound is not particularly rare, and breeding it is significantly easier than with other Pokémon. Thus, finding one with peak aptitude across all 6 categories is somewhat less challenging compared to other Pokémon. Of course, this relative ease is only in comparison to other Pokémon of the same peak aptitude. Many members of the Lava Team possess either a Houndoom or a Great Hound, which is also linked to Chiyan Song's fortuitous encounter. He once rescued a small pack of Great Hounds and subsequently acquired an entire pack as part of the Lava Team's Pokémon reserves. After observing the Great Hound, Chiyan Hui turned his attention to Wei Xing. Wei Xing is formed from 2 coughing, connected by a central point, with its protrusions leaking toxic gas into the environment. The front coughing has a more menacing appearance, adorned with a skull symbol, while the rear one bears only a circular mark. They function as twins, where one expands while the other contracts, occasionally resulting in a rare mutation where 2 coughing are fused together. In exceedingly rare circumstances, one might even discover a triplet Wei Xing. Wei Xing, level 76, intermediate king level, a poison-type Pokémon, has the ability, stench, hidden ability. By emitting a foul odor, it can occasionally frighten opponents during attacks. Individual value aptitude. 6V. All 6 individual values are maximized at 31. Base stats. HP, 65, attack, 90, defense, 120, special attack, 85, special defense, 70, speed, 60, total, for 190. Held item, Poison Barb, enhancing poison-type moves by 15. Signature moves, Sludge Bomb, Toxic, Burp. Proficient moves, Sunny Day, Heat Wave, Flamethrower, among others. The Blaziken, Great Hound, and Wei Xing are the 3 primary Pokémon of Chiyan Song, while Crobat, having ascended to the king level, also counts as a main Pokémon. Other Pokémon, such as the Desert Dragonfly, serve merely as mounts or tools. Chiyan Song, observing the somewhat flustered Zivki Zeline, coldly stated, "Do not entertain thoughts of escape. If you wish to leave today, you must first defeat me." With that, Chiyan Song assessed the levels of Blaziken and Qixi Qingyao, frowning slightly at their inadequate levels. "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. I will use only my Blaziken, and you may employ both Blaziken and Qixi Qingyao. Should you manage to defeat my Blaziken, you shall be free to depart with your companions. My current circumstances are indeed quite advantageous, are they not? Of course, should you possess more formidable Pokémon, you may unleash them. I shall adjust the conditions based on your prowess. This time, the purpose of Chiyan Song's arrival is to provide the Fire Camel with an exhilarating battle, and a mere one-on-one confrontation would evidently fail to fulfill this objective. Fortunately, the opposing Blaziken has ascended to the elite level. Otherwise, 2 intermediate-level elite Pokémon would pose insufficient pressure for the Fire Camel. Upon hearing this, Zivki Zeline gritted her teeth and coldly declared, "I have no other elite Pokémon left, only a few that are near elite level. Releasing them would have little effect on the Fire Camel. I shall use Blaziken and Altaria, and I hope you will honor your promise." Chiyan Song chuckled lightly. "Who in the Hoenn region does not know that I, Chiyan Song, am a man of my word, unwavering in my commitments? By the way, Great Hound, do not forget to periodically provoke the telekinesis golem. Do not allow it to escape." The Great Hound let out a long howl, its gaze fixed intently on the telekinesis golem, licking its lips as if eager to take a bite. The golem, under the Great Hound's intense scrutiny, felt a twinge of fear but could neither leave nor dare to move. Upon hearing Chiyan Song's words, Chiyan Hui couldn't help but twitch his lips. for his father had once confided in him that this persona was a construct he had devised, and that his commitment could indeed be broken, albeit at a steep price. Thus, until that threshold was crossed, he had been meticulously crafting this image of reliability to augment the value of breaking promises. Zivki-Zilin, after processing this information, quickly shouted, "Blaziken, use sand attack," then follow up with a charged flame rush to charge forward. Altaria soared through the air, seeking an opportunity to utilize sky attack. Blaziken swiftly conjured a handful of sand, hurling it at the fire camel before igniting in flames and dashing towards it, incinerating all the branches and vines that stood in its path. Meanwhile, Altaria flapped its wings and soared toward the fire camel, severing any obstructing branches with its wings. Employing a technique akin to the wing attack, consolidating flying-type energy in its wings to launch an offensive. Unfazed by the onslaught from Blaziken and Altaria, Chiyan Hui calmly commanded, "Fire camel, use smokescreen." The fire camel remained steadfast, its gaze locked onto the approaching Pokémon, exhaling a substantial volume of ember-laden smoke that appeared crimson in hue. Smokescreen, a fire-type special attack with a power of 80, targets all Pokémon in the vicinity and has a 30 chance to inflict a burn status. The fire camel's fiery smoke quickly enveloped the area, obstructing the path of both Blaziken and Altaria, spreading rapidly towards them. Zivki-Zilin's expression shifted dramatically as she urgently called out, "Blaziken, Altaria, evade quickly." However, her hopes were overly optimistic. Smokescreen was an area attack, and with both Blaziken and Altaria charging towards the fire camel, evasion proved exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, Blaziken, being the agile creature it was, executed a sudden halt, leaping powerfully into the air and performing an impressive backflip, successfully dodging the incoming smokescreen. It then unleashed Flamethrower to counter the smokescreen's assault. However, Altaria lacked such nimbleness. As it attempted to alter its trajectory, it was struck by the smokescreen. When the energy dissipated, Altaria emerged with singed feathers, its once beautiful plumage now marred and disheveled from the smoke and flames. Zivki-Zilin's heart ached at the sight. Altaria had always been her favorite, its graceful form reminiscent of her own elegance. She had never anticipated it would end up in such a sorry state. "Altaria, do not rush in. Use Tailwind to assist Blaziken." Altaria, feeling disheartened, nodded and began to prepare for the Tailwind move. Chiyan Hui, upon hearing this, promptly commanded, "Fire Camel, use Rock Slide to prevent Altaria from utilizing Tailwind." The Fire Camel began to gather Rock-type energy overhead, forming a mass of boulders before crashing them down. Meanwhile, Zivki-Zilin did not concern herself with Altaria, but instead shouted, "Now, Blaziken, use Quick Attack to charge in, then follow up with Sky Attack." Faced with the descending Rock Slide, Altaria sought to retreat, but was hindered by the earlier damage from Smokescreen, causing it to falter just enough for its left wing to be struck. The Rock-type move inflicted double damage upon Altaria, with its speed enhanced by previous rapid movements. Charged Flame Rush, and its speed boost ability, Blaziken was now exceedingly swift. It leapt onto a tree, launching itself with tremendous force like an arrow towards the fire camel. Even Chiyan Hui could only catch a glimpse of a red blur, illustrating the remarkable speed of Blaziken, rather than exhibiting any sign of panic. Chiyan Hui instead shouted with excitement, "That's it. Fire Camel, use Charged Flame Rush to counter Blaziken's Sky Attack." The fire camel's expression turned serious after letting out a snort. Flames erupted from its body as it charged toward Blaziken. The two Pokémon collided with tremendous force, each staggering back a couple of steps from the impact. Zivki-Zilin's eyes narrowed with determination, and she commanded, "Blaziken, use Earthquake." Upon delivering her command, the telekinesis golem swiftly grasped Zivki-Zilin and Rui Qing, lifting them up. Meanwhile, Zhushan quickly released his own desert dragonfly and leapt aboard. In the air, Zivki-Zilin threw a pokeball, releasing another desert dragonfly, which carried Rui Qing aloft. Zivki-Zilin's movements were swift, and Chiyan Hui was not far behind, urgently ordering, "Fire Camel, we shall also use Earthquake. Weevil, Great Hound, take Ahui and the others to safety." Weevil quickly opened its mouth, grasping Ahui and Ashan's clothing to elevate them off the ground, while the Great Hound clutched Alang's body and swiftly exited the range of the Earthquake attack. Given that they had been positioned at a considerable distance from the Earthquake's epicenter, they had ample time to escape. Naturally, Ashan did not forget to recall his Pokémon, including his Boscodora. Alang's Great Hound followed suit, keeping pace with Chiyan Hui's Great Hound as they both evaded the Earthquake's destructive force. Chiyan Hui immediately released the Pokeball containing the Desert Dragonfly, which appeared and expertly took flight, having fought alongside him for numerous years. While Zivki Zilin, Chihai Song, and Chiyan Hui remained secure amidst the earthquake, the trainers from the Zivki family faced a different fate. Those with quick reflexes mounted their flying-type Pokémon, while the slower ones were directly caught in the earthquake's tumultuous assault. However, the number of trainers who reacted slowly was rather limited. 4 or 5 of them suffered under the attack, instantly succumbing to the devastating earthquake. This formidable move was executed by a Pokémon of the elite level, its power exceedingly overwhelming. At the center of the battlefield, both Blaziken and Camerupt were caught in the tremors unleashed by the earthquake. Their proximity to one another meant that the seismic waves could not cancel each other out. Thus, they bore the brunt of each other's earthquake attacks. Crucially, as a ground-type move, the earthquake inflicted double damage upon both Blaziken and Camerupt, both of which had relatively low defensive capabilities. Both Pokémon excelled in their offensive stats, being adept at both physical and special attacks, making their defenses their Achilles heel. Consequently, after sustaining the earthquake's damage, both Pokémon were significantly injured. Nevertheless, being elite-level Pokémon, their bodies had been refined by elemental energy upon reaching this tier, greatly enhancing their physical attributes and resilience. This fortification granted Blaziken and Camerupt the strength to continue fighting. Soaring through the air, Zivik Chiyan cast a penetrating gaze at the fiery Blaziken before commanding coldly, "Blaziken, charge forward and use Blaze Kick." With a fierce roar, Blaziken leaped into action, hurtling toward Camerupt with a charged side kick, flames erupting from its foot, an awe-inspiring display of power. Fire-type moves are only half as effective against Camerupt. However, this is contingent upon a direct hit. In a head-on clash, the potency of Blaze Kick would not diminish. Zivik Chiyan's strategy was simple. Employ Blaze Kick to create an opening in Camerupt's defenses, then unleash moves like Heavy Slam and Earthquake to inflict substantial damage. Directly using Heavy Slam or similar moves would leave them vulnerable to Camerupt's fire-type attacks, as previously demonstrated when Heavy Slam, despite being inherently more powerful than the charged flamethrower, was repelled by the latter due to its dual advantages of type affinity and top-tier charcoal enhancement. Chapter 122, Survival Moves, Protect. Watching Blaziken's audacious Blaze Kick, Chiyan Song wore a disdainful smirk, his voice booming with derision. "Do you truly believe such a feeble attack can shake my Camerupt? You are undoubtedly deluding yourself. Camerupt, let us demonstrate our true strength and show our opponent the might of our full assault with Eruption." As Chiyan Song's fervent call echoed, Camerupt shed its lethargy, its eyes wide open, releasing an ear-splitting roar. It appeared as if some mysterious force had ignited its form, engulfed in flames so fierce that the surrounding air warped under the intense heat, rippling like waves. With a sudden surge of power, Camerupt charged forward, resembling a colossal beast of fire, exuding an unstoppable force toward Blaziken. All that lay in its path, resilient vines and flourishing trees, were reduced to naught by the searing flames, leaving deep scorch marks on the earth as testament to Camerupt's unparalleled might. Blaziken, witnessing the oncoming Camerupt, felt a shift of gravity in its gaze. But the distance between them had dwindled to a point of no escape. It could only choose to clash with Blaze Kick against Eruption. The two attacks collided with a resounding crash, and Blaziken felt an overwhelming force surge from its foot. The sheer strength of Eruption, bolstered by type advantage and the top-tier charcoal, propelled Blaziken backward. Although the damage sustained was not severe due to its double resistance to fire-type moves, the sheer might of Eruption was insurmountable, sending Blaziken flying. Zivik Chiyan gasped, "Blaziken." Chiyan Song, seizing the moment, called out, "Camerupt, unleash Earth Power." Having dominated the previous clash, Camerupt remained steadfast, roaring in response to Chiyan Song's command, then raising its foreleg and stomping down, causing the ground to crack open. From the fissure, the radiant Earth Power surged forth, its deep yellow glow blindingly brilliant. This force rushed toward the airborne Blaziken. Zivik Chiyan's mind raced as she sought a countermeasure. Spotting the soaring Altaria, her eyes lit up, and she shouted, "Altaria, quickly, fly over and catch Blaziken. Lift it to safety and evade the Earth Power attack." Altaria let out a cry, enduring the pain in its wings as it rapidly flapped them. Just as Blaziken was about to be struck by Earth Power, Altaria grasped its shoulder with its talons, lifting it into the air. Chiyan Song observed this turn of events with a smirk, saying, "Zivik Chiyan, you possess a modicum of cleverness. However, with merely this, you cannot hope to overcome my Camerupt. Camerupt, use Rock Slide. Let us see how you shield Blaziken from the falling rocks." Camerupt swiftly concentrated rock-type energy, conjuring a barrage of stones high above Altaria. Seeing this, Zivik Chiyan urgently instructed, "Altaria, release Blaziken, then use Dragon Pulse to block those falling rocks. Following her command, Altaria instinctively released its grip on Blaziken, gathering Dragon-type energy in its mouth, tilting its head back to unleash a robust Dragon Pulse at the descending rocks. Blaziken glanced upward, then diverted its attention downward. At that moment, it was at its most vulnerable, suspended in the air with no means of propulsion, merely a target descending. Chiyan, seasoned in battle, would not let such an opportunity slip away, swiftly commanding, Camerupt, use Psychic. As Chiyan directed, a pure Psychic hammer materialized above Camerupt's head, coalescing from concentrated Psychic energy. Once formed, Camerupt focused on Blaziken, and the Psychic hammer shot forth with remarkable speed, hurtling toward Blaziken. Witnessing this, Chiyan called out firmly, Blaziken, remain calm. Use Flamethrower to counter the Psychic attack. Blaziken's special attack stat was only slightly lower than its attack stat, making it proficient in special attacks as well. Upon hearing Chiyan's command, Blaziken inhaled deeply, gathering a multitude of fire-type energy within its mouth, then unleashed it in a powerful torrent toward the Psychic hammer. As Blaziken exhaled, a pillar of fire erupted from its mouth, expanding from slender to broad. The jet of flames instantaneously struck the incoming energy hammer, its scorching heat gradually altering the hammer's hue before it ultimately vanished amidst the fiery inferno. Just as Chiyan was about to revel in her triumph, she heard Chiyan urgently call out, Fire Camel, once more, unleash the power of the earth. At this moment, the Fire Chicken, having utilized the jet of flames, experienced an extended descent due to the recoil. It was still in freefall, mere moments away from making contact with the ground. In that very instant, Fire Camel once again summoned the power of the earth. The Fire Chicken had no means of evading it. 7 Stars Chiyan Hui had just dealt with a rock slide move and lacked the time to swoop down and retrieve the Fire Chicken again. In an instant, the Fire Chicken found itself in a dire predicament. Should it be struck by this ground-type move, it would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. Faced with this desperate situation, Chiyan could only grit her teeth and shout, Fire Chicken, use Protect. She had no other recourse but to command the Fire Chicken to employ this life-saving technique. Protect, a general-type defensive move that allows the user to quickly conjure a light shield to safeguard itself, completely nullifying the opponent's attack. However, successive uses risk failure. The Protect move, when utilized within a short time frame, guarantees a 100% success rate on its first use, but the likelihood of success diminishes with each subsequent attempt. Chiyan truly wished to avoid having the Fire Chicken resort to this protective maneuver unless absolutely necessary, as doing so would mean losing one of her trump cards. Upon hearing Chiyan's command, the Fire Chicken promptly concentrated its internal energy, manifesting a faintly glowing shield that enveloped it in an instant. Though the shield appeared thin, it proved resilient upon impact with the ground, effectively shielding the Fire Chicken from any damage inflicted by the power of the earth. Observing this development, Chiyan exhaled in relief. Although she had sacrificed a trump card, she had preserved the Fire Chicken from harm. Had it been struck by the power of the earth, the Fire Chicken would have sustained severe injuries, even if it did not lose its fighting capability, leading to a significant loss of stamina that would hinder its performance against Fire Camel in subsequent battles. Despite the circumstances, Chiyan remained undeterred, still harboring thoughts of a comeback and the desire to triumph over Fire Camel. Were it not for this unwavering belief, she could not have nurtured the Fire Chicken to its current pinnacle at the champion level. Every trainer who ascends to the champion rank possesses their own convictions and perseverance. Without such resolve, it is impossible for a Pokémon to reach that esteemed tier. Every Pokémon possesses considerable intelligence, yet they require the guidance of their trainers to navigate their unique paths. Chiyan, observing this scene, felt no surprise. Had he been in Chiyan's position, he would have made the same decision. However, the Fire Chicken was now his adversary, prompting him to urgently command, Fire Camel, use Rock Block to restrain the Fire Chicken's movements. Fire Camel raised its head, rapidly conjuring massive boulders in the air, which then soared toward the Fire Chicken, dispersing from various angles. Chiyan, witnessing this, allowed a confident smile to grace her features as she called out, Fire Chicken, having battled for so long, your speed must have accumulated significantly. Show me your current velocity. Use Quick Attack to evade those rocks and charge at Fire Camel. At that moment, the protective shield before the Fire Chicken dissipated. Upon receiving the command, it bent slightly to gather momentum and then forcefully propelled itself off the ground. With a whoosh, the Fire Chicken executed Quick Attack, swiftly evading the rock blockade and transforming into a crimson blur as it surged toward Fire Camel. But the action did not conclude there. Zivig Zelene continued to direct 7 stars Chiyan Hui, coordinate from above, and unleash Dragon Pulse upon Fire Camel. 7 stars Chiyan Hui let out a cry. Its gaze towards Fire Camel filled with animosity, before rapidly opening its mouth to unleash a deep violet beam of energy at the foe. Chi Song, confronted with this situation, furrowed his brow and commanded sharply, Fire Camel, use Flamethrower. Chi Song had discerned that the opposing Fire Chicken possessed the hidden ability Speed Boost, a formidable trait among elite abilities. He surmised that while the Fire Chicken's Speed Boost had not yet reached its maximum potential, should it do so, it would become exceedingly challenging to contend with. Thus, he resolved to end the battle swiftly. Prolonging a confrontation with a Pokémon that possessed Speed Boost would be an unwise strategy. Fire Camel let out a fierce roar, flames erupting with greater intensity than during its previous flare blitz. From its back, resembling volcanic craters, torrents of flames and rocks surged into the sky, accompanied by molten lava, the result of excessive heat melting the stones. As the lava-encased rocks were expelled from Fire Camel's back into the air, droplets of lava began to scatter in all directions. With its champion-level peak prowess, Chi Song estimated that Fire Camel could unleash hundreds of lava stones, descending at varying speeds and from diverse positions. The molten lava began to disperse. Should it land upon a target, the impact would be formidable indeed. Zivig Zelene, witnessing the overwhelming assault, called out with a grave expression. Fire Chicken, use Detect to dodge the falling lava stones. If unsuccessful, immediately execute Flare Blitz and launch an attack on Fire Camel. 7 stars Chiyan Hui, utilize Protect directly, otherwise, you won't withstand this strike. As Fire Camel unleashed Flamethrower, 7 stars Chiyan Hui's Dragon Pulse struck Fire Camel directly, for it did not evade the attack, resulting in the energy beam hitting its head. The pain elicited an enraged roar from Fire Camel, and the assault on its vital head triggered its hidden ability Rage Point. Rage Point. When a Pokémon with this ability is hit in a critical area, it enters a state of fury, amplifying its attack power to its utmost limit. Chi Song, observing the enraged and empowered Fire Camel, allowed a smile to form on his face. Meanwhile, the Fire Chicken focused fighting-type energy in its eyes, causing them to emit a faint glow as it surveyed the descending lava stones. In that moment, the Fire Chicken clearly discerned the trajectory and descent of each lava stone, a manifestation of the successful use of Detect. Protect, Detect, and Spiky Shield are moves that share a success rate, with each use diminishing the likelihood of success to 1/3 of the previous attempt, with a minimum success rate of 1 in 700. At this juncture, the Fire Chicken's fortune favored it remarkably well, achieving a 1/3 success rate, though the next attempt would only afford a mere 1/9 chance. Such probabilities are typically deemed too daunting for most trainers to attempt. The consequence of failure is to endure the merciless assaults of the opponent's Pokémon. As for the 7 Chiyan Hui, it was its first time employing the move Protect, and thus its form was swiftly enveloped by a shimmering shield. Witnessing this, Zivig Zelene could not contain her maniacal laughter as she exclaimed, Chiyan Song, what does it matter if your Fire Camel possesses immense strength? Even if it unleashes the formidable Flamethrower, it cannot vanquish my Blaziken and 7 Chiyan Hui. Ha! Beside her, Ruiqing also grinned widely, his gaze fixated on Chiyan Hui. Etching the visage of the red-haired man into his memory, he silently vowed that one day, he would personally sever the head of this man before him. Chapter 124, Fire Camel triggers hidden ability. Ruiqing's heart brimmed with reproach towards Chiyan Hui. I desire your shiny Charizard. Why resist? Why summon such a terrifyingly powerful ally? His life of privilege had gradually twisted his perspective. In his mind, he was superior. No, infinitely superior. Ordinary people were unworthy of comparison. Anything he desired, he believed he could acquire. Yet this time, he faced a setback, which solidified his resentment towards Chiyan Hui. Meanwhile, hidden away, Zhushan wore a frown, devoid of any joy. As a shadow of concern crossed his features, he realized with alarm that the Protect move of 7 Chiyan Hui was being disturbed by the molten rocks generated by Flamethrower, causing ripples across its surface. Suddenly, Zhushan's eyes widened in shock as he observed a fissure forming in the luminous shield surrounding 7 Chiyan Hui. This crack gradually widened and multiplied. The onlookers heard a series of sharp cracks, followed by an explosive sound as the shield shattered. The joy on Zivig Zelene and Ruiqing's faces instantly froze in horror as they gazed towards 7 Chiyan Hui. Once its shield dissipated, the creature was violently struck by the molten boulders, crashing to the ground and suffering from the scalding assault of magma. It emitted pitiful cries, despite its double resistance to fire-type moves. However, the might of this Flamethrower was overwhelming. The base power of Flamethrower is 150 points, though this is contingent on the user's full health, which in this instance was not significantly depleted. After its execution, the Fire Camel was struck on a critical spot by Dragon Pulse. Even if the Flamethrower's power was slightly less than 150 points, it still hovered around 130 points. Coupled with the same type bonus and the enhancement from a top-tier charcoal, the force of this Flamethrower surpassed 200 points. Even after factoring in the reduction when hitting 7 Chiyan, it remained above 100 points. Thus, the creature's plight was dire. Yet despair was not limited to Zivki Zilin and Ruiching. Chiyan Song merely smiled and remarked, "You might want to check on Blaziken's condition. It is not faring well either." Zivki Zilin and Ruiching quickly shifted their gaze to Blaziken, only to be met with the alarming sight of its detect move having expired. At that moment, Blaziken relied on its agility to evade the onslaught of molten boulders. The magma on the ground was searing, yet Blaziken's strongest asset lay in its legs. And being a fire-type Pokemon, it could endure. However, as the old saying goes, those who frequently walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. Prolonged defense must lead to a fall. Blaziken's speed was not exceptionally high. Even with the boost from its ability, it could not quite achieve the sensation of instantaneous movement. The sheer number of descending molten boulders, each varying in size, trajectory, and speed, introduced an overwhelming uncertainty. Consequently, Blaziken began to suffer from the impacts of the rocks. Though it was fortunate to possess a natural resistance to fire as a fire-type Pokemon, the damage inflicted by the molten boulders was halved, mitigated by Blaziken's inherent resilience. Nonetheless, even so, Blaziken found itself in a precarious predicament. At this moment, Zivki Zilin felt a pang of panic. Her combat experience was limited, especially in comparison to a seasoned trainer like Chiyan Song. While she could manage a straightforward battle, once at a disadvantage or in a predicament, their mental states diverged drastically. Zivki Zilin's mind was a tumultuous storm, uncertain whether to continue fighting or to flee with Blaziken. Blaziken's speed had become considerable, and if they chose to run, it seemed unlikely that Chiyan Song's Fire Camel and other Pokemon like the Great Wolfhound or Weezing could impede their escape. The only potential threat lay in the skies above, where a formidable Crobat hovered. However, it was only a beginner-level elite Pokemon and posed little danger to Blaziken. Yet the dilemma remained. What of Ruiching? Could Blaziken carry both of them? If they attempted to flee with two individuals, their escape would be significantly hindered. Choosing to continue the fight seemed equally daunting. Given Blaziken's current state, it appeared no match for the Fire Camel. Should Blaziken lose, the opportunity to escape would vanish entirely. As for Zhushan and the remaining trainers from the Zivki family, they were far from Zivki Zilin's considerations, as they were merely pawns bought with money. The Zivki family had only begun to rise during the reign of Zivki Mushin, transforming from an obscure small company into a renowned enterprise in the Hoenn region. The Zivki family had even dominated Kanas City, a leading metropolis in Hoenn. This success was attributed to Zivki Mushin, who was arguably more talented than his son, Dao. Without Zivki Mushin's guidance, Dao could never have achieved such accomplishments. Zivki Mushin's ability to elevate a small company and family to their current stature, without reliance on others, could truly be deemed extraordinary. Today, most trainers within the family had been recruited with wealth, and even if they were to perish, Zivki Zilin would remain unconcerned. With sufficient funds, she could simply hire another batch. Unaware of Zivki Zilin's thoughts, Chiyan Song called out, "Fire Camel, use Earthquake. Deliver the final blow to Blaziken and 7 Chiyan." The Fire Camel let out a thunderous roar, imbued with boundless authority and might. It raised its robust forelegs high, then slammed them down with tremendous force. At the moment its hooves struck the ground, time seemed to freeze, and an unprecedented shockwave emanated from the Fire Camel's massive form, surging outward like a tidal wave. This tremor was not merely a physical impact. It appeared to resonate with the very pulse of the earth, causing the entirety of the space to tremble. Chapter 125. The Death of Zivki Zilin and Ruiching. At this moment, the fire-spitting camel unleashed an earthquake of such immense power that it dwarfed the combined efforts of the flame chicken and the fire-spitting camel's previous earthquake attack. It was as if an ancient consciousness, dormant beneath the earth's crust, had been violently awakened, unleashing its wrath with an irresistible force. The ground was marred by grotesque fissures, akin to the claw marks of a colossal dragon, rapidly spreading and ripping apart the once solid earth into shattered fragments. From within these crevices, not only were clumps of soil and rock hurled into the air by the tremendous force, but massive boulders also rolled and leaped as if heralding the apocalypse. The air was thick with the scent of dust and debris, and wherever one looked, everything was upended by this cataclysmic power. Trees bent and broke, shrubs were uprooted, painting a scene both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Under this seismic assault, reminiscent of a dragon's mighty thrash, both the flame chicken and the Chishi bird suffered grievous injuries. At this moment, the fire-spitting camel, having triggered its hidden ability, reached the zenith of its offensive prowess. It could be said that the fire-spitting camel was now perilously close to champion-level strength. Faced with such overwhelming force, the flame chicken and the Chishi bird, already battered, found their remaining stamina completely obliterated by this extraordinary earthquake attack. Most notably, the flame chicken was doubly vulnerable to ground-type moves, resulting in the already formidable earthquake inflicting catastrophic damage. As for the Chishi bird, typically a flying-type Pokémon, it would have evaded the earthquake's effects had it been airborne. Yet, due to the prior onslaught of magma boulders from the fire-spitting camel's fiery assault, the Chishi bird was grounded and thus bore the full brunt of the earthquake. Meanwhile, Zivki was genuinely alarmed, fully aware that neither the flame chicken nor the Chishi bird could possibly escape unscathed from such a terrifying earthquake attack. She urgently whispered, "Desert Dragonfly, quickly, take me away from here at your swiftest speed." The Desert Dragonfly, a mere semi-champion level Pokémon, served as Zivki's mount. Upon receiving her command, the Desert Dragonfly attempted to flee. However, at that moment, a wheezing suddenly obstructed Zivki and the Desert Dragonfly's path. Under the overwhelming pressure of an intermediate-level champion, the Desert Dragonfly dared not move, realizing that a single misstep would invite a devastating attack from the opposing wheezing. As the earthquake subsided, the flame chicken and the Chishi bird lay unconscious on the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Should the assault continue in this state, it would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Nevertheless, Chiyan refrained from such an action. Instead, under the guidance of the Desert Dragonfly, he hovered a short distance behind Zivki and remarked coolly, "So, you wish to depart? It seems my previous words have not resonated with you." Zivki turned her head, her voice trembling with feigned bravado. "Chiyan, I am the younger sister of Zivki. If you dare to kill me, he will surely avenge my death." Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, Zhu Shan and a few astute trainers quietly began to withdraw. However, as they made their move, they found themselves encircled by a cadre of semi-champion level Pokémon. The would-be escapees were swiftly cut down. Seeing this, Zhu Shan knelt and cried out, "I surrender. I am willing to join the lava team. Please grant me a chance." Zhu Shan, having risen from humble origins, found no shame in pleading for his life. Survival was paramount. Having strived tirelessly to grow stronger, to join the Zivki family, and to break through to a semi-champion level, he was desperate to cling to life. Observing his plight, the other savvy Zivki family trainers followed suit, kneeling in supplication. Chiyan regarded them coldly, declaring, "Eliminate them all. Today's events must remain undisclosed." With his command, the Hidden Shadows began directing semi-champion level Pokémon to harvest the lives of these individuals. Zhu Shan, upon hearing this, attempted to resist, but in the next moment, he was cleaved in two by a Kingambit. On the back of the Desert Dragonfly, Zivki and Ruiqing trembled in fear at the sight. Yet, Zivki clung to a shred of pride from the Zivki family, and despite her quaking body, she defiantly shouted, "Chiyan, you may kill me, but my elder brother will certainly seek vengeance against your lava team. Do not think you can conceal this atrocity. The truth cannot be hidden forever. One day, my brother will discover that it was your lava team responsible. I will await your reckoning, Chiyan." Chiyan smirked coldly, "I await him." He then commanded, "Wheezing, use Sludge Bomb." Meanwhile, Ruiqing trembled, kneeling and begging for mercy, "Please spare me. I will do anything for my life." Yet, no one paid him any heed. Not even his own mother, Zivki. On the contrary, she looked at Ruiqing with a cold smile. A wretched spawn is but a wretched spawn. A wretched spawn for life. No sooner had she spoken than the wheezing sludge bomb struck, sending the Desert Dragonfly, Zivki and Ruiqing crashing to the ground. The Desert Dragonfly, though still capable of battle, cowered in a corner, having little emotional attachment to Zivki. It was merely a tool. Zivki and Ruiqing, however, were utterly lifeless. Meanwhile, the harvesters had nearly completed their grim task. Chiyan alighted from the Desert Dragonfly and began to scour Zivki and Ruiqing for Pokeballs and space packs. The grim act of pillaging the dead was familiar to Chiyan. It was how he amassed the formidable resources of the lava team. Rising from humble beginnings to become a prominent figure in the Hoenn region, he bore the weight of his struggles alone. Thus, the act of taking lives and stripping the fallen was a grim necessity for his ascent. Chapter 126. The 6V Aptitude Candlelight Spirit Egg. Chiyan Hui first seized the Pokeballs from Zivki Zelene's waist, capturing the Flame Chicken, Chishi Bird, Psychic Golem, and Desert Dragonfly, subsequently locking the Pokeballs to prevent their escape. He then called, "Hui, come here." Hui approached, having been let down earlier when Weezing commenced its assault. Upon reaching Chiyan Hui's side, he heard him say, "Hui, let us examine these two space packs. They belong to a wealthy family. We must scrutinize them carefully. Unknown items should be gathered together. However, be cautious, for these space packs may contain tracking devices." With that, Chiyan Hui handed Ruiching's space pack to Hui. Chiyan Hui spoke softly, "Yes, I understand. By the way, Dad, both the Blaziken and the Xerneas have peak qualifications in 6 categories, while the Claydol possesses peak qualifications in 5 categories and has reached the pinnacle of Quasi-King strength. Once we bring these Pokemon back, you might try to tame them. If that proves unsuccessful, we could resort to some means to use them as breeding stock." Chiyan Hui chuckled. "It seems my expedition has yielded significant rewards. Upon returning, I shall prioritize taming that Claydol. If unsuccessful, I will swiftly administer some medication to facilitate breeding, for this Pokemon possesses the rare ability of teleportation." As they conversed, both began to inspect the spatial packs belonging to Zivki Zelene and Ruiching, while Ailang and Aishan accompanied Huaying to gather the spatial packs from the trainers of the Zivki family. Chiyan Hui obtained Ruiching's spatial pack, which was considerably spacious, comparable in size to his own. Inside, he discovered a plethora of items, but his gaze was immediately drawn to an egg incubator containing a Pokemon egg. The Pokemon eggs carried by members of such prominent families were undoubtedly of high quality. Thus, Chiyan Hui promptly extracted the incubator and focused intently on it. The egg belonged to Litwick, a dual-type ghost and fire Pokemon, with the ability Infiltrator, hidden ability. This Pokemon can bypass the effects of Reflect, Light Screen, Mist, and Substitute, allowing it to attack through barriers or substitutes. The individual values were all perfect at 31 points across 6 categories. The base stats were as follows: HP, 50, Attack, 30, Defense, 55, Special Attack, 65, Special Defense, 55, Speed, 20, totaling 275 points. The inherited moves included Smog, Acid, Smokescreen, and Power Split. Upon seeing this Litwick, Chiyan Hui stood frozen, his lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. Observing his son's reaction, Chiyan Hui inquired with intrigue, "What is it? Have you come across something remarkable? At this rate, you would be jumping for joy if I weren't here." Chiyan Hui replied, "This Pokemon egg contains a Litwick with peak qualifications in 6 categories." Chiyan Hui pondered briefly. "It seems Litwick is not a Pokemon native to the Hoenn region. I believe I have heard that name before. Which region does it belong to?" Chiyan Hui, suppressing his excitement as he gazed at the Litwick egg, remarked, "It is a Pokemon from the Unova region, possessing both ghost and fire types, making it an excellent fit for my team. Dad, I shall claim this Litwick egg as my own. However, I am curious as to how this individual acquired a Litwick egg, considering the distance from Hoenn to Unova, with Sinnoh lying in between." Chiyan Hui suddenly held up a letter, stating, "Once you read this, it shall all become clear. Zivki Zelene has grand aspirations, planning to arrange a marriage between his son Ruiching and the Yu family from Unova. Moreover, Zivki Zelene is using his Blaziken's egg as a token of their engagement, while this Litwick egg was sent by the Yu family as a betrothal gift." Chiyan Hui took the letter and murmured, "Yu family. Could it be the same Yu family associated with the Elite Four member, Yuzu?" Due to his low volume, Chiyan Hui queried, "What did you say?" "Oh, nothing of consequence. Merely inquiring about the origins of the Yu family from Unova." Chiyan Hui responded. Chiyan Hui nonchalantly remarked, "What does it matter? Both individuals are deceased. They surely cannot trouble us in Hoenn, and they are unaware of our involvement in their demise." Continuing their search, Chiyan Hui suddenly produced several bottles and jars, laughing, "Huh, I told you, the members of these illustrious families must possess such valuable items." Chiyan Hui recognized at once that they were the very pills given to his Charmander shortly after its hatching. With this in mind, he promptly rummaged through Ruiching's spatial pack and, indeed, discovered similar pills, evidently prepared for the Litwick. Additionally, he found a top-tier dark stone, intended for use after Litwick evolves. Once it transforms into Lampent, it can evolve into Chandelure with the dark stone. This must have been part of the Yu family's gifts. Otherwise, Ruiching might not have known that a dark stone is required for Lampent's evolution. This was, after all, a top-tier dark stone. Evolution stones are categorized as low, middle, high, and top tiers. Although this top-tier stone is not as precious as the top-tier charcoal and other held items, it is only slightly less valuable. Furthermore, a top-tier evolution stone has the effect of slightly enhancing a Pokémon's qualifications, which the high-tier stone does not. Thus, top-tier evolution stones are exceedingly rare and often unavailable for purchase. Chiyan Hui decisively placed it into his own spatial pack. Although Litwick's qualifications were already at 6V, there remains a disparity even among Pokémon of the same 6V rating. Some Pokémon can only achieve a 6V qualification, while others merely display a maximum of 6V due to their inherent limitations. After reviewing these items, Chiyan Hui also discovered numerous technical machines within Ruiqing's spatial pack. A cursory glance revealed that they were primarily prepared for Litwick. Each Pokémon can learn dozens of moves, but as the saying goes, one cannot chew more than one can swallow. As one ascends to Quasi-King level, the breakthrough in a Pokémon's strength becomes intricately linked to the proficiency of their moves. Thus, it is essential to select the most crucial moves for training. Chapter 127. The Strategic Utilization of the Lava Team's Personnel. The reason Chiyan Hui had not allowed his Charmeleon and Leafeon to learn new moves through technical machines during this period was that, as they leveled up, they were also inheriting new moves from their DNA. It would be futile to learn new moves without mastering the ones they had inherited. Only when they have sufficiently honed their inherited moves should they proceed to learn new ones. This is a far more comfortable path to growth. In addition to the technical machines, Ruiqing's spatial pack was filled with a multitude of top-tier custom energy cubes, occupying a significant portion of its space. These top-tier energy cubes, being a fusion of ghost and fire types, are the most suitable sustenance for Litwick. Observing such an abundance of resources, Chiyan Hui clearly recognized what it means to be a member of an illustrious family. This was merely Ruiqing, a character who had not even been named in the original narrative. One can only imagine the vast resources that Zavuki Dahu would possess, likely countless times more than Ruiqing. Furthermore, Dahu also owns a shiny Metong, which ultimately evolves into a shiny Metagross. Truly, he is a person of immense wealth. After Chiyan Song finished examining Zavuki Zilean's spatial pack, he called out to Huaying and the others, "Hurry up. We must leave this place swiftly." The commotion from the recent battle was considerable, and Kanaz City is not far from here. The Zavuki family is likely already aware of our presence. "Yes, leader," Huaying and the others promptly responded. After everyone had tidied up, Chiyan Song and Chiyan Hui boarded the Desert Dragonfly, while Shuangdan Gas took along a Lang and a Shan. The Hokage swiftly departed atop his King Yen. On the back of the Desert Dragonfly, Chiyan Song inquired, "Hui, where do you intend to go next?" Chiyan Hui, not concealing his intentions, promptly replied, "I plan to head to Chimney Hill. There should be traces of Vulpix there. I aim to capture a Vulpix with hidden abilities to serve as the weather Pokémon for my team. In the midst of such intense outdoor battles, my opponents will not afford my Pokémon the opportunity to utilize weather moves. Hence, a Pokémon with the ability to summon sunlight is crucial." Chiyan Song murmured, "A Vulpix, huh?" Then, addressing Chiyan Hui, he continued, "If you search alone, it will be a tremendous waste of time, and you will struggle to encounter high-quality Vulpix. Here's the plan. I will instruct the Lava Team to scour the Hoenn region for high-quality Vulpix eggs or young specimens. Once they find any, I will employ all means necessary to procure them for you. Low-quality Vulpix are not worth the effort to train, as they would merely squander your time. Given your rapid growth and strength, if the Vulpix's quality is lacking, it will soon be unable to keep pace with your team's power. A gym leader level 9 utilizing sunlight to create clear skies will have a negligible effect on Pokémon at the quasi-champion level. Only a 9 of equal caliber can provide a significant boost to your future Charizard. Of course, you could also take a Lang and a Shan to try your luck on Chimney Hill, but be cautious. Although the volcano is currently dormant, it could erupt at any moment. I understand your desire to rely on yourself, but we must also strategically leverage our advantages. With so many members in the Lava Team, we cannot let them go to waste. We must utilize them." Chiyan Hui contemplated for a moment, then solemnly nodded, saying, "All right, Dad, I understand." He realized that seeking high-quality Vulpix on Chimney Hill was fraught with uncertainty. Not only the likelihood of capturing one, but even the chance of encountering a high-quality Vulpix was questionable. If it were so easy, Chiyan Hui wouldn't be the one to find it. Thus, his father Chiyan Song's suggestion seemed the most reliable. The role of the Lava Team became evident at this moment, as Chiyan Song viewed them as a means to bolster his strength, distinguishing between primary and secondary priorities. Upon hearing his father's words, Chiyan Hui recognized that his time was limited and that he should not waste it searching for high-quality Pokémon. It was likely that individuals like Daigo had never sought high-quality Pokémon themselves. Yet, that did not deter them from becoming one of the strongest trainers in the Pokemon world and a champion of their region. Seeing that Chiyan Hui had absorbed his advice, Chiyan Song smiled and said, "Then let me escort you to Chimney Hill. However, during this period, you must remain low profile. Zivachijimu's sister has passed away. He will likely embark on a relentless hunt for all surrounding trainers to uncover the circumstances. The traces left by my Blaziken using fire-type moves are too conspicuous. In the Hoenn region, only Blaziken and Torkoal can utilize fire-type moves, and my signature Pokemon is Blaziken. So the Zivachij family will soon discover my involvement. Therefore, I will instruct the Lava team to consolidate their forces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I will send most of our personnel to establish a black market on an overseas island, and we will also need manpower in the Johto region. Hence, you must keep a low profile for a while. Once the Litwick hatches, do not use it recklessly. While I am uncertain whether the Zivachij family is aware of the union between Zavuchiji Zeline and the Yu family from the Unova region, if the Yu family sends someone over, they will undoubtedly trace the Litwick's whereabouts. At that point, whoever uses the Litwick will be deemed the culprit. After you participate in the colorful conference, you can use the Litwick freely. By then, we will not fear exposure, for our Lava team is not to be trifled with. Moreover, after my Blaziken returns, it should break through to the champion level, and we will no longer need to worry about the Zivachij family or the Yu family. After hearing his father Chiyan Song's words, Chiyan Hui realized that this Litwick was indeed a hot potato. However, regardless of its potential risks, Chiyan Hui would not choose to relinquish it. He held no concern for the Yu family from the Unova region. Rather, his apprehension lay with the Zivachij family. Aside from himself, no one else seemed aware that a prodigious talent was emerging from the Zivachij family. With an unstoppable momentum akin to the rising sun, he would defeat all adversaries and become the champion trainer of the Hoenn region. This prodigy was none other than Zivachij Daigo. Chiyan Hui understood that encounters with this exceptional genius would likely be inevitable on his future path. Chapter 128. The first visit to Chimney Hill. Under Chiyan Song's guidance, everyone soon arrived at Chimney Hill. This majestic volcano, standing proudly in the northern central region of Hoenn, captivates countless adventurers and nature enthusiasts with its unique grandeur and mystery. Towering over 1,500 meters, it is not only a prominent geographical landmark, but also a spectacular sight in the natural world. On clear days, Chimney Hill appears awe-inspiring from afar. Its rugged terrain sculpted by the passage of time, with distinct layers and visible rock textures showcasing nature's artistry. The summit, shaped by prolonged weathering and volcanic activity, features a distinctive chimney-like opening, resembling the Earth's lung, silently narrating tales of past splendor and stillness. Though Chimney Hill currently lies dormant, it is not entirely silent. Occasionally, gentle volcanic ash wafts from the summit's crevices like a delicate mist, dispersing with the wind and cloaking the volcano in a veil of mystery. The ash glimmers in the sunlight, contrasting sharply with the azure sky and white clouds, creating a scene that is both magnificent and slightly melancholic. At the foot of the mountain, lush vegetation thrives, teeming with life. Various resilient plants find their niche here, entwined in rocky crevices or blanketing the ash-laden ground, exemplifying the tenacity and diversity of life. From time to time, various Pokémon flit about, infusing the area with vitality and energy. Chimney Hill. This was Chiyan Hui's first encounter with Chimney Hill. He had only seen photographs of it before. Yet photographs could never compare to the reality of Chimney Hill, revealing a significant disparity between the two. Chiyan Song directed the desert dragonfly to a suitable location and landed. "Ahui, I've thought it over. I will stay with you on Chimney Hill for a few days. Otherwise, I fear the Zivachij family may discover this place. And the environment here is particularly conducive for my Blaziken to reach the champion level. The success rate of a breakthrough here is likely higher than in other locations." Chiyan Song had considered whether to remain and protect Chiyan Hui for a few days. After all, the Zivachij family was undoubtedly in a state of fury. And if they discovered Chiyan Hui's whereabouts, it would be difficult for him to escape. Even with the protection of a champion-level Crobat, the situation remained precarious. Thus, Chiyan Song contemplated whether to stay for a while. Upon arriving at Chimney Hill and surveying the surrounding environment, his resolve to remain grew ever stronger. After all, such a place as Chimney Hill was indeed highly suitable for his fiery steed's breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Chiyan Hui smiled and remarked, "No problem, Dad." Chiyan Song then cheerfully instructed Elang, Aishan, find a suitable spot to set up the tents. Huang, take a stroll around and see if there are any dangerous wild Pokemon lurking nearby. We will be staying here at Chimney Hill for a while. Understood, leader. Huang, along with Elang and Aishan, promptly agreed and got to work. Chiyan Hui was not the kind of brainless wealthy heir often depicted in dramas, dismissing the need for bodyguards or protection, believing he could vanquish all foes. That would indeed be foolish. He understood all too well the uproar that would ensue from the death of Zivki's younger sister. Had Chiyan Song not suggested they stay, Chiyan Hui would have considered retreating to a secluded spot with A Lang and Ashan to avoid the storm. It was always wise to lay low. However, with his father, Chiyan Song present, they could train their Pokémon and search for the elusive Vulpix without concerns. Although his father had previously mentioned dispatching members of the Lava Team to seek out high-quality Vulpix, a stroke of luck would not go amiss. Moreover, Chimney Hill was one of the favored locales for Fire-type Pokémon. Not only would they encounter Vulpix, but also Coal Turtle, Magcargo, and even the possibility of encountering Torchic. Chiyan Hui harbored deep suspicions that the legendary Pokémon Groudon from the Hoenn region was concealed within Chimney Hill. Though Groudon was primarily a ground type, its primal form was dual-typed as ground and fire, indicating a strong affinity for fire-type traits within its genetics. The combination of earth and fire naturally conjured images of magma. Therefore, it seemed reasonable to surmise that Groudon's preferred habitat would be a volcano. Indeed, Chimney Hill was the largest and most renowned volcano in the Hoenn region. Chiyan Hui speculated that Groudon might very well be nestled within the depths of Chimney Hill, absorbing the volcanic energy to grow stronger while also finding comfort in its slumber. Just as Chiyan Hui was lost in thought gazing at Chimney Hill, he felt a sudden pat on his shoulder and heard Chiyan Song say, "What are you pondering so intently?" Chiyan Hui continued to gaze at Chimney Hill and replied, "This Chimney Hill is the largest volcano in the Hoenn region, is it not?" Chiyan Song nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, it is. My Magcargo was obtained here at Chimney Hill. At the time, it was merely a newly hatched slugma. I invested quite a bit of effort to capture it." As he spoke, Chiyan Song produced Pokeballs containing severely injured Pokemon, such as Blaziken and Swellow, releasing Magcargo and Houndoom first, followed by Blaziken and others. "Hui, let your Ditto transform into human form, and use Healing Spray to assist these Pokemon. Then have Ditto feed them some healing potions and berries. They must not perish." Chiyan Hui paused for a moment before chuckling. "You truly are thoughtful, Dad. To have Ditto assist in their healing." Chiyan Song retorted, "Isn't that obvious? Should I have you personally attend to their injuries? Bear in mind that their trainer has just been slain. If they regain consciousness, their first instinct will undoubtedly be to attack us. Otherwise, do you think I called out Magcargo and Houndoom for no reason? Most Pokemon possess only one trainer throughout their lives. Even if I were to forcefully tame them, I would not dare to use them freely. If one day they were to turn against me, I, a mere mortal, could not withstand their might. Thus, my plan is to heal them and, after some time, return them to Lava Island. I shall administer some medication to facilitate their breeding with other Pokemon. The resulting eggs will be safe for us to utilize. This is a common practice among all families and factions." Chiyan Song continued, "Of course, some individuals are unafraid of such risks, preferring to tame and employ fully grown Pokemon, seeking instant success without the need for nurturing. Every family or faction typically controls one or more Pokemon populations, selecting high-quality specimens for breeding. For instance, our Lava Team manages a pack of Houndoom and a swarm of Zubat. Once my Magcargo ages, I too will have it breed. As producing eggs is quite taxing on a Pokemon's innate potential, regardless of whether they are male or female. Although there is no definitive evidence, it seems that Pokemon that have laid eggs experience a depletion of their potential, making further breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Hence, I have refrained from allowing my Magcargo to breed." This was the first time Chiyan Hui had learned of such information. He had been completely unaware of it before, and it was not documented in any books. "Dad, where did you acquire this knowledge? Is it reliable?" Chiyan Song's expression turned serious as he replied, "I stumbled upon this knowledge from members of those prominent families. And this information is shrouded in secrecy, known to very few. Since I became aware of it, I have instructed Huaying, Huayan, and Huasiyuan not to allow their Pokemon to breed and produce eggs. If they must, they should wait until the Pokemon strength is firmly established and unlikely to increase further." Chiyan Hui took a moment, sensing the gravity of this revelation. It seemed those prominent families were intent on deceiving unsuspecting civilian trainers ignorant of this knowledge. While fortunate civilian trainers would continue to appear periodically, those unaware of this information who allowed their Pokemon to breed would see their potential severely diminished, making it challenging to ascend to higher tiers. Chiyan Hui inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, "Dad, I understand. I will not allow my Pokemon to breed or produce eggs." Chiyan Song appreciated Chiyan Hui's willingness to heed counsel. "Hui, during this period, You can confidently train your Pokémon and explore Chimney Hill. I will ensure that Houndoom and Weezing remain vigilant for any movements from the Zifke family. Should they detect any presence from the Zifke family, they will sound the alarm. However, do not be overly concerned. Zifke Mukin's strength is likely on par with mine, both at the pinnacle of the Elite Four. Even if he were to confront us directly, I can certainly protect you both. Furthermore, the Pokémon Zifke Mukin specializes in our steel types, which my Magcargo has a type advantage over, so there is little to worry about. Once my Magcargo achieves its breakthrough, we need not regard the Zifke family with any trepidation. Chiyan Hui nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand, Dad. However, he could not divulge to his father that the true threat posed by the Zifke family was not Zifke Mukin, but rather Zifke Daigo. After all, during this period, Daigo had yet to gain any notoriety. Chiyan Hui had even considered preventing the Lava Team from discovering Daigo's whereabouts, allowing his father, Chiyan Song, to deal with him. Yet upon further reflection, he realized that Daigo would undoubtedly be guarded by his father Zifke Mukin's Pokémon. The Fiery Pine has a substantial likelihood of vanquishing Daigo, yet first, there must be knowledge of Daigo's whereabouts, along with a readiness to become arch-enemies of the Zuwok family. Should Daigo perish, the Zuwok family would undoubtedly descend into madness, pursuing the Lava Team with reckless abandon. With their profound resources, the Zuwok family could easily enlist the Hoenn League's aid to besiege the Lava Team. Unlike the dark organizations of other regions, the Lava Team lacks the capability to withstand the League's might. After all, the Hoenn League is dominantly shared between the Lava Team and the Ocean Team. Once the League turns its attention towards the Lava Team, the Ocean Team would certainly not remain passive, joining forces with the League to strike against the Lava Team. At that juncture, survival for the Lava Team in the Hoenn region would become untenable. Though Zuwok Mushin's younger sister has met her demise, he still has Daigo. He will not completely lose his sanity, but rather place his hopes upon Daigo. Therefore, Daigo must not die. If the Lava Team were to eliminate Daigo, the Zuwok family would stop at nothing to drag the Lava Team into the abyss. Daigo represents the Zuwok family's hope, while the Lava Team's hope resides solely in Chiyan Hui. Although Chiyan Hui acknowledges that Daigo is a formidable player, he too possesses the potential to rise, and he refuses to believe that a mere novice could possibly be outmatched by a seasoned veteran. Moreover, Chiyan Hui himself is capable of substantial investment. The resources afforded by the Lava Team are unlikely to pale in comparison to those of Daigo. With Daigo commanding a shiny Metagross, Chiyan Hui possesses a shiny Charizard, and the Sunny Day Team can effectively counter many of Daigo's Pokémon. Thus, after careful deliberation, Chiyan Hui refrained from disclosing Daigo's existence to his father. He harbors confidence in his ability to confront Daigo and emerge as the strongest trainer in the Hoenn region. Having traversed into the Pokémon world, blessed with a remarkable father, and equipped with an ability to discern Pokémon potential, he cannot allow himself to falter against Daigo and fail to dominate the Hoenn region. Clenching his fist, he silently vowed, Daigo, let us see who shall ultimately prevail. In Kanas City, within the Zuwok family estate, Zuwok Mushin sat in his chair, his hair completely white, a testament to his advanced age, while Daigo remained youthful. Despite his white hair, he bore no visible signs of aging on his face, exuding an imposing presence as he regarded the elder before him. This elder had served as the family's steward since the Zuwok family was still modest in stature. Master, I dispatched personnel to scout the battleground. The combatants were at least of the Elite Four level, likely at the pinnacle of that strength. The area within several hundred meters has been utterly devastated. He presented a tablet displaying the captured videos and photographs. Zuwok Mushin accepted the device and began to scrutinize the footage. His pupils constricted upon witnessing the ground, resembling a volcano's aftermath, and he quickly navigated back, enlarging the images for a closer examination. Upon seeing the remnants that appeared akin to cooled magma, a grave expression settled upon his face. Chapter 130. The Zuwok family's response. The steward continued, Master, this cooled magma-like substance spans a considerable expanse, likely the result of a Pokémon employing a fire-type move. However, it is not definitive. It could also be the handiwork of Pokémon like Slugma or Magby, which thrive in lava. Given their fiery temperatures, they could feasibly produce such formations. Yet, the most probable culprits remain the likes of Camerupt, Coalossal, or the regional beast, Typhlosion, utilizing their fire-type moves. Based on intelligence, only these three Pokémon can execute fire-type moves. And to achieve such a vast area of destruction, they must possess at least Elite Four level strength. In Hoenn, trainers capable of nurturing these Pokémon to Elite Four status are exceedingly rare, with the most renowned being Chiyan Hui of the Lava Team, whose ace Pokémon is a Camerupt. After delivering this information, the steward fell silent, having relayed all he knew. The determination of who was responsible would rest upon Zuwak Mushin's judgment. However, after a moment's hesitation, the steward added, "Additionally, I must inform you that Miss Celine, along with young Master Ruiqing and several family trainers, has not yet returned. I have attempted to contact them, but none have responded. It is likely that they have." The steward's voice trailed off, but Zuwak Mushin discerned the implication. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly inquired, "Has no one responded? Not even the trainers who left with them?" "Indeed, master." The elder steward replied respectfully, bowing his head. Zuwak Mushin gripped the arms of his chair tightly, veins protruding as he suppressed his fury. "Send more personnel to the battleground. Dispatch additional agents and initiate a thorough search for any traces radiating outward from the conflict's epicenter. I demand to know whether Celine and the others are alive or dead. And for the time being, do not inform Daigo. He is in a critical phase of rapid growth. We cannot allow these matters to distract him. He is the future of our Zuwak family, and nothing must hinder his progress. Understood?" After Chiyan Hui eliminated those individuals, he commanded his camera to use earthquake, burying them beneath the ground, granting them a semblance of burial while also buying precious time for himself and his companions to escape. The first batch of scouts from the Zuwak family dared not approach the site, opting instead to capture video and photographs from a distance, fearing for their lives. Should any combatants remain, their presence would be tantamount to a death wish. Upon hearing this, the elder steward immediately responded, "Yes, master." Once the elder departed, a veil of sorrow enveloped Zuwak Mushin's countenance, for he understood all too well that his beloved sister had likely perished. While he knew her strength had reached the elite level, the specifics eluded him. Following the disappearance of her husband, her temperament had grown increasingly peculiar, her methods more ruthless, and she had ceased seeking his company. Nevertheless, Mushin never forgot that she was his sister. "Sister, rest assured, whoever has taken your life shall pay dearly." As he uttered these words, a fierce determination shone in Zuwak Mushin's eyes, a vow to achieve his goal without relent. Meanwhile, Daigo was diligently training his Pokémon on the back mountain of the Zuwak family estate. His shiny iron beldam had evolved into a shiny metong, drawing ever closer to its final evolution. Moreover, Daigo was not solely focused on training this Pokémon. He was also nurturing a Kecleon, a Skarmory, and a Claydol. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the fate that had befallen his aunt and cousin, Ruiqing. Daigo was joyfully honing his Pokémon, buoyed by his father's promise that should he elevate his Pokémon to gym leader status, he would be permitted to embark on a journey to excavate the stones he so desired. His passion for training Pokémon does not stem from a genuine love for them. Rather, his true affection lies in delving into caves to unearth rare and peculiar stones. It is this pursuit that ignites his fervor. To fulfill this aspiration, he reluctantly resorts to training Pokémon. Currently, the Pokémon he is training have all been sourced for him by the Zavosi family. There exists a cave on the mountainside that is home to a group of Boscodora, alongside a few Iron Beldum, Metong, and Metagross, albeit in limited numbers. Thus, it can be concluded that this cave is inhabited by two distinct groups. This is the legacy of the Zavosi family, a testament to the foundation laid by Zavosi Mushin from nothing. In times past, the Zavosi family was not even worthy of possessing a Pokémon group. It was only in Zavosi Mushin's generation that he led the family to grow and prosper, ultimately acquiring a Pokémon group, including even the Metagross, though in scant numbers. He has sacrificed greatly for these achievements. The news of a battle between elite-level trainers erupting in the forest near Canas City quickly reached the Hoenn League. In response, the League's president, Damaranchi, convened the 4 elite members of the Hoenn League. However, only 3 of them were present, as the Dragon-type elite, Genji, was still navigating the seas surrounding the Hoenn region and could not attend the meeting. Damaranchi, glancing around, did not harbor any expectations for Genji's attendance. He turned to the Dark-type elite, Huiwe, the Ghost-type elite, Furong, and the Ice-type elite, Bonnie, and began to speak. A fierce battle between elite trainers has emerged in the forest near Canas City. The identities of the combatants remain unclear at this moment. Regardless of who they are, we must investigate and issue a warning that the Hoenn League is the ultimate authority in this region, and our rules must be upheld. Who among you will take charge of this matter? Upon hearing this, the 3 elites fell into silence. No one was eager to undertake such a thankless task. Observing their reticence, Damaranchi sighed and declared, "If none of you will speak up, I shall appoint someone." After a brief pause, he pointedly addressed Huiwe, stating, "Huiwe, you will lead a team of League inspectors to investigate." Chapter 131. Dispatching Huiwe to investigate the battle near Canas City. The Dark-type elite, Huiwe, stood at an age resembling the early autumn leaves, straddling the threshold between youthful exuberance and mature adulthood. His hairstyle was distinctive, with the sides shaved clean, leaving only a tuft at the crown, reminiscent of a rebellious youth's mohawk. His attire was equally unique, with form-fitting pants clinging to his physique and a pair of avant-garde loafers adorning his feet, projecting an image that combined the essence of a streetwise youth with the nonchalance of a rogue. However, this was not merely a superficial appearance. It bore the imprint of his past life. Huiwei, the dark-type elite, was indeed once a rogue himself. However, as his strength grew, he was recruited by the Pokémon League and now stands as one of the 4 elites. His ascent to this position is intrinsically tied to his own prowess. And he is, in fact, the one with the weakest background among the 4, possessing none at all. Damaranchi chose to assign him this task precisely because of his lack of connections, making him easier to manipulate. Upon hearing Damaranchi's words, Huiwei glanced at his fellow elites. The ghost-type Furong and the ice-type Bonnie sighed and said, "Very well, President, I will head over there now." With that, Huiwei rose decisively and exited the conference room. Truth be told, he found himself regretting joining the Pokémon League. The freedom he once enjoyed felt far more comfortable than the constraints imposed upon him now. Not only was he bound by the League's regulations, but he also had to endure the disdain of others. It seemed that whenever such situations arose, it was always Huiwei who was sent to handle them. Among the 4 elites, Genji, due to his overwhelming strength, had become the most formidable figure within the Pokémon League, giving him the leverage to disregard Damaranchi's orders. Furong, the ghost-type elite, was said to possess an extraordinarily impressive background, having ascended to the rank of elite without any notable achievements. In contrast, Huiwei had to overcome numerous challenges, defeating many elite trainees before attaining his current status. Lastly, Bonnie, the ice-type elite, was rumored to be from another region, having journeyed great distances to cultivate Pokémon, with whispers suggesting she belonged to a prominent family from her homeland. Thus, among the 4 elites, it was indeed Huiwei who was most easily managed by Damaranchi. Leading a contingent of League inspectors, Huiwei quickly set off. Given their numbers, they could only travel by flying-type Pokémon. The Pokémon League headquarters was located in Saito City, situated on the easternmost islands of the Hoenn region, rendering it quite distant from Kanas City. This was precisely why Huiwei was reluctant to embark on this journey. The trip alone would consume a considerable amount of time, requiring him to endure the elements. Had he been leading a smaller group, they could have utilized the internal teleportation abilities of the League's psychic Pokémon. However, the large number of inspectors made it impossible for the internal psychic Pokémon to transport them all at once. Moreover, as a dark-type elite, Huiwei was naturally disliked by all psychic Pokémon, leaving him without any in his possession. Even if he attempted to cultivate one, it would be challenging for it to heed his commands. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have easily raised a psychic Pokémon capable of teleportation. Chimney Mountain. While both the Zavosi family and the Hoenn League were drawn to the clash between Chiyan Song and Zavosi Zeline, dispatching personnel to investigate the matter, Chiyan Hui, Along, and Ashen were engaged in training atop Chimney Mountain. The trio released their Pokémon to battle the various wild Pokémon inhabiting the mountain during the day, reserving the nights for special training. Chiyan Song, meanwhile, was with his Charizard, training at the lava pool at the summit of Chimney Mountain. Huiying was stationed at the mountain's perimeter, keeping watch to ensure that no enemies approached undetected, as it would be disastrous if Chiyan Song and the others were caught unaware. In such circumstances, Chiyan Hui and his companions could train with peace of mind. At that moment, Chiyan Hui carried an egg of the Candlelight Spirit and commanded his Charmeleon and Leafeon to search for wild Pokémon on Chimney Mountain. The Zubat hovered silently above him, providing steadfast protection. Following a battle at the Rock-type gym, Charmeleon had unlocked its potential and rapidly absorbed the energy stored within, quickly reaching the pinnacle of its entry-level stage. In the environment of Chimney Mountain, Charmeleon was particularly invigorated, remaining in a state of excitement after emerging from its Pokeball. The threshold of the entry-level pinnacle posed no challenge for Charmeleon. A single battle, a meal, or even a good night's sleep could easily propel it to the next level. In the warm glow of the setting sun, Chiyan Hui, accompanied by his Charmeleon and Leafeon, swiftly stumbled upon a wild Pokémon. It was a sleeping coal turtle, nestled comfortably in the serene surroundings of Chimney Mountain. Given the idyllic environment, it was entirely natural for the coal turtle to indulge in slumber. This particular Pokémon bore a resemblance to a land tortoise, predominantly adorned in shades of orange-brown, with each limb and its elongated neck featuring a distinctive black-gray ring. Each foot was equipped with 3 claws, and a short tail protruded from its rear. The shell was primarily black-gray, embellished with 5 fiery red depressions, and crowned by a small aperture at the top. Chiyan Hui's attention was immediately captured. This was a seasoned coal turtle, albeit with subpar attributes, as none of its individual values reached the commendable threshold of 31. Furthermore, its ability was not the desired solar power, but rather the less impressive white smoke. White smoke. Under ordinary circumstances, its capabilities would not be diminished by the moves or abilities of opponents or allies. For instance, moves like Intimidate or abilities like Intimidate. Although there was no pressing need to capture it, it would serve as a commendable opponent for Charmeleon. Charmeleon, unleash Spark to rouse the coal turtle, commanded Chiyan Hui. Charmeleon promptly exhaled a rapid succession of sparks, striking the slumbering coal turtle. The sudden disturbance jolted the coal turtle awake, and with a display of morning grumpiness, it surveyed its surroundings before fixing its gaze upon Charmeleon, emitting a series of furious roars as if to question, "Why have you attacked me?" Chiyan Hui called out, "Coal turtle, let us battle. Regardless of the outcome, I shall reward you with a portion of Pokémon food." Chapter 132, Enticing the Coal Turtle with Pokémon Food. As he spoke, Chiyan Hui produced a delectable morsel of Pokémon food, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, undoubtedly captivating the coal turtle, which had never experienced such a luxurious treat. Most often, it toiled tirelessly, excavating coal and stashing it within its shell to burn for energy, which also served as sustenance. Now, having the rare opportunity to rest and indulge, the coal turtle, despite being disturbed by Charmeleon, nodded appreciatively at the prospect of the Pokémon food. Noticing this, Chiyan Hui's face lit up with a smile, for it was a part of his carefully crafted plan. After all, he would not have been so courteous as to offer it a portion of Pokémon food otherwise. Charmeleon, employ Dragon Breath. Charmeleon inhaled deeply and expelled a soft purple breath, swiftly aiming it at the coal turtle. Unfazed, the coal turtle retracted its head and limbs into its shell, then unleashed a torrent of flames through the openings in its shell, spinning rapidly towards Charmeleon. This was the coal turtle's flamethrower move. The Dragon Breath swiftly collided with the spinning shell, momentarily slowing its momentum as the flamethrower pressed forward against the Dragon Breath, gradually advancing towards Charmeleon. After a fierce exchange, Charmeleon bore numerous scratches and stood panting heavily. Meanwhile, the coal turtle succumbed, losing all battle capability. The disparity in their species values significantly favored the coal turtle, compounded by the fact that Charmeleon's fire-type moves were halved in effectiveness against it, rendering it challenging for Charmeleon to inflict damage. The most vexing aspect for Charmeleon was the coal turtle's exceptionally high defense. Even its strongest moves caused minimal harm. Fortunately, after a grueling battle, Charmeleon ultimately emerged victorious over the coal turtle. Upon confirming the outcome, Chiyan Hui immediately released Ditto. Ditto, transform into my likeness and assist the coal turtle with a healing spray while I attend to Charmeleon. Ditto nodded in understanding, then morphed into Chiyan Hui's form, taking the healing spray from his hands to tend to the coal turtle. After administering the spray, Ditto provided some berries and medicine, restoring a measure of vitality to both Charmeleon and the coal turtle. Chiyan Hui placed the Pokémon food upon the ground, stating, "Coal turtle, this is the Pokémon food I promised you. You may partake." The coal turtle, filled with excitement, hurried to the side of the Pokémon food, inhaled its enticing scent, and began to eat with fervor. With its first bite, the coal turtle immediately experienced the essence of deliciousness, reveling in an indulgent delight that made its eyes narrow in bliss. Once the coal turtle finished, Chiyan Hui, beaming with joy, inquired, "Coal turtle, do you know where in Chimney Mountain I might find Vulpix? If you share this information with me, I shall reward you with another portion of Pokémon food." Hearing this, the coal turtle instinctively licked its lips. Though it was now satiated, the prospect of another serving of Pokémon food was too tempting to resist. Moreover, as the inquiry pertained to Vulpix, which was not one of its own kind, there was no harm in revealing the information. Having reached this conclusion, the coal turtle nodded eagerly, then turned its body and extended its head to point in the southwestern direction. Observing this, Chiyan Hui's smile widened. This was precisely the outcome he had sought. Instead of blindly searching, the advantage of gaining insight from a fellow Pokémon was invaluable. "Thank you, coal turtle," exclaimed Chiyan Hui, as he produced another portion of Pokémon food and placed it on the ground. He then continued on his journey with Charmeleon and Leafeon. Chiyan Hui did not intend to immediately pursue Vulpix's whereabouts. Rather, he planned to traverse the area thoroughly today, scrutinizing the surrounding terrain. Vulpix was a relatively rare Pokémon, not one easily found in abundance. Upon reaching the southwestern area of Chimney Mountain as indicated by the coal turtle, Chiyan Hui found no trace of Vulpix but did come across 2 Magcargo. Both were seasoned Pokémon, prompting Chiyan Hui to send out Charmeleon and Leafeon for a double battle training session. After an arduous struggle, the two Magcargo were ultimately incapacitated. Chiyan Hui employed his usual method, allowing Ditto to assist with their healing, followed by presenting them with 2 portions of Pokémon food. Once they had feasted, he said enticingly, "I have come here in search of Vulpix's whereabouts, and I shall return to this location tomorrow. Should you provide me with information about Vulpix then, I will reward each of you with a portion of Pokémon food." The two Magcargo, having savored the Pokémon food, were immediately captivated, nodding eagerly in agreement. They resolved to thoroughly investigate the traces of Vulpix during the night, having previously encountered it without noting its dwelling. Satisfied with the Magcargo's agreement, Chiyan Hui returned. Understanding that battles require moderation, Charmeleon and Leafeon had not yet fully recovered from their injuries. Continuing to battle would not only diminish their effectiveness, but could also exacerbate their wounds, risking permanent damage. At their current stage, both Charmeleon and Leafeon were still developing, and thus, excessive training or combat was inadvisable. Upon returning to the campsite, Chiyan Hui discovered that Alung and Ashen had yet to return, which was to be expected. Their Pokémon were at the peak of professional or gym-level strength, and it was unlikely they would encounter worthy opponents on the outskirts of Chimney Mountain. They needed to venture deeper into the mountain to find suitable challengers. Releasing Charmeleon and Leafeon, Chiyan Hui meticulously began to tend to their injuries, having previously only performed cursory treatment. Now, he would ensure a thorough and careful healing process. As the fiery glow of the sunset began to fade, Alang and Ashan returned. Alang exclaimed with excitement, "Hey, Huiji, you mentioned wanting a Vulpix, right? I encountered 2 within the confines of Chimney Mountain and captured them for you. However, I am uncertain of their potential. We will need to assess that." With that, Alang presented 2 Pokeballs to Chiyan Hui. Chiyan Hui paused momentarily, then smiled, saying, "All right, I shall take these for now and teleport back to Lava Island to evaluate their qualities." He then released the Vulpix contained within the Pokeballs. Amidst the flickering white light, 2 Vulpix, entirely enveloped in a vibrant orange hue, materialized before him. Their levels were relatively modest, only at the novice stage, indicating they were likely offspring of a more powerful parent. It appeared that Alang had triumphed over the Vulpix's parent, a Ninetales, before capturing these 2. Chiyan Hui scrutinized the Vulpix, noting their acceptable potential, one with 1V and the other with 3V. Though they did not meet his personal standards, they would serve well for point exchanges within the Lava team for his teammates. After reviewing, Chiyan Hui stored the 2 Vulpix back in their Pokeballs. Ashan, scratching the back of his head a bit sheepishly, said, "Huiji, I couldn't find any trace of Vulpix, but I will continue searching tomorrow." Chiyan Hui chuckled as he patted Ashan on the shoulder. "I am already grateful for your efforts in helping me search. Just do your best. By the way, you need not focus solely on Vulpix. If you come across a coal turtle with exceptional potential, feel free to capture it. Even if I do not require it, it can be exchanged for points within the Lava team, which can then be redeemed for any items or young Pokémon you desire, including eggs and so forth." The same applies to the 2 Vulpix. Alang responded cheerfully, "Of course, I have no objections. Huiji, you are looking out for us." Ashan nodded in silence before heading off to prepare a meal, while Chiyan Hui and Alang began tending to their Pokémon. The Fire Master emerged from the woods, and Chiyan Hui greeted him immediately, "Brother Huang," to which Alang and Ashan respectfully called out, "Lord Huang." The Fire Master acknowledged them with a nod and smiled. "Hui, how did today's training go?" Chiyan Hui beamed. "It went splendidly. My Charmeleon should be on the verge of advancing to the senior level. It worked exceedingly hard today, defeating 2 senior-level Pokémon." The Fire Master nodded, then added, "Hui, during this period, your father intends to remain at the summit of Chimney Mountain, awaiting the breakthrough of his Blaziken. After dinner, I shall take a meal up to him." Chiyan Hui fully understood Chi Yen-song's decision. The breakthrough of Blaziken was indeed crucial, and he wished to eliminate any unforeseen circumstances, thus choosing to stay at the mountain's peak. After the meal, the Fire Master took a portion of food to Chi Yen-song at the summit, while Chiyan Hui and his companions commenced training their Pokémon. At this pivotal moment for Blaziken's breakthrough, Chi Yen-song was not only monitoring its condition, but also warding off other Pokémon to prevent any disturbances. While such interruptions were generally rare, Chi Yen-song opted to remain vigilant at the summit until Blaziken succeeded in its advancement. The searing heat of the magma seemed inconsequential to Blaziken, who relished its time within the molten depths, akin to soaking in a warm bath, absorbing waves of heat and energy into its body. Presently, Blaziken was gathering energy in the magma, anticipating the moment of its breakthrough. The following day, As Chiyan Hui released Charmeleon and Leafeon for breakfast, he suddenly realized that Charmeleon had indeed advanced to the senior level, reaching level 30. This also indicated that Charmeleon had inherited the ability to use the flamethrower technique from its DNA. Chiyan Hui excitedly ruffled Charmeleon's head, saying, "Well done, Charmeleon. This morning, I'll treat you to extra food. Eat as much as you desire." Charmeleon's eyes gleamed with joy, its tail wagging merrily. After breakfast, Chiyan Hui approached Charmeleon and remarked, "You must have grasped the technique of flamethrower by now, as it is etched into your DNA. You should have developed a certain level of proficiency. Show me how you can use it on that rock over there." Charmeleon, suddenly serious, began to channel its fire-type energy. It opened its mouth, slowly forming a fireball, which gradually expanded. With a sudden exhalation, a column of flame erupted, striking the rock with force. Chiyan Hui applauded, "Excellent. Charmeleon, keep it up. Let us try again, but this time, condense the energy more swiftly." Seeing the success of its flamethrower technique, Charmeleon, filled with confidence, began to gather fire-type energy once more, executing the flamethrower again, this time at a much quicker pace. As Charmeleon seemed eager to continue, Chiyan Hui promptly intervened. "That's enough for now, Charmeleon. Flamethrower requires a significant amount of energy, and at your current level, you cannot use it too many times before exhausting yourself. When training this technique, you must carefully internalize the method of using flamethrower, simulating the experience in your mind, and savor every sensation during each execution. This is a technique you can wield for a lifetime. It requires dedicated practice." Charmeleon nodded resolutely, understanding the significance of flamethrower. It was now its most potent technique, and the thrill of unleashing flames was intoxicating. "Good, as long as you understand. We will resume training tonight. First, we must head southwest of Chimney Mountain to search for the traces of Vulpix. I have made arrangements with those 2 lava snails. Let us hope they provide some surprises." With that, Chiyan Hui set off with Charmeleon, Leafeon, and the Zubat flying overhead. Alang and Aishan also advanced towards the inner confines of Chimney Mountain, intending to assist Chiyan Hui in locating a Vulpix or a coal turtle with remarkable potential. Before embarking, Chiyan Hui shared with them various methods to distinguish between coal turtles and Vulpix. The simplest method was, of course, their abilities. Any coal turtle or Vulpix with the solar power ability would summon an artificial sun, creating clear weather upon entering battle. Hence, Chiyan Hui advised them to capture any Pokémon with such abilities, regardless of their potential, whether for breeding or to be utilized by the Lava Team members. Such captures were wise choices. After all, sometimes a child's potential might not surpass that of its parents. Thus, if no high-potential offspring were available, capturing high-potential parents for breeding might yield a top-tier Pokémon egg. Hatching from an egg was one of the easiest ways to forge a bond with Pokémon. Pokémon hatched under such circumstances would remain loyal for life, following their trainer to the end without regret. Chapter 134. The Search for Vulpix's Traces. Following the path from yesterday, Chiyan Hui swiftly arrived at the designated meeting spot agreed upon with the lava snails. Upon arrival, Chiyan Hui discovered that 2 lava snails had long been waiting here. As they spotted Chiyan Hui approaching, their small eyes widened suddenly, brimming with excitement. Chiyan Hui immediately inquired, "Have you found any traces of the 6-tailed fox?" The 2 lava snails nodded in unison and gestured with their heads towards a certain direction. Observing this, Chiyan Hui produced 2 portions of Pokémon food and placed them before them. "All right, thank you." The lava snails, however, did not consume the food. Instead, they let out a couple of calls, and soon a lava worm cautiously emerged from behind a rock. After glancing at Chiyan Hui, Charmeleon, and Leafeon, it slowly crawled to the 2 portions of Pokémon food and began to eat carefully. Chiyan Hui watched this in surprise, then smiled gently, producing another portion of Pokémon food to place on the rock. Without uttering a word, he departed with Charmeleon and Leafeon, following the direction indicated by the lava snails. After walking for a while, Chiyan Hui suddenly heard bursts of laughter ahead. He immediately slowed his pace and cupped his hand over his mouth, signaling Charmeleon and Leafeon to be quieter. Even the Zubat flying above was called down by Chiyan Hui to fly at a lower altitude. Hiding behind a rock, he cautiously peered ahead. A few vibrant red Vulpix were frolicking there, as they were inherently cheerful Pokémon that delighted in play. The laughter he had heard earlier was merely their playful banter. Vulpix is a small quadrupedal Pokémon resembling a fox, adorned with reddish-brown fur and amber-like eyes devoid of pupils, complemented by large pointed ears with deep brown interiors. It boasts 6 curled orange tails and a tuft of curled orange fur atop its head. At birth, it possesses a single snow-white tail, which, as it matures, divides and gains color, ultimately resulting in 6 tails. Vulpix has a creamy white belly, brown claws, and light brown paw pads. Chiyan Hui scrutinized each Vulpix, exhaling a sigh afterward. The most impressive among them was a Vulpix with a 3V potential, still far from his desired minimum of 5V. To nurture a capable weather setter, it must at least keep pace with the Team S level. Otherwise, what is the point of training? If his Charizard were at the elite level while the Ninetales lingered at the quasi-elite tier, even if the Ninetales summoned a sunny day, it would have little effect on Charizard. He observed the levels of the Vulpix. There were novice, experienced, and even professional tiers among them. Since he had not discovered a suitable Vulpix, he decided to engage in battle to train Charmeleon and Leafeon. With this thought, Chiyan Hui boldly revealed himself, stepping out from behind the rock. Upon noticing him, the Vulpix bared their teeth, adopting a menacing stance. Chiyan Hui quickly reassured them, "I mean no harm. I merely wish to engage in battle with you. Regardless of the outcome, I shall reward any willing Vulpix with a portion of Pokémon food." As he spoke, he promptly placed a portion of Pokémon food on the rocky ground. Though this food was not particularly precious to Chiyan Hui, it was certainly valuable to an ordinary trainer. While this Pokémon food did not possess strict grading like energy cubes, it still varied in quality. Chiyan Hui's mixture included large milk, flour, berries, and other ingredients, primarily consisting of flour, large milk, and berries, with a few additional components. Nevertheless, it held significant allure for wild Vulpix. They sniffed the air, and their eyes sparkled as they eagerly accepted. Chiyan Hui smiled and said, "Excellent. I require 2 experienced Vulpix to battle with me. Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall provide one of them with a portion of Pokémon food." The Vulpix exchanged glances, and soon 2 experienced Vulpix stepped forward. Chiyan Hui wasted no time, directing Charmeleon and Leafeon to engage them in a doubles battle. As the battle progressed, unbeknownst to them, a pale yellow Ninetales suddenly emerged from atop a massive boulder nearby. Chiyan Hui was startled, but noticing the lack of hostility from the newcomer and the indifference of the Zubat hovering nearby, he deduced that this Ninetales bore no ill intent. Focusing intently, he discerned that it was a peak gym-level Ninetales with decent potential, boasting a 4V rating. Charmeleon and Leafeon, currently engaged in battle, also sensed something amiss and promptly retreated to Chiyan Hui's side, their eyes alertly fixed on the Ninetales. The 2 Vulpix called out to the Ninetales, who responded in kind. Although lacking psychic abilities, Ninetales could employ numerous psychic moves, and its intellect rivaled that of psychic-type Pokémon. Quickly grasping the situation, Ninetales glanced at the Pokémon food on the rock and then at Chiyan Hui, Charmeleon, and Leafeon, calling out a few times. The 2 Vulpix, brimming with fighting spirit, echoed the call. Chiyan Hui pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you mean to say our battle continues?" Ninetales gently nodded. Chiyan Hui, seeing this, smiled and said, "All right. Charmeleon, Leafeon, let's give those 2 Vulpix a proper match." The 2 Vulpix that had stepped forward included one at the peak of the experienced level and another at the intermediate level, presenting a considerable challenge for Charmeleon and Leafeon. Particularly, Leafeon was at a disadvantage, as grass-type moves would deal half damage against them. However, the overall base stats of Vulpix were still too low. Despite their higher levels and type advantage over Leafeon, their attack, defense, and special attack were all subpar. They would only undergo a transformation upon evolving into Ninetales. To evolve, Vulpix required a Fire-type evolution stone, which was not a common item, much like energy cubes, as it had strict grading. Even a low-tier Fire-type evolution stone would cost nearly $1 million in currency. This scarcity highlighted the rarity of evolution stones. If it were a dark stone or a light stone, the price would soar even higher. Chapter 135. Charizard breaks through to champion level. After concluding the battle with the 2 Vulpix, Chiyan Hui once more produced 2 portions of Pokémon food, placing them before the Vulpix. The 2 Vulpix gazed at the food, nearly drooling, yet they still beckoned their companions to join them. Soon, several Vulpix surrounded the 2 portions and began to feast. Chiyan Hui pointed to the previous portion of Pokémon food, stating, "This one is also for you." After the Vulpix finished the 2 portions, they approached Ninetales, whispering softly. Upon hearing them, Ninetales moved to the remaining portion of Pokémon food, sniffed it, and then began to eat. Observing this, Chiyan Hui smiled and then took out a healing spray to tend to Charmeleon and Leafeon, as both sides had exercised great restraint, resulting in only minor injuries. Chiyan Hui did not forget to attend to the 2 Vulpix that had battled, softly saying, "Come here, little ones, allow me to tend to your wounds." The 2 Vulpix, bearing some injuries, glanced at Ninetales and, upon seeing no objection from it, hopped over to Chiyan Hui's side. As the healing spray enveloped them, A refreshing sensation instantly elicited soft hums of comfort from the two Vulpix. Gazing at the adorable creatures before him, Chiyan Hui couldn't help but reach out to gently stroke their heads. Well then, I must take my leave. If you desire Pokemon food, I shall return tomorrow as usual. After our battles, I will bring you 2 portions. With that, Chiyan Hui departed. Ninetales stood upon the rocks, watching the retreating figure of Chiyan Hui, lost in thought. In the following days, Chiyan Hui lingered around the periphery and base of Chimney Mountain, as the Pokemon inhabiting the summit were rather formidable, particularly at the peak. It was dominated by powerful Fire-type Pokemon. However, with the arrival of Chihuahua and Blaziken, they had forcibly claimed a territory there. During this time, Chiyan Hui had yet to encounter any high-quality Vulpix or Coal Turtle, not even a single Pokemon of notable prowess, the best being the previously seen 4-4 Ninetales. Similarly, Alang and Aishan had little success, capturing no high-quality Pokemon either. Chiyan Hui had no desire to capture the Vulpix he had encountered. Unlike Alang and the others, he did not need to capture these Pokemon to exchange for points to obtain items of his liking. The entire Lava team was in service to Chiyan Hui and his son, so should he require anything, there was no necessity for exchange. One day, while Chiyan Hui was training his Charmeleon and Leafeon at the camp, Charmeleon seemed to sense something and called out towards the summit of Chimney Mountain. Turning to look, Chiyan Hui observed that, under the dim sky, the mountain peak radiated an extraordinary brightness, as if a massive fireball were illuminating it. Witnessing this scene, a wave of concern washed over Chiyan Hui. He had never witnessed a Pokemon at the elite level breaking through to champion rank. Although he speculated this might be Blaziken's ascension, the magnitude of the spectacle seemed rather overwhelming. However, recalling that Huaying was currently at the peak, Chiyan Hui felt a sense of relief. Originally, Huaying had gone to deliver food, but unexpectedly stumbled upon such a momentous event. At that moment, atop Chimney Mountain, Chihuahua sat regally upon the broad back of a desert dragonfly. His expression was grave and focused, his gaze piercing through layers of mist. Locking onto the awe-inspiring scene below, Blaziken, the embodiment of flames, stood proudly amidst the swirling magma, engulfed in a fierce blaze, as if reborn from the fire. Its eyes sparkled with fervor, each deep breath accompanied by a deafening roar, imbued with a thirst for power and a challenge to its limits. Its massive and imposing form bore taut muscles, as if poised to unleash unprecedented strength at any moment. As the power surged within Blaziken, an indescribable, overwhelming aura erupted from its being, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, stirring the magma beneath into spectacular waves. This was not merely a display of natural power. It was a pivotal moment as Blaziken approached the threshold of champion rank from elite. Each heartbeat, each breath resonated with the earth and sky, as if the entire world trembled in anticipation of its breakthrough. Beside Chihuahua's song, a wheezing floated serenely, its eyes equally glinting with curiosity and anticipation, silently witnessing this historic moment. Not far from Chihuahua's song, Huaying perched upon a swellow, guarding him, resolute in not allowing anyone to disturb this crucial juncture. With a triumphant roar, Blaziken's aura surged dramatically, a testament to its crossing beyond the elite threshold into champion rank, capable of unleashing such tremendous force. This roar also allowed Chihuahua to distinctly sense Blaziken's breakthrough, the gravity on his face dissipating into joy, ultimately transforming into hearty laughter. The distinction between elite and champion may seem but a single tier apart, yet the disparity is vast. Blaziken's power had multiplied exponentially, enabling it to easily vanquish any elite Pokemon. Had it faced the previous elite Blaziken or Xatu, it could defeat them swiftly without even employing its fiery attacks. The chasm between elite and champion was greater than that between pre-elite and elite. After reveling in laughter for a while, Chihuahua promptly returned Blaziken to its Pokeball and addressed Huaying, "Let us depart. My breakthrough has created quite a stir, and it won't be long before others notice the commotion." With that, Chihuahua mounted the desert dragonfly and returned to camp, Huaying following closely behind. Alang, Aishan, let's pack up the tents and find shelter in the woods. The Alliance and the Zivki family will likely be here soon. Alang and Aishan quickly began dismantling the tents, with Huaying and Chihuahua lending a hand, while Chihuahua stood outside, gazing into the distance, awaiting the arrival of the Alliance and Zivki family. Meanwhile, near the site where Chihuahua had battled Zivki Zeline, Huayua's ace Pokemon, Absol, turned its gaze towards Chimney Mountain. "What is it, Absol?" Huayua inquired, noticing Absol's unusual behavior. Following Absol's line of sight, she beheld the radiant peak of Chimney Mountain. A grave expression crossed her features as she remarked, "That is the summit of Chimney Mountain." Something extraordinary must be occurring there. Contemplating briefly, Huiwa directed the team leader of the Alliance inspectors, take some people to investigate what is happening at Chimney Mountain. Report back to me with any findings. Me? The inspector team leader stammered, visibly flustered. Before he could finish, Huiwa's piercing gaze fixed upon him. What? Do you have doubts about my orders, or do you wish to defy me? Already displeased by being dispatched to this location for investigation, the inspector team leader knew that if he dared to complain further, Huiwa would not hesitate to teach him a lesson, though she couldn't kill him. Making him suffer a bit was quite within her capabilities. Seeing the situation, the inspector team leader gritted his teeth and replied, Yes, Lady Huiwa. He too had witnessed the anomaly at the peak of Chimney Mountain, and he understood that any Pokemon capable of producing such a phenomenon must be at least of elite rank. Given his own strength, venturing there would be exceedingly perilous. Yet he had no choice but to comply. Damalanchi, with his position as president, pressed Huiwa, while Huiwa wielded her status as one of the 4 elite to pressure the inspector team leader, since the head of their inspection department had yet to arrive. She felt free to act without restraint. As for whether this would offend the department head upon return, Huiwa was unconcerned, as their relationship had always been strained. Meanwhile, the members of the Zivik family beheld the peculiar phenomenon atop Chimney Mountain and swiftly reported it to Zivik Mushin. A messenger was dispatched to investigate the summit. As the adage goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. As the patriarch and the most formidable member of the Zivik clan, Mushin could not act recklessly. Regardless of the situation, it was prudent to send subordinates to gather intelligence first. Yes, master, I will send someone immediately, the aged butler replied respectfully before taking his leave. At the same time, as the inspectors from the Hoenn Alliance and the Zivik family made their way to the peak of Chimney Mountain, Chiyan Song led his companions through the woods to a more secluded spot. Let us remain here for 2 days. The commotion caused by the fire camel's breakthrough was rather loud, and it is likely that both the Hoenn Alliance and the Zivik family have sent personnel. Although I do not fear them, it is wise to avoid unnecessary exposure. Upon hearing this, Chiyan Hui asked excitedly, Dad, has your fire camel reached the champion level? Chiyan Song smiled and nodded, saying, Fortune has favored us this time. The fire camel was already on the verge of breaking through, and after absorbing a substantial amount of fire energy from the magma atop Chimney Mountain, it has finally undergone a transformation, ascending from the peak of the elite level to the champion level. From today forth, our lava team can finally unleash our full potential in the Hoenn and Johto regions. The presence of a champion-level power is crucial for any force. Those who dominate entire regions in the shadows usually possess leaders of at least champion caliber, often more than one. After absorbing this information, Chiyan Hui understood the significance of his father's focus on the fire camel's advancement. Dad, does this mean you intend to confront Shui Wudong of the Ocean Team and unify the underground forces in the Hoenn region? Chiyan Song shook his head gravely. No. I suspect that Shui Wudong's Sharpedo has also reached champion level, perhaps even before my fire camel. That fellow rarely sets foot on land, spending his days in the ocean seeking opportunities for his Sharpedo to break through. The power of his Sharpedo is formidable, possessing an acceleration trait. If we cannot swiftly defeat it, it will become increasingly troublesome. Moreover, Shui Wudong predominantly navigates the seas, while my fire camel cannot battle in the ocean. If it were to fight on a ship and the vessel were to be compromised, it would spell disaster for the fire camel, as it cannot swim. As he spoke, a look of helplessness crossed Chiyan Song's face. In terrestrial battles, I hold the advantage, but in the ocean, it is Shui Wudong and his Sharpedo's domain, creating a stalemate between the lava team and the ocean team. Chiyan Hui quickly grasped the situation, realizing that the limitations of Pokemon abilities prevented both the lava team and the ocean team from overcoming one another. Dad, in that case, let us concentrate our efforts on the Johto region. After I participate in this year's colorful competition, I will head to Johto to expand the strength of our lava team. I believe my abilities will be of some use by then. Chiyan Song smiled in response. Very well, I have already sent people ahead to lay the groundwork for you, ensuring that when you arrive, you will not be left in the dark. Suddenly, Chiyan Hui recalled the group of Ninetales atop Chimney Mountain and inquired, Dad, do you have a top-quality Firestone? 6 tails require a Firestone to evolve into 9 tails, and I wish to prepare in advance. I also have an idea I want to try. Chiyan Song raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. I didn't have one, but you're in luck. Zivik Zillion's spatial pouch happens to contain a top-quality Firestone. As he spoke, Chiyan Song slowly retrieved an exquisite box from the spatial pouch and gently handed it to Chiyan Hui, his eyes glimmering with expectation. Here it is. Since you have a need, I shall entrust it to you. Chiyan Hui's face lit up with joy as he carefully accepted the weighty box with both hands. Thank you, Dad. His voice brimmed with gratitude and delight. As he opened the box, a deep red hue emerged, revealing a stone that exuded a gentle, radiant glow. The moment the box was opened, a warm and fervent aura surged forth like a tide, invoking an involuntary sense of comfort. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though the stone contained flowing flames within, vibrant and profound, each flicker of light radiating an enchanting and mesmerizing brilliance. Akin to the most exquisite marvels of nature, captivating all who beheld it. Chapter 137. The Hatching of the Candlelight Spirit Egg. The emissaries from Hui and the Zivik family arrived at Chimney Mountain via flying Pokémon. They quickly recognized one another, but chose to ignore the presence of the other, each conducting their own investigations. During their reconnaissance, they dared not descend to examine closely, opting instead to hover above, wary of the wild Pokémon atop the mountain employing long-range attacks. The Pokémon capable of claiming territory at the summit possessed formidable strength. After their inspection, they found no traces of trainers, only signs of disturbances in the magma. The Alliance Inspector promptly activated a communicator to contact Hui. Lord Hui, we have surveyed the summit of Chimney Mountain and found no sign of trainers, only some indications of magma fluctuations. I suspect this may suggest an impending eruption, which could explain the earlier phenomenon. Upon hearing such a well-crafted report, the representatives of the Zivik family brightened, internally acknowledging, as expected from someone entrenched in the system. They possess a way with words. Hui, upon receiving this information, furrowed his brow and replied, conduct another check, and if all is clear, return. Yes, Lord Hui. The Alliance Inspector responded respectfully. The representatives of the Zivik family relayed similar reports to their elderly butler. We are all just here for a paycheck. Who would want to risk their life for such meager wages? Both parties returned, having merely gone through the motions. Chiyan Song observed the entire scene from the shadows, scoffing as the individuals departed. Hui, the Alliance and Zivik family have left. You may continue your training atop Chimney Mountain tomorrow. I will remain here for a couple more days before returning. The lava team has a multitude of matters awaiting my attention. Chiyan Hui nodded in agreement. Understood, Dad. Just then, the egg-hatching device within Chiyan Hui's spatial pouch began to emit sounds. He hurriedly retrieved it and immediately noticed a soft glow emanating from the Pokémon egg inside. With excitement bubbling within him, Chiyan Hui opened the hatching device and carefully placed the glowing egg onto the grass beside him. Chiyan Song's gaze sharpened, and he spoke with urgency. Hui, quickly prepare the pills from Ruiqing's spatial pouch. I will wait nearby, ensuring that the freshly hatched Pokémon can see you at first glance. With that, Chiyan Song departed with Huiying, a Lang, and a Shan. Chiyan Hui gazed at the softly glowing Pokémon egg before him, feeling a surge of anticipation, for this was his third experience hatching a Pokémon egg. Yet, no matter how many times he witnessed it, the thrill never waned. As the white radiance enveloping the Pokémon egg grew increasingly luminous, Chiyan Hui suddenly noticed some crimson markings at the apex of the egg. Just as he was pondering this anomaly, fissures began to emerge from the location of the red markings, accompanied by a resonant thud. In an instant, a small, white creature leaped forth from the eggshell, landing on the ground and gazing curiously at Chiyan Hui. Without hesitation, Chiyan Hui crouched down, retrieving a pre-prepared pill, and gently uttered, Candle Spirit, come here. This is nourishment I have prepared for you. Consuming it will be greatly beneficial. Please, partake. With that, he held the pill before the little creature's mouth. The Candle Spirit sniffed the offering and then opened its mouth to swallow it eagerly. Observing the Candle Spirit before him, Chiyan Hui couldn't help but focus intently on it. The Candle Spirit appeared as a diminutive white candle, albeit one with limbs and a mouth, topped with a flickering purple flame. Its body was primarily composed of wax, with layers of melted wax cascading over its right eye, revealing only its bright yellow left eye. The Candle Spirit, at level 1 in its juvenile state, was a dual-type ghost and fire Pokémon with the ability, Penetrate, hidden ability. This Pokémon is unaffected by Reflect, Light Screen, Mist, White Smoke, Substitute, and Aurora Veil, allowing it to bypass barriers or substitutes to launch attacks. Its individual values were perfect, with all 6 stats maxed out at 31 points. The base stats were as follows: HP, 50, Attack, 30, Defense, 55, Special Attack, 65, Special Defense, 55, Speed, 20, totaling 275 points. The inherited moves included Dark Mist, Melt, Smoke Clear, Power Split, Fog, and Scare. After the Candle Spirit had finished eating, Chiyan Hui presented it with a bottle of milk and additional supportive pills. The Candle Spirit's eyes sparkled at the sight of such delectable offerings, and it began to consume them voraciously. Satiated, the candle spirit reclined contentedly on the grass, as if it had overeaten. Chiyan Hui then produced a luxury ball, softly stating, "Candle spirit, I shall now capture you within this pokeball. Rest well inside." The candle spirit lazily nodded, and as the crimson light emitted from the luxury ball enveloped it, the creature was instantly drawn within. The red glow flickered twice before a satisfying chime signaled Chiyan Hui's successful capture of the candle spirit. Witnessing this scene from afar, Chiyan Song and others gathered around. Chiyan Song chuckled, "Hui, your luck is truly remarkable. The candle spirit is a rare Pokémon in the Hoenn region, and it's likely that you are the only one to possess it, given that it primarily roams the Unova region. Even there, it is quite scarce, and upon evolving into Chandelure, it becomes exceedingly powerful." Chiyan Hui replied with a smile, "I owe it all to you, father. Otherwise, how could I have had the chance to obtain the candle spirit?" After pondering for a moment, Chiyan Song added, "By the way, Hui, Ruiching's spatial bag has sufficient top-tier energy cubes to sustain this candle spirit for quite some time. Once it has consumed them, I shall seek assistance in crafting more for you. However, you must exercise utmost caution while feeding it. Do not allow others to witness. Otherwise, the Zabachi family and the Yu family from Unova may easily deduce your involvement in Ruiching and even Zabachi Zillion's demise. Although our Magma team is currently unafraid of them, your identity would be jeopardized, preventing you from participating in the Hoenn League's contest." In response to Chiyan Song's repeated admonition, Chiyan Hui nodded, somewhat resigned, "Rest assured, father. I understand the gravity of such matters." Watching his son, Chiyan Song couldn't help but ruffle Chiyan Hui's hair. Sometimes, having a son who is too understanding can be a source of worry. Chapter 138. The Temptation of the Top-Tier Energy Cube and Top-Tier Firestone. The following day, Chiyan Hui returned to the Chimney Mountain, seeking the group of Vulpix, but today he was in pursuit of a Ninetales. Without preamble, he produced a top-tier Fire-type energy cube, the preferred sustenance of Charizard, and addressed the Ninetales. "Do you recognize this? It is an energy cube crafted by humans through the fusion of berries and herbs. Of the highest grade. You may try one and witness its extraordinary effects." With that, he placed the Fire-type energy cube before the Ninetales. From the moment Chiyan Hui unveiled the energy cube, the Ninetales' gaze was magnetically drawn to it, unable to divert its attention. Had it not been for the budding friendship established with Chiyan Hui over the past few days, the Ninetales might have succumbed to its impulses and snatched it away. Even the frolicking Vulpix nearby were captivated by the alluring aroma, their eyes gleaming with desire, yet they dared not make a move. As Chiyan Hui's words faded, the Ninetales could no longer contain its eagerness and swiftly devoured the energy cube. The Vulpix looked on with a mix of envy and trepidation, silently wishing for an opportunity to savor such a delicacy. As the energy cube gradually melted within the Ninetales, an overwhelming surge of pure Fire-type energy erupted, warming every corner of its being like the gentle embrace of spring sunshine, instantly dispelling its hunger. The Ninetales felt as if it were submerged in an ocean of fire elements, with every cell in its body rejoicing and greedily absorbing this unprecedented energy. For the Ninetales, this was an unparalleled experience, a sensation of indescribable euphoria coursing through its entire form. It keenly sensed that this energy not only satisfied its physiological needs, but also quietly nurtured its body, enhancing its potential. With intelligence nearly on par with that of Psychic-type Pokémon, the Ninetales experienced a profound awareness of this energy's significance. Once the Ninetales had fully absorbed the effects, Chiyan Hui unveiled his next surprise by producing a box containing a top-tier Firestone. Opening it, he remarked, "Ninetales, you must surely recognize what this is. You used a Firestone to evolve from Vulpix into Ninetales, did you not? While I cannot ascertain the grade of the Firestone you used, I can assure you that it pales in comparison to this top-tier Firestone." Upon sensing the top-tier Firestone in Chiyan Hui's hand, the Ninetales felt an overwhelming rush of excitement. It was incredulous that a human could possess such a rare gem. It struggled to restrain itself from lunging forward to seize it. Observing the Ninetales' restless demeanor, Chiyan Hui called out softly, "Zubat." The Zubat, upon hearing its name, fixed its gaze on the Ninetales, exuding an intense aura. Startled by this display of power, the Ninetales froze in place, never expecting that what appeared to be a mere pet could harbor such formidable strength, surpassing all other Pokémon it had encountered. Seeing the Ninetales subdued, a smile graced Chiyan Hui's face as he calmly stated, "Ninetales, what I offer you is rightfully yours. What I withhold, you cannot take. My purpose in seeking you today is simple. I am a trainer in search of an exceptionally gifted Vulpix to accompany me on my journey. I shall dedicate all my resources to nurturing it, granting it the opportunity to witness the pinnacle of this world. Thus, I wish to implore you to guide me in the pursuit of the nine-tailed tribe within Chiyan Mountain. Should my desire be fulfilled, I would gladly offer you 20 of the top-tier fire attribute energy cubes that you just consumed. What say you? The nine-tailed fox before me hesitated, its face betraying a tumult of emotions that even Chiyan could discern. However, Chiyan was confident that, through their days of companionship, the nine-tailed had gleaned a glimpse of his character. Coupling this with his vast resources, top-tier energy cubes, and premier firestones should have illuminated the significance of the proposition to the nine-tailed. After a moment of contemplation, the nine-tailed nodded, then turned to depart. Just as Chiyan intended to follow, the nine-tailed shook its head and gestured with its tail for him to remain behind. Chiyan furrowed his brow in confusion. What could this signify? Yet, after a moment of reflection, clarity dawned upon him. You mean to seek the tribe leader to report this situation and gain their consent before you can lead me there? The nine-tailed nodded vigorously, surprise flickering in its eyes. It had not anticipated that Chiyan would deduce its intent so swiftly. With a smile, Chiyan replied, "Very well. I shall await your return while keeping an eye on these six-tailed." Upon receiving Chihuahua's agreement, the nine-tailed sprang nimbly across the rocks and vanished from his sight. Observing the forlorn six-tails that had been lured in, Chihuahua smiled gently and produced several portions of Pokémon food, placing them before the creatures. The six-tails exchanged glances between Chihuahua and the food, which, though previously enticing, seemed less appealing today. Chihuahua waited for over an hour. Although he understood that the longer he lingered, the greater the uncertainty, he had reached this juncture. If it did not succeed, then so be it. While he deemed the nine-tailed somewhat superior to the coal turtle, he acknowledged that he was not solely reliant on the nine-tailed. The coal turtle possessed formidable strength, exceptional defensive capabilities, and the ability to unleash fiery attacks, making it equally suitable for his sunny team. Just 2 days prior, the fiery camel's flame attack had left Chihuahua astounded. The sheer magnitude and potency of that move had been exhilarating. With that singular attack, neither Chihuahua nor the fiery camel would fear any onslaught. A single eruption of flames would incapacitate any foe whose power did not surpass that of the fiery camel. Taking a deep breath, Chihuahua surveyed the scenery surrounding Chiyan Mountain. He would leave matters to fate. If it did not unfold favorably, then he would retreat. He had only just challenged one gym, with 7 more awaiting him. He could not afford to squander excessive time at Chiyan Mountain. At that moment, the original nine-tailed suddenly emerged from the distance, approaching Chihuahua with an expression of excitement, signaling for him and the six-tails to follow. Upon witnessing this, Chihuahua's face lit up with joy. As long as he could advance, he had made significant progress. Should the nine-tailed tribe have opposed him, they would never have allowed him to come this far. Chihuahua promptly followed, with his Zubat hovering protectively above him. Chapter 139, The Golden Nine-Tails. Moreover, Zubat was not Chihuahua's trump card. Uncertain of the prowess of the nine-tailed tribe inhabiting Chiyan Mountain, Chihuahua had sought aid from his father, borrowing a Weezing. With Zubat and Weezing at his side, even if the nine-tailed tribe boasted a champion-level nine-tailed, Chihuahua felt undaunted. He merely needed to endure for a moment, for his father could soon bring the fiery camel to support him. Had it not been for the fiery camel just having broken through and still acclimating to its newfound strength, Chihuahua would have wished for its companionship. After a lengthy journey, Chihuahua, following the nine-tailed, arrived at a small gorge within Chiyan Mountain. Upon entering the gorge, he beheld numerous six-tails peeking out from behind the rocks, their curious eyes fixed upon him. Perched atop the rocks were several nine-tails, though their numbers paled in comparison to that of the six-tails. A cursory glance revealed approximately 100 or 200 six-tails, while the nine-tails numbered no more than 30. This disparity was understandable, as each six-tail required a firestone to evolve into a nine-tail, though the abundance of firestones would be greater in Chiyan Mountain compared to other locales. Nine-tails were not adept at mining. Acquiring a single firestone demanded considerable time and effort, necessitating the shattering of rocks in search of one. Confidently following the nine-tailed, Chihuahua traversed the gorge, though beneath that facade lay a flicker of anxiety. He had to remain vigilant to the movements of each nine-tailed. Should he perceive any inclination toward aggression, he would instantly release his Pokeball to summon Weezing. This situation left him little energy to assess the qualifications and levels of each six-tail. After all, when one's life is at stake, one cannot afford the luxury of scrutinizing capabilities. As he followed the nine-tailed deeper into the gorge, Chihuahua spotted a nine-tailed reclining upon a massive rock. Its imposing form and somewhat weathered gaze indicated to Chihuahua that this must be the leader of the nine-tailed tribe. Unlike the typical nine-tails adorned in pale yellow or the white of the atypical nine-tails, This one boasted a delicate golden hue. Recollecting his knowledge of nine tails, Chihuahua's expression grew grave. Only those nine tails of considerable age exhibited such a transformation from pale yellow to golden. Realizing this, he scrutinized the leader, eager to gauge its strength. A nine-tailed is a quadrupedal Pokémon resembling a fox, characterized by its silky fur and 9 elongated tails. Ordinary nine tails are cloaked in beige fur, adorned with striking crimson eyes. Their physiques are well-proportioned, exuding an air of nobility and grace. Their nine tails are sleek and elongated, with golden tips. The one before him, however, was entirely golden, signifying its exceptional nature. Nine tails, level 79, champion level peak, fire-type Pokémon, ability, drought, hidden ability. When a Pokémon with this ability enters battle, the weather shifts to sunny for a duration. Individual values, 6V, all 6 individual values maxed at 31 points. Base stats, HP, 73, attack, 76, defense, 75, special attack, 81, special defense, 100, speed, 100, total, 505. Signature moves, flamethrower, psychic, fire blast, mystical shield, will-o-wisp, fire spin. Proficient moves, strange light, trick, inferno abyss, seal. Upon reviewing the level and attributes of this golden nine-tailed, Chihuahua felt his lips twitch in disbelief. What in the world was this? How could a champion-level peak nine-tailed appear here? Taking a deep breath, Chihuahua sought to calm his racing heart. Since the leader had summoned him here, it was unlikely they intended to engage in malevolence. If that were the case, they would have simply followed the nine-tailed to find him without needing to reveal the existence of this secluded gorge. Without the guidance of the nine-tailed, Chihuahua would have found it exceedingly difficult to locate this hidden sanctuary. Since the other party has agreed to bring him here, it signifies their acquiescence to his request. Contemplating this, Chiyan Hui's heart began to settle into tranquility. Most importantly, the presence of the Golbat and Weezing would afford him a brief respite from the formidable nine tails, granting his father ample time to rescue him. Moreover, should a confrontation arise, the multitude of Vulpix and Ninetails surrounding them would not serve as allies, but rather as a burden, particularly the golden-hued Ninetails. While Chiyan Hui was still mulling over these thoughts, a venerable voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Young man, what occupies your thoughts? You transitioned from a state of tension and apprehension to an unexpected calmness. Is it the Golbat above your head that provides such assurance? That alone may not suffice." Chiyan Hui's eyes widened in shock, and after scanning his surroundings, he swiftly fixed his gaze upon the golden nine-tails. In its eyes, he discerned a glimmer of amusement. Gripping the pokeball containing Weezing tightly, he spoke in a deep tone. "Was it you who just spoke? If you deemed the Golbat inadequate, what of this Weezing?" With that, Chiyan Hui pressed the button on the pokeball, and Weezing materialized beside him, its expression grave as it regarded the nine-tails. The nine-tails, perched atop a massive rock, scrutinized Weezing with a newfound seriousness. Chiyan Hui continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chiyan Hui, and my father is Chiyan Song. He possesses a Charizard that recently ascended to champion level atop Smokestack Mountain." He paused, his tone growing more resolute. "I wonder if that is sufficient." Upon hearing this, the Ninetails rose from its previous repose, its demeanor grave as it communicated telepathically with Chiyan Hui. "The Charizard that ascended at the mountain's peak days ago, it's your father's Pokémon?" Chiyan Hui, maintaining his composure, replied, "Indeed. If you harbor doubts, I can summon it at once. What say you?" Although he recognized the formidable might of the Ninetails, he was not intimidated. The psychic communication it had just utilized was indicative of its profound power, likely stemming from age and strength. Chapter 140. Commencing the assessment of Vulpix's potential. The golden-hued Ninetails leader rose, gazing intently at Chiyan Hui, who met its stare unflinchingly. For Chiyan Hui, despite the Ninetails' considerable strength, it was insufficient to instill fear. Furthermore, he found himself amid a canyon filled with the Ninetails clan. Should a battle ensue, his survival was uncertain, but many Vulpix and Ninetails would surely perish. Given this reality, what was there to fear? The Ninetails leader, observing Chiyan Hui's unwavering courage, flickered with intrigue in its eyes before lazily resuming its position atop the rock, communicating in Chiyan Hui's mind, "I comprehend your terms. Present to me the top-tier Firestone for inspection. Do not attempt to deceive me with an ordinary one." Chiyan Hui, watching the Ninetails leader recline once more, slowly retrieved a box containing the top-tier Firestone from his spatial bag and opened it before the Ninetails. At the moment the box was unveiled, all Vulpix and Ninetails in the canyon turned their attention to the coveted Firestone within. While the Ninetails merely observed, the Vulpix grew restless. driven by an instinctual yearning inscribed in their DNA. Acquiring the top-tier Firestone would enable their evolution and enhance their potential. The Ninetales leader noted this stir and promptly conveyed to Chiyan Hui, "Put it away. If you do not, those little ones will be unable to contain themselves." Chiyan Hui, recognizing the agitation of the Vulpix, quickly closed the box and stored it back in his spatial bag. He then spoke resolutely. "Since you have consented to my terms and acknowledged the Firestone, may I select one Vulpix to take with me?" Upon hearing this, the Ninetales leader called out twice, prompting the Vulpix to rush forward, a throng gathering behind Chiyan Hui, their eyes brimming with longing. They understood that aligning themselves with this trainer would grant them access to abundant resources and the rare Firestone, essential for their evolution into Ninetales. The Ninetales leader continued in Chiyan Hui's mind. "All the Vulpix in this canyon are present. You may choose freely, but only one. You must guarantee that the top-tier Firestone will be utilized on the selected Vulpix." Chiyan Hui nodded, declaring, "I swear I will use the top-tier Firestone on the Vulpix I choose." After affirming his vow, he turned to the gathered Vulpix, preparing to select one of exceptional potential. Though Chiyan Hui harbored a desire to choose a Pokémon egg, he suspected the Ninetales leader would disapprove. He understood that the Ninetales leader's intent was clear. Humans typically live for a mere century, a rare occurrence at that. Under normal circumstances, one might expect to live into their 80s. In contrast, a powerful Ninetales could thrive for centuries. Once Chiyan Hui had passed, the Ninetales he possessed would return to safeguard the clan. Should he select a Pokémon egg, however, that Ninetales would belong to him for life, potentially passing down to his children and grandchildren. While those descendants might struggle to command the Ninetales, it would not abandon them in times of peril, remaining a steadfast protector of Chiyan Hui's lineage. This was precisely why the Ninetales leader had not suggested that Chiyan Hui select an egg. Nevertheless, Chiyan Hui remained unconcerned. He was still young, and death was a distant prospect. Even if he were to pass, whether the Ninetales he raised would return here was uncertain. Chiyan Hui began his assessment of the Vulpix, scrutinizing each one. As he observed, his brows furrowed. A significant portion of the Vulpix exhibited no IVs, meaning none possessed a single stat at 31 points. Even among those that did, only a couple showcased 2 IVs, 3 IVs, or 4 IVs. After surveying nearly half the group, he finally discovered a Vulpix with 5 IVs. However, it did not possess the hidden ability Solar Power, but rather the ordinary ability Flash Fire. This did not align with Chiyan Hui's criteria. With a deep exhale, he continued his search. Meanwhile, the Ninetales atop the rock regarded him with keen interest, intrigued by how Chiyan Hui discerned the potential of the Vulpix. Initially, it had assumed that Chiyan Hui would select merely based on visual appeal, but as it observed him meticulously inspecting each Vulpix, it realized that this human possessed an unknown ability or item that allowed him to assess Pokémon potential. Indeed, this human seemed to possess an enigmatic method for evaluating the qualities of Pokémon. This piqued the curiosity of the Ninetales leader, though it was merely a curiosity. Humans certainly do not lack methods to assess the potential of Pokémon, albeit the processes can be rather cumbersome. After a prolonged observation, Chiyan finally discovered the first 6V Vulpix, but unfortunately, its ability was still Flash Fire, not Drought. This caused Chiyan's brow to furrow tightly. However, he did not abandon hope and continued his search. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chiyan finally examined all the Vulpix, yet his knitted brow remained unrelaxed. Among this group of Vulpix, he found one with 6V, 3 with 5V, and several others with 4V and 3V ratings. Among these Vulpix, the highest potential possessing the Drought hidden ability was merely a 4V, which did not align with Chiyan's aspirations. Utilizing a top-tier Firestone on a 4V Vulpix seemed a rather unwise investment. The Ninetales leader observed Chiyan's expression intently. Upon seeing him finish his assessment with a furrowed brow, its demeanor grew somber. Chiyan turned to the Ninetales leader and spoke. "None of these Vulpix meet my requirements. I seek one of exceptional quality, endowed with the Drought ability. This collection does not satisfy my needs. Are these all the Vulpix available? Surely there must be more within Chimney Mountain, just as the Ninetales and those Vulpix that previously guided me into the valley. If this is indeed the entirety, I regret to say, our transaction concludes here." Chapter 141, The Emergence of the Shiny Vulpix. The Ninetales leader, upon hearing these words, was about to respond, but suddenly recalled something, a hint of hesitation crossing its face. After a moment's pause, it communicated telepathically, "Wait." With that, the Ninetales leader departed from the rock, heading deeper into the canyon. Chiyan remained in place, watching the departing Ninetales, uncertain of its intentions. Nevertheless, he resolved to wait. Upon reaching its lair, the Ninetales leader halted, displaying a conflicted and hesitant expression. After a deep sigh, it entered. Inside the den, it beheld a recently born Vulpix. Gritting its teeth, the Ninetales leader used telekinesis to lift the Vulpix and brought it out of its lair. Initially, the Ninetales leader had no desire for its offspring to be subjected to selection, considering that the young one had only just been born and was, after all, its child. However, upon witnessing that Chiyan had finished his selection without finding what he sought, the Ninetales leader found itself with no other option. It could not forcibly retain the top-tier Firestone in Chiyan's possession, as that would bring devastation to the Ninetales Canyon. Reluctantly, the Ninetales leader decided to present its child. Although it was uncertain of its offspring's potential, it was undoubtedly of high caliber, coupled with the desired drought ability, which the Ninetales leader had discovered after the Vulpix's birth, a trait inherited from itself. The Ninetales leader's ability was indeed the hidden trait, drought, using telekinesis to carry its child. The Ninetales leader swiftly returned to the rock and gently placed the Vulpix before Chiyan, communicating telepathically. Examine this Vulpix. Does it meet your requirements? Observing the Ninetales leader's cautious demeanor, Chiyan seemed to grasp its intent and turned his gaze toward the Vulpix. Upon seeing the creature, Chiyan was struck with astonishment. For this Vulpix displayed an unusual coloration. While ordinary Vulpix are characterized by a reddish-orange hue, the Vulpix before him was a pale yellow, as if its color had been washed away. Of course, it was not truly devoid of color. This Vulpix was an exceedingly rare, shiny Pokémon, despite its current unremarkable appearance. Once it evolved into Ninetales, its fur would transform into a brilliant snow white, truly exquisite. As Chiyan continued to gaze, the Vulpix's potential became evident. Shiny Vulpix. Level 8, Infant Stage, Fire-type Pokémon, Ability, Drought, Hidden Ability. Pokémon with this trait change the weather to sunny upon entering battle, lasting for a duration. Individual values, 6V, with all 6 stats maxed at 31 points. Base stats, HP, 38, Attack, 41, Defense, 40, Special Attack, 50, Special Defense, 65, Speed, 65, Total, 299. Entry-level moves, Hypnosis. Last resort, Howl Wish. After reviewing the Vulpix's potential, a smile finally graced Chiyan's face. This Vulpix not only boasted a 6V exceptional potential, but was also a shiny Pokémon, inheriting many highly useful moves. Judging by the Ninetales leader's previous actions, it was evident that this Vulpix was indeed its offspring. The audacity to present its own child for selection spoke volumes of the Ninetales leader's resolve. After concluding his assessment, Chiyan looked up at the Ninetales leader and said, "This Vulpix perfectly aligns with my requirements. I shall choose it. I will dedicate my finest resources to its upbringing, rest assured." Upon hearing this, the Ninetales leader regarded the shiny Vulpix with a complex expression. If given the choice, it would have preferred not to let its child accompany this trainer, as it signified decades of separation. Would its child remember it once grown? At this moment, the Ninetales leader's heart was heavy with emotion, yet considering the resources it possessed, it ultimately sighed. It lacked a top-tier Firestone or elite energy cubes to nurture the Vulpix. The journey to its current prowess had spanned many arduous years, yet it remained stymied at the pinnacle of the champion level. If its child could access such superior resources, perhaps it could venture beyond and glimpse the vistas that lay above the champion level. Resolute, the Ninetales leader solemnly addressed Chiyan. "Nurture it well. This Vulpix is my child. Should I discover that you have forsaken my offspring, I will hunt you down, regardless of where you may be, even at the cost of my life." Chiyan replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I shall not abandon it. Together, we will grow stronger and ascend to the pinnacle of this world." With that, Chiyan retrieved a great ball, crouched down, and gazed at the Vulpix, speaking gently. "Vulpix, I shall be your trainer from this day forth. I will treat you well and guide you to greatness." The Vulpix, still unaware of what a trainer or becoming stronger entailed, looked at its mother with a puzzled expression. The Ninetales leader softly called to the Vulpix a few times, and it obediently nodded. Turning to Chiyan, the Vulpix seemed intent on imprinting him deeply in its memory before nodding again. Chiyan then pressed the button on the Pokeball, which emitted a red beam of light, enveloping the shiny Vulpix as it was drawn inside. After a couple of shakes, a resounding ping echoed, signifying that Chiyan had successfully captured the shiny Vulpix. Chiyan Hui exhaled deeply, then retrieved several premium fire-type energy cubes and Pokémon food, placing them on the ground. "This Vulpix shall be mine. I will nurture it with utmost care. Consider these energy cubes and Pokémon food as my token of gratitude." The Ninetales leader nodded in acknowledgement and addressed Chiyan Hui. When you have the opportunity, do remember to bring it back to visit me. I shall be here, waiting for its return. Chiyan Hui nodded in agreement, replying, understood. I will return to Chimney Mountain, and I will bring the fully evolved Ninetails to see you. With that, Chiyan Hui departed from the Ninetails Valley alongside his Zubat and Weezing. The Ninetails leader remained perched atop a massive rock, gazing at the receding figure of Chiyan Hui. Chapter 142. Task released to search for Mega Evolution Stones. Upon returning to the camp, Chiyan Hui immediately released the shiny Vulpix and presented various pills in a feeding bowl before it, gently saying, Vulpix, these are exquisite treats. Do indulge. Thankfully, you are still in your juvenile stage, so it's not too late to start now. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, the Vulpix obediently began to eat. Meanwhile, Chiyan Song and Hua Ying in the camp noticed Chiyan Hui's actions, though their attention was largely captivated by the Vulpix. Chiyan Song hesitated for a moment before inquiring, is this a shiny Vulpix? Chiyan Hui smiled and nodded, saying, indeed, father. I acquired it from the Ninetails Valley in Chimney Mountain, and its potential is remarkable. I'm fortunate to have brought your Weezing along. Otherwise, the endeavor might not have gone as smoothly. Chiyan Hui was unsure of the Ninetails leader's initial intentions and whether there was an inclination to forcibly seize the premium Fire Stone in his possession. However, all that mattered now was that the leader had entrusted its offspring to him. There was no reason to dwell on past uncertainties. Chiyan Song, hearing this, spoke with a serious expression. Could your Zubat not protect you? Chiyan Hui nodded. The mother of this Vulpix possesses peak champion-level strength, which is formidable. But all is well now, as she has entrusted her child to me for training. Thankfully, our recent acquisition of Zivik Zilin and Ruaching has provided us with ample pills. Chiyan Song chuckled. Indeed, such pills are typically reserved for the major powers and influential families. We commoners have no means of obtaining them. Chiyan Hui looked at the Vulpix, and once it finished eating, he presented more Pokemon food and large containers of milk. The Vulpix, astonished by the abundance of food, eagerly indulged, devouring the delectable flavors that surpassed anything it had ever tasted. Previously, its finest meal had been berries, yet now it discovered a delight 1,000 times more exquisite. Chiyan Song, observing the Vulpix, retrieved a box from his spatial bag and handed it to Chiyan Hui. Chiyan Hui regarded his father with a puzzled expression. Chiyan Song smiled. You have quite a few fire-type Pokemon. This is the premium charcoal carried by Blaziken. Decide whether to give it to Candlelight or the Vulpix. I have no more to spare. The rest is up to you. Chiyan Hui accepted it without hesitation, saying, understood, father. By the way, you might also consider capturing a Pokemon with the solar power ability for training. Once you level it to a state comparable to Blaziken, it will prove immensely beneficial. Chiyan Song replied with a smile, very well, I will give it due consideration. The little Charmander you entrusted to me has hatched, after consuming pills and some fire-type resources. Its potential has risen to 6-star peak. Although it may be the weakest of the 6-star peaks, it is still significantly stronger than the 5-star peak. Once Charizard matures, utilizing the Drought move will yield similar results. The Charmander egg Chiyan Hui had given to his father was a 5v1U, with only one attribute scoring 30 points. After enhancements, it successfully transformed from 5v to 6v. Chiyan Hui, upon hearing Chiyan Song's words, did not oppose, recognizing it as a viable strategy. Suddenly, he recalled the concept of Pokemon Mega Evolution, noting that Blaziken was also capable of such evolution. Father, I have acquired a Vulpix, so you need not have the Lava Team search any longer. However, you may instruct them to seek a particular stone, one that bears a crescent-shaped pattern and comes in various colors. It is the Mega Stone for Charizard Y. This task can be posted in the mission system, with a reward of obtaining a 4-star peak potential Pokemon or egg. If the reward aligns with my needs, we can elevate it to a 5-star peak potential Pokemon or egg. Chiyan Song frowned upon hearing this, asking, Hui, what is the purpose of this stone you seek? Why is the reward set so high? Chiyan Hui glanced at Hua Ying, who smiled and said, you two continue your discussion. I shall check on the situation over there. Chiyan Hui pondered for a moment. Hua Ying was the most trusted individual by both himself and his father within the Lava Team. The principle of employing those without suspicion was paramount. If Hua Ying left today, it could create a rift in trust, which was not the outcome Chiyan Hui desired. Hua Ying, you need not depart. I have something to discuss that I hope you can keep confidential. No one else must know, all right? Hua Ying promptly assured Hui. Rest assured, I will safeguard this secret. Taking a deep breath, Chiyan Hui continued. Father, Hua Ying, are you familiar with Mega Evolution? Chiyan Song furrowed his brow, murmuring, Mega Evolution, before shaking his head. I have not heard of it. What is it? Hua Ying also shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity. Chiyan Hui's expression turned serious as he explained, "It is a method that allows Pokémon to evolve once more, though this evolution is not permanent. Upon losing their fighting capability, they revert to their previous form. To my knowledge, Pokémon such as Charizard, Blaziken, Combusken, and Sceptile can achieve Mega Evolution, requiring the Mega Stone and Keystone. These stones must be held by the trainer and the Pokémon, and provided they share a strong bond, they can undergo Mega Evolution. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that after Mega Evolution, the Pokémon's base stats are significantly enhanced, and their abilities may also change, typically resulting in an augmentation." Upon hearing this, both Chiyan and Hui gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. Chiyan, with a grave expression, inquired, "Hui, where did you acquire this information about the Megastone and Keystone?" Chiyan Hui fell silent, and noticing this, Chiyan chuckled, "Very well, since it is your secret. I shall refrain from prying. You are my son, and I trust you. If what you say about Mega Evolution is true, then the Megastone and Keystone are of utmost importance. Hui, upon returning, immediately post this task. I want the entire lava team to commence the search for this stone." Chapter 143, Arrival at Fuyan Town. Several days later, Chiyan departed Chimney Mountain with Hui. The trio, consisting of Chiyan Hui and his companions, continued their journey. Not far from the Chimney Mountain, they arrived at Fuyan Town. Nestled at the foot of Chimney Mountain, Fuyan Town is a quaint settlement in the heart of the Hoenn region, renowned for its warm hot springs, making it a favored destination for the elderly. Upon entering Fuyan Town, Chiyan Hui and his friends observed not a single towering skyscraper, but rather a collection of modest buildings, none exceeding 2 or 3 stories, scattered throughout the town's corners. Following the route indicated in the Pokémon Pokédex, they soon located the Pokémon Center. Without delay, Chiyan Hui entrusted his Charmeleon and Leafeon to Nurse Joy for examination, given her expertise in the matter. After registering through the Pokédex, the trio successfully checked into the center, with Ulung and Ashen footing the bill. Following their meal, Charmeleon and Leafeon were declared to be in perfect health, prompting Chiyan Hui to inquire of Nurse Joy, "Which hot spring in Fuyan Town offers the best service?" With a smile, Nurse Joy replied, "You need not venture out for a hot spring. Our Pokémon Center has a hot spring in the backyard, accessible for free to all guests." Chiyan Hui's eyes lit up at this revelation, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Nurse Joy." Leading Ulung and Ashen to the back, they beheld the inviting hot spring, steaming invitingly. Chiyan Hui released Charmeleon, Leafeon, and Vulpix from their Pokeballs. As for Litwick, its ability to enjoy the hot spring was questionable, primarily due to the need for discretion around others. After all, this was a rare opportunity to indulge in the hot springs of Fuyan Town. "Charmeleon, wait for me," he called out before hastily making his way to the changing room. Moments later, Chiyan Hui emerged clad in swim trunks, which he had purchased on the way into Fuyan Town. Upon entering the hot spring, he waved at Charmeleon, Leafeon, and Vulpix. The 2 Pokémon joyfully rushed to his side, eagerly joining him in the warm waters, while Vulpix hesitated, unsure of itself. "Come here, Vulpix," Chiyan Hui gently coaxed. "The hot spring feels wonderful. Let me hold you while we soak." Given Vulpix's petite stature, it would surely sink if it entered the water alone. Hearing Chiyan Hui's encouragement, Vulpix took a tentative step forward. Once in his arms, Chiyan Hui carefully submerged them into the hot spring, ensuring Vulpix's head remained above water. As the warm waters enveloped them, Vulpix let out a contented sound. Watching this scene, Chiyan Hui couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about the times he had spent soaking in the hot springs on Lava Island with his little Charizard. Ulung and Ashen joined in the hot springs embrace, where the pools were distinctly divided. The 3 of them, along with their Pokémon, occupied a secluded pool, allowing for a peaceful retreat. Enveloped in the warm waters, Chiyan Hui felt the rejuvenation his body craved after days of rigorous training on Chimney Mountain, closing his eyes in bliss as he leaned against the stone wall of the hot spring. The secluded hot spring behind the Pokémon Center was less frequented due to its exclusivity, accessible only to those staying at the center. As a result, the number of visitors was notably sparse. Only trainers affiliated with the Pokémon League could enjoy complimentary access, while others faced a steep fee. This exclusivity led to a tranquil atmosphere, though a few individuals remained, their attention drawn to the unusual Charmeleon and Vulpix beside Chiyan Hui. They might not have been aware of the exceptional qualities of these shiny Pokémon, but it was well known that shiny Pokémon typically boasted remarkable potential. After observing Chiyan Hui and his companions for a while, a man soaking in another pool approached them, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Jiren. May we become friends?" Opening his eyes, Chiyan Hui regarded him with a piercing gaze and replied coolly, "What do you want? Speak plainly." Jiren maintained his smile and remarked, "I noticed your Charmeleon seems a bit off in color. Could it be ill? Perhaps you should take it for a checkup." Chiyan Hui scoffed, but before he could respond, Alung fixed Jiren with a chilling glare and commanded, "Leave." The smile on Jiren's face faltered for a moment before he replied, "If you do not wish for my company, I shall take my leave. However, I have a well-developed Blaziken that I could trade for your ailing Charmeleon. It is a final evolution, after all." Chiyan Hui's expression turned frosty, and he curtly retorted, "Leave." Initially, he had considered Jiren merely a fool unaware of shiny Pokemon's worth. But now he recognized him as a schemer attempting to exploit the situation for a gain. As he spoke, Alung and Ashen also rose, their icy stares fixed on Jiren, their bodies marked with scars from their experiences in the wild. Unlike Chiyan Hui, who had the protection of his Zubat and the guidance of a mentor, Alung and Ashen had endured many hardships to attain their strength. Noticing the scars on Alung and Ashen, Jiren's demeanor shifted, and he chuckled nervously, saying, "I shall take my leave now, until we meet again." With that, he retreated back to his original pool, though his gaze lingered on Chiyan Hui and his companions. The encounter with Jiren made it clear to those soaking in the hot spring that Chiyan Hui was a trainer aware of the value of shiny Pokemon, not a novice easily deceived. Had Jiren encountered a trainer unfamiliar with shiny Pokemon, he might have succeeded in his deceit, trading a Pokemon of uncertain quality for an exceedingly rare shiny one. Chiyan Hui remained unfazed by Jiren's disturbance. He had no fear of being targeted with Charmeleon and Vulpix by his side. This was due to the fact that before leaving, Chiyan Song had entrusted him with the Pokeball containing Weezing. To Chiyan Song's surprise, Chiyan Hui had acquired a rare shiny Vulpix. It was common knowledge that even a singular shiny Charmeleon was enough to tempt many into reckless pursuits. Now, with the addition of the shiny Vulpix, the allure for those with nefarious intentions would undoubtedly intensify. Chapter 144, A Desperate Struggle for Survival. Faced with this predicament, relying solely on a Zubat at the initial stages of the Pokémon League for protection was an arduous challenge. Thus, Chiyan Song had no choice but to hand over the Pokeball containing Weezing to Chiyan Hui for his safety. Moreover, Chiyan Song had explicitly instructed that Weezing should not be released unless absolutely necessary. In the Hoenn region, numerous trainers would recognize Weezing, being one of Chiyan Song's main Pokemon. Consequently, releasing it would likely expose Chiyan Hui's identity. In contrast, Zubat had previously been a secondary Pokemon for Chiyan Song, and few were familiar with it, allowing for a degree of discretion. Thus, Chiyan Song specifically instructed Chiyan Hui that under no circumstances should he release the dual-type gas unless faced with a life-or-death crisis, as doing so would necessitate the elimination of all outsiders present. At this moment, Chiyan Hui was accompanied by a beginner-level King-class Crossbat and a mid-level dual-type gas, which had nearly reached the pinnacle of mid-level King-class, on the verge of ascending to high-level King-class. Both Pokemon were capable of flight, providing ample protection for Chiyan Hui. This was also the reason why he felt emboldened to allow his shiny Charizard and shiny Vulpix to bask in the hot springs. After some time had passed, Chiyan Hui inquired, "Alang, Ashan, are you enjoying the soak?" Alang replied with a grin, "Absolutely. It's been ages since I last indulged." Ashan simply nodded in silent agreement. Chiyan Hui then rose and declared, "All right, let's head back and get some rest. Tomorrow, we'll challenge the Fiery Town Gym before departing for the next city." With that, he recalled Charizard and the other Pokemon into their Pokeballs. Alang and Ashan promptly followed suit. The trio changed their clothes and exited the hot springs. After Chiyan Hui and his companions departed, Jiren quietly got up and left the hot springs as well. The allure of wealth was undeniable. The value of the shiny Charizard and shiny Vulpix was exceedingly high, comparable to demigods, perhaps even rarer, given that demigod Pokemon could be found in various regions, whereas shiny Pokemon were exceptionally scarce. The rarity of such creatures, combined with their generally outstanding qualifications, inevitably attracted attention. After changing his clothes, Jiren left the Pokemon Center. As an Alliance trainer, he had only been able to afford a standard quality starter Pokemon with the funds his family provided. Unlike the high-caliber Pokemon Chiyan Song had facilitated for Chiyan Hui. Having spent some time in Fiery Town, Jiren was relatively familiar with the local factions. Although it was a small town, there were still some low-level thugs around. Jiren made his way to a known gathering spot for these miscreants, releasing his Blaziken before calmly entering the premises. The thugs immediately noticed Jiren and shouted, "Who goes there?" In response, they unleashed their own Pokemon, and in an instant, a flash of white light illuminated the area. Once the brilliance subsided, Pokemon such as Venomoth, Beautifly, Ursa Ring, and Swallow appeared before Jiren, showing no signs of panic. He spoke in a deep voice. I have a lucrative business proposition for your boss. Who among you is the leader? Upon hearing this, the thugs shifted their gaze to the trainer with the Ursa Ring, a burly man in his 30s. He regarded Jiren cautiously and asked, what kind of business? The man eyed Jiren's Blaziken warily, realizing that it could potentially overpower all of their Pokémon. Jiren smiled slightly and suggested, let us discuss this inside. The leader, after surveying the area, replied, all right, please come in. Once inside, Jiren got straight to the point. I know of a trainer who possesses a shiny Charizard. You are undoubtedly aware of the value of shiny Pokémon. I can reveal the whereabouts of this trainer, and afterward, what you choose to do is none of my concern. The leader and his subordinates, upon hearing Jiren's words, suddenly found their breaths quickening, as if he had just divulged the location of an invaluable treasure worth millions. Although they recognized the complexity of the situation, greed began to stir within them. The leader paused briefly before stating in a low voice, state your terms. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Jiren's eyes as he smiled. I require a sum of money in exchange for this information. The leader pondered, teeth clenched. How much do you want? Jiren surveyed the room and declared, 200,000. Provide me with that amount, and I will divulge the information. The leader coldly retorted, that's impossible. That price is exorbitant. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and added, we can offer a maximum of 50,000. That's all we have. Jiren, undeterred, nodded, 50,000 it is then. The leader continued, you must first reveal where this person is, otherwise. How do we know you're not leading us into a trap? Jiren, unfazed, smiled. Very well. That person is at the Fiery Town Pokemon Center, with striking red hair. Quite noticeable. There are 3 of them, and their strength should be relatively weak, considering that the Charizard has yet to evolve. Now, may I have my payment? The leader contemplated this, perceiving it as an opportunity, a chance to elevate himself and those around him from the depths of obscurity. He understood the risks involved, but felt compelled to seize the moment, as it might be the only chance he would ever get. Despite recognizing that the seemingly genial man before him harbored ulterior motives, who among them would willingly disclose the whereabouts of a shiny Charizard to others? He realized this endeavor could very well cost him his life, but he was weary of his current existence and sought to defy fate. Regardless of the intentions of the smiling man, he refused to let this opportunity slip away, even if it meant sacrificing his own brothers and Pokémon for a chance at a better life. Brothers, let us pool our resources to gather the 50,000 and hand it over to him. Once I capture the shiny Charizard and sell it, I'll repay you all double. We'll then revel in luxury together. After the leader's declaration, his subordinates immediately began to contribute their money into his hands. Chapter 145, Departure to the Fiery Gym. After accumulating the 100,000, the leader handed the sum to Jiren, stating solemnly, do not disclose this information to anyone else, or we will settle this matter with you in blood. With a glint of menace in his gaze, he implied he had taken lives before. Jiren maintained his affable demeanor, assuring him, rest assured, I will not inform anyone else. With that, Jiren departed with the money and Blaziken in tow. The leader leaned toward his 2 subordinates, whispering, follow him closely without being detected. We need to ascertain his destination. Yes, boss. The 2 subordinates quickly retracted their Pokémon and pursued him. The leader then addressed the others. The target possesses a shiny Charizard. He is likely a novice trainer just starting his journey. We all know how easy it is to eliminate a rookie trainer. Though we may face the Alliance's pursuit afterward, I am unconcerned. I refuse to remain at the bottom of this world forever. I yearn for the bustling city life, for indulgence and freedom. Fueled by this opportunity, he was determined to fight for it. If he succeeded, he would not forget his comrades. He would ensure they all prospered together. Hearing the leader's impassioned words, excitement coursed through the group. After letting them cheer for a moment, the leader raised his hand to silence them, stating, since everyone is so eager, I want to elaborate further. Let us prepare. We'll employ all our resources. After all, a trainer is merely a human. They can be poisoned, injured, and can die easily. A subordinate inquired in a hushed tone, boss, shall we take action within the confines of Fiery Town? The burly man shook his head and replied, we must refrain from engaging here. Otherwise, the gym trainers will pursue us, and escape will be impossible. You few should take turns lying in wait at the entrance of the Pokemon Center. The moment you spot a man with red hair, notify me immediately. These trainers are all preparing for their journeys. If we act in the wilderness, we will have ample time to flee and erase our tracks. The Hoenn League won't be able to trace it back to us right away. By the time they realize, we might have already departed the Hoenn region and commenced anew in another area. At that point, neither you nor your descendants will have to worry about resources. When that time comes, we shall rise above others and become the elite. As the burly man's words resonated with them, his subordinates were instantly filled with aspirations, their minds conjuring visions of a prosperous future. All right, let us commence our operation. This may be our only chance in this lifetime, so everyone must exert their utmost effort and avoid any blunders. Yes, boss. All the subordinates responded in unison. Seeing their enthusiasm, a smile crept onto the burly man's face. Meanwhile, the departing figure quickly sensed someone trailing him, but paid it no heed, instead scoffing lightly before returning to the Pokémon Center to rest. The following day, after having breakfast, Chiyan Hui and his companions set off towards the fiery gym. Prior to their departure, Chiyan Hui had familiarized himself with the details of the fiery gym. It is a fire-type gym, presided over by a vibrant and beautiful woman named Asha, whose fiery enthusiasm should not be underestimated. Her grandfather was once a member of the elite Four in Hoenn. The Asha family has resided in Fiery Town for generations, establishing a lineage of trainers, and their connections within the league are substantial, given that her grandfather once held the title of Fire-type champion. Though he has since retired due to age, his Pokémon remain active. Chiyan Hui was well acquainted with Asha's grandfather, whose name was Mura, a formidable Fire-type champion. However, Chiyan Hui's challenge lay with Asha, not her grandfather, thus rendering the connection somewhat irrelevant. Throughout the preceding days, his Charmeleon, Leafeon, Litwick, and Vulpix have been rapidly evolving. All of them possess the remarkable 6V potential, the highest quality in the Pokémon realm. With ample resources at their disposal, their growth has been remarkably swift. Vulpix has transitioned from its juvenile stage to its adolescent phase, making it ready for training. Meanwhile, Charmeleon and Leafeon have also experienced rapid level advancements. Shiny Charmeleon, now at level 34, Intermediate Senior, is a Fire-type Pokémon with the ability Solar Power, hidden ability. Special attack increases by 15 times in sunny weather, but it loses some health periodically. Its individual values are all 6V, each stat maxed out at 31. Its base stats are HP, 58, Attack, 64, Defense, 58, Special Attack, 80, Special Defense, 65, Speed, 80, with a total of 405 points. It carries a top-tier charcoal, enhancing its Fire-type moves by 17. Its skilled moves include Flame Fang, Ember, and Flamethrower, while its entry-level moves encompass Dragon Breath, Cut, Double Edge, and Iron Tail. Charmeleon has diligently honed Flamethrower to the skilled level, aided by its prior mastery of Ember, which is the precursor move to Flamethrower. Leafeon, at level 36, Intermediate Senior, is a Grass-type Pokémon with the ability Chlorophyll effect. In sunny weather, this Pokémon's speed doubles. Its individual values are also 6V, with each stat maxed out at 31. Its base stats are HP, 65, Attack, 110, Defense, 130, Special Attack, 60, Special Defense, 65, Speed, 95, totaling 525 points. It carries an intermediate Odd Seed, enhancing Grass-type moves by 8. Its skilled moves include Double Kick and Leaf Blade, while its entry-level moves consist of Sunny Day, Synthesis, Seed Bomb, and Magical Leaf. Significantly, Leafeon has inherited the moves Sunny Day and Synthesis through its DNA, allowing for the preliminary utilization of a Sunny Day team strategy. Under sunny conditions, not only does Leafeon's speed double, but Synthesis can restore nearly 2/3 of its health, making it a formidable opponent in battle. While Asha's Fire-type Pokémon also benefit from the sunny weather, their enhancement pales in comparison to the effects of Leafeon's Chlorophyll ability. Given Leafeon's already impressive speed, doubling it means Asha's Pokémon would struggle to even make contact. Chapter 146. Gym Trainer Hiroto at Fiery Gym. Before long, Chiyan Hui and his companions arrived at the majestic entrance of the Fiery Gym. This gym resembled an expansive manor, exuding a profound sense of historical charm. Its roof, adorned with vibrant red tiles, shimmered under the sun, creating a striking contrast with the immaculate white walls, presenting an aura of antiquity and elegance. The estate was encircled by a sturdy and exquisite wall. As they approached the entrance, they found the doors ajar, and a robust, somewhat portly man was about to step out. Upon noticing Chiyan Hui and his companions, he scrutinized them briefly and inquired, "What brings you here?" Chiyan Hui presented his Pokémon Pokédex and replied, "I am Akita Hui from Autumn Leaf Town, here to challenge the Fiery Gym." Upon seeing the Pokédex, the man chuckled, scratching the back of his head as he said, "Ah, looking to challenge the gym, are you? Then follow me." After taking a few steps, he turned and added with a smile, "By the way, my name is Hiroto, the gym trainer here at Fiery Gym." Chiyan Hui and his companions followed him, and after a short walk, They arrived at an open battlefield, a simple, flat terrain, the most conventional type for battles. However, it is precisely this kind of arena that offers the fairest conditions. Regardless of the Pokémon used, they all have equal footing, save for those dwelling in water. Hiroto turned to Chiyan Hui and his companions and said, "Please wait here a moment while I inform the others. Today, Gym Leader Asha happens to be present. And if all goes well, you may earn the Flame Badge today." With that, Hiroto jogged off. Along, observing Hiroto's retreating figure, inquired, "Hui, you currently have only Charmeleon and Leafeon with combat capability, and neither holds an advantage against Fire-type Pokémon, especially Leafeon, which is weak to Fire types." Chiyan Hui responded with confident laughter, "Do not worry, Along. Today, Leafeon will be our main force, though it is at a disadvantage against Fire types. As long as we ensure it evades their attacks, we shall prevail. Today, Leafeon will astonish you." Observing the confident demeanor of Chiyan Hui, Alang resolutely declared, "Yes. Brother Hui, I believe in you." After a few minutes of anticipation, Hong Dao arrived, accompanied by a cadre of gym trainers. These trainers varied in age, but shared a commonality. They were all youthful, ranging from 15 or 16 to those in their 20s. These gym trainers formed the backbone of the Huiyin Gym. For a single trainer could not possibly safeguard an entire town. Upon their arrival, Hong Dao stepped forward and stated, "Chiyan Hui, I was the first to discover your potential, so I shall be your inaugural opponent. According to the rules, you must triumph over 2 gym trainers before you can challenge the gym leader." Chiyan Hui, being no novice to challenges, was well aware of this protocol. "Yes, I understand. Let us commence." He recognized the necessity of this rule. If any trainer challenging the gym leader, Asha, were to face her directly, she would surely be overwhelmed. Only by defeating 2 gym trainers could one earn the right to confront the gym leader, who could also select the level of Pokémon to battle based on the challenger's previous Pokémon. Once a challenger reached the gym leader, even in defeat, there existed a slim chance of obtaining a gym badge. However, this was contingent upon the gym leader recognizing the challenger's exceptional qualities during the battle, thus increasing the likelihood of bestowing the badge. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's affirmation, Hong Dao grinned and took his position on the battlefield. Chiyan Hui mirrored his stance, stepping into the opposing white box. At that moment, a ponytailed woman took her place as the referee and announced loudly, "Now, we commenced the gym challenge featuring Chiyan Hui from Aoki Town, facing his first opponent, gym trainer Hong Dao. Each side may utilize 2 Pokémon, and the side whose Pokémon can no longer battle will be deemed the loser. Now, both sides prepare." Chiyan Hui grasped a Pokeball firmly, and Hong Dao mirrored his actions. Their gazes collided, and the once innocent, portly Hong Dao now bore a fierce intensity in his eyes. The ponytailed woman waved her flag and proclaimed, "Let the battle begin." Simultaneously, Chiyan Hui and Hong Dao hurled their Pokeballs into the arena, where, amidst a flash of white light, Charmeleon and Magcargo materialized on the battlefield. Magcargo, the evolutionary stage of Slugma, was entirely red with a body composed of molten lava. It possessed yellow eyes and a pair of flame-like antennae atop its head, with droplet-shaped formations hanging from the sides of its mouth. The ground where Magcargo congregated was notably warm, often found in volcanic regions, as it sluggishly crawled in search of warm locales. Chiyan Hui focused intently on Magcargo. His mind flooded with data regarding its attributes and levels. Magcargo, level 31, intermediate, a fire-type Pokémon, possessed the ability Flame Body, which grants a 30 chance of inflicting a burn when hit by contact moves. Its individual values were as follows: HP, 23, Attack, 23, Defense, 25, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Its base stats totaled 250, with HP, 40, Attack, 40, Defense, 40, Special Attack, 70, Special Defense, 40, Speed, 20. Mastered moves included Incinerate, Ancient Power, and Ember, while its entry-level moves comprised Yawn, Smog, Rock Slide, and Clear Smog. Having reviewed this information, Chiyan Hui felt reassured. Charmeleon used Dragon Breath. Charmeleon had been training its Flamethrower move recently, and Dragon Breath shared similarities, both being emitted from the mouth. This practice had improved its proficiency, bringing it closer to mastery. At that moment, Charmeleon unleashed a Dragon Breath of a deeper hue than before, still a light purple. Yet its speed and intensity had noticeably increased. Facing the incoming Dragon Breath, Hong Dao gravely commanded, Magcargo, use Incinerate to counter the Dragon Breath. As Hong Dao perceived Charmeleon's explosive power, he recognized it was slightly superior to Magcargo in strength. Most importantly, Magcargo's base stats paled in comparison to Charmeleon's. With only its special attack being somewhat comparable, all other stats, HP, defense, speed, were significantly lower. This was a notable weakness for Magcargo, which would transform dramatically upon evolving into Magcargo at level 38, a level higher than Charmeleon's evolution into Charizard at level 36. Following Hong Dao's command, Magcargo expelled a flame that collided with the incoming Dragon Breath. Both Dragon Breath and Incinerate were special attack moves with a power of 60. However, due to the stab, same type attack bonus, advantage, Magcargo managed to successfully incinerate the energy condensed in Dragon Breath. Chiyan Hui remained unfazed. The Dragon Breath was merely a probe. Observing the development, he quickly called out, Charmeleon, use smoke screen to obscure their vision. Then use Dragon Breath again once you locate your target. Charmeleon swiftly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, which rapidly enveloped the battlefield, rendering both Magcargo and Hong Dao nearly blind. However, as the smoke was produced by Charmeleon, it could discern subtle disturbances within, pinpointing Magcargo's location. Seeing this, Hong Dao contemplated for a moment before decisively instructing, Magcargo, use smog. Magcargo, regaining composure after initial confusion, unleashed a stream of toxic smog, which bore a hint of purple, a clear indication of its poisonous nature. Though smog had a relatively low power of 30, it carried a 40 chance of poisoning the opponent. Given the not-so-great disparity in strength between Magcargo and Charmeleon, this probability had the potential to be effectively realized. As Magcargo expelled the smog, the previously black haze became tinged with purple. Charmeleon, caught within, soon found itself impacted by the toxic fog. It sensed a slight sting as the noxious vapors infiltrated its lungs, emanating an uncomfortable heat from within. Fortunately, while Charmeleon felt the effects of the smog, it had not succumbed to poisoning. Nevertheless, the lingering toxic fumes posed a significant threat. If Charmeleon remained within, it would inevitably succumb. Witnessing this turn of events, Chiyan Hui's expression hardened, and he swiftly commanded, Charmeleon, retreat from the area enveloped in smog, then unleash Flamethrower. Having witnessed Magcargo's use of smog, Chiyan Hui was confident that Charmeleon had discerned Magcargo's position. At this moment, it is imperative to incinerate the murky fog with a jet of flame, and then continue the assault on the Magma Worm. Although the Magma Worm possesses a formidable resistance to fire-type moves, rendering the impact of the jet of flame only half as potent upon contact. The Charizard benefits from both its inherent type advantage and the exceptional boost provided by its top-tier charcoal, with the jet of flame boasting an impressive power of 90. Even halved, the resultant force remains formidable. Upon hearing the command from Chiyan, the Charizard swiftly retreated from the obscured area, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a pillar of flame towards the position of the Magma Worm. The moment the Magma Worm deployed the murky fog, Charizard had already pinpointed its location. As the jet of flames surged into the haze, it ignited the purple fog with a crackling sound, continuing its relentless advance towards the Magma Worm. The Magma Worm's greatest vulnerability lies in its sluggish mobility, ranking among the weakest in speed compared to all Pokémon. Thus, evading the jet of flame was an impossibility. It could only brace itself for impact or engage in a direct confrontation. Hiroshi, opting for the latter, shouted, Magma Worm, use Cleanse. The Magma Worm expelled a flame to counter the oncoming jet of flame. However, the cleanse was quickly overwhelmed, and the jet of flame collided with the Magma Worm, forcefully pushing it back several paces. Concerned, Hiroshi called out, Magma Worm, are you alright? The Magma Worm shook its head, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on Charizard, eyes ablaze with determination. Well done, Magma Worm. Let us unleash Rock Slide. Hiroshi exclaimed. The Magma Worm let out a cry, and rocks materialized above Charizard, plummeting downwards. Chiyan remained calm, instructing, Charizard, move to the left to avoid the rock slide, then unleash another jet of flame. With a speed stat of 80, bolstered by rigorous training, Charizard darted to the left with the swiftness of a released arrow, deftly avoiding the descending rocks. Once steadied, Charizard expelled another pillar of flame towards the Magma Worm. Observing this, Hiroshi furrowed his brow and quickly commanded, Magma Worm, use primitive power to block the jet of flame. While he understood that primitive power would not completely shield against the attack, it could at least mitigate some of the jet's intensity. The Magma Worm swiftly conjured a rock formed from energy before launching it towards the jet of flame. Once more, a clash occurred in midair as the rock was rapidly shattered by the jet's assault. The jet of flame continued its trajectory, impacting the Magma Worm once again, sending it hurtling away. Chiyan's eyes lit up, and he swiftly shouted, Charizard, seize the opportunity. Use Dragon Breath. Although the Jet of Flame possessed greater power, its consumption was significantly more considerable, unlike Dragon Breath, which required much less energy. Charizard aimed at the retreating Magma Worm, unleashing a swift Dragon Breath that struck true. As the Magma Worm landed, it was hit once more by the Dragon Breath, sending it spiraling backward, rolling several times before collapsing, completely incapacitated. The ponytailed referee announced loudly, "The Magma Worm has lost its fighting capability. Hiroshi, please switch Pokémon." Chapter 148. Defeating Gym Trainer Hiroshi. Chihai's Charizard effortlessly triumphed over the Magma Worm, eliciting astonishment from the observing gym trainers. Despite the Magma Worm being of similar level to Charizard, with only a slight edge for the latter, Hiroshi, as a gym trainer, was well-versed in battle experience. Yet, he was easily bested by this challenger, prompting lively discussions among the trainers. Do you think Hiroshi can still win? It seems unlikely. After all, the Magma Worm was defeated so swiftly, and that Charizard is exceptionally well-trained. Have you noticed? The coloration of that Charizard appears somewhat unusual. I recall it being a deeper hue. A fellow ponytailed girl interjected, "No need for speculation. That is a shiny Pokémon." What? A shiny Pokémon? Said to be rarer than legendary Pokémon, it is rumored that every shiny Pokémon possesses exceptionally high potential, being a result of DNA mutations in their lineage, thus inherently strong. The ponytailed girl, her expression grave, remarked, "Indeed, that Charizard is a shiny Pokémon, and I believe Hiroshi is about to face imminent defeat." Meanwhile, upon hearing the referee's declaration, Hiroshi recalled the Magma Worm into its Pokeball and swiftly threw out another. "Come forth, Gas Ball." With a flash of white light, Gas Ball materialized on the battlefield. Gas Ball, adorned in purple and possessing a slender, balloon-like physique, featured protrusions that emanated toxic gas. Its mouth held two sharp fangs, and a skull insignia marked its abdomen. Gas Ball is known to seek the scent of decaying organic matter, relishing the polluted air as a gourmet feast. It generates noxious gas through a chemical reaction between wet refuse and its internal toxins, filling its balloon-like body with fumes that provoke tears, coughs, and runny noses. Gas Ball is the evolved form of Weezing, evolving into Weezing at level 35. Chihai, upon observing Gas Ball, felt a surge of confidence. This Gas Ball had evidently only recently reached level 32, with its Mud Bomb technique still in its novice stage, lacking proficiency. The Mud Bomb is considered one of Gas Ball's more formidable and versatile moves, boasting a power of 90, comparable to the Jet of Flame, and categorized among the stronger poison-type moves, with any stronger alternatives carrying various restrictions or side effects. Unlike those, Mud Bomb has neither side effects nor limitations, and its rapid firing speed renders it one of the most useful techniques. Chihai was the first to call out, "Charizard, use Jet of Flame." From the outset of the battle, he commanded Charizard to employ its strongest available move, the Jet of Flame. Gas Ball, lacking any resistance to fire-type moves, would suffer the full brunt of the Jet's impact should it connect. Under the influence of this system and the enhancement of the finest charcoal, the power and intensity of this proficient-level flamethrower skyrocketed. Though the Gas Bomb was slightly faster than the Lava Bug, it remained decidedly sluggish. Faced with the incoming flamethrower, evasion was futile. Confrontation was the only option. Hiroshi shouted loudly, "Gas Bomb, deploy Mud Bomb to counter the opponent's flamethrower." At this moment, Hiroshi appeared entirely confident, for the Mud Bomb's potency was on par with the flamethrower, both bolstered by their respective enhancements. Although the special attack stat of Gas Bomb was somewhat inferior to that of Charmeleon, the difference was marginal. Moreover, true to its name, the Mud Bomb detonated upon impact, a characteristic that allowed it to withstand the onslaught of various moves with relative ease. In no time, the Gas Bomb unleashed a barrage of Mud Bombs from its mouth, each a deep purple-black, colliding mid-air with the flamethrower. Boom, 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 boom. The sky was filled with smoke, obscuring the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a faint pillar of fire, though dim in hue, defiantly pierced through the haze, striking Gas Bomb directly. If it were another, swifter Pokémon, there might have been an opportunity for evasion. After all, the Mud Bomb had significantly mitigated the flamethrower's might, slowing its trajectory. However, the Gas Bomb's speed was woefully inadequate, only marginally surpassing that of the Lava Bug, with both Pokémon categorized as notably sluggish. What? Hiroshi gasped in astonishment as the flamethrower made contact with Gas Bomb. Despite being considerably weakened, Gas Bomb was still pushed back a short distance. Hiroshi was left bewildered. What was happening? No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom that Charmeleon was equipped with a piece of top-tier charcoal. This exceptional charcoal amplified the power of Charmeleon's fire-type moves by 17. a boost that perfectly eclipsed the explosive power of the mud bomb, allowing it to penetrate the defenses and strike the slow-moving gas bomb. Seeing this, Chiyan's face broke into a smile as he called out, "Charmeleon, once more, unleash flamethrower." Charmeleon executed the flamethrower again, swiftly charging toward gas bomb. The flamethrower had been honed to proficiency by Charmeleon, with both the speed of emission and concentration significantly improved compared to its initial stages. This allowed Charmeleon to capitalize on any opening, landing a hit during the opponent's moment of vulnerability. The fiery jet of flames soon struck gas bomb again. The recently repelled gas bomb had no time to react before being engulfed by the flames, collapsing to the ground, rendered completely incapable of battle. Chapter 149, Gym Trainer Kazumi steps in. The ponytailed referee, witnessing this scene, could not help but glance at Charmeleon with admiration before announcing loudly, "Gas bomb has lost its ability to battle. The challenger, Akita Hikari, emerges victorious in this match. Akita Hikari, you now have an hour of rest, and you may interrupt your rest to challenge again at any time." Akita Hikari nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Understood, referee." Although Charmeleon had sustained no injuries, the repeated use of flamethrower had depleted its energy, necessitating a period of recuperation. Akita Hikari led Charmeleon to the sidelines, taking a seat beside A-Lang and A-Shan. A-Lang immediately exclaimed, "Hikari, your Charmeleon is incredible. It can effortlessly defeat opponents of the same level." Akita Hikari responded with a hint of nostalgia. "It's only so easy because of the extensive resources used and the enhancement from the top-tier charcoal." As he spoke, Akita Hikari produced a premium fire-type energy cube and offered it to Charmeleon, saying, "Rest well. You'll need to battle again soon." Without a trace of fear, Charmeleon nodded eagerly, letting out a low cry before swallowing the energy cube whole. Shortly thereafter, Akita Hikari returned Charmeleon to its Ultra Ball for a proper rest. After half an hour of recuperation, Charmeleon had absorbed the energy cube sufficiently, prompting Akita Hikari to announce his desire to resume the challenge. Upon hearing this request, the ponytailed trainer among the gym trainers stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me to take this one. Otherwise, it would seem we gym trainers are utterly incompetent if the opponent only uses one Pokémon before facing the gym leader." The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The ponytailed trainer approached the battleground, gazing at Akita Hikari with determination, and proclaimed, "I am Kazumi, a gym trainer of the Fiery Blaze Gym, and I shall be your next opponent." The referee, surprised to see his sister step into the arena, acknowledged her strength among the gym trainers at the same level. Nevertheless, he upheld the rules, announcing loudly, "Next, the challenger Akita Hikari will face gym trainer Kazumi. Each side may use 2 Pokémon. The battle concludes upon the defeat of both Pokémon." Both parties prepared for their duel. Akita Hikari and Kazumi threw their Pokeballs simultaneously. As the white light flickered, Akita Hikari summoned Charmeleon once more, while Kazumi released a Mashana. The Mashana's body was predominantly sky blue, adorned with creamy white circular patterns on its arms and a similarly hued abdomen. Its legs were also white. The shape of its head resembled a bun, with round, curled protrusions on either side, colored white. Its large eyes boasted black pupils, and its face bore leaf-shaped pink markings. Its mouth was situated directly beneath its eyes, aligned with a vertical stripe pattern. Moreover, Akita Hikari was aware that this Mashana favored practicing yoga in the deep mountains. For it, daily yoga practice was indispensable, employing meditation to enhance its mental prowess. It was known to meditate for several hours each day, elevating its spiritual strength to the point of levitating. Mashana consumed only 1 berry each day, as a lesser intake was part of its training regimen, honing its resolve through fasting. Observing the Mashana before him, Akita Hikari couldn't help but internally critique, "What the heck? A gym trainer specializing in fire types has chosen to train a dual-type fighting and psychic Pokémon. You've strayed from your path. You should be at a fighting or psychic gym." Yet, despite the internal monologue, Akita Hikari immediately focused his attention, rapidly recalling the Mashana's attributes, level, and various details in his mind. Mashana, level 33, junior proficient, fighting and psychic dual-type Pokémon. Ability, Yoga Power, effect, due to the strength of yoga. Physical attacks deal double damage. Individual values, 4V, HP, 31, attack, 27, defense, 31, special attack, 31, special defense, 19, speed, 31. Base stats, HP, 30, attack, 40, defense, 55. Special attack, 40, special defense, 55, speed, 60, total, 280. Proficient level moves, high jump kick, mind headbutt, detect, Fire Punch, Meditate. Beginner-level moves, Confusion Ray, Self-Motivation, Psychic, Self-Suggestion. As he gazed upon the Machamp, Chiyan Hui's expression grew solemn. The characteristic of the Yoga Power ability was exceedingly formidable. It doubled the potency of physical attacks. A truly exaggerated enhancement. Fortunately, Machamp's base stats were relatively low. Most importantly, this particular Machamp did not possess maximum individual attack stats, which was indeed a significant loss. Upon Machamp's entry, Jime swiftly seized the initiative, exclaiming, "Machamp, use Bulk Up." Instantly, Machamp stood firm, channeling its energy and emitting a rallying cry. Witnessing this, Chiyan Hui furrowed his brow and commanded, "Charmeleon, interrupt it. Use Flamethrower." Charmeleon inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Machamp, aiming to prevent the execution of Bulk Up, which would enhance Machamp's attack and special attack. Should Machamp persist in its endeavor, it would undoubtedly face the fiery assault. Jime, observing the approaching flames, showed no hesitation. Machamp, dodge, and then use Psystrike. Although Machamp was slightly slower than Charmeleon, as a fighting-type Pokémon with years of yoga practice, its physique was remarkably supple and agile. With a powerful push from its legs, Machamp evaded the Flamethrower's onslaught. In the process of retreating, it quickly gathered energy for Psystrike, forming a psychic hammer above its head and launching it toward Charmeleon. Under the enhancement of the Yoga Power ability, the force of Psystrike was effectively doubled, and as a psychic-type move, it received additional boosts from its own type. All these factors combined rendered Psystrike exceedingly potent, even though Machamp's attack stat was relatively low. After all, Psystrike had a base power of 80. And with the Psychic-type enhancement of 40 and the Yoga Powers doubling to 160, it amassed a staggering total of 200 power. Chapter 150. Machamp's Flying Knee Strike. Chiyan Hui, observing the radiant hammer descending from afar, promptly instructed, "Charmeleon, remain calm. Redirect Flamethrower to intercept the Psystrike in midair." Since Flamethrower could sustain its output, it differed from Psystrike, which was a projectile move. Thus, after Flamethrower missed its target, Chiyan Hui directed Charmeleon to intercept the Psystrike mid-flight. Of course, pursuing Machamp was also an option, dependent on the trainer's strategy. Chiyan Hui opted for the interception, understanding that a less experienced trainer might have chosen to pursue Machamp, only to regret it after sustaining damage from Psystrike. The Psystrike, amplified by Yoga Power, was devastatingly powerful. Charmeleon soon realized this, as it redirected Flamethrower to strike the Psystrike, only for the Radiant Hammer to continue its advance, absorbing the impact of the flames. However, after a brief distance, the Psystrike was ultimately consumed by the flames. This was attributable to Machamp's notably low attack stats. Had its attack been higher, it might have breached the Flamethrower's defenses and struck Charmeleon. With Machamp's attack stat at only 40 and Charmeleon's special attack stat at a robust 80, the latter surpassed Machamp significantly. In such a contest of power, although Psystrike was stronger, Machamp's inherent attack stat hindered its effectiveness. It was akin to driving a Ferrari yet fueling it with low-grade gasoline, allowing lesser vehicles to overtake it with ease. Upon witnessing the destruction of the Psystrike, Charmeleon ceased its Flamethrower output, as the recent barrage had taken its toll. Meanwhile, Jime, seeing Charmeleon redirecting Flamethrower to counter the Psystrike, shouted with urgency, "Machamp, use Flying Knee. Let them witness our strength." Upon hearing Jime's command, Machamp leapt into the air, raising its knee to collide with Charmeleon. If this Flying Knee strike connected, Charmeleon would be severely impacted, even if it did not lose its ability to battle. This was particularly true considering that Flying Knee's power was formidable. Flying Knee, a fighting-type attack with a power of 130. It involves leaping and striking the opponent with the knee. If the strike misses, it inflicts damage on the user. The base power of Flying Knee is an impressive 130, which, when combined with the doubling effect of Yoga Power and the inherent fighting-type bonus, propels its power to astronomical heights. However, despite its overwhelming strength, Flying Knee bore a critical weakness, its accuracy. Once Machamp initiated the Flying Knee, it became airborne and could not maneuver, rendering its strike's landing predictable. If the opponent chose to evade, the Flying Knee would easily miss. Moreover, should it fail to connect, the user would suffer recoil damage, as striking the ground with one's knee would undoubtedly be painful. At this moment, Charmeleon had just extinguished the Psystrike, while Machamp's Flying Knee was already in midair. If Charmeleon attempted to evade in a conventional manner, it would be too late. Observing the imminent danger, Chiyan Hui urgently commanded, "Charmeleon, use Dragon Dive towards the adjacent open ground." Dragon Dive would grant Charmeleon a burst of speed, allowing it to accelerate rapidly. Charmeleon, responding to Chiyan Hui's call without hesitation, roared and surged towards the nearby space. This sudden acceleration successfully allowed Charmeleon to evade Machamp's flying knee. A thunderous impact resonated as Machamp struck the ground, creating a sizable crater. Though not deep, it was nonetheless impressive, considering they were battling on a well-compacted dirt surface rather than loose soil. In that moment, Machamp, using its seasoned capabilities, had created a crater nearly 2 meters in diameter. Now, Machamp found itself in the center of the crater, wincing in pain from the force of its own knee strike against the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Chiyan Hui swiftly commanded, Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Having evaded the flying knee with Dragon Dive, Charmeleon turned and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the crater where Machamp lay. Jimei shouted anxiously, Machamp, quickly evade. Marshana, enduring excruciating pain, attempted to rise, but a sudden, intense throb in her knee robbed her of strength, causing her to half-kneel on the ground. She could not evade the oncoming jet of flames. Gazing at the approaching inferno, there was no trace of fear in Marshana's eyes, only a flicker of disappointment. Had her most powerful move, the flying knee kick, connected, the opposing Pokémon would have suffered significant injury, even if it had not lost its fighting capability. The reason Marshana could not rise was also linked to the overwhelming force of the flying knee kick. After all, the effect of force is mutual. The impact of her knee striking the ground had created a substantial crater, and she too suffered from the recoil of her own attack. With the amplification from her yoga prowess and type bonuses, the power of the flying knee kick soared beyond limits, and the backlash from missing the target was equally formidable. Consequently, Marshana was unable to evade and had to endure the assault of the jet of flames. As the flames subsided, Marshana lay on the ground, unconscious and completely devoid of combat ability. This was also attributed to her exceedingly low health base stat of only 30 points, placing her among the weakest. The high-intensity recoil from the flying knee kick, combined with the fierce jet of flames from the fire dinosaur, rendered her defeat unsurprising. The ponytailed referee, witnessing the scene, announced loudly, Marshana has lost its combat ability. Trainer Jimei, please substitute your Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Jimei, with a hint of disappointment, recalled Marshana into its Pokeball. The ponytailed referee furrowed her brow and admonished sternly, Gym Trainer Jimei, please promptly replace your Pokémon. With her sister's voice breaking her reverie, Jimei carefully glanced at the referee and, akin to a child who had erred, hastily produced another Pokeball and tossed it into the arena. Now it's up to you. Dull Fire Camel. With a flash of white light, Dull Fire Camel materialized on the battlefield. As the evolved form of Fire Camel, Dull Fire Camel was well known to Chiyan due to its predecessor. Its body was predominantly yellow, with a lighter yellow on its belly and mouth, and green spots near the top of the hump on its back. It sported 2 small yellow ears atop its head, flanked by a tuft of yellow fur. Its eyes were framed with brown circles, perpetually half-closed. Dull Fire Camel stored molten lava at a searing 1,200 degrees within the hump on its back, which constantly bubbled. If exposed to water or cooler temperatures, the lava would solidify, gaining weight and causing its movements to slow. Although Dull Fire Camel was so obtuse that it would not notice being struck, it could not endure hunger for even a second. The burning lava within its hump converted into energy, granting it astonishing strength. Dull Fire Camel, at level 32, Senior Beginner, is a dual-type fire and ground Pokémon with the ability Simplicity, which doubles the effects of stat changes. Individual value qualifications: 3V, Health, 31, Attack, 22, Defense, 24. Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 18, Speed, 31. Base Stats: Health, 60, Attack, 60, Defense, 40, Special Attack, 65, Special Defense, 45, Speed, 35, Total, 305. Proficient moves: Earth Power, Smoke, Momentary Amnesia. Beginner moves: Focus Energy, Curse, Heavy Tread, and Ram. After observing Dull Fire Camel, Chiyan sighed. It seemed that this Pokémon of Jimei's was among the most distinguished of the gym trainers. The ability of Dull Fire Camel was remarkable, capable of doubling the effects of boosting moves, truly extraordinary. Reflecting on the referee's earlier reminder to the trainer named Jimei, and upon examining their appearances, Chiyan suddenly understood. The ponytailed referee and Jimei were sisters. Once Dull Fire Camel was sent into battle, Jimei quickly commanded, Dull Fire Camel, use Momentary Amnesia. Upon hearing her words, Dull Fire Camel stood still, emptying its mind, as a surge of psychic energy began to emanate from its consciousness, gradually spreading throughout its body. Chiyan frowned at this sight. Fire-type moves would be only half as effective against Dull Fire Camel, making it evident that using fire-type moves was not an option. In light of this, a direct confrontation was unavoidable. Fire Dinosaur charged forward, using Roar on the way, and then follow up with Dragon Dive. Chihai's strategy was straightforward. The momentary amnesia move would enhance Dull Fire Camel's special defense, and in this scenario, it would likely prioritize completing the momentary amnesia rather than attacking. If Dull Fire Camel succeeded in using momentary amnesia, Fire Dinosaur's Jet of Flames would be negligible. The momentary amnesia move would significantly boost Dull Fire Camel's special defense, and under the influence of its simplicity ability, the enhancement effect would be doubled. This clearly necessitated a reliance on physical attacks. However, the simplicity ability was a double-edged sword, amplifying the effects of boosting moves while simultaneously doubling the severity of any debuffs Dull Fire Camel would suffer. Fire Dinosaur did not hesitate, swiftly charging towards Dull Fire Camel while using Roar, which diminished Dull Fire Camel's attacking prowess. With the simplicity ability in play, the effect of Roar was also amplified. After executing Roar, Fire Dinosaur let out a fierce roar, enveloped in a faint purple glow, as it barreled towards Dull Fire Camel. Although Fire Dinosaur had been utilizing Jet Flames in battle, it was essential to remember that its Dragon Dive and Iron Tail moves were equally formidable. Observing this, Jimei furrowed her brow. Momentary amnesia was on the verge of completion, and she could not afford to abandon the effort. Thus, she resolved to withstand Fire Dinosaur's Dragon Dive. Dull Fire Camel, ignore the opponent's attack, and complete momentary amnesia. Dull Fire Camel stood motionless, its eyes vacant, unaware of its surroundings. Just as Dragon Dive's impact loomed, Dull Fire Camel finally completed momentary amnesia. However, Fire Dinosaur had already closed in on Dull Fire Camel, leaving it no opportunity to evade, and given Dull Fire Camel's sluggish speed, evasion was impossible. In this predicament, Jimei shouted, "Dull Fire Camel, use Iron Head." Upon hearing this, Chihai realized with astonishment that this Dull Fire Camel had inherited the Iron Head move. Previously, he had focused on the proficient moves and had overlooked the beginner-level moves, only glancing at them briefly. Upon Jimei's command, Dull Fire Camel lifted its forelegs, leaped with its hind legs, and its head glimmered with a silvery light as it collided fiercely with Fire Dinosaur's Dragon Dive. In this clash, Dull Fire Camel emitted a muffled grunt, being forcefully repelled. This outcome was significantly influenced by the earlier reduction in its attack power due to Roar. Otherwise, although Fire Dinosaur's attacking prowess exceeded that of Dull Fire Camel, it would not have resulted in such a decisive advantage. However, due to the doubled effect of Roar, Dull Fire Camel's attack power was severely diminished. In this particular scenario, it was only then that the Dull Fire Camel was repelled by the Fire Dinosaur's Dragon Dive. Akira shouted with fervor, "Fire Dinosaur, do not give the opponent a moment to breathe. Unleash Dragon Dive once more." The Fire Dinosaur took a deep breath, then forcefully propelled itself off the ground, its body glowing with a faint purple light as it charged once again towards the Dull Fire Camel, which had been knocked back. Seeing this, Kazumi's expression shifted dramatically. It was too late to employ a ranged attack, and a melee move would be insufficient to counter the Dragon Dive. What was she to do? With no alternatives, Kazumi could only cry out, "Dull Fire Camel, use Tackle." Although Tackle bore the penalty of recoil damage, its power exceeded that of Iron Head by 10 points. Faced with the inadequacy of Iron Head, Tackle was their only recourse. Chapter 152, the gym leader of the Furnace Flame Gym, Aisha. The Dull Fire Camel, enduring its bodily discomfort, strained to launch itself forward, its hooves pounding heavily against the ground. Though its speed was not remarkable, each step resonated with considerable weight. The Dull Fire Camel was not light, yet it had recently been repulsed by the Fire Dinosaur's Dragon Dive. Such was the consequence of the sound-based moves. As the saying goes, success and failure are often intertwined, and the Dull Fire Camel was now both blessed and cursed by its simplicity. While its pure trait allowed the Dull Fire Camel to double the effectiveness of its amplification moves, it simultaneously magnified the effects of any debuffs it received. Soon enough, the Dull Fire Camel's tackle collided with the Fire Dinosaur's Dragon Dive once more. Bang! The Dull Fire Camel felt stars explode before its eyes. There was no remedy for the previous Iron Head failure. Now, though Tackle was slightly stronger, it still fell short in compensating for the diminished attack power of the Dull Fire Camel. Once again, it was knocked back, though this time the distance was considerably shorter than before. In truth, the Dull Fire Camel possessed a spell move, if only it were granted a moment to execute it. Its attack and defense would be enhanced, further amplified under its pure trait. However, at present, Akira and the Fire Dinosaur were clearly unwilling to afford the Dull Fire Camel that opportunity. During the casting process, if struck by Dragon Dive or similar moves. The spell could be interrupted. Thus, Kazumi and the Dull Fire Camel found themselves in a dire predicament. Without employing the spell, the Dull Fire Camel would be relentlessly battered by the Fire Dinosaur, yet invoking the spell risked interruption. At that moment, Kazumi was utterly at a loss. For despite the Fire Dinosaur being of a comparable level to the Dull Fire Camel, she had been at a disadvantage from the outset. The referee, observing from her position, sighed deeply. Meanwhile, the onlooking gym trainers engaged in hushed discussions. It appeared that Kazumi was unable to turn the tide. To think that such a formidable trainer could be so thoroughly dominated by a single Fire Dinosaur was truly astonishing. They could only inform gym leader Aisha now, surely. The challenger would not sweep through with merely a Fire Dinosaur against her. That was utterly implausible. Gym leader Aisha was far too powerful to be bested by a single Fire Dinosaur. I shall notify gym leader Aisha. Having said that, the gym trainer hurried off to deliver the message. Although Akira would have an hour's respite after triumphing over Kazumi, challengers had the option to conclude their rest period early. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Akira commanded the Fire Dinosaur to repeatedly unleash Dragon Dive, engaging the Dull Fire Camel in relentless confrontations, providing it no moments of respite. Under these circumstances, the Fire Dinosaur's Dragon Dive surprisingly advanced from novice to proficient level. At the novice level, the Fire Dinosaur emitted only a faint purple glow when executing Dragon Dive. Now, at the proficient level, its aura had intensified into a vibrant purple, making it appear as though enveloped in an energy of that hue. With the breakthrough of the Dragon Dive, the Dull Fire Camel's hope was utterly extinguished. Succumbing to the ceaseless onslaught of Dragon Dive, the ponytailed referee, witnessing this, announced with a commanding voice, Kazumi's two Pokémon have lost their battling capabilities. Thus, the victor of this match is the challenger Akira from Akiha Town. Mr. Akira, you now possess an hour of rest before challenging gym leader Aisha of the Furnace Flame Gym. Akira nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards a striking woman on the sidelines. Dressed in revealing attire, her red hair styled in an explosive fashion that, despite being tied up, seemed hardly tamed. She appeared to embody a non-mainstream aesthetic. Gym leader Aisha. Akira instantly recognized her as the gym leader of the Furnace Flame Gym. Prior to challenging the gym, he had researched Aisha online. Aisha cast a glance at Akira before turning her attention, her gaze intensely fixated on the Fire Dinosaur, murmuring, "A shiny Fire Dinosaur." Akira noticed Aisha's interest. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that while her eyes brimmed with fervor and curiosity, there was no hint of greed. Clearly, Aisha was intrigued by Akira's Fire Dinosaur, yet had no desire to claim it as her own. After offering a slight nod of acknowledgement towards Aisha, Akira approached Alungan Ashen, once again feeding the Fire Dinosaur a top-tier Fire Energy Cube. Fire Dinosaur, rest well within your Pokeball. The forthcoming battles shall be entrusted to your teammate, Leaf EV. You have already fought several rounds today, and it hasn't seen action yet. The Fire Dinosaur nodded with a sense of gravity, no longer the naive creature it once was. Just as Akira prepared to recall the Fire Dinosaur into its Pokeball, a voice suddenly interjected, "Is that a shiny Fire Dinosaur?" Although phrased as a question, the tone conveyed unwavering certainty. Turning to look, Akira found it was none other than gym leader Aisha. "Indeed, it is a shiny Fire Dinosaur," he acknowledged confidently, unperturbed by the prospect of others coveting his Pokémon. At such a moment, one could hardly claim the Fire Dinosaur's coloration was merely dyed. That would be an insult to intelligence. Aisha's gaze remained fixed upon the Fire Dinosaur as she softly inquired, "May I touch it?" Then, as if fearing Akira might misinterpret her, she quickly added, "It's just that I've never seen one before, and I'm rather curious." Akira smiled warmly, "Of course. Go ahead." Upon receiving Akira's consent, a look of delight blossomed on Aisha's face as she reached out to touch the Fire Dinosaur. The Fire Dinosaur, casting a resigned glance at Akira, realized that with its trainer's approval, there was no alternative but to endure. As Aisha's hand made contact with the Fire Dinosaur, she gasped in excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. Clearly, Aisha was captivated by the Fire Dinosaur, and after a considerable time, she suddenly recalled that it was supposed to be the Fire Dinosaur's rest period. Turning to Akira with a hint of apology, she said, "I'm sorry. I lost track of time and interrupted your Fire Dinosaur's rest." Chapter 153, A Sense of No Malice from Aisha. Chiyan Hui gazed into Aisha's eyes, perceiving a flicker of guilt and apology, devoid of any other emotions. This momentarily took him aback, but he soon broke into a radiant smile, saying, "There's no need for concern. I hadn't planned to let Charmeleon take the stage again, so you need not apologize." At that instant, Chiyan Hui's laughter was genuine. For during the preceding period, He had encountered various individuals with ill intentions towards Charmeleon, and now he was faced with a woman who was merely curious about the creature. Her interest in Charmeleon was not driven by greed. Instead, she had an authentic fondness for Pokémon, simply captivated by the rare sight of a shiny Charmeleon. Although Chiyan Hui was uncertain of her true intentions, he believed that one's character could be assessed by their actions rather than their thoughts. Regardless of what Asha might be contemplating internally, her demeanor suggested a lack of possessiveness towards Charmeleon. This could stem from her innate nature or perhaps from a solid upbringing. Chiyan Hui did not dwell on the cause. It sufficed for him to know that Asha harbored no malicious intentions towards him or Charmeleon. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words and witnessing his beaming smile, Asha responded with a grin. Very well, let us engage in a fair battle. Chiyan Hui, upon hearing this, hesitated not. Though the intermission had yet to conclude, the thrill of the moment outweighed any concern for time. All right, let us begin, he declared, turning to the referee and calling out, I hereby request the commencement of the final round of the gym challenge. The ponytailed referee glanced at Asha, noting her lack of objection, and promptly took his position, announcing loudly, following the challenger's request, we shall now proceed to the final round of the gym challenge. The combatants are Akita Hikari from Akiha Town and Asha, the gym leader of the Flame Gym. Each side may utilize 3 Pokemon, with the option to switch Pokemon at any time. Should all 3 Pokemon of either side be rendered unable to battle, that side will be declared defeated. Now, may both parties prepare. Chiyan Hui and Asha moved to opposite ends of the battlefield, their gazes locked in a fiery determination. Asha, an individual with a spirited and fearless personality, possessed a passion for Pokemon that burned brighter than a volcano. Undaunted by Chiyan Hui's challenge, she stood resolute. Likewise, Chiyan Hui felt it was time for his beloved Eevee to take the stage after Charmeleon's numerous bouts today. As the ponytailed referee confirmed that both sides were ready, he shouted, let the battle commence. With the referee's command, Chiyan Hui hurled his Pokeball into the air, exclaiming, come forth, Eevee. A flash of white light illuminated the battlefield as Eevee, who had yet to participate, finally made its entrance. Simultaneously, Asha released her own Pokeball, calling out, arise, Magcargo. Another burst of white light revealed Magcargo standing opposite Eevee. The 2 Pokemon locked eyes, their expressions brimming with combativeness. Magcargo, the evolved form of Slugma, resembled its predecessor but boasted a shell and a larger physique. The shell, covered in lava, enabled it to thrive in volcanic environments. For millennia, Magcargo had resided within craters, its body having transformed to resemble molten rock. Its shell solidified from cooled lava skin, harboring fiery energy that, upon contact, would shatter into fragments, returning to its original size once immersed in lava. With Chiyan Hui's scrutiny, the detailed information about Magcargo surfaced in his mind. Magcargo, level 38, advanced. A dual-type fire and rock Pokemon, with the ability Swarm Armor, hidden ability. Physical attacks lower its defense, but significantly increase its speed. Each hit from a physical consecutive attack triggers this ability. Individual value stats, 4V, HP, 24, attack, 13, defense, 31, special attack, 31, special defense, 31, speed, 31. Base stats, HP, 60, attack, 50, defense, 120, special attack, 90, special defense, 80, speed, 30, total, 430. Proficient moves, Smog, Shell Smash, Earth Power, Ancient Power. Beginner moves, Mud Slap, Yawn, Clear Smog, Rock Slide. Chiyan Hui observed the Magcargo before him, sighing at its sluggish speed. The Swarm Armor ability did not benefit Magcargo, rather, it diminished its greatest asset, defense. In simpler terms, it was a case of diminishing returns. Even if Magcargo's speed were maximized, it would still lag behind Eevee, a consequence of its innate characteristics. Asha, on the other hand, stared in awe at Eevee, exclaiming excitedly, Akita Hikari, is this a new Pokemon? I've never seen one before. Chiyan Hui did not shy away from revealing the truth, stating, not exactly new. This is an evolved form of Eevee, Leafeon. Asha gazed at the adorable Leafeon, her heart nearly melting. The ponytailed referee cleared his throat, prompting Asha to regain her composure. A hint of blush graced her cheeks as she cautiously glanced at the referee, swiftly adopting a serious demeanor, ready to engage in battle. Chiyan Hui noticed the subtle exchange and smiled knowingly before shouting, Leafeon, use sand attack. Leafeon, understanding the command, conjured a handful of sand and flung it towards Magcargo. With Magcargo's sluggish speed, evasion was impossible. However, Asha had her countermeasure prepared. Magcargo used smog. With remarkable speed, Magcargo exhaled a plume of flames towards the incoming sand, incinerating it upon contact. Chiyan Hui's strategy was successfully executed. He intended to use Sand Attack to disrupt Asha's momentum and afford Leafeon the opportunity to summon Sunny Day. Upon hearing Asha's command, he immediately called out, "Leafeon, now's your chance, use Sunny Day." Leafeon swiftly gathered Fire-type energy, with a fireball gradually forming above its head. This maneuver momentarily bewildered Asha, as her mind raced with questions. What were Akita Hikari and Leafeon attempting? Wasn't she the gym leader of the Fire-type? Why would her opponent summon Sunny Day? Was he implying that she was not winning fast enough? After a moment's hesitation, Asha concluded that her opponent could not be foolish, leading to only one possibility. Under Sunny Day conditions, Leafeon would gain significant advantages, perhaps even surpassing those of Fire-type Pokémon. Magcargo, prevent them from using Sunny Day, use Smog. This Magcargo was trained by Asha to combat challengers and had not been taught any high-powered moves, leaving only Smog as its option at that moment. As the lava snail attained the intermediate level of the gym leader rank, it instinctively inherited the ability to unleash the move smokescreen from its DNA. Upon hearing Aisha's command, the lava snail immediately expelled a thick cloud of black smoke from its mouth, interspersed with fierce flames. Fire-type moves exert a double effectiveness against EV, and should the smokescreen hit, it would inflict substantial damage upon EV. However, Chiyan did not exhibit the slightest intention of interference. Instead, he shouted fervently, "EV, continue to concentrate on gathering the Sunny Day move. Endure the damage from the smokescreen. Do not give up, and ensure you manifest the Sunny Day move." Upon receiving Chiyan's words, EV focused all its attention on channeling the Sunny Day move, disregarding the encroaching black smoke and flames. Although smokescreen is a widespread attack, its speed pales in comparison to that of moves like flamethrower. Chiyan watched as the fireball above EV's head gradually swelled in size and density with the infusion of fire-type energy. Just as the black smoke from smokescreen approached, EV successfully completed the Sunny Day move. With a triumphant cry, EV launched the fireball skyward, where it ultimately hung high in the heavens. Immediately thereafter, a radiant glow and warmth emanated from the fireball, signifying the energy sun created by EV's Sunny Day move. Simultaneously, however, EV suffered damage from the smokescreen attack. Chiyan promptly shouted, "EV, retreat swiftly to evade the continued assault of smokescreen." Though EV had already been struck by the smokescreen, a rapid retreat could mitigate the extent of its injuries. In an instant, EV vanished and reappeared right in front of Chiyan, its once smooth and lustrous fur now marred by singed patches. This speed was akin to instantaneous teleportation over a short distance. No, it surpassed even that. EV's base speed stat is 95, and with the enhancement of its hidden ability, Chlorophyll, its speed doubles, reaching an astonishing 190. What does this signify? It means that EV's speed had become so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the human eye. Just moments ago, EV's velocity astonished not only Chiyan, but also Aisha across the battlefield, as well as the ponytailed referee observing from the sidelines. The referee rubbed her eyes in disbelief, questioning her own vision. Meanwhile, the gym trainers watching were utterly bewildered. Did you see that? It seemed like that EV just appeared out of nowhere. I saw it too, but I heard a swoosh sound. Could that be EV's movement speed? No way. How could EV possibly be that fast? Kazumi gazed at the radiant energy sun in the sky with a complex expression and remarked, "Are you all unaware of an ability called chlorophyll?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, turning their attention to the energy sun above. In that moment, both Aisha and the ponytailed referee recognized the significance, lifting their gazes toward the glowing energy sun radiating light and warmth. Aisha's expression grew grave as the realization dawned upon her. Seizing this opportunity, Chiyan quickly commanded, "EV, use synthesis to recover some energy and heal yourself." EV let out a soft cry, and suddenly, a faint green glow enveloped its body. As this verdant light absorbed the glow and warmth from the energy sun above, it deepened in hue, significantly accelerating the healing process. Under the embrace of this green light, EV's previously singed fur began to restore itself rapidly, returning to its smooth and silky state, an almost miraculous transformation. Aisha, having grasped the situation, found her gaze irresistibly drawn to the glowing EV. Witnessing EV fully restore itself through synthesis, Aisha felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, realizing that the upcoming battle would be formidable. Yet, formidable or not, the fight must continue. Lava Snail, unleash smokescreen once more. Under the sunny conditions, although EV's speed was exceedingly rapid, Smokescreen is a widespread move that gained a 50% power boost from the sunny weather, enhanced by the sunlight. The smokescreen deployed by the lava snail was even thicker and more expansive than before. Faced with this situation, Chiyan Hui remained unflustered, commanding, EV, maneuver around the battlefield's edge and use Mudslap. Though Mudslap has a base power of only 20. It is a special ground-type attack that possesses a quadruple effectiveness against the lava snail. Thus, under this quadruple effect, the move's power would escalate to 80, sufficient to inflict considerable damage upon the lava snail. Moreover, Mudslap carries a special effect that lowers the opponent's accuracy. For the lava snail, this posed a calamity, as it is a Pokémon adept at ranged attacks. Once its accuracy is compromised, the repercussions are far graver than for a melee Pokémon. After all, a slight misalignment at close range could translate to a significant misalignment at a distance. Upon receiving Chiyan Hui's command, Eevee instantly vanished from its original position, its actions eluding the human eye entirely. As the lava snail executed Smokescreen, it suddenly sensed a clump of mud flying from its side, splattering across its face. Chapter 155. Only speed remains unbroken. Caught off guard by the mud, the lava snail momentarily froze, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of pain radiating from its face. An 80-point power Mudslap is not to be taken lightly. Following that, the lava snail felt ground-type energy infiltrating its body from the spot where the mud struck, causing disarray, while the mud obscured its vision. After all, having mud smeared on its face certainly obstructed its eyes. Furious, the lava snail roared, flames erupting from its body as the mud on its face and eyes began to disintegrate under the intense heat. From a distance, Chiyan Hui observed this scene with a smile, quickly urging, EV, do not stop. Continue using Mudslap. The negligible energy cost of Mudslap, with its base power of 20, was virtually inconsequential for EV. It is one of the least taxing moves available. EV joyfully conjured more clumps of mud and hurled them at the lava snail's face. Before the previous clump of mud could fully disintegrate, another one was already on its way. Given the lava snail's speed, it was unable to evade or escape, enduring the damage and effects of Mudslap. At this moment, the lava snail felt as though it might lose its sanity. Aisha, witnessing the unfolding situation, was in a state of frantic agitation, yet found herself without a viable solution. Ultimately, after enduring multiple hits from Mudslap, the lava snail collapsed, completely incapacitated. The ponytailed referee couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth, exclaiming internally, what in the world is happening here? However, after taking a deep breath, she shouted loudly, the lava snail has lost its combat ability. Leaf EV is victorious. Please, Gym Leader Asha, send out your next Pokemon. Asha, with a bitter expression, recalled the lava snail into its Pokeball. Not only did the lava snail feel a sense of frustration, but Asha herself was overwhelmed with a feeling of helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, Asha produced another Pokeball and tossed it into the arena. Come forth, Rapidash. As a brilliant light flickered, a majestic horse enveloped in flames appeared on the battlefield. Rapidash is a Pokemon resembling a horse, its entire body a pale yellow, adorned with a fiery mane that blazes from its head along its back to its tail. A horn-like structure protrudes from its forehead, and its eyes glimmer a fiery red. Rapidash has an innate love for running. While it often frolics leisurely in the fields, this has resulted in its remarkable speed, boasting a base speed stat of 105. Asha understood very well that against Leaf EV, any slower Pokemon would merely be a target, unable to retaliate, and only capable of enduring attacks passively. Thus, she strategically decided to deploy Rapidash, which she had originally intended to keep in reserve. Upon the appearance of Rapidash, Chiyan focused intently and soon found a wealth of information regarding this Pokemon flooding his mind. Rapidash, level 42, beginner of the professional tier, is a fire-type Pokemon with the ability Flash Fire, which allows it to absorb fire-type attacks and enhances its own fire-type moves. Its individual values are exceptional: 4 IVs, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 23, Special Defense, 17, Speed, 31. Its base stats are as follows: HP, 65, Attack, 100, Defense, 70, Special Attack, 80, Special Defense, 80, Speed, 105, totaling 500. Proficient moves include Flame Charge, Horn Attack, Fire Spin, and Takedown, while its entry-level moves comprise Poison Sting, Quick Attack, Flame Burst, and Ember. After Rapidash's emergence, Asha, with a hint of apology, remarked, I had not intended to send out Rapidash, given that your Leaf EV is still at the senior level, while Rapidash has already ascended to the professional tier. However, my other senior-level Pokémon stand no chance against your Leaf EV. So I have no choice but to send out this Rapidash. Chiyan, unfazed, responded with a smile. Perfect. I felt Leaf EV needed a greater challenge. Your Rapidash will provide a perfectly balanced match. Upon hearing Chiyan's audacious statement, the surrounding gym trainers turned their heads in disbelief. They never anticipated that Chiyan would make such a bold claim, suggesting that a senior-level Pokémon could contend evenly with the gym leader's professional-level Pokémon. Yet, both Chiyan and Asha did not find anything amiss in their exchange. They genuinely believed it to be a fair battle. After all, Leaf EV's chlorophyll ability renders it exceedingly formidable. In the realm of combat, speed reigns supreme. When velocity reaches its zenith, it becomes an insurmountable challenge. Presently, Leaf EV's speed rivals that of instantaneous teleportation, devoid of the typical pause associated with such moves. Psychic-type Pokémon often experience a momentary stasis when utilizing teleportation, akin to a cooldown period. However, Leaf EV's speed has reached such heights without any semblance of delay, making it incredibly difficult to counter. Upon hearing Chiyan's words, Asha's face lit up with a radiant smile, and she exclaimed, "All right, let us engage in an exhilarating battle. Rapidash, let us get moving. Use quick attack." Rapidash reared up on its forelegs, whinnied excitedly, and immediately began to dash around the battlefield. Its speed intensified further due to the effects of the quick attack move, significantly enhancing its velocity. Yet, Chiyan wore a mysterious smile as he called out, "Leaf EV, use Yawn." Instantly, Leaf EV vanished from its original position, reappearing directly in Rapidash's path, and swiftly conjured a yawn. Consequently, Rapidash, charging ahead, collided into the bubble created by the yawn move. Asha thought to herself, wasn't this supposed to be an evenly matched battle? How did it turn into this? In that moment, Asha felt her patience wearing thin. Rapidash, still in full sprint, remained blissfully unaware of any irregularity, continuing its enthusiastic gallop. However, as the effects of quick attack concluded, Rapidash suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over it. Before it could react, it collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to sleep. Nearby, the referee and the observing gym trainers were equally dismayed. Some trainers even cried out in desperation. "Come on, get up, Rapidash." Chapter 156, The Power of Yawn. Despite the collective cries of the trainers, Rapidash lay on the ground, soundly asleep. Asha clenched her fists tightly, glaring furiously at Chiyan, as if she wished to unleash her wrath upon him. Chiyan offered an awkward smile before calling out, "Leaf EV, use Mud Slap." Leaf EV instantly appeared before Rapidash and, at close range, executed the Mud Slap move, smearing mud across Rapidash's face. In that moment, Chiyan felt the limitations of his strategy. Although Leaf EV could learn moves like Mud Shot and Dig, these required teaching from other Pokémon or the use of technical machines, which he had yet to acquire. Thus, he found himself relying on the relatively weak Mud Slap, which, even with its double effectiveness against Rapidash, only amounted to a meager 40 points of damage. Had he had access to Mud Shot or Dig, Rapidash would have been unable to withstand that level of damage. After Leaf EV's Mud Slap, Chiyan promptly commanded, "Leaf EV, use Takedown." The reason for the earlier Mud Slap was to obstruct Rapidash's vision, preventing it from retaliating immediately upon waking. Now, with Rapidash's sight obscured, Chiyan could summon Leaf EV to unleash a more powerful move. Upon receiving the command, Leaf EV let out a determined cry, suddenly exuding an intense aura. Its body enveloped in a grayish-white glow as it charged toward Rapidash. With a resounding crash, Leaf EV collided with Rapidash, sending it flying. In its dreams, Rapidash let out a pained whinny but remained blissfully asleep. Asha, her brow furrowed, shouted urgently, "Rapidash, wake up! Don't you want to eat?" Suddenly, Rapidash stiffened, startled awake, and began to frantically call out, its muddy visage obscuring its view of the world around it. Originally, it was in a state of semi-consciousness, but upon hearing Aisha's words, the Rapidash was instantly roused from its slumber. This was primarily due to the fact that this particular Rapidash was quite the glutton. The mention of not being fed startled it awake. This situation was also related to the low proficiency level of Leafin's Yawn move. Had Leafin's mastery of the Yawn technique been more advanced, it likely wouldn't have been enough to awaken the Rapidash at Aisha's words. When Chiyan noticed the Rapidash waking up, he felt no concern. After glancing at the energy sun hanging in the sky, he promptly commanded, "Leafin, utilize Sunny Day to maintain the clear weather." Previously, when Leafin had defeated the lava snail, a considerable amount of time had been wasted, and having just battled with Rapidash for a while, the effects of Sunny Day were nearing their end. Without the enhancement of Sunny Day, Leafin would find it exceedingly difficult to contend against the swifter Rapidash, especially since Leafin, being a grass type, was at a disadvantage against the fire type Rapidash. Aisha, witnessing the unfolding situation, urgently called out, "Rapidash, quickly remove the mud from your face, and then use Flame Charge to attack Leafin." Upon hearing Aisha's command, the Rapidash immediately bent its front hooves, rubbing its face against its legs in an attempt to rid itself of the mud. After all, lacking hands made it rather challenging to clean its face. Observing this scene, Aisha let out a sigh, fully aware that by the time Rapidash managed to wipe off the mud, it would likely be too late to execute a flame charge attack on Leafin. As Rapidash struggled to clean its face, a smile crept across Chihai's face. This was precisely why he had instructed Leafin to use Mud Slap on Rapidash earlier. After a considerable effort, Rapidash finally succeeded in removing the mud from its face and glared furiously at Leafin, letting out a fierce roar as flames enveloped its entire body, charging towards Leafin in a blaze. This was Rapidash's Flame Charge move, which, while not particularly powerful with only 50 points of damage, possessed a unique effect that enhanced Rapidash's speed. In this moment, Rapidash appeared truly formidable. However, as Rapidash launched its attack, Leafin had already gathered the Sunny Day move, sending a vibrant fireball soaring into the sky to replace the dimming one. The intense light and heat radiating downwards further intensified the flames surrounding Rapidash. Yet, Chihai remained unperturbed. With Sunny Day still in effect, Rapidash was destined to be left in the dust. Leafin, once more, use Yawn. While the flight speed of the Yawn move was not particularly swift, Rapidash, owing to its speed, could evade it, yet Leafin's speed greatly surpassed that of Rapidash, creating a dilemma for both Aisha and Rapidash. Upon hearing Chihai's command, Leafin instantaneously vanished from its location, leaving the charging Rapidash momentarily bewildered. As the flames enveloping Rapidash dissipated, Leafin appeared like a phantom at Rapidash's side, sending Yawn bubbles flying towards it. Rapidash, unaware of the impending attack, was nevertheless spotted by Aisha, who immediately shouted, "Rapidash, use Flame Wheel." Though Rapidash followed the command instinctively, it had not yet located the target. However, in the split second before Rapidash executed Flame Wheel, the Yawn bubble struck it. Aisha had only begun to issue commands after observing the situation, providing ample time for the Yawn move to connect. Witnessing this, Aisha furrowed her brow, while the onlooking trainers lamented in despair. "Not again, it's Yawn." One exclaimed, "Isn't this just shameless?" Another, observing the unfolding events, remarked, "The opponent is merely employing Pokémon moves strategically. How can that be deemed shameless?" At this, the disgruntled trainer fell silent, regretting his earlier outburst. For Leafin's use of Yawn was entirely legitimate, and he had simply reacted out of frustration. Chapter 157, Rapidash is easily defeated. Observing the situation, Aisha contemplated briefly before commanding, "Rapidash, encase yourself in a fire spin for defense." Rapidash, executing Flame Wheel, abruptly halted and swiftly enveloped itself in a fire spin. Almost immediately, it felt a familiar drowsiness wash over it and collapsed to the ground, succumbing to sleep once more. Chihai, witnessing Rapidash's response, cast a profound glance at Aisha. Truly, as a gym leader, she was deserving of her title. After all, her grandfather was one of the former Elite Four, indicating a deep understanding of Pokémon moves. It was not often one would consider using an offensive move like Fire Spin for defensive purposes. However, Chihai did not dwell on this. While the Fire Spin would mitigate some of the damage from incoming attacks, Rapidash was currently asleep, allowing Leafin ample opportunity to defeat it before it could awaken. Leafin, use Takedown. Leafin, enshrouded in a grayish-white energy, collided with Rapidash with a resounding thud, sending it hurtling backward. Pain was evident on Rapidash's face, clearly overwhelmed by the force of the impact. Instead of allowing Leafin to continue with Takedown, Chihai instructed, "Leafin, utilize Synthesis to restore some energy." While Takedown was indeed powerful, it also bore the drawback of recoil damage. The Takedown move, an attack of the normal type, boasted a power of 120 points, involving a fierce charge at the opponent, but the Pokémon itself would also incur significant damage. Having already executed Takedown twice, coupled with the energy expended from previous moves, Leafin was not in peak condition. Chihai had aspirations of having Leafin single-handedly defeat Aisha to earn the Fire Badge, thus requiring Leafin to recuperate. Upon hearing Chihai's command, Leafin emitted a gentle cry, and its body began to radiate a soft green light. Under this luminous aura, Leafin felt a wave of comfort wash over it, letting out a couple of contented hums. Thanks to Synthesis, Leafin fully replenished its strength, as Sunny Day allowed for a substantial recovery. restoring 2/3 of its vitality, far exceeding the energy it had expended. Meanwhile, Aisha was fervently urging Rapidash, "Rapidash, wake up. If you do, I promise to give you extra rations tonight." Under Aisha's coaxing, Rapidash's eyelids fluttered, indicating it was on the verge of awakening. However, Chiyan was determined not to grant Rapidash this opportunity. Leafin, deliver the final blow with another takedown. Rapidash's remaining energy was dwindling, and while takedown was similar to the previous move, it was somewhat weaker in both power and recoil. Utilizing a powerful tackle to confront the fiery steed at this moment is indeed sufficient. Upon hearing Chihua's words, Yibu once again surged forward, his four limbs propelling him with vigor. Enveloped in a soft gray luminescence, he vanished instantaneously from Chihua's and Asha's line of sight. In the next heartbeat, Yibu's tackle struck true, colliding with the awakening fiery steed. The impact jolted the steed awake, and with a piercing cry of anguish, it was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The referee, with a mane resembling a horse's tail, paused briefly before declaring loudly, "The fiery steed has lost its combat capability. Victory goes to Yibu. Please, Gym Leader Asha, substitute your Pokémon." At the announcement, the observing gym trainers felt their hearts shatter. Would Gym Leader Asha truly be bested in a 1 versus 3 scenario for the Flame Badge? It seemed improbable, considering Asha's formidable prowess. Jime, with a hint of arrogance, remarked, "The Pokémon Asha employs are not her mainstays. What does it matter if she loses?" Humph. Meanwhile, Asha sighed, recalling the fiery steed into its Pokeball. Turning to Chihua with a playful admonition, "You little rascal, you're quite the trickster." At over 20 years of age, Asha could indeed refer to the merely 15-year-old Chihua as a little one. Mimicking Ashen's gesture, Chihua scratched the back of his head and responded with a grin. "Gym Leader Asha, this is a battle. One cannot merely rely on brute force. Strategy and tactics are essential." Asha regarded him with a profound gaze, stating, "For someone your age, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Since you are so formidable, I shall not hold back. My next Pokemon will be a professional-grade, high-tier coal tortoise." I mention this to convey that regardless of the outcome of this battle, whether victory or defeat, I will award you the Flame Badge. This is not mere charity. It is a recognition of your strength. Among my seasoned Pokemon, none can rival your Yibu. Hence I am compelled to employ a professional-grade coal tortoise. I hope you do not mind. Chihua paused momentarily, taken aback that his previous actions had provoked Gym Leader Asha into deploying a professional-grade coal tortoise. He was aware that Asha's primary Pokemon was indeed a coal tortoise, which had reached the pinnacle of gym-level prowess and even approached the realm of quasi-champions. Given her illustrious lineage, with her champion-level grandfather still alive, it was no surprise that Asha's coal tortoise boasted exceptional 6V potential, enhanced by the resources afforded by her family background, allowing it to attain quasi-champion status. However, the professional-grade high-tier coal tortoise currently in use was presumably reserved for challengers. Even so, this coal tortoise's level vastly surpassed that of Yibu, presenting a formidable challenge. Furthermore, techniques such as Yawn would have minimal effect on this coal tortoise. Although the fiery steed's level was higher than Yibu's, the gap was not insurmountable, allowing Yawn to have some effect. Even then, the steed awoke faster than usual. The disparity between Yibu's level and that of the coal tortoise was significant, rendering the efficacy of Yawn and similar moves negligible. Yet, rather than dissuade Chihua, this circumstance ignited his fighting spirit. After all, defeating the magma snail and the fiery steed had been relatively easy, depriving Yibu of a true battle. Chapter 158. Asha deploys a professional-grade high-tier coal tortoise. Now, the opportunity had arrived, although it posed a considerable challenge for Yibu. This gym challenge was precisely designed to afford Yibu the finest training under the safest conditions. With this thought in mind, Chihua proclaimed with fervor, "No problem. Gym Leader Asha. This time, let us engage in a fierce battle." Observing Chihua's demeanor, Asha's lips curled into a slight smile. She recognized that this individual, known as Akita Hikari, undoubtedly hailed from a powerful lineage. The earlier shiny fire lizard was one matter, but witnessing this Yibu, a season-level Pokemon, effortlessly conquer both the magma snail and the fiery steed, indicated that Yibu's attributes in stamina, attack, speed, and other aspects were exceptional. It was clear that such a feat of overcoming challenges of higher levels was no mere coincidence. Realizing this, Asha decided to send forth her professional-grade high-tier coal tortoise to meet the challenge. Upon receiving Chihua's agreement, Asha retrieved a Pokeball and called out, "Coal Tortoise. This final battle is entrusted to you." With her exclamation and a flash of white light, a coal tortoise materialized upon the battlefield. The coal tortoise, resembling a terrestrial turtle, boasted an orange-brown body, adorned with black-gray circular stripes on its limbs and elongated neck, each foot equipped with 3 claws, and a short tail protruding from its rear. Its shell, primarily black-gray, featured 5 fiery red depressions, with a small hole at the top. Asha's coal tortoise was evidently well-trained. Its physique and the luster of its shell attested to its formidable strength. As the coal tortoise emerged, it immediately exhaled 2 streams of grayish-white smoke from its nostrils, fixating its gaze intently on Yibu. Coal tortoise, Chiyan noted, focusing intently on the newly arrived Pokémon. The coal tortoise stood at level 47, professional grade high tier. A fire-type Pokémon with the ability, White Smoke, which prevents its stats from being lowered by opposing moves or abilities under normal circumstances, such as Intimidate or Fearsome Face. Its individual values were impressive, featuring 4V, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 13, Speed, 21. Its base stats were HP, 70, Attack, 85, Defense, 140, Special Attack, 85, Special Defense, 70, Speed, 20, totaling 470 points. Proficient moves included Flamethrower, Iron Defense, and Flame Wheel, while beginner moves comprised Withdraw, Heavy Slam, Curse, and Smokescreen. Upon realizing that this coal tortoise lacked the ability Solar Power, Chiyan felt a twinge of disappointment. Although the energy of the sun in the sky still had some duration left, it would have been splendid had the coal tortoise been able to summon another sun to replace it. However, it was reasonable to consider. Asha was well aware that Yibu possessed the ability Chlorophyll, so it was unlikely she would utilize a coal tortoise with solar power to assist Yibu. Once the coal tortoise had taken the stage, Asha promptly commanded, "Coal tortoise, use Smokescreen to envelop your surroundings, then direct it toward Yibu." The coal tortoise sprang into action, expelling a vast cloud of black smoke interspersed with flames. Observing this, Chiyan quickly shouted, "Yibu, use Mudslap towards the direction of the coal tortoise, and then swiftly retreat to the corner of the battlefield." Given the coal tortoise's strength, its Smokescreen will not cover the entire arena. Yibu quickly conjured a clump of mud and hurled it in the direction of the coal turtle. Although obscured by a cloud of black smoke, Yibu was aware of the coal turtle's initial position upon its emergence. The coal turtle moved at a leisurely pace and, being preoccupied with its Smokescreen, was unable to evade the attack. Should the mud strike true, it could potentially obstruct the coal turtle's mouth, thus hindering its ability to continue using Smokescreen. However, Yasha was adept at commanding her coal turtle, promptly instructing, "Coal turtle, turn left by 20 degrees. The coal turtle, engaged in using Smokescreen, pushed off with its right foot and rotated 20 degrees, narrowly avoiding the incoming mud projectile. The clump of mud instead struck the coal turtle's right leg, inflicting some damage. Despite the type advantage, the base damage from the mud attack was minimal, and the coal turtle's formidable defense rendered the impact negligible. Chiyan Hui, observing Yasha's strategic command, felt a spark of inspiration. Was this Yasha's unique approach to directing slower Pokémon? It was indeed worthy of emulation. However, Chiyan Hui preferred to command faster Pokémon, allowing for the full expression of his ideas. Yet, Yasha's tactics were still a valuable lesson, equipping him to better counter not only her strategies, but also those employed by his opponents. Yasha recognized that Yibu had retreated to a corner of the battlefield and understood that the potency of the coal turtle's Smokescreen was insufficient to envelop such a distance. She immediately called out, "Coal turtle, halt and use Iron Defense." Yasha discerned that the opposing Yibu excelled in physical attacks while possessing a relatively low special attack. Given that the coal turtle was already a stout defender, employing Iron Defense would render it nearly impervious to any of Yibu's attempts to defeat it, regardless of speed. Upon hearing Yasha's command, Chiyan Hui frowned. The coal turtle's impressive defense meant that Yibu's only effective move was Mud Bomb. It would be more advantageous to use Swift instead. With this thought in mind, he quickly shouted, "Yibu, use Swift to prevent the coal turtle from executing Iron Defense." It was imperative that the coal turtle be denied the opportunity to utilize Iron Defense. Otherwise, Yibu's chances of victory would plummet. Upon receiving Chiyan Hui's instruction, Yibu opened its mouth, unleashing a flurry of energy that took the form of swiftly flying stars towards the coal turtle. The speed of Swift was remarkable, and in an instant, the stars struck the coal turtle. Yasha shouted, "Coal turtle, hold on. Endure the pain and complete Iron Defense." The coal turtle braced itself against the onslaught of Swift, continuing its focus on Iron Defense. Seeing this unfold, Chiyan Hui grew anxious and called out, "Yibu, Use takedown to forcefully interrupt the coal turtle's iron defense. While the coal turtle could endure the assault from Swift, it would be unable to withstand the force of takedown, as a successful hit would disrupt the gathering of iron defense. Chapter 159, Yi versus Coal Turtle. Yi, upon hearing Chiyan Hui's command, displayed a glimmer of seriousness in its eyes before enveloping itself in a grayish-white glow and charging towards the coal turtle like a shooting star. Yasha heard Chiyan Hui's command, but had no time to react. Yi collided with the coal turtle, bolstered by the immense power of takedown. Just as the coal turtle was on the verge of successfully executing iron defense, it was sent flying by Yi's assault. The coal turtle let out an angry cry, expressing its frustration before regaining its footing and fixing its gaze on Yi. Despite absorbing the full force of takedown, the coal turtle's formidable defensive capabilities mitigated the damage significantly, leaving it relatively unscathed. Chiyan Hui furrowed his brow at this development. Glancing at the energy sun in the sky, the light and heat emanating from it had diminished from their initial intensity, and both its temperature and energy were gradually declining. Once this energy sun faded, the sunny weather would dissipate, and crucially, Yi's chlorophyll ability would no longer activate. Chiyan Hui was faced with two choices. The first was to urge Yi to swiftly defeat the coal turtle before the energy sun disappeared, as once it waned, Yi would lose its current, almost teleportation-like speed, rendering it unable to evade the coal turtle's attacks. The second option was to have Yi utilize Sunny Day again to conjure another energy sun to hover above. However, the coal turtle would not grant Yi the opportunity to employ Sunny Day. Its most powerful move at the moment was Flamethrower, and should it detect Yi attempting to conjure Sunny Day, it could unleash Flamethrower as an attack. Given Yi's special defense and the coal turtle's high level, even if Yi survived a Flamethrower, it would likely sustain severe injuries, impairing its combat effectiveness going forward. This reality starkly contrasted with the game, where a Pokémon could continue to fight even with minimal health. In real life, every injury sustained would impact a Pokémon's battle capability. Chiyan Hui, assessing the situation, took a deep breath and commanded, Yi, once more, use takedown, but do not approach head-on. Circle around the coal turtle and find an opening before executing takedown. Yi vanished from its position and began to circle the coal turtle. Yet, neither Chiyan Hui nor Yasha could perceive Yi's movements. It was as if it had become one with the air. The coal turtle, sensing the tension, scanned its surroundings anxiously. Yasha, furrowing her brow, called out, "Coal turtle, use smoke screen to attack." Upon hearing this, the coal turtle attempted to release smoke and flames. But just as it was about to act, Yi's takedown struck from the side, colliding with the area of the coal turtle's neck. The coal turtle cried out in pain, once more sent reeling. The initial power of takedown was 120 points, and combined with Yi's already notable attack power, it delivered a staggering impact. Yasha's expression darkened upon witnessing this, but after glancing at the energy sun above, she sighed in relief. The duration of sunny weather was nearing its end. Chiyan Hui, seizing the moment, shouted, "Yi now? Use Leech Seed." The coal turtle's defensive capabilities were formidable, yet Leech Seed penetrated the skin to siphon energy, inflicting damage upon the Pokémon. Unlike Steel-type Pokémon such as Bastiodon, which were impervious to such attacks, the coal turtle's flesh, save for its shell, was vulnerable to the parasitic seeds. Upon receiving the command, Yi quickly conjured several seeds and cast them towards the coal turtle as it was propelled backwards. In a moment of vulnerability, the coal turtle made contact with the Leech Seed, which immediately began to take root. However, the efficacy of the seed bomb was rather limited. Despite the arduous endeavor of penetrating the skin to siphon the stamina of the coal turtle, the results proved unsatisfactory. This was primarily due to the fact that the coal turtle's level significantly surpassed that of the Leaf EV, rendering the parasitic effect rather feeble. This was still under the assumption that the coal turtle was merely at the professional level. If it were to ascend to the Quasi-King level while the Leaf EV remained at the Gym Leader tier, the seed bomb would scarcely manage to breach the coal turtle's skin. Upon reaching the Quasi-King level, a Pokémon's body undergoes a refinement through elemental energy, granting it near immunity to any status-altering moves wielded by Pokémon of a level substantially below its own. A seasoned Leaf EV using Seed Bomb against a professional coal turtle would yield some effect. However, if a Gym Leader tier Leaf EV were to employ Seed Bomb against a Quasi-King coal turtle, success would be utterly unattainable. Upon witnessing the Seed Bomb strike the coal turtle, Aisha's expression hardened. After a moment's contemplation, she commanded, "Coal turtle, Seize the flame wheel and incinerate the seed bomb on your body. As the coal turtle landed after being flung away, it immediately let out a fierce roar, flames erupting from its entire body. Subsequently, it retracted its head and limbs into its shell and began to spin rapidly, intensifying the flames that engulfed it. The seed bomb, which had previously latched onto the coal turtle, including those within its body, was gradually consumed by the inferno. Chiyan Hui observed this spectacle without a hint of regret, for he had anticipated the coal turtle's actions. However, the relatively low-cost seed bomb had succeeded in depleting a portion of the coal turtle's stamina. The energy expended on the flame wheel far outweighed that of the seed bomb, as the coal turtle employed flame wheel to eliminate the seed bomb within its body. Chiyan Hui swiftly instructed, Leaf EV, retreat to the corner of the arena and seize this opportunity to summon Sunny Day. If the Leaf EV intended to triumph over the professional coal turtle utilizing its seasoned prowess, the Sunny Day move was indispensable. Without the enhancement of the chlorophyll ability, the Leaf EV would lack the instantaneous speed it required. Chapter 160. The most crucial skill of a trainer is commanding ability. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's command, Aisha quickly redirected her gaze and spotted the Leaf EV in the corner, concentrating on summoning Sunny Day. Observing this, she urgently shouted, Coal Turtle, halt the flame wheel and unleash flamethrower at Leaf EV. The coal turtle, upon receiving the order, immediately landed, discontinued the flame wheel, and began to gather energy for flamethrower, a ball of fire coalescing in its mouth. However, due to the brevity of the flame wheel's duration, not all of the seed bombs were incinerated. Only a portion of the surface tendrils had been burned away. Chiyan Hui, witnessing this, remained unperturbed and even smiled slightly, for this was precisely the scenario he had envisioned. Engaging in battle is akin to playing chess. Each move must be contemplated with foresight of 3 subsequent steps. In his past life, Chiyan Hui had a penchant for chess, which granted him exceptional clarity in his battle strategies. The Pokémon battles bore a resemblance to chess, in that every maneuver and command necessitated anticipation of subsequent developments. If one merely reacts to each situation without foresight, defeat is inevitable. Each directive allows one to predict how the opponent may counter or retaliate, and once the opponent's 3 potential moves are anticipated, the battle falls under one's control. Thus, at the moment Chiyan Hui deployed Seed Bomb, he foresaw that the opponent would resort to Flame Wheel to incinerate the seed bombs. By directing the Leaf EV to the corner to summon Sunny Day, if the Coal Turtle were to immediately cease its Flame Wheel, the seed bombs would undoubtedly remain unburned. Conversely, if it persisted, the Leaf EV would successfully summon Sunny Day, thereby maintaining the acceleration effect of its chlorophyll ability. The current situation unfolded exactly according to Chiyan Hui's anticipated first scenario. As the flamethrower approached, Chiyan Hui quickly shouted, "Leaf EV, abandon the Sunny Day and evade from the side." The Leaf EV obediently complied, relinquishing the Sunny Day and propelling itself away with a powerful leap, causing the Coal Turtle's flamethrower to miss its mark. Simultaneously, the seed bomb's effect activated, siphoning a portion of the Coal Turtle's stamina and replenishing the Leaf EV. Although the damage was minimal, every little bit counts. Advantages accumulate gradually. Aisha, observing the situation, furrowed her brow. Though the Coal Turtle possessed superior strength compared to the Leaf EV, she felt an unsettling sense of being led by the nose. From the onset of the battle until now, the Coal Turtle had not gained a single upper hand. Each engagement resulted in a loss, whether from being rammed, interrupted during its move, or failing to strike the Leaf EV, all of which drained the Coal Turtle's stamina significantly. Aisha could not help but murmur, "Why does it feel as though my commanding ability is being utterly overpowered by my opponent?" Yet, it seemed implausible. The adversary was merely a novice trainer embarking on a journey and competing in the Kailu Conference, while she was the gym leader of the Fiery Flame Gym. How could she possibly be outmaneuvered by a rookie's command? It felt entirely erroneous. At that moment, even if Chiyan Hui were to summon a gym-level Pokemon, Aisha would not have been particularly astonished. A trainer's commanding ability cannot be instantly acquired. It necessitates extensive learning. Mere study is insufficient. After all, theoretical knowledge often falters in practical command due to the anxiety, trepidation, and urgency that can cloud a trainer's judgment. This requires a wealth of battle experience, allowing one to synthesize learned knowledge and achieve remarkable growth in commanding ability. Aisha had commenced her studies in battle command from a young age, encompassing various Pokemon attributes, moves, counters, and strategies. It can be asserted that to become a competent trainer, one must not only cultivate and train Pokemon. The entirety of the Hoenn region boasts hundreds of Pokemon, and even more from nearby regions, as well as some from distant lands. The Pokémon world comprises a total of 25 Pokémon, of which fewer than 200 can be encountered in the Hoenn region alone. Yet, when including Pokémon from adjacent regions, the breadth of knowledge required for mastery is vast. Each Pokémon possesses unique attributes, habits, strengths, and learnable moves, among other fundamentals. Beyond that, one must also consider the interactions between moves during battles, strategies for countering them, and timing the execution of attacks. It is evident that the path to becoming a proficient trainer demands immense effort. The knowledge of these Pokémon is often inaccessible to the common populace, who are unlikely to encounter anything beyond the likes of hedgehog Pokémon, bear Pokémon, and Swellow, among others. Even the knowledge of these Pokémon necessitates a painstaking journey of discovery. As for matters pertaining to Pokémon qualifications, resources, and more, they remain largely out of reach for the average trainer. Thus, for a civilian trainer, unless they encounter a fortuitous event, they may never attain the esteemed rank of a gym leader in their lifetime. Achieving gym leader status is already a formidable challenge, let alone the subsequent tiers of Elite Four, Champion, and so forth. Even within the Pokémon Academy encountered in Kanas City, it is evident that not only civilian trainers, but even those hailing from generations of trainers may lack the privilege to enroll. Conversely, Aisha was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. From a young age, she had access to knowledge that civilian trainers could only dream of, and her family's resources ensured that she never had to worry about her Pokémon's potential. The resources necessary for nurturing Pokémon were abundantly available to her. However, it was precisely this deeply ingrained command ability, the quintessential skill of a trainer, that was unexpectedly crushed by a challenger participating in the Kailu conference with astonishing prowess. This scene was utterly inconceivable for Aisha, leaving her engulfed in confusion and bewilderment. How could this be? Had her years of effort and accumulation been rendered so utterly futile in this moment? Aisha's thoughts surged like tumultuous waves, both shocked and eager to uncover the truth. She needed to reevaluate the battle and discern where she had encountered this unforeseen setback. Otherwise, she would feel she had betrayed her lifelong dedication to learning. Chapter 161. Every step is a setback. Even the observing gym leaders and the referee, with their ponytails, sensed something was amiss. They began to murmur quietly, "What is happening?" That challenger named Akita Hikari seems to be overpowering gym leader Aisha. It feels as though every step Aisha takes results in a disadvantage. Though minor, this persistent disadvantage is troubling. This sensation was reminiscent of their training sessions with the gym leader. Even when she used Pokémon of the same level, they were still no match for her. At this moment, even Kazumi, Aisha's staunchest supporter, found herself at a loss for words, biting her lip tightly as her gaze remained fixed on the two Pokémon in the arena. If a single Leafeon were to achieve a 1 versus 3 victory against gym leader Aisha, Kazumi felt she might truly break down in tears. Meanwhile, Akita Hikari had no time to concern himself with the thoughts of the gym leaders. He had but one objective: to command Leafeon to triumph over Cold Turtle and secure victory in this challenge, thereby earning the Flame Badge from the Furnace Gym. Leafeon, execute the last resort attack. After effortlessly evading Cold Turtle's fiery onslaught, Leafeon vanished from sight, and in the next instant, the massive force struck Cold Turtle's exposed head. This hit targeted Cold Turtle's most vulnerable spot, its head, which was not sheltered within its shell, rendering it susceptible. The power of last resort was inherently formidable, and striking Cold Turtle's weak point inflicted significant damage. As Cold Turtle landed, it found itself upside down, the pain eliciting a whimper as it attempted to right itself. Observing this, Akita chuckled softly, seizing the moment to call out, "Leafeon, unleash Swift to strike Cold Turtle." Leafeon had just completed last resort and required a brief respite. But the energy cost of Swift was minimal, allowing Leafeon to execute it smoothly. Although Leafeon had also sustained recoil damage, it paled in comparison to the harm inflicted upon Cold Turtle. Upon hearing Akita's command, Leafeon paused momentarily before spewing forth a barrage of energy stars towards Cold Turtle. At that moment, Cold Turtle was still struggling to flip over, but the attack from Swift arrived, resulting in a series of explosive impacts upon contact with Cold Turtle's body. Aisha, sensing the urgency, called out gravely, "Cold Turtle, now? Use the explosion's force to flip over." Cold Turtle, heeding her words, leveraged the blast's power, pushing off the ground with its right foot to successfully right itself. Akita couldn't help but glance at Aisha. She truly was a remarkable trainer, able to conjure a countermeasure even in the direst of situations. Just then, the energy sun in the sky vanished, signaling the end of the sunny weather. The acceleration effect of Li Fian's chlorophyll ability dissipated as well. Witnessing this, Akita furrowed his brow, internally chastising himself. What was I thinking? It was the perfect opportunity for Li Fian to use Sunny Day. Yet my eagerness to press the advantage caused me to miss it. I must remember this lesson for future battles. This was a habit from before Akita's crossing over. He believed in learning from every mistake to avoid future repetitions. This was also the plight of an ordinary person, for whom the cost of trial and error was too high, necessitating careful remembrance of each misstep. Upon seeing Cold Turtle upright, Aisha exhaled in relief. She looked toward Akita, genuinely worried that if he had directed Li Fian to use Sunny Day, the outcome of the battle would have been a foregone conclusion. With the sunny weather now gone, Li Fian no longer enjoyed its prior speed advantage, presenting the best opportunity for both herself and Cold Turtle. Cold Turtle used Flame Vortex to restrict Li Fian's movement. Aisha had refrained from utilizing this strategy earlier, fully aware that with Li Fian benefiting from chlorophyll, the Flame Vortex would be as inconsequential as air. However, the situation had changed. Without the sunny weather, Aisha was eager to discern Li Fian's true speed. Noticing this, Akita raised an eyebrow and swiftly commanded, Li Fian, use Quick Attack to evade. Then follow up with Synthesis. Without the boost from Sunny Day, Synthesis would only restore half of Li Fian's health, but that would suffice. Li Fian, feeling the shift in its body, immediately executed Quick Attack upon hearing Akita's command, tracing a zigzagging path across the ground to successfully escape the reach of Flame Vortex. It then halted to quickly perform Synthesis. Observing Li Fian's speed now, Aisha felt relief. While still swift, she could now discern Li Fian's movements and trajectory. Unlike before, when she could barely catch a glimpse of Li Fian, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Watching Li Fian utilize Synthesis, Aisha quickly commanded, Cold Turtle, cease using Flame Vortex and switch to Flamethrower. At this point, Cold Turtle was already somewhat fatigued. Upon hearing Aisha's directive, it halted the Flame Vortex but did not immediately unleash Flamethrower. Instead, it took a couple of breaths to recuperate before starting to gather energy for the attack. Aisha noticed this and frowned, realizing that she had been directing Cold Turtle as if it were her primary Pokémon, without considering its stamina and endurance. Chiyan Hui's gaze was firmly fixed on the actions of the Cold Turtle, anticipating the moment when it would gather its fiery breath, ready to unleash its flames. As he observed the Cold Turtle pause to catch its breath instead of immediately firing, a smile graced Chiyan Hui's face. In this tense battle, those brief moments of respite allowed Eevee to complete its photosynthesis move. This was where Eevee's cunning truly shone. Under the radiant sun, not only did its speed double, but the recovery ability of its photosynthesis move was significantly enhanced. Although the sunny weather had dissipated, the effects of photosynthesis remained only slightly diminished. Chapter 162, The Acquisition of the Flame Badge. Chiyan Hui's eyes remained vigilant, monitoring the intensity of the Cold Turtle's fiery breath and the effectiveness of Eevee's photosynthesis. At this critical juncture, Eevee completed its photosynthesis move just ahead of the Cold Turtle's fiery breath. As the move concluded, a circle of verdant light points swiftly converged around Eevee, replenishing its vitality considerably. Chiyan Hui exclaimed with excitement, Eevee, splendid. Watch the direction of the Cold Turtle's fiery breath and use Quick Attack to evade. Then follow up with a tackle to deliver a decisive blow to the Cold Turtle. With Chiyan Hui's encouragement, Eevee surged forward with renewed confidence. The Cold Turtle's eyes were fixated on Eevee's trajectory, and it unleashed a column of flames aimed directly at it. Eevee, aware of the impending danger, adeptly zigzagged across the ground, skillfully dodging the Cold Turtle's fiery assault. Even without the advantage of chlorophyll, Eevee's impressive speed stat of 95, coupled with its petite and agile physique, allowed it to evade effectively. Yasha noticed this as well, but chose not to halt the Cold Turtle's fiery breath. Instead, she called out, Cold Turtle, sweep with your fiery breath. The Cold Turtle began to slowly adjust its head toward Eevee's position. Although its movement was sluggish, even a few centimeters would allow the distant flames to cover a considerable distance. Chiyan Hui, remaining calm, shouted, Eevee, don't panic. Use tackle to accelerate and break through the sweeping flames. The sweeping fiery breath was tremendously taxing on the Cold Turtle, requiring it to release an immense amount of fire energy continuously, especially with the sunny weather now gone. This further weakened the Cold Turtle's ability to gather fire energy. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's command, a glimmer of determination flashed in Eevee's eyes. As it ran, its body began to emanate a grayish-white energy, swiftly enveloping it and transforming it into a form reminiscent of a shooting star. This meteor, trailing a long tail, charged fiercely toward the Cold Turtle. The sweeping flames soon collided with the meteoric form, resulting in a fierce clash. Yasha shouted, "Cold Turtle, expend all your energy. You must block Eevee's attack." Responding to her command, the Cold Turtle opened its mouth wide once more, letting out a fierce roar as the flames intensified and surged toward Eevee. Witnessing this, Chiyan Hui urged, "Eevee, stay strong. The opponent's stamina and energy are running low. Keep pushing forward. Victory is within your grasp." Encouraged by Chiyan Hui's words, Eevee let out a resolute cry, braving the oncoming flames as it advanced toward the Cold Turtle. Protected by the tackle's ability, Eevee remained unharmed by the fiery assault. At that moment, the grayish-white energy struggled against the fiery column. Had Eevee and the Cold Turtle been of equal level, Eevee would have already reached the Cold Turtle and struck it. However, despite Eevee's ample stamina, its lower level made traversing through the flames exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, Eevee's condition was significantly better than the Cold Turtle's, thanks to the recovery afforded by photosynthesis. Nevertheless, this restorative ability was not omnipotent. While physical stamina could be replenished, mental fatigue remained. At this point, Eevee pressed on, step by step, toward the Cold Turtle, albeit at a sluggish pace. Meanwhile, the previously vigorous Cold Turtle began to falter. Weakened by the repeated tackle attacks and the relentless drain of energy from the leech seed embedded within it. Exhausted, the Cold Turtle had reached its limits, the power of its fiery breath waning with each passing moment. Chiyan Hui recognized this shift and called out, "Eevee, the opponent is faltering. Go for it. Charge ahead with all your might." As Eevee sensed the diminishing force of the fiery breath and heard Chiyan Hui's words, it let out an exhilarated cry. Its grayish-white aura flared once more, radiating brilliance as it surged powerfully toward the Cold Turtle. Before the Cold Turtle could react, Eevee's tackle struck true, colliding squarely with its head. The Cold Turtle let out a pained cry before being sent flying. Unlike previous encounters where it would manage to regain control, this time, the Cold Turtle, struck by the tackle, fell unconscious, completely devoid of battle capability. The onlooking gym trainers gasped in shock, as if Eevee's tackle had struck them instead. They understood that the Cold Turtle's chances were gone. Even if it had not lost its ability to fight, it lacked the strength to continue. The referee Maui waited for the Cold Turtle to land before conducting a thorough inspection, then sighed and announced, "The Cold Turtle has lost its ability to battle. Therefore, the winner of this match is Chiyan Hui from Aoki Town." Yasha, witnessing the Cold Turtle's defeat, felt no disappointment. Instead, she gazed at Chiyan Hui in astonishment, then recalled her Cold Turtle into its pokeball. Approaching Chiyan Hui, she smiled and said, "Chiyan Hui, your command skills are remarkable. I wonder if it is due to excellent family training or a great mentor that you have achieved this. Congratulations on earning the Flame Badge." As she spoke, Yasha produced a Flame Badge and handed it to Chiyan Hui. Upon receiving the Flame Badge, Chiyan Hui examined it closely. The badge was an irregular flame shape, entirely red, with hints of yellow at the tips, capturing the essence of flames beautifully. After placing it in his badge case, Chiyan Hui politely thanked Yasha, a gesture of courtesy on his part. Chapter 163, The Inner Resolve. Yasha beamed brightly. "No need for thanks. This is well-deserved. Your command abilities, alongside your Pokemon's strength and potential, have truly astonished me. I believe you even have the chance to win the colorful tournament." Chiyan Hui smiled faintly and declared, "I am here with the ambition of becoming the champion, which is precisely why I have participated in the Caillou Conference." Aisha extended her hand, and Chiyan Hui paused momentarily before reciprocating, their hands clasping in a firm handshake. "Give it your all, Akita Hui. I shall cheer for you when the time comes." With that, Aisha beamed brightly and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Chiyan Hui smiled gently before recalling his Leafeon into its Pokeball and making his way towards Alung and Ashen. "Brother Hui, your command skills are truly remarkable. You managed to secure victory even with a Pokemon of significantly lower level than your opponent." As soon as Chiyan Hui approached, Alung's voice of praise rang out. Chiyan Hui chuckled modestly. All right, enough flattery. I am merely of advanced level while you have already reached gym leader status." Alung grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and replied, "This is nothing. It won't be long before you surpass me, Brother Hui." Chiyan Hui smiled wryly. However, it was Alung's compliments that initially left a less than favorable impression on him. Yet, he later realized that Alung genuinely believed this, and his praise was sincere, teaching Chiyan Hui the lesson that one should not judge by appearances. Although Alung might seem like an unassuming sidekick, he took Chiyan Hui's safety very seriously. Whenever they traversed the wilderness, Alung would instinctively guard him, while Ashen took on the role of rearguard to prevent any surprise attacks from behind. Some wild Pokémon had a penchant for ambushing from the shadows, a hunting instinct that allowed for swifter and easier captures. After departing from the Huiyin Gym, Chiyan Hui, along with Alung and Ashen, headed straight to the Pokémon Center to heal and restore both his Charmeleon and Leafeon, taking advantage of the time required for their recovery. The trio ventured to the hot springs located behind the center, indulging in the soothing waters. We ought to relish this while we can. For quite some time ahead, we may not encounter such a delightful hot spring. They reclined in the warm waters, contentedly closing their eyes. Meanwhile, deep within the Huiyin Gym, there were also several hot spring pools, accompanied by a quaint little courtyard. This serene locale was home to an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair and spectacles, gently stroking a blaziken. Standing beside him was Aisha, and this venerable figure was her grandfather, Mura. Mura spoke softly. Aisha, I have heard that a challenger with a rare-colored Charmeleon has arrived at the gym today. Aisha nonchalantly nodded. Indeed, and the challenger also possesses a Leafeon, a special evolutionary form of EV, whose method of evolution remains a mystery. Most remarkably, this challenger's command skills surpass mine, utterly overwhelming me. A hint of frustration crept into her voice as she recounted her experience. Seeing Aisha's demeanor, Mura smiled gently and ruffled her hair affectionately. Grandfather, I've grown up. Please refrain from messing up my hair. Aisha protested. Mura chuckled. No matter how grown you are, in my eyes, you will always be my little girl. He paused for a moment before continuing. Would you like me to fetch that rare Charmeleon and Leafeon for you? Aisha retorted with a hint of irritation. Grandfather, have you forgotten the lessons you imparted to me? Our family inherits the Huiyin Gym. We must be filled with a fiery spirit, allowing no trace of darkness within, to progress further along the path of a trainer. Mura quickly amended. I misspoke. Please do not take it to heart. I merely noted your fondness for them. Aisha replied earnestly. I do indeed have a fondness for them, and I make no secret of it. However, affection does not equate to possession. I can see that the Charmeleon and Leafeon are happy in the care of that trainer named Chiyan Hui. They have been nurtured exceptionally well. Though I cherish them, I will not forcibly take them away. That is the principle I hold dear and the belief I uphold. Mura regarded Aisha's serious expression and nodded in approval, smiling with pride. Aisha, you are doing exceptionally well. Continue to uphold your beliefs. Your grandfather will always support you. Thank you, grandfather. Aisha's face lit up with joy once more. Mura, observing her radiant smile, felt a surge of affection. In truth, Aisha's convictions mirrored his own. He had only been willing to betray his heart for her sake. While Mura and Aisha harbored no ill thoughts towards Chiyan Hui, others were not so restrained. Individuals like Jie Run and his companions lurked in the shadows, discreetly tracking and observing Chiyan Hui and his friends. Seasoned in their craft, they managed to remain undetected by Chiyan Hui's group. Even Alung and Ashen, despite their formidable strength, were oblivious to the presence of their watchers, as they had spent the majority of their time honing their skills in the wild, which accounted for their prowess. They had a basic understanding of human tactics, but lacked first-hand experience. After enjoying their time in the hot springs, Chiyan Hui and his companions retrieved their healed Charmeleon and Leafeon from Nurse Joy. Subsequently, they ventured to a restaurant in Huiyin Town, recommended by Nurse Joy herself. Although the Pokémon Center offered sustenance, indulging in the local cuisine was an essential aspect of their journey. After all, the trials of travel could be arduous, and without beautiful vistas and delectable food, the journey would lose its significance. The following day, once prepared, Chiyan Hui and his companions set off. To the south of Huiyin Town lay Levine Town, not far away, indeed quite close. However, Chiyan Hui's group had no intentions of heading there, as it lacked a gym. Instead, it boasted a venue for the dazzling contests. Regrettably, Chiyan Hui was not participating in the gorgeous competition, and visiting would serve no purpose other than to admire the long legs of the lovely contestants. Yet, in comparison to mere aesthetics, Chiyan Hui's priority was to enhance his strength. After all, only by elevating his abilities could he encounter even more captivating companions. Chapter 164. Departing from Huiyin Town. After leaving Huiyin Town, Chiyan Hui and his companions continued their journey eastward, with their sights set on Zijing City. The terrain between Huiyin Town and Zijing City, enriched by the volcanic ash from the Chimney Mountain, was densely forested, with the land undulating rather than flat, dotted with various hills obstructing their path. Although the distance was not long, the rugged roads and towering trees significantly slowed their progress. At this moment, Chiyan Hui and his companions struggled through the thicket. Employing their usual method, the large hound led the way while they took turns wielding machetes to clear a path. However, as they continued, Chiyan Hui suddenly discovered an ingenious approach, allowing their Pokémon to take turns clearing the way. For instance, Leafeon could utilize Leaf Blade to cut through the underbrush, while Charmeleon could employ Cut and, if necessary, Flame Fang for tougher obstacles. This not only honed their Pokémon's command of their moves, but also served as a form of indirect training. Upon realizing this approach, Chiyan Hui promptly assigned Yibu and Huakong Long to take turns clearing the path. Alang couldn't help but admire Chiyan Hui, exclaiming, "Brother Hui, you're truly impressive. How did I not think of such an excellent method before? It conserves our energy while simultaneously training our Pokémon." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chiyan Hui scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. All right, no need to flatter me excessively. It just came to mind suddenly. I really should have thought of it sooner. Alang, hearing Chiyan Hui's words, merely rubbed his head and smiled foolishly, not taking offense. Subsequently, Alang and Ashan also released their Pokémon to assist in clearing the path, albeit from the sidelines. However, the three of them drew the attention of a hovering drone due to their considerable movements. A few hundred meters behind them, the men brought by Jie were tracking Chiyan Hui and his companions with the drone. Unbeknownst to these men, Jie was quietly observing them from the shadows. Just over 100 meters away, they were completely unaware that they had become the prey, while a silent observer lurked nearby. At that moment, one of the men said, "Brother, we must have left Fuyin town by now. Can we make our move?" The leader responded in a low voice, "Not yet. Let's wait until nightfall. Following our usual plan, we'll poison them first, then strike swiftly, leaving them no chance to summon their Pokémon. Even if there are Pokémon guarding them outside, we must take advantage of the moment to close the distance and deliver a fatal stab. No matter how strong the Pokémon, they are still just Pokémon. Trainers are merely ordinary humans. A well-placed knife to the heart will ensure their instant demise. After that, we can capture their Pokémon with Pokeballs." He added ominously, "Remember, if anything goes wrong at this critical juncture, I shall not hesitate to show no mercy." The men nodded gravely, whispering, "Understood, brother." Although Jie could not hear their conversation, he remained calm, fully aware that a trainer possessing a shiny Charmeleon was likely far from ordinary. If they were just common folks, they would have been influenced by his earlier remarks about illness. However, their demeanor indicated they understood the significance of shiny Pokémon. Consequently, Jie quickly deduced that Chiyan Hui and his companions must be scions of a prominent family, or else their parents possessed considerable strength. For acquiring a Charmeleon, non-existent in the Hoenn region, was not a simple feat. Jie recognized Charmeleon primarily due to its immense fame within the Pokémon world, as many masters had a Charizard among their Pokémon. Realizing that Chiyan Hui's group likely had formidable backing, Jie became concerned that they might be accompanied by a powerful Pokémon belonging to an elder. Such Pokémon could have grown up alongside these young trainers, thus obeying their commands despite their immense power. In the realm of Pokémon, commanding them does not solely rely on Pokeballs, but rather on the bond and emotions shared between the trainer and their Pokémon. Of course, some rely on brute force to compel obedience, but such methods may bear consequences. For instance, Charmeleon had reached an advanced level of strength, and Chiyan Hui could command it to defeat lesser Pokémon and subsequently capture them with a Pokeball. Such captured Pokémon were unlikely to obey initially. However, if Charmeleon were to deliver a few sound thrashings, some less obstinate Pokémon would comply. Yet, this approach bore risks. Should Charmeleon sustain injuries, or should Chiyan Hui find himself in peril, those captured through physical coercion might very well turn against him. One must not assume that merely capturing a Pokémon with a Pokeball guarantees its compliance. In reality, that is far from the truth. Each Pokémon possesses considerable intelligence and will discern between kindness and animosity. As Chiyan Hui and his companions advanced slowly, time continued to pass. Before long, twilight settled in. Chiyan Hui surveyed the surroundings and suggested, "Let us find a suitable place to camp. The day is drawing to a close. After a meal, we should train our Pokémon a bit. For tomorrow we must continue our journey and conserve our strength. We cannot exhaust ourselves all at once." Both Alang and Ashan readily agreed to Chiyan Hui's proposal. "No problem, Brother Hui. I'll send my Maitena and Sneasel to scout the area for a suitable camping spot." After receiving Chiyan Hui's consent, Alang promptly recalled Maitena and instructed it, along with Sneasel, to search for a place to set up camp. After a brief exploration, the two Pokémon discovered a small hill, devoid of robust trees, surrounded only by some weeds. With the assistance of various Pokémon, a suitable camping area was quickly cleared. Observing the location, Chiyan Hui expressed his satisfaction. This spot is quite good. Brother Hui, I'll begin preparing dinner," Ashan declared, igniting a fire to cook. Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui and Alang resumed their usual task of feeding their Pokémon. Just as they busied themselves, the group of men, guided by the drone, gradually approached the campsite of Chiyan Hui and his companions. However, they were in no rush, opting to wait, as revealing themselves too soon might lead to suspicions of being followed. Chapter 165. Chiyan Hui senses something awry. Just as Chiyan Hui and Alang finished feeding their Pokémon and prepared to eat, Maitina seemed to catch a scent, trotting a few steps before barking towards the southwest, baring its teeth and emitting a threatening growl. Observing this, Alang shouted in the direction of Maitina's growl, "Who goes there? Show yourselves." Soon, a voice responded, "Do not be alarmed. We are trainers passing through. We followed this path after clearing it." As they spoke, 4 men, smiling, emerged from the woods. Chiyan Hui glanced over them. They appeared to be in their 20s to 30s, accompanied by Pokémon for protection, indeed resembling trainers. For safety's sake, Chiyan Hui immediately focused on their Pokémon. They had a Beartick, professional level, a Venomoth, advanced level, a Beautifly, advanced level, and a Swellow, advanced level. They seemed to pose no threat. However, Alang coldly stated, "This is our campsite. Please move to another location to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." The leader glanced at the sky and, appearing somewhat troubled, replied, "It is getting late, and we will have difficulty finding a suitable place to camp. Would you allow us to pitch our tent here for the night? It seems there is ample space." Alang looked to Chiyan Hui for a response, and seeing no reaction, he promptly said, "No, please leave." The leader, noticing Alang's refusal, immediately pleaded, "Please help us. We are trainers from Fuyin Town, and we intended to head to Zijing City to earn some money. We have families to support. We implore you for assistance." As they spoke, the 4 men bowed their heads in a show of desperation. Alang hesitated. He had little experience with such situations, having mostly trained in the wild. Although he understood that allowing strangers to stay in their camp was ill-advised, Alang found himself at a loss for words when faced with the bitter expressions of the newcomers. Chiyan Hui cast a glance at the hesitant Alang and asserted, "I'm sorry, but it's rather inconvenient. Please leave." The leading man, sensing the rejection, displayed a flicker of unease in his eyes before pleading, "Could we perhaps rest for a moment? We have been traveling for quite some time, and we assure you that this area has been cleared of wild Pokémon, so you need not worry about any attacks." Chiyan Hui's gaze fixed intently on the man. Noticing the change in his demeanor, and an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Words of caution are often futile against the malevolent. Observing Alang's indecision, Chiyan Hui smiled and said, "Very well, come over." Though Chiyan Hui had not encountered such situations before, he was adept at reading human intentions. Despite the men's convincing facade, their insistence on resting raised suspicions in Chiyan Hui, especially given the unsettling glint in the leader's eyes. Just then, Ashan hesitantly spoke up, "Brother Hui, I think we shouldn't let them in." Although Ashan had not experienced similar circumstances, he was well versed in the dangers of the wilderness, recognizing that threats could come not only from wild Pokémon, but also from unfamiliar trainers. Chiyan Hui waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, let them rest." Ashan, seeing no alternative, acquiesced, though he summoned his 3 Pokémon to his side. The 4 men, unaware of the hidden strength of the Pokémon, were nonetheless intimidated by the formidable size and fierce gaze of Boss Godora, realizing they were not to be trifled with. After entering the camp, the men wisely kept their distance from Chiyan Hui and his companions, settling at the periphery to rest. The leader produced several bottles of water from his bag and distributed them, then approached Chiyan Hui with a broad smile, saying, "Thank you for allowing us to rest here. We have nothing to repay you with, but please accept these 3 bottles of water as a token of our gratitude." Chiyan Hui regarded the leader with a knowing smile and replied, "Thank you." He accepted the 3 bottles without hesitation. The man, still smiling, remarked, "I should be the one thanking you. Without your hospitality, we would have struggled to find a place to rest." With that, he turned and walked away. Holding the 3 bottles, Chiyan Hui placed them beside him and began to eat, showing no intention of sharing with Alang or Ashan. Alang observed silently, continuing his meal, while Ashan glanced at the bottles, then at Chiyan Hui, as if understanding something unspoken. Though Ashan was typically reticent, he possessed a wisdom that allowed him to grasp the situation without words. In contrast, Alang, who focused most of his energy on training Pokémon, was less aware of the subtleties around him. Unlike Chiyan Hui, who had learned through experience to be wary of others, Alang remained blissfully naive. The leader of the men, having returned to his companions, occasionally cast furtive glances at Chiyan Hui and the water bottles. Noticing that Chiyan Hui and his friends had not touched the water, his brow furrowed slightly, and a sense of unease washed over him. He had no desire for a close-quarters confrontation. Poisoning seemed the perfect solution, as engaging in combat would be perilous for him as well. However, given the current circumstances, it was clear that poisoning was no longer an option. With only two plans prepared, poisoning and close assault, he realized that close combat was now their only recourse. At that moment, as the men exchanged glances, unbeknownst to them, a figure concealed 200 meters away was observing them through a diminutive mechanical insect, a miniature drone. The cost of this tiny marvel far exceeded that of a conventional drone, but the figure had invested in it for the purpose of this very moment. Chapter 166. The unexpected forest ranger. Just as the men contemplated seizing the opportunity to attack, while saying their farewells, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted. Moments later, a man wearing a safety helmet and a sleeve emblazoned with Forest Ranger approached, accompanied by two large dogs. Hey, be careful with your campfire. You wouldn't want to ignite the forest. When you leave, please take your trash with you and extinguish the fire, understood? The men exchanged uneasy glances, realizing they had unwittingly encountered a forest ranger. Chiyan Hui, ever vigilant, noted their subtle reactions, a smirk playing on his lips as he anticipated the unfolding drama. However, the timely arrival of the ranger abruptly halted the impending confrontation, leaving Chiyan Hui momentarily taken aback. Along quickly rose and smiled. Yes, we understand. We'll extinguish the fire and take our trash with us when we leave. The ranger, satisfied with Alung's response, retorted, You must realize that if the fire is not put out, it could lead to a wildfire. And those remnants of garbage can linger in the forest for years. I doubt you'd want your future children to train in a forest littered with trash. Alung nodded earnestly. Yes, we understand. The ranger, pleased with Alung's attitude, turned to the four men and added, You too, remember to take your garbage with you. If I catch you littering, I will pursue you with your trash and impose a fine, understood? The leader quickly replied with a smile. Understood, we will take it with us. The ranger nodded and departed with his dogs. Chiyan Hui watched this unfold, clicking his tongue in disbelief at the unexpected encounter with the ranger. It was well known that this profession was fraught with danger, requiring one to navigate through forests for extended periods of time. Only those with a genuine passion for nature would willingly undertake such a job. The position demanded considerable strength, requiring at least a professional level of capability to serve as a ranger. Having assessed the two large dogs, Chiyan Hui noted they were at the pinnacle of professional strength, and it was likely that this ranger possessed even greater abilities. Once Alung settled back down, he whispered, Most rangers are quite powerful. It's best we avoid provoking them. Chiyan Hui regarded him with exasperation, wishing to retort, You only see the surface, don't you? The real danger lies with those men. Aishan cast a bewildered glance at Ailang, who, ruffling his hair, looked back with dissatisfaction and muttered, What kind of look is that? Be careful, or I might just hit you. After the ranger departed for a while, the four men finally rose in unison and approached Chiyan Hui and his companions. To gain their trust, they left their Pokémon behind, refraining from following. The leader of the group smiled and said, Thank you for providing this campsite. We had a splendid rest. It is time for us to take our leave. As he spoke, the men advanced toward Chiyan Hui and his companions with broad smiles, extending their right hands in a gesture of wanting to shake hands. Ailang, the fool, stood up with a beaming smile, eager to shake hands. Aishan quickly grabbed him, and though Ailang looked at him in confusion, he said nothing. The leader, noticing Aishan's action, narrowed his eyes and decisively drew a dagger he had prepared. He shouted, Attack! At that moment, the men were merely 2 or 3 meters away from Chiyan Hui and his group, prompting them to act immediately. The other 3 men swiftly drew their daggers and lunged at Chiyan Hui and his companions. Ailang was momentarily stunned by the scene, but he quickly regained his composure. Positioning himself in front of Chiyan Hui and shouted with a fierce expression, Big Wolfhound, eliminate them. He intended to shield Chiyan Hui with his own body from the incoming daggers. Chiyan Hui, standing behind Ailang, looked at this fool with exasperation, pulled him back, and executed a swift spinning kick. The leader was sent flying by the force of the kick, reflecting Chiyan Hui's rapid and fierce movements. In an instant, the man was airborne. Simultaneously, Aishan, seizing the opportunity as the assailants charged in, lifted a table with sheer strength and hurled it toward them. The 3 men were struck by the flying table, halting their advance. Just then, a magneton unleashed a thunderbolt, striking the 3 men with precision. Once Aishan sensed something amiss, he discreetly instructed his 4 Pokémon to protect Chiyan Hui and counterattack when trouble arose. Abos quickly dashed to Chiyan Hui's side, steadfastly guarding him. Ailang's shout incited his big wolfhound to rush towards the man Chiyan Hui had kicked, sinking its teeth into his neck. blood splattered as the man convulsed a few times before succumbing to death. Meanwhile, the other two Pokémon, a Magikarp and a Scyther, swiftly dispatched the remaining assailants. The Pokémon belonging to the four men, taken aback by the overwhelming aura of Alang's big wolfhound and its companions, hesitated before turning tail and fleeing into the forest. It was only then that Alang realized that both Huiji and Aishan had been aware of the men's ill intentions, while he, in his naivety, had hoped they would stay at the campsite. Overcome with guilt, Alang approached Chiyan Hui and whispered, "Huiji, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have." Chiyan Hui interrupted him with a smile, saying, "No need for apologies. It's a lesson learned. Just remember it for the future." He continued, "When out in the world, do not easily trust strangers. When they persist in wanting to stay despite your cold demeanor, it is clear they harbor ulterior motives." Aishan added softly, "Alang, remember this lesson." Alang took a deep breath, looking at Chiyan Hui and Aishan, and earnestly replied, "Yes, I will remember this lesson and will never make the same mistake again. Trust me." His resolve was unwavering. He had witnessed the treachery of humanity. No wonder Huiji refused to drink the water offered by the strangers. It could have been poisoned. In that moment, Alang comprehended everything that had transpired. Chapter 167, The Shock of the Interloper. Chiyan Hui looked at the bloody scene with disdain and remarked, "What a waste of the campsite we found. Let us pack up and find a new one." While he had a slight aversion to germs, it was not severe. However, the pervasive stench of blood from the four corpses was indeed hard to bear. Alang and Aishan voiced no objections and began to tidy up their belongings. Alang even took some water to rinse his big wolfhound's mouth. Unbeknownst to them, several hundred meters away from their campsite, an interloper stared in astonishment at the screen in his hand, which displayed the very campsite occupied by Chiyan Hui and his companions. When he witnessed the four men brandishing daggers to attack, he initially thought they would at least inflict some damage on Chiyan Hui and his group. However, the subsequent series of events left him utterly astonished. In particular, Chiyan Hui's agility and strength rivaled that of seasoned fighting-type Pokémon. This prowess was the result of years of rigorous training, as he had to compensate for the shortcomings of his abilities. In the world of Pokémon, human physicality is notably superior. With training, individuals can excel remarkably, with some even surpassing their limits to contend with fighting types. Thus, upon realizing that his special ability only allowed him to see the potential and attributes of Pokémon, Chiyan Hui promptly urged his father, Chiyan Song, to seek out skilled fighters within the Magma team for focused training. The years Chiyan Hui dedicated to learning and exercising were not in vain. Though exhausting, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. In his previous life, he had learned about various Pokémon, but only superficially. Now, he delved deeply into the knowledge of many Pokémon across various regions, thanks to the efforts of Chiyan Song, who spared no effort in cultivating him. At this moment, the interloper was truly astonished. According to his knowledge, it was rare for individuals from affluent families to embrace physical training to the extent of rivaling fighting-type Pokémon. Children of the wealthy often led sheltered lives, and while some might endure hardship, such instances were scarce. After all, being born with a silver spoon in their mouths, they could achieve great strength without toil. This was the reality of the Pokémon world. Thus, upon witnessing Chiyan Hui effortlessly send the leader of the assailants flying, the interloper's astonishment was palpable. As he contemplated the situation, he slowly directed his mechanical insect back. Given the speed of the big wolfhound, it was clearly a Pokémon of professional caliber, accompanied by formidable companions like Abos and Scyther. Clearly, this was not a confrontation he could handle alone, prompting him to make the prudent decision to retreat. After all, he had already received payment. Retreating now would not be a loss. Thanks to the stealth of the mechanical insect, Chiyan Hui and his companions remained unaware as it successfully returned to the interloper's grasp. Just then, a voice interrupted. "What are you doing all alone here? Don't you have any companions? Venturing into the forest alone is undeniably perilous. Do you require my assistance to guide you out of this wilderness?" Upon hearing these words, the figure's previously rigid demeanor softened, and with a gradual turn and a smile, they replied, "Thank you kindly. I seem to have lost my way. I would greatly appreciate your guidance." The forest ranger nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, follow me. This area is relatively close to Furnace Town. I am well acquainted with the forest, and if you accompany me, you shall not lose your way." Under the ranger's guidance, the figure could only follow suit. Meanwhile, the likes of Chiyan Hui and his companions remained oblivious to these developments. They busied themselves organizing their belongings before proceeding ahead, allowing their great hound and other Pokémon to search for a suitable spot to set up their tents. Chiyan Hui and his companions did not rush their journey. They took their time to allow their Pokémon to pave the way, simultaneously honing their skills while making slow progress. Through this dual nourishment of training and resources, the strength and levels of each Pokémon were rising swiftly. Particularly, Charmeleon and Leafeon were thriving. After each arduous battle, they absorbed the residual energy of the top-tier resources within them, rapidly enhancing their power. That evening, after a hearty meal, Charmeleon contentedly rubbed its belly when, quite suddenly, a faint white glow emanated from its body. This familiar sight elicited joyful cries from Charmeleon, who understood that evolution was imminent, and it was finally on the cusp of becoming stronger. Chiyan Hui, along with Alung and Ashen, also took note of this spectacle. Chiyan Hui promptly commanded, "Zubat, take to the skies above Charmeleon and stand guard, preventing any creature or Pokémon from approaching." Zubat understood the gravity of this task. Any interruption during the evolution process could inflict significant harm to the Pokémon's foundation, potentially affecting its future evolution and overall potential. Thus, Zubat took flight immediately, soaring high above Charmeleon, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. Meanwhile, Leafeon and the other Pokémon watched Charmeleon with excitement. Litwick and Vulpix gazed at Charmeleon with envy, yearning for their own evolution, aware that it was a fundamental instinct of Pokémon to grow stronger through this process. After several days of nurturing, both Litwick and Vulpix had also seen rapid level increases. They had begun their training, and given the abundance of resources coupled with their exceptional potential, their growth rate was remarkable. Presently, they had reached the novice and entry levels respectively, with Vulpix advancing to entry level due to starting training earlier than Litwick, who, despite being the weaker of the two, would soon catch up. Through days of training in the forest, Leafeon had reached the pinnacle of the advanced level, poised to break into the professional tier at any moment. The green light points absorbed within the orange blossom forest had greatly benefited Leafeon. Chapter 168. Charmeleon evolves into Charizard. The faint luminescence enveloping Charmeleon gradually coalesced into a brilliant white light, akin to a sacred radiance that enveloped it entirely. Under the baptism of this resplendent glow, Charmeleon's form underwent a silent metamorphosis. It grew taller and increasingly majestic. More astonishingly, a pair of robust wings unfurled from its back. With a thunderous roar, Charmeleon finally embraced its ultimate evolution, Charizard. Standing bipedally in a manner reminiscent of Western dragons, Charizard exemplified the wonder and grandeur of the Pokémon world. While most Charizards exhibit warm orange skin, this particular specimen was a rarity, its expected orange hue replaced by a profound black, bestowing it with an unparalleled aura of majesty and authority, its mere appearance evoking awe and showcasing extraordinary splendor. The alternate-colored Charizard retained a gentle cream shade extending from its belly to the tips of its tail and feet, providing a soft contrast to its formidable black form. Its lower limbs were short yet powerful, supporting its massive body, while its upper limbs, though comparatively slender, were immensely strong, each armed with 3 razor-sharp claws. The 3 talons beneath its feet were equally formidable, reflecting its prowess in both hunting and defense. The massive wings that adorned Charizard's back were among its most distinctive features. Typically, the inner sides of Charizard's wings exhibit a tranquil blue-green, yet this alternate-colored Charizard possessed wings whose inner surfaces burned with a fiery crimson, with sharp protrusions at the 3rd joint, seemingly enhancing its aerial dynamism and stability. Its elongated neck flowed seamlessly, complemented by its blood-red eyes that sparkled with intelligence and wildness, while 2 prominent horn-like protrusions on the back of its head further augmented its regal demeanor. Most striking of all was Charizard's long and robust tail, perpetually ablaze with an unquenchable flame, symbolizing its power and serving as an indispensable weapon in battle. The alternate-colored Charizard captured Chiyan Hui's unwavering gaze. This was his most crucial companion on his ascent to the pinnacle of this world. Upon successfully evolving, Charizard unleashed a column of fire into the sky, a display of its flamethrower ability, the intensity and girth of which far surpassed that of its Charmeleon stage. Thrumming with excitement, Charizard began to flap its wings, gradually ascending into the air, initially tentative but soon flying faster and more steadily. Charizard then began to circle in the sky, showcasing its agile flying skills. Instinctively ingrained in its DNA, as it soared, these techniques resurfaced in its mind, allowing it to become increasingly familiar with its newfound prowess. On the ground, Chiyan Hui and his companions watched in delight as the black Charizard soared above them. Brother Hui, this alternate-colored Charizard is absolutely magnificent. Its obsidian body paired with crimson wings exudes such regal might. Alung instinctively began to praise the creature. Chiyan Hui chuckled and replied, Indeed, it is quite striking. No wonder so many have sought to seize my alternate-colored Charizard. However, they shall not succeed. The 4 men who had sought to claim it were now deceased, leaving Chiyan Hui unaware of their origin, but it mattered little. Whoever had sent them would meet the same fate. Chiyan Hui had anticipated that releasing the alternate-colored Charmeleon in a public setting would incite some to take risks in an attempt to steal it. This alternate-colored Charizard was rarer than most Pokémon of similar potential. The rarity of such a creature naturally attracted interest. After flying several loops in the air, Charizard gracefully descended beside Chiyan Hui, nudging him affectionately with its large head, still perceiving him as its closest companion. Chiyan Hui embraced Charizard's massive head, laughing as he said, all right. Enough of that. At the same time, he observed Charizard's post-evolution attributes with astonishment, discovering that it had ascended to the initial stage of the professional level. Could it be that during its evolution, it fully absorbed the resources Charmeleon had consumed, explaining the rapidity of its level increase? Charizard, level 43, intermediate professional level. A dual-type Pokémon of fire and flying, possesses the ability, solar power, hidden ability. In sunny weather conditions, its special attack increases by 15 times. Yet it gradually loses health over time. Individual values, 6V, each stat maxes at 31 points. Base stats, HP, 78, attack, 84, defense, 78, special attack, 109, special defense, 85, speed, 100, total, 534. Item held, top-tier charcoal, enhancing fire-type moves by 17. Proficient moves, flamethrower, ember, fire spin. Entry-level skills, dragon breath, air slash, reversal, iron tail. Charizard consumes top-tier fire-type energy blocks daily, a rare resource available even to elite-level Pokémon. However, due to its advanced status, Charizard can only absorb a fraction of this energy, storing most within its body. During evolution, this energy is predominantly absorbed, resulting in Charizard's remarkable ascent from an advanced level to a professional tier. Naturally, this is also contingent upon Charizard's innate potential. A lack thereof would diminish the efficacy of energy absorption. Before Charizard, Chiwa understood that it was time to equip it with moves of other types. Now that Charizard has reached its final evolutionary form, its professional-level prowess significantly enhances the frequency of move training. In the bustling metropolis of Lilac City, nestled in the heart of the Hoenn region, the landscape has undergone a remarkable transformation, thanks to the visionary insights and bold renovations by gym leader Taixian. Drawing inspiration from the splendid design principles of Lumio City in the Kalos region, Lilac City has achieved a dazzling metamorphosis from traditional to contemporary, evolving into a uniquely indoor street city. The entire city is artfully enveloped within a grand, hexagonal structure, an innovative design that not only captivates the eye, but also bestows upon the city an unprecedented sense of space and cohesion. At the heart of this distinctive architectural ensemble lies a verdant park, a precious oasis for citizens to unwind and connect with nature. The park, adorned with vibrant blooms and lush trees, adds tranquility and harmony to this modern urban landscape, offering a serene refuge amidst the rapid pace of daily life. Lilac City. Chapter 169. The Taro brothers discover Chihuahua. This transformation of Lilac City not only exemplifies the harmonious coexistence of technology and nature, but also highlights humanity's relentless pursuit and creativity in crafting an idyllic living environment. It shines like a brilliant new star on the map of the Hoenn region, attracting admiration and awe from all corners. At this moment, 3 individuals appeared at the entrance of Lilac City, led by a man with striking red hair. Finally, we have arrived at Lilac City. Chihuahua beamed as he gazed upon the city, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Let us head in. However, at the city gates, Chihuahua and his companions were intercepted by Miss Junsha. The Junsha family, alongside the Joy family, represents the law enforcement and medical families of the Pokémon world, with members of the Junsha family predominantly serving as police officers, though there are exceptions. Throughout the Pokémon world, the Junsha and Joy families are ubiquitous across various regions, leading to the establishment of clan leaders within each locale due to their sheer numbers. Miss Junsha scrutinized Chihuahua and his companions before speaking in a firm tone. Please present your identification. Chihuahua produced his Pokédex, while Ulung and Ashen handed over their identification documents. As Chihuahua extended the Pokédex, he inquired, Miss Junsha, is there an issue? Upon seeing Chihuahua's Pokédex, Miss Junsha's expression softened as she replied, recently, a battle involving an elite-level Pokémon occurred at Chimney Hill, and just 2 days ago, forest rangers discovered 4 bodies in the woods. Therefore, All individuals entering the city must undergo inspection. Chihua's mouth twitched. He realized that both incidents were related to him. After the inspection, Chihua and his companions successfully entered Lilac City. As they stepped into the city, they were instantly captivated by its unique architectural style. Wow, the buildings in Lilac City are quite extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it, exclaimed Along, his eyes darting around in wonder. Observing Along's naive enthusiasm, Chihua couldn't help but rub his forehead, though he understood. Since being taken in by his father, Chihua had devoted his time to rigorous training, leaving little opportunity to explore the world outside. Meanwhile, behind Chihua and his companions, 3 weary men returning from a mission spotted them. They froze in place, and one whispered, "Brother, isn't that the guy with the unusual colored Charmander?" Taro took a deep, assessing look at Chihua and his friends before saying solemnly, "Let us follow them." Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Chihua entrusted his Charizard, Leafeon, and Vulpix's Pokeballs to Nurse Joy for examination and treatment. Along and Ashen did the same with their Pokémon, though they had to pay, unlike Chihua, who received complimentary service. This exemplified the distinction between a member of the Alliance and an ordinary trainer. After handing over the Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, Chihua ascended to the upper floor to rest, feeling the weariness from a day spent traversing the forest. In this moment, he longed for the comfort of his soft bed. As Chihua and his companions entered the Pokémon Center, Taro and his associates discreetly departed. Eri and Sanlang followed Taro back to the Chiyan family residence in Lilac City. After submitting the 3 captured Talos Pokeballs for inspection and stealthily slipping a few bills into the butler's pocket, they successfully completed their mission. The butler, wearing a broad smile, remarked, "Taro, you performed admirably on this mission. These Tailo appear to be of good quality. We shall see how their potential measures up. If they're deemed high quality, there may be an additional reward for you." "Thank you, Butler," Taro said, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Might we have the opportunity to meet the young master? We have important matters to report." The butler's eyes narrowed as he replied, "What is it? Share the details with me first. If I deem it significant, I will inform the young master." However, Taro shook his head resolutely, stating, "This matter is of utmost importance. We can only discuss it in person with the young master to ensure confidentiality." The butler's gaze toward the Taro brothers grew increasingly shrewd. He understood the importance of the situation but sought to ascertain if there were any benefits for himself. Allowing the Taro brothers to meet the young master would mean he would gain nothing from it. Faced with the butler's scrutinizing stare, the Taro brothers felt the pressure mounting. Yet Taro knew that revealing the information at this juncture would jeopardize their involvement. Originally, the Taro brothers believed that joining the Tai family would be a fortuitous endeavor. However, they were utterly unprepared for the reality that awaited them, a relentless cycle of monthly tasks to fulfill, with dire consequences such as salary deductions and diminished benefits for failure to meet quotas. Within the Tai family, a myriad of stringent rules existed. And from the moment they signed the contract, it felt as though they had bound themselves in a servitude contract. During this period, the Taro brothers endured immense oppression. Initially, Taro was quite elated to join the Tai family, as he discovered that introducing others to the family could yield financial rewards. Thus, he promptly invited his second and third brothers to join as well. However, after some time, the Taro brothers came to witness the true nature of a merciless predator that devours its prey without remorse. The internal regulations of the Tai family were both numerous and draconian. From the moment they signed the contract, they felt ensnared by invisible shackles. Each day was a struggle within the relentless cycle of accepting and submitting tasks, all while remaining vigilant against the butler's schemes. Failing to provide the butler with bribes during task submissions led to various obstacles, resulting in poor task completion and, consequently, missed quotas. All of these factors filled the Taro brothers with profound despair. Now, Taro recognized that an opportunity had arisen if they did not seize this chance. The 3 brothers would be condemned to a lifetime of exploitation by the Tai family. They were mistaken to believe that once the contract expired, they would be free. The Tai family employed various tactics to uncover any shortcomings during the contract period, extending the contract as a form of punishment, effectively prolonging their bondage. This was the grim reality that Taro and his brothers had gleaned from others similarly oppressed. As time passed, the butler's gaze towards the Taro brothers grew increasingly hostile. Coldly, he declared, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Confess now, or do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Taro, gritting his teeth, retorted, "I will not speak without seeing the young master." The butler, infuriated, laughed scornfully. "Ah, it seems you have grown some wings. Daring to speak to me in such a manner." He then bellowed, "Seize the Taro brothers at once." I suspect they have pilfered family assets and require thorough interrogation. Yes, sir. The Tai family's enforcers promptly unleashed their Pokemon, encircling the Taro brothers. In response, Taro immediately hurled his Pokeball, followed closely by his second and third brothers. Instantly, 4 Pokemon appeared: a Venomoth, a Shroomish, a Mytina, and a Swellow. However, these 4 Pokemon found themselves quickly surrounded, as more than 10 adversarial Pokemon closed in on them. The butler shouted, "I will give you one last chance. Recall your Pokemon and surrender peacefully, or this day next year will mark your demise." Seeing this dire situation, Taro was drenched in sweat, but a sudden inspiration struck him. He shouted with all his might, "This is Taro of the Tai family. I have urgent news for the young master regarding a rare Pokemon." At Taro's proclamation, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, turning to the butler in confusion, unsure of whether to proceed with their assault. The butler, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood he could no longer maintain his stance. If he pressed on, he would have to answer to the young master. With that thought, he dashed into the estate, only to unexpectedly encounter Chiyan, the young master of the Tai family. Although referred to as the young master, Chiyan was nearing 30, the peak of manhood. Tall yet somewhat lean, his features were striking, though his complexion appeared pallid, as if he had drained the vitality from life itself. Beneath his deep-set eyes lay dark circles, evidence of his nightly revelries, while his gaze retained a glimmer of sharpness. It was overshadowed by fatigue and the dullness of indulgence. Upon entering, Chiyan immediately inquired, "Butler, what is the situation?" The butler replied gravely, "Young master, the Taro brothers have returned to submit their tasks. After completing their duties, they expressed a desire to meet with you. I inquired about the matter, but they refused to divulge anything. Just moments ago, they began shouting about knowledge of a rare Pokemon, prompting me to inform you." Upon hearing this, a spark of interest lit Chiyan's eyes, and he eagerly advanced towards the door. Once there, his gaze fixated on the encircled Taro brothers, and he bellowed, "What are you doing? Step aside at once." Chiyan then turned to Taro with a smile, asking, "Are you Taro, the one who just claimed to possess knowledge of a rare Pokemon?" Taro respectfully replied, "Indeed, young master, I am aware of the rare Pokemon in question, but this gathering is rather crowded." Chiyan laughed heartily, "I understand. Come inside, and let us discuss this further." Taro followed Chiyan into the estate. The Tai family had resided in Zijing City for many years, and this ancestral manor had stood for over a century, serving as a symbol of their legacy. Once in the parlor and seated, Chiyan promptly asked, "Now, can you divulge the details?" Taro cleared his throat and, with a grave demeanor, began, "Young master, the rare Pokemon in question is a shiny Charizard. Surely you are aware of its immense value. It is even rarer than a pseudo-legendary Pokemon of equivalent potential." Upon hearing this, Chiyan's breath quickened. "A shiny Charizard, how extraordinarily precious. Quickly, tell me, where can I find this shiny Charizard?" Taro, however, remained composed, responding, "Young master, I can reveal the whereabouts of the shiny Charizard, but I hope you will first nullify the contract binding my brothers and me to the Tai family, and provide us with 3 Pokemon eggs of peak 4 attributes. My request is but a trifling matter compared to the value of a shiny Charizard." Chiyan furrowed his brow at Taro's assertiveness, realizing that without fulfilling these demands, Taro would never divulge the location of the shiny Charizard. Recognizing the necessity of compliance, Chiyan commanded the butler, "Fetch their contracts, and then proceed to the Pokemon Egg Nursery. In my name, bring back 3 eggs of peak 4 attributes." The butler, not daring to hesitate, promptly replied, "Yes, young master," and hurried off to prepare the items. Taro was correct. These items were insignificant compared to the shiny Charizard. According to the Hoenn League's assessments, shiny Pokemon had roughly a 60% chance of possessing 5 peak attributes and about a 40% chance of boasting 6 peak attributes. Beyond that, no other attributes were recorded. Thus, it was clear why everyone yearned to acquire shiny Pokemon upon their appearance. With a smile, Chiyan stated, "I have instructed the butler to prepare the items. Now, can you share the details with me?" Taro shook his head and said, "Please, young master, do not be hasty. Once our contract is annulled, and I receive the 3 Pokemon eggs with peak 4 attributes, I shall divulge all information regarding the rare-colored Charmander without reservation." Chiyan furrowed his brow but refrained from losing his temper. The butler, understanding Chiyan's temperament, returned shortly with the contracts of Taro and his 2 companions in hand, and retrieved 3 Pokemon eggs from his spatial pouch, each adorned with the qualification labels identified by the Tai family. Casting a glance at Chiyan, the butler promptly handed the 3 contracts to the Taro brothers. "These are your contracts. May we speak now? Taro remained silent, examining the contracts before tearing them to shreds in front of everyone with a swift motion. After destroying the 3 contracts, Taro immediately placed the 3 Pokemon eggs into his spatial pouch and turned to Tyxiong, stating earnestly, "Young master, let us proceed. I will lead you to the trainer who possesses the rare-colored Charmander. While their strength may not be formidable, they are accompanied by 2 companions, one of whom has a Houndoom of gym-level prowess." Upon hearing this, Tyxiong frowned and inquired, "The trainer you mentioned, they are not from that prominent family, are they?" Although the Tai family has held sway in Zijing City for many years, they still pale in comparison to some of the top families in the league. Much like Yasha from Fuyin Town, whose grandfather was once one of the Elite Four and is still very much alive. Taro quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, young master. They are certainly not members of any prominent family. I can guarantee that." Nodding in understanding, Tyxiong instructed the butler, "Fetch 2 gym-level trainers to accompany us. Ensure they are not merely newly promoted to gym level. Additionally, bring along some professional-level trainers as well." "Understood, young master. I shall do so at once." The butler replied respectfully before exiting. Gym-level trainers are regarded as formidable forces, integral to any faction. After a brief interval, the butler returned with 6 individuals. "Young master, I have located the trainers you requested. Their strength is commendable. One is a high-level gym trainer, another is of mid-level gym strength, and the remaining 4 are at the pinnacle of professional level, well-equipped to handle any situation." Tyxiong nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Very well, let us set forth." Under Taro's guidance, the group arrived at the entrance of the Pokemon Center. With a furrowed brow, Tyxiong asked, "The trainer you mentioned is inside here?" Taro replied calmly, "Indeed, young master. They possess striking red hair, quite noticeable, and they arrived in a group of 3. You may send someone in to inquire with Nurse Joy." Tyxiong gestured to the butler, who promptly entered. Approaching Nurse Joy with a smile, he inquired, "Hello, a few friends of mine checked in here recently, sporting red hair. Might they have arrived yet?" Nurse Joy pondered for a moment before her expression brightened. "Oh, you must be referring to the trio. They've already checked in and went to their room to rest after handing over their Pokeballs. They must have been quite exhausted from their journey." At that moment, Nurse Joy spotted Chiyan Hui and his companions descending the stairs and pointed, "There they are." The butler turned to observe Chiyan Hui and his companions closely before hastily returning to Tyxiong's side, discreetly gesturing towards them. Chiyan Hui, noticing this, furrowed his brow in confusion but soon recognized Taro and his brothers. Realizing the situation, Chiyan Hui understood that the Taro brothers had become prosperous and were seeking vengeance. However, he chose to ignore them initially and instead approached Nurse Joy, asking, "Hello, have my Pokemon been healed yet?" With a beaming smile, Nurse Joy responded, "Yes. They are all healed. You took excellent care of them." She then turned to retrieve the Pokeballs and shortly returned with 2 trays. "Here are your Pokemon. The first 3 belong to you, Chiyan Hui, while the others for a Lang and a Shan are in these trays." The trio quickly examined their Pokeballs, confirming their condition before stowing them away. Just then, a voice interrupted, "Friend, this is your first time in Zijing City, isn't it? I am Tyxiong of the Tai family. May we converse?" Tyxiong had been standing nearby, initially feeling apprehensive that Chiyan Hui might belong to a major family, as it was unlikely for an ordinary person to possess a rare-colored Charmander. However, upon hearing Nurse Joy address him as Chiyan Hui, Tyxiong realized that there was no notable Chiyo family in the Hoenn region or nearby areas, which was enough to alleviate his concerns. Chiyan Hui regarded Tyxiong and his companions with a bemused expression before responding, "Sure, what would you like to discuss?" He was curious to see what Tyxiong and his entourage were after. Tyxiong cleared his throat and asked point-blank, "I wonder where you, Chiyan Hui, hail from?" Chiyan Hui replied with a slight smile, "Guess." This prompted a moment of surprise not only from Tyxiong, but also from his companions. However, Tyxiong quickly regained his composure and, with a furrowed brow and a somewhat hostile tone, retorted, "Friend, such jesting is unwarranted, and I am not one for frivolity." Leaning back in his chair, Chiyan Hui looked sincerely at Tyxiong and his group, asking, "So what?" The moment those words left his lips, a Lang and a Shan beside him could no longer contain their laughter. A flicker of malice crossed Tyxiong's eyes as his expression fluctuated between anger and incredulity. "Regardless of your origins, let me impart one truth. This is Zijing City, and I am Tyxiong of the Tai family." Chiyan Hui remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, "So what?" At this, Tyxiong's face, previously pale and weary, began to flush with indignation. Had it not been for the presence of the Pokemon Center, he might have been compelled to call for reinforcements against Chiyan Hui. Gasping for breath, Taixiong fixed his gaze upon Chiyan Hui, enunciating each word with intensity. My father is the head of the Tai family and the gym leader of the Zijing Gym, Taixian. Do you comprehend the consequences of provoking me? Chiyan Hui looked at Taixiong, puzzled, and sincerely asked, so what? Hearing those words again sent Taixiong into a fit of exasperation, causing him to roll his eyes in frustration, feeling as if he could hardly breathe. The butler, witnessing this, sharply admonished, you brat. Daring to provoke the Tai family in Zijing City, do you have a death wish? Chiyan Hui scoffed dismissively. The lava team was well acquainted with the strengths of various factions across the Hoenn region. Although the Tai family appeared formidable, their strongest member, Taixian, was merely at the peak of the quasi-elite level. While they might dominate in Zijing City, their influence waned when considering the entirety of the Hoenn region. One had to wonder where the Tai family derived their confidence. Taixiong took a moment to collect himself, then fixed a fierce gaze upon Chiyan Hui, gritting his teeth as he declared, I am now offering you one final opportunity. Exchange your extraordinary fire dragon for my possession, and only then can you safely exit Zijing City. Otherwise, I swear by the name of the Tai family that you will not leave this city. Chiyan Hui, with a playful grin, looked back at Taixiong and repeated the 4 words that had nearly driven him to the brink of madness. So what? In that instant, Taixiong felt as though he might truly perish, his vision clouding with golden stars before he could no longer contain himself and collapsed with a thud. Witnessing this spectacle, Chiyan Hui exclaimed in astonishment, what on earth are you doing? Are you trying to pull a fast one? Everyone here can attest that I didn't even touch him. The butler, with a piercing cry, urged, young master. Quickly, we must get him to the hospital. After which, the butler swiftly organized a stretcher, lifting Taixiong and hastily departing. Observing this scene, Chiyan Hui could hardly contain his amusement, pondering whether Taixiong had a few screws loose, as he had been so easily overwhelmed by mere words. In truth, Chiyan Hui had underestimated the tremendous impact of those 4 words. Taixiong had indeed been profoundly affected by them. As Chiyan Hui watched Taixiong and his entourage depart, he suddenly realized, wait, where are the Taro brothers? Did they slip away that quickly? He turned to a Lang and a Shan, inquiring, have you seen the Taro brothers? They seem to have vanished. A Lang and a Shan began to scan their surroundings and shook their heads in unison. A Lang, looking distressed, remarked, those 3 have really made a hasty retreat. In fact, the Taro brothers had begun to plot their escape the moment Taixiong approached Chiyan Hui. Seizing the opportunity while Taixiong and Chiyan Hui were engrossed in their heated exchange, they had quietly slipped away. Now, the Taro brothers dared not hope for an extraordinary fire dragon anymore. They had already secured sufficient rewards, 3 Pokémon eggs, each with peak 4-star potential. Moreover, the stability of Pokémon egg hatching was unpredictable. With a stroke of luck, they could potentially hatch into 5-star Pokémon. Of course, even hatching a 3-star Pokémon was not without its odds. Upon hearing that the Taro brothers were nowhere to be found, Chiyan Hui waved dismissively, saying, forget it. Since they've run off, let it be. Next time we encounter them, we mustn't let them escape. Although he remained puzzled about how the Taro brothers had evaded the pursuit of the lava team, it was of little consequence now. The fact that a large group had failed to find them previously indicated that they were adept at hiding. Furthermore, during this encounter, Chiyan Hui noted a significant change in the overall appearance and demeanor of the Taro brothers compared to their last meeting. Had it not been for Chiyan Hui's keen eyes, he might have failed to recognize them altogether. Should the Taro brothers have heard this, they would have their own grievances to air. They had not anticipated that joining the Tai family would be so arduous, far more exhausting than their previous lives as wild trainers. This was truly no life for anyone. Alang, casting a glance in the direction where Taixiong had departed, murmured, what shall we do next, Huigo? Chiyan Hui nonchalantly replied, what is there to do? We'll challenge the gym first. Once we secure the gym badge, we can decide on our next steps. With his fire dragon having evolved into a Charizard and its strength now at a professional level, challenging the gym would be considerably easier. Initially, Chiyan Hui had intended to have Charizard learn some skill discs, which he had long prepared. However, given the enmity with the Tai family, it was prudent to first conquer the gym battle while Taixian remained unaware of his actions. Otherwise, they might obstruct Chiyan Hui from obtaining the electric badge, which would be quite distressing. Chiyan Hui certainly could not allow his Zubat to take the field in battle. If Taixian resorted to underhanded tactics, he might unleash his quasi-elite Pokémon, which would leave Chiyan Hui utterly bewildered. Should Zubat take the stage, it would be evident to all that something was amiss. Elite Pokémon were not as commonplace as cabbages. Thus, Chiyan Hui resolved to proceed to challenge the Zijing Gym, aiming to secure the electric badge without delay. Guided by the precise navigation of the Pokémon Pokédex, Chiyan Hui and his two companions swiftly arrived at the grand entrance of the Zijin Gym. As if drawn by an invisible thread, the sight before them was awe-inspiring. The Zijin Gym, with its unparalleled opulent decor, resembled a resplendent edifice embedded at the city's heart, evoking genuine admiration for the Tai family's unfathomable wealth. Above the main entrance of the gym, a radiant electric badge, encrusted with dazzling gemstones, hung like a luminous moon, proudly showcasing the gym's distinctive identity. Surrounding the badge, circles of brilliant electric symbols radiated an aura of mystery and solemnity, akin to a halo. Each of these emblems and badges was meticulously crafted, grand in scale, with symbols and lines extending for dozens of meters, unfurling like a colossal mural above the gym's lintel, vividly illustrating the grandeur and magnificence of the Zijin Gym, as though each detail narrated the Tai family's reverence and pursuit of electricity and power. After a brief moment of admiration, Chiyan Hui stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Shortly, a young man with blonde hair opened the door, scrutinizing Chiyan Hui and his companions with an impatient tone. "Are you here to challenge the gym? If not, then scram." Chiyan Hui furrowed his brow, wondering if this was the caliber of individuals within the Zijin Gym. Compared to the Fuyin Gym, this was truly a world apart. "I am here to challenge the gym. I am a direct trainer of the Alliance." With that, he showcased his Pokémon Pokédex. Upon seeing the Pokédex, the blonde youth's expression softened slightly. Every member of the Alliance's direct lineage, regardless of their background, at least had to meet the financial requirements, lest they be unable to afford the exorbitant fees. "Come in with me," he instructed, turning to lead the way into the Zijin Gym. Chiyan Hui and his companions followed closely behind. The young man gathered a group of individuals and a referee, who, after verifying Chiyan Hui's identity, confirmed his eligibility to participate in the challenge. He then spoke. "I am the gym trainer you will be battling today. I presume this isn't your first gym challenge?" Chiyan Hui raised an eyebrow, smirking as he replied, "Indeed, it's not." To his surprise, his first opponent was this blonde youth, presenting an excellent opportunity to teach him a lesson. The referee, a middle-aged man, stood at his post and loudly announced, "The gym challenge begins now." The challenger is Akita Hui from Chuyue Town, facing off against the gym trainer, George. As the referee's voice echoed, Chiyan Hui and George simultaneously threw their pokeballs into the arena. Without a doubt, Chiyan Hui summoned his Charizard, eager to showcase its prowess shortly after its recent evolution. As the extraordinary Charizard emerged onto the battlefield, both George and the other gym trainers, including the referee, were left utterly dumbfounded. What in the world was this? They had never laid eyes on a shiny Charizard in its true form throughout their lives, and now they were witnessing it firsthand. Simultaneously, Chiyan Hui observed George's Pokémon, a beginner-level, peak-grade Magnemite. The Magnemite's body was gray, adorned with a single eye located at the center of its spherical shape. Its body is flanked by a pair of horseshoe-shaped magnets, their poles in opposition. Atop its head rests a large screw, while two smaller screws adorn the front of its body. This creature lacks even the most basic prowess, leaving one to wonder what it is so boastful about. Without hesitation, Chihuahua exclaimed, "Charizard, do not waste time. Unleash a jet of flames and send it home." Charizard emanated a formidable aura as it locked its gaze onto the Magnemite, which sensed an impending doom. Responding to Chihuahua's command, Charizard swiftly expelled a torrent of flames towards the Magnemite. At that moment, George was still reeling from the sight of the unusual Charizard, unable to react in time. The Magnemite was instantly engulfed by the flames, plummeting to the ground, charred and rendered unconscious, completely devoid of battle capability. Observing this, the referee declared the outcome. It was only at this juncture that George regained his composure, trembling at the sight of the immensely powerful Charizard. Displeased by the yellow-haired trainer's embarrassment, Chihuahua furrowed his brow, finding the purple iris gym to be utterly laughable. How could such a character even aspire to be a gym trainer? Unbeknownst to Chihuahua, George's family had financially backed his ascension to the position of gym trainer. Under the referee's urging, George gritted his teeth and threw out another Pokeball, summoning an Electrike. Electrike resembled a small canine, adorned with yellow markings, possessing a broad head with 3 prominent tufts. Its long fur generates electricity through friction with the air, storing it within its coat, particularly erupting with sparks during dry seasons. Chihuahua assessed its level, realizing it had not even reached the pinnacle of entry level, merely residing in the mid-tier of that classification. Was this yellow-haired trainer truly attempting to amuse himself? Under Charizard's fiery assault, Electrike was swiftly incapacitated, losing its ability to battle entirely. Upon witnessing this, yellow-haired George recalled Electrike into its pokeball and fled, embarrassed to remain any longer. The remaining gym trainers exchanged glances, none daring to challenge Chiyan Hui. Observing this, Chiyan Hui frowned. The Purple Iris gym was indeed a farce. While other gyms eagerly vied for battles, here, no one stepped forward to confront him. Was there truly no one among the gym trainers willing to face him? With no choice but to voice his frustration, Chiyan Hui's comments caused the trainers' expressions to darken. One man, unable to bear the humiliation, declared, "I shall take on the challenge." He then urged the others, "Quickly summon the gym leader. I cannot hold out for long." With that, he took a deep breath and stepped into the spot previously occupied by George. The other trainers hurried off to summon the gym leader, Chiyan. Chiyan Hui noticed that this brave challenger was yet another yellow-haired individual. Was today a special event for the yellow-haired? With the referee's announcement, the battle commenced between Chiyan Hui and this new yellow-haired trainer. This new trainer exhibited slightly greater strength than the previous one, yet against Charizard, he was still no match, destined to be defeated by a single jet of flames. The new trainer deployed 2 Voltorbs, spherical Pokemon devoid of limbs. Resembling a Pokeball without buttons, with the upper half painted red and the lower half white. After effortlessly vanquishing this new challenger, Chiyan Hui remarked, "Am I now permitted to challenge the gym leader? Where might your leader be?" The new trainer stood despondently, while the referee, feeling awkward, could only respond, "They have gone to notify the gym leader. Please hold on a moment." After a wait of over 10 minutes, the group of trainers finally returned, led by a stout, balding elder clad in a yellow jumpsuit and a brown vest. From the elder's appearance, Chiyan Hui immediately recognized him as Chiyan, the gym leader of the Purple Iris gym. Unbeknownst to Chiyan, his son had already been sent to the hospital for treatment, a fact that neither the butler nor the trainers dared to disclose. However, upon learning that Chiyan Hui had swiftly defeated the gym trainers and had spoken disparagingly about the Purple Iris gym, Tieshuan's demeanor darkened. Yet, as the gym leader, he could not afford to lose his temper. "Akita Hui, young man, do not be too impetuous," Tixian could only utter. Chiyan Hui, with a faint smile, retorted, "Isn't being impetuous the hallmark of youth?" Tixian fell silent, gazing deeply at Chiyan Hui, as if trying to ascertain from which esteemed family he hailed to possess such audacity. Yet, there were no prominent families by the name of Akita in the Hoenn region. Ignoring his scrutiny, Chiyan Hui addressed the referee, "Are we ready to begin?" The referee cleared his throat and announced, "We shall now commence the final round of the gym challenge, pitting challenger Akita Hui against gym leader Tixian. Each side may utilize 3 Pokemon. The battle concludes when all 3 Pokemon of either party are unable to continue." The match began. As the referee's words rang out, Chiyan Hui and Tixian simultaneously released their Pokeballs. After the prolonged wait, Chiyan Hui recalled Charizard and then sent it back into the fray. For Charizard had barely exerted itself in the previous encounters, easily dispatching its opponents in a single blow, rendering the victories devoid of excitement. Indeed, it was far more thrilling to unleash flames upon a rock. Chapter 174, The Professional Level Electrode. With a sudden flash of blinding white light, Tixian sent forth his Pokemon into the arena's center. Chiyan Hui immediately focused, his eyes sharp, recognizing it as an Electrode. Electrode, as the evolved form of Voltorb, boasts a striking appearance, resembling an inverted Pokeball, with its bottom coated in a fiery red and its top a pristine white, constantly bearing a mischievous grin that reflects its playful nature. These impish creatures frequently swarm around power plants, possessing a troublesome ability to absorb electricity. Whenever they gather in a location, nearby towns often experience sudden blackouts, leading to chaos and disorder. Electrode appears inherently attracted to electricity, making it a formidable nuisance. Even more astonishing is the seemingly boundless electrical energy contained within them, on the verge of overflowing. This renders them exceptionally sensitive. Even the slightest provocation could trigger an explosive reaction. Electrode, level 41, professional level beginner, electric-type Pokemon, ability, static, which causes paralysis with a 30 chance when struck by contact moves. Individual value qualifications, 4V, HP, 31 points, attack, 23 points, defense, 25 points, special attack, 31 points, special defense, 31 points, speed, 31 points. Base stats, HP, 60 points. Attack, 50 points, defense, 70 points, special attack, 80 points, special defense, 80 points, speed, 150 points, total, for 190 points. Proficient moves, Charge Beam, Thundershock, Charge. Entry-level moves, Discharge. Electromagnetic Levitation, Rock Smash, Swift. After reviewing, Chiyan was also aware of the situation. This mischievous electrode was exceptionally swift and quite troublesome. However, its discharge move remained at an entry level, indicating that this electrode had only recently reached level 41. Otherwise, discharge would undoubtedly be its primary practiced move. Not still at an entry level. At this moment, Tycoon did not launch an attack, but instead fixated his gaze intently on the shiny Charizard. The allure of this shiny Charizard was simply irresistible. In that instant, even though Tycoon was an expert in electric-type Pokémon, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Although Charizard had already evolved into its final form, making it difficult to acknowledge other trainers. Everything could potentially be softened over time, ultimately leading to successful taming. Chiyan also noticed the old man's gaze and, after a slight frown, quickly shouted, "Charizard, use scary face." Charizard let out a fierce roar, swiftly conjuring a massive ghostly visage in the air, directing it towards the electrode. Only upon seeing the giant ghostly face did Tycoon snap back to reality. Electrode, use electromagnetic levitation. At this point, evasion was no longer an option. And Scary Face was notoriously difficult to dodge. The best strategy was to counterattack. However, due to Tieshuan's momentary distraction, his command was slightly delayed, leaving no time to launch an offensive move. Thus, he opted to have the electrode levitate, thereby avoiding ground-type attacks and eliminating its sole weakness. It was evident that Tycoon, with his decades of experience as a trainer, showcased his tactical prowess in that instant. Upon hearing Tieshuan's command, Electrode began to gather electromagnetic energy, its body shimmering with golden electric sparks. Concurrently, the enormous ghostly face zeroed in on Electrode, and an intangible energy swiftly invaded its form, significantly diminishing its speed. With a base speed stat of 150 points, if this speed were not curtailed, Charizard's moves would struggle to connect. Hence, Chiyan had Charizard use Scary Face from the outset. As Electrode amassed its electromagnetic energy, it began to levitate slowly. But just then, Chiyan shouted loudly, "Charizard, use Flamethrower." Flamethrower was now Charizard's most proficient move, with both build-up speed and release velocity vastly superior compared to its prior form, Charmeleon. Charizard tilted its head slightly, gathering fire-type energy before unleashing a blazing column of crimson flames towards Electrode. This fiery projectile, both in thickness and energy concentration, was remarkably high, resulting in an extraordinarily rapid launch. At that moment, Electrode was still in the process of ascending, and Tycoon observed the scene quietly, waiting patiently. As soon as electromagnetic levitation was completed, he swiftly commanded, "Electrode, use discharge to counter Flamethrower's assault." Electrode's body erupted with intense electric energy, sending forth erratic arcs of electricity towards everything nearby, including the incoming Flamethrower. Typically, Electrode's discharge would have the potential to counteract such a Flamethrower attack. However, Chiyan's Charizard was an exception. In terms of both base stats and level, Charizard surpassed Electrode, and even the power of Flamethrower was greater than that of Discharge, particularly since Discharge was still at an entry level and could not compare. Furthermore, Charizard was bolstered by a top-tier Charcoal, amplifying the power of this Flamethrower beyond Tieshuan's expectations. Watching helplessly, Tycoon witnessed the Flamethrower pierce through the electric arcs like a sharp arrow, continuing its relentless advance towards Electrode. The sheer force caused Tieshuan's pupils to constrict, and he attempted to command Electrode to evade, but it was already too late. Electrode was struck by the Flamethrower, letting out a cry of intense pain. Observing this, Chiyan quickly shouted, "Charizard, again, use Flamethrower." Charizard conjured another fiery column, aimed at Electrode once more. However, this time Tycoon was wiser, quickly instructing, "Electrode, dodge to the right." And after evading Flamethrower, use Charge Beam. Upon hearing this, Electrode swiftly floated away from its position, moving with remarkable speed. Chiyan could only catch a glimpse of its general form, which was still a result of Electrode's speed being reduced. Had its speed not been significantly curtailed, Chiyan surmised he would have merely seen a fleeting blur. As Electrode evaded Flamethrower and prepared to concentrate on Charge Beam, Chiyan promptly commanded, "Charizard, continue with a sweeping Flamethrower." Chapter 175, Charizard vs. Electrode. Charizard tilted its head slightly, unleashing a sweeping column of Flamethrower towards Electrode. Tycoon raised an eyebrow, immediately calling out, "Electrode, keep moving to dodge. I want to see just how long you can maintain that Flamethrower." Electrode rapidly maneuvered away from the path of the Flamethrower, its exceptional speed rendering it impossible for the flames to catch up. Chiyan, witnessing this, frowned and had no choice but to abandon that offensive strategy. "Charizard, halt." Charizard immediately ceased its Flamethrower attack. Gaining a moment to breathe, Electrode quickly began to gather energy at its location, launching a charge beam towards Charizard. While Charge Beam's power wasn't particularly impressive, its speed was remarkably rapid, and there was a chance it could enhance the user's special attack during its use. Remaining composed, Chiyan commanded, "Charizard, use Dragon Claw to shatter it." With a fierce roar, Charizard extended 2 purple energy claws from its arms. A move it automatically learned upon evolving from Charmeleon. Armed with these massive purple claws, Charizard lunged toward the charge beam, and upon contact, the energy claws effortlessly shattered the golden electric beam. But it wasn't over yet. Chiyan continued, "Charizard, take to the skies." Following the command, Charizard swiftly flapped its wings, ascending into the air as it fixated its gaze menacingly on the levitating Electrode. The height of electromagnetic levitation was limited, preventing it from soaring into the sky. Tychian, observing Charizard's ascent, furrowed his brow. Although Discharge was a broad area attack, Electrode's level and proficiency were too low to cover much ground. Additionally, Charizard's speed, while not on par with Electrode's, was still quite fast. Nonetheless, Tychian had his own strategy. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shouted, "Electrode, use Light Screen." The luminous wall has the remarkable ability to coalesce into a sleek and transparent barrier, which can mitigate the damage from special attacks launched by opponents for a limited duration. However, this necessitates that the mischievous Emolga remains sheltered behind the luminous wall. As the Emolga begins to summon the radiant barrier, its trainer, Chiyan Hui, urgently commands, "Charizard, unleash your heat wave." Chiyan Hui surmises that Tychian has 2 intentions in directing Emolga to deploy the luminous wall. The first is to obstruct the damage from Charizard's special attack, allowing Emolga to withstand it with ease. Additionally, the second objective is to lure Charizard into close combat, thereby triggering Emolga's ability, Static. Should Charizard fall into a state of paralysis, the tide of the battle would surely shift. Upon grasping Tychian's strategy, Chiyan Hui promptly instructs Charizard to execute the Heat Wave attack. This technique, slightly more potent than Flamethrower, coupled with its expansive range, poses a considerable challenge for Emolga to evade. At this juncture, halting the formation of the luminous wall seems implausible, thus inflicting damage before the wall materializes becomes paramount. Even if the luminous wall successfully manifests, Emolga would still find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the heat wave, for it is, after all, a gust of heated air. Charizard flaps its wings vigorously, generating torrents of scorching winds directed toward Emolga. Tychian shouts, "Emolga, hold on. Continue erecting the luminous wall." As Tychian's voice echoes, Emolga perseveres against the searing winds, steadfastly continuing its construction of the luminous wall. This barrier is not solely for Emolga's use. Any Pokémon may take refuge behind it during its duration, thereby diminishing the impact of Charizard's onslaught. Through sheer determination, Emolga finally completes the luminous wall. With the barrier in place, the damage inflicted by the heat wave is significantly reduced, halved in fact, making it bearable for Emolga. Observing Emolga, marred with injuries, Tychian furrows his brow and commands, "Emolga, deploy Charge Beam." With a disgruntled huff, Emolga swiftly gathers its energy into a shimmering golden orb. With a flick of its body, the orb hurtles toward Charizard. Chiyan Hui remains vigilant, aware that the power of Charge Beam is contingent upon Emolga's speed relative to Charizard. Although Emolga's velocity has been hindered by Charizard's intimidating presence, it remains a formidable force. "Charizard, utilize Air Slash to shatter that orb." Charizard swiftly flaps its wings, conjuring blades of air that dart towards the charge beam. The 2 attacks collide midair with a resounding explosion, enveloping the arena in smoke. At that moment, Emolga, enveloped in electric energy, propels itself like a cannonball toward Charizard. Realizing that Charizard is reluctant to engage in close combat, Tychian instructs Emolga to employ the Electro Ball attack and charge at Charizard. However, this decision comes at the cost of relinquishing the protective benefits of the luminous wall, which remains steadfast in its place. As the Electro Ball and Air Slash clash, Emolga hastily channels its electric attack, breaking through the smoke and barreling toward Charizard. Witnessing Emolga's astonishing speed closing in, Chiyan Hui instinctively raises his voice, succinctly commanding, "Dragon Claw." In this critical moment, he streamlines his directive to ensure Charizard can swiftly comprehend and execute it. Charizard, sensing Emolga's rapid approach, emits a deafening roar as its arms become enveloped in 2 radiant purple energy claws, reminiscent of ancient blades. Unfazed by this sudden threat, Charizard brandishes the claws, striking forth with immense force toward Emolga. The sharp claws clash with Emolga, now crackling with electricity, igniting a brilliant display of light. Following a sharp crack, Emolga is mercilessly flung away by the dragon claw, akin to a kite severed from its string. Despite Charizard's prowess and special attacks, its physical attack stats remain formidable, far surpassing Emolga's capabilities. The sheer force of Dragon Claw eclipses Emolga's Electro Ball, yet Emolga's speed mitigates a complete defeat. Chapter 176. The Arrival of Professional Raichu. After all, swifter speeds equate to greater power. However, Emolga's attack stats are rather lacking. Even with its speed advantage, its offensive capabilities are not particularly formidable. Nonetheless, this is inconsequential at present. Both Chiyan Hui and Chiyan fixate their attention on Charizard, eager to ascertain whether it has succumbed to paralysis. Emolga's static ability grants a 30% chance of inducing paralysis in any Pokémon that comes into contact with it. Chiyan Hui exhales in relief upon observing Charizard's unimpeded movements, devoid of any electric sparks. Had Charizard succumbed to paralysis, its advantages would have vanished entirely. Conversely, Chiyan's brow furrows as he gazes at the beleaguered Emolga, which struggles to remain airborne. If this were a life-or-death battle, he would compel Emolga to execute self-destruct. Regrettably, this is a gym challenge, and as the gym leader, Chiyan is bound by certain restrictions. Of course, the challenger is not subject to such limitations. This serves as a hidden constraint on the gym leader. Emolga, your final move? Use Discharge. This indeed marks Emolga's last stand, regardless of the outcome. It possesses no remaining energy for further attacks. Emolga channels every ounce of energy, roaring as arcs of electricity emanate from its form, radiating outward. Unfazed, Chiyan Hui commands, Charizard, unleash Flamethrower, and use its thrust to ascend and evade. Charizard, already airborne, heeds Chiyan Hui's instruction, lowering its head to unleash a robust column of fire toward Emolga. Simultaneously, Charizard utilizes the propulsion from the fire to soar higher into the sky. As it ascends, Charizard adeptly avoids the arcs of electricity generated by Discharge. However, Charizard's Flamethrower successfully penetrates the defenses of Discharge, striking Emolga directly. Though Emolga remains sheltered behind the luminous wall, the diminished power of Flamethrower still renders it unconscious, utterly incapacitated. The referee announces loudly, Emolga has lost its ability to battle. Gym leader Chiyan, please substitute your Pokémon. Chiyan, having anticipated this outcome, displays no emotion as he recalls Emolga into its Pokeball. Subsequently, he produces another Pokeball, tossing it onto the battlefield. With a flash of white light, a large, dark orange electric mouse materializes on the field, the evolved form of Pikachu, Raichu. Raichu is a uniquely shaped bipedal rodent Pokémon, embodying a striking blend of strength and grace. Its body is cloaked in a soft, dark orange fur, while its underbelly gleams in pristine white, creating a vivid contrast. Similar to Pikachu, Raichu is adorned with two prominent brown stripes along its back, adding a hint of wildness and rebellious charm to its overall appearance. It possesses a long, slender black tail, which culminates in a distinctive electric form that is flat and radiates a dazzling yellow glow, suggesting an imminent release of formidable electrical power. Unlike Pikachu's nimble fingers, Raichu's paws are rounded, resembling charming little brown spheres, which enhances its endearing demeanor. Its ears are bifurcated and stand upright, with the outer sides displaying a deep brown hue, while the inner sides exude a warm yellow sheen. Notably, the tips of its ears curl artfully, creating a unique spectacle that brings further vivacity to Raichu's overall image. As the fiery gaze of Chi focused on Raichu, an array of information regarding its attributes and level surged into his mind. Raichu, level 45, intermediate in professional rank, is an electric-type Pokémon with the ability Lightning Rod, hidden ability. Pokémon possessing this trait can attract electric-type moves, rendering them immune to damage while simultaneously boosting their special attack. Individual values are as follows: 4V, 21 points, attack, 31 points, defense, 19 points, special attack, 31 points, special defense, 31 points, speed, 31 points. Base stats: HP, 60 points. Attack, 90 points, defense, 55 points, special attack, 90 points, special defense, 80 points, speed, 110 points, totaling 485 points. Mastered moves include Thunderbolt, Thunder, Thunder Punch, and Quick Attack, while entry-level moves comprise Electro Ball, Volt Tackle, Trick, Agility, and Shadow Clone. Upon realizing that this Raichu did not possess the static ability, Chi felt a sense of relief, as that trait could indeed be quite troublesome. Attacking a Pokémon with static using contact moves could easily result in paralysis. Even without contact moves, the opponent could exploit speed to achieve their goals. Upon witnessing Raichu's emergence, Chiyan promptly shouted, "Raichu, run," and immediately use agility. Although Raichu's physique is somewhat larger than Pikachu's, it remains remarkably agile, dashing forward on all fours with increasing speed as it employs agility. Chiyan could not allow Raichu to enhance its speed unimpeded, and swiftly issued a command. Charizard, use Heat Wave. While Raichu's speed was impressive, it only slightly surpassed Charizard's, preventing any overwhelming advantage. Furthermore, Heat Wave is specifically designed to counter agile and swift Pokémon. With pervasive Heat Wave attacks, agility would prove futile. Soaring through the azure sky, Charizard vigorously flapped its robust wings, each stroke generating a surge of searing, fiery gusts that rushed toward Raichu with fervor. In the wake of this tempest imbued with scorching energy, anyone caught within its grasp risked succumbing to a burn. At that moment, it seemed as if even the very air had ignited. Observing this scene, Chiyan furrowed his brow. Raichu was indeed ill-equipped to deal with such wide-ranging attacks. After a moment of contemplation, he could only shout, "Raichu, take cover behind the light screen and unleash Thunderbolt at Charizard." If evasion was not an option, then it would be a case of trading blows. Charizard, possessing both fire and flying attributes, would be doubly vulnerable to electric-type moves, ensuring that a trade of damage would certainly favor Raichu, an outcome Chiyan wished to avoid. Chapter 177, The Decisive Strike, Dragon Dive. Witnessing this predicament, Chiyan hesitated not for a moment, commanding, "Charizard, cease the use of Heat Wave and switch to Air Slash to intercept the incoming Thunderbolt." Charizard hesitated momentarily in the air before rapidly resuming its wing beats, but this time, instead of fiery gusts, it unleashed a series of white air slashes. Thunderbolt's speed was astonishing. Fortunately, Chiyan's timely command allowed Charizard to launch its air slashes just a few meters before colliding with Thunderbolt. The two attacks met in a spectacular explosion, both dissipating into the ether. While Thunderbolt's power slightly exceeded that of Air Slash, Charizard's special attack was marginally superior to Raichu's, resulting in a mutual annihilation. The onlooking gym trainers, captivated by the thrilling battle, erupted in cheers for Chiyan. "Go, Gym Leader. Defeat that insolent red-haired boy. Gym Leader, avenge us." That arrogant red-haired boy was insufferable. Chiyan, however, remained unfazed by their fervent encouragement. With decades of battle experience behind him, he was not one to be easily rattled. Yet, he harbored a desire to elevate his Raichu from the pinnacle of quasi-elite to true elite status. Coupled with his son Tieshong's lack of prowess, which had turned his hair gray, he found himself clinging to the position of gym leader. As time passed, Chiyan began to consider the possibility of nurturing Tieshong's son instead. His sole expectation of Tieshong was to serve as a progenitor, striving for the family legacy. This led to Tieshong's rather indulgent lifestyle. Initially, Chiyan had no intention of exerting himself, merely hoping to glide through the match. However, Chiyan's relentless approach forced him to respond, leading to his decision to deploy the swift and tenacious Raichu after the playful Electrode fell to Charizard. Yet, he was taken aback when even Electrode succumbed to Charizard's might, prompting the choice of Raichu, which was a step above in level. Meanwhile, Chiyan was acutely aware of the stakes. Any Thunderbolt or Thunder attack could inflict significant damage upon Charizard. His mind raced with potential strategies. Utilizing Flamethrower would be easily evaded by Raichu, which could employ agility and quick attack to escape. Using Heat Wave necessitated caution against Raichu's potential Thunderbolt counterattack. The challenges posed by employing Fearsome Face were akin. Gathering the energy for Fearsome Face required time, during which Raichu could unleash Thunderbolt. With Thunderbolt's rapidity, Charizard could not hope to evade the attack before Fearsome Face was ready. Regrettably, only Pokémon of level 46 could inherit the ability to learn Flame Vortex through DNA, and the current level was slightly lacking. If only he had Flame Vortex now, the situation would be far more manageable. Since ranged attacks posed a challenge in damaging Raichu, Chiyan resolved to engage in close combat instead. These thoughts raced through Chiyan's mind in an instant. After making his decision, Chiyan Hui shouted loudly, "Charizard, use Air Slash and rush towards Raichu with Dragon Claw." The Charizard in the air flapped its wings once more, unleashing a barrage of white air slashes towards Raichu. These air slashes, enhanced by its type, possessed formidable power, creating a series of sharp, whistling sounds as they sliced through the air. Once it finished using Air Slash, Charizard immediately dove down, charging towards Raichu. Its arms adorned with two purple energy claws. The combination of its unique coloration and formidable presence was truly intimidating. Watching this scene, Chiyan let out a cold laugh, mocking, "You dare to employ such trivial tricks before me? Do you truly think I would falter in my response?" With that, he commanded coldly, "Raichu, Use double team to evade, then continue with agility. Raichu let out a quick cry and swiftly moved, successfully creating over 10 clones that began to dash around the arena, each in a different direction. This left Charizard bewildered, unsure of which target to attack, resulting in the air slash missing entirely. Observing this, Chiyan Hui turned his gaze towards Tai Xian and solemnly declared, Charizard, use Heat Wave to prevent Raichu from continuing its agility. But be cautious and be ready to halt the attack at any moment. Heeding Chiyan Hui's instructions, Charizard carefully ascended and flapped its wings, sending forth waves of fiery red heat towards Raichu on the ground. However, Tai Xian coldly chuckled and retorted, You seem to forget your previous mistakes. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. I want to see if you dare to trade injuries. Raichu had no choice but to halt its agility and unleash Thunderbolt at the airborne Charizard. Chiyan Hui, already aware of Tai Xian's intentions, immediately shouted, Charizard now. Stop using Heat Wave and unleash Dragon Dive at Raichu with all your might. Charizard, having been poised for the moment, instantly ceased its scorching Heat Wave attack and, without the slightest hesitation, flapped its wings in a rapid dive towards Raichu. Simultaneously, a faint purple glow began to emanate from Charizard's body, as if cloaking it in a mysterious purple battle garb, allowing it to remain composed even in the face of Raichu's Thunderbolt. Although the power of Thunderbolt was staggering, it seemed to be repelled by an invisible barrier before Charizard, merely igniting sparks upon its surface without causing any substantial hindrance. Charizard transformed into a fearless warrior, surrounded by a delicate halo of dragon-type energy, swiftly advancing towards Raichu with the force of a thunderstorm. Witnessing this, Tai Xian's expression finally shifted, and he shouted urgently, Raichu, get out of the way. Yet, he underestimated the speed of both Charizard and its Dragon Dive. Charizard, already swift by nature, had reached its maximum velocity through the additional boost of Dragon Dive. Raichu, hearing Tai Xian's command, attempted to evade, but it was too late. It could only watch helplessly as Charizard, powered by the might of thunder, collided forcefully with it. In Charizard's eyes, Raichu's panic was vividly reflected. Raichu was fast, with high attack and special attack stats, but its weakness lay in its low defense. Dragon Dive, a physical attack move, was precisely what it needed. Dragon Dive, a dragon-type attack with a power of 100, unleashed a terrifying aura, both intimidating and crashing into the opponent. Though it did not exploit Raichu's weakness, it was not mitigated in damage either, delivering full force. With a resounding crash, Raichu emitted a pitiful cry as it was sent flying by Charizard's Dragon Dive. However, the Thunderbolt had mitigated some of the attack's energy, resulting in a slight reduction in impact. Yet, Chiyan Hui was not about to let Raichu off the hook. This was a rare opportunity that must not be squandered. Charizard, pursue it. Do not let Raichu escape. Use Fire Fong. Charizard immediately flapped its wings again, racing after the flying Raichu. Flames flickered from its mouth as it prepared to unleash Fire Fong, ready to bite down upon getting close. Tai Xian, with a grim expression, shouted, Raichu, use Volt Tackle. Hearing this, Chiyan Hui anxiously urged, Charizard, accelerate. Do not give them a chance to use Volt Tackle. Charizard heeded his command, intensifying its wing beats as it rapidly closed the distance to Raichu. Raichu, in great distress, felt waves of pain coursing through its body while still in mid-flight. Upon hearing Tai Xian's command, it began to gather energy to unleash Volt Tackle. However, the pain and the fact that it was still being propelled backward delayed Raichu's ability to execute the move. As Charizard closed in, it opened its wide mouth, flames blazing, and sank its teeth into the orange-furred Raichu. This not only interrupted Raichu's gathering of Volt Tackle, but also dealt significant damage. Fire Fong, enhanced by its type and the power of Charcoal, surpassed even the might of Dragon Dive. Raichu let out a heart-wrenching scream before its voice abruptly ceased, having fainted and lost all ability to continue fighting. Tai Xian's face darkened as he shouted, Raichu, you useless creature. He then shot a frosty glare at Chiyan Hui, stating, Do not revel in this. If it were my main Raichu, it would never have made such a blunder. With that, Tai Xian recalled Raichu into its Pokeball. At that moment, the referee quietly announced, Raichu has lost its ability to battle. Please, Gym Leader Tai Xian, substitute your Pokemon. Chiyan Hui felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that Tai Xian was right. This Raichu was merely a Pokemon he had prepared for the gym challenge, lacking meticulous training and being more of a free-range companion. Had it been a properly trained Raichu, it would have undoubtedly executed Volt Tackle with ease. At that point, Chiyan Hui expressed, Gym Leader Tai Xian, if my Charizard were at the same level as your main Raichu, I am confident it would effortlessly triumph over it. Charizard was capable of learning ground-type moves like Earthquake and Dig, while Raichu's sole weakness lay in ground-type attacks. The Fairy-type energy was yet to manifest, limiting Raichu's ability to employ many of its Fairy-type moves and significantly diminishing its defensive capabilities. Upon hearing this, Xian's pupils contracted as he cast a deep glance at Chiyan Hui, then at Charizard, realizing that the red-haired man spoke the truth. The opponent appeared to be challenging the gym for the first time. Had it been a second attempt, Xian would surely have recognized them. Thus, it was indeed their inaugural challenge at the gym, yet they had already displayed such remarkable prowess and commanding ability, which left Xian somewhat astonished. Without further ado, Xian tossed out another Pokeball. As the white light flickered, a Raikou materialized on the battlefield. The Raikou's form radiated an enchanting blue hue, gracefully traversing the terrain on its four limbs. Its majestic body was adorned with brilliant yellow fur, resembling shimmering stars scattered across a deep blue sky. Its eyes glimmered with a fierce red glow, emanating an undeniable aura of strength and authority. This Raikou was the offspring of Xian's principal Raikou, born from an unexpected pregnancy, which further complicated the ascent of the original Raikou to the champion level. Most infuriating to Xian was that the newborn Raikou, the degraded form of Raikou, possessed rather mediocre potential, achieving only 4 peak stats. This directly incensed Xian. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he could only nurture the fledgling Raikou haphazardly, leading it to evolve into Raikou, which now stood as the formidable guardian of the gym challenge. Upon the appearance of Raikou, Chiyan Hui immediately focused intently. Raikou, level 49, peak professional level, an electric-type Pokemon. Possesses the ability, static, hidden ability. If there are Pokemon with the positive or negative electric ability on the field, its special attack will be boosted. Individual values. For V, 31 points in attack, 22 points in defense, 31 points in special attack, 31 points in special defense, and 31 points in speed. Base stats: HP, 70. Attack, 75. Defense, 60. Special attack, 105. Special defense, 60. Speed, 105, totaling 475 points. Mastered moves: Thunderbolt, Shockwave, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong. Basic moves: Thunder Wave, Volt Tackle. Charge Bite. Upon seeing the level of this Raikou, Chiyan Hui promptly recalled Charizard into its Pokeball. Charizard had already had its share of excitement today, but Eevee had yet to battle. When it comes to Pokemon, one must learn to distribute opportunities evenly, avoiding favoritism. After all, Eevee was also a crucial asset to him. Xian, noticing Chiyan Hui's actions, paused for a moment but soon dismissed it. Chiyan Hui produced Eevee's Pokeball and hurled it onto the battlefield, simultaneously declaring loudly, "This final battle is yours, Eevee." Chapter 179, Eevee vs. Raikou. As the white light flickered, Eevee appeared on the battlefield. Following Charizard's 2 consecutive victories, Eevee brimmed with confidence, despite Raikou's superior level. Yet, Eevee exhibited no signs of worry or panic, instead radiating self-assurance. Xian gazed at the newly emerged Pokemon, murmuring to himself, "Eevee? The evolved form of Eevee?" Once he comprehended this, Xian no longer paid it much heed. The quantity of Eevee was neither excessively abundant nor insubstantial. Although he had never encountered an Espion, the name alone led Xian to surmise much. Chiyan Hui, spotting Eevee leaping into the arena, instantly rallied. "Eevee, proceed as usual. Start with Sand Attack to confuse the opponent, followed seamlessly by Sunny Day." Upon hearing this, Eevee adeptly gathered fine grains of sand at the tips of its sharp claws, then swept them into the air like a gentle rain towards Raikou. Observing this, Xian smiled lightly, calmly instructing, "Raikou, dodge nimbly, then charge with full force and strike with Fire Fong." Raikou, upon receiving the command, moved like lightning, nimbly leaping aside to effortlessly avoid the sandstorm, then propelled itself off the ground, akin to a blazing bolt of lightning, charging towards Eevee with tremendous speed, exhaling torrents of searing flames, striking a formidable and imposing figure. Meanwhile, Eevee remained undeterred by Raikou's advancing onslaught, fully concentrating on conjuring Sunny Day, its entire being beginning to radiate an impending brilliance. Witnessing Raikou's fierce assault, Chiyan Hui's eyes glinted with determination as he resolutely shouted, "Eevee, do not be swayed by its imposing presence. Endure the pain and complete the Sunny Day move." Fire Fong, being a fire-type move, would deal double damage to Eevee. However, Raikou's attack stats were relatively low, while Eevee's defenses were notably high, allowing it to withstand the Fire Fong attack without faltering. Xian, upon hearing Chiyan Hui's command, cast a deep glance at him, pondering what this young man was scheming, willing to endure Fire Fong just to complete Sunny Day. Unless that move was of utmost significance to EV. Grass-type moves indeed benefited significantly from Sunny Day, enhancing their effectiveness and shortening the charge time of certain moves. However, it seemed excessive to bear the brunt of Fire Fong's assault. With a hint of skepticism, Chiyan called out, "Reiku, latch on and do not let go. Unleash Fire Fong repeatedly." Regardless, the damage from Fire-type moves against Grass-type Pokémon was a tangible factor, not mere fiction. Reiku, with flames emanating from its mouth, bit down fiercely upon Eevee. Yet, Eevee merely furrowed its brow slightly before launching the fireball, now fully charged, into the sky. Once suspended, the fireball radiated intense light and heat. With this effect, the flames from Reiku's mouth intensified significantly. Chiyan chuckled, "Kid, what is your game plan? You're actually using Sunny Day to bolster my Reiku's Fire Fong? Haha, are you trying to amuse me?" Listening to Chiyan's mockery, Chiyan Hui maintained a serene demeanor, observing Reiku's relentless grip on Eevee. With a focused gaze, Chiyan Hui swiftly commanded, "Eevee, use Yawn." At such a close distance, the Yawn move was virtually guaranteed to hit. Chiyan's expression shifted upon hearing this, urgently shouting, "Reiku, retreat quickly." But it was already too late. Eevee released a Yawn that successfully struck the close-range Reiku. Although the Yawn move typically traveled at a slow speed, making it easy to evade, the proximity ensured it reached Reiku in the blink of an eye. As Chiyan's commands echoed, it was already too late. Witnessing this scene, Chiyan's expression darkened. However, Chiyan Hui merely smiled slightly, exclaiming, "Eevee, use Leaf Blade." Eevee emitted a gentle cry, tossing its head, and several blades of leaves spiraled towards Reiku. Chiyan immediately shouted, "Reiku, use Thunderbolt." This was Reiku's last chance to awaken. It needed to unleash a significant effect. If it could force Eevee back, that would be even better. Reiku roared, unleashing a surge of electric energy that rapidly spread in all directions. However, in the next moment, Chiyan's expression froze. He heard Chiyan Hui command, "Eevee, dodge back to evade the Thunderbolt attack, then use Synthesis." As the scene unfolded, Chiyan witnessed Yi Ibu vanish in an instant, a display of terrifying speed that momentarily left him in a daze. Almost immediately, he spotted Yi Ibu reappearing in the corner of the battlefield, initiating the process of photosynthesis. A faint green luminescence enveloped its form, and under this ethereal glow, the bite marks and burns adorning Yi Ibu's body were completely healed. Observing this spectacle and glancing at the slumbering Raiden beast, Chiyan's expression darkened considerably. He comprehended that in this battle, his Raiden beast was all but lost. It became clear to him why that red-haired boy insisted Yi Ibu employ Sunny Day first. The Pokémon's ability was likely chlorophyll, granting it an astonishing surge in speed. With such a terrifying velocity and the restorative effects of photosynthesis, how could Raiden beast possibly contend? Moreover, it remained blissfully asleep. With a sigh, Chiyan realized he had encountered a prodigy today. Initially, he had harbored some hopes for his Charizard, but now it seemed beyond his grasp. Time was not on the side of Chiyan, who had aged past the years of taming and nurturing a Charizard, and Chiyan was a mere incompetent. Even if he possessed a rare Charizard, significant achievements were unlikely, leading Chiyan to abandon any aspirations regarding the creature. Unbeknownst to Chiyan Hui, who was oblivious to Chiyan's contemplations, he promptly shouted, "Yi Ibu, continue with Leaf Blade." The previous Leaf Blade had been obliterated by Raiden Beast's electric attack. Chapter 180. Chiyan overestimated this inadequately trained Raiden Beast. Yi Ibu flicked its head, conjuring several leaf blades that spun rapidly as they surged towards Raiden Beast. At that moment, Raiden Beast remained entrenched in slumber, incapable of evasion. Chiyan shouted loudly, "Raiden Beast, wake up! This is not the time for sleep." A trainer's loud call at such a moment held a certain probability of rousing the Pokémon. Yet it also depended on the Pokémon's willpower and the bond shared with its trainer. Clearly, Raiden Beast did not regard Chiyan with much significance. Their bond was tenuous at best. After only a few days of training, Chiyan had relegated Raiden Beast to a free-range existence, with even its feeding entrusted to the servants of the Tai family. In Chiyan's own words, he simply did not have the time to train such a useless creature, dedicating his efforts instead to his primary Pokémon, hoping for their ascension to the elite level. Thus, despite Chiyan's loud exhortations, Raiden Beast remained fast asleep. Even when the sharp leaf blade struck its body, it merely furrowed its brow before continuing its slumber. Witnessing this scene, Chiyan couldn't help but curse, "You worthless creature. Get up." Upon hearing Chiyan's tirade, Raiden Beast stirred slightly, showing signs of awakening. Chiyan Hui kept a vigilant eye on Raiden Beast, and, noticing this development, quickly commanded, Yi Bu, first use tail whip, then follow up with tackle. Don't give the opponent a moment to react. Upon hearing this, Yi Bu joyfully wagged its tail, and as it did, an invisible energy surged into Raiden Beast, diminishing its defensive capabilities. At the moment the command was executed, Yi Bu let out a gentle cry, then charged vigorously towards Raiden Beast. A grayish-white glow began to emanate from Yi Bu, enveloping it and enhancing its speed. With the acceleration from Sunny Day and the energy boost from tackle, Yi Bu's speed seemed to transcend to instantaneous movement, striking Raiden Beast in the blink of an eye. Raiden Beast, now on the verge of awakening, feared the scorn of Tai Xian, and at the sound of his reproach, its body quivered, memories of previous humiliations flooding its mind. In this state of distress, Raiden Beast's eyelids gradually began to lift. But before it could fully awaken and comprehend the situation, it was sent flying by Yi Bu's tackle. The searing pain elicited a cry of anguish from Raiden Beast, whose already low defense had been further compromised by Tail Whip. After being propelled a considerable distance, Raiden Beast rolled a few times before finally coming to a halt. Tai Xian, witnessing this, shouted in fury, "You worthless beast, get up. I've called for you endlessly, and you still haven't awakened, bringing shame upon me." Hearing Tai Xian's words, Raiden Beast instinctively shrank its head, a glimmer of fear evident in its eyes, as it emitted a low whimper. Tai Xian immediately barked, "Silence! You shockwave while you have the chance." At this moment, Yi Bu had just executed tackle and was in a state of fatigue. Typically, a Pokémon would require a brief respite after such a move, given the recoil involved. However, Yi Bu's exceptional physical condition and resilience, its defensive prowess shining through, allowed it to recover swiftly. This was also attributed to the absorption of those green energy orbs. The moss-covered rock, having resided in the Changhua forest for centuries, had accumulated a vast reservoir of energy, which had long remained untapped. It was only when Chiyan Hui's EV reached that place and, with the rock's aid, successfully evolved into Yi Bu, that it absorbed those green orbs. These orbs represented the essence of the energy accumulated over centuries, which explained why they could even attract pseudo-elite level Pokémon, like Lizard King, to covet them. Had it not been for the guardianship of the Zubat, those green orbs would have likely fallen into the hands of Lizard King. Now, under the enhancement of these green orbs, Yi Bu's physical strength and overall abilities had ascended to an entirely new level. Originally robust, Yi Bu underwent subtle transformations thanks to the infusion of these energies, all of which unfolded favorably. This comprehensive enhancement elevated Yi Bu's physical strength, aptitude, and comprehension. As Yi Bu observed a bolt of electricity coalescing towards it, it instinctively evaded the incoming shock wave. Chiyan Hui expressed his satisfaction. "Yi Bu, well done. My eyes can barely keep pace with your speed now. You must learn to attack, evade, and defend independently." With a joyful cry, Yi Bu reappeared before Raiden Beast, executing Mud Slap at close range, smearing mud across Raiden Beast's face. This was initially a ranged move, but for the sake of ensuring a perfect hit, Yi Bu dashed right in front of Raiden Beast before unleashing the attack. Raiden Beast, caught off guard, was struck by a clump of mud, causing it to panic and frantically rub its face with its forelegs. Tai Xian's pupils constricted as he immediately shouted, "Raiden Beast, use Thunderbolt." Startled, the Thunder Beast heeded Tai Xian's command without hesitation, immediately channeling all its energy to unleash a fierce burst of electric light. Bolts of electricity wreaked havoc around the Thunder Beast, destroying everything in their chaotic path. Tai Xian aimed to strike EV with a discharge attack. Yet this ambition was destined to fail. At that moment, EV was already beyond the reach of the discharge, emitting soft peals of laughter from its tiny mouth. To Tai Xian, each of these giggles was the utmost derision, igniting a flush of anger that suffused his face as he glared at the EV. "Watch out, EV!" Chiyan Hui shouted. "As soon as the opponent's discharge is complete, unleash Leaf Blade." EV nodded gently, gathering its energy to form several sharp green leaves that swirled above it. The instant the electric light from the discharge dissipated, EV flicked its head, sending the razor-sharp leaves flying towards the Thunder Beast. "Thunder Beast, evade with quick attack," Tai Xian commanded swiftly. His strategy was sound, but he had overestimated the Thunder Beast's capabilities. Had the creature undergone rigorous training, it could have executed Tai Xian's orders flawlessly. However, the Thunder Beast had been largely left to its own devices, lacking the necessary synergy, and its sense of timing was inadequate. As it finished its discharge attack, the waiting Leaf Blade was already upon it. Injured and having expended all its strength during the discharge, the Thunder Beast heard Tai Xian's command. While its mind registered the instruction, its body responded with confusion. What? Consequently, without question, the Thunder Beast was struck by the leaf blade, sent hurtling away. Seeing this, Tai Xian shouted in fury, "Thunder Beast!" Yet, without hesitation, Chiyan Hui called out, "Eevee, deliver the final blow with takedown." Eevee nodded vigorously and instantly vanished from its position. In the next moment, enveloped in a grayish-white energy, Eevee collided forcefully with the Thunder Beast. The creature emitted a mournful cry before losing consciousness, utterly incapacitated. Witnessing this scene, the onlooking gym trainers stood frozen, their expressions filled with disbelief. To them, Tai Xian was the strongest in Xin City, and although he had not employed his main Pokémon, being defeated with a score of 0-3 by a challenger was beyond anyone's imagination. They could hardly fathom that this was Tai Xian. Despite not using his primary Pokémon, Tai Xian's commanding prowess was not something an ordinary trainer could rival. What on earth was happening? Chiyan Hui observed the silence of the crowd, while Tai Xian remained rooted in place, his countenance dark and inscrutable. The referee, equally astonished, gazed helplessly at the fallen Thunder Beast, fervently hoping it would rise once more. Clearing his throat, Chiyan Hui calmly stated, "Referee, shouldn't you announce the battle's outcome?" Upon hearing this, the referee cast a resigned glance at Tai Xian and weakly declared, "The Thunder Beast is unable to battle. All three of Gym Leader Tai Xian's Pokémon have lost their combat capabilities, thus the victor of this match is Chiyan Hui from Chiyu Town." Maintaining his composure, Chiyan Hui approached Tai Xian and smiled. "Gym Leader Tai Xian, may I kindly request the electric badge?" Tai Xian cast a deep glance at Chiyan Hui before retrieving the electric badge and tossing it to him, then turned away, unwilling to utter a word. Chiyan Hui caught the badge mid-air, inspecting it in his hand. The electric badge gleamed a brilliant gold, resembling a cylindrical rod inserted into a circular base. After placing the badge in his collection case, Chiyan Hui promptly called out to a wolf and a shan, hastening towards the exit. After all, he had just offended Tai Xian and caused him to faint. Now, having delivered a 0-3 defeat to Tai Xian, if the latter were to learn of the entire situation, it was inevitable that he might act with hostility towards Chiyan Hui. Though Chiyan Hui was unafraid, revealing his Crobat would certainly raise suspicions. There were few elite-level trainers in the Hoenn region, and the sudden emergence of an elite-level Crobat would undoubtedly provoke scrutiny. Thus, if it could be avoided, he could not utilize Crobat. Should he do so, it would necessitate eliminating any witnesses. As he passed by the group of gym trainers, Chiyan Hui disregarded their mixed gazes, swiftly departing Xin Gym alongside a wolf and a shan. Glancing back at Xin Gym, he remarked solemnly, "Let us leave Xin City at once. We have obtained the electric badge, and remaining here serves no purpose." Neither a wolf nor a shan objected. Upon exiting Xin Gym, the trio made their way directly towards the city's outskirts. Upon departing Xin City, heading north would lead them to Inu City, while traveling south would bring them to Kana City. However, unlike Inu City, Kana City lacked a gym, instead overseen by the Dragon-type Elite Four member, Yuanji. Yet Yuanji preferred not to stay in Kana City, often navigating the surrounding waters on a ship, relishing the joys of the sea. Thus, without hesitation, Chiyan Hui opted for Inu City. Despite the proximity of Xin City to Inu City, the actual distance was considerable, filled with hills, mountains, rivers, and forests, rendering it one of the most arduous paths for traveling trainers. Meanwhile, after arriving at the hospital, Tai Xiong quickly regained consciousness under the doctor's care. His fainting had been due to sheer weakness, allowing him to recover swiftly. Upon awakening, Tai Xiong shouted, "Where are they? Why haven't you captured them?" "In Xin City." "Do you still need to fear them? I specifically brought 2 gym-level experts, and yet you failed to act. This is infuriating." As he grew agitated, Tai Xiong pounded on the hospital bed. The onlookers exchanged glances, and one man suddenly spoke up, "Young master, they must be the challengers for the gym battle in Xin City. We can easily wait for them at Xin Gym and capture them as they come." Hearing this, Tai Xiong's anger turned to delight as he shouted, "Well said. Quickly, let us head to Xin Gym." Soon, Tai Xiong and his entourage arrived at Xin Gym. But the once confident trainers now appeared demoralized, like frostbitten eggplants, their spirits visibly dampened. Tai Xiong furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. "What is the matter with you all?" he inquired. The tousled-haired George replied dejectedly, "A challenger arrived, and they annihilated the 2 of us with a shiny Charizard. During the battle with Gym Leader Tai Xian, they managed a score of 0-3. Our Xin Gym has never faced such humiliation." "What? A shiny Charizard?" Iron Xiong bellowed in fury, fully aware of the distinction between the shiny Charmander and the shiny Charizard. The shiny Charmander, still in its formative stages, could easily re-establish trust with a new trainer even after a change in ownership. However, the shiny Charizard was an entirely different matter. Having fully matured, both physically and intellectually, the Charizard now possessed an intelligence comparable to that of an average human. At this juncture, the prospect of taming the shiny Charizard was exceedingly bleak. Even if success were to be achieved, it would necessitate years of relentless training. Furthermore, there lingered the ever-present threat that, at a critical moment, the shiny Charizard might turn against its trainer, delivering a devastating blow. As for breeding, the likelihood of producing another shiny was also exceedingly slim. It is evident that the value of the shiny Charmander and the shiny Charizard is decidedly unequal. With this in mind, Iron Xiong roared, "Where are the Taro brothers? Fetch them immediately. How dare they steal from me and attempt to deceive me?" A nearby trainer approached Iron Xiong and whispered, "Young master, the Taro brothers may have fled. After you fainted and were taken to the hospital, we have not been able to locate them." Iron Xiong's gaze bored down on the butler, who was sweating profusely, and he bitterly replied, "Young master, I have already attempted to contact them, but no one answered." Without hesitation, Iron Xiong stepped forward and struck the butler across the face. To the eyes of the elite trainers present, his movement appeared slow and lacking in force. The butler, also a trainer, recognized the impending blow but dared not evade it. Fully aware that doing so would only exacerbate the consequences, the slap sent the butler staggering back 2 steps. A move he exaggerated to avoid appearing too artificial while simultaneously evading Iron Xiong's subsequent attacks. Iron Xiong, observing the butler's retreat, shouted furiously, "Send someone to search for them. We must turn over the entire city of Zijing if necessary to find the Taro brothers." His icy gaze then fell upon George, the blonde-haired trainer, as he inquired, "What about the trainer with the shiny Charizard?" George shook his head, stating, "The individual left after achieving victory." The butler, suddenly enlightened, respectfully stepped forward and said, "Young master, since they came to challenge the gym, even if they have left Zijing City, there is only one path they could take, towards Inu City. There are no gyms in Kana City. Locating the Taro brothers should not pose a significant challenge. However, the trainer possessing the shiny Charizard may not be easily dealt with. To be safe, it would be prudent for you to enlist Lord Tieshuan's assistance. I will dispatch people to search for the Taro brothers. We will certainly find them, even if it means scouring all of Zijing City." Iron Xiong, pleased by this suggestion, nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, if you manage to find the Taro brothers, you will have redeemed yourself. I shall seek out my father." His expression turned sinister as he added, "If you do not succeed, you know the consequences. It will not be as simple as a single slap." The butler gulped nervously and stammered, I understand. I will go find the Taro brothers right away." With that, he hurriedly departed. Iron Xiong made his way into the depths of the Zijing gym, where he found Chiyan enjoying tea in a pavilion in the backyard. Noticing Iron Xiong's reckless demeanor, Chiyan frowned and admonished, "How many times must I remind you to act with caution? What is the meaning of this conduct?" Iron Xiong, catching his breath, quickly explained, "Father, the trainer with the shiny Charizard knocked me out earlier. Fortunately, the family trainers came to my aid and transported me to the hospital. Otherwise, I might not have survived." In order to compel Chiyan to take action, Iron Xiong embellished the details of their encounter. Chiyan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What transpired? How did you come into conflict with him?" Iron Xiong lamented, "I encountered him on the road, and, perceiving him as a formidable opponent, approached him to initiate a conversation. To my surprise, he not only insulted me, but also attacked me. Were it not for the protection of our family's trainers, I might have perished." Tieshuan's brow furrowed tighter as he asked, "Are you unharmed?" Iron Xiong replied, "How could I be? I was knocked unconscious. I feel unwell all over. But in pursuit of vengeance, I endured the pain and left the hospital to seek your aid in avenging this wrong." Chiyan, upon hearing this, sighed in relief before slamming his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "While battling me, he displayed no decorum, and now he dares to assault my son. I shall ensure he pays dearly." Turning to Iron Xiong, he instructed, "You must remain at the estate while I track down the trainer with the shiny Charizard. His name is Akita Hikari, from Aoki Town. There are no prominent families in Aoki Town, so we need not worry about his background." With that, Chiyan summoned his most reliable mount, Atropius, and soared into the sky towards Inu City. Chiyan understood that, as a trainer aspiring to participate in the colorful conference, Akita Hikari would inevitably head towards Inu City after leaving Zijing. Iron Xiong watched this unfold, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face as he muttered darkly, "Akita Hikari. How dare you provoke me, Iron Xiong? You shall come to regret it. Meanwhile, the Taro brothers had not departed Zijing City. Though the area was surrounded by forests, the terrain was uncomplicated, making capture a simple matter. Thus, the Taro brothers had opted to hide in the sewers of Zijing City, employing the same tactics they had used to evade the lava team's pursuit. The sewer, while home to some Rattata and other Pokémon, posed little danger. The foul stench within deterred anyone from attempting to chase them down. At that moment, the Taro brothers were cautiously navigating the sewers, seemingly oblivious to the noxious sludge surrounding them. Taro encouraged his siblings in a hushed voice. Taro, Sentaro, we've struck it rich this time. Not only did we tear up our contract with the Iron family, but we also acquired 3 eggs of Pokémon with 4 perfect attributes. If fortune smiles upon us, we might even hatch a Pokémon with 5 perfect attributes. Chapter 183, The Self-Destructing Electrode of the Peak Champion. At this juncture, Akita Hikari and his companions were slowly advancing through the forest. After leaving Zijing City, they hastened towards Inu City, only slowing their pace upon entering the woods. Ailing chuckled. We've moved so swiftly that young Master Iron Xiong probably hasn't even realized our absence. Haha. I can only imagine their reaction when he seeks his father's help and finds out we've already left Zijing City. The thought brought a smile to his face as he chuckled uncontrollably. With a chuckle, Chiyan Hui remarked, speaking of that young Master Tai Xiong, I cannot help but laugh. In this day and age, there are still individuals who can be so enraged that they faint. It truly refreshes my understanding. Ha. Just then, a cold voice resonated from the sky. So my son is so amusing, is he? I was originally planning to let you leave Zijing City, but since you chose to provoke my son, do not blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing the voice, Chiyan Hui and his companions immediately looked up in astonishment. In the sky, Tai Xian was mounted atop a Tropius, his gaze fixed icily upon Chiyan Hui and his companions. Without hesitation, Chiyan Hui summoned a Crobat from its Pokeball. Tai Xian did not intervene. A cold smile graced his lips, for he believed that no matter what Pokemon the opponent unleashed, they could never rival him. Tai Xian's prowess was formidable. He was among the elite in the Hoenn region, possessing the strength of a Quasi-King peak, with multiple Pokemon at the same pinnacle. These Quasi-King level Pokemon were always on the brink of breaking into the King tier. When that time came, the strength of the Tai family would ascend to new heights. Tai Xian's lifelong ambition was to elevate the Tai family to greatness. This was also the reason for his indulgent treatment of Tai Xiong. Upon the emergence of Crobat, its gaze was fixed intently on Tai Xian. Yet it did not exude any aura, leaving Tai Xian unable to gauge its strength. With a derisive smirk, Tai Xian remarked, did the previous battle instill in you a sense of confidence, leading you to believe that the gym leader's strength is merely trivial? Do you truly think that with Charizard, Leafeon, and this Crobat, you can contend with me? As he spoke, Tai Xian tossed out a Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, a Magneton floated into the air. Magneton, the evolved form of Magnemite, had undergone a remarkable transformation under the influence of its unique and powerful magnetic field, resulting in its current form. This evolution endowed it with extraordinary abilities, capable of releasing potent magnetic forces from its 3 components, showcasing breathtaking control over magnetic fields. Magneton possessed a stable gray body, effortlessly floating in the boundless sky without the need to touch the ground. Its central body housed a rotating red eye that, despite its ability to swivel, seemed devoid of any capacity for emotional expression. In contrast, the circular eyes situated on its shoulders radiated a more pronounced biological consciousness and liveliness. Upon witnessing the arrival of Magneton, Chiyan Hui's expression turned grave as he recalled its attributes and qualifications. Magneton, level 69, Quasi-King Peak, an electric and steel dual-type Pokemon, possessed the ability Magnet Pull, which prevents steel-type Pokemon from escaping. Its individual values were impressive: 5V, 31 points in attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. The total stats were HP, 70, attack, 70, defense, 115, special attack, 130, special defense, 90, speed, 60, totaling 535 points. Mastered moves included Discharge, Lock-On, Zap Cannon, Thunderbolt, and Hyper Beam, while proficient moves comprised Triple Attack, Mirror Coat, Thunder Wave, and Electromagnetic Levitation. Seeing Magneton take the stage, Alang and Ashan promptly released all their Pokemon, their expressions vigilant as they focused on Magneton and Tai Xian, who sat atop the Tropius. Magneton observed the surrounding Pokemon but paid them no mind, perceiving them as mere fodder, easily dispatched with a single electric attack. Confidently seated atop the Tropius, Xian disdainfully regarded Chiyan Hui, coldly stating, "Do you see this magneton? With just this Pokemon, I could obliterate you all. Now, kneel and apologize. And hand over the shiny Charizard and that Leafeon to me, and perhaps I shall spare your lives." After analyzing Magneton's level and attributes, Chiyan Hui felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He had feared that Xian had secretly ascended to the king level. If that were the case, it would be exceedingly difficult for Crobat to eliminate Xian to silence him, unless he revealed his Weezing. However, everyone in the Hoenn region knew that Chiyan Song possessed a king-level Weezing and recognized its appearance. If spotted, it would immediately reveal Chiyan Hui's identity. Though Pokemon may seem similar, their appearances differ greatly. Much like individuals of the same ethnicity can vary in height and build, finding two identical faces is nearly impossible. Unless they are twins, Pokemon are similarly unique in their appearances, despite belonging to the same species. Observing that Magneton was merely at the Quasi-King peak and seeing Xian's confidence, Chiyan Hui couldn't help but let a slight smile grace his lips. He retrieved his Pokédex, activated its camera function, and called out to Xian in the sky, "Gym Leader Xian, I am a direct trainer of the Alliance. How can you dare to persecute a direct trainer of the Hoenn Alliance? Are you not afraid of the Alliance's retribution?" Xian paid no heed, casting a disdainful glance at the Pokédex before mocking, "Kid, you truly are naive, just like a fresh graduate from school. You think the Alliance is a pristine realm of absolute fairness? Huh, how utterly naive. You likely remain oblivious to the fact that most gyms in the Hoenn region carry the glory and legacy of our forebears. The Tai family has noble blood flowing through our veins. We played a crucial role in the founding of the Hoenn Alliance. Thus, the Tai family will forever reign over the prosperous city of Zijin, while you, mere mud-dwellers, are worlds apart from us. Your so-called identity as a direct trainer of the Alliance is but a joke in my eyes. I could openly eliminate you, and afterward, concoct any excuse to deflect blame. At most, I would face some trivial punishment from the Hoenn Alliance. You, an insignificant insect from a remote town like Aoki Town, could never grasp the power and prestige that our nobility holds. Now, while I have yet to unleash my wrath, if you kneel and beg for mercy, and willingly submit your shiny Charizard and Leafeon, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, it will not just be you who suffers. Even your modestly affluent parents in Aoki Town will meet a tragic fate due to your actions, departing this world alongside you." Chiyan Hui feigned a look of shock. Then, trembling with fear, inquired, "Master Xian, if I were to kneel and beg for mercy, would you truly spare my life and that of my family?" Xian, indifferent, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Well, you must also offer up your otherwise, do not blame me." Upon hearing this, the terror on Chiyan Hui's face dissipated as he deactivated the recording function of his Pokédex and stowed it away in his spatial bag. Observing Chiyan Hui's actions and expression, Xian paused momentarily, his pupils constricting as he scrutinized Chiyan Hui closely, speaking in a low voice. "It seems you have some kind of reliance, believing you can escape my grasp. Pray tell, what is your assurance? You aren't the illegitimate son of the Asha family from Fireblaze Town, are you?" The fiery red hair of Chiyan Hui prompted Xian's speculation. Chiyan Hui smirked coldly and stated directly, "Crobat, eliminate him. Let him learn that it is wiser to keep a low profile in his next life." Crobat took flight, instantly transforming into a blur as it charged towards Xian. Xian's pupils narrowed sharply as he shouted in a piercing voice, "Self-destruct Magneton. Use Protect to shield me." Self-destruct Magneton swiftly positioned itself in front of Xian, rapidly forming a white light shield that perfectly blocked Crobat's cross poison. However, even the strongest defensive move, Protect, began to crack under the assault of Crobat's cross poison, producing a series of ominous sounds of cracking and shattering. The light shield generated by Protect was ultimately shattered by Crobat's attack. Nevertheless, Crobat's level was still only that of a novice champion, which resulted in the depletion of its energy for the cross poison move. Xian promptly tossed 5 Pokeballs, and with a flash of white light, 5 Pokemon materialized before Chiyan Hui and his companions, none of which could fly. These 5 Pokemon included Electivire, Peak Elite, Ampharos, Peak Elite, Electrode, Intermediate Elite, Raichu, Beginner Elite, and Electabuzz, Beginner Elite. Tropius, quickly, take to the skies. At this moment, Xian found a semblance of security only beside his Pokemon. However, Crobat was clearly unwilling to grant Xian such an opportunity, once again becoming a blur as it charged towards him. Self-destruct Magneton, lacking speed, could not intercept Crobat, and using an electric-type move would inevitably endanger Tropius and Xian, causing self-destruct Magneton to hesitate, moving slowly towards Tychian. Tychian noticed this, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he commanded, "Tropius, block Crobat." With that, Tychian leaped downwards. Though Tropius was filled with fear, it obediently executed the command, spreading its wings to shield Tychian. Seeing this, Crobat unleashed a wing attack across Tropius's body. With a harsh sound, a gaping wound appeared across Tropius's form. The creature could not even let out a cry before succumbing to unconsciousness, its battle capability extinguished. Given the severity of Tropius's injuries, even without further attacks, it would soon perish due to its wounds. Yet, no one could attend to it. Tychian was descending from above. Electivire, catch me. Electrode, intercept Crobat. Electivire and Electrode sprang into action, moving with remarkable speed. Electivire targeted Tychian's landing spot, leaping towards him. Meanwhile, Electrode, enveloped in electric energy, hurtled towards Crobat in midair. This was the Volt Tackle move, which benefited from electric-type enhancement, elevating Electrode's speed to a new level, successfully placing itself between Tychian and Crobat. Crobat, incensed by the interference of Electrode, retaliated with its signature cross-poison move, striking Electrode fiercely. Although Electrode was swift, its attack power was far too feeble to compete with Crobat, especially given Crobat's champion-level strength. Just then, Tychian's cold voice resonated. "Electrode, use explosion." The moment the command was uttered, Chiyan Hui was taken aback. This was a powerful move with a staggering power rating of 200, especially when executed by a near-champion Electrode, making its potential devastating. Chiyan Hui intended to deploy Weezing, but now he could hardly afford to reveal his hand. At that moment, Ashan stepped boldly in front of Chiyan Hui, resolutely stating, "Brother Hui, leave it to me, I can hold it off." Chiyan Hui hesitated, refraining from further action. Ashan then commanded, "Bastiodon, use Protect and shield me." The gym-level Bastiodon roared, moving its hefty form in front of Ashan, swiftly conjuring a white light shield. Bastiodon stood resolutely before Ashan, while Ashan guarded Chiyan Hui with unwavering determination. Alang quickly positioned himself in front of Chiyan Hui as well, smiling reassuringly. "Brother Hui, do not worry, we are confident in our defense. After all, the explosion will only be the residual impact from the air." As Alang's words fell, an ear-splitting explosion erupted from the sky. Bang! In that instant, Chiyan Hui felt as though his ears had momentarily gone deaf, leaving only a ringing in their wake. Following that was a gale accompanied by the residual shockwave. Bastiodon stood firm, arms outstretched in a protective stance, its gaze resolute, believing in its ability to safeguard all behind it. Under the force of the shockwave, the light shield began to tremble violently. Soon, cracks appeared on the shield. Crack! Boom! The light shield conjured by Bastiodon shattered. Yet it had successfully absorbed the most formidable wave of residual energy. The remaining shockwaves struck Bastiodon, but these attacks were merely trivial, as Bastiodon was renowned for its high defensive capabilities. The explosion was a singular wave, not a successive series of attacks, and given Electrode's relatively low power, Bastiodon successfully withstood the aftermath of the move. As Electrode, having executed explosion, plummeted from the sky, its once vibrant form, now dulled and devoid of electric sparks, crashed to the ground. The move explosion caused significant harm to the Pokémon's body and could even affect its inherent potential. Recovery would require months of rest. Should it attempt to use explosion again during this recovery period, it would surely meet its demise. As Electrode fell, Crobat's silhouette materialized in the air. Its form was enveloped by a protective white light shield, a safeguard against the assault. Remarkably, this luminous barrier bore no cracks under the onslaught of the shattered gem attack, completely nullifying the mischief of the Thunderbolt Pokémon. Observing this, Chiyan felt a surge of relief, though he was confident that his Zubat would emerge unscathed. Seeing it for himself was undeniably reassuring. He then turned his attention to Tychian, only to discover that Tychian had mounted his Thunder Beast and made a hasty retreat. Utterly indifferent to the plight of the Thunderbolt Pokémon and the exploding Magneton, the other Pokémon had been recalled into their Pokeballs, as they were conveniently nearby. Meanwhile, the exploding Magneton, hindered by its slow flight speed, was caught in the trajectory of the shattered gem attack and was sent hurtling away. Deprived of the chance to be recalled by Tychian, Chiyan promptly declared, "Along, Ashen, I entrust the Thunderbolt Pokémon and the exploding Magneton to you. If you find yourselves unable to defeat them, merely hold them off. The exploding Magneton has sustained considerable damage. I shall pursue Tychian. I cannot afford to let him escape, lest my status as a holder of a champion-level Zubat be revealed." With that, Chiyan leaped onto the back of his Charizard, securing his grip around its neck. "Zubat, Pursue that individual. We must not let him flee. Charizard, Leafeon, follow closely behind. Seeing Chiyan Hui unharmed, Zubat took to the skies, pursuing the direction in which Tychian had fled. Charizard ascended into the air, carrying Chiyan Hui as they chased after Tychian. On the ground, Leafeon nimbly navigated through the trees, closely trailing Charizard. At this moment, Leafeon's Sunny Day move had an effective range of approximately 100 meters, and only with increased strength and mastery of the move could its coverage expand. As Ulung and Ashen witnessed Chiyan Hui's departure, they hastened towards the location where the exploding magneton had been blasted away. Both possessed gym leader-level strength and felt confident in their ability to confront a severely injured exploding magneton. The exploding magneton had indeed suffered a stroke of bad luck, as it had been positioned near the center of the explosion's impact zone, fully absorbing the damage from the Thunderbolt Pokémon's shattered gem attack. This was a move that required the Thunderbolt Pokémon to exhaust all its energy at the cost of its own consciousness. Even with the exploding magneton's commendable defense, it could not withstand such a powerful assault. The Thunderbolt Pokémon had unleashed this move while in peak physical condition, resulting in an intensity far superior to that of its attacks when its stamina was depleted. Consequently, the exploding magneton bore grave injuries, having already utilized its protective move beforehand, leaving it defenseless against the shattered gem attack. Upon locating the exploding magneton, Ulung and Ashen were met with a sight of devastation. Its body was marred with scars from the explosion, its form charred and barely able to maintain its levitation, teetering precariously in the air. Seeing the exploding magneton's dire state, they breathed a sigh of relief and commanded their Pokémon to launch an assault. Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui, riding on Charizard, pressed on in pursuit of the fleeing Tychian. Damn it, that old rascal Tychian is quite cunning. Sensing danger, he immediately fled, abandoning his mainstays, the Thunderbolt Pokémon and the exploding magneton. His decisiveness is truly remarkable. Observing Tychian riding the Thunder Beast from a distance, Chiyan Hui couldn't help but reflect on the man's seasoned experience. His retreat was impressively swift. However, seizing the opportunity, Chiyan Hui scrutinized the Thunder Beast Tychian was mounting. Thunder Beast, level 69, near Champion Peak, Electric-type Pokémon, ability, static, hidden ability. If allies possess electric types with positive or negative charge, its special attack is heightened. Individual values, 6V. With all 6 stats maxed out at 31. Base stats, HP, 70, attack, 75, defense, 60, special attack, 105, special defense, 60, speed, 105, total, 475. Mastered move, Volt Tackle. Proficient moves, Thunderbolt, Volt Switch, Roar, Flamethrower. Skilled moves, Quick Attack, Substitute, Protect, Iron Tail. After reviewing this information, Chiyan Hui was momentarily taken aback. This Thunder Beast possessed a 6V qualification, along with mastery of an exceptional move, signifying that the gateway to champion-level prowess had already been opened for it. If Tychian were to escape this time, Chiyan Hui would likely face a champion-level Thunder Beast in the future. This was a far cry from a mere near-champion-level Pokémon. At that point, even Zubat would find it exceedingly difficult to vanquish the Thunder Beast, given its impressive speed and type advantage. Should Zubat be struck by Volt Tackle or similar moves, its special defense would be insufficient to mitigate the damage, severely impacting its combat efficacy. In simpler terms, a battle between a champion-level Thunder Beast and a champion-level Zubat would tilt heavily in favor of the Thunder Beast, making it a 7-3 scenario. With the Thunder Beast possessing ample opportunities for error, should Zubat be hit by a Volt Tackle, the double-type disadvantage would inflict substantial damage, compromising its battle capabilities. Thus, Tychian could not be allowed to escape today. To safeguard against any eventualities, Chiyan Hui retrieved the Pokeball containing Ditto and pressed the button to release it. Ditto, transform and create a male visage for me. Ditto obediently nodded and moved to Chiyan Hui's cheek. He felt a cool sensation, akin to jelly being applied to his face. Upon retrieving a mirror, he found his visage had transformed into that of another individual, complete with altered hair, as if he were wearing a mask. The nose, mouth, and eyes were left exposed for breathing, causing no hindrance whatsoever. Chiyan Hui exclaimed joyfully, "Ditto, your transformation is flawless. Tonight, I shall reward you with a feast." The transformed Ditto responded with a gentle sound of delight. Meanwhile, ahead, although the Thunder Beast's speed was impressive, it was hindered somewhat by carrying the elderly Tychian, while Zubat's speed surpassed that of the Thunder Beast. Thus, Zubat quickly closed the distance. Seeing this, Tychian clenched his teeth and summoned his Raichu, a static Pokémon, and an Electrike. the latter being of near champion peak strength. Chiyan realized that with the Thunder Beast bearing him, escape was futile. Initially, he had believed the Thunderbolt Pokémon might inflict some damage on Zubat, allowing him to escape smoothly. However, he was taken aback to discover that it had no effect whatsoever on Zubat. Unable to relinquish any more Pokémon, he understood that if Zubat caught up again, he would have no means of resistance left. Leaping off the Thunder Beast, Chiyan called out to Chiyan Hui and Zubat, "Will you grant me a chance at mercy? I am willing to make amends." In that moment, Chiyan felt a shiver run through him, for he realized that the one known as Akita Hikari had altered his appearance. This signified that his adversary intended to eliminate him entirely. Otherwise, why would he change his visage? After Chiyan Hui landed the Charizard, he promptly recalled it into its Pokeball. This extraordinary variant of Charizard was likely the only one of its kind in the world, and anyone who beheld it could not deny its uniqueness. Chiyan observed Chiyan Hui's actions, his expression growing grave as he spoke in a low voice. "Young man, there's no need to be so ruthless. We can certainly discuss matters. I am willing to offer compensation, provided you spare my life." Chiyan Hui responded with a cold smile. "You pursued me with the intent of forcing me to kneel and beg for mercy, demanding not only my surrender, but also the extraordinary Charizard and my EV. Why did you not consider your own actions to be ruthless then?" Chiyan remained silent, glancing at the Zubat in the sky before turning back to Chiyan Hui, his voice icy. "That Zubat must belong to your father or perhaps your grandfather. Though I may not survive this encounter, you will find it equally challenging to endure. You could command Zubat to attack me, but I, too, can unleash my Pokémon upon you. One Zubat cannot thwart the combined assault of my many Pokémon." Chiyan Hui raised an eyebrow, recognizing the truth in Chiyan's words. Zubat, being an offensive assassin-type Pokémon, lacked robust defensive capabilities. If Chiyan were to disregard his own safety and unleash his Raikou, Electrode, and others against Chiyan Hui, he would indeed be in peril, with only Zubat to protect him. In that moment, Chiyan Hui hesitated, contemplating whether to release his Weezing. Surveying the surrounding forest, he noted the absence of other trainers. Given the circumstances, he decided to resolve the matter swiftly. "You make a valid point, but how do you intend to compensate me?" Chiyan, relieved by the shift in tone, was about to respond when Chiyan Hui produced another Pokeball, releasing the Pokémon contained within. Weezing materialized before Chiyan. Seeing Weezing, Chiyan was momentarily taken aback, his face paling with shock as he stammered, "Why you are?" Chiyan Hui maintained his composure, smiling calmly. "Indeed, you are correct. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the son of Chiyan Song, Chiyan Hui." With that, Chiyan Hui commanded, "Weezing, envelop this area in smoke and then eliminate the opponent." The smoke would not severely hinder Zubat, as it could still rely on echolocation to locate its adversaries. The elite Weezing expelled smoke at an astonishing rate, cloaking a vast area in mere moments. Within seconds, a radius of 500 to 600 meters was engulfed in darkness. In that instant, Chiyan felt a surge of despair, recognizing the power of Weezing. He finally comprehended how this individual, Chiyan Hui, could possess such a rare Charizard and protect it from its infancy to its current state. The combined assault of Zubat and Weezing would be overwhelming. Not only Chiyan, but even the entire Tai family would stand no chance against these two Pokémon. Raikou, bolstered by its ability, had its special attack amplified. Equipped with a Thunderbolt of unparalleled strength, far exceeding that of typical pinnacle-level Pokémon. Yet, against Zubat and Weezing, it would prove ineffective. With the smoke obscuring his view, Chiyan Hui was unaware of the unfolding events, but he felt confident. Weezing was nearing the peak of elite strength and would soon ascend to a higher tier. The disparity in power between Weezing and the freshly promoted Zubat was unmistakable. He heard a series of explosions, and within 3 minutes, the smoke dissipated. The only logical conclusion was that Weezing had triumphed over its opponent and had chosen to disperse the smoke voluntarily. As the fog cleared, Chiyan Hui beheld Chiyan lying on the ground, his throat slashed, blood flowing uncontrollably. There was no hope for survival. Raikou, Electrode, Raichu, and the other Pokémon lay unconscious, having completely lost their fighting capability. Seizing the moment, Chiyan Hui quickly recalled Weezing into its Pokeball, whispering, "Well done, Weezing. I'll treat you to a feast tonight. You must remain concealed. Rest well inside your Pokeball." The high-grade ball containing Weezing trembled slightly. Chiyan Hui gestured to Zubat, instructing it to guard him as he retrieved the fallen Pokémon. Collecting Chiyan's Pokeballs, he captured the 4 incapacitated Pokémon, considering the potential for breeding and hatching them later, a wise choice indeed. Finally, after securing Chiyan's backpack, Chiyan Hui recalled EV into its Pokeball and addressed Zubat. Zubat, take me back to the battlefield where Alang and Aishan are waiting for me. Zubat nodded, flying above Chiyan Hui and grasping his shoulders with its talons, hastening back to the location where Alang and Aishan awaited. Left behind was the lifeless body of Taishan. Chiyan Hui felt an urgency to leave the area quickly, as the extensive smoke coverage would undoubtedly attract nearby trainers curious about the commotion. Despite the adage that curiosity killed the cat, it could not quell the insatiable curiosity of those nearby. Not long after Chiyan Hui's departure, a trainer accompanied by a Butterfree arrived on the scene. Upon sighting Tai Xian's lifeless form, he staggered back in terror, collapsing to the ground, exclaiming, "Ah, is that gym leader Tai Xian?" He could scarcely believe his eyes. This was Tai Xian, the gym leader of the Ziyun City Gym. How could he possibly have perished in this forest? Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui, guided by Zubat, swiftly arrived at the battlefield where Alang and Aishan were commanding their Pokémon in a coordinated assault against the severely wounded Electrode. Their primary force included the likes of Houndoom and Bowstaff. As Chiyan Hui descended, he called out, "Zubat, finish it off. We have no time to waste. We must leave promptly." Zubat darted past Electrode, executing a malicious attack that left a deep gash in its body. Electrode was unable to react in time, collapsing and losing all fighting capability. Chiyan Hui swiftly recalled the unconscious Electrode into its Pokeball. Witnessing this, Alang and Aishan were momentarily stunned, understanding the implications. This meant that Chiyan Hui had indeed killed Taishan, for how else could he have acquired Electrode as Pokeball? Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, Chiyan Hui then recalled the still-lying Electrode. "We must leave this place immediately, hurry." With that, the three of them dashed deeper into the forest. The discovery of Tai Xian's body would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar throughout the Hoenn region, especially with Tai Xian being the strongest member of the Tai family. His demise signaled the collapse of the family itself. On the night of Iron Xian's demise, chaos erupted within the Iron family, shrouded in mystery as no one knew the events that transpired. The following morning, the estate of the Iron family was found littered with corpses, including that of Iron Xian's son, Iron Xiong. All valuables and resources had been thoroughly plundered. The Iron family had long been adept at exploiting the civilian trainers, treating them as mere tools. With Iron Xian's death, no one remained to suppress them, making an insurrection a natural occurrence. These civilian trainers, however, chose to raid only within the Iron estate, refraining from plundering in ZG City, as they still retained a measure of humanity and understood the hardships faced by ordinary people. Their rebellion was born not from greed, but from a desire to escape the Iron family's oppressive grasp. The news of the uprising sent shockwaves through the Hoenn Alliance. The president, Dama Lanchi, personally ordered the dispatch of 2 of the Elite Four, Flower Moon, the Dark-type champion, and Bonnie, the Ice-type champion, along with the cooperation of Alliance inspectors and the Junsha family, to investigate and mitigate the impact of this incident, providing the citizens of Hoenn with an explanation. In truth, the populace, especially those in ZG City, rejoiced at the fall of the Iron family. The disdain for Iron Xiong was palpable, as his reputation was marred by his mistreatment of the women of ZG City. The citizens harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Yet his family's formidable power and Iron Xian's iron-fisted rule had allowed him to live unscathed for so long. Soon, Flower Moon and Bonnie arrived in ZG City with a substantial entourage. Bonnie, now in her 30s, exuded an air of elegance akin to that of a lady of high society, yet her sharp features conveyed a formidable presence. Upon observing the seemingly orderly state of ZG City, the 2 champions fell into silence, expecting to find chaos and destruction. Yet discovering that the absence of Iron Xian and the Iron family seemed to have led to a more peaceful existence for the citizens. Impatiently, Flower Moon declared, "Enough. It appears ZG City is not in disarray. Let us proceed directly to the Iron Estate. Day after day, I am summoned here." With that, she strode towards the direction of the Iron family, and Bonnie followed suit. Recognizing that there was little need to maintain order in ZG City and eager to inspect the Iron Estate. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Iron Estate, they were greeted by the local Junsha, who had assembled a large contingent of officers. After exchanging pleasantries, Miss Junsha solemnly stated, "This is the estate of the Iron family. Due to the high number of deceased within, we conducted a preliminary inspection. However, certain details require your expertise." With that, she pushed open the door. To preserve the scene, we refrained from disturbing the bodies, fearing we might compromise evidence. After a brief pause, she continued, "We have verified the identities of the deceased. All were affiliated with the Iron family, including some trainers who had recently joined. Miss Juncha's expression grew grave as she added, within the estate. We have not discovered any bodies that do not belong to the Iron family. At this, everyone turned their gaze towards Bonnie and Flower Moon. Flower Moon, displaying her impatience, retorted, what are you staring at? It's abundantly clear. This is a result of the Iron family's successes, now facing the consequences of their own actions. What more is there to investigate? With that, she swiftly entered the estate, took a cursory glance, and exited, declaring, where did Iron Chiyan meet his end? Show me. Miss Junsha hesitated, looking to Bonnie for direction. Bonnie, having matured beyond her competitive years, replied, how about this, Flower Moon? You investigate the site of Iron Chiyan's death, while I look for any additional clues here. Flower Moon nonchalantly agreed and, accompanied by 2 officers, made her way to the forest outside the city. Upon arriving at the location of Iron Chiyan's death and observing the mangled remains, Flower Moon paused, turning to the officers. One of them stammered, Champion Flower Moon, we arrived late, and the body of Master Iron Chiyan has been severely damaged. I suspect this was the work of the murderer. Flower Moon scoffed internally. The body bore countless wounds, rendered nearly unrecognizable. It was evident that the remains had been subjected to the wrath of many, a testament to the deep-seated hatred he inspired in ZG City. The chaotic signs surrounding the area indicated that at least dozens had traversed this site. Sighing, Flower Moon conceded. All right, I won't make this difficult for you. Let's take the body of Iron Chiyan and leave. There's nothing more to see here. As she turned, she noticed corrosive marks on a tree, her pupils dilating. Such damage suggested a toxic-type attack. The extent of the corrosion indicated that it required a power level of at least a quasi-elite Pokémon, likely the work of a true champion-level creature. Achieving this level of decay would necessitate a peak quasi-elite using their full potential. After a brief examination, Flower Moon departed without further comment, while the 2 officers exchanged glances, disdainfully dragging Iron Chiyan's remains behind her. Upon returning to ZG City, Flower Moon sought refuge in the Pokémon Center to rest. As evening descended, Bonnie knocked on Flower Moon's door. Sleepily, Flower Moon opened it and collapsed onto her bed. Observing this, Bonnie remarked dryly, Champion Flower Moon, I have completed my inspection of the Iron family estate. Did you discover anything at the site of Iron Chiyan's death? Flower Moon, barely opening her eyes, replied weakly. No significant findings. Iron Chiyan's body was damaged, and all surrounding evidence was obliterated. Bonnie frowned at this revelation, wanting to say more, but ultimately leaving the room with a heavy heart and slamming the door behind her. Startled by the noise, Flower Moon groaned. Is that the onset of Aunt Flo? No. At her age, she should be past that. Why is she so irritable? Unbeknownst to Flower Moon, Bonnie had no intention of returning to confront her again. Back in her own room, Bonnie used her communicator to contact Dama Lanchi, the president of the Hoenn Alliance. Upon establishing the connection, she addressed him solemnly. President, I have gleaned a preliminary understanding of the situation surrounding the Iron family. Damaranchi nodded slightly and said, well, do tell. Bonnie replied with an air of indifference. Taishian, the master of the Zhejiang Gym in Zhijianqing, was tragically slain during an unexplained absence. Subsequently, upon receiving the news, a coup erupted within the Taishian family, leading to their complete annihilation overnight. All direct descendants of the Taishian lineage have perished, and evidence suggests the involvement of trainers from within the family. Huaiwe, who also inspected the scene of Tieshuan's demise, reported that the body was grievously mutilated and the area was thoroughly destroyed, rendering any details untraceable. Upon hearing this, Damaranchi furrowed his brow and solemnly remarked, such a situation is indeed grave. Following this, he plunged into deep contemplation. After a while, he spoke. Here's what we shall do. You and Huaiwe will leave one person behind in Zhejiang City to maintain order for a period and also to serve as the interim gym leader. You may only depart once the new leader has assumed their role. Additionally, we must not neglect the investigation into this case. Ensure that the individual left behind collaborates with the Junsha family and the prosecutors to uncover the perpetrator. Bonnie nodded in agreement. Understood, President. I shall inform Huaiwe at once. After severing the communication device, Bonnie made her way directly to Huaiwe's chamber, where she roused the startled Huaiwe, saying, I just reported to President Damaranchi about today's findings. The president has appointed you as the acting gym leader of Zhejiang City, responsible for its defense for a while. You may leave only when the new leader is installed. Furthermore, you are to continue the investigation alongside the Junsha family and the League's prosecutors until the culprit is identified. What? Huaiwe, who had been lying down, sat upright in shock, his face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, Are you serious? You expect me, one of the Elite Four, to serve as an interim gym leader and continue investigating this case. A torrent of expletives erupted from Huaiwe's lips, yet Bonnie paid no heed and stormed out, leaving Huaiwei alone to vent his frustrations into the air. After all, it was necessary to express his anger. To bottle it up would only sully his heart. Meanwhile, the trio of Chiyan Hui was swiftly making their way towards Inu City. Even under the cloak of night, their pace remained unimpeded. Chapter 189. The Perks of Being a Gym Leader. Chiyan Hui grasped the significance of Taishin's death. He was not only the gym leader of Zhejiang City under the Pokémon League, but also the patriarch of the Taishin family, a lineage that had existed since the inception of the Pokémon League and had made significant contributions to its foundation. Yet now, with Taishin's demise and the ensuing internal strife, this once mighty family had been obliterated in a single night. If the Pokémon League did not respond, the gym leaders and trainers from various cities would inevitably succumb to a feeling of melancholic despair. However, there remained a pressing issue. Taishin, a seasoned quasi-champion trainer, possessed multiple top-tier Pokémon. The fact that he was silently ambushed and killed in the wilderness was troubling. Notably, it was not entirely silent, as witnesses reported a dense fog enveloping the area for hundreds of meters, indicating that the assailant was a champion-level trainer and not just any ordinary one. For a novice champion-level Pokémon to defeat Taishin was one thing, but to execute him required considerable effort. Given Taishin's decades of experience and exceptional evasion skills, it would have been nearly impossible to catch him unless aided by the extraordinary speed of a Crobat, as a Weezing alone would struggle to keep pace with him. In the eyes of the Pokémon League, anyone capable of slaying Taishin must possess the power of a champion and be no ordinary trainer. This left the League in a state of distress, as publicly, there were only 4 elite members recognized as champion-level trainers, excluding those who had retired. The reigning champion, UNG, held the position of the foremost elite, thwarting any aspiring trainers from claiming the title. However, UNG's overwhelming strength rendered him somewhat aloof, often skipping meetings unless he felt inclined to attend. Otherwise, he preferred to sail the seas as a captain. The league president, Damaranchi, found himself powerless in this regard. Among the remaining 3 elites, one was Furong, whose backing was formidable, and given Furong's youth, she had not been overburdened. Bonnie, on the other hand, had her own family to consider. Although she complied with certain directives, she also harbored her own ambitions. Lastly, there was Huaiwei, a character blessed with both talent and fortune, who had ascended to champion status through a stroke of luck, yet lacked any significant backing or influence. He was the most manageable of the 4. Thus both Damaranchi and Bonnie often relied on him. Huaiwei found himself in a predicament. Without his status as one of the elite, he would lack the resources to nurture his Pokémon and enhance his strength, compelling him to comply. Now, upon learning that he would serve as the interim gym leader, Huaiwei expressed his dissatisfaction vocally, yet ultimately accepted the responsibility. With Bonnie departed, he remained with a cadre of league prosecutors to investigate Taishin's assassin. Though everyone within the league understood that capturing this killer would be nearly impossible, they still had to maintain appearances. Huaiwei promptly dispatched the prosecutors and members of the Junsha family to conduct the inquiry, while he himself relaxed within the Zhejiang gym. Damn it. Let whoever wants to catch the culprit do so. I certainly want tea. Besides, they're not pushovers. If I go and find myself outmatched, it would be quite the embarrassment. Therefore, the best course of action is to lounge around in the Zhejiang gym. He chuckled to himself, reveling in his cleverness. Just then, a somewhat apprehensive voice broke the silence. Lord Huaiwei. Huaiwei, who had been idly passing the time, raised an eyebrow in curiosity, wondering who would come to seek him at this hour. Come in. As the office door swung open, a group of gym trainers stood before Huaiwei, appearing rather earnest. Clearing his throat and adopting the demeanor of a champion, he tilted his head slightly and declared, from now on, refer to me as Champion Huaiwei, understood? Yes, Champion Huaiwei. The trainers responded with reverence. Huaiwei nodded with satisfaction. What brings you here? The blonde-haired George respectfully presented a spatial pouch, flattering, Champion Huaiwei. This is a token of our appreciation for your appointment as the interim gym leader. It contains our heartfelt offerings. We hope you will graciously accept them. Furthermore, we have a request. We wish to continue serving as gym trainers under your guidance. Ah, Huaiwei exclaimed in surprise, quickly reaching for the pouch. After examining its contents, he expressed his approval. Excellent. Well done. You have all performed admirably. After a moment of contemplation, Huaiwei continued, the status of gym trainers is assured. During this interim period, the Zhejiang gym shall be entrusted to you. Should you encounter challenges beyond your capacity to resolve, feel free to seek me out. However, I encourage you to attempt to resolve issues independently, understood? Yes, Champion Hui. The trainers joyfully exclaimed. Very well, you may leave now. With the gifts received, Hui began ushering them out. After the departure of those individuals, Huiyue's lips curled into a playful smile. These gym trainers possess quite a remarkable strength. It is no wonder that the old man Tycoon clings to this position so tenaciously, for the rewards are evidently substantial. The income of the Elite Four is a fixed amount each month, but the earnings of a gym leader are far more unpredictable. Sighing, she thought to herself, if I had known, I would have preferred to become a gym leader, dominating a territory without having to endure the whims of those insufferable individuals. With this contemplation, Huiyue's spirits began to wane. Meanwhile, hidden within the sewers, Taro and his companions remained blissfully unaware that Tai Xian and Tai Xiong had met their demise, and that the Tai family had been obliterated. They were comfortably acclimatized to their subterranean abode, having grown accustomed to the odors that permeated the area. Taro, how long must we hide? One asked. Let us stay hidden for half a month. We have sufficient resources in our space pouch to sustain us for that duration. Taro replied. But where shall we go after that? We cannot remain in Zijing City, came the response. Taro fell into deep thought. Leaving Zijing City was imperative, yet returning to Changhua Forest was not an option. Chapter 190. The commencement of maritime trade and auctions. Why not? Another voice chimed in. The Zavukic family holds immense power, surpassing even the Tai family, and they could provide us with protection. Besides, Changhua Forest is not far from Canas City, which is essentially our territory. After a brief pause, Taro spoke solemnly. We need a force to shield us. I believe the Zavukic family would suffice. Their oppressive tactics are less severe than those of the Tai family. We can opt for a contract with the shortest duration. Once we grow stronger, we can go wherever we please. The three of them recognized that the three pinnacle quality Pokémon eggs represented their path to ascendancy. One day, we will stand at the zenith of the Hoenn region, free from oppression. Erlang and Samlang voiced their agreement without hesitation. Meanwhile, Chihua and his companions pressed forward with urgency towards Inu City, having just eliminated Taixian, and were determined to vacate the scene swiftly. Chihua had only administered basic treatment to Taixian's Pokémon before contacting his father to report on the incident. Killing him is inconsequential, as long as your identity remains concealed. I've long held a disdain for that old codger. He was indeed a figure of note in his youth, but he has utterly spoiled his son. His father responded with a chuckle. I only used Tai Xian's parenting of his son as a cautionary tale to ensure your proper upbringing. Chihua's father continued. Enough with your antics, Dad. Tai Xian's Pokémon possess formidable potential and strength. Have someone come to collect them and take them back for breeding. Administer some medicine to exploit their capabilities. His father laughed. I get it. You're so open about your plans. I'll send Huiying to retrieve those Pokémon shortly. I wouldn't trust anyone else. With Tai Xian dead, the Hoenn League will undoubtedly dispatch elite figures to investigate this affair. Be cautious. By the way, the formal company you suggested has been established, primarily focusing on maritime trade. Just ensure that fewer contraband items are carried in the initial shipments. Once the routes are familiar, we can begin large-scale sales of Pokémon eggs or young Pokémon. However, I've also researched maritime trade. The sea is fraught with dangers from pirates, so we must have someone strong to lead. Thus, I plan to take charge personally, concealing my identity while ensuring our safety. During my absence from the Hoenn region, if you encounter any trouble, contact Huiying. He will assist you with any issues. Huiying has recently trained one of his main Pokémon, the Mad Cargo, to elite status. The Fire Village's Blaziken is on the verge of breaking through, while the Weezing requires some additional training. I intend to take Blaziken with me for guidance, while Huiying will hold down the fort in Jado, where a strong presence is necessary to avert complications. I've left Huiying in Hoenn, should anything arise. Seek him out. If you face insurmountable foes, do not hesitate to have your Zubat assist your escape, leaving Weezing to cover your retreat. Once you depart, if Weezing retains any consciousness, it will find its way back to Lava Island. Chihua's father was at a loss. He never intended for his beloved son to attract such trouble. It had barely been a short while since he embarked on his journey, and already he had embroiled himself with the Zavukic family, resulting in the demise of a formidable trainer and now the death of Tai Xian, the gym leader. The entire Tai family relied on Tai Xian for sustenance. With his death, their doom was sealed. Chihua discerned his father's underlying concerns. With a sheepish smile, he replied, Dad, what are you saying? How could I provoke such a formidable enemy? I only acted against Tai Xian because he insisted on confronting me and sought to seize my shiny Charizard. I had no choice but to have Zubat and Weezing intervene. His father sighed, just take care of yourself. My maritime journey will likely keep me away for a month or two. Chiyan nodded solemnly. Understood, Dad. I will exercise caution. After ending the communication, Chiyan rummaged through Tai Xian's space pouch. What is this? A high-grade thunderstone. I can give it to Ashen for his magneton to evolve into electrode. Within the pouch, Chiyan discovered a plethora of items, including numerous top-tier energy cubes, predominantly of the electric type, with a few being dual electric and steel types, presumably for feeding his own electrode. That electrode had reached the pinnacle of its pre-elite form, with a chance to ascend to elite status. Why are there so many anonymous storage cards? Chiyan mused, pulling out a stack of cards. These were unregistered, with default 6-digit passwords, allowing anyone possessing them to withdraw funds. 18, 20, he exclaimed. Surely they cannot all be void. With that, Chiyan retrieved his Pokédex and inserted the storage cards, revealing a neatly arranged total of 1 million. 20 cards. If each contains a million, that amounts to 20 million. What was Tai Xian planning to do with such wealth? As he examined each card, he discovered the first 10 contained 1 million each, while the subsequent 10 held 5 million each, totaling a staggering 60 million. Well, whatever his intentions, this fortune now belongs to me. Aside from this wealth, the rest of the contents comprised various ledgers and family records of the Tai family. Unbeknownst to Chiyan, this matter was indeed connected to him. Due to his proposal, the lava team had commenced extensive construction on an uninhabited island, intending to establish a black market. When the black market opens, a grand auction will be held. The lava team has extended invitations to various factions and formidable trainers to partake in a grand auction. This prestigious event is scheduled to be held 3 months hence. Upon receiving this news, Tai Xian promptly withdrew a substantial sum of money from his family's resources, intent on acquiring exceptional items to facilitate his Reiku's ascension to the elite level. Chapter 191. The Glaring Eyes of Pokémon in the Forest. He was resolute in his endeavor for Reiku to reach this pinnacle. However, he could never have anticipated that the funds he earmarked for Reiku's breakthrough would be seized by the young master of the lava team. With 3 months remaining until the auction, neither Chiyan Song nor Hua Ying disclosed this matter to Chiyan Hui. Upon concluding his reading, Chiyan Hui held an anonymous invitation letter, feeling somewhat speechless. Dear trainer, greetings. We have established a brand new black market on a deserted island, set to inaugurate on June 18th, 1126 in the Pokemon calendar. A grand auction will be held, featuring a selection of high-quality Pokemon and eggs. And you are cordially invited to attend this illustrious event, organized by Lava Team. The content was succinct yet powerful, clearly indicating the Lava Team as the host, showing no fear of interference from the Pokémon League or Team Aqua, should they dare to disrupt. Chiyan Song would unleash his fire camel upon their stronghold with a fiery onslaught. All 3 parties were on high alert towards one another. Soon, a week had elapsed. During this time, Chiyan Hui and his companions reduced their training sessions with Pokemon and hastened their pace. Whenever they encountered cliffs or treacherous paths, Chiyan Hui would summon his Zubat and Charizard to assist everyone in traversing these obstacles, aiming to avoid detours that might attract the attention of the Pokémon League. Hua Ying also arrived mid-journey on a flying Pokemon, taking with him Tai Xian's Pokemon. Before long, Chiyan Hui and his companions had ventured deep into the area between Ziji City and Inu City. This region was characterized by towering mountains, sheer cliffs, rivers, small lakes, and dense forests, essentially a labyrinthine terrain. After a week of travel, the trio paused by a riverbank. With a deep exhale, Chiyan Hui proposed, "Let us rest here. Surely the Pokémon League would not pursue us to this remote locale. We have deliberately avoided the well-trodden paths taken by trainers, forging a route through uncharted territories." Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words, a wolf and a Shan promptly settled onto the ground to recuperate. In recent times, their nerves had been perpetually taut, leaving no room for complacency. Chiyan Hui too sat down, addressing Charizard, Leafeon, and Zubat beside him. "Let us all take a moment to rest. I shall prepare some food shortly." Unbeknownst to them, a pair of innocent, large eyes observed Chiyan Hui and his companions from several dozen meters away, pondering. What are those beings? I have never seen anything like them. Driven by curiosity, the owner of these eyes perched on a tree, intently scrutinizing the trio. It was an astute creature, and soon, it discerned from its inherited knowledge the identities of Chiyan Hui and his companions. Ah, so they are humans. As it continued to watch, it also noted the profound bond shared between the trio and their Pokemon. Just as it prepared to depart in search of food, it suddenly spotted a human rising, extracting many items from a modest container and pouring Pokemon food into several bowls. Even from a distance, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the breeze and reached its nostrils, causing it to swallow in anticipation. Then, an even more enticing scent emerged from two bowls, emanating a rich energy of the flying type, coupled with an irresistibly alluring fragrance that proved hard to resist. This creature had ventured out due to hunger, while its parents had gone to seek food for it. Ordinarily, it would not stray far from its home, which was nestled on a secluded cliff. However, its exceptional aptitude had led it to prematurely grasp a move typically beyond its level, prompting its excursion. Unable to resist the allure of the delectable food, it vanished from its hiding place and reappeared 20 meters away, then flickered again to stand before Charizard's bowl, devouring the specially crafted energy block designed for the Pokémon. This unique energy cube was a fusion of fire and flying types. After indulging, the little creature vanished once more. Charizard was taken aback by this occurrence, and upon looking down, realized its energy block had inexplicably disappeared. Roar! Charizard let out a furious roar. Hearing the commotion, Chiyan Hui turned to see Charizard anxiously pointing at its bowl, now devoid of the energy block. "Oh, Charizard, are you still hungry and wish for another? Not a problem, I'll fetch one for you immediately." Chiyan Hui, obscured by Charizard's imposing figure, had missed the earlier incident. Charizard, upon hearing this, became increasingly agitated and began to roar in distress. All right. Next time I'll prepare two for you to ensure you're satisfied. Feel free to eat. Resources are plentiful. Once you finish, I'll ask my father for more." Noticing Charizard's continued confusion, Chiyan Hui grew concerned, furrowing his brow. "Could it be that you didn't eat the energy cube just now?" Charizard nodded vigorously. Chiyan Hui, hearing this, immediately turned to Zubat. Zubat also nodded, having seen the little creature, but before it could react, the creature had vanished. Chiyan Hui promptly called out, "A wolf, Ashan, something feels amiss. Everyone be on guard." A wolf and Ashan rushed over, Ashan abandoning his meal to stand protectively beside Chiyan Hui. Chiyan Hui continued to inquire of Charizard. "Did you see what took your energy block?" Charizard nodded once more. After contemplating the situation, Chiyan Hui asked, "Can you draw a rough outline of what it looked like in the dirt with your claws?" Charizard hesitated momentarily before extending a paw and began sketching in the ground. Once completed, Chiyan Hui examined the nonsensical drawing, lost in thought. Zubat, observing, rolled its eyes, then quickly bent down to sketch a small, round bird in the dirt. At the sight of this circular bird, an image of a natural sparrow and its corresponding data immediately flashed in Chiyan Hui's mind. No way. Could it be a natural sparrow? He hastily retrieved his Pokédex to locate information on the natural sparrow, which included its image. Charizard, Zubat, is this the Pokémon you encountered? Both Charizard and Zubat nodded in unison. Chiyan Hui's excitement surged. Could fortune truly smile upon him, leading him to encounter such a dual-type, super-ability Pokémon in the wilderness? Chapter 192, the 6V Natural Sparrow. In the entire Hoenn region, the number of Pokémon capable of teleportation is quite limited. Each of these Pokémon is exceedingly precious, their rarity only surpassed by the demigods. If their potential is remarkable, they can even be compared to the latter. The allure of these Pokémon, capable of instantaneous movement, is undeniable. Whether for offense, escape, or travel, teleportation proves invaluable. In total, there are 4 Pokémon in Hoenn that can teleport: Kadabra, Natural Sparrow, Ralts, and Spoink. Among them, Natural Sparrow and Spoink are somewhat less rare than Kadabra and Ralts, albeit not significantly so, primarily due to their lower base stats. Each of these Psychic-type Pokémon possesses an exceptionally high intellect, surpassing that of most humans, and can be regarded as sages. Capturing these exceptionally intelligent Pokémon that can teleport in the wild is indeed a Herculean task. Furthermore, these Pokémon are exceedingly vigilant. At the slightest disturbance, they utilize teleportation to vanish instantly. It is indeed a challenge to catch one. Thus, Chiyan Hui was genuinely astonished to encounter a natural sparrow here. Although he was uncertain about its potential, even a less-than-stellar specimen was worth capturing for its teleportation ability, which was simply too enticing. Even without perfect IVs or AV, Chiyan Hui was determined to invest significant resources to elevate its level. This natural sparrow had yet to evolve into natural bird, so there remained a chance. It could evolve at level 25, and its current state indicated that its power was still limited, suggesting youth and a higher likelihood of being tamed. With sincerity, some delectable treats, and perhaps a touch of strategy, he felt confident in his ability to handle such a young Pokémon. While Chiyan Hui pondered how to capture the natural sparrow, the creature that had just devoured a premium energy cube from Charizard felt a warm sensation throughout its body, dispelling any lingering hunger. Yet, gazing at the fragrant Pokémon food scattered on the ground, it felt an urge to indulge further. The recent success had bolstered its confidence, prompting it to teleport once more, reappearing at Charizard's food bowl. It took a large bite before vanishing from sight again. Charizard, witnessing this thieving interloper, roared in fury, its claws coalescing with intent to strike. However, the natural sparrow merely chuckled, disappearing once again, rendering Charizard's attack futile. Upon hearing Charizard's roar, Chiyan Hui instinctively turned to look, catching a glimpse of the grinning natural sparrow. Although it vanished quickly, his gaze was swift, and with it, the Pokemon's potential information and level materialized in his mind. The natural sparrow's physique is distinctive, with its core almost entirely composed of a striking head. It boasts a brilliant red crown feather, tail feathers, and foot feathers, each foot elegantly equipped with 3 toes, exuding an air of unique grace. Its beak is a vivid yellow, complementing a pair of vibrantly colored wings, the outer side adorned in bright red, while the inner side transitions to a soft yellow, interspersed with black stripes that enliven its overall appearance. Natural Sparrow, Level 8, Infant Stage, a psychic and flying-type Pokemon, possesses the ability, Magic Mirror, hidden ability. While present, it remains in a state of magical reflection, nullifying and rebounding any moves aimed at it, including Taunt, Fake Tears, and Thunder Wave. Only moves such as Curse, Pain Split, Lock On, and Last Gift cannot be reflected. Individual value, 6V, all 6 individual values maxed out at 31 points. Base stats, HP, 40, Attack, 50, Defense, 45, Special Attack, 70, Special Defense, 45, Speed, 70, total, 320. Mastered moves, Teleport, Peck. Basic moves, Peck Drill, Feather Dance, Feather Rest, Pure Beam, Quick Attack, and Thunderbolt. Chiyan Hui was utterly astounded upon reviewing this natural sparrow's qualifications. With 6V potential and the hidden ability Magic Mirror, his heart raced uncontrollably. Furthermore, he noted that it had already mastered Teleport, a move typically learned at level 10, and had perfected both Teleport and Peck at its current level. This was an unprecedented occurrence for a Pokemon of its caliber. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Chiyan Hui surmised that the remarkable potential of this natural sparrow, combined with its psychic nature, allowed it to quickly grasp the principles of such moves, thus achieving mastery. This exemplifies the terrifying capabilities of high-intelligence Pokemon. The proficiency of a Pokemon's moves is closely related to its potential and intellect. A higher IQ certainly leads to quicker comprehension. After examining the attributes of the natural sparrow, Chiyan Hui was left with a singular thought. If he failed to capture this natural sparrow, he would regret it for a lifetime. The probability of encountering a 6V qualified infant Pokemon in the wild is approximately 0.00001. When adding the requirement of teleportation, it dwindles to a staggering 0.0000001. In that moment, Chiyan Hui felt a surge of determination. He inhaled deeply and, after a brief pause, resolutely declared, Elang, Aishan, I trust you both saw this natural sparrow as well. Elang and Aishan nodded in agreement. Brother Hui, you have your eye on this natural sparrow, correct? Rest assured, Aishan and I will assist you in capturing it. Chiyan Hui, without hesitation, replied, Indeed, I am keen on this natural sparrow. If I do not capture it, I shall regret it for a lifetime. Therefore, I intend to remain here for a while. I must capture this natural sparrow. Chapter 193, Luring with Delicacies. Chiyan Hui pondered whether this might be his only chance in life. Perhaps after missing this natural sparrow, he would never again encounter a Pokemon of such high potential that could teleport. With resolve, he committed to capturing this natural sparrow. Elang and Aishan detected the firmness in Chiyan Hui's tone. All right, Brother Hui, let us stay here for a while. From what we have observed, this natural sparrow appears to be quite the foodie. I believe we can use that to our advantage. Chiyan Hui smiled and nodded, I think the same. Since it enjoys eating, I shall let it feast to its heart's content. With that, Chiyan Hui retrieved a pristine food bowl from the spatial bag, filling it to the brim with Pokemon food. As for the top-tier energy cube, it remained untouched. The wild Pidgey had already devoured its share, leaving it with a satiated belly, merely craving for more. Once Chiyan Hui had arranged everything, he set the bowl aside, while Charizard and the other Pokemon indulged themselves in their respective food bowls. Chiyan Hui did not forget to present a top-tier energy cube to Charizard as well. However, as time passed, that wild Pidgey did not reappear, as if what they had witnessed moments ago was merely an illusion. At that moment, the grass rustled. The hearts of Chiyan Hui and his companions instantly raced. After a few more movements, a wary Snivy cautiously poked its head out, eyeing Chiyan Hui and his companions with suspicion, yet occasionally glancing toward the Pokemon food nearby, its nose twitching, clearly indicating that the little creature was hungry as well. The expressions of the trio froze on their faces, and Ailang, in a fit of embarrassment, chastised, "Get lost." The Snivy was startled and promptly withdrew its head. Chiyan Hui quickly interjected, "Ailang, don't scare it away. Remember, you can't catch a wolf without first letting the child go. Only by seeing everyone eat will that wild Pidgey be tempted to return." Fortunately, Taishian's spatial bag contains ample Pokemon food, combined with what we have. It's enough for us to stay here for a while. We should welcome any Pokemon that comes by, feeding them all a little, but we must control the quantity. If we fill them all up, we won't last long ourselves. Upon hearing this, Ailang awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, "Sorry, we go." Chiyan Hui smiled and replied, "It's all right. I only thought of it after hearing you scold that Snivy." After saying this, he moved to the bowl of Pokemon food and scattered a handful at the spot where the Snivy had just appeared, deep within the grass. The Snivy watched this scene intently. "Come out and eat, Snivy," Chiyan Hui called out as he stepped back a little. The Snivy cautiously advanced, peeking out once more to quickly gulp down the Pokemon food at the edge of the grass before darting away, disappearing from Chiyan Hui's line of sight. Not paying it much mind, Chiyan Hui turned to Ailang and Aishan, saying, "Let us set up camp here. Aishan, you continue cooking, while Ailang and I will arrange the campsite." Aishan nodded and turned back to resume cooking, while Ailang said, "We go. I can handle this. You keep an eye on that side. If the wild Pidgey appears, I'll have the Mytina come help you with its provocation move." Ailang lowered his head and spoke to the Mytina at his feet. "As soon as that wild Pidgey shows up again, use provocation immediately, understood?" The Mytina eagerly nodded, indicating its understanding, and ran over to Chiyan Hui's side. Chiyan Hui did not refuse. It was indeed a better plan. He reached down to pet the Mytina's fluffy head, giving it a gentle stroke, causing the Mytina to let out a pleased whine. "Mytina, we'll rely on you next." The Mytina barked in response, focusing intently on the direction of the food bowl. Although the wild Pidgey possessed the ability Magic Mirror, which could reflect moves like provocation, there was one prerequisite. The levels of the two Pokemon had to be comparable, as this wild Pidgey was still a juvenile Pokemon. While the Mytina was already a gym-level Pokemon, the Magic Mirror ability would not affect it. To be cautious, Chiyan Hui summoned the Zubat, which could also use provocation and had higher proficiency and speed than the Mytina. More importantly, Zubat could utilize ultrasonic waves to sense its surroundings. "Zubat, if that wild Pidgey appears again, use provocation immediately to prevent its escape. Now, use ultrasonic waves to scan the area and see if that wild Pidgey is still around." Zubat nodded slightly and began emitting waves of ultrasonic sound to explore the vicinity. After a moment, Zubat shook its head, indicating that it had not detected the wild Pidgey. Chiyan Hui furrowed his brow and murmured, "Where could it have gone?" With Zubat's range extending several hundred meters, it's surprising that it hasn't found any trace of the wild Pidgey. That little creature is remarkably swift. Unbeknownst to Chiyan Hui, although the wild Pidgey was young, it was quite clever, understanding the principle of once bitten, twice shy. Now that the opposing party was prepared, it knew that attempting to use teleport to sneak a bite would surely result in capture. Thus, after voraciously consuming a mouthful of Pokemon food, it quickly jumped and teleported away, heading back toward its home. While on its way, another wild Pidgey suddenly appeared beside it, and upon seeing the juvenile Pidgey, the furious wild Pidgey swiftly slapped it away. However, despite appearing powerful, it had little effect, and the wild Pidgey tumbled like a small ball, rolling several times before looking up with teary eyes, gazing pitifully at the wild Pidgey. In the next moment, another wild Pidgey appeared, and upon assessing the situation, it immediately understood what had transpired. Its eyes sparkled with determination as it unleashed a confusion attack, seizing control of the wild Pidgey that had just slapped the juvenile Pidgey away. The controlled wild Pidgey, a male, was the juvenile Pidgey's father. However, in this moment of being entranced by confusion, it panicked, unable to do anything but watch as its eyes darted around. Subsequently, the male wild Pidgey was forcefully tossed away, crashing into a large tree. Chapter 194, The Wild Pidgey Family. The female wild Pidgey that had appeared afterward swiftly approached, cradling the juvenile Pidgey tenderly in her embrace and cooing softly. The juvenile Pidgey's distress dissipated as it closed its eyes and nestled its head into the warmth of the female wild Pidgey's feathers. The male wild Pidgey, feeling somewhat sheepish, approached hesitantly, too afraid to speak. What could it do? It was no match for the fierce matriarch of the family. The female wild Pidgey shot a glare at the male wild Pidgey before using teleport to vanish from sight. Sighing, the male wild Pidgey followed suit, using teleport to disappear as well. The wild Pidgey boasted a pair of graceful, elongated white wings, the tips elegantly adorned with intricate red and black patterns. Its neck was cloaked in glossy black feathers, exuding an air of nobility and mystery, while its chest displayed a vivid pattern, marked with striking red imprints. Behind its astute head, two brilliant red feathers stood proudly, reminiscent of spirits dancing in flames. Its waist was elegantly encircled with two bright yellow stripes. The wild Pidgey's claws were a deep crimson, with the tips embellished in pure, immaculate white. Notably, the wild Pidgey exhibited subtle sexual dimorphism. The female possessed two smooth stripes on its body, while the male boasted three. In the next moment, the two wild Pidgeys and the juvenile Pidgey returned to their home, perched atop a rugged cliff. The choice of their home was deliberate, ensuring the safety of the juvenile Pidgey. In such a location, few Pokémon could venture near, unless they were of the flying type. However, the surrounding flying-type Pokémon were thoroughly educated by the couple, and no matter which species they belonged to, none dared to approach this place. Consequently, it became the safest haven for the natural sparrow. Upon returning home, the female natural bird immediately presented the food she had gathered that day, several plump, succulent spiny worms. Their sharp tails thoughtfully removed, along with their innards. Only the tender, luscious meat remained. This had once been the natural sparrow's favorite delicacy. In addition, there were a few berries and several rare medicinal herbs, including ginseng and Wu. The complex environment, replete with deep mountains and dense forests, allowed the natural bird couple to discover these treasures. It was primarily the rare herbs that had consumed so much of their time. Had it only been a few spiny worms and berries, one natural bird could have sufficed, and there would have been no need for both to venture out together. The scarcity of precious medicinal materials like ginseng in the wild necessitated extensive searching, and if a single natural bird had gone out alone, the yield would have been halved, which would have been disadvantageous for the growth of the natural sparrow. At this moment, however, the natural sparrow gazed at the spiny worms and berries before it. Feeling little appetite, after indulging in a lavish feast, it was hard to desire a simple bowl of plain noodles, devoid of even salt. Who would crave that unless they were starving? Yet now, the natural sparrow felt no hunger. A top-quality energy cube had fully replenished the nutrients it required for growth. After greedily savoring a generous mouthful of Pokémon food, it might have been tempted to nibble on that, but the spiny worms held little appeal. The female natural bird soon noticed the natural sparrow's unusual demeanor and immediately inquired with concern. The natural sparrow, thinking quickly, realized that if it confessed to sneaking food from humans, it would surely face repercussions. Such a risk was too great. Consequently, it chirped a few times, conveying that it had already eaten plenty of berries outside and was now full, disinterested in more food. Upon hearing this, the female natural bird sighed in relief and telekinetically placed the rare herbs before the natural sparrow. It chirped affirmatively, indicating that while it could forego the spiny worms and berries, it absolutely had to consume the herbs. Upon hearing this, the natural sparrow grimaced. There was no denying it. These rare herbs were far less palatable than the spiny worms. However, in the presence of the household's authoritative figure, it dared not protest and began to obediently eat them bite by bite. Despite the female natural bird's protective demeanor, she could be quite severe if provoked. The male natural bird, while quick to act, always exercised restraint. By the time its wings touched the natural sparrow, it had already lost much of its force. The female natural bird, however, could be painfully fierce. Not long ago, the natural sparrow had resisted consuming the rare herbs, inciting the female natural bird's wrath and earning a stern lesson. Thus, even now, the natural sparrow, despite its reluctance, continued to eat. The female natural bird watched this scene with a smile of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui had lured a multitude of Pokémon with a bowl of Pokémon food, including Snivy, Ursaring, Spinarak, Swellow, and more. Despite the abundance, the natural sparrow's presence remained elusive, causing Chiyan Hui great distress. Yet, amid this worry, he reassured himself, adjusting his mindset. Patience was key. After all, this was a 6V qualified natural sparrow with a hidden ability, Magic Mirror. He reminded himself that it was only the first day. There was no need to rush. Chiyan Hui was essentially soothing himself, but his inner anxiety was hard to suppress. The allure of capturing such a rare and exceptional natural sparrow was overwhelming. Securing it would greatly enhance his safety in the future. Realizing the urgency, he quickly instructed the evolved natural bird to use teleport to escape. As long as the enemy's level did not exceed that of the natural bird by a significant margin, any provocation or dark gaze would be futile, merely rebounding onto the attacker. At that moment, it would be. The natural bird could go wherever it pleased. This thought made Chiyan Hui chuckle, unable to help himself. It was an amusing twist on a line borrowed from Mundo, yet it fit the situation perfectly. Chiyan Hui shared meals with Oolong, wary of missing the natural sparrow's appearance. Despite this, the elusive creature remained hidden from view. Nevertheless, he was mentally prepared for a prolonged battle. This time, he would not relent until he captured the natural sparrow. Chapter 195, The Training of Various Pokémon. After finishing their meal, Chiyan Hui, needing to keep an eye on the food bowl, instructed Charizard and the other Pokémon to train on their own. Charizard, Leafeon, Litwick, and Vulpix, you will train independently today. I have some matters to attend to. Charizard, continue honing your flamethrower technique. Gradually work on compressing the energy of your flamethrower to make it more refined and increase the temperature of the flames. Charizard nodded vigorously and took to the skies, heading toward a nearby rock to practice the flamethrower technique. As it leveled up, using a tree for training felt wasteful, so it shifted its focus to rocks or cliffs instead. Leafeon, your primary focus is to train the sunny day technique, accelerating the speed of its formation while also improving your solar beam technique. In battle, every second counts, and being quicker could change the outcome significantly. Leafeon nodded obediently and moved to the opposite side of Charizard to begin training the sunny day technique, which would also benefit Charizard by enhancing its recovery speed and augmenting the power of its flamethrower. Litwick, your main focus will be on the flame burst technique. You need to improve the speed of its execution, your flying speed, and the degree of condensation of the flame burst. The goal is to ensnare your opponent, making it difficult for them to escape once caught. Understood? The flickering flame atop Litwick's head swayed in agreement, and it moved to Leafeon's side to practice the flame burst technique on a large tree, treating it as a Pokémon to be surrounded. Vulpix, since you haven't yet learned flamethrower, you'll train your confusion technique for now. After some time, I will use a top-grade Firestone to evolve you into Ninetales. Vulpix jumped excitedly in place. Unlike other Pokémon that evolved naturally, those like Vulpix, which required an evolution stone, harbored a deep desire to evolve. After all, evolution significantly enhanced their appearance, strength, and more. After her excitement, Vulpix dashed to Litwick's side and used confusion on a stone on the ground, calling out to Litwick. After a moment's hesitation, Litwick agreed. Then, the Candlelight Spirit unleashed a fiery vortex to encircle the stones controlled by the six-tailed fox through psychic power. Under the influence of this psychic force, the stones danced and evaded the fiery vortex's confinement. Observing this, the Candlelight Spirit became competitive, manipulating the fiery vortex to trap the stones instead. The two little beings, while frolicking, engaged in a spirited contest, both rapidly honing their proficiency in their techniques. Meanwhile, Chiyan Hui remained oblivious to this scene, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the food bowl. The great wolfhound and the crossbat were also by his side, their eyes glued to the food bowl, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the natural sparrow. This watchfulness persisted deep into the night. As the Charizard and other Pokémon concluded their training, rejuvenating under Ashen's massage and medicinal bath, Ailing approached and said, "Hui, you should get some rest. I'll keep an eye on things with the great wolfhound." Ashen chimed in, "I'll take over tomorrow night." Chiyan Hui smiled at Ailing and Ashen. "Let us take turns, then. Each of us will watch for a night. Crossback can handle the night shift. It's a night owl and gets quite excited when darkness falls. The great wolfhound can manage during the day. It certainly needs its sleep." "All right, we'll follow your plan. Ailing will take tonight, Ashen tomorrow, and I'll take the night after." Ailing quickly replied, "Hui, there's no need for you to do that. Ashen and I can manage just fine." Chiyan Hui interrupted, "I understand, but you're helping me. If I sleep through the entire ordeal and rely solely on you two, what purpose would I serve as a trainer? So let us not argue. We'll each take a night." Ailing and Ashen could only acquiesce to Chiyan Hui's decision. Chiyan Hui turned to the great wolfhound and Crossbat, speaking solemnly, "Crossbat, the night shift is yours. You can sleep during the day, and great wolfhound, you should rest now. Come back in the morning to replace Crossbat." The two Pokémon nodded in agreement without objection. Thus, the night passed in tranquility. Ailing and Crossbat did not spot the natural sparrow, only encountering a few wild Pokémon drawn to the food. These nocturnal creatures either belonged to the night or were too hungry from failing to find food during the day to sleep. Consequently, Ailing needed to replenish the Pokémon food in the bowl once it was consumed. As dawn broke, Chiyan Hui awoke swiftly, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the natural sparrow, which disrupted his sleep. Nevertheless, he rose quickly, eager to assess the situation outside. Upon seeing Chiyan Hui emerge, Ailing, appearing somewhat fatigued, reported, "Hui, we didn't TC the natural sparrow last night, only some wild Pokémon." Chiyan Hui nodded, "Thank you, Ailing. You should go get some rest." I'll take over with the great wolfhound now. Alang complied without protest, nodding before retreating into the tent for slumber. Despite his youth and vigor, he was feeling the toll of yesterday's journey and the sleepless night, anxiously guarding the food bowl without a moment of rest. At that moment, Alang felt that if he were to lie down, he could sleep until eternity. Ashen, hearing the commotion, stepped out of the tent to prepare breakfast and tend to the Pokémon. Once the Charizard and other Pokémon finished their meal, Chiyan Hui promptly produced a space pouch and tossed it to Ashen. Ashen caught it, looking quizzically at Chiyan Hui. Ashen, don't just stand there. Inside is a high-grade Thunderstone. Use it to evolve your Magneton into a Magnezone. Additionally, there are several TM discs and a move tutor. Please help Charizard and the others learn some new techniques. Charizard would learn Thunder Punch, Sunny Day, and Solar Beam. Leafeon would learn Dig, Cross Cut, and Solar Blade. These moves should be learned one at a time. Once mastered, let them practice on their own nearby. Candlelight Spirit and the Six-Tailed Fox can skip this. Their levels are still low, and they haven't fully grasped their inherited moves yet. Chapter 196, The Learning of Techniques. Without hesitation, Ashen earnestly assured, "All right, Hui. I will ensure Charizard and Leafeon learn those 3 moves." However, he added, "This Thunderstone is incredibly precious." Chiyan Hui, without turning around, remained fixated on the food bowl. Chuckling softly, "It's merely a stroke of fortune, discovered within that Iron Spiral space pouch. I don't have any electric-type Pokémon, so consider it a gift. Don't refuse. As your strength increases, you'll be better equipped to protect me. Your Magneton has been well raised, boasting peak qualifications in 4 areas, although its special defense and attack are slightly lacking. However, Magneton rarely employs offensive moves, so it matters little. This high-grade Thunderstone will fully unleash Magneton's potential. It has likely reached the peak of its professional level. With this stone, it should easily break into gym leader level. Go ahead, it's just a Thunderstone." Chiyan Hui concluded, having said all he needed to. Ashen had no reason to decline, nodding resolutely before heading off to evolve Magneton. Chiyan Hui and the great wolfhound remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the food bowl, unwilling to let their guard down. If they were to relax, even for a moment, and the natural sparrow appeared to snatch the food away, Chiyan Hui would truly regret it. As for the TM discs, they had been prepared in advance. The one for Charizard was set aside by Chiyan Hui when he initially planned for their journey. The discs for Leafeon were brought by Huang during their last meeting. For trainers without resources or funds, TMs are exceedingly precious. Yet for a large organization like the Lava Team, acquiring them is as simple as a few words. Meanwhile, the recently awakened natural sparrow noticed that its parents were not out gathering rare herbs as usual, but were instead gazing at it with grave expressions. For a fleeting moment, the natural sparrow feared it had been discovered for lying, paralyzing it with fright. The female natural bird called out a few times, her tone serious. Upon hearing this, the natural sparrow sighed in relief. It was a warning to stay indoors. Its current strength was still quite feeble, and even with its newly acquired teleport, it remained perilous to venture out. Its parents sternly reminded it to remain at home. If they returned to find the natural sparrow missing, it would face a severe reprimand. The natural sparrow smiled sheepishly at its father and mother, nodding obediently while chirping a few affirmations, indicating it understood it would not leave the nest today. Satisfied with its demeanor, the natural bird couple utilized teleport and vanished from the nest. Once its parents departed, the little natural sparrow slumped despondently within the nest, casting a sideways glance at the sky beyond. Before mastering teleport, its world was confined to this small nest. Indeed, it felt cramped to the little natural sparrow. Out of boredom, it had meticulously explored every inch of the nest. However, having done so, it soon succumbed to ennui once again. It yearned for the expansive sky and the world beyond. Although it is not yet capable of flight, driven by a fervent desire, it has successfully grasped the technique of teleportation, a skill typically inherited at level 10 by the time it reached level 8. Yesterday marked the first occasion on which the young natural sparrow ventured out using teleportation. The male natural sparrow, overwhelmed with concern, acted impulsively upon encountering the young one, intending to impart a lesson of love through discipline. However, he was unexpectedly met with a formidable intervention from the female natural sparrow, who swiftly subdued him. The young natural sparrow sighed, lying in its nest while reminiscing about the delectable feast it had enjoyed the previous day. The Pokémon cuisine it savored was meticulously crafted, far surpassing in flavor the mere berries and caterpie it had previously known. Not only was the taste superior, but the nutritional value also outweighed that of simply consuming berries and caterpie. Whether it was from Chihua or Taishan, the food provided for the Pokémon was of the highest caliber, albeit at a steep price. Yet, as the saying goes, The only drawback of expensive items is their cost. However, for Chihuahua and Taishian, such expenses were trivial. For the young natural sparrow, it was the finest fare it had ever tasted. The once naive young natural sparrow had believed that cater pie were the most delectable morsels in existence. But after experiencing the exquisite flavors of the crimson block and the brown-black delicacies, it deemed cater pie unworthy of even a cursory glance. Contemplating this, the young natural sparrow pouted in discontent, yearning to venture out, but fearful of its parents. After some reflection, it decided against it. Although the allure of culinary delights was tempting, the combined might of its parents was overwhelming. Thus, another day passed. Chihuahua remained vigilantly stationed near the food bowl, his eyes straining from searching, yet he still could not spot the elusive young natural sparrow. Even Huashing began to question his own vision from the day prior. However, this doubt lasted less than 10 seconds before Chihuahua dismissed it from his mind. Breathe, hold on. It's only the second day. If I can't endure this, I hardly deserve to catch a Pokémon of such high potential as the natural sparrow. Throughout the day, Chihuahua witnessed countless Pokémon coming to partake in the food. Some were repeat visitors, having returned for a second or third time to compete for the sustenance. Wild Pokémon even engaged in skirmishes. Yet, under the imposing presence of his Great Hound, they quickly settled into an orderly distribution. The Great Hound, a Pokémon of gym-level prowess, was akin to a minor boss in the forest. The Pokémon seeking to scavenge were comparatively weak, and those of greater strength had no worries about food. Only the weaker Pokémon fretted over their daily sustenance. Thus, under the Great Hound's intimidation, the gathering Pokémon began to behave themselves. As dusk approached, Ashan approached and said, "Hey, Brother Hui, you should go get some rest. I'll keep watch here. By the way, your Charizard has mastered Thunder Punch, and your Leafeon has learned Dig." Ashan continued, "Their potential and comprehension are remarkable. In just one day, they have successfully learned Thunder Punch and Dig. Tomorrow, they can continue learning new techniques." Gratefully, Chihuahua responded, "Thank you, Ashan." Ashan smiled sheepishly, brushing his hair back. "No need to thank me, Brother Hui. It's what I ought to do." Chihuahua stood, patted Ashan on the shoulder, and then turned to retire for the night. The Great Hound curled up in Ashan's tent, while the Zubat flew from the top of Chihuahua's tent to hang beneath a nearby tree, vigilantly guarding the food bowl. The following day, Alang took over the watch during the day. Chihuahua slept until noon, and after a light meal, he resumed teaching new techniques to Charizard and Leafeon. "Charizard, demonstrate Thunder Punch for me against that rock." With confidence, Charizard let out a puff and flapped its wings powerfully, accelerating toward the rock. Its forepaw began to crackle with electric energy, intensifying until it enveloped its fist entirely. The electric sparks screeched like a multitude of birds, reminiscent of Kakashi's Chidori. Charizard then struck the rock with its electrified fist. With a resounding thud, as the electric light dissipated, a dent appeared in the rock, marked by charred traces. "Well done, Charizard," Chihuahua praised, clapping his hands. He then turned to Leafeon. "Now, show me your dig technique." Leafeon obediently nodded, then leapt slightly before diving effortlessly into the ground. Moments later, it erupted from the earth not far away, showcasing its power. "Excellent work, Leafeon. Keep up the good effort today. We'll learn a new technique." With that, Chihuahua beckoned Charizard to the learning device and inserted the skill disc for Sunny Day. These discs were crafted by powerful Pokémon based on their signature moves, encapsulating the methods of usage. Mastery, however, required practice from the Pokémon themselves. As Chihuahua pressed the button, the learning device whirred to life, and a beam of light shot toward Charizard. Instantly, the method for using Sunny Day materialized in Charizard's mind. Once the glow faded, Chihuahua refrained from interrupting Charizard, allowing it time to adapt. After a brief moment, Charizard emerged from its reverie, and upon meeting Chihuahua's eager gaze, nodded confidently. "Great. Now take a moment to reflect, then begin practicing." Once Charizard stepped aside, Leafeon approached calmly, sitting down on the ground. Chihuahua was about to insert the skill disc for Cross Chop, but reconsidered and opted for the disc for Solar Blade instead. He believed it to be more advantageous than Cross Chop, as it could be executed instantaneously under sunny weather without the need for energy accumulation. The earlier Sunny Day skill disc had already been completely consumed. These skill discs, forged by powerful Pokémon, could only be used once, contributing to their rarity. Most trainers opted to have their Pokémon learn from others rather than relying on this expedited method. The traditional method of seeking out other Pokémon for learning was significantly less efficient compared to utilizing skill discs. These discs directly implanted the usage methods into the Pokémon's minds, allowing them to practice without wasting time. Otherwise, even a Pokémon of Charizard's exceptional potential would require several days to master a technique through traditional learning. The hardships faced in this endeavor are indeed difficult to articulate to outsiders. Following the established method, the fiery red light once again taught Leaf EV the technique of Solar Blade. Alright, Leaf EV, take a moment to sit quietly and reflect on the usage of Solar Blade before you commence your practice. Leaf EV nodded with joy and hopped off to contemplate. Observing the envious expressions of both Litwick and Vulpix nearby, the fiery red light chuckled and said, "What's this, you two little ones? Are you feeling envious? Worry not. As your strength improves, I shall prepare skill discs for you as well. I have always treated everyone equally, especially you, Vulpix. You must diligently train. Though you have been putting in great effort and progressing swiftly these past few days, once you reach the pinnacle of the advanced level, I will grant you the use of a top-tier firestone. At that point, not only will you successfully break through to the professional level, but if you absorb the energy from the top-tier firestone, it is even possible for you to elevate several levels at once. Keep it up." Vulpix immediately leaped with excitement, her eyes sparkling with dreams of evolution. Meanwhile, Litwick remained silently in place, as its evolution still felt a distant goal. It needed to reach level 41 to evolve into Lampent, and then use a top-tier Darkstone to transform into a Chandelure. Litwick, do not lose heart. If you work hard, your evolution will only be delayed by a few days compared to Vulpix. Moreover, you have the potential for 2 consecutive evolutions. Isn't that thrilling? Upon hearing the encouragement from the fiery red light, a spark reignited in Litwick's eyes. Haha, it seems you have rekindled your fighting spirit. In that case, let us train together. I noticed your cooperative training yesterday, so keep it up. I have faith in you. Litwick and Vulpix nodded vigorously before heading off together to train. Soon, night fell once more. The fiery red light resumed its watch over the food bowl. Day 4, Day 5, Day 6, and Day 7 passed uneventfully, with the elusive natural sparrow still absent. Even the fiery red light, known for its patience, began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Time had swiftly flown by. It had already been 8 days since their arrival. Throughout this period, the trio took turns keeping watch, and the wild Pokémon surrounding their camp had learned that they could feast on delicious food in a safe environment. This realization led to a rapid depletion of the Pokémon's food supplies. The fiery red light had no choice but to implement a rationing system, distributing fixed allowances personally. Exceeding that limit meant no extra food, lest they too be overwhelmed. Each day brought dozens of Pokémon to dine, and their numbers continued to grow. Chapter 198, Successfully Capturing the Natural Sparrow. As 8 days passed, the fiery red light had yet to catch a glimpse of the natural sparrow. Nevertheless, it refused to give up. After all, 8 days was merely a brief span, though the routine of monitoring the food bowl was undeniably tedious. Persistence was essential for capturing the elusive creature. During these 8 days, the fiery red light considered various strategies, such as sending out Zubat to scout the area around the camp, but despite flying a kilometer radius, no signs of the natural sparrow were found. Zubat continued its daily patrols in search of the elusive bird. Meanwhile, within its nest, the natural sparrow had grown restless after days of confinement. Previously unable to venture outside, it had endured, but now, having mastered the technique of teleport, it easily elevated its proficiency to an adept level. This newfound ability allowed the natural sparrow to leave its nest and explore the outside world. This time, it had devised a clever plan to return home before its parents arrived, ensuring its escapade would go unnoticed. Proud of its clever scheme, the natural sparrow chirped happily. Without further ado, the natural sparrow utilized teleport and vanished from its nest. Upon emerging, it immediately recalled the delightful taste of the light red cube it had consumed at the fiery red light's camp, which had filled its body with warmth and comfort. The subsequent dark brown delicacies were equally delectable, their aroma lingering in its memory. Salivating at the thought, the natural sparrow quickly sucked back the drool and resolved to investigate the place where it had last enjoyed such treats. Although uncertain if the human was still present, it deemed the journey worthwhile for the sake of gastronomy. As it made its way, the natural sparrow hopped along, as its wings had yet to fully develop, preventing it from flying. Teleportation, while a powerful ability, also consumed considerable energy. Thus, it first leaped onto a branch, then onto another tree branch to continue its journey. Along the way, it pecked at fresh buds to replenish its energy. By the time it reached the fiery red light's camp, a significant amount of time had passed. Upon spotting the camp still intact, the natural sparrow felt a surge of joy, knowing it could indulge in another feast. Cautiously, it nestled on a branch, observing the happenings within the camp. At that moment, the fiery red light was distributing food to the wild Pokémon that had come to partake. Naturally, it took the opportunity to assess the qualifications of these wild Pokémon, among which a particularly impressive Swablu caught its attention with a perfect 4V rating. However, to avoid startling the other wild Pokémon, the fiery red light refrained from capturing it, as it had no use for it, only to sell or breed. Thus, it deemed it unworthy of action. Scaring away the wild Pokémon would spell disaster if the natural sparrow happened to witness it. Under the fiery red light's gentle approach, the wild Pokémon began to patiently await their food distribution. The natural sparrow, seeing this, tilted its head in curiosity. When it noticed a wild Pokémon joining the queue, it promptly hopped down, bouncing over to stand beside the others, ready to join the line. Originally, the natural sparrow had planned to use teleport to skip ahead for a meal, but upon seeing the fierce demeanor of the dark hound beside the fiery red light, it quickly abandoned that idea and lined up obediently instead. The fiery red light soon took note of the newly joined natural sparrow, leaving it momentarily stunned. Zubat remained asleep, but the dark hound, positioned by the fiery red light, immediately directed a provocation move at the natural sparrow. The dark hound's proficiency in provocation was substantial, and given the natural sparrow's youth and lack of battle experience, it was swiftly affected. Due to the significant level difference, the natural sparrow's magic mirror ability could not activate, rendering it unable to utilize any transformation moves, including teleport. Unaware of this development, the natural sparrow, seeing the dark hound growl at it, instinctively attempted to flee using teleport. However, it found its energy seemingly sealed, responding not at all. In that moment, the little natural sparrow was utterly frightened to the point of tears, which flowed uncontrollably as it turned to flee. The great wolfhound immediately lunged forward, pinning the little fledgling beneath its paw. The other wild Pokémon, taken aback by the scene, swiftly turned to escape, leaving the campsite devoid of any other wild Pokémon except for the little natural sparrow. "Oh dear, great wolfhound, be gentle, do not crush it." Observing the little fledgling pinned to the ground, Chiyan felt a pang of sympathy. After all, this was his life-saving Pokémon. Hearing this, the great wolfhound whined pitifully, asserting that it was already being gentle, and if it lightened its grip any further, the little bird would surely make a run for it. Upon hearing the commotion, Ashen quickly jogged over. Upon seeing the natural sparrow trapped under the great wolfhound's paw, he excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Hui, is this the natural sparrow?" Chiyan nodded enthusiastically, then produced a premium ball, approaching the natural sparrow and softly saying, "Natural sparrow, I know you can understand me. Will you become my Pokémon? I promise to provide you with delicious food every day, just like the last time." Upon hearing the mention of food, the natural sparrow hesitated momentarily, yet it continued to shake its head vigorously, chirping twice in refusal. Chiyan's expression of excitement faltered, then he quietly instructed, "Great wolfhound, use roar at the lowest power." The great wolfhound adjusted itself, understanding the maximum power, yet confused about the minimum. It emitted a couple of low growls, infused with a hint of dark energy. When the sound waves reached the natural sparrow, it immediately rolled its eyes back and fainted. Chiyan, not daring to delay, promptly pressed the button on the premium ball aimed at the natural sparrow. As the red light flickered, the natural sparrow was drawn into the premium ball. Given its low level and current state of unconsciousness, the natural sparrow could offer no resistance. After a few flickers, with a resounding ding, Chiyan successfully captured the natural sparrow. Chapter 199. The beginning of persuading the little natural sparrow. Although the premium ball successfully captured the natural sparrow, it would require time and patience to train it to obey. Pokémon that have only recently hatched are the most malleable, akin to a blank canvas, easily shaped into the likeness of Chiyan. After the successful capture, he immediately pressed the button again, releasing the little natural sparrow. At this moment, the little natural sparrow had regained consciousness, yet its body remained weak and frail. Chiyan hurriedly retrieved some healing ointments and berries from his spatial bag, administering them to the little sparrow. The little sparrow did not refuse, obediently consuming the offerings. After all, a sparrow under a roof must bow its head. Once it had eaten, the little natural sparrow's strength began to recover swiftly. Chiyan then produced some rare pills, a canister of rich milk, and a premium fire and flying dual-type energy cube. At this point, Chiyan had no energy cubes specifically suited for the little natural sparrow, but as long as he avoided feeding it dark-type energy cubes, other types would suffice. This fire and wind energy cube was designated for Charizard, yet using it temporarily for the little natural sparrow would pose no issue. Upon seeing the plethora of delectable items, the little natural sparrow's gluttonous nature erupted, disregarding its predicament as it voraciously devoured the food. Soon enough, having eaten its fill, the little natural sparrow plopped down onto the ground, blissfully closing its eyes. This was the most exquisite food it had ever tasted in its life, particularly that creamy liquid, which was simply delightful. Chiyan, observing the little natural sparrow's content demeanor, smiled warmly and said, "So, little sparrow, would you like to journey with me? I promise you'll have these treats every day. Moreover, I can take you to witness the breathtaking landscapes of this world and help you grow stronger, allowing you to stand atop this world's pinnacle. What do you say?" Hearing this, the natural sparrow hesitated, yet thoughts of its parents made it shake its head slightly. Noticing this, Chiyan furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, inquiring with a smile, "What is the reason for your reluctance to come with me? Is it because you do not wish to leave home? Or perhaps you do not want to part from your parents?" The little natural sparrow chirped twice in response. Not wanting to leave home. It shook its head slightly. Not wanting to leave its parents? It nodded affirmatively. Chiyan began contemplating how to persuade the little natural sparrow. After a moment's thought, he spoke, "Little natural sparrow, one of your parents must be a natural bird, and their strength must be remarkable." The little sparrow, somewhat confused, nodded, not fully grasping the implications. Chiyan continued, "Do you not wish to surpass your parents? If you remain with them, surpassing them will be exceedingly difficult. For instance, consider that red energy cube you just consumed. Even your parents would only feel satisfied after consuming a few of those. Yet without such resources, they would need to eat copious amounts of food to meet their physical requirements. In the wild, for wild Pokémon to grow stronger is immensely challenging. Primarily due to the scarcity of resources, they must diligently seek out sustenance daily, consuming precious time that could otherwise be dedicated to training and becoming stronger." Upon hearing this, images of its parents tirelessly departing at dawn and returning at dusk flashed through the little natural sparrow's mind. They were perpetually busy, scarcely finding time to spend with it. Observing the little sparrow's downcast expression, Chiyan smiled gently and continued, "However, if you choose to accompany me, I can provide not only for you, but also for your parents, offering them a cozy nest where they can have ample time to grow stronger or even have siblings for you. Together, we can become powerful and stand atop this world. Have you ever seen majestic mountains or vast oceans?" As he spoke, Chiyan retrieved his Pokédex, showcasing images of towering peaks and stunning seas to the little natural sparrow. Gazing at those mountains, oceans, and grasslands, the little natural sparrow realized the world was far larger and more expansive than it had ever imagined. Chiyan then produced a premium energy cube, holding it delicately in his hand, and softly asked, "So, little natural sparrow, will you travel with me?" Taking a deep breath, the little natural sparrow envisioned the images of mountains, oceans, grasslands, along with the Pokémon food, rich milk, and red energy cubes, and nodded decisively. "All right, Chiyan exclaimed, leaping in joy. This was truly a momentous achievement. He then scooped up the little natural sparrow, unable to resist embracing the adorable creature tightly. This little natural sparrow boasted a 6V aptitude and a hidden ability, Magic Mirror. This alone rendered it exceedingly precious, not to mention its exceptional 6V qualifications, allowing it to learn Teleport at level 10. The natural sparrow's potential stood out even among all 6V Pokémon. At that moment, a furious cry suddenly echoed from afar. Upon hearing this sound, the little natural sparrow instinctively withdrew its head. It was the call of its mother, and one could easily discern the depth of her anger from the tone. Chiyan Hui, upon hearing the cry and observing the frightened little sparrow cowering in his arms, couldn't help but smile wryly. "Could that be your parents?" he asked. The little sparrow nodded fearfully, recalling the terrifying visage of its mother in a fit of rage. "Do not worry. I shall communicate with your parents amicably." As the natural bird's furious cries resonated, the previously slumbering cross-shaped bat was abruptly awakened, its expression turning grave as it flew to perch atop Chiyan Hui's head. Noticing this, Chiyan Hui furrowed his brow and inquired, "Cross-shaped bat, what is the situation? Is the opponent formidable?" The bat solemnly nodded and pointed a claw at the pokeball containing the double exploding gas. Chiyan Hui gasped in astonishment. Could it be that a king-level natural bird was approaching? Otherwise, the bat would not exhibit such trepidation. Both the cross-shaped bat and the double exploding gas possessed poison attributes, which were inherently restrained by psychic types. This could become quite perilous if we were to clash with a king-level natural bird, he exclaimed. "Ashan, quickly rouse a Lang and secure the valuable items. The situation is dire." With that, Chiyan Hui recalled the little sparrow back into its pokeball. "Rest well inside. Little sparrow, I will ensure a proper dialogue with your parents." Afterward, Chiyan Hui swiftly recalled his Charizard and other Pokémon. Knowing that their strength might not even suffice to withstand the residual effects of a battle, thus opting not to release them. Just as Chiyan Hui and his companions finished tidying the tent, a natural bird materialized above their camp. After assessing the surroundings, It fixed its gaze upon Chiyan Hui, having caught the scent of its offspring on him. Chirp, chirp. The enraged natural bird called out several times at Chiyan Hui. The cross-shaped bat and double exploding gas immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of him. Their eyes narrowed as they regarded the natural bird. The natural bird boasted a pair of broad and elegant white wings, the tips adorned with intricate red and black stripes. Its neck was cloaked in deep black feathers, standing in stark contrast to the unique and striking pattern on its chest. As Chiyan Hui gazed intently, information about the natural bird flooded his mind. Natural bird, level 74, intermediate king level, a dual-type psychic and flying Pokémon. Ability, early riser. This ability allows the Pokémon to awaken from sleep at an astonishing double speed, displaying extraordinary capabilities. Individual value potential, 6V. With all 6 individual values maxed at 31. Base stats, HP, 65, attack, 75, defense, 70, special attack, 95, special defense, 70, speed, 95, total, 470. Signature moves, teleport, psychic, future sight, air slash. Proficient moves, rest, giga drain, shadow ball, heat wave. Although this natural bird might not have utilized any technical discs, it had acquired skills like giga drain and shadow ball through its extraordinary potential, learning from other Pokémon. Under normal circumstances, every psychic-type Pokémon possessed an exceptional level of intellect, far surpassing that of ordinary humans. The natural bird sensed the strength of the cross-shaped bat and the double exploding gas, which is why it refrained from attacking immediately and instead confronted Chiyan Hui with indignation. At that moment, another natural bird appeared beside the first. Chiyan Hui's lips curled into a wry smile as he glanced over, realizing that if another king-level natural bird joined, their day would take a turn for the worse. After a quick assessment, he exhaled in relief. The newly arrived natural bird was a male, presumably the father of the little sparrow, possessing only the strength of a near-king peak level, with 5V potential and a hidden ability, Magic Mirror. The little sparrow had perfectly inherited its parents' traits, becoming a Pokémon of remarkable quality in both potential and attributes. The two natural birds hovered in the air, their gazes fixed intently on Chiyan Hui. After contemplating, he spoke, "You must be the parents of the little sparrow. Would you kindly descend so we may converse?" However, the furious female natural bird showed no inclination for negotiation, emitting several angry cries in the air, exuding an intense aura that indicated an imminent attack. This suggested that if he did not release the little sparrow, they would indeed launch an assault. Chiyan Hui furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. "I have communicated with the little sparrow. It wishes to accompany me on my travels, and I have assured it." Before he could finish his statement, the female natural bird initiated her attack, her eyes glowing faintly as she unleashed a psychic move toward the double exploding gas, while the male natural bird swiftly followed suit, conjuring a psychic attack aimed at the cross-shaped bat. The double exploding gas, with its vast combat experience, had traversed the entire Hoenn region alongside Chiyan Hui, engaging in battles with various Pokémon, both weaker and stronger. Upon witnessing the glow in the natural bird's eyes, it immediately unleashed a dark pulse, a torrent of black energy surging toward the natural bird. Wherever the dark pulse traveled, the energy of the psychic attack was dissipated, as if encountering a natural enemy. Seeing this, the two natural birds instantly vanished from their position, reappearing on the opposite side to evade the dark pulse's assault. Yet, the cross-shaped bat suddenly appeared near them, executing a crunch move, a massive black fong forming in the air as it lunged toward them. The bat's combat experience was also considerable, otherwise, it would not have ascended to the king level. Moreover, it was well acquainted with the double exploding gas, their synergy evident. As soon as the double exploding gas unleashed the dark pulse, the cross-shaped bat took flight, circling around, and upon spotting the natural birds, promptly executed its crunch move. Though the cross-shaped bat's attack was exceptionally swift, catching the male natural bird off guard and making evasion difficult, the female natural bird had mastered the teleport skill to an extraordinary degree, almost as if it were a second nature. Sensing the imminent danger, she instinctively reacted, swiftly taking her mate with her as they slipped into the rifts of space, artfully evading the dark, fawn-like attack that had coalesced from the crunch move, showcasing astonishing agility. This time, the natural bird's teleport carried them a considerable distance away, putting them out of reach of the double exploding gas and the cross-shaped bat, who dared not approach. Had it not been for the female natural bird's swift action, they would have sustained severe injuries, as dark-type moves inflicted double damage upon them. Now appearing at a distance, the female natural bird immediately employed future sight, while the male natural bird gazed nervously at the cross-shaped bat and the double exploding gas. Feeling the attack miss, the cross-shaped bat took flight once more, charging toward the natural bird couple, while the double exploding gas remained steadfastly by Chiyan Hui's side. Their objective is to safeguard the fiery glow, not to assault the natural birds. Should they all engage in an attack on the natural birds, the fiery glow would find itself in a precarious state, left unprotected. In such a scenario, a mere teleportation by the natural birds could inflict severe damage upon the fiery glow. The natural birds are not solely equipped with long-range techniques. They are also adept in close combat. Although their attack stats may be relatively low, their prowess at the king level ensures that even their melee strikes are beyond the fiery glow's capacity to withstand. Chapter 2:01 commences communication. While the natural birds can employ teleportation, the Zubat's flight speed is exceptionally swift, making both Pokémon remarkably fast. From a distance, the fiery glow can only observe the Zubat darting rapidly through the air, its shadow barely perceptible, while the female natural bird flickers with teleportation. Both sides possess low defensive stats, making them susceptible to significant damage upon being struck by the opponent's moves. The male natural bird, being of a quasi-king level, dares not engage in battle, opting instead to watch from the sidelines. Seeing this, the Weezing immediately unleashed a smoke move, enveloping the area in a thick fog for hundreds of meters. Within this obscured realm, Weezing could track the movements of the two natural birds thanks to its mastery of the fog, while Zubat utilized ultrasonic waves to locate their whereabouts. However, the natural birds also possess their own methods. Their greatest strength lies in their psychic energy, which they radiate to seek out the Zubat and Weezing. Yet, they lacked the synergy that Zubat and Weezing shared. As the fog began to spread, Zubat swiftly initiated an ultrasonic move, pinpointing the position of the female natural bird. It then quickly employed a provocation move, sending an invisible wave of dark energy hurtling towards her. At that moment, the natural bird was utilizing its psychic energy to search for Zubat and Weezing, only to be caught off guard by the provocation move. A flicker of shock crossing its eyes. The teleportation technique, their lifeline, was now obstructed. What could they do? Zubat, marginally weaker than the natural birds, did not face a significant disparity in levels, allowing the provocation move to take effect, albeit for a shorter duration. Upon successfully landing the provocation, Zubat emitted an excited cry, prompting Weezing to act immediately by unleashing a wave of dark energy towards the natural birds. The male natural bird sensed the impending danger and swiftly teleported beside the female bird, whisking her away from danger into the fog's periphery. Zubat could not bear to see its opportunity slip away and charged out of the fog, targeting the male natural bird. However, the female natural bird quickly reacted, launching a psychic attack towards Zubat. A surge of intense psychic energy raced towards Zubat, which, sensing the powerful force, swiftly countered with a bite move. A massive black fang aimed at the female natural bird. Zubat, fiercely determined, resolved to exchange injuries. Both the psychic attack and the bite would deal double damage due to their type advantages. Given that both were fragile, the resultant damage would be considerable. The male natural bird, witnessing this confrontation, gritted its beak and, with a determined resolve, teleported away with the female natural bird. Although this maneuver evaded the bite attack, the female natural bird's psychic move was interrupted, dissipating into the air. Enraged, she squawked at the male natural bird, who remained silent, bearing the weight of the situation. As the natural bird couple emerged from the fog, Weezing relinquished its control over the mist, which gradually faded from view. Upon spotting the natural bird couple in the distance, the fiery glow called out, "Natural birds, may we converse?" With that, it raised its hand, revealing the small natural sparrow it had just released, suggesting it would facilitate a dialogue between the young bird and its parents. If successful, the lava team would gain two formidable allies in the natural bird couple. Though they would not become anyone's Pokémon, they could assist in various tasks, such as gathering skill discs, delivering messages, or providing teleportation services as needed. At that moment, the small natural sparrow, upon seeing its furious parents above, instinctively recoiled. The two natural birds, upon noticing their offspring, shifted from anger to concern. The small natural sparrow chirped softly, prompting the natural bird couple to respond, initiating a dialogue. Although the fiery glow could not comprehend their exchange, it articulated its terms clearly. "Dear parents, your child has been captured by me. It will accompany me on my journey, growing stronger alongside me. While the small natural sparrow may develop with you, its potential will be limited, and its growth will slow considerably. To truly evolve, resources are essential." With that, the fiery glow produced a top-tier energy cube, exclaiming, This is the sustenance consumed daily by one of my Pokémon. It is a fusion energy cube of fire and flying types, tailored specifically for my Pokémon. Once the small natural sparrow joins me, it will have unlimited access to such nourishment, eat as much as it desires. Additionally, it presented specially crafted medicinal pills made from rare herbs, which it had already administered to the small natural sparrow, significantly enhancing its foundation. Other food items, including abundant supplies of milk and various Pokémon delicacies, would also be available without restriction, ensuring that the small natural sparrow could consume as much as it could handle. In such an environment of plentiful resources, the small natural sparrow's growth would accelerate dramatically, allowing it to surpass its parents in a matter of years. Do you not wish for your offspring to attain champion or even master-level prowess? In your lifetimes, reaching the pinnacle of king level may be your utmost limit. A consequence of not establishing a solid foundation from an early age and lacking sufficient resources, injuries may force you to resort to berries for sustenance, potentially leading to lingering hidden wounds, all of which impede your potential. As the fiery glow's words resonated, the natural bird couple fell silent. In the next moment, the male natural bird appeared beside the fiery glow, causing Weezing to adopt a defensive stance. The fiery glow quickly reassured, "It's all right, Weezing." The male natural bird gazed deeply at the fiery glow before seizing the top-tier energy cube and swallowing it whole. In an instant, it sensed the vast energy contained within the small cube. At that moment, the male natural bird fell into contemplation. The female natural bird squawked anxiously. The fiery glow smiled gently, producing another cube, saying, "Let your wife have a taste." Chapter 202, Successfully Convincing the Two Natural Birds. The male natural bird returned to the female natural bird's side, feeding her the energy cube. After consuming it, she too fell silent, fully aware of the rapid enhancement and strength that would result from daily consumption of such an item. No longer would they need to tirelessly forage for food, nor would they have to worry about injuries that could not be treated. Every morsel consumed daily is imbued with an abundance of life-sustaining energy. In such circumstances, it may indeed be as this human has suggested. One could transcend the realm of the king level, ascending to champion and even master levels. Reflecting on my own relentless toil from dawn to dusk, scouring for a handful of medicinal herbs, often returning with none at all, contrasts sharply with the potent essence distilled into pills that can nourish a humble little natural sparrow. With this thought in mind, the female natural bird gently chirped towards the little sparrow, and it responded in kind. During this exchange, Chiyan Hui chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their conversation. Once both parties had spoken their piece, Chiyan Hui softly interjected, "If you are concerned about future encounters, I can offer you both a splendid abode where you can partake in these nourishing substances daily. Rest assured, no one will attempt to capture you. I only hope you might lend a hand when time permits, perhaps facilitating instant transportation of people and goods, or assisting in the condensation of skill discs. Whenever you wish to see the little sparrow, I will arrange for video calls, and if you desire a face-to-face meeting, that is equally feasible. Given the extensive range of your teleportation abilities, I can provide you with a location, and you may come to visit." Following Chiyan Hui's words, silence enveloped the atmosphere. The tension was palpable, as Ah Lang and Ah Shan held their breaths, acutely aware that they were at a pivotal juncture. The decision of the natural bird couple would undoubtedly shape the unfolding narrative. From the brief skirmish observed earlier, it was evident that these wild Pokémon lacked systematic training, leaving them somewhat flustered when besieged by the attacks of the Zubat and Weezing. The female natural bird had even fallen prey to the provocation of the Zubat, a grave blow that sealed away her most formidable move, teleportation, a technique paramount for offense, defense, and escape. Chiyan Hui remained unhurried, confident that such intelligent Pokémon would arrive at the most judicious choice. As time slowly passed, the female natural bird found herself in a quandary. At this moment, the male natural bird spoke up, calling out to his mate. Clearly, this was the final straw. With his utterance, the female natural bird acquiesced to her husband's sentiments. The male, acting as their representative, nodded towards Chiyan Hui. Witnessing this gesture, Chiyan Hui's heart swelled with joy, yet he immediately inquired, "Do you agree to the terms I have proposed?" The male natural bird nodded once more. Chiyan Hui, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Splendid. Rest assured, I shall take excellent care of the little sparrow, guiding it towards the pinnacle of this world." The male natural bird remained silent, moving closer to the little sparrow, gently nuzzling it with his head while closing his eyes. The female natural bird, seeing this, fluttered over, and the family embraced tightly. Respecting their moment, Chiyan Hui withdrew his communicator and swiftly contacted the Fire Shadow. "Brother Fire Shadow, come quickly. I have procured 2 magnificent treasures for the lava team. I am positioned beside a river to the southwest of Yunyu City. When you arrive, I will summon Charizard to escort you. Upon receiving the message, Fire Shadow hastily boarded his Swellow and set off toward the indicated location. Although he was unsure of the nature of the treasures Chiyan Hui referred to, he knew it was imperative to arrive promptly. After concluding his communication, Chiyan Hui produced 3 feeding bowls, filling them with Pokémon food and topping them off with premium energy cubes. The little sparrow received but 1, while the other 2 bowls contained 5 or 6 cubes, sufficient to satiate the natural birds. Following this, he prepared large milk containers. You 3 will still have opportunities to meet, as your time together is just beginning. For now, enjoy a bit of nourishment. Although these energy cubes may not be perfectly suited to you, a taste will not harm you. I will arrange for someone to create energy cubes tailored to your attributes. As Chiyan Hui called out, the 2 natural birds and the little sparrow separated and began to feast. This was the first time the natural bird couple had tasted such exquisite fare, and they were captivated by the flavors. They began to comprehend why their offspring was eager to accompany this human on a journey of growth. As twilight descended, Fire Shadow finally arrived. Chiyan Hui summoned Charizard to guide him to their location, and Fire Shadow soon reached the campsite aboard his Swellow. Upon encountering the 2 natural birds, he was taken aback. Wild Pokémon typically exude their own aura to deter threats, while those belonging to trainers often retract their presence. This instinct allowed Fire Shadow to immediately gauge the strength of the 2 natural birds, one at the mid-king level and the other at the peak of the quasi-king level. His hand instinctively moved to his Pokeball. Chiyan Hui quickly reassured him, "Brother Fire Shadow, there is no need for alarm. They wish to join our lava team and will henceforth be its members." Fire Shadow, thinking he had misheard, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? They are joining the lava team?" Chiyan Hui nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, they possess independent consciousness and are autonomous beings. What is wrong with them joining the lava team? Their strength and intelligence surpass that of the average individual." At that moment, Fire Shadow's mind was in disarray. Could Pokémon truly become members of the lava team? Observing Fire Shadow's bewilderment, Chiyan Hui chuckled lightly. "Fear not, Brother Fire Shadow. From this day forth, they will be your colleagues, and they will comprehend everything you say. By the way, I have promised them that all resources for their growth and survival will be provided by the lava team, and they are willing to contribute by transporting people and goods, condensing skill discs, and so forth. You must treat them well." Chapter 203, Approaching Yunyu City. Fire Shadow opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Finally, after a sigh, he conceded, "Very well, the lava team ultimately belongs to you. You may manage it as you see fit." It appeared that Fire Shadow was still grappling with the notion of Pokémon being his colleagues, especially those with greater strength. Chiyan Hui, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, "Brother Fire Shadow, they possess considerable intelligence. Do not underestimate them. My concern lies more with the individuals within the lava team. You must instruct that anyone who dares to offend these 2 natural birds has effectively offended me, Chiyan Hui. They can assist us in transporting people and goods, ensuring the timeliness and safety of our transactions, as well as aiding in the condensation of skill discs. However, we must teach them how to operate the machinery, which I believe they will master with ease given their intellect. They are of utmost importance. Do you understand, Brother Fire Shadow?" After a moment of contemplation, Fire Shadow regained his focus. He had momentarily fixated on trivialities, but now recognized the significance of the natural birds. "All right, Hui, upon my return, I will issue strict orders to ensure they are treated with the respect they deserve, and anyone who neglects them shall face severe penalties. I trust you, Naruto. By the way, when you return, could you take the natural birds to various cities and outposts to plant mental seeds? This extraordinary long-distance teleportation requires mental seeds for precise location. Subsequently, if Lava Island encounters any emergencies, we can have the natural birds utilize teleportation to transport people there. Furthermore, for maritime shipping, once at sea, the natural birds can also use teleportation to deliver goods. And with the black market auction coming up in 3 months, we could have the natural bird couple responsible for transportation. This would not only showcase the strength of our lava team, but also intimidate those unscrupulous individuals. Most importantly, it would help conceal the location of the black market islands. The natural bird couple is indeed invaluable to our lava team." After hearing this, Naruto's expression turned solemn. He realized that the natural birds were not just important, but rather an indispensable part of Lava Island. "Rest assured, Hui, I will make proper arrangements upon my return. Naruto, please stay here for the night. Let the natural birds spend some time with their child. I have captured their offspring, and you can take the natural birds with you tomorrow morning. By the way, if needed, The natural bird couple will contact you and use video calls to see their child. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. The following morning, after breakfast, Naruto departed with the two natural birds. Meanwhile, Hui and the others tidied their camp and continued their journey towards Inu City. During these days, the Pokémon had been diligently training, with significant improvements among them. Hui and his companions were not far from Inu City now. After several days of travel, they finally spotted Inu City from a mountain. Inu City, a unique urban enclave, is ingeniously constructed atop the lush treetops, exemplifying a perfect fusion of nature and human ingenuity. The residents of this aerial abode enjoy an exceptional lifestyle, characterized by robust health and longevity, a testament to their harmonious coexistence with the natural environment. The city's towering trees owe their impressive stature largely to the frequent, nourishing rains that grace the area. The rainwater, akin to heavenly nectar, nurtures every inch of land and every leaf, enabling the trees to thrive, towering above their counterparts in other regions. This not only provides the city with ample living space, but also forms magnificent green barriers that safeguard the tranquility of Inu City. In summary, Inu City is a vibrant metropolis renowned for its distinctive architectural style, rich biodiversity, and harmonious relationship with the surrounding nature. To be candid, compared to the larger cities like Kansas City, Hui has a preference for the fresh air and boundless vitality of Inu City. Finally, we have arrived. It wasn't easy, Ailang remarked, reflecting on the complex terrains they traversed, which even included swamps. Without the assistance of Pokémon, navigating through those marshes would have been quite the challenge. Hui gazed at Inu City before him and softly declared, "Now that we are here, it's time for Vulpix to evolve." After days of rigorous training, Vulpix had reached level 36, and with the use of a top-tier Firestone, its evolution into Ninetales was just a step away, along with an effortless leveling up to professional status. This is indeed a top-tier Firestone, brimming with energy and capable of slightly enhancing potential. Hui retrieved Vulpix's Pokeball, pressed the button, and released Vulpix. "Vulpix, you have trained hard during this time. I shall fulfill my promise to you today." With that, Hui unveiled the box containing the top-tier Firestone, placing it before Vulpix. Vulpix gazed at the alluring crimson stone, its expression growing serious, then gently lifted a paw to touch it. The moment Vulpix made contact with the Firestone, a soft glow emanated from them. The light gradually intensified, becoming almost blinding. As the glow radiated, Vulpix's form began to transform, and the number of tails behind it increased. Ninetales, a creature resembling a fox, typically adorned in resplendent golden fur with 9 magnificent tails swaying behind it. However, the 9 tails before them exhibited a strikingly different allure. It possessed 9 tails, but its entire body was not the usual golden hue. Instead, it was cloaked in snow-white fur, shimmering with a silvery sheen, as if it had stepped out of a wintry fairyland. Its eyes sparkled like 2 burning rubies, radiating an enigmatic and regal aura. The contrast of its crimson gaze against its pristine white form created an unforgettable impression. Ninetales' physique was smooth and harmonious, exuding an air of nobility and grace with every movement. Each of its 9 tails flowed like silk, long and powerful, dancing gently in the air like 9 silver ribbons, emanating an ethereal beauty. This Ninetales, with its distinctive snow-white fur, fiery red eyes, and those 9 elongated, elegant tails, epitomized a purity and nobility that commanded reverence, while simultaneously inviting admiration. Chapter 204, The Inu Gym Challenge. With Vulpix's evolution into Ninetales, Hui's attention was once more drawn to Ninetales. Ninetales, level 43, beginner professional, fire-type Pokemon. Ability, Drought, hidden ability. When this Pokemon enters the battlefield, the weather changes to sunny and lasts for a period. Individual values are 6V. All 6 individual values are at the maximum of 31 points. Base stats: HP, 73, Attack, 76, Defense, 75, Special Attack, 81, Special Defense, 100. Speed, 100, Total, 505. Holding item, Top-tier Charcoal, enhancing fire-type moves by 17. Proficient moves, Flamethrower, Psyshock, Flame Burst, Confuse Ray. Entry-level moves, Fire Spin, Inferno, Overheat, Mystical Guardian. With this evolution, Ninetales' battle prowess has solidified, and its level has caught up. Although it still trails behind Charizard and Leafeon, it is no longer far off. During this period, as Ninetales has been striving, Charizard and Leafeon have also been putting in considerable effort, showing commendable progress. Hui glanced at his roster of Pokemon. Charizard, level 48, Advanced Professional. Leafeon, level 49, Peak Professional. Ninetales, level 43, beginner professional. Litwick, level 35, intermediate senior. Natural Sparrow, level 16, intermediate entry level. Currently, Hui boasts 5 main Pokémon, each possessing exceptional 6V potential. With such quantity and quality, even the president of the Pokémon League, Damaris, would find it challenging to prepare a similar lineup for his son. Even if the numbers were sufficient, the quality would be hard to match. The shiny Charizard and shiny Ninetales are nearly impossible to find a second instance of in the entire Pokémon world. In fact, within the realm of Pokémon, not every species possesses living shiny counterparts. In truth, the majority of species do not, rendering shiny Pokémon even rarer than semi-legendary ones. As Chiyan gazed upon the collection of Pokémon he possessed, a swell of pride surged within him. With such an array of extraordinary talents and limitless potential, if I cannot lead the lava team to prominence, then my journey in this world would be in vain. With this thought, Chiyan waved his hand grandly and called out, "Let us embark." With that, he dashed forward, his voice ringing with excitement. Observing this, Alung and Ashen also ran with fervor, and their Pokémon followed suit. Amidst laughter and joyous shouts, the trio arrived in Inu City. However, before entering, Chiyan recalled his Pokémon. The conspicuous shiny Charizard and shiny Ninetales were simply too eye-catching. Guided by the Pokémon Pokédex, the trio made their way to the Pokémon Center. In Inu City, even the Pokémon Center adopted the local architectural style, diverging from the ubiquitous red and white structures seen in other cities. As per tradition, they entrusted their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for examination and treatment before checking in. Once reclined upon the bed, Chiyan let out a contented sigh. It is indeed a relief. Compared to sleeping in a tent, I much prefer the softness of a grand bed. As he lay there, Chiyan's thoughts drifted to the profile of the Inu gym leader, Naki. Naki, a trainer fond of flying-type Pokémon and the gym leader, is also renowned as the most talented flying-type trainer. Most notably, she serves as the Pokémon League's gym inspector, responsible for overseeing the qualifications and conduct of various gym leaders. It is a pity that Naki is in a romantic relationship with Mikoli. This fact left Chiyan feeling somewhat regretful, as Naki's appearance closely aligns with his ideal type. Naki and Mikoli. The following morning, after a day of rest, Chiyan and his companions set forth once more, venturing into the Inu gym. Upon their first glimpse, Chiyan could not help but express genuine admiration. The Pokémon League truly lived up to its reputation, with the gym's exquisite design leaving onlookers in awe. The Inu gym stands alone in Inu City, constructed not from the common wood but from robust stone, towering majestically. Viewed from a distance, it resembles a lofty plateau, commanding presence amidst the cityscape. The entrance to the gym is marked by an extensive staircase stretching 200 meters, winding upward and guiding challengers step by step toward the battlefield. At the base of the staircase, 2 vividly crafted statues of flying-type Pokémon stand sentinel, guarding the path to victory. The left statue depicts a formidable Charizard, wings unfurled as if poised to take flight, while the right showcases an armored bird, clad in heavy armor, its gaze fierce and resolute, exuding an indomitable spirit. Chiyan gazed at the statues for a moment before stating solemnly, "Let us proceed. Today we shall conquer the Inu gym." At the entrance, he encountered the gym trainer, Mikiko, who, after inquiring about their purpose, led Chiyan and his companions toward the elevated platform. "What do you think? The architecture of our Inu gym is truly remarkable, a testament to our gym leader Naki's love for soaring in the skies. Given that this is a flying-type gym, it was only fitting to establish it here." Observing Mikiko's pride, Chiyan couldn't help but wonder if such a devoted trainer to her gym might end up in tears at his hands. Soon, Chiyan commenced the gym challenge, facing Mikiko first. He sent out Ninetales to warm up, easily defeating her Swablu and Pelipper. As Mikiko exited the arena, her nose was visibly twitching, clearly indicating that Chiyan had been rather relentless. Paying her no mind, Chiyan simply remarked, "Next." A young man named Eiji, witnessing this, shouted angrily, "Don't be so arrogant. I will take you on." The other gym trainers rallied behind him, cheering, "Eiji, go on and defeat him." Eiji stepped up to battle. But ultimately, he only managed to last slightly longer than Mikiko, utilizing a Swellow and an armored bird. Unfortunately for him, he faced Chiyan. Had it been another challenger, victory might have been within reach. After vanquishing Eiji, Chiyan turned to the referee and inquired, "Can I challenge the gym leader now? Please expedite the process. I am rather pressed for time." Recently, he had squandered many days attempting to capture a wild Pidgey, and he wished to complete the gym challenge swiftly so he could return to Lava Island for specialized training. Moreover, despite having encountered a wild Pidgey, One must not assume that a Pokémon with 6-4 potential is easily found. In truth, it is exceedingly rare. Chapter 205, Gym Leader Naki of Inu. To obtain high-quality Pokémon eggs, the best approach remains trading or hatching them oneself. During this time, Zafuchi Zilin and Tieshuan's Pokémon had begun breeding with others on Lava Island. Not to mention, Zafuchi Zilin's acceleration ability Torchic is quite appealing, and since Chihai's Pokémon are not adept in close combat, this Torchic could serve as a formidable asset with its fighting type advantage. Producing more eggs could increase the likelihood of hatching high-quality Pokémon eggs, especially since Zafuchi Zilin's Torchic is already a Pokémon of elite caliber. Upon hearing Chihai's words, the referee furrowed her brow and replied, "Please hold on. I will summon the gym leader." Moments later, a bird call resonated from afar. The gym trainers exclaimed in delight, "The gym leader is here. The gym leader is here." As she approached, Chihai beheld a shiny Noctowl descending, upon which stood a figure. Noticing the Noctowl's impressive qualifications and level, Chihai's lips curled in a smirk, astonishingly. It was a peak semi-legendary Noctowl with 6-4 potential, likely Naki's ace Pokémon. When the Noctowl alighted upon the platform, Naki gracefully dismounted, landing with poise. At that moment, Chihai finally beheld Naki's visage, tall and elegant. She favored a snug blue and white flight suit that not only accentuated her graceful curves, but also seemed to embody a soul yearning for the freedom of flight. Her head was adorned with a stylish flight helmet, embellished with delicate, fluttering feathers that swayed gently in the breeze, adding an air of vivacity and untamed spirit. Her soft pink hair was neatly tied into a ponytail, displaying both her vigor and femininity. Under the sun, the subtle pink hue seemed to emit a gentle glow, harmonizing beautifully with her flight attire, enhancing the dreamlike and romantic quality of her appearance. Additionally, intricate flying insignia adorned her slender wrists and calves, becoming an indispensable part of her unique charm. Gym leader of Inu, Naki. Naki surveyed the area with a discerning gaze, her attention finally resting upon Chihan. In a voice as frigid as the winter air, she introduced herself. "Greetings, I am Naki, the gym leader of the Inu gym. You have triumphed over 2 of my trainers. Now you are set to battle me. Do you require a moment to rest?" "No need, let us commence." Chihan firmly declined any respite. Naki had no objections, and she gracefully positioned herself at the designated spot on the battlefield. The referee's voice rang out, announcing, "The upcoming battle features Akita Chihan from Akiha Town challenging Naki, the gym leader of Inu Gym. Each participant may utilize 3 Pokémon, and the battle concludes once all 3 Pokémon of either side are rendered unable to fight. The match begins." At the referee's signal, Chihan and Naki released their respective Pokeballs. Chihan sent forth a Ninetales, electing to deploy his weakest Pokémon first. Naki countered with an Armored Bird, entering the fray at a distinct disadvantage against the Ninetales. The Armored Bird, clad in armor as tough as wrought iron, boasted a remarkable resilience that left onlookers in awe. Despite its seemingly weighty exterior, the creature was surprisingly light and delicate, its body glimmering with a silvery sheen, while the inner side of its wings radiated a fierce crimson hue, adding an air of mystique and might. Its sharp, formidable teeth further enhanced its intimidating presence. In the midst of a thicket of thorns, the Armored Bird displayed an innate wisdom, skillfully constructing its nest. The hatchlings matured in this prickly environment, enduring the trials of pain that toughened their wings, laying a solid foundation for their future ascents into the azure skies. Remarkably, although the Armored Bird's feathers appeared dense, they were filled with hollows, enabling it to soar at astonishing speeds, up to 300 kilometers per hour, demonstrating its extraordinary aerial abilities. The Armored Bird, at level 44, Intermediate Professional, is a steel-flying dual-type Pokémon with the ability Keen Eye, ensuring its accuracy remains unaffected. Its individual values showcase 4V, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 13, Special Defense, 23, and Speed, 31, while its base stats total 465 points. Mastered moves include Wing Attack, Steel Wing, Quick Attack, and Beak Drill, with entry-level moves such as Spikes, Revenge, Cut, and Metal Claw. Naki observed the strikingly unique Ninetales before her, a sense of astonishment flickering in her eyes. She had never encountered such a beautiful specimen, yet her expression soon darkened with concern. The Armored Bird faced significant challenges against the Ninetales, and as the latter entered battle mode, a radiant energy sun appeared in the sky, heralding clear weather. Seeing this, Naki quickly called out, "Return, Armored Bird." With that, she aimed a Pokeball at her Pokémon, realizing too late that she lacked intelligence on Chihan's capabilities, thus placing her at a disadvantage. Chiyan, prepared for this moment, swiftly commanded, "Do not let it escape. Ninetales, use fire spin." Ninetales unleashed a barrage of flames, enveloping the armored bird in a fiery vortex. In truth, the armored bird had a chance to evade, but upon hearing Naki's command, it obediently remained in place, awaiting capture in the pokeball. Unfortunately, caught in the fiery whirlpool, the red beam emitted from the pokeball struck the flames instead, failing to retrieve the armored bird. Chiyan smiled faintly. Ninetales, unleash flamethrower. Empowered by a top-tier charcoal. Alongside the clear weather and its own attributes, the flamethrower's potency was immense. This charcoal, originally belonging to a Charizard, had been exchanged for a lesser one, now given to Ninetales. Realizing the dire situation, Naki urgently shouted, "Armored bird, use wing attack to break free from the fire spin." The armored bird emitted a heavy cry, the surrounding flames causing it considerable distress. Gathering energy swiftly, its wings transformed into a brilliant white as it slashed towards the fiery vortex. Chapter 206, The Emergence of Pelipper and the Activation of Rain Dish. The armored bird successfully cleaved through the fire spin, yet before it could revel in its victory, the flamethrower struck, hitting the armored bird as it emerged from the flames. It let out a pained cry, plummeting towards the ground. Naki exclaimed anxiously, "Armored bird." Meanwhile, Chiyan commanded, "Ninetales, use overheat for the finishing blow." Ninetales let out a soft cry before launching a fiery attack in a large letter H shape towards the armored bird. Although overheat possessed great power, it was also prone to missing its target. At that moment, the armored bird was in free fall, unable to evade. The previous flamethrower had already inflicted significant damage, and fire-type moves inflicted double damage against the armored bird. With a resounding impact, the overheat struck the armored bird directly. The resulting explosion sent the armored bird careening through the air, ultimately crashing to the ground, completely unable to continue the battle. The armored bird has lost its ability to fight. Please, Gym Leader Naki, substitute your Pokémon. Naki's gaze remained fixed on Chiyan as she spoke solemnly. Your Pokémon are exceptionally trained and possess formidable strength. However, regardless of the battle's hardships, we shall gracefully secure our victory. With that, she again released a Pokeball. And with a flash of white light, a Pelipper appeared on the battlefield. Upon its arrival, Pelipper, overwhelmed by the intense light and heat, let out an uncomfortable cry. As dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, ushering in a gentle rain. The previous clear weather had been entirely replaced by the rain-inducing ability of Pelipper. Pelipper flaunted a strikingly vivid yellow beak, dominating its appearance and becoming its most distinctive feature. Its feathers were as white as snow, pure and unblemished, draping the aerial Pokémon in an elegant guise. Notably, its sharp claws, wing tips, and the forehead bore a charming touch of blue. Pelipper, at level 46, Intermediate Professional, is a water-flying dual-type Pokémon with the ability Rain Dish, which causes rain to fall upon entering battle and persists for a duration. Its individual values reflect 4V, HP, 31, Attack, 24, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 20, and Speed, 31, culminating in a total of 440 points. Mastered moves include Water Pulse, Air Slash, Tailwind, and Protect, while entry-level moves comprise Supersonic, Quick Attack, Wing Attack, and Charge. Observing the newly summoned Pelipper and the rain now falling from the sky, Chiyan furrowed his brow slightly and decisively recalled his Ninetales. However, just as Chiyan Hui retracted his Ninetales, Naki seized the moment to call out, "Wingull, use Tailwind." Chiyan Hui observed this scene with a slight smirk, thinking, is it really necessary to resort to such tactics against a mere challenger? Among the remaining Charizard and Leafeon, Chiyan Hui had no choice but to select Leafeon. Charizard, facing the rainy weather, would find it exceedingly challenging. Once Leafeon emerged, it immediately felt the gusts of wind blowing from the opposing side. Bolstered by this wind, Wingull's speed doubled, surpassing even that of Leafeon, though it did not reach an exaggerated level akin to teleportation, as Wingull's original speed was relatively modest, resulting in only a moderate increase. Chiyan Hui quickly commanded, "Leafeon, use Sunny Day. Endure the opponent's onslaught and ensure that Sunny Day is executed." Leafeon began to gather fire energy, preparing to unleash the Sunny Day move. Chiyan Hui had previously assessed Wingull's attributes. Water-type moves were ineffective against Leafeon, causing negligible damage, while only flying-type moves could inflict double damage. Wingull's most powerful flying-type move was Air Slash, which Leafeon could withstand, followed by a recovery through synthesis. Wingull's wing attacks were inconsequential, as its attack power was too low to penetrate Leafeon's formidable defenses, rendering it akin to a mere tickle. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's commands, Naki frowned and sternly instructed, "Wingull, unleash a barrage of air slashes." Wingull screeched and flapped its wings, sending a flurry of air slashes slicing toward Leafeon. Leafeon paid no heed to the incoming air slashes, continuing to concentrate on gathering fire energy. Soon enough, the air slashes struck Leafeon, leaving several gashes upon its body due to the doubled damage. Nevertheless, Leafeon remained silent, enduring the pain as it persisted in invoking Sunny Day. Just before the second air slash could arrive, Leafeon tilted its head back and launched a radiant fireball skyward. With the force of this fireball, the ominous clouds in the sky dissipated, restoring the weather to a bright sunny day. Then, Leafeon swiftly vanished from its position, evading Wingull's air slash move. Witnessing such astonishing speed, Naki's expression changed. Chiyan Hui quickly commanded, "Leafeon, use synthesis." The prior air slash had indeed inflicted considerable damage on Leafeon, necessitating recovery. Leafeon appeared on one side of the battlefield, emanating a faint green glow. Under the influence of the sunny weather, synthesis restored its health rapidly and abundantly. Naki's icy voice resounded once more, "Wingull, use supersonic." Recognizing her opponent's swiftness, she opted for an unavoidable move like supersonic. Knowing that if Leafeon fell into a state of confusion, there would still be a chance to seize victory. Wingull opened its beak and emitted a series of supersonic waves that began to spread outward. Fortunately, Leafeon was still at a considerable distance, allowing some time before the waves could reach it. Chiyan Hui furrowed his brows and solemnly stated, "Leafeon, cease synthesis and use yawn." Since the opponent was employing status moves, Chiyan Hui decided to respond in kind. Leafeon darted forward, positioning itself beside Wingull and launching a yawn towards it. Wingull remained oblivious to Leafeon's approach. But Naki noticed and urgently shouted, "Wingull, evade quickly." At that moment, Wingull was engaged in unleashing supersonic. Upon hearing Naki's command, it immediately closed its beak and took flight to escape. However, it was too late. Leafeon executed its yawn move at close range, while simultaneously enduring the brunt of Supersonic's attack, unfortunately entering a state of confusion. Chapter 207, The Pinnacle of Professional Class, Cresselia. The bubbles formed by the yawn move struck Wingull at close range. Despite being airborne, Wingull was caught off guard by Leafeon's incredible speed and agility. Yet, as the yawn hit Wingull, Leafeon also suffered the effects of supersonic, regrettably succumbing to confusion. Supersonic becomes increasingly difficult to evade the further away one is. However, once it connects, it guarantees that the foe will be plunged into a state of confusion. Naki frowned and commanded, "Wingull, once more, use air slash." At this moment, Wingull was still coherent, observing Leafeon, now confused and plummeting from the sky, and angrily flapped its wings, unleashing a series of white air slashes directed at Leafeon. The air slashes whistled through the air, creating a sharp sound. Chiyan Hui, witnessing this, decisively retrieved a pokeball aimed at Leafeon and pressed the button. "Return, Leafeon. Let your companions take it from here." The red beam emitted from the pokeball successfully enveloped Leafeon before the air slashes could reach it, whisking Leafeon back into the sphere. The air slashes struck the ground, and Wingull began its descent. At that moment, Wingull had succumbed to slumber. Naki swiftly retrieved a pokeball, aiming it at Wingull and pressing the button. Just as Naki was recalling Wingull, Chiyan Hui hurled another pokeball into the fray, exclaiming, "Come forth, Charizard." With a thunderous roar, the shiny Charizard materialized on the battlefield, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the trainers of the Inu gym. Did I see that correctly? Is that a shiny Charizard? This trainer, Akita Hui, is truly remarkable, possessing not only a shiny Ninetales, but also a shiny Charizard. Chiyan Hui quickly commanded, "Charizard, take to the skies and gather Thunder Punch." Regardless of what Pokemon your opponent sends out, deliver a crushing Thunder Punch. Charizard menacingly flapped its wings, electricity crackling around its fist as golden sparks began to flicker. Naki, having just recalled Wingull, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth upon hearing Chiyan Hui's words. All her favored Pokemon were flying types, which were predominantly weak against electric-type moves. However, Naki did not falter but instead coolly stated, "Akita Hui, witness the graceful dance of my avian Pokemon." With that, Naki released her Pokeball, calling out, "Come forth, Cresselia." As a brilliant white light flickered, a graceful Cresselia soared into the air. Adorned in resplendent azure feathers, its fluffy wings were as delicate as the finest cotton, embodying the gentlest strokes of nature. On a sunlit day, it adeptly concealed itself among the fluffy clouds, dancing serenely beneath the azure sky, tracing elegant arcs along the subtle boundary between the blue heavens and white clouds. With wings seemingly woven from clouds, Cresselia skillfully harnessed the rising currents. Effortlessly ascending to the pinnacle of the sky, its soaring form reminiscent of a gently drifting cotton cloud, evoking a sense of tranquility. And when it sang, its melodious and crystalline high notes pierced the heavens, resonating deeply within the heart. If it were to weave enchanting melodies with its pristine, crystal-clear voice, every note could undoubtedly enrapture the listener's soul, as if gently leading them into a fantastical realm where the clamor of the world fades away, immersed in an unparalleled beauty. The Chishi blue bird, so exquisitely beautiful, had scarcely made its appearance before the dazzling fist of the Charizard, crackling with electricity, struck it fiercely. The Chishi blue bird was immediately sent reeling, but fortunately, being a dual-type dragon and flying Pokémon, it was not susceptible to electric-type moves. It is one of the few flying-type Pokémon that remain unaffected by electric-type attacks. As Chiyan Hui gazed upon the scene, the information regarding the Chishi blue bird's attributes and level flooded his mind. The Chishi blue bird, level 49, peak profession level, is a dragon and flying dual-type Pokémon with the ability, Natural Recovery, which allows the Pokémon to automatically heal from abnormal statuses upon returning to its Pokeball or after a battle. Its individual values are as follows: 4V, HP, 16, Attack, 25, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. The base stats are HP, 75, Attack, 70, Defense, 90, Special Attack, 70, Special Defense, 105, Speed, 80, totaling 490. Its mastered moves include Dragon Pulse, Mystical Guard, and Tackle, while its entry-level moves consist of Peck, Fury Attack, Round, and Cotton Guard. Witnessing the Chishi blue bird being knocked back by Charizard's punch, Chiyan Hui shouted, "Charizard, use Flamethrower." Although the Chishi blue bird possessed a double resistance to fire-type moves, the Flamethrower, bolstered by the sunny weather, Charizard's inherent attributes, and a top-grade charcoal, still bore formidable power. Even at half strength, it was sufficiently potent. With a roar, Charizard opened its mouth, rapidly gathering fire-type energy, then unleashed a pillar of flame toward the retreating Chishi blue bird. "Naki, quickly!" she exclaimed. "Chishi blue bird, steady yourself and use Dragon Pulse." The Chishi blue bird, having been knocked back, swiftly flapped its wings to regain its stance, then expelled a violet beam from its mouth, charging towards the incoming Flamethrower. The Dragon Pulse and Flamethrower collided instantly, their energies clashing. However, Charizard, empowered by various enhancements, saw the Flamethrower's energy effortlessly break through the Dragon Pulse's defense, continuing its assault on the Chishi blue bird. The Chishi blue bird had no time to react and was immediately engulfed by the Flamethrower. Under the attack, it let out a painful cry. Chiyan Hui exclaimed excitedly, "Well done, Charizard." As the Flamethrower subsided, the Chishi blue bird, its body darkened, struggled in the air, unfortunate to trigger the burn effect, leaving it in a scorched state. Observing this, Naki tightly gripped her Pokeball, aiming once more at the Chishi blue bird, softly saying, "Return, Chishi blue bird." Chapter 208. Charizard defeats Chishi blue bird. Chiyan Hui remained unfazed, having anticipated Naki's next move. He promptly commanded, "Charizard, prepare Thunder Punch." At that moment, Naki's armor bird had already lost its fighting ability, leaving only the Gyarados and Chishi blue bird. With the recent recall of Chishi blue bird, according to the rules, she could only send out Gyarados next. Gyarados, a water and flying dual-type Pokémon, was quadruple weak to electric-type moves and currently in a sleeping state. As soon as Naki released it, Charizard's Thunder Punch could deliver a fatal blow, completely incapacitating it. Holding Gyarados' Pokeball, Naki gazed at the Charizard charged with Thunder Punch, sighed, and threw the ball. As the white light flickered, the sleeping Gyarados appeared in the arena. Charizard let out an excited roar and soared toward Gyarados. Thunder Punch struck Gyarados squarely on the head, an unavoidable target. The quadruple damage, compounded by a critical hit, rendered the sleeping Gyarados unconscious before it could even register the pain, completely losing its fighting capability. The referee, witnessing this, could only announce, "Gyarados has lost its fighting ability. Please have gym leader Naki switch Pokemon." Naki cast a complex glance at Chiyan Hui and coldly said, "Chiyan Hui, you are truly a genius trainer, capable of nurturing such powerful Pokemon. However, I will not concede. Arise, Chishi blue bird." She once again threw the Pokeball for Chishi blue bird, her final Pokemon. Seeing this, Chiyan Hui declared, Charizard, unleash heat wave. Charizard flapped its wings, and under the bright sunny weather, waves of fiery heat rushed toward the Chishi blue bird. Naki, witnessing this, had no effective counter and could only shout, Chishi blue bird, use Dragon Pulse to carve a path, then charge through with tackle. This is our all-out strike. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chishi blue bird expelled another violet beam toward Charizard. The Dragon Pulse collided with the waves of fiery heat in the air. However, as Heat Wave is a spreading move, it was directly pushed aside by the concentrated attack of Dragon Pulse. Yet, the wind was insidious. Even though Chishi blue bird trailed behind Dragon Pulse, it still sustained damage. Thus, Chishi blue bird quickly executed tackle. With a cry, it charged toward Charizard, enveloped in a white glow, resembling a comet streaking through the sky. Chiyan Hui, undeterred, commanded, Charizard, use Dragon Dive. This is also our all-out strike. Charizard roared and soared into the sky, tracing an arc while enveloped in a faint purple energy, crashing toward the Chishi blue bird with tremendous force. A white comet and a pale purple comet collided fiercely in the air. Boom. It was akin to a meteor striking the earth, as a violent explosion resonated, sending shockwaves rippling outward. A powerful gust of wind emanated from the epicenter of the explosion. Chiyan Hui instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes from the encroaching dust. Based on Chiyan Hui's estimation, Charizard could not possibly be at a disadvantage in the recent clash. Firstly, Dragon Dive inherently possesses greater power than Tackle, and secondly, Charizard's attack strength exceeded that of Chishi Bluebird. Under such circumstances, it was inconceivable for Charizard to lose. Thus, even with the smoke obscuring his view, Chiyan Hui remained entirely composed. As the smoke cleared, Charizard hovered mid-air with minor scratches on its body, while Chishi Bluebird plummeted to the ground, struggling to flap its wings in an attempt to rise again. Seizing the moment, Chiyan Hui quickly shouted, Charizard, deliver the final blow, use Dragon Breath. In a moment of apprehension regarding the formidable power of Charizard, Chi-Hing chose to employ the comparatively weaker move, Dragon Breath. Charizard swiftly unleashed a slender purple beam from its mouth, hurtling towards the Sky Pillar. Naki, in a state of urgency, shouted, Sky Pillar, quickly use Dragon Pulse. Gritting its teeth, Sky Pillar gazed at the approaching Dragon Breath and opened its mouth, exhaling a more robust purple beam, both in width and energy concentration, surpassing Dragon Breath. However, upon collision, the resultant effect was one of mutual destruction. It was only due to Sky Pillar's inherent type advantage that Dragon Breath did not obliterate Dragon Pulse. Unfortunately, Charizard's special attack prowess far exceeded that of Sky Pillar. While Sky Pillar excelled in defense and special defense, its offensive capabilities were relatively weak, possessing a mere 70 base points compared to Charizard's impressive 109 in special attack. Observing Naki and Sky Pillar's unwavering determination, Chi-Hing couldn't help but smile gently. Charizard, since they refused to yield, unleash your most potent move. With that, he gestured grandly and declared, Flamethrower. Charizard, with a fierce glint in its eyes, focused intently on Sky Pillar and then opened its mouth, rapidly expelling an immensely thick column of fire that surged towards Sky Pillar. Understanding the futility of resistance against such a formidable attack, Naki still called out, Sky Pillar, use Dragon Pulse. Regardless of the odds, Naki was resolute in her stance. As Sky Pillar beheld the oncoming flamethrower, a flicker of despair crossed its eyes, yet upon hearing Naki's command, it gritted its teeth and once more emitted a purple beam, colliding with the flamethrower. The ensuing clash was inevitable. Flamethrower overwhelmed the barrier of Dragon Pulse and struck Sky Pillar with devastating force. With a mournful cry, the recently airborne Sky Pillar plummeted back to the ground, this time failing to rise again, succumbing to unconsciousness and losing all combat ability. The referee, witnessing this outcome, let out a sigh and announced in a loud voice, Sky Pillar has lost its combat ability. Naki's 3 Pokémon have been rendered incapable of battle. Thus the victor of this gym challenge is Chiyan Hui from Aoki Town. The other gym trainers, observing the fallen Sky Pillar, wore expressions of disappointment. However, Naki remained unfazed, stepping forward to approach Chiyan. Chapter 209, The Acquisition of the White Feather Badge. Gazing upon this novice trainer who had only recently embarked on his journey, a smile graced Naki's face. Congratulations, Chiyan Hui. Your prowess is impressive, and I wish you great success in this year's colorful festival. She then presented him with the emblem of his triumph over the Inu Gym, the White Feather Badge. Chi-Hing beamed with gratitude. Thank you, Gym Leader Naki, for your kind wishes. My ambition is to seize the championship at the colorful festival. He accepted the white feather badge she extended. Naki paused momentarily before responding with a gentle smile. To claim the championship will not be as simple as you might think. I am aware of an exceptionally formidable trainer who is also preparing to attend this year's colorful festival. You are likely to encounter them there, and only then will you comprehend their strength. Reflecting on the powerful trainer who was diligently honing their skills in pursuit of their dream to excavate stones, Naki felt a tinge of sorrow for the earnest young trainer before her. Had it been any other year of the colorful festival, perhaps this trainer, Chiyan Hui, could have claimed victory. Yet this year, such an outcome was utterly improbable. That individual was intensely training to swiftly complete the challenges of all 8 gyms with their psychic-type Pokémon, foregoing the frivolities of travel in favor of their quarry. Chiyan, observing Naki lost in thought, couldn't help but ponder the formidable Daigo. Surely, he too must be participating in this year's colorful festival. Given Naki's relationship with Macaulay, it was only natural for her to be privy to some details regarding Daigo. Chiyan smiled lightly. Gym leader Naki, you must be referring to Daigo of the Zvok family. Ah, Naki exclaimed in surprise, looking at Chiyan. How did you know? Without divulging the reason, Chiyan replied with calm assurance. Daigo is indeed a formidable opponent. But I disagree with your assertion that my aspirations to claim the championship are unrealistic. I anticipate you may not believe me now, but when the colorful festival arrives, you will see. Daigo, no matter how strong, could not yet rival the strength of a champion. According to Naki, Daigo would likely participate in this year's colorful festival. Triumph, then refine his abilities further before challenging the Elite Four to ascend to the pinnacle of the Hoenn League. Upon hearing Chiyan's words, Naki gazed at the confident young man before her, momentarily taken aback. Chiyan fell silent, his gaze drifting to the white feather badge in his hand. This badge, shimmering silver and shaped like a crescent moon, lacked ostentation but boasted exquisite craftsmanship. Waving farewell to Naki, who appeared lost in contemplation, Chiyan turned to depart Inu Gym with Alang and Aishan. On the platform, the onlookers, including gym leader Naki, watched as the trio gradually vanished from sight. Naki, observing their retreating figures, smiled softly. So much confidence. I shall certainly look forward to witnessing it. As Chiyan and his companions made their way towards the Pokemon Center in Inu City, Alang inquired with curiosity, Brother Hui, is that Daigo truly as strong as you say, to be regarded as your rival? Chiyan, recalling Daigo's visage, smiled gently. That fellow possesses extraordinary talent and an exceptionally capable Pokemon. Yet he chooses to pursue the path of excavation. Nevertheless, the achievements he attains will remain insurmountable for the average trainer throughout their lifetime. Though he is strong, I too hold my own strength, and we are destined to meet at the colorful festival. Initially, Chiyan had anticipated a smooth path to victory, but now faced an unforeseen challenge. However, he welcomed this, for it marked his first and last participation in the league tournament, without a worthy adversary. The experience would be rather dull. At that moment, a line of poetry surfaced in his mind. There will come a time when the long winds and breaking waves will allow one to hoist their sails and navigate the vast seas. Daigo, may we meet at the colorful festival. After spending a day recuperating at the Pokemon Center in Inu City, Chiyan and his companions set forth once more. Their new destination was Suijing City, a locale notably close to Lava Island. However, to reach Suijing City, they needed to traverse a lengthy journey, as the distance between Inu City and Suijing City was considerable. Additionally, the route was fraught with diverse terrains, including rivers, lakes, wetlands, and forests, presenting even greater complexity than the journey to Inu City. Barely having departed from Inu City, Chiyan and his companions encountered a thicket of towering grass, reaching heights of approximately 3 meters, which posed a risk of causing one to lose their way within its depths. Brother Hui, shall I unleash the Mantine to clear the way? The Mantine is quite adept at dealing with such weeds and can surely carve a path through them. Chiyan Hui shook his head slightly and replied, the Mantine won't last long. The dense grass here appears quite expansive, and although the Mantine possesses notable abilities, it is not particularly strong. Allow Boskador to use its larger size to forge ahead. The path it has traversed will make it much easier for us to follow. Of course, you may also let the Mantine trail behind Boskador, clearing any errant weeds. Ashan had no objections and promptly released Boskador and the Mantine, issuing them some instructions. Boskador then advanced, leading the group behind it. Upon entering, Chiyan Hui's expression turned solemn as he cautioned, everyone be vigilant. This area is prone to ambushes. Stay alert for Pokemon that may suddenly emerge from the sides or behind us. Understood, Brother Hui. Alang also summoned his Great Hound and Sly Dog for support. Chiyan Hui released his Leaf Eevee and Charizard. Charizard, Soar above and keep watch, Leaf EV. Stay close to me. The two Pokémon nodded in agreement, with Charizard ascending to hover above Chiyan Hui, scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance, while Leaf EV remained at his side. Meanwhile, the Zubat had taken refuge beneath Charizard, avoiding the sunlight, for it preferred the embrace of night over the glaring day. Thus, the trio, guided by Boscador, ventured deeper into the thicket, for to reach Waterstill City, they must traverse this thick grass. Detouring would take far too long. Chapter 210. The Isle at the Heart of the Lake in the Blink of an Eye. Chiyan Hui and his companions had journeyed towards Waterstill City for 5 days. On this particular day, they stumbled upon a wondrous place. Hidden deep within a dense forest lay a tranquil and mysterious little haven, a petite lake. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled patterns upon the lake's surface, shimmering and glistening with a soft, ever-changing luminescence. The surrounding trees towered skyward, their lush foliage creating a natural canopy, shielding the area from the scorching summer sun while imparting an ineffable serenity and coolness to the waters below. At the center of the lake stood a solitary isle, gently resting upon the azure waves. The isle was cloaked in verdant vegetation, and from the shore, one could see vibrant greenery punctuated by a few wildflowers, exuding a faint fragrance that beckoned the occasional passing hunting butterflies and toxic powder butterflies to pause. Most astonishingly, at the heart of the isle lay a cave, its entrance tenderly embraced by the lapping waters, reminiscent of a gentle rendezvous between the sea and the forest. The cave's roof and one side broke the surface, while the remaining portion remained shrouded in the crystalline lake, submerged to about 2/3 of its height. A thin curtain of water veiled the cave's entrance, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Upon reaching the lake's edge, Chiyan Hui could not help but exclaim, "Let us rest here for a day. Such breathtaking scenery is too precious to leave behind. All right, Brother Hui, we shall take our respite here tonight." With that, Alang and Ashan began to set up camp. Meanwhile, driven by curiosity, Chiyan Hui gazed at the isle at the lake's center and mounted Charizard. "Charizard, let us fly over and explore that isle." With a low roar, Charizard took to the air and soared towards the isle. As Chiyan Hui circled the isle, he noticed what appeared to be a water curtain and could not resist murmuring, "Surely there is a cave behind this water curtain?" With that thought, he released Leaf EV and called out, "Leaf EV, leap through that water curtain and see if there is indeed a cave behind it." He had watched too much Journey to the West in his youth, and upon encountering such a water curtain, his imagination wandered to the possibility of hidden chambers beyond. Leaf EV, though adorably cute, was quite resilient, boasting high defensive capabilities, and with its grass-type endurance, it was the perfect candidate for scouting. Leaf EV approached the water curtain, uttered a soft sound, and sprinted towards it. Upon reaching the curtain's edge, it leapt gracefully through, disappearing from Chiyan Hui's view. Goodness! There truly is a cave behind this water curtain. Upon witnessing this, Chiyan Hui immediately turned and called out, "Alang, Ashan, come quickly. There is a cave here. Let us explore it for treasures." Alang and Ashan, who were busy setting up their tent, promptly stowed their equipment into their spatial bags and leapt onto the back of the self-destructing Magnemite, allowing it to use electromagnetism to float them over to the isle. Chiyan Hui had gifted Ashan the advanced Thunderstone he had acquired previously, enabling his Magnemite to evolve into a self-destructing Magnemite. Now, this self-destructing Magnemite possessed gym-level prowess and had become a key asset in Ashan's team. As Alang and Ashan approached on the self-destructing Magnemite, Leaf EV re-emerged from the water curtain, landing gracefully on the ground before shaking off the droplets. Upon their arrival, Alang and Ashan immediately turned their gaze towards the water curtain, having witnessed Leaf EV's passage moments ago. This is truly astonishing. There is indeed a cave hidden behind the water curtain. Chiyan Hui smiled and remarked, "This is precisely the kind of secretive place we seek. Otherwise, the treasures would have long been scavenged by those who came before us." After saying this, he turned to Leaf EV and quietly inquired, "Leaf EV, are there Pokemon inside?" Leaf EV nodded affirmatively, prompting Chiyan Hui to ask again, "Is it dangerous within?" Leaf EV hesitated briefly before shaking its head, and then nodding. After pondering for a moment, Chiyan Hui said, "So, the entrance is safe, but the interior remains uncertain?" Leaf EV enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Chiyan Hui then chuckled as he produced an umbrella and declared, "Let us venture inside together." Climbing atop Charizard's back, he directed it towards the water curtain. Alang and Ashan, also perched on the self-destructing Magnemite, retrieved their own umbrellas from their spatial bags, unfolding them as they followed closely behind Charizard. With the umbrella held aloft, Chiyan Hui, guided by Charizard, swiftly plunged into the cave behind the water curtain. Charizard, land on the ground over there. As they descended, Elang and Ishan followed suit. Chiyan Hui surveyed the surroundings, noticing some Zubats and Golbats hanging from the cave's ceiling, while no Zubats were immediately visible. Meanwhile, the water's surface occasionally erupted with the leaps of Magikarp and Mudkip, indicating a low level of danger. However, as Chiyan Hui took a couple of steps forward, a curious sensation beneath his feet accompanied by a cracking sound prompted him to glance down. Brother Hui, is something the matter? Take a look at the ground beneath your feet. It feels rather off. The cave was somewhat dim, and Chiyan Hui hadn't immediately discerned the anomaly. When he illuminated the floor with his flashlight, he discovered charred markings on the ground, explaining the peculiar sensation beneath his feet. Brother Hui, the ground appears to be scorched. What could have caused this? Chiyan Hui remained silent, instead turning his flashlight to scan the area. As the light illuminated the surroundings, Chiyan Hui suddenly realized that the ground and walls were marred with charred remnants, not just a few, but extensively scorched throughout. Something felt amiss. This place evoked a familiar sensation. Please, remain silent. I need to ponder, he urged. Chiyan Hui quickly contemplated the identity of this location, but could not recall its name. At that moment, Elang exclaimed loudly, Brother Hui, not far ahead, there is a hole that appears to descend. Should we investigate? Frowning in thought, Chiyan Hui still could not recall the name, yet he felt an undeniable sense of familiarity. Resolutely, he declared, Very well, let us descend, but tread carefully. Something is not right here. Chapter 211, The Drought Cavern. As they ventured into the second layer, Chiyan Hui observed that the presence of Pokémon had dwindled further, with only a few Zubat hanging from the cave ceiling. The charred traces on the ground had intensified, suggesting that the temperature in this layer was even more searing than the one above. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in Chiyan Hui's mind. He remembered where they were. This is the Drought Cavern. We must leave this place at once. He hurriedly beckoned Elang and Ishan to retreat swiftly. Upon reaching the vicinity of the waterfall, Chiyan Hui wasted no time in leaping onto the back of his Charizard, urging it to fly them away with haste. Though Elang and Ishan had never heard of the Drought Cavern, they followed suit, quickly exiting the cavern. Once outside, by the lakeside, Chiyan Hui commanded Charizard to land. Elang and Ishan promptly dismounted from their explode. Brother Hui, what is this Drought Cavern? From your earlier demeanor, it seems perilous, Elang inquired. Chiyan Hui gazed thoughtfully at the Drought Cavern, slowly responding, In my youth, I came across an introduction to this cavern, but over the course of a decade, I have forgotten much, which is why I led you to the second layer. In the third layer of the Drought Cavern lies a legendary Pokémon known as Heatran. It is said that Heatran is born from the essence of the molten lava deep within Mount Coronet, its body miraculously forged from molten steel, containing countless unfathomable mysteries. It resides in the depths of volcanic caves, deftly clinging to the walls and ceilings with its cross-shaped claws, dancing like a flame. Within its form flows blood as if it were molten lava, a force that grants it an indomitable steel body. Yet the extreme heat it emanates gradually erodes it over time, showcasing a tragic and unique beauty. The charred marks on the ground are remnants of the energy it unleashed upon awakening. Gasping in unison, Elang and Ishan stared in awe at the seemingly ordinary cavern, astonished that their journey would lead them to the slumbering grounds of a legendary Pokémon. Chiyan Hui continued gravely, The power of legendary Pokémon varies, despite their high potential. They often lack the experience of hardship. Even among those with peak 6 attributes, disparities exist. Some legendary Pokémon rank at the elite level, others at champion level, and some even at master level. Judging by the scorching traces in this Drought Cavern, the Heatran within possesses at least champion-level strength. Had we descended to the third layer and roused it, it is likely we would not have exited this Drought Cavern alive. Which is why I urged you to leave swiftly. At that moment, a Pokémon suddenly leaped from a distance, demonstrating remarkable agility as it bounded from the lakeside to a small island at the center of the lake. Standing atop the Drought Cavern while observing Chiyan Hui and his companions, Chiyan Hui's gaze sharpened as he recognized the figure. It was the disaster Pokémon, Absol. Cloaked in pristine white fur, Absol's exposed skin bore a deep gray-blue hue, resembling the brightest star against the vast cosmos. Its fiery red eyes sparkled with intelligence and vigilance, while a graceful horn, reminiscent of an ancient bow, adorned the right side of its head, imparting an air of mystery and majesty. The disaster Pokémon, Absol, prefers the steep heights of mountains, shunning the mundane affairs of humanity below. In the wilderness, it moves like a gentle breeze, living long, often up to a century. A rare miracle of nature. Absol possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to the subtle changes in its environment, acting as nature's harbinger, capable of foreseeing impending calamities. When it perceives the premonition of disaster through its unique horn, it resolutely ventures forth from the mountains to alert humankind. However, this mission of forewarning disaster has cast a shadow of ill omen upon it in ancient lore, leading the older generations to regard it as a harbinger of misfortune, instilling fear and avoidance. In times of superstition, Absol was shunned as a messenger of calamity, driven away from human habitation to retreat deeper into the mountains. Yet, the truth often lies beneath the surface. Absol is, in fact, gentle-natured, a trustworthy guardian. It quietly protects the forests while, at crucial moments, notifying humans of anomalies, serving as a precious and rare ally. Brother Hui, we must run. This is the disaster Pokémon, Absol. It is said that its appearance brings misfortune, Ailing exclaimed, grasping Chiyan Hui's arm in urgency. Chiyan Hui swatted his hand away, exasperated. You should read more. This nonsense about the disaster Pokémon bringing misfortune is mere superstition. Ailing sheepishly chuckled and replied, but Brother Hui, calamities occur wherever Absol appears. It's not just me saying it. Chiyan Hui, serious in demeanor, stated, Absol has sensed an impending disaster in this area and appears to warn humanity to evacuate. It is one of humanity's best allies. It does not bring disaster. Rather, it arrives where disaster is imminent to alert us. Ailing, taken aback by this revelation, turned to face Absol. He then bowed deeply, offering a 90-degree salute, and called out, Absol, I apologize. I misunderstood you. You are here to warn us of the impending disaster. Absol regarded Ailing with a profound gaze before leaping into the drought cavern. As it did, all the Zubat, Golbat, and other Pokémon within the cavern surged forth. Even the Magikarp and Phoeba in the water swiftly emerged from the depths. Chapter 212. The Earthquake Awakens Heatran temporarily. With a grave expression, Chiyan Hui remarked, let us retreat a short distance. It appears that Shrouded is on the verge of awakening, which is why Absol has come to the cave to alert the other Pokémon. Saying this, Chiyan Hui leaped onto the back of his Charizard, while Ulung and Ashen mounted the back of the self-destructing Magneton, and together they withdrew towards the distance. At that moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Fortunately, the three of them were riding their Pokémon in the air, perfectly avoiding the tremors of the earthquake. Wow, it's actually an earthquake. Thankfully, we listened to you, Brother Hui, and got on our Pokémon in time. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. Chiyan Hui, with a serious demeanor, said, we need to stop and observe. The Shrouded inside the cave will likely be startled awake by this quake. No sooner had he finished speaking than a furious roar erupted from the direction of the cave. Accompanied by the roar, a surge of flames erupted directly from the entrance, unfazed even by the waterfall curtain at the cave's mouth. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Ulung and Ashen couldn't help but swallow hard, recalling how they had boldly ventured into the cave's lower levels just moments ago. Had the flames erupted then, they would have surely been trapped inside. Chiyan Hui also gazed solemnly at the spectacle, recognizing that the fire-steel dual-type Shrouded was indeed a fitting member for a sunny team. However, the Shrouded within was far too powerful for him to handle at his current state. As the flames subsided, silence returned to the Tianhan cave. It seemed that after being disturbed, the Shrouded had unleashed a burst of energy before falling back asleep, granting them a temporary reprieve. Wait, what about Absol? With Ulung's exclamation, the three began to scan their surroundings, ultimately discovering that Absol was lying by the lakeside, evidently having rushed out during the eruption of flames. Regrettably, it had been caught in the aftermath, suffering extensive burns, and now lay helpless on the ground. Observing this, Chiyan Hui's expression shifted, and he immediately said, Ulung, go ahead. Your opportunity has come. Heal that Absol with sincerity, and it will become your strongest Pokémon, accompanying you for a lifetime. Ulung hesitated for a moment before responding, Brother Hui, perhaps you should do it. My Houndoom is sufficient for me. Chiyan Hui smiled gently, giving Ulung a reassuring pat. Go on, no more hesitations. Absol is a Dark-type Pokémon, unsuitable for my team. Since you specialize in Dark types, Absol is the perfect match for you. Hearing this, Ulung bowed deeply to Chiyan Hui and then jumped to the ground. Running towards Absol, Ashen wanted to assist, but was stopped by Chiyan Hui. No, let Ulung handle the healing alone. After a moment's thought, Ashen understood and remained at a distance, watching the scene unfold. As Chiyan Hui focused his gaze, information regarding Absol's qualifications and level flashed in his mind. Absol, level 59, Peak Gym Leader, Dark-type Pokémon, Ability, Justified, Hidden Ability, When hit by a Dark-type move, its attack is boosted. This ability activates with each consecutive Dark-type move it receives. Individual values, 6V. All 6 individual values maxed at 31. Base stats, HP, 65, attack, 130, defense, 60. Special attack, 75, special defense, 60, speed, 75, total, 465. Mastered moves, Night Slash. Proficient moves, Pursuit, Shadow Claw, Swords Dance, Last Resort, Future Sight. Observing this Absol, Chiyan Hui couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Its peak gym leader strength, combined with the mastered Night Slash, indicated that this Absol could potentially break through to the semi-champion level at any moment. The perfect 6V qualifications paired with the hidden ability justified made it an ideal fit for Along. Chiyan Hui felt no regret in passing this Absol to Along. After all, Along and Ashen had accompanied him on his journey for so long, and they would eventually become his strongest allies in the lava team. Much like the bond between the current Hokage and Chiyan Song. Regardless of how capable the Hokage was, the first to heed commands would always be Chiyan Song, not Chiyan Hui. However, Along and Ashen were different. As their bond deepened, their first loyalty would forever belong to Chiyan Hui. At that moment, Along, realizing that neither Chiyan Hui nor Ashen had come to help, understood the situation. He cautiously approached the grounded Absol and gently said, "Absol, I mean you no harm. I see you are injured. I have come to help you heal, if you'll allow it." Absol remained silent, merely gazing at Along with its eyes. Seeing this, Along mustered his courage and gradually approached Absol, who still did not attack him. Along breathed a sigh of relief. He then retrieved burn ointment from his bag and began to apply it to Absol's wounds. As the ointment touched its skin, Absol trembled slightly, startling Along, who feared it might snap and bite him. However, Absol bore a resemblance to dogs, both in size and structure, allowing Along to understand its anatomy well as he carefully applied the ointment to the burns. As the ointment spread across its body, Absol began to feel a soothing coolness where there had once been intense heat and pain. After applying the ointment, Along took out burn medicine, berries, and high-grade energy cubes, feeding them to Absol. Absol glanced at Along and then opened its mouth, consuming everything offered. Witnessing this, Along couldn't help but beam with joy. Reaching out to pet Absol's unburned head. Realizing his error, he sheepishly remarked, "My apologies, Absol. I'm just used to it." Yet, Absol seemed unfazed, slowly closing its eyes. Along chose to stay by its side, quietly observing it. Before Chiyan Hui's explanations, Along had always regarded Absol as a calamity Pokémon. However, through this experience, he came to realize that Absol was one of the truly benevolent Pokémon towards humanity. In the following days, through Along's diligent care and genuine sincerity, he successfully won over Absol, who was on the brink of reaching the semi-champion level. Thereafter, Chiyan Hui and his companions continued their journey, finally arriving at Suijing City. Known as the land where the earth ceases and the sea begins, this city also served as the public headquarters of the lava team. While their secret base remained on Lava Island, Suijing City lacked a gym, a situation the Pokémon League could do little about, as the overwhelming presence of lava team members deterred any gym leader from establishing a gym there. Although Chiyan Song previously held peak champion level strength, his Charizard ranked among the top of all peak champions in the Hoenn region. A single fiery attack, when unleashed to its full potential, possesses the capacity to obliterate a significant portion of Water Quiet City. The Hoenn League dares not press the lava team too hard, fearing that Chihaya might resort to mutual destruction. Gazing upon the familiar visage of Water Quiet City, a smile involuntarily graced Chihaya's face. After traversing a considerable distance, he had finally returned. At that moment, he spotted the approaching Hokage. "Ahui, welcome home." Chihaya and his companions promptly followed the Hokage back to Lava Island. After resting for 2 days on Lava Island, Chihaya and his companions boarded a vessel bound for Green Ridge City. Green Ridge City is an island city located in the eastern part of the Hoenn region. The gym leader of Green Ridge Gym, a pair of twins named Xiaofeng and Xiaonan, specializes in psychic-type Pokémon and double battles. However, their efforts proved insufficient against Chihaya's Sunny team. This was largely due to their use of secondary Pokémon rather than their main team. After acquiring the Mind Badge from Green Ridge Gym, Chihaya made his way to Lapis City. At this time, the gym leader Adam was absent, as Mikoli, his apprentice, had yet to take over the Lapis Gym. Consequently, Chihaya easily secured the Raindrop Badge without much effort. This was not a reflection of Adam's weakness, but rather that he was not utilizing his strongest Pokémon. Much like Qianli from Orange Flower City, Adam was a gym leader possessing the strength of a member of the Elite Four. It was merely that Adam chose not to challenge Chihaya. After obtaining the Mind Badge and Raindrop Badge, Chihaya did not rush to challenge the next gym. Instead, he returned to Lava Island to commence rigorous training with his Pokémon. Chihaya realized that the Pokémon the gym leaders employed to face challengers did not provide sufficient training opportunities for his Charizard and Leafeon. A month later, Chihaya's song returned, having navigated a perilous maritime journey. Fortunately, he had his champion-level Charizard, which allowed him to return to Lava Island unscathed. After their reunion, Chihaya's song produced 2 Pokémon eggs and remarked, "Ahui, take a look at these 2 Pokémon eggs. I discovered them while braving a storm at sea. They had been drifting together for an unknown duration." Upon inspecting the eggs, Chihaya's mouth fell agape as he looked up at his father. "Dad, your luck is truly extraordinary." Chihaya's song chuckled. "What? Are these 2 Pokémon eggs of exceptional quality?" Chihaya solemnly nodded. "Indeed, they possess remarkable potential. Both Pokémon are of peak 6 attributes, and they belong to the same species known as Carbink." "Carbink?" Chihaya's song shook his head. "I've never heard of such a Pokémon. But I also found 2 sets of armor alongside them. They must relate to these Pokémon." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 sets of armor from his spatial bag. Chihaya's lips curled into a grin as he recognized one set as the Celebration armor and the other as the Cursed armor, which could allow Carbink to evolve into either the Blazing armor or the Azure Blade Demon. "Dad, your luck is truly phenomenal." Chihaya's song nonchalantly replied. "Since you recognize these Pokémon, you can take charge of their training. My team is already complete. Yours, I believe, is still in progress." Chihaya did not decline. Instead, he rushed forward, embracing Chihaya's song and whispering, "Thank you, Dad." Chihaya's song chuckled and patted Chihaya's back, saying, "You are my son, if I do not treat you well. Who will? By the way, about that Mega Evolution Stone you mentioned, let us ask the Hokage how many he has collected." The father and son soon found the Hokage, who promptly retrieved a box from his spatial bag, opening it while saying, "Leader, Ahui, this is the collection of stones that the Lava team has gathered during this period. I'm uncertain if any of them include the Mega Evolution Stones you mentioned." Chihaya immediately stepped forward, inspecting each stone one by one. This one is not." After a while, Chihaya had sorted out all the Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Stones. "Dad, Hokage, these are indeed the Mega Evolution Stones. The rest are merely ordinary stones that bear a slight resemblance." Each Mega Evolution Stone appeared similar in shape, yet their colors varied significantly, often correlating to their respective attributes. As he spoke, Chihaya picked up one of the Mega Evolution Stones and said, "Dad, your luck is truly remarkable. This one is the Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard. Look, the stone exhibits hues of red and brown. This must be it. Dad, you should give it a try. Your bond with Charizard is undoubtedly strong enough." Chihaya's song, visibly excited, grasped the stone. "Ahui, how do I go about this?" Chihaya began to explain. "Dad, place the Mega Evolution Stone on Charizard's body. Then secure it with a collar for now. After that, hold the Evolution Stone and let Charizard sense the energy between the 2 stones to achieve Mega Evolution." Without delay, Chihaya's song released his Charizard, placed the Mega Evolution Stone upon it, and held the Evolution Stone aloft, calling out, "Charizard, feel the energy within the stone on your body." The champion-level Charizard was exceptionally attuned to energy, and as it sensed the energy, it began to radiate a faint, multicolored glow, which gradually enveloped Charizard. The Evolution Stone in Chihaya's song's hand also emitted a soft light, resonating with the 2 stones. Chapter 214, Mega Charizard and the Auction begins. As the multicolored glow subsided, Mega Charizard appeared in its place. Mega Charizard transformed from a Bactrian camel into a dromedary, with an even larger volcano on its back. Its demeanor had shifted from serene to fiercely intimidating. Mega Charizard let out a triumphant roar, reveling in its newfound form, exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon sensing this aura, Chihaya's song could not contain his delight, exclaiming, "It has truly succeeded. The power of Charizard is now astonishing. It is no longer on the same level as before its Mega Evolution." Chihaya chuckled. "Dad, after Mega Evolution, Charizard's ability has changed to the Intimidate ability. You should equip it with a life orb to maximize its potential." Chihaya's song, elated, remarked, "The ability has even changed to Intimidate. That is fantastic." He then retrieved a life orb from his spatial bag, approaching Mega Charizard and replacing its item with it. "Haha, Ahui, you are indeed my lucky star. With this Mega Charizard, my confidence for the auction in just over a month has increased significantly." Chihaya smiled and continued to sift through the Mega Evolution Stones. Luck smiled upon him once more as he discovered the Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard. Dad, this is the Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard. I'll take it. No problem. We don't need to know. You can handle everything. After Chiyan Hui stored the Mega Evolution Stone of Charizard, he turned to Hokage and said, Brother Hokage, among your Pokémon, only the Cursed Doll can currently undergo Mega Evolution, though its potential is rather mediocre. However, the Lizard King and Blaziken we previously captured are both capable of Mega Evolution. You may choose to train one of them. After all, we are in the midst of hatching eggs. Once you decide which one you wish to nurture, I shall provide you with the corresponding Mega Evolution Stone. Thank you so much, Ahui. Hokage expressed his gratitude promptly. With the acquisition of 2 spirit eggs of the Charcoal Minion and the Mega Evolution Stone of Charizard, Chiyan Hui's team was truly complete. Following this, the arduous training process awaited him. Only the gyms in Wudou Town and Changhua City remained unchallenged. But Chiyan Hui was in no haste. He intended to undertake those challenges just before the upcoming Kaiyu conference, and then head directly to the event, by which time his natural sparrow should have matured and evolved into a natural bird. As time flowed gently, more than a month slipped by. The black market established by the Lava Team was now complete, and the date for the ranking event had arrived. Huasiyuan, accompanied by Chiyan Hui, led the 2 natural birds into the port, revealing themselves to the public. Esteemed guests, I am Huasiyuan from the Lava Team, and I believe many of you are familiar with me. I shall refrain from lengthy introductions. Next, our Lava Team will allow the 2 natural birds behind me to employ teleportation to transport you all to the black market we have established. Please place your trust in the integrity of the Lava Team. During the entire process, kindly refrain from any resistance. Thank you. The hidden identities of the Hoenn Alliance prosecutor and the Ocean Team members were met with astonishment as they gazed at the 2 natural birds behind Huasiyuan. The ability to teleport thousands of individuals at once indicated at least a champion-level strength. When did the Lava Team acquire champion-level natural birds? After Huasiyuan's announcement, he smiled at the natural birds behind him and said, Thank you for your assistance. The female natural bird nodded and enveloped everyone present with psychic energy. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from their location and emerged in the black market established on a nameless island of Lava Island. The crowd gasped at the sight of the 2 natural birds. A champion-level psychic-type Pokémon capable of teleportation held enormous strategic significance. While the crowd was still in awe, Chiyan Song emerged with his Blaziken and stated in a deep voice, Ladies and gentlemen, before entering the black market, I must make it clear that no fighting is permitted within these premises. The Lava Team upholds principles of fair trade and does not condone coercive transactions. Anyone who dares to violate this rule shall face dire consequences. As soon as Chiyan Song finished speaking, Blaziken unleashed its formidable aura, startling the crowd. A champion-level Pokémon, Chiyan Song's Blaziken had indeed reached champion status. This revelation would surely pose a headache for the Ocean Team and the Hoenn Alliance. If unleashed, the city could face utter destruction. The hidden members of the Hoenn Alliance and the Ocean Team were taken aback, and as they prepared to transmit this information, they suddenly realized that the signals had been jammed. Chiyan Song continued, Ladies and gentlemen, all signals here have been disabled, so transactions can only be facilitated through our Lava Team. Naturally, we will charge a mere 10% service fee. Beyond that, there are no additional costs. For the auction, there will be a 20% service fee. We appreciate your understanding, as establishing this black market has been no small feat. He then added, Those wishing to set up stalls should register with Huasiyuan, while those looking to establish shops should approach Huiyin. The auction will commence tonight at 7 o'clock. And on behalf of the Lava Team, I look forward to your presence. The auction will feature 5 Pokémon eggs and young Pokémon with peak potential, culminating in a grand finale of a young Pokémon with 6 peak attributes. With that, Chiyan Song departed. The crowd sighed in relief. Despite the throngs of people present, Chiyan Song alone could easily obliterate them all. After Huasiyuan registered those wishing to set up stalls, he took the natural birds to pick up others, as not everyone had arrived punctually. During this interval, the male natural bird astonishingly broke through its bottleneck, refining the teleportation technique to a masterful level and achieving champion status. Now, the natural bird couple had both reached champion level, becoming a significant asset to the Lava Team. Their efforts were duly rewarded, with abundant resources provided to facilitate the male natural bird's breakthrough to champion level. Once the black market commenced, Chiyan Hui transformed his appearance using Ditto and began to explore its depths. After perusing the various stalls and shops, he made noteworthy acquisitions, successfully obtaining 2 Pokémon with 6 peak attributes, namely Swellow and Corphish, for the price of 5 peak attribute Pokémon eggs. Chapter 215, Half a year in the blink of an eye. As 7 o'clock approached, the lava auction commenced as scheduled. Chiyan Hui sat in box 1 alongside his father, Chiyan Song, watching the proceedings. By the way, Dad, I found 2 Pokemon eggs with 6 peak attributes earlier today, a Swellow and a Corphish. You can auction them to enhance the prestige of our lava auction. Chiyan Song accepted the 2 Pokemon eggs, nodding in agreement. All right, I will place them as the grand finale of the auction. He then handed them to Hui Yan, who promptly took them away. Chiyan Song smiled and announced, the opening auction features a Pokemon egg submitted by an anonymous individual. It has been assessed to be a 5 peak attribute baby dragon egg. Chiyan Hui looked over and paused for a moment, a smile creeping onto his lips. Boss, this isn't a 5 peak attribute. It's a 6 peak attribute baby dragon. We must secure it. Upon hearing this, Chiyan Song instantly straightened up and raised the bid from 80 million to 100 million. The auctioneer, aware of the identity of the Box 1 guests, quickly announced. The guest in Box 1 bids 100 million. 100 million going once, 100 million going twice, 100 million sold. Congratulations. The auctioneer delivered the transaction with remarkable speed. What was that? The speech was so rapid. 100 million for a 5 peak attribute Pokemon egg. If it hatches into a 4 peak attribute, it would be laughable. But what if it turns out to be 6 peak attributes? Unthinkable. If it hatches into 6 peak attributes, I might as well eat it. Soon, the members of the lava team delivered the 6 peak attribute baby dragon Pokemon egg. Ah oui, this is for you to nurture. The baby dragon evolves into the Bloodwing dragon and is exceptionally powerful. Chiyan Hui accepted it without hesitation. Between father and son, there was no need for such formalities. After this, Chiyan Hui found no remarkable items. When the 6 peak attribute Swellow and Corphish went up for auction, the price skyrocketed to several hundred million. There was no denying it. Pokemon with 6 peak attributes were simply extraordinary, standing in a league of their own compared to those with 5 peak attributes. At last, the auction concluded successfully, with not a single disruption throughout the entire process. After all, with the champion-level Charizard and the Fire Ember Camel presiding, who would dare to act recklessly? Following the auction, Charizard Hui returned to Lava Island, diligently commencing the nurturing of Pokemon. In the blink of an eye, over 6 months had elapsed. With merely 20 days remaining until the colorful leisure conference commenced, Charizard Hui was also ready to challenge the final 2 gyms. During this half-year, the growth of Charizard Hui's Pokemon was nothing short of remarkable. Daily, they were abundantly nourished with various resources, and after training, professional masseurs awaited them, followed by medicinal baths, ensuring their weary bodies were thoroughly rejuvenated. This regimen significantly enhanced the capabilities of Charizard Hui's Pokemon. Shiny Charizard, level 67, high-level Quasi-King, a dual fire and flying-type Pokemon. Ability, Solar Power, Hidden Ability. Special attack increases by 15 times in sunny weather, but a portion of health diminishes over time. Leaf EV, level 68, high-level Quasi-King. A Grass-type Pokemon. Ability, Chlorophyll, Effect. In sunny weather, the Pokemon's speed doubles. Crystal Litwick, level 63, beginner Quasi-King, a dual Ghost and Fire-type Pokemon. Ability, Infiltrator, Hidden Ability. This Pokemon is unaffected by the opponent's Reflect, Light Screen, Misty Terrain, and other barrier effects, allowing it to penetrate barriers and attack. Shiny Ninetales. Level 65, Intermediate Quasi-King, a Fire-type Pokemon. Ability, Drought, Hidden Ability. Upon entering battle, weather changes to sunny and lasts for a duration. Natural Bird, level 66, Intermediate Quasi-King. A dual Psychic and Flying-type Pokemon. Ability, Magic Mirror, Hidden Ability. Unaffected by the opponent's status-altering moves and reflects them back, including Taunt and Scary Face. Red Lotus Armor Rider. Level 62, Beginner Quasi-King. A dual Fire and Psychic-type Pokemon. Ability, Flash Fire. Effect, when hit by a Fire-type move, it absorbs the flames, strengthening its own Fire-type moves. Cobalt Flame Blade Ghost. Level 62, Beginner Quasi-King. A dual Fire and Ghost-type Pokemon. Ability, Flash Fire. Effect, when hit by a Fire-type move, it absorbs the flames, strengthening its own Fire-type moves. Bloodwing Dragon, level 59, peak gym level. A dual Dragon and Flying-type Pokemon. Ability, Intimidate. Effect, intimidates opponents upon entering, lowering their attack. This encompasses all the Pokemon currently held by Charizard Hui, except for the recently acquired Bloodwing Dragon, which, being a quasi-legendary Pokemon, has a prolonged growth period. Thus remaining at the gym level, all other Pokemon have attained the Quasi-King level. Daigo, I do not know how your strength has evolved, but I trust my prowess will undoubtedly astonish you. After uttering these words, Charizard Hui released Natural Bird, preparing to utilize teleport to depart. At that moment, a distant voice suddenly called out, "Hey Hui, wait for us." Charizard Hui paused briefly as Along and Ashen approached. "Hui, are you going to challenge the remaining two gyms? Take us along. We won't hold you back." Seeing the earnestness in Along and Ashen's eyes, Charizard Hui smiled and replied, "I am merely going to challenge a gym and will return shortly. Since you wish to accompany me, then let us go together. Natural Bird, let us set our sights on Wudo Town." Natural Bird chirped softly, enveloping Charizard Hui and the two companions in psychic energy, and they vanished from their location. Lava Island is quite distant from Wudo Town, positioned at opposite corners of the Hoenn map. However, under the guidance of the Quasi-King level Natural Bird utilizing teleport, the trio of Charizard Hui arrived at Wudo Town in merely a few minutes, making several teleport jumps. Wudo Town is a small island in the southwestern region of Hoenn, home to the fighting-type Wudo Gym. The gym leader is a young man named Fujiki. Guided by Natural Bird, Charizard Hui materialized directly within the Wudo Gym. The gym trainers were startled by the sudden appearance of Natural Bird and the trio. "Who are you, daring to intrude upon the Wudo Gym?" Charizard Hui replied calmly, "I am Akita Hui from Akiyama Town, here to challenge the gym." Just as the gym trainers were about to respond, Fujiki, training alongside them, suddenly spoke with a grave expression, "Step back, you are not his match." Fujiki's eyes were fixed intently on Natural Bird, having sensed the brief surge of its aura upon its arrival. He never anticipated encountering another challenger with Quasi-King level strength. Logically, trainers of such caliber should be of considerable age, yet the man before him bore similarity to a formidable opponent he had faced not long ago. A talent rarely seen in a century is now appearing in clusters. The gym trainers, upon hearing Fujiki's words, froze momentarily, then turned to him, their hearts racing as they perceived his serious demeanor. Charizard Hui regarded Fujiki, unfazed, and smiled. "You must be gym leader Fujiki. Let us not waste time. Let us engage directly." Fujiki, with a serious expression, responded, "Very well, allow me to test your mettle." As the fighting-type gym leader, Fujiki exhibited the determination typical of a fighter, yet before Charizard Hui, he was significantly outmatched. With a resounding crash, Fujiki's ace Pokémon, Conkeldurr, fell heavily to the ground, while Red Lotus Armor Rider stood resolutely before it. The referee was left speechless. Charizard Hui coughed lightly to capture their attention. Upon hearing the cough, the referee snapped back to reality and, with a voice tinged with melancholy, announced, "Conkeldurr is unable to battle. The victor of this gym challenge is Akita Hui from Akiyama Town." Fujiki, filled with admiration, presented the punching badge to Charizard Hui, stating gravely, "Akita Hui, your strength is formidable, comparable to that man who challenged me some time ago." Charizard Hui smiled lightly. "You wouldn't be referring to Daigo of the Zvok family, would you?" Fujiki's expression turned to one of surprise, and Charizard Hui, realizing his assumption was correct, addressed Natural Bird, "Let us depart, Natural Bird, onward to the next destination." Natural Bird chirped twice, then, along with Charizard Hui, Along, and Ashen, they vanished from the Wudo Gym. In the next moment, the trio materialized at the entrance of the Orange City Gym in Orange City. This time, Charizard Hui refrained from intruding. One must show due respect to the strong. Based on Charizard Hui's conjecture, the strength of gym leader Qianli was at least at the king level. However, as soon as Natural Bird appeared, it immediately captured the attention of a Pokémon within the Orange Gym. The Pokémon lay languidly upon the verdant grass, roused by the vibrations emanating from the entrance of the Orange Blossom Gym. It emitted a soft call, prompting Qianli to glance up at his ace Pokémon, the Sloth King. The Sloth King nodded gently towards the entrance, its movements delicate, as if any exertion would tire it. Observing this scene, Qianli rose with a grave expression, directing his gaze towards the door. Soon, a knock echoed through the gym. Little Yao and Little Sheng, who were frolicking in the yard, instinctively moved to answer the door. "Yao, Sheng, don't go. Come here," Qianli urged solemnly. The two children halted, confusion etched on their faces as they looked at Qianli, who simply gestured for them to stay back, saying, "I'll go open it." With that, Qianli, accompanied by his Meowth and Exploud, approached the grand entrance of the gym. Akita Hui stepped forward, brandishing his Pokédex, and declared, "Greetings, I am Akita Hui from Chiyan Town, and I wish to challenge the gym. Might you be the gym leader?" Qianli, nodding in affirmation, Qianli scrutinized the Pokédex to verify Akita Hui's identity before responding, "Welcome, I am indeed Qianli, the leader of the Orange Blossom Gym." As he spoke, Qianli's gaze flickered to Akita Hui and then to his accompanying Natural Bird. The ability of a challenger to evoke a response from his Sloth King indicated a minimum level of mastery akin to a champion. It was astonishing that such a young challenger possessed such prowess. Upon entering the Orange Blossom Gym, Chiyan Hui's eyes were immediately drawn to the Sloth King. Languidly sprawled on the ground, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. This was a mid-level champion Sloth King, having reached the pinnacle of its class, on the brink of advancing to a higher tier. Noticing the change in Chiyan Hui's demeanor, Chiyan Hui offered a faint smile. "This is my partner, the Sloth King. Rest assured, it will not be required for today's challenge." Before long, the gym challenge commenced. Chiyan Hui effortlessly triumphed over Chiyan Hui's first two Pokémon, a Sloth and a Hyper Ape, both of which were the Sloth King's pre-evolutions. Utilizing such Pokémon against a challenger was indeed a prudent choice. As the battle unfolded, Chiyan Hui observed the Charizard on the battlefield and nodded, saying, "Chiyan Hui, your Charizard has been trained exceptionally well. Now, I shall reveal some of my true strength. Come forth." Sloth King. With a flash of white light, a Sloth King materialized on the battlefield, a different specimen from Chiyan Hui's ace, yet still a peak candidate for champion status. This Sloth King bore a striking resemblance to a fusion of a baboon and a gorilla, with a prominent pink snout and soft beige skin, accented by deep brown rings around its eyes that lent an air of mystery. Most notably, atop its head sprouted two clusters of pure white fur reminiscent of tender spring buds, while a ring of pristine white fur adorned the junction between its neck and torso. Its limbs were enveloped in thick brown fur, exuding an undeniable sense of strength. In the world of Pokémon, the Sloth King epitomizes leisure and nonchalance. Its daily existence revolves entirely around the concept of laziness, spending the majority of its time reclining in a nearly luxurious manner, savoring moments of idleness. Its diet consists mainly of grass within reach. Only when this area is thoroughly depleted does it reluctantly roll over and amble to the next culinary paradise. Such a lifestyle undeniably renders the Sloth King a unique and fascinating entity within the natural world. Sloth King, level 69, peak candidate for champion, normal type Pokémon. Ability, lazy, which causes it to rest after using a move due to its extreme lethargy. Chapter 217, the grand debut of Mega Charizard Y. Chiyan Hui's expression grew serious as he intoned, "Charizard, let us focus." The Charizard snorted, exhaling two small flames, its gaze locked onto the opposing Sloth King. Chiyan Hui extended his palm towards the Charizard and proclaimed loudly, "Charizard, Mega Evolve." With a fierce roar, the Charizard was enveloped in a radiant spectrum of light. This spectacle left Chiyan Hui, along with his daughter Little Yao and Little Sheng, in awe. What was happening? Could Charizard evolve again? Why did this evolution appear to be under human control? As they grappled with their thoughts, Charizard's Mega Evolution completed, revealing the magnificent Mega Charizard Y. Mega Charizard Y retained the fundamental color traits of its original form, displaying vibrant orange-yellow flames and body. However, Chiyan Hui's variant boasted a strikingly dark exterior. Upon evolving into its Mega form, a miraculous additional long horn sprouted from the back of its head, perfectly centered and surpassing the length of its original horns, becoming one of its defining features that signified the awakening of immense power. Simultaneously, its neck and beak shortened compared to its normal state, granting it a more compact and powerful battle stance. The limbs, tail, and wings of Mega Charizard Y underwent significant elongation. Notably, small auxiliary wings evolved at its wrists, providing additional lift for flight. Even more astonishing, the tail's end sprouted three sharp, small spikes, while a long and sharp spire rose from its back. With its flames burning more fiercely than ever, Mega Charizard Y roared defiantly, its formidable presence radiating outward. The newly emerged peak candidate Sloth King, previously languid, now bore a serious expression. A fireball ascended into the sky, emanating boundless light and heat, transforming the battlefield into a sunlit paradise. Following Mega Evolution, Mega Charizard Y's ability shifted to drought, altering the weather to bright sunlight for a duration at the onset of battle. Chiyan Hui observed Mega Charizard Y, contemplating whether to inquire further, but Chiyan Hui interjected, shouting, "Charizard, unleash Flamethrower." Responding to the command, Mega Charizard Y fixed its gaze on the Sloth King and swiftly unleashed a torrent of orange-red flames from its mouth. The flame rapidly expanded, ultimately reaching a formidable diameter of approximately 3 meters. Taken aback by the sheer girth of the flamethrower, Chiyan Hui quickly shouted, "Sloth King, use ultimate impact." In that moment, he could not conceive of any better strategy. The intimidation factor of that flamethrower was simply too overwhelming. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's command, the Sloth King roared, swiftly rising to its feet. It forcefully stomped the ground before charging towards Mega Charizard Y, enveloped in a brilliant white light, ready to withstand the searing heat and power of the flamethrower. The potency of Charizard's flamethrower was exceptionally formidable, further amplified by the bright sunlight, its own type advantages, and the influence of a top-tier charcoal item. Most importantly, the Mega Evolution of Charizard Y bestows upon it an extraordinarily elevated base stat total, enabling it to unleash a fiery blast of tremendous power. Following its Mega Evolution, Charizard Y boasts a special attack base stat of an impressive 159, culminating in an overall base stat of 634, surpassing even that of certain pseudo-legendaries, though, of course, not those in their pre-mega forms. Under such favorable conditions, Charizard Y is capable of emitting a fire blast with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Yet, this formidable inferno was met with a surprising breakthrough under the ultimate attack of Slaking, showcasing the true terror of this Pokémon. Were it not for its truant ability, Slaking would indeed rival many legendary Pokémon in strength. After all, Slaking possesses a staggering total base stat of 670, eclipsing even that of Mega Charizard Y, with an attack stat soaring to 160. Although this Slaking was not equipped with a top-tier item, it did carry a superior one, which was merely slightly less effective. Coupled with the ultimate attack boasting a power of 150, this led to the astonishing scene before us. The fiery trainer, Chiyan, observed this unfolding drama and commanded, Charizard, intensify your fire blast to thwart their approach. Enraged, Charizard Y could hardly fathom encountering such a formidable opponent immediately upon its debut. One capable of withstanding its fire blast, an affront not to be tolerated. Thus, Charizard Y augmented the intensity of its fire blast, which, already 3 meters in diameter, thickened further. In the face of such might, Slaking found its advance challenging, however, true to its nature. Slaking braced itself against the impact of the fire blast and collided fiercely with Charizard Y, sending it hurtling away. Fortunately, the fire blast mitigated much of the damage, allowing Charizard Y to sustain only minor injuries. Following its attack, Slaking lay down to rest, seemingly indifferent to the plight of the flung Charizard Y. Witnessing this, Chiyan's pupils constricted, and he shouted, Charizard, hang in there. Ascend and unleash a Focus Blast. The Focus Blast, a powerful fighting-type move, possesses a formidable strength of 120 and is a special attack. Its only drawback is its relatively slow speed, making it easy for opponents to evade. However, at that moment, Slaking was incapacitated in its slumber, unable to dodge. Charizard Y soared into the air and conjured a Focus Blast before directing it towards the resting Slaking. At that moment, Slaking was ensnared in the lethargy of its ability and the aftereffects of its ultimate move, rendering it incapable of escape. The Focus Blast, though slow, struck true, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Boom. Slaking was propelled backward by the overwhelming force of the Focus Blast, as fighting-type moves deal double damage to it. Once it landed, Slaking was once again able to act. Chapter 218, Acquiring the Final Badge. Chiyan Hui shouted, Slaking, use Body Slam. In a swift motion, Slaking molded a massive boulder in its hands and hurled it towards Charizard Y. The stone, despite its size, was propelled with such force that it resembled a bullet, slicing through the air with a whoosh. Slaking, not adept at countering airborne Pokémon, had undergone rigorous training to enhance this body slam move, ensuring that any airborne adversary struck would be brought crashing down to the ground for a direct confrontation. Chiyan was taken aback by the speed of this body slam. It was astonishingly rapid, nearly impossible for even Mega Charizard Y to evade. Charizard, use Protect. With no other option, he commanded Charizard Y to deploy Protect to avoid being knocked down, aware that Rock-type moves would deal quadruple damage to it. Given Slaking's immense attack power, a direct hit would be catastrophic. Upon hearing Chiyan's command, Charizard Y swiftly conjured a light shield to absorb the impact of the body slam. Chiyan continued, Charizard, once more, use Focus Blast and follow it up with Brick Break when Slaking is sent flying. Although Charizard Y excelled in special attacks, it was still capable of utilizing physical moves with considerable force. Once again, Charizard Y summoned a Focus Blast, striking the lethargic Slaking. Seizing the opportunity as Slaking was sent soaring by the explosion, Charizard Y pursued with a Brick Break, landing a powerful blow upon Slaking. Despite Slaking's considerable stamina, it struggled to regain its composure, panting heavily. This was a testament to Slaking's impressive base stat of 150, otherwise, it would have long since succumbed to defeat. Chiyan Hui, witnessing this turn of events, remained undeterred and called out, Slaking, charge in and use Rock Slide at close range. Internally, He lamented the missed opportunity. Had Charizard Y been knocked down, Slaking could have rushed in to embrace it before executing Rock Slide, ensuring that this Mega Charizard Y would undoubtedly be rendered incapable of battle. Upon receiving Chiyan Hui's command, Slaking sprang to its feet and charged towards Charizard Y. Despite its bulky appearance, Slaking's speed was impressive, rivaling that of Charizard Y. Chiyan, sensing the urgency, shouted, "Charizard, ascend swiftly and utilize Substitute." Recognizing the need for strategy against a Pokémon like Slaking, which possessed the truant ability, direct confrontation was ill-advised. Tactical maneuvering was imperative. As Slaking reached the ground beneath Charizard Y, it unleashed Rock Slide, sending a cascade of boulders plummeting toward it. Yet, Charizard Y quickly employed Substitute, creating a doll to absorb the damage from Rock Slide, while the true Charizard Y deftly evaded the attack. Observing this, Chiyan Hui sighed, understanding that Slaking could not withstand another combination of Focus Blast and Brick Break. As anticipated, under Chiyan's guidance, Charizard Y unleashed another series of Focus Blasts, successfully striking Slaking and rendering it unconscious, ultimately incapacitating it. Chiyan Hui, far from discontent, smiled and remarked, "Chiyan, your shiny Charizard has been cultivated exceptionally well. This badge, the Balance Badge, is well deserved for your victory." Chiyan smiled as he accepted the badge. "Thank you, Gym Leader Chiyan Hui." Chiyan Hui chuckled and inquired, "By the way, may I ask how your Charizard achieved its subsequent evolution?" As he spoke, Charizard Y shimmered with vibrant colors, and as the radiance faded, the ordinary form of the shiny Charizard materialized in its place. Chiyan Hui was left bewildered. "Can it revert?" "Haha, Gym Leader Chiyan Hui. I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information just yet. However, should you wish to know after I complete the Caillou tournament, I shall gladly share the details with you then." With a smile, Chiyan Hui waved farewell to Chiyan Hui, along with Chiyan Hui's daughter, Xiaoyao, and son, Xiaosheng. Under the guidance of the natural bird, they vanished into the Orange Blossom Gym using teleportation. Chiyan Hui gazed at the disappearing Chiyan Hui, at a loss for words. Xiaoyao, puzzled, inquired, "Dad, what does this Chiyan Hui mean? Why must he wait until after the Colorful Dream Tournament to tell us?" Chiyan Hui shook his head, replying, "I don't know. But the Colorful Dream Tournament is just around the corner. We shall know then." As he spoke, the images of the two natural birds from the Magma team suddenly flashed in Chiyan Hui's mind. Although the natural bird they had just encountered was none of those two. The species was quite rare in the Hoenn region, particularly the exceptionally talented and powerful ones. Surely, a young trainer of such caliber would not be associated with the Magma team. I must be overthinking it. After challenging the Orange Blossom Gym, Chiyan Hui, under the escort of the natural bird, returned once more to Magma Island. However, news of his arrival quickly spread. Within the Zivik family, Zivik Mugan sat at the head of the table, flanked by his son, Dao. Before them stood a trainer reporting, "Patriarch, young Patriarch," according to reliable sources. The trainer with the shiny Charizard has appeared in Wudo Town and Orange Blossom City, where he successfully completed gym challenges and emerged victorious. Subsequently, he vanished within the gym. Guided by a natural bird, Zivik Mugan gripped the arms of his chair tightly, his voice cold as he stated, "At last, the trainer with the shiny Charizard has made an appearance." The disappearance of Zeline and Ruaching is closely tied to him, since he has engaged in gym challenges. He must be aiming to participate in this year's Colorful Dream Tournament. He commanded that all trainers within the family gather in Colorful City to locate this trainer with the shiny Charizard. The disappearance of Zeline and Ruaching undoubtedly relates to him, and regardless of who stands behind him, he shall pay the price. With a heavy thud, Zivik Mugan slammed his hand on the table. The trainer standing in the center jumped in surprise and shouted, "Yes, Patriarch." Chapter 219, The Colorful Dream Tournament commences. Time flowed gradually, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. The various leaders of the Magma team gathered together, yet they donned no team uniforms, instead wearing casual attire. They were there to accompany Chiyan Hui to the Colorful Dream Tournament and to witness the spectacle. Chiyan Song surveyed the group with a smile, asking, "Is everyone ready?" "We are, leader, we can set off." Fire Village, dressed in hip-hop style clothing, stepped forward to declare, "All right, then let us depart." The couple of natural birds immediately activated teleportation, whisking the members of the Magma team to the outskirts of Colorful City, not far from Magma Island. Colorful City is situated on an island to the southeast. As everyone steadied themselves, they were greeted by a sea of flowers, as if they had stepped into a floral paradise. Chiyan Hui spoke, "Let's spread out and enter Colorful City. Our large group is too conspicuous." "Haha, indeed. Everyone, disperse and use your own methods to enter Colorful City. By the way, during the Colorful Dream Tournament, please refrain from causing any disturbances. We must not disrupt Hui's participation in this, his first and only alliance tournament. Chiyan cheerfully instructed, and the group unanimously agreed. Ultimately, only Chiyan, Chiyan Hui, and Hua Ying remained, along with 2 natural birds. The 3 individuals and 2 birds followed Chiyan Hui, utilizing his identity to blend into Colorful City. Colorful City typically hosts few visitors, but when the Colorful Dream Tournament begins, it becomes a bustling hub, with streets lined with vendors selling various snacks and toys, creating a lively atmosphere. Chiyan Hui remarked, "Dad, let's go register first. Registration closes at 5 this afternoon." "All right, let's go." Chiyan Hui retrieved his Pokédex to check the map and arrived at the registration point. "Hello, please present your 8 badges." Chiyan Hui handed his badge case to the staff. Moments later, the staff returned the badge case to Chiyan Hui, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Akita Hui. You have successfully registered for this tournament. Here is the guidebook for this Colorful Dream Tournament, which contains information on restaurants, accommodations, and competition rules. Please read it thoroughly." "Thank you." Chiyan Hui accepted the badge case and guidebook. "All set, Dad. Let's explore Colorful City." Chiyan cheerfully replied, "Indeed, this is an annual grand event." As dusk approached, Chiyan Hui and his companions arrived at the striking venue of the Colorful Dream Tournament. This venue stood majestically upon a shimmering lake, resembling a palace afloat on water, exuding grandeur. It was ingeniously designed with 6 broad pathways winding from all directions of the lake, guiding guests into this magnificent gathering place. Surrounding the venue was a meticulously arranged circle of battlefields, akin to dazzling jewels embedded along the edges of the grand structure. These battlefields were tiered, with approximately 14 small battlefields distributed across the outer circle, each independent yet harmonizing with one another, providing an exhilarating competitive stage for the preliminary and group rounds. Inward, there lay 5 more spacious and well-equipped mid-sized battlefields, specifically designed for more intense elimination matches, each duel capable of stirring emotions. At the very heart of this venue stood a unique, giant competition arena, akin to the sun surrounded by stars. It not only served as the heart of the entire venue, but also as the focal point of all eyes. This arena, with its monumental scale and state-of-the-art facilities, heralded the impending climax of technical and strategic confrontations, where every participant and spectator would immerse themselves in this unparalleled sporting feast, collectively witnessing the arrival of glorious moments. At precisely 5 in the afternoon, the opening ceremony of the Colorful Dream Tournament commenced. The opening gala featured a solemn yet exhilarating event, the lighting of the torch. During this segment, elegantly dressed torchbearers, embodying supreme honor and hope, carried dazzling torches, embarking on a significant journey of relay. The sacred flame, like a winding path of light, traversed through the crowd and scenery, ultimately leading all eyes and emotions toward the pinnacle of the grand sports arena. As the last torchbearer took steady steps, the torch was raised high, aimed at the meticulously designed flame bowl atop the competition venue. Under the gaze of thousands, the sacred flame was ignited with precision and solemnity, instantly radiating brilliant light that illuminated the entire venue, igniting the passion and dreams within the hearts of everyone present. This blazing sacred flame not only symbolized the eternal spirit of challenge, but also marked the official commencement of this grand competition, heralding an impending contest of speed, strength, and perseverance. In this moment, brilliance soared, passion surged, and all hearts connected tightly with the rhythm of the sacred flame, collectively welcoming the magnificent launch of this grand event. After witnessing the grand opening ceremony, the exhilarating battles commenced. At this moment, Chiyan Hui stood upon a modest battleground, awaiting the arrival of his opponent. This year's Caillou Conference boasted over 900 participants, yet only 256 would advance to the official competition today. Consequently, most contestants would need to compete in 2 rounds, while the fortunate few would require only 1. The battles were conducted in a 1v1 format, enabling swift determination of the victor. Before long, Chiyan Hui's opponent arrived, a young girl. Upon her arrival, she immediately began to apologize. "I am terribly sorry, Akita Hui. I couldn't locate my battleground in time, which caused me to arrive a bit late. Please forgive me." After the opening ceremony, all competitors had the opportunity to check the hall for their battlegrounds and opponents. As this information was continuously displayed on the large screen in the lobby, Chiyan Hui, unfazed, smiled and said, "Now that you are here, let us begin." 2 minutes later, Chiyan Hui turned and departed from the battleground, leaving behind a stunned referee and the young girl. At that moment, the girl gazed in shock at her fallen Lizard King, her ace Pokémon. To be cautious, she had chosen to deploy Lizard King first to secure her advancement to the next round. However, What had just transpired? It appeared that her opponent had unleashed a Dragonite, which effortlessly defeated her Lizard King in a single strike. Realizing this, tears began to well in the girl's eyes. A year's worth of effort had evaporated in an instant. Chapter 220. The Zific family discovers Chiyan Hui's identity. Perhaps due to the swiftness of Chiyan Hui's victory, he soon encountered his second opponent. Just as he was about to leave the main hall for the next battleground, he suddenly spotted a striking figure, a handsome man clad in a black suit with a red tie, his light blue hair setting him apart. Recognizing the attire, Chiyan Hui paused and murmured, "Daigo?" Upon hearing his name, the handsome man turned to Chiyan Hui with a look of confusion, but in the next moment, his expression sharpened as he recognized the man before him, the trainer with the rare-colored Charizard. "Akita Hui, I did not expect to encounter you here. We sent someone to investigate in Aoki town, but you had not returned. Where have you been? Are you connected to the deaths of my aunt and cousin?" Chiyan Hui was taken aback that the Zific family had already uncovered his identity. Nonetheless, he replied nonchalantly, "Do you wish to know? If you manage to defeat me, I shall reveal the answer in 1 minute." After speaking, Chiyan Hui dismissed Daigo and proceeded towards the second battleground. Daigo cast a lingering glance at Chiyan Hui's retreating figure before checking on his own second-round opponent. Upon arriving at the battleground, Chiyan Hui once again sent forth his Dragonite, effortlessly defeating his adversary. Although he was not particularly fond of the name Dragonite, preferring to call it by its previous name, Bloodwing Dragon, it had proven itself worthy. As the other Pokémon in his team reached the quasi-champion level, Bloodwing Dragon had also strived and succeeded in breaking through to the quasi-champion tier just yesterday. This is why Chiyan Hui had chosen to showcase it, leading to swift victories against 2 opponents, thus securing his place among the top 256 in the Kaiyu Conference. The following morning, the official matches of the Kaiyu Conference commenced, featuring doubles battles aimed at determining the top 32, an event that would span approximately 2 days. In this format, Chiyan Hui excelled, as the advantages of his Sunny team were particularly pronounced. He deployed a combination of Ninetales and Leafin, sweeping through the competition and successfully entering the top 32. Concurrently, Chiyan Hui's formidable prowess garnered the attention of numerous reporters, who dubbed him and Daigo of the Zific family the twin stars of this year's Kaiyu Conference. Historically, gym-level trainers had the opportunity to vie for the championship title. Yet this year witnessed the emergence of 2 quasi-champion level trainers, leaving all in the Hoenn region in awe, a once-in-a-century occurrence. While there had been instances of quasi-champion trainers in previous conferences, they had typically numbered only 1 and lacked the overwhelming presence of these 2. The final showdown was anticipated to be the clash between Akita Hui and Daigo. Upon returning to the audience, Chiyan Song remarked gravely, "Hui, it seems you have encountered a worthy opponent. Daigo's strength is formidable." Chiyan Hui smiled lightly. "I am aware of Daigo's prowess, but I am confident I will emerge victorious." Observing the unwavering confidence radiating from Chiyan Hui, Chiyan Song could not help but be momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter, his chuckles growing louder. "Haha, splendid. No wonder you're my son." In a villa within Kaiyu City, Zific Mushin sat in a commanding position, solemnly inquiring, "Have we discerned the origins of this Akita Hui? He is undoubtedly not from Aoki town, nor could his parents possibly be ordinary individuals. Just the annual million is beyond what 2 common people could afford." The respectful butler responded, "Sir, we have investigated various families and powers within the Hoenn region, and have concluded that Akita Hui is likely affiliated with the Magma Gang. Firstly, his red hair is identical to that of Chiyan Song from Magma Island, and Aoki town is in close proximity to Suijin City, where the Magma Gang is particularly active. A year ago, a grave incident occurred in the Johto region's Charizard Valley, where a group invaded and murdered the Guardian, who had already achieved initial champion-level strength. This incident led to the loss of numerous Charizards and Pokémon eggs. Based on the evidence at the scene, the assailant was a master of Fire-type Pokémon, possessing at least peak champion-level strength, as they easily overpowered the Guardian, preventing any chance of escape. Subsequently, when Akita Hui began his journey, a rare-colored Charizard suddenly appeared. It is worth noting that small Fire-type Pokémon do not inhabit the Hoenn region. Thus, acquiring one could only be achieved through other means. Moreover, Madame Zeline and young Master Ruiching lost their lives while attempting to seize that rare-colored Charizard. Few possess the capability to slay both Madame Zeline and young Master Ruiching. Evidence suggests that the assailant was also an expert in Fire-type Pokémon, employing extensive Fire-type techniques. Based on the circumstances, it is likely they utilized the Fire-type ultimate technique, Flamethrower. The most renowned Fire-type Pokémon trainer in the Hoenn region is none other than Chiyan Song of the Magma Gang. From our deductions, It appears that Madame Zeline and young Master Ruiching sought to acquire that rare-colored Charizard, but encountered Chiyan Song, who was secretly guarding his son, resulting in their tragic demise. Zifik Mushin gripped the arms of his chair tightly, his silence palpable. The butler paused before continuing. Sir, Chiyan Song of the Magma Gang revealed champion-level strength months ago. And each of the 3 major officers within the Magma Gang is formidable, possessing peak quasi-champion capabilities. We are currently unaware if any of them have made further advancements. Should they have, the Magma Gang will become an even more daunting adversary. As the butler fell silent, the subordinate could only present all the information available, leaving the decision-making to the clan leader. Mu Jin turned to Dawu, inquiring in a low voice, "What are your thoughts, Dawu?" After a moment of contemplation, Dawu responded, "Though the lava team possesses formidable strength, our Zavyukik family is not to be underestimated. Father, you have also ascended to the champion level, haven't you?" Mu Jin nodded, not concealing the truth. Dawu continued, "With your champion-level prowess, dealing with Chiyan Song should be manageable. As for the officers and subordinates of the lava team, we can rely on the Hoenn Alliance. Do not forget, the lava team is an evil organization in the Hoenn region, and the Alliance has an obligation to eradicate such nefarious elements." Chapter 221. If they wish to fight, let them come. Dawu, though fond of collecting stones, is far from foolish. On the contrary, he is quite astute, immediately addressing the crux of the issue. "We can harness the power of the Hoenn Alliance." Dawu elaborated, "With the assistance of the Hoenn Alliance, eliminating the lava team will not be a daunting task. In fact, with their support, the defeat of Chiyan Song is entirely feasible. If the Dragon-type elite, Yuan Ji, intervenes, he alone could sweep through the entire lava team. He has been at the champion level for many years, yet remains in the position of one of the 4 heavenly kings without advancing." Upon hearing this, Mu Jin slightly shook his head, saying, "Forget about Yuan Ji. His relationship with the Hoenn Alliance is exceedingly complex and cannot be clarified in a moment. Do not place your hopes on him. You see, Yuan Ji has not heeded the orders of the Alliance for many years. He now spends his days at sea as a captain, relishing his freedom and rescuing those who have fallen overboard." Dawu paused, frowning as he remarked, "If Yuan Ji does not intervene, then with the other 3 heavenly kings, we can still defeat Chiyan Song. At that time, Father, you can hold off Chiyan Hui's fiery steed, while the other 3 heavenly kings, accompanied by members of the Hoenn Alliance and our Zavyukik family, can launch a combined assault on the lava team. After vanquishing them, we can focus our efforts on Chiyan Song, now that he has reached champion level. If we do not restrain him, the Hoenn Alliance will find it impossible to take action against the lava team. We could even reach out to the ocean team. They have always been adversaries of the lava team and would likely wish to eradicate them as well." Haha. Mu Jin suddenly burst into laughter. "Dawu, you have not disappointed me. With your strategy of alliances, the annihilation of the lava team is inevitable. I shall seek out President Damalanki of the Hoenn Alliance to discuss the eradication of the lava team. Butler, you are responsible for contacting the ocean team. Our company should have dealings with them. Reach out to them directly and inquire if they are willing to join forces to eliminate the lava team. Once the lava team is destroyed, the Hoenn region will belong solely to the ocean team." The butler respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." At that moment, Dawu interjected, "Father, I wish to defeat Akita Hui in a fair and square manner. So can we postpone the assault on the lava team until after the Caillou conference concludes? With Akita Hui participating in the competition, the lava team and Chiyan Song's members will undoubtedly come to witness the final showdown. At that time, we can capture them all at once." Mu Jin nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall fulfill your request." Having said this, Mu Jin departed to seek out Damalanki, to deliberate on how to collaborate in addressing the looming threat of the lava team. The lava team had been developing at an astonishing pace recently. Not only had Chiyan Song reached champion level, but they had also established a black market, hosting regular auctions. This provided immense benefits for the lava team's growth. Unbeknownst to Mu Jin, the lava team was also engaged in ocean shipping and trading Pokémon with other regions. The officers and subordinates of the lava team, having established a hierarchy, received their due resources, significantly enhancing their individual strengths. The tiered system proposed by Chiyan Hui proved exceedingly beneficial. Trainee members, ordinary members, elite members, senior level, core members, gym leader level, stewards, quasi-elite, and officers, 6 quasi-elites. This classification allowed members of the lava team to clearly identify their advancement goals and understand the resource allocation they should expect at their respective stages. With wealth, resources, a market, and high-quality Pokémon at their disposal, if the lava team could not develop rapidly, it would reflect poorly upon them. Soon, The elimination rounds of the Caillou Conference commenced, with 32 trainers vying for the championship. In these rounds, the 32 competitors engaged in full battles utilizing 6 Pokémon each. On battlefields featuring grass, rock, water, and ice terrains determined by a roulette. When 3 Pokémon from one side were incapacitated, a temporary halftime break would be called to change the battlefield. To claim the championship, one must win 5 full battles. The elimination rounds began swiftly, proving arduous for most trainers. However, for Chiyan Hui and Dawu, a single Pokémon could effortlessly secure victory against 6, requiring little effort. This elimination round extended longer than any before, lasting a full week before determining the final 2 trainers. Without question, they were Chiyan Hui and Dawu. The final match between them was scheduled for the following day. That afternoon, the Shadow Ninja found Chiyan Song, wearing a grave expression, and whispered, "Chief, we have received word from our inside man within the Ocean Team. They are mobilizing en masse towards Caillou City, but their intent remains unclear." Caillou City. Chiyan Song's pupils constricted as he sneered. That brute, Shui Wudong, has no wits about him. His arrival in Caillou City can only mean 2 things. Either he has lost his mind and wishes to eliminate members of the Hoenn Alliance, or his target is us. As he spoke, a fierce glint crossed Chiyan Song's face, and he continued, "Given Shui Wudong's intellect, he likely cannot fathom we would be here. Thus, there remains only one possibility. The Hoenn Alliance or other forces have deduced Akihui's identity and intend to surround us. With the Hoenn Alliance involved, they must be taking action. Otherwise, Shui Wudong would not come to Caillou City, the stronghold of the Hoenn Alliance. Only with the Alliance's participation would Shui Wudong bring the Ocean Team here. They are conspiring to eliminate us, the Lava Team." Upon hearing this, the Shadow Ninja's expression turned grave. "Chief, what shall we do?" Chiyan Song laughed heartily. "Since they wish to fight, let them come. When have I, Chiyan Song, ever been afraid? This is Akihui's first participation in the Alliance Conference. He has worked tirelessly for this moment, and I shall not let him down. Shadow Ninja, relay the message for all trainers of gym leader level and above in the Lava Team to assemble. I will send the natural bird to retrieve them. This time, we, the Lava Team, shall engage in a grand battle. Let these pampered elites witness what true courage looks like." Chapter 222, the much-awaited final begins. At this moment, Chiyan Hui was strategizing on how to counter Dawu. Neither he nor Dawu had revealed their true strengths in the preceding matches. Daewu's shiny Metagross has yet to make an appearance, and Chiyan Hui is held back, concealing the mega evolution of his Charizard. This is indeed the true trump card against Daewu's Metagross. Chiyan Song sought out Chiyan Hui, revealing the discoveries made by the Fire Shadow, and then spoke solemnly. "Hui, tomorrow is your final match against Daewu. The Hoenn League and the Ocean Team, likely accompanied by the Zuvok family, will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for you. Here is our plan for tomorrow." The following day, the highly anticipated finals of the Hoenn League's colorful conference commenced. The host stepped into the center of the arena, raising his voice to the crowd. "Welcome, everyone present, and those watching at home. You have arrived at the annual finals of the colorful conference. This year's championship will be contested between 2 prodigious trainers. Let us invite both competitors to the stage. First, we welcome Akihita Hui from Leaf Town. Though he hails from a small settlement, he possesses the extraordinarily rare shiny Charizard and has battled his way to the finals with remarkable prowess." As the host announced, Chiyan Hui emerged from the competitor's tunnel. The moment he stepped out, the thousands of spectators turned their attention to him, erupting in cheers. "Ah, Akihita Hui, go for it. Defeat Daewu." The audience's adulation for Chiyan Hui far outnumbered that for Daewu. The reason was clear. Daewu belonged to an illustrious family, while Chiyan Hui appeared to be merely a child from a modest household in Leaf Town. In this moment, Chiyan Hui experienced the sensation of the world focusing upon him, and how the world sparkled because of his presence. The host continued, "Next, let us welcome the young aristocrat from Canas City, the genius known as Zuvok Daewu. Despite his youth, he possesses strength that far surpasses his peers, and with his dashing appearance and affluent background, he is the Prince Charming of countless women." As the host's words echoed, Daewu, clad in a suit, confidently strode from the competitor's tunnel, waving to the throngs of cheering fans, the majority of whom were young women enamored by him. As Chiyan Hui took his position on the battlefield, he scrutinized Daewu, who met his gaze with equal intensity. The 2 competitors locked eyes, unwilling to shy away from each other's stare. With both trainers in place, the referee of the Hoenn League arrived at the side of the battlefield, announcing loudly, "Both competitors are ready. Each side will use 6 Pokémon, with the freedom to switch at any time until all Pokémon are incapacitated." As the referee's words concluded, a spinning wheel appeared on the large screen, determining the initial battlefield. The pointer finally settled on a grass-type arena. The battlefield before Chiyan Hui began to split, revealing a new terrain overrun with wild grasses of varying heights, some towering over a meter, while others barely reached a mere 10 centimeters. Once the battlefield was selected, the referee proclaimed, "Competitors, prepare for battle, begin." At the referee's command, both Chiyan Hui and Daiwu threw their Pokeballs into the arena. With a flash of white light, their Pokemon materialized, glaring at one another with fierce intent. Chiyan Hui summoned his Red Lotus Armored Knight, a Pokemon that had yet to see battle and was absent from the entire Hoenn region. Daiwu, in turn, called forth his Ancient Armor. This Pokemon, clad in azure battle armor, was enveloped in a thick, sturdy shell that showcased unparalleled defensive capabilities. Adorning its neck were 3 pairs of red and white feather-like decorations. Most striking was the shell on its back, bristling with sharp spikes, resembling a miniature fortress, beneath which lay 2 broad and powerful wings. Ancient Armor. A level 63 Pokemon, Beginner Elite 4, possesses dual rock and bug types, with the ability, Battle Armor, which prevents critical hits. Its individual values are perfect, with all 6 stats maxed at 31. Its base stats are HP, 75, Attack, 125, Defense, 100, Special Attack, 70, Special Defense, 80, Speed, 45, totaling 495. Mastered moves include Rock Lock and Rock Slide, while proficient moves encompass Water Gun, Water Burst, Spike Attack, and Stealth Rock. Daiwu eyed the opposing Pokemon with a furrowed brow, muttering, "An unfamiliar Pokemon." Chiyan Hui, observing the Ancient Armor, raised his voice. "Red Lotus Armored Knight, use Smokescreen." The Armored Knight expelled a vast cloud of thick black smoke, peppered with sparks, which rapidly enveloped the Ancient Armor. Daiwu assessed the power of the Smokescreen and remarked quietly, "A Fire-type Pokemon. How fitting for your character." He then shouted, "Ancient Armor, disregard the Smokescreen and use Stealth Rock." Daiwu knew well the Ancient Armor's weakness, its speed. With a speed stat of just 45, it languished at the bottom tier within the Pokemon world. Moreover, the Rock-type Stealth Rock would deal double damage to the Fire-type Red Lotus Armored Knight. Chiyan Hui, hearing Daiwu's command, smirked, "Now's our chance. Red Lotus Armored Knight, use Flame Burst." At this moment, the Smokescreen engulfed the Ancient Armor, obscuring its vision completely. Daiwu's heart sank. He realized that his Pokemon would suffer a hidden disadvantage. If the Ancient Armor abandoned its Stealth Rock attack, it would be a double loss. For now, it had to endure both the Smokescreen and the Flame Burst while completing the Stealth Rock. Ancient Armor, endure and finish the Stealth Rock. Soon, a Flame Burst slipped through the Smokescreen, drifting toward the Ancient Armor, which had just completed summoning the Stealth Rock, now suspended in the air. When the Flame Burst struck the Ancient Armor, it let out a muffled grunt, becoming scorched and suffering the detrimental effect of reduced attack power. Daiwu furrowed his brow and called out loudly, "Ancient Armor, use Earthquake." Since the opponent's position was unclear, a wide-reaching attack was warranted. The Ancient Armor, responding to Daiwu's command, roared and stomped heavily, sending shockwaves emanating outward from its epicenter. Simultaneously, Chiyan Hui shouted, "Red Lotus Armored Knight, unleash Cannon Beam." The Steel-type move would inflict double damage on the Ancient Armor. The smoke could not obscure the Red Lotus Armored Knight's senses. It was acutely aware of the Ancient Armor's location. Upon hearing Chiyan Hui's command, it released a silver beam of light directly at the Ancient Armor. The Ancient Armor was sent soaring through the air, yet the fiery knight, Red Lotus, also suffered significant damage from the seismic attack. Daigo, by sheer happenstance, found that ground-type moves inflicted double the effective damage against the Red Lotus. However, the Ancient Armor had just been struck by phosphorescent flames, entering a state of burn that halved its attack power. Thus, the damage inflicted upon the Red Lotus was not particularly exaggerated. In contrast, the Ancient Armor had robustly endured a Cannon Beam, which dealt double damage due to its type disadvantage. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of the Red Lotus were commendably high, substantially mitigating the damage it received. By comparison, the Ancient Armor seemed to be suffering a calamitous loss. On the sidelines, Chiyan Song could not suppress a smile upon witnessing this turn of events. This lad is quite the tactician. Surrounding Chiyan Song were numerous members of Team Magma, all donning their uniforms, albeit cloaked in black trench coats for concealment. Among them were a Lang, a Shan, and Lin Yinan and Zhu Yin from the Johto region, along with Sidna, who had covertly infiltrated Team Rocket. There was no denying that this could be the most significant battle for Team Magma. one that might irrevocably alter the landscape of the Hoenn region. Initially, Chiyan Song had not intended to act so swiftly. He had envisioned expanding their influence in Johto before confronting Team Aqua and the Hoenn League. However, plans often change unexpectedly. If the Hoenn League, the Zvok family, and Team Aqua were eager to escalate matters, then so be it. Consequently, Chiyan Song dispatched the natural bird couple to Johto to retrieve Team Magma personnel, including the secretly summoned Sidna. Most astonishingly, Sidna had managed to entwine herself with Team Rocket Sachi, altering Sachi's very orientation. The two had become lovers, and Sachi had now arrived at the Colorful U conference to support her boyfriend. Oh no, her girlfriend. Truth be told, Sidna was rather charming, despite her penchant for smoking, drinking, and perming her hair. When Chiyan Song saw Sidna return with Sachi, his eyes widened in disbelief. Upon learning that Sachi was an undercover agent sent by Team Galaxy to infiltrate Team Rocket, Chiyan Song was utterly flabbergasted. Sidna had unwittingly brought a spy into her fold and turned her into an ally. This maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. Currently, all trainers of gym-level strength and above from Team Magma had congregated at the Colorful U conference. At this moment, Chiyan Hui, observing the advantageous position of the Red Lotus, called out urgently, "Do not grant them an opportunity. Utilize Psychic." The Psychic-type move was arguably the swiftest in terms of attack speed among all techniques. Upon receiving the command, the Red Lotus's eyes gleamed with a radiant white light, and a surge of potent psychic energy surged forth, striking down upon the ancient armor, which was just preparing to rise. The forceful impact slammed it back into the ground. Daigo, taken aback by the ferocity of the assault, found himself momentarily stunned. Throughout all prior battles, he had been dominating, which left him with little actual combat experience. Despite his remarkable talent and the battle experience he had accumulated from a handful of encounters, he had never faced a situation where he was at such a disadvantage. In contrast, Chiyan Hui had trained countless times in the wild, boasting a level of combat experience that far surpassed Daigo's. Chiyan Hui then shouted, "Red Lotus. Deliver the final blow. Use cannon beam." With outstretched arms, the Red Lotus swiftly harnessed steel-type energy, unleashing a formidable silver beam towards the ancient armor, which was still struggling to regain its footing. In a moment of panic, Daigo shouted, "Ancient armor, quickly use protect." However, it was far too late. The ancient armor, still wobbling due to its massive size and weight, was struck by the cannon beam, sending it flying once more, collapsing into unconsciousness and losing all fighting capability. After a brief 2-second pause, the referee declared, "The ancient armor has lost its fighting ability. Please, Trainer Daigo, substitute your Pokémon." The audience erupted in exhilaration upon witnessing the Red Lotus's spectacular series of attacks that effortlessly defeated the ancient armor. What is the name of that Pokémon? I too wish to capture and train one. It is simply magnificent. Many spectators, lacking familiarity with the Pokémon on stage, were unable to gauge the true strength of the two combatants, hampered by the distance. However, those with discerning eyes observed the battlefield with grave expressions. The fact that two quasi-elite level Pokémon were clashing was astonishing. If Akita Hui and Daigo both possessed 6 quasi-elite Pokémon, they were indeed rare trainers of a century. Unlikely as it seemed, given their youth, if they truly had 6 quasi-elite Pokémon at such an age, the future would be quite extraordinary. Never underestimate a genius. Unbeknownst to them, I had traveled to the Unova region and heard about a super genius trainer in the distant Galar region, who, at a young age, had already attained elite-level strength and had never faced defeat. I believe his name was something like Dandy. And if that were not enough, even in the Johto region, there was a prodigious trainer named Adu, who, at a young age, had 6 quasi-elite Pokémon and had battled to the end against a trainer named Kenan, ultimately winning the championship. It was said that Kenan vowed to cultivate a Pokémon capable of countering Adu Chapter 224, the powerful, shiny Metagross. In the neighboring Sinnoh region, a super genius trainer had emerged, and she was a female, possessing an extraordinarily powerful Garchomp, known as Cynthia. It was astonishing how many talented trainers had surfaced across various regions, far surpassing the so-called geniuses of previous years. Was this the heralding of a great era of conflict? Trainers with keen insight and strength could not help but express their awe. In this era of great strife, they, who once held a semblance of strength, were reduced to mere ants. Meanwhile, the battle between Daigo and Chiyan Hui continued unabated. Daigo's initial deployment of Stealth Rock had indeed caused some trouble for Chiyan Hui, but merely a minor inconvenience. With Chiyan Hui's wealth of battle experience, Daigo's Pokémon were swiftly losing their ability to fight. The Ancient Armor, Cradle Lily, Armor Bird, and Psychic Golem had all succumbed in battle. At this juncture, Daigo's fifth Pokémon. His strongest aside from the shiny Metagross, the quasi-elite Boscodora, also fell before the swift Ninetales. There was simply no chance. Ninetales was too fast. And with the sunny weather induced by its ability, Boscodora, which had somewhat weak special defense, was swiftly overwhelmed. Daigo's expression darkened considerably. He had anticipated a balanced contest. Yet he was taken aback to find that with each Pokémon he lost, his opponent seamlessly swapped in their own. This led to the unfortunate situation where Daigo had already lost 5 Pokémon, yet Akihiko maintained the combat readiness of all his creatures. However, Daigo had not yet surrendered. He still possessed his trump card, his shiny Metagross. He firmly believed that Metagross could single-handedly vanquish all 6 of his opponent's Pokémon. With fervor, Daigo released the Pokeball containing his shiny Metagross, exclaiming loudly, "It's up to you now, Metagross." Akihiko also recalled his Ninetales into its Pokeball before unleashing his shiny Charizard, bellowing, "Charizard, come forth and show them what you can do." As radiant light flickered, the shiny Metagross and shiny Charizard materialized on the battlefield. The shiny Metagross gleamed with a silvery hue, its body resembling a disc, with robust legs extending from all 4 sides. Its eyes glowed red, and an X-shaped silver metallic cross adorned its face. With its eyes positioned at the lower corners of the X, gazing at his shiny Metagross, Daigo felt a resurgence of confidence. After all, this particular Metagross provided him with an immense sense of security. Akihiko, however, regarded it with a serious demeanor, recognizing the formidable nature of the shiny Metagross, and understood the necessity of approaching this battle with utmost caution. Shiny Metagross, level 69, peak of champion tier, a dual steel and psychic type Pokémon. Possesses the ability Clear Body, which prevents its stats from being lowered by moves and abilities of opponents or allies, such as Intimidate. Its individual values are perfect at 6V, with all 6 stats maxed at 31. Base stats: HP, 80, attack, 135, defense, 130, special attack, 95, special defense, 90, speed, 70, totaling 600. Signature move, Meteor Mash. Mastered moves, Psychic Fist, Magnet Rise, Agility, and Stealth Rock. Upon reviewing this, Akihiko's expression grew increasingly grave. He had not anticipated that this shiny Metagross had already mastered a signature-level move, which indicated that it could soon ascend to the champion level. It was no wonder Daigo was revered as the pride of the Hoenn region. While the shiny Metagross was undeniably powerful, Akihiko's own shiny Charizard was no slouch, especially under the influence of clear sunny weather. Akihiko shouted, "Charizard, unleash Flamethrower." Charizard roared and expelled an immensely thick column of fire toward the shiny Metagross. Daigo calmly commanded, "Metagross, shatter it with Meteor Mash." The shiny Metagross remained unfazed by the incoming inferno, silently gathering energy in its fist. As the fiery column approached, Metagross swung its fist with relentless force, charging through the Flamethrower's impact toward Charizard. Akihiko's pupils constricted, prompting him to quickly shout, "Charizard, ascend into the sky and use Fire Spin." Charizard abruptly ceased its Flamethrower, flapping its wings rapidly to soar into the air, then unleashed spirals of flame downward, encircling Metagross. Observing Charizard's retreat, Daigo's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. Had Charizard continued its direct confrontation, Metagross would have seized the opportunity to close the distance. After all, Metagross excelled in close combat. Akihiko too had sensed something amiss with Metagross enduring the Flamethrower's force, prompting him to swiftly command Charizard to take to the skies. On the ground, Metagross confronted the engulfing Fire Spin and effortlessly shattered it with a single punch. Witnessing this, Akihiko cast a deep glance at the shiny Metagross, then solemnly declared, "Daigo, your shiny Metagross is indeed formidable, so I shall not hold back any longer." Akihiko extended his hand to his chest, proclaiming, "Charizard, Mega Evolve." Charizard let out a fierce roar as the Mega Stone embedded in its neck radiated colorful light. This light enveloped Charizard rapidly. What was happening? Had he heard correctly? Was Charizard capable of another evolution? What was that he just shouted? Mega Evolution. The audience was left in stunned silence, while only the members of the Magma team observed this scene with calm expressions, as many among them possessed Mega Stones. In the largely unknown regions of Hoenn and Johto, these stones were merely collectibles for enthusiasts. Through fervent collection, the Magma team had acquired the majority of Megastones from both regions. This was the foundation of Akihiko's confidence in opposing the Pokémon League, the Zabuchi family, and the Oceanic Team's alliance. After all, without adequate strength, who would dare to challenge the heights? At that moment, Daigo gazed at the dazzling Charizard in the sky, enveloped in a prism of colors. and he too was left in a state of bewilderment. What transpired before him transcended his understanding, especially in such a crucial battle wielded by his opponent. Anyone in Daigo's position would find themselves equally dumbfounded. Chapter 225, Mega Charizard vs. Shiny Metagross. In an instant, the vibrant light surrounding Charizard dissipated, revealing Mega Charizard Hui to all present in Hoenn, including the viewers at home. The previously dim fireball in the sky suddenly reignited, replacing the lackluster orb. The weather reverted to a sunny state once more. What was this? Charizard's appearance had changed significantly. Its very form had transformed. This was indeed a true evolution. Mega Charizard Hui released an exhilarating roar, startling the entire arena with its thunderous sound. Daigo, feeling the weight of the extraordinary presence emanating from the transformed Charizard, sensed a palpable shift in momentum. The previous Charizard had possessed an aura that was somewhat inferior to that of his Metagross. Yet now, after the infusion of that radiant light, it exuded an intensity that surpassed even his Metagross. Metagross, exercise caution. This opponent is no ordinary foe. The expression of Metagross mirrored Daigo's concern as it fixed its gaze intently upon the soaring Mega Charizard Hui. Metagross, utilize Magnet Rise. Daigo contemplated the strategy, opting for a preemptive strike by allowing Metagross to float, for otherwise, it would struggle against the aerial advantage of the peculiar Charizard. Akihiko, catching Daigo's intent, smiled lightly and commanded, Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Hearing the command, Mega Charizard Hui let out an exuberant roar, opening its mouth to emit a flame column even narrower than before. Although the column was thinner, its hue had transformed from a bright red to a deep crimson, a testament to the high compression of its fire-type energy. Now, Charizard had honed Flamethrower to the pinnacle of mastery, merely a step away from achieving the signature-level status. Such was the remarkable aptitude of the shiny Charizard. At the outset, Daigo remained oblivious to the impending threat. His initial plan was to have Metagross activate Magnet Rise, then counter the Flamethrower with Meteor Mash as it approached. Thus, Daigo did not impede Metagross from continuing to utilize electromagnetic levitation. However, he soon discerned something amiss, primarily due to the striking hue of the fiery column, which was an alarming dark red. At this juncture, Metagross had completed its use of electromagnetic levitation, yet the jet of flames was now upon it, leaving no room for evasion. The most prudent course of action was to persist with Meteor Mash as a defensive maneuver. Metagross, employ Meteor Mash with all our might. Metagross sensed the intimidation emanating from the dark red fire column and roared in defiance, its fist glowing with radiance before hurtling towards the fiery column like a shooting star. Bang, bang, bang. The successive Meteor Mashes collided with the jet of flames. Yet the situation was a stark contrast to before. Previously, Metagross had charged towards Charizard while employing Meteor Mash. Now, although the move remained unchanged, the result was that the jet of flames was forcing Metagross to retreat. In this scenario, not only was Metagross unable to advance, but it struggled to remain stationary. Daigo, witnessing this predicament, anxiously shouted, Metagross. Metagross exerted itself, but faced with such a concentrated jet of flames, it found no better alternative. Even though Metagross had unleashed its full power, it was still being pushed back gradually. This continuous clash was the most draining on stamina and energy. After all, Mega Charizard Hui was perpetually unleashing its jet of flames, while Metagross was incessantly using Meteor Mash. Now it was a matter of which side would succumb first. However, the circumstances were favorable for Mega Charizard Hui, as the jet of flames was steadily driving Metagross back. Should it be forced beyond the battlefield's boundary, the consequences would be dire. Daigo frantically urged, Metagross, hold your ground. You cannot retreat any further. Upon hearing Daigo's voice, Metagross summoned its resolve, firmly planting its feet into the ground, leveraging the Earth's support to withstand the impact of the jet of flames. After a moment of stalemate, Chiyan called out, Charizard, it's time. With this command, Mega Charizard Hui finally ceased its assault, taking a few labored breaths, yet under the bright sky. It was swiftly absorbing an inexhaustible supply of fire-type energy to recuperate. Conversely, the shiny Metagross was gasping heavily. Despite its efforts to anchor itself in the ground against the onslaught of flames, it had absorbed all the impact. Fortunately, Metagross's physique was remarkably sturdy and durable. Otherwise, such a relentless endurance test would have surely resulted in severe injury. While not gravely wounded, it had nonetheless expended a significant amount of energy. Chiyan gestured and proclaimed, Charizard, unleash overheat. At this point, Metagross was already low on stamina. It could withstand the jet of flames, but could not endure overheat, which would explode upon contact. Mega Charizard Y roared, rapidly coalescing a massive character of flame in the sky, then directing it towards Metagross. Daigo, unwilling to let Metagross absorb another hit with Meteor Mash, shouted, Metagross, use Hyper Beam to intercept the overheat in midair. The explosion from overheat could be a double-edged sword. While it would cause tremendous damage if it struck Metagross, it also risked being detonated prematurely by the opponent in midair. Just like now, as Metagross unleashed Hyper Beam, it struck the overheat and successfully triggered the explosion. Boom. The overheat erupted, sending smoke billowing in all directions. Chiyan, however, smiled knowingly and shouted, now, Charizard, use Heat Wave. He had anticipated that the overheat would be detonated by the opposing move. Thus it served merely as a decoy for the upcoming heat wave. High above, Mega Charizard Y flapped its wings vigorously, sending waves of fiery red-hot winds cascading towards the ground. At that moment, Metagross had just finished using Hyper Beam and was in a state of exhaustion, making it exceedingly difficult to evade the broad-reaching heat wave. Consequently, Metagross was directly struck by the fiery onslaught. Chapter 226. A resounding defeat for Daigo. Fire-type moves inflicted double damage against Metagross, which was already heavily fatigued. Thus, the heat wave's assault was like adding insult to injury. Metagross's consciousness began to wane, yearning to succumb to the ground. Seeing this, Daigo's eyes turned red, and he cried out with anguish, Metagross. In response to Daigo's desperate call, the somewhat dazed Metagross suddenly rallied its strength. Observing this, Chiyan raised an eyebrow and remarked, Daigo, your shiny Metagross is indeed remarkable. Entrusted to a diligent trainer, it could have surely reached the elite level by now. While your training prowess is commendable, you have ultimately squandered its potential. Charizard, deliver the final blow with Jet Flame. Mega Charizard Y unleashed another dark red fire column aimed directly at Metagross. At this moment, Daigo, still contemplating Chiyan's recent words, reacted a beat too slowly, ultimately having to helplessly command, Metagross, use Protect. Metagross immediately conjured a white barrier before itself, successfully shielding against the oncoming jet of flames. Meanwhile, in the audience, Zyvo gritted his teeth, astonished that Daigo's formidable strength appeared so futile against Chiyan's offspring. Had he not harbored hope for a comeback from Metagross, he would have rushed down long ago. Witnessing Metagross's feeble attempt to shield itself, Mujin coldly instructed, issue the order. Once Daigo is defeated, immediately announce Chiyan's identity over the loudspeakers, and I will lead a charge to obliterate this wretched child. Yes, Chief. The trainers of the Zyvo family respectfully withdrew. Meanwhile, the Oceanic Squad S. Mizuki, accompanied by the elite members and 3 top executives, observed the battle from a corner of the venue. Mizuki, after witnessing the unfolding events, gravely remarked, thank goodness the Zyvo family reached out to us, otherwise, we would remain oblivious to the fact that this prodigious trainer, Akita Hai, is indeed Chiyan's son. If given a few more years, there will be no place for us in the Hoenn region. The Hoenn League president and the 3 elite members were all perched upon a high platform, intently watching the battle. Dark-type elite member Huiwe expressed his excitement, stating, this Charizard is truly powerful. It can actually suppress Metagross. Damaranchi cast a sidelong glance at him, admonishing, Huiwe, remember your station. Upon hearing this, Huiwe's expression stiffened, falling silent, though a flicker of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes. Damaranchi continued, Huiwe, swiftly eliminate the remaining forces of the Magma team, and then proceed to support Mujin. I wish to avoid any unforeseen developments today, understood? Yes, esteemed leader. Huiwe replied respectfully, lacking any hint of dissent. Damaranchi nodded in satisfaction and continued, Furong, Bonnie, you shall remain here for the time being. Assess where assistance is needed before proceeding. If all goes well, your involvement may not be necessary at all. The Ocean team will also take action. It is imperative that you conserve your strength to thwart any potential upheaval they might instigate. Furong smiled sweetly. Thank you, esteemed chairman. Bonnie subtly inclined her head in agreement. Upon hearing this, Huiwe felt a renewed sense of imbalance within, yet he chose to endure it. At that moment, on the battlefield, as Metagross executed its defensive maneuver, Daiwu immediately shouted, Metagross, unleash Rock Slide, followed by Spike Cannon. Metagross swiftly concentrated its energy, summoning rocks that cascaded from the heavens towards the Mega Charizard Y. Chiyan Hui shouted, Charizard, utilize Wing Attack to evade the Rock Slide, while simultaneously employing Flamethrower. As the Rock Slide was successfully dodged, the spikes emerging from the ground failed to strike the airborne Charizard. However, Charizard's Flamethrower obliterated Metagross entirely. In the critical moment, Daiwu's focus faltered. He was solely preoccupied with the possibility of a comeback, neglecting to consider the aftermath of the rock slide being evaded. Daiwu stood in a daze, fixated on the unfolding scene. Just then, a voice resonated through the venue's loudspeaker. "I am the minister of the League's prosecutor department. According to our investigation by the Hoenn League's prosecutors, Chiyan Hui is the son of the nefarious organization, Team Magma's Chiyan Hui, whose true name is Chiyan Hui. I hereby announce that his results in this colorful conference are nullified, and he is to be arrested forthwith to provide an explanation to the public." With the conclusion of this announcement, the entire venue, along with the Hoenn region, erupted into an uproar. What? This Chiyan Hui is actually affiliated with Team Magma? No wonder his prowess was so formidable. He was indeed one of them. Could it be that Daiwu's championship was saved? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Mushin, accompanied by members of the Zivki family, rushed onto the battlefield. The final venue was expansive, larger than a school football field, capable of accommodating numerous combatants. This was also why the Hoenn League permitted the arrest of Chiyan Hui after the colorful conference concluded. The Ocean team refrained from charging in immediately. They opted to bide their time and assess the situation. Although they yearned to eliminate Chiyan Hui, they deemed it prudent to wait. As Mushin and his entourage arrived at the battlefield, Team Magma's members suddenly appeared before them in a flash. Clad in their uniforms, they presented a formidable front. Chiyan Hui smiled faintly. "Mushin, what is this? Do you enjoy bullying the weak? Come, let me see you try." With that, Chiyan Hui tossed forth his Pokeball. And in a flash of light, his Pokémon, Blaziken, Weezing, and Houndoom, materialized, leaving the Crobat for Chiyan Hui's defense. As Chiyan Hui released his Pokémon, Team Magma's members followed suit, unleashing their own creatures, the Lava Snail, Cursed Doll, Houndoom, Blaziken, and Charizard. Upon witnessing this, Mushin's expression grew grave, realizing that the three elite executives of Team Magma possessed champion-level strength. What was going on? Moreover, they were flanked by numerous trainers of near-champion and gym leader caliber. "Shu Wudong, Huaiwe, why do you still hesitate to act?" Mushin had no choice but to rally others to withstand the mounting pressure. As his words fell, Shu Wudong led the Ocean team members forth, shedding their outer garments to reveal the uniforms of the Ocean team underneath. Chapter 227, The Arrival of Sidolin. "Mushin, do not be so hasty. The Ocean team will uphold our promises," Shu Wudong declared. Meanwhile, Huaiwe, riding on a flying Pokémon, took a position nearby, silently releasing her ace Pokémon, a champion-level Absol. Mushin released his Pokeball, and with a flash of light, a champion-level Porygon-Z emerged, followed closely by a champion-level Metagross and Skarmory. With a hearty laugh, Chiyan Hui remarked, "What great fortune have I, Chiyan Hui, to have the Zivki family, the Ocean team, and the Hoenn League unite against me. However, since you have all gathered, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out one by one." He then tossed another Pokeball, and with a mighty roar, Sidolin took the stage. At this moment, the need for stealth was rendered moot, as both sides had summoned their most formidable champions. This particular Sidolin was the one discovered by Chiyan Hui within the Drought Cavern, resembling a turtle. It possessed orange-red eyes and a metallic sheen on its head. Its reddish-brown body was adorned with brown and orange spots, while its limbs were embellished with metallic anklets, each paw arranged in a cruciform pattern. In the shadows, its form appeared deep gray, enhancing its air of mystery. Sidolin was immensely powerful, having reached the pinnacle of champion level, yet it bore a critical weakness: quadruple vulnerability to ground-type moves. Regrettably, Blaziken possessed ground attributes, and with Mega Evolution and the Life Orb, this Mega Blaziken triumphed over Sidolin, a champion-level Pokémon. This unfortunate outcome was partly due to Sidolin's prolonged dormancy. Despite its strength, it lacked direction and had forgotten its combat instincts during its slumber. This led to a tragic turn of events, at least for Sidolin. However, under the loving care of Mega Blaziken and the boundless supply of high-grade energy cubes, Chiyan Hui successfully tamed Sidolin through a combination of rewards and threats. Legendary Pokémon tend to slumber due to insufficient energy reserves, utilizing sleep as a means to restore their vitality. Yet, with the nourishment of top-tier energy cubes, Sidolin finally regained its full strength. As Mushin, Shu Wutong, Huaiwe, and others beheld Sidolin's emergence, they instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by its formidable presence. The situation was far from over. Chiyan Hui called out, "Blaziken, Mega Evolve." Members of Team Magma echoed the command. Cursed Doll, Mega Evolve. Blaziken, Mega Evolve. Charizard, Mega Evolve. A kaleidoscope of colors enveloped these Pokémon, and in the blink of an eye, a myriad of Mega Pokémon manifested before the crowd. Huaiwe exclaimed in terror, "Damaranchi, if you don't make a move now, I shall flee. Just then, Damaranchi, flanked by Furong and Bonnie, emerged with a grave expression, admonishing, "What is the panic? I am still very much alive." He then fixed his gaze sternly upon Sidolin, stating, "Sidolin, you are a legendary Pokémon. Why submit to another's control? Withdraw, and I shall provide you with a comfortable resting place and abundant resources." Yet, Sidolin merely smirked in disdain, thinking, "What does this old man take me for? I, too, have my dignity. That human has promised me that after his demise, Team Magma will continue to provide for me, ensuring I never go hungry or need to slumber again." Observing Damaranchi's arrival, Chiyan Hui's expression grew serious as he proclaimed, "Damaranchi, today, I shall usurp the position of League Chairman." The fiery camel unleashed its radiant sunlight. Damaranchi promptly released his Pokeball, summoning a Regice before the astonished crowd. The Regice, sculpted from ice, bore a face adorned with yellow, seven-pointed star patterns. Its legs tapered like cones, while its cylindrical arms extended into 3 crystalline fingers at each end. 4 icy spikes protruded symmetrically from its back. This was Damaranchi's trump card. A champion-level Regice. Mugwa shouted furiously, "Bashikadola, summon a sandstorm to counter the opponent's sunlight." Yet, Chihua quickly interjected, "Sidolin, unleash a lava storm to attack Bashikadola and the surrounding foes." Sidolin roared with excitement. It had been ages since it last battled. In the wild, a single encounter could drain enough energy to require years of slumber to recover. But now, there was no need to panic. Sidolin unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth, which swiftly coiled toward Bashikadola, forming a fiery whirlwind that engulfed it. The surrounding spectators were caught in the chaos. The astute fled quickly to avoid calamity, while the slower ones were instantly turned to char. Huiwa clutched Absol tightly and whispered, "Take me to safety, Absol." Absol cast a disdainful glance at Huiwa before swiftly leading her away. During their escape, Huiwa indignantly murmured, "What was that look? This is a strategic retreat." Huiwa had no intention of fighting hard, especially against such formidable opponents. She simply sought to hide and assess the situation. The super fiery camel's sunlight technique was swiftly deployed, but Bashikadola's sandstorm was rendered ineffective. The might of the lava storm was overwhelming. Bashikadola's strength lay in its physical defense, not its special defense. Observing the lava storm, Mugwa exclaimed, "Bashikadola, use heavy slam to break free from the lava storm's grasp." Heeding the command, Bashikadola abandoned the sandstorm and shone with a silver aura as it charged towards the lava storm. While Mugwa's strategy was commendable, he underestimated the power of the lava storm and overestimated Bashikadola's capabilities. Halfway through the charge, Bashikadola's silver energy was nearly depleted, forcing it to retreat. Any further advance would leave it devoid of combat ability. Seeing this, Damaranchi quickly called out, "Regice, unleash Blizzard to disperse the lava storm and rescue Bashikadola." Regice swiftly conjured a blizzard, directing it towards the lava storm. As the icy winds collided with the flames, a hissing sound erupted, signaling the fierce clash. Chapter 228, The Grand Melee commences. As the techniques of Sidolin and Regice collided, other trainers began seeking their own adversaries. The Ghost-type champion, Furong, faced off against the Lava team's Fiery Goose. The Ice-type champion, Bonnie, confronted the Lava team's Fiery Village. Meanwhile, the Ocean team's Water Wudong found himself targeted by the Lava team's Fire Shadow. Water Wudong, gazing at Fire Shadow, couldn't help but mock. "Am I so insignificant that you've sent a nameless minion to face me?" Fire Shadow replied coolly, "Whether I am a minion or not, you'll find out once we battle." At present, Fire Shadow's power was formidable. Both of his lava snails had reached the champion level, and even his cursed doll had ascended to the same rank thanks to extensive resources invested by Fire Shadow. With 3 champion-level Pokemon at his disposal, including a super-evolved cursed doll, Fire Shadow was brimming with confidence against Water Wudong. Water Wudong smirked and released his Pokemon, a Mook, champion high, a Kingler, champion mid, and a Houndoom, champion low. His ace Pokemon, Gyarados, remained unreleased due to the lack of water sources, which severely limited its power in this environment. After all, one couldn't expect a fish to thrive on land. Observing the trio of Pokemon before him, Fire Shadow's expression grew serious. Just as the 3 Ocean Team executives contemplated rushing to assist, a voice rang out, "You 3 will face me. I hope you can muster your full strength, or I fear you won't last 3 minutes." With this declaration, Chihua approached with his Sunny team, flanked by a natural bird acting as protection. The 3 executives of the Ocean Team, Achiao, Aquan, and D, felt their resolve harden. They had witnessed Chihua's prior battle against Dago and understood that one-on-one, they stood no chance against him. However, if they combined their efforts, they still had a fighting chance, as these three were no pushovers. Noticing the determined expressions of the opposing trio, Chihui chuckled, "You wish to eliminate me? Then come forth. My Sunny team has yet to reveal its true potential. Now, you shall witness what a genuine Sunny team can do." After the champion-level super fiery camel summoned sunlight, the entire arena was engulfed in its radiant warmth, far surpassing the range of the sunlight used by champion-level Pokémon. Thus, there was no need for Chihui to command his Pokémon to use sunlight again. Ninetales had already activated the ability beforehand. Let us commence. Red Lotus Knight and Azure Flameblade Ghost take the lead. Charizard, soar above to provide support. Leaf EV. Maneuver freely to find opportunities to strike the enemy. Ninetales and Chandelure attack from the rear. Chihui commanded, Natural Bird, just protect me. If anyone attempts to attack, promptly teleport me away. With Chihua's command, the Pokémon sprang into action. Red Lotus Knight and Azure Flameblade Ghost charged ahead. However, en route, two powerful jets of flame shot toward their adversaries, unleashed by Ninetales and Chandelure. The advancing Red Lotus Knight and Azure Flameblade Ghost, both possessing the Blaze ability, remained unperturbed by the risk of friendly fire. In the sky, the Super Charizard Y let out a furious roar and swiftly flapped its wings, executing the heat wave technique. Even the Natural Bird beside Chihui multitasked, using the Tailwind technique to accelerate its teammates. Leaf EV bided its time, searching for the perfect moment to strike. The three executives of the Ocean Team, witnessing the formidable onslaught, promptly issued their commands. Achiao shouted, Kingler, use Water Pulse. Aquan commanded, Mook, deploy Mud Bomb. D instructed, Pelipper, unleash Water Gun. The two opposing Pokémon's moves collided in the air. Boom. With the explosion came a cloud of steam, enveloping the area in mist. Amidst this chaos, Leaf EV sprang into action, its leaves elongating into razor-sharp blades. This was the Grass-type ultimate move, Leaf Blade. Sunblade, a Grass-type physical move with a power of 125 points. It first gathers a copious amount of sunlight, and upon completing the charge, concentrates this energy onto the sword for an attack. On a sunny day, it can be executed immediately without the need for charging. The might of this Sunblade is formidable, particularly under sunny weather conditions, where charging is rendered unnecessary. Leaf EV swiftly focused its attention on the target, the Kingler, primarily because the Pelipper, possessing a flying type, is not susceptible to Grass-type moves. The significance of Grimer pales in comparison to that of Kingler. In this scenario, Leaf EV decisively targeted Kingler for its assault. The Sunblade sliced through the mist, rapidly traversing Kingler's form, and the next moment, a pitiful scream echoed as Kingler was sent hurtling away, a truly tragic sight. Achiao bellowed, Kingler, glaring fiercely at Leaf EV and Chihifuru. After executing Sunblade, Leaf EV immediately took evasive action to avoid becoming a target of concentrated fire. At that moment, Hades and Cinderace surged from the ground, swiftly breaching the formation of Achiao, Hien, and D to launch their assault. Meanwhile, Ninetales, Chandelure, and the airborne Mega Charizard Y unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles aimed at the opposing Pokémon. There was no concern for collateral damage to Hades and Cinderace, as these fire-type moves would not only fail to harm them, but would also enhance their prowess. Otherwise, Chihifuru would not have allowed Hades and Cinderace to engage in battle. Bolstered by the sunny weather, the potency of these fire-type attacks reached absurd levels, with Chihifuru single-handedly overpowering the three cadre members of the Ocean Team. Water Metasequoia was locked in a fierce struggle with the Fire Shadow. The two Magcargo were resolutely withstanding the assault, while the Mega Mimikyu struck from the shadows. With an impressive attack stat of 165, Mega Mimikyu posed a significant threat. Any target struck would suffer severe damage. This made Water Metasequoia increasingly wary. Chapter 229, The Might of Mega Charizard. While Chihifuru and Fire Shadow faced no issues, Fire Yin encountered difficulties. Her Mega Charizard X was completely outmatched by Fuyun's Ghost-type Pokémon, perpetually teetering on the brink of defeat. The Super Blaziken from Fire Village was engaged in a back-and-forth with Ice-type champion Bonnie, as the speed-boosting ability of Super Blaziken was proving formidable. Its velocity escalated with each encounter, shifting from Bonnie's initial dominance to a balanced confrontation. With Fire Village poised to gain the upper hand shortly, Chihifuru noted Fire Yan's considerable struggles and accelerated his offensive moves. Even though the core of the battle lay with Chihifuru against Mukin and Damallon, Fire Yan's defeat would trigger a chain reaction, placing Fire Village, Fire Shadow, and even Chihifuru himself in jeopardy. Thus, Chihifuru opted to swiftly conclude the battle and assist Fire Yan. Although Chihifuru's Pokémon were only at the quasi-champion level, they could still provide ample support. Fire Yan's Charizard was initially a quasi-champion from Charizard Valley, having agreed to become her Pokémon due to the allure of top-tier energy cubes and various resources. However, the critical factor was Fire Yan producing the Mega Evolution Stone for Mega Charizard, which ultimately won the heart of that quasi-champion Charizard. Following nurturing, it ascended to champion level, becoming Fire Yan's strongest Pokémon. On the pivotal battlefield, Chihifuru deftly contended with the two champion-level trainers, Mewkin and Damallon, maintaining the upper hand. The sunny weather significantly enhanced the strength of Mega Charizard and Shrouded. Every Pokémon in the arena was influenced by the sunny weather, and only champion-level Pokémon like Boscadora or Regice could use weather moves to counteract it. However, they were currently being overwhelmed, leaving them no strength to employ weather moves. Both Boscadora and Regice were vulnerable to fire-type moves, leaving them in a dire predicament, entirely contrary to their prior expectations. Damallon, think of something. My Boscadora is struggling to hold on. That Charizard's moves are overwhelmingly powerful, akin to facing a peak champion-level Pokémon. Chihifuru had heeded Chihifuru's advice and procured a life orb for Mega Charizard to hold. The Mega Evolution Stone was worn as a collar around its neck, not occupying the held item slot. This forced ability, coupled with the life orb's enhancement, transformed it into a tempestuous dragon. The forced ability, attack moves with additional effects have their power increased by 30, but the additional effects do not activate, such as the burn effect from Flamethrower being nullified. Yet the move's power is still augmented by 30%. Life Orb. The power of moves used by the Pokémon holding this item is increased by approximately 30. Each time an attacking move hits an opponent, it consumes a portion of the user's stamina. With the combination of both effects, the consequences of the life orb were entirely negated. Thus, the total power of moves increased by 60%, and with the sunny weather adding another 50%. The same type attack bonus contributed an additional 50%. This resulted in the champion-level Mega Charizard's moves reaching the potency of peak champion-level prowess. Boscadora's special defense was not particularly robust, so it was quite natural for it to falter against such a formidable Mega Charizard. Damallon was also in distress. Regice could not contend with Shrouded either. Mewkin, I can barely hold on. This Shrouded is incredibly powerful, especially since it counters my Regice. Mewkin cursed furiously, damn. What shall we do now? Damallon remained silent, his expression grim as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Yuanji. The Hoenn Alliance is on the verge of collapse. Are you sure you won't come back? After speaking, Damallon hung up the phone. Mewkin, hearing Damallon's words, was taken aback and then said, Damn Yuanji, he should still be out at sea. How can we rely on him? Damallon smiled faintly, rest assured. Yuanji is accompanied by a quasi-champion level psychic-type Alakazam from the Hoenn Alliance, capable of utilizing teleportation to bring him swiftly to the scene. Meanwhile, Chihifuru overheard their conversation. His expression grave as he commanded, Charizard, Shrouded, use dual flamethrower to attack Boscadora. Mega Charizard and Shrouded concentrated their energies and unleashed a dual flamethrower towards Boscadora. Boscadora had already used its Protect move in previous battles. Otherwise, it would not have withstood Mega Charizard's onslaught for so long. As the two flamethrowers surged toward it, Boscadora felt a sense of despair, knowing it could not endure. Mewkin, in a panic, suddenly exclaimed, Damallon, have your Regice use Protect to shield my Boscadora. Hurry, or it will be too late. However, Damallon made no move, instead retreating 2 steps to distance himself from Mujin. Zavuki Mujin was taken aback and suddenly realized. Forcing a bitter smile, Damallon, you truly are remarkable. Even now you contemplate future matters. Today, Mujin has risen to the rank of a champion-level trainer, and his son, Dawu, is also an exceptionally gifted trainer, poised to ascend to the Elite Four without any difficulty, with a significant chance of reaching the championship level. Should they produce 2 champions, the Hoenn League would be unable to suppress the development of the Zavuki family, and at that point, it would be uncertain who truly holds sway over the Hoenn region, the League or the Zavuki family. Thus, it is imperative that the champion level from the Zavuki family be reduced by 1, and now presents the perfect opportunity. The Super Charizard and the sheer cold of the Sceptile successfully struck the Porygon Z, a single blow sufficient to render the already fatigued Porygon Z incapable of battle. What more could 2 strikes accomplish? This would undoubtedly obliterate the champion-level Porygon Z. Witnessing this scene, Mujin could not help but smile bitterly, his laughter growing louder and more unrestrained, filled with sorrow and mockery. Just then, an aged yet robust voice resonated from the sky. Damallon, you remain in this pitiful state, truly revolting. Chapter 230. This world should not be like this. Jinji, the dragon-type champion of the Hoenn region and a renowned sea captain, donned a classic captain's hat. His silver beard billowing in the wind, exuding the grandeur of one who has weathered many storms. Despite his advanced age, he remained as strong as an ox. Full of vigor, his upper body was bare, draped only in an unbuttoned captain's cloak, with rippling abdominal muscles hinting at the indomitable spirit of a maritime warrior. His lower half was clad in black leather trousers and sturdy boots. The dragon-type champion, Jinji, arrived in Kaiyu City under the guidance of Hu Di. Jinji's arrival instantly captivated the attention of the entire assembly. Most spectators fled, leaving only the bold or the overly curious to linger in the shadows. Observing this chaotic confrontation that could alter the fate of the entire Hoenn region, the clashes between both sides ceased momentarily upon Jinji's arrival, resulting in a temporary truce. Chiyan Song's expression grew grave. "Jinji, do you really wish to wade into this murky water?" Jinji chuckled self-deprecatingly, averting his gaze from Chiyan Song, instead focusing on the blazing sacred fire at the League's venue. "I do not wish to assist Damalanki. He disgusts me. However, this is Hoenn. Should the Hoenn League collapse, who could possibly take its place? Even your magma gang would falter. The entire Hoenn region would descend into chaos. At that time, many lives would be lost, plunging the region into the flames of war." Chiyan Song retorted coldly. "What makes you think the magma gang is incapable? With my current strength, I am not afraid of you and Damalanki combined." Jinji, unfazed, directly inquired. "It is not so simple. How many members does your magma gang have? While some may have been coerced into joining, there are certainly nefarious characters among them. How will you handle such individuals? Do you truly have enough personnel to control the entire Hoenn region?" Chiyan Song found himself at a loss for words. Yet Chiyan Hui stepped forward, exclaiming, "Indeed, our magma gang does not possess enough members to govern the Hoenn region, but we never claimed that everyone in the Hoenn League deserves death. We only seek to eliminate the true evildoers, like Damalanki. As for the others, we will judge them based on their past misdeeds. I believe the majority of the lower-tier members of the Hoenn League are good people. Regarding those within our magma gang, although some joined for various reasons and may have committed wrongs in the past, they now strive tirelessly for the prosperity of the Hoenn region. While this does not entirely absolve their past sins, as long as they refrain from wrongdoing henceforth, no punishment will be imposed." At this juncture, Chiyan Hui could hardly suggest that all those who had erred within the magma gang deserved death. Such a stance would swiftly dismantle the gang. Everyone present heard Chiyan Hui's words, and the atmosphere shifted subtly. Damalanki barked sharply. "Chiyan Hui, or should I call you Chiyan Hui? Ultimately, who is the true evildoer will be determined by your whims. The lives and deaths of everyone rest in your magma gang's hands. Moreover, while those of the Hoenn League face death for their transgressions, your magma gang's members can simply brush aside their wrongdoings. Is that so?" Chiyan Hui calmly replied. "Since our magma gang's inception, we have always prioritized loyalty and righteousness. I trust you are all aware of this, so please believe us. As for your second point, it is not double standards. Such is the way of the world. History is always written by the victors. We are not discerning between good and evil, but rather contending for dominion. Under your leadership, Damalanki, the Hoenn League has left the lower-class populace without any avenue for advancement. A child born to commoners can aspire to nothing more than becoming a bug catcher. Furthermore, how many children from poor families have perished in the forests? They ventured forth in hope, yearning for a chance to change their fates, only to disappear forever in the woods. These common trainers possess no resources, no knowledge. They are entirely ignorant of type advantages, unaware of the characteristics of the Pokémon they capture, or what they like or dislike. And those so-called Pokémon schools, have you ever seen a commoner attend such an institution? The fortunate ones who do are the children of the wealthy and powerful. The Hoenn League has monopolized all Pokémon knowledge, forcing these common trainers to gamble their lives, and even after growing stronger, they are reduced to mere hounds for your aristocratic families. For apart from serving as your dogs, they possess no means or methods to enhance their strength. They are clueless as to what moves their Pokémon can learn or how to train them. The lives of the common folk are destined to remain just that, common, while they toil for you, sacrificing their lives to procure the resources and Pokémon you require. It can be said that all common trainers within the Hoenn League are enduring your exploitation." Chiyan Hui's face twisted with fervor and passion. As he raised his arms high, his voice trembling as it pierced the heavens, hysterically proclaiming, "This world should not be like this." Behind him, every member of the Magma Gang's eyes sparkled with the same fervent flame. They instinctively stretched out their hands, as if to tear apart the unjust heavens, uniting their voices in a powerful chorus that resonated across every inch of land and sky, echoing throughout the universe. This was not merely their outcry, but the visceral roar of the marginalized, a direct denunciation of the myriad injustices of the world. This world should not be like this. With each tremor of their spirits, this defiance and struggle are destined to be etched in history, becoming an indelible force propelling the tides of change. Accompanied by the Magma Gang's fervent cries, the expressions of the Hoenn League members shifted dramatically as they felt an overwhelming fervor of belief rising, instilling fear within these powerful figures. Simultaneously, the viewers watching the live broadcast stood frozen in shock, including Chiyan Hui, who is inside the Orange Blossom Dojo. As well as his wife and children, they all witnessed this scene on television. Chiyan Hui clenched his fists tightly and murmured, "This world should not be like this." The reason why a powerhouse of Chiyan Hui's caliber would prefer to serve as the dojo master in Orange City rather than take a position at the Hoenn League headquarters lies in this very sentiment. Chapter 231. The Super Fire Camel unleashes its fiery breath. Accompanied by the shout of Chiyan Hui, the entire Hoenn region, along with the ordinary citizens and novice trainers watching on their screens, fell into a stunned silence. Meanwhile, Dama Lanchi, his face flushed with rage and humiliation, shouted, "Slander. This is pure slander. Under my leadership, the entire Hoenn League is thriving, nothing like what you claim." Chiyan Hui chuckled derisively. "If your claims were indeed true, then our Lava Team and Ocean Team would not have so many members. Would they forsake their training just to join what you label as an evil organization? They are compelled by circumstance. Unable to see a way forward or envision a future, they took the risk to join the Lava Team and Ocean Team. Moreover, today, the Hoenn League has allied with the Ocean Team, which you deem an evil organization, to eradicate us. Can you truly claim that the Hoenn League is a righteous organization?" Chiyan Hui's words struck Dama Lanchi like arrows piercing through his heart. Dama Lanchi's composure shattered as he shouted, "Enough of this nonsense. No matter what, this battle is inevitable. Yuanji, take them down. This is the only way to protect the Hoenn League. You must understand that only through this can the Hoenn region avoid chaos." Yuanji, suspended in midair, fell into silence. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Chiyan Hui, you do have a point. But that does not justify my standing by and watching the Hoenn region descend into turmoil." With that, Yuanji's eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed, "Let the battle commence." Chiyan Song showed no sign of fear, shouting back, "Very well, bring it on." At that moment, the fireball conjured by the Super Fire Camel's Sunny Day technique continued to hover in the sky. The Super Fire Camel had honed this ability to a remarkable level, and with its champion-level strength, it significantly extended the duration of the Sunny Day effect. The brief dialogue had not taken long, so the fireball remained suspended in the air, though its radiance and warmth had diminished slightly. After declaring the battle, Yuanji promptly released his ace Pokémon, the Bloodwing Dragon. Just then, Chiyan Song shouted, "Natural Bird. Execute Plan B. Fire Camel, unleash your fiery attack. Shrouded, provide protection." Two king-level natural birds instantly appeared beside the Lava Team members and used teleport to whisk everyone away in an instant. Chiyan Song took his position next to Shrouded, which possessed the ability to shield him from fire-based moves. Upon receiving Chiyan Song's command, the Super Fire Camel roared with excitement, and its hump began spewing forth torrents of magma into the sky. As the magma reached its zenith, it scattered in all directions, covering the entire venue in its attack range. This was precisely why Chiyan Song had ordered the natural birds to evacuate the Lava Team members first. Seeing the Lava Team vanish and the Super Fire Camel commence its fiery assault, chaos erupted among the Hoenn League. Dama Lanchi immediately dispatched a near-king-level Shinado, intending to escape. But at that moment, Chiyan Song mockingly remarked, "Dama Lanchi, you wouldn't dare abandon so many people to flee, would you? You are the president of the Hoenn League. How could you forsake so many and run away? That would be quite the embarrassment for the Hoenn League." The combined numbers of the Hoenn League, the Zivik family, and the Ocean Team were substantial, yet they were not clustered together and maintained a certain distance from one another. A near-king-level psychic Pokemon could not carry this many people away. As for king-level Pokemon, they were far too precious and scarce within the Hoenn League. Hearing Chiyan Song's words, Dama Lanchi hesitated, glancing back at the crowd behind him. Finally gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Shinado, hurry. Use teleport to take me away from here." Just then, Yuanji suddenly shouted, "Hoodie, use taunt on Shinado." Hoodie immediately executed the taunt move directed at Shinado, preventing it from using teleport. Dama Lanchi was taken aback and then shouted in a fit of rage, "Yuanji, are you insane?" Yuanji coldly replied, Damalanchi. I believe you are the one who has lost their mind. The Super Fire Camel is indeed powerful, but it is not unbeatable. If you flee now, the Hoenn League will truly be finished. Let your Regice and my Bloodwing Dragon withstand the fiery assault. After saying this, UNG looked up at the descending flames and magma, shouting, Bloodwing Dragon, unleash our full power. Use Meteor Shower. Hearing UNG's command, everyone froze in confusion. What was he planning? Unable to escape, Damalanchi shouted to Regice, Regice, I need your help. Use the strongest blizzard to block the falling flames and magma. Regice remained silent, instead raising its head to the flames and magma in the sky, then resolutely extending its arms toward the inferno, unleashing the blizzard move. The meteor shower executed by the Bloodwing Dragon soared into the air, exploding and raining down dragon-type energy, colliding mid-air with the flames and magma that followed, resulting in a series of explosions. The foremost waves of fire and magma were successfully blocked by Regis Blizzard. However, the duration of the fire attack was not short. It resembled a volcanic eruption, possessing not only immense power but also prolonged effects. The Super Fire Camel's fiery breath could only be countered by the combined efforts of the Bloodwing Dragon and Regice. But let us not forget, Chiyan Song still had a Sherdolin at his disposal. Observing the unfolding situation, Chiyan Song promptly commanded, Sherdolin, use Lava Storm to attack Regice. At that moment, Regice was still using Blizzard to fend off the incoming flames. The Bloodwing Dragon's meteor shower could not cover all the descending fire and magma. Regice was essential for filling in the gaps. In this dire circumstance, Regice found itself powerless against Shidolin's lava storm. In response, UNG released several of his own king-level Pokémon, the 7 Stars Bird, the Desert Dragonfly Couple, and the Spiny Dragon King, all 4 king-level Pokémon. UNG then shouted, everyone, use Protect and Shield Regice. Chapter 232, The Ocean Team and Zivik Family Flee. At this point, there was no other choice, which is why UNG resorted to such desperate measures. Shidolin's champion-level strength far surpassed that of the king-level Pokémon, even with their Protect move. It was unlikely they could withstand the onslaught of the lava storm. The fiery lava storm surged toward Regice, while the 4 king-level Pokémon stood valiantly in front of Regice, collectively employing the Protect technique. However, they did not unite to utilize a single layer. Rather, each Pokémon summoned an individual shield, coalescing a luminous barrier to stand in the forefront. In no time, the lava storm effortlessly obliterated the first layer of the protective shield. Subsequently, it shattered the second layer of the luminous barrier, and while it took a bit longer to dismantle the third layer, by the time the lava storm approached the fourth layer, a considerable amount of energy had already been expended. Yet, this was still insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the elite-level shield. The lava storm required a brief moment to finally dismantle this fourth layer. The remnants of the lava storm continued to surge toward the 4 elite-level Pokémon. However, the 4 Pokémon were already primed, each unleashing their prepared attacks to collide with the lava storm. Dragon Pulse, Hydro Pump, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Pulse. Only the Kingdra employed Hydro Pump, while the other 3 Pokémon unleashed Dragon Pulse. Thus, with all their might, the 4 elite-level Pokémon managed to repel the oncoming lava storm from Shidolin. Had it not been for the 4 layers of shields that drained a significant amount of energy, it would have been impossible to withstand such force. Yet, could they withstand a second assault? Ignoring the circumstances, Chiyan called out, Shidolin, once more, unleash the lava storm. Shidolin again unleashed the lava storm, charging toward Regice. At this critical juncture, Genji stepped forward and bellowed, Bloodwing Dragon, utilize Dragon Dive to shatter the opponent's lava storm. The Bloodwing Dragon let out a fierce roar, swiftly unleashing a meteor swarm before soaring through the air towards Shidolin and the lava storm. Suddenly, a dense purple energy erupted around the Bloodwing Dragon, enveloping it and forming an enormous energy dragon in the sky, which then charged directly into the lava storm. Boom! The energy dragon collided with the lava storm. The strength of both Pokémon was comparable, but Shidolin enjoyed the advantage of clear sunny weather, enhancing the lava storm's potency by 50%. This was truly extraordinary. Even though the Bloodwing Dragon was immensely powerful, it was still propelled away by the explosive force of the lava storm. However, at that moment, the duration of the sunny weather effect concluded, and the weather's influence dissipated. Nevertheless, as the Bloodwing Dragon was blasted away, it inadvertently provided Shidolin with the opportunity to invoke sunny weather. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiyan decisively commanded, Shidolin, summon sunny weather. The Super Fire Camel's fire attack concluded, and under the joint resistance of the Bloodwing Dragon and Regice, a significant portion of the flames was successfully obstructed, resulting in only a few edges and scattered casualties. Most of these were from the Zivish family and the Ocean team. Unfortunately, the personnel of the three factions were situated at a considerable distance, with both Damaranchi and Jinji prioritizing the protection of the Hoenn Alliance members. Witnessing this scene, Mizuki gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it! The Hoenn Alliance members are indeed treacherously cunning. Brothers, retreat. If it comes to it, I'll lead you to other regions. We won't linger in Hoenn any longer. It's all a bunch of scoundrels here." After speaking, Mizuki led the Ocean team members in a swift retreat. Seeing this unfold, Mukjing of the Zivish family could only solemnly state, "President Damaranchi, I apologize, but my boss Godora has fallen, and I can no longer provide assistance. Our Zivish family has also suffered significant losses. We must first withdraw to recuperate." Without affording Damaranchi a chance to respond, he immediately declared, "Zivish family members, retreat." After their defeat, Daigo had already taken his Pokémon for treatment and did not participate in the subsequent battle. However, just as Mizuki, Mukjing, and others burst out of the Alliance venue, they encountered Chiyan, Hikari, and others blocking their path. Mizuki gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Chiyan, step aside. We, the Ocean team, are no longer operating in Hoenn. We intend to move to other regions. Surely that is acceptable. Leave a line for future encounters." Chiyan surveyed the scene and responded solemnly. "Mizuki, along with A Chao, A Quan, D, and the members of the Ocean team behind you, you are all inhabitants of Hoenn, right? Are you truly willing to leave your homeland and venture into other regions?" Mizuki's pupils constricted as he replied solemnly, "What do you mean, boy?" Chiyan smiled faintly and said, "It's quite simple, Mizuki. I, Chiyan, representing the Lava team, invite you all to join us. Henceforth, we shall be one family, and all past grievances will be erased. What do you say?" Mizuki gasped, astonished at Chiyan's audacity to attempt to swallow the entire Ocean team whole. He glanced at the members of the Ocean team, noticing expressions of hesitation in many eyes. After all, Hoenn was their homeland. Who would willingly abandon it to compete with others for survival in foreign lands? At that moment, Mukjing of the Zivish family spoke up, "Chiyan, our Zivish family is unwilling to join the Lava team. May we depart? In return, we can offer our full support to you, replacing the Hoenn Alliance as the legitimate trainer organization of the Hoenn region." Chiyan observed this and slightly shook his head, saying, "Mukjing, at this juncture, it's naive to speak such words. To refuse to submit and expect to leave is impossible." He then turned to Mizuki and declared, "Join me now in eradicating the Zivish family members, and thereafter, we shall be one family. Rest assured, I, Chiyan, possess a generous heart and will treat everyone equally." Upon hearing this, the Zivish family members instinctively took a few steps back, distancing themselves from the Ocean team. Mizuki fixed his gaze upon Chiyan, internally grappling with turmoil. He had spent a lifetime contending with Chiyan, only to now face defeat and the prospect of being absorbed by his organization. This was a bitter pill to swallow. Chapter 233, The Grand Finale, A New Hoenn Alliance. Mukjing coldly remarked, "Mizuki, as the leader of the Ocean team, are you truly prepared to submit to your longtime rival, Chiyan? Moreover, it is merely his son who has sufficed to compel your submission. Are you willing to sacrifice your dignity as the Ocean team leader?" Chiyan, in a calm tone, responded, "Is dignity more important than your life, your family, and friends? I believe this is not a difficult question to answer. Mizuki, you too have family. Would you lead them away from home to wander and struggle in an uncertain future? Submitting to our Lava team will not be a humiliation. You will no longer be part of an evil organization, but rather a member of a brand new trainer organization, free to walk proudly in the sunlight. You will gain access to various training methods previously unattainable. Now, Mizuki, along with your Ocean team members behind you, make your choice." Mizuki clenched his teeth, unable to voice a word. At that moment, Aquan sighed and voluntarily spoke up, "Boss, my parents are still in the Hoenn region. They are elderly, and I do not wish for them to follow me far from home to other regions. Moreover, other regions are similarly under the dominion of malevolent organizations, all unified in their wickedness. Should we venture forth, the situation would scarcely improve. My sincerest apologies, leader." As he spoke, Aquan turned to Chiyan Hui and declared, "I am willing to join the Lava team. I yearn to traverse the path openly, without the need for furtive concealment. I have had enough." Aquan's commitment ignited a chain reaction akin to a domino effect, as a multitude of Ocean team members voiced their willingness to join the Lava team. Chiyan Hui, with a smile, proclaimed, "Excellent, my brothers. Trust in me, Chiyan Hui. I shall lead us towards shared prosperity. Now, those willing to join the Lava team, let us unite to eradicate the Zivki family." Meanwhile, Mu Jin commanded her remaining elite Pokémon to engage in battle while retrieving a communicator to contact Dawu. Upon connection, Mu Jin urged urgently, Dawu, flee. Leave the Hoenn region at once. Wherever you may go, run. Return only when you have grown strong enough to avenge me. With that, she forcefully cast the communicator to the ground, her eyes ablaze with fury as she cried out, If you seek to slay me, Zivki Mu Jin, you shall pay the ultimate price. Ironically, many trainers from the Zivki family swiftly dashed to the side, exclaiming, I too wish to join the lava team. We are not of the Zivki family. We are merely hired trainers. Chiyan Hui immediately responded, Very well. As long as you abandon the shadows and embrace the light. The lava team welcomes you all. The fire shadow and the fire village moved in unison to confront Mu Jin, while Huayan stood resolutely beside Chiyan Hui, her gaze fixed intently on Shui Wutong. Chiyan Hui remarked to Shui Wutong, What say you? Are you still unwilling to join the lava team? The dark organizations of other regions are far more formidable. You must ponder whether your family is willing to endure this suffering. Even if they are, can you bear to watch them suffer? Shui Wutong roared, her eyes locked onto Chiyan Hui as she articulated each word with conviction. Chiyan Hui, remember your words. If you dare deceive us, I, Shui Wutong, vow that I shall bring us both to ruin, even at the cost of my own life. Chiyan Hui smiled faintly. Rest assured, Shui Wutong, I, Chiyan Hui, am a man of my word. If I deceive you all, let my head be severed. Upon hearing this, Shui Wutong studied Chiyan Hui closely before commanding her Pokémon to join in the assault against Zivki Mu Jin. Under the relentless onslaught of so many elite trainers, Mu Jin's Pokémon soon succumbed, rendered incapable of battle. This was only possible because Chiyan Hui had deliberately restrained his allies. Otherwise, those Pokémon would have perished. They were all prime specimens, bred for excellence. After successfully dismantling the Zivki family, Chiyan Hui surveyed the surroundings and solemnly declared, Now that you have chosen to join the lava team, I shall not let you down. The final battle approaches. All trainers of quasi-elite status, follow me into the fray. Once we vanquish the Hoenn League, victory shall be ours. With that, Chiyan Hui charged ahead into the arena, followed closely by all quasi-elite trainers of the lava team, including Shui Wutong and the 3 commanding officers of the ocean team. Inside the arena, Chiyan Song faced the onslaught of Dama Lan Chi and Yuan Ji alone, yet he subtly maintained the upper hand. Regice, however, struggled against both Mega Blaziken and Shurdoran, as it was only capable of countering Yuan Ji's Bloodwing Dragon. Now, it found itself at a disadvantage, fighting with great difficulty. The reinforcements brought by Chiyan Hui served as the final straw for the beleaguered camel. At a critical juncture in the battle, Chiyan Hui suddenly shouted, Why do you hesitate? The Hoenn League's fortunes are fading. As the assembled crowd pondered this proclamation, a low growl reverberated through the air, and a shadow darted past Dama Lan Chi, severing his head in an instant. Shocked gasps erupted from the onlookers. Realizing that the assailant was none other than the Dark-type elite, Huayu's ace Pokémon, Absol. Countless members of the Hoenn League erupted in furious condemnation. Huayu, you traitor! How dare you betray the Hoenn League? Yet Huayu, ever astute, swiftly distanced himself from the League under Absol's guidance. Responding to the outcry, he coolly retorted, Am I truly a member of the Hoenn League? I was merely Dama Lan Chi's pawn, commanded at will, given the least resources while shouldering the greatest burdens. I was on the brink of madness. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Regice unexpectedly bolted to the side, employing Heavy Slam to hasten its escape from the scene. This spectacle left the members of the Hoenn League dumbfounded. Yuan Ji, suspended in the air, appeared to age decades in an instant. Just as Chiyan Song prepared to strike, intending to have Mega Blaziken and Shurdoran join in the assault against Yuan Ji, Chiyan Hui suddenly seized Chiyan Song's arm and called out to the sky, Yuan Ji, now that Dama Lan Chi is deceased, would you consider joining our new trainers organization? Only then can you protect the Hoenn region, can you not? Half a year later, a new Hoenn League was established, with Chiyan Song appointed as its president. Among the 4 elite members, only Dragon-type elite Yuan Ji and Dark-type elite Huayu retained their positions, while Ghost-type elite Fu Rong and Ice-type elite Bo and I were demoted due to their insufficient contributions to the League, relegated to the status of reserve elites. They could only regain their former titles after making significant contributions to the League. Fire Village, due to his exceptional merits, ascended to the position of Fire-type elite, while Huayan took on the role of gym leader in Kanazumi City. Originally, the Fire-type elite position was designated for Fire Shadow, but he declined, expressing his aversion to public life. Hence, Chiyan Song appointed Fire Shadow as the minister of the League's inspection department. The Hoenn League underwent a significant transformation, with Yuanji having been entrenched for decades, acutely aware of who was worthy and who was not. Ultimately, Yuanji agreed to join the new league, as his true devotion lay with the Hoenn region and its people, rather than with Dama Lan Chi or the Hoenn League. Their previous discord stemmed from a fundamental ideological clash, leading to a bitter parting. Dama Lan Chi had used Regis to oppress Yuanji. Now, Yuanji had finally been liberated. Chiyan Hui assigned him the task of establishing schools in the Hoenn region, encompassing elementary, middle, and universities, where various Pokemon knowledge and cultural studies could be imparted. Specialized institutions would also be created to teach how to utilize Pokemon in professional fields, among other disciplines. While this approach had its drawbacks, it was far superior to the Hoenn League's previous knowledge restrictions. At the very least, even an ordinary individual, provided they possessed sufficient determination and talent, could carve out a path to greatness. Under Chiyan Hui's guidance, the newly established Hoenn League was progressing toward a promising future. 2 years later, Zivki Daowu returned to the Hoenn League, boldly challenging Chiyan Hui and Chiyan Song, vowing to avenge his father. Chiyan Hui stepped forward to confront him, effortlessly defeating Daowu in direct combat. Daigo believed that his champion-level, shiny Metagross, accompanied by the champion-tier Pokemon, Boskage, along with the psychic ground-type Golem, the pinnacle-level Skarmory, the ancient armor, and the Cradle Lily, would be sufficient for him to exact vengeance. However, after undergoing Mega Evolution, Chihaya's shiny Charizard once again humbled Daigo and his Metagross. Yet, instead of vanquishing Daigo, Chihaya chose to spare him. Chihaya's companion found this perplexing. How could one allow such an adversary to escape? Chihaya calmly replied, regardless of who they are, once they have been bested by me, they shall never again catch up to my pace. While they strive to improve, I too evolve, and the resources at my disposal far exceed theirs by countless magnitudes. They can never hope to match me. This confidence I possess unwaveringly. I have now reached a plateau in my strength, and I require Daigo to serve as my whetstone, to refine my Pokemon. This battle has yielded exceptional results. I sense that my Charizard is on the brink of a breakthrough. I eagerly await Daigo's next appearance before me. Upon hearing Chihaya's words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. The end of the narrative. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to support us. Until we meet again in the next tale.